In a future world, a boy named Xia Xingchen, born into poverty, unexpectedly encounters a caveman during a mining expedition. Trapped underground, he inadvertently discovers an ancient laboratory, unearthing the history of a crystal pyramid and the battles fought by an ancient race of apes. He learns that deities indeed exist in this world, setting him on a path from mediocrity to the pinnacle of conflict. Chapter 1. Xia Xingchen. In the Galactic Empire, on the 23rd colony, Manastar stands as one of the Empire's vital mining planets. This celestial body is renowned for its sodium crystal ore, a superior metal catalyst extensively employed in industry, aerospace, and mecha manufacturing. As dawn breaks, the northern mountain mining area, illuminated by 3 suns, becomes sweltering. A 15-year-old boy, with a massive mechanical digging arm slung over his shoulder, glistens with beads of sweat under the sun's rays. "Xingchen, are you here to help your father again?" calls out a middle-aged man with graying hair, operating a construction mecha, as he leans out to greet the boy. "Yes, Uncle Li, school is out today," Xia Xingchen replies, his face blooming with a radiant smile akin to the morning sun. "How is your father's condition?" Li Quan inquires with genuine concern etched on his features. It's the same as before. Xia Xingchen's expression dims when the subject of his father's injury arises. "Those wretched Jin beasts. If I ever encounter them, I would crush them with my mecha," Li Quan exclaims, shaking his fist in indignation. Jin beasts are native creatures of Manastar, dwelling underground. They possess low intelligence and are reminiscent of leopards with wolf-like heads, their razor-sharp claws harboring deadly venom, and they are notoriously ferocious. Xia Xingchen's father, Xia Yu, encountered a Jin beast in the mine, sustaining severe injuries that led to the amputation of his legs. Now he lies bedridden. "Xingchen, your priority now is to study. Once your mental strength reaches level 5, you can operate an engineering mecha, which offers a salary at least double, allowing your father to enjoy a better life," Li Quan encourages, patting the mecha's control panel. Xia Xingchen nods, his eyes sparkling with determination. In the Grand Cosmic Era, mechas are not solely utilized for military purposes, they have permeated every facet of life, making them indispensable for any task. Becoming a mecha engineer is the aspiration of every young individual. The primary assessment for mecha engineers is the level of mental strength. At level 5, one can pilot civilian mechas, with engineering mechas being one type. However, at this stage, one is merely regarded as a mecha pilot, not yet a true engineer. Upon reaching level 10, one can apply for the Mecha Engineer Qualification Examination. Success in this rigorous test grants one the title of a formal-grade mecha engineer, capable of commanding military mechas in the service of humanity's glory. The qualifications for becoming a mecha engineer are exceptionally stringent, even with level 10 mental strength. The probability of becoming an engineer is less than 1 in a million. Attaining this status signifies favorable treatment, promising prospects, high income, excellent benefits, and privileges inaccessible to ordinary citizens. Moreover, mecha engineers symbolize heroism. Wherever they traverse human territories, they are met with countless flowers, applause, and the tender kisses of youthful maidens. Passing the mecha engineer examination is merely the first step, yielding only grade certification, with further levels including C, B, A, S, and the legendary tier beyond S. Grade engineers are already significant figures on planets, while B and A grade engineers occasionally grace the holographic screens. Grade and legendary engineers are the guardians and pioneers of humanity, as elusive as a dragon. "I must become a mecha engineer," Xia Xingchen resolves silently, knowing that only by achieving this ambition can he shed the label of a miner and immigrate with his father to a more habitable planet, ensuring a life of comfort for them both. Since the 15th century age of exploration, humanity has been mired in the sordid trade of slavery. History often repeats itself, as seen in the galactic exploration era of 2016. The term miner essentially denotes a slave. Xia Xingchen and his father were abducted by interstellar slave ships from a border planet, their societal status akin to that of prisoners, condemned to a lifetime on Manastar until they perish in the mines. Only by passing the mecha engineer examination can one qualify as a true citizen of the Galactic Empire, gaining the right to immigrate and escape this desolate and barren world. Xia Xingchen clenches his fists. His innate talent is lacking currently. He remains at mental strength level 2. For him, becoming a mecha engineer feels like a distant dream. "I must persevere. I must become a mecha engineer." "Xingchen, you're heading to Zone A, right? Remember my words. Be cautious, it's not safe there lately. Don't venture too deep," Uncle Li cautions before piloting his mecha towards Zone B. The northern mountain mine is divided into Zones A and B. Zone A's, or contains trace amounts of radiation, posing minimal risk to humans but potentially disrupting the operation of precise machinery, necessitating manual extraction. With the roar of the elevator, Xia Xingchen descends into the depths of the mine. It is early, and few are below. After receiving his work badge from the foreman, he steps into the dark cavern, resembling a monstrous maw. "Mother, please bless me with good fortune today." Xia Xingchen closes his eyes, hands clasped in silent prayer to his mother in the heavens. Illuminated by mining lamps, the tunnel is not overly dark. After walking for a while, Xia Xingchen arrives at the end of a passage and prepares to turn back when he stumbles upon a mecha repair station. Several worn engineering mechas await repairs on the workbench, while others have red energy indicators, currently charging. The workers at the repair station are off today, leaving the area devoid of people. Xia Xingchen is irresistibly drawn to the workbench, his palm gliding over the towering mechas, feeling their cold, unyielding surfaces, and a smile involuntarily blossoms on his face. Oh, to be a mecha engineer. How I wish I could become one. At that moment, the earth suddenly trembles violently, and the air around him erupts in a wild cacophony. The ground feels as if it has transformed into a small vessel navigating a tempest, teetering on the verge of capsizing with each gust of wind. A pungent scent pervades the atmosphere, followed by an indescribable burst of brilliant flames. Boom! A deafening explosion accompanies the quaking earth, splintering light into countless shards, reminiscent of chaotic phantoms. An earthquake. A collapse. Xia Xingchen feels a surge of panic. Within the mine, a collapse is the most terrifying occurrence. Xia Xingchen recalls his father's countless warnings on how to respond to such emergencies, hastily dropping to the ground and shielding his head with his arms. The earth roars like a monstrous beast, shrouding everything in darkness, and a thick cloud of dust renders the air unbreathable. A minute stretches into what feels like an eternity. Finally, silence envelopes the surroundings, broken only by the faint sound of falling rocks. Lying on the ground, Xia Xingchen's ears still ring with the terrifying roar, his mind a chaotic blur, and his vision filled with haunting shadows, like phantoms lurking in the dark. He gags repeatedly, the intense shaking having induced a mild concussion. 3 minutes later, Xia Xingchen regains his composure, and the world around him gradually comes into focus. Then, he freezes in astonishment. Before him, the rock wall has completely collapsed, revealing a vast, expansive space. The ceiling was adorned with interwoven diamond-like crystals, emitting a soft, cool light. Beneath, the ground was covered with a silvery metallic sheen, casting a silver hue across the space, evoking an impression of cold sterility reminiscent of a hospital or a research facility. Not far ahead, massive silver devices stood, their antiquated forms suggesting they were not of human origin. Yet, this sight did little to astonish Xia Xingchen. What truly shocked him were the corpses sprawled on the floor near these devices. Chapter 2. The Beasts of the Abyss. What manner of beings are these? Xia Xingchen cautiously approached, glancing around with an inexplicable sense of unease. It felt as though he were ensnared in a dream, the reality around him too surreal. As he drew closer and discerned the faces of the corpses, his shock intensified. These bodies were desiccated, their towering frames exceeding 2 meters. Their faces were gaunt, with protruding ears and no noses, resembling gigantic apes. The garments they wore were made of delicate, translucent silk, revealing a sickly pale skin beneath, an unsettling sight. Aliens. Since the dawn of the cosmic age, humanity had encountered countless extraterrestrial beings, rendering them not uncommon. At the border of the human empire and alien realms, conflicts frequently erupted. Located on the fringes of the galactic empire, Manastar was a desolate area where an alien research facility had inexplicably emerged, inciting a sense of profound strangeness. At that moment, the ground trembled slightly. In the blink of an eye, both the alien corpses and the silver devices rapidly decayed, disintegrating into fine gray dust that piled into mounds. Xia Xingchen rubbed his eyes and pinched himself hard, the pain sharpening his awareness. Convinced he was not dreaming, he realized that these devices and the alien bodies had likely endured millennia, succumbing to oxidation upon exposure to the air and transforming into dust. Time is merciless. Taking a deep breath, Xia Xingchen silently mourned for these long-dead aliens. Just as he prepared to turn away, he spotted a glimmering object not far off. Amidst the ruins of time, something had managed to escape destruction? Intrigued, he approached to discover a transparent crystal pyramid floating above a tall pedestal. Surrounding this crystalline marvel were even more alien corpses. It appeared that these beings had either studied or worshipped the pyramid. As Xia Xingchen pondered this, the crystal pyramid suddenly flickered, transforming into a brilliant beam of light and vanishing from beneath his eyelids. Where did it go? He mused, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, he felt an intense heat coursing through his body, his head growing heavy as his eyelids fought against each other. An overwhelming drowsiness enveloped his mind, and he could no longer resist, collapsing to the ground. Xia Xingchen slipped into a deep, extended dream. In this dream, he seemed to transform into an ape, descending from the trees and brandishing a wooden stick, howling toward distant mountains. The peaks were adorned with magnificent pines, and clouds drifted gracefully between them, creating a scene akin to a celestial paradise. A group of tall, ape-like aliens lived carefree in this realm. Their serene existence persisted for tens of thousands of years until one day, a colossal starship broke through the clouds, as if the sky itself had torn open, heralding the arrival of another group of aliens, resembling lizards tall and fierce. The apes revered these lizard beings as divine, while the lizards enslaved the apes, selling them across the stars. Some perished in foreign lands as laborers, while others were confined in cages for amusement, living in abject misery. After a mere 1,000 years of subjugation, the apes began to resist, and within a century, they overthrew the lizard dominance, establishing their own empire and embarking on a path of cosmic exploration and conquest. In the protracted period of cosmic exploration, countless epochs passed. The apes' presence reached nearly every corner of the universe, their empire at its zenith encompassing 3-star systems and millions of planets. Their civilization, propelled by technological advancement, ascended to dominion over this stellar realm. To most civilizations in the cosmos, the apes were regarded as omnipotent deities. Their technology had indeed brought them close to the divine, even allowing them to brush against the very fabric of godhood. They could move mountains, fill seas, obliterate stars, and traverse black holes in the blink of an eye. Yet, they understood that above their civilization lay an even higher Onian ethereal, transcendent civilization, existing beyond the confines of corporeality. These celestial beings had liberated themselves from physical constraints, existing purely as spiritual entities. Their lives were endless, wandering the universe eternally. Many races worshipped these beings as gods, mistaking their occasional visits to this planet as divine intervention. The celestial beings were capable of anything. The apes yearned to become celestial beings. Though they stood but a step away, that threshold was an insurmountable chasm that countless races had failed to cross, ultimately vanishing into the annals of history. Xia Xingchen abruptly awakened from his stupor, his gaze filled with the weight of eons. The evolution of a race over billions of years, from the birth of intelligence to its eventual extinction, condensed into a single dream, so vivid it evoked an overwhelming sense of unreality within him. Was the dream reality, or was reality but a dream? Xia Xingchen found himself unable to discern. In that moment, he felt a singular sensation. Civilization was akin to a wild grass, fragile, yet resilient. After some time, Xia Xingchen emerged from his daze, reawakening to clarity. He first sensed a wave of dizziness, a chaotic sting in his mind, as if it had been tossed into a blender and haphazardly glued back together, thoughts careening wildly. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself as he prepared to escape the collapsed mine. The mine was in disarray, and as he moved swiftly through the darkness, his mechanical arm tightly gripped. The surrounding silence was profound, and he soon discerned another sound mixed with his footsteps, a heavy thud against the rock. Simultaneously, he detected a peculiar, restless warmth emanating from a beast nearby. He abruptly turned, shining his flashlight behind him, revealing 4 silent shadows trailing closely behind. The beasts of the abyss. The collapse had connected their lair with the mine. Xia Xingchen's pupils dilated as he recalled his father's pained groans while lying in bed. Father was gravely injured by a single beast. A cold sweat broke out on Xia Xingchen's back, his clothes damp with fear. He was now confronted by 4 of them. The beasts of the abyss thrived underground, insensitive to light. Their fierce eyes glinted as they sniffed the air, savoring the scent emanating from Xia Xingchen, drooling profusely, the saliva dripping onto the rocks and producing wisps of steam. Flee. There was no other option. Determined, Xia Xingchen faced the beasts, pressing against the rock wall and slowly retreating. He knew that the moment he turned away, these horrifying creatures would spring upon him, their knife-like claws poised to rend him apart. Moreover, once the attack is initiated, the ferocious beasts will pounce and tear with relentless ferocity, leaving no room for mercy or retreat. When the thrill of the hunt seizes them, they may even turn on their companions, engaging in a brutal display of intraspecies violence, marking them as exceedingly savage creatures. One must retreat as slowly as possible. It is imperative to maintain unwavering eye contact with these beasts, displaying no fear whatsoever. Not a single sound of trepidation must escape your lips. Xia Xingchen slowly began to withdraw. Suddenly, Xia Xingchen stumbled, tripping over a protruding stone and falling to the ground. The feral beasts, of course, would not let this opportunity slip away. They lunged forward with ferocious speed, their claws slicing through the air, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Chapter 3. Mecha Division with a thunderous roar. The moment the ferocious beast lunged at him, the ground beneath Xia Xingchen suddenly collapsed, plunging him into a deep abyss once more. As he opened his eyes, he realized he had fallen into another mine tunnel, illuminated by 3 flickering miner's lamps. The ground was lined with tracks, and several battered robots lay strewn among the rubble, emitting faint blue sparks. It was the Mecha maintenance point. Panic surged through Xia Xingchen as he hastily rose to his feet, feeling a sting in his waist where blood began to seep through. It was not a grave injury. Yet he turned to see towering excavation mechas, each standing 3 meters tall, nearby. "Is anyone there?" He called out in desperation, his voice echoing against the walls. But the vast majority of operations here were conducted by robots and mechas. In the face of such a collapse, even if there were people, they would have already evacuated. What should I do? Xia Xingchen swiftly circled the maintenance point, only to discover that he was trapped in a dead end, with all passages blocked by fallen debris. There was no choice left. He had to pilot a mecha. Climbing aboard a dilapidated engineering mecha, he settled into the cockpit. Recalling his teacher's lessons to check the energy reservoir and dashboard, confirming that power levels were adequate and all indicators were normal. With a silver-white psychic sensor in hand, he prepared for what lay ahead. At that moment, the ferocious beasts were racing toward him with the speed of the wind. Stay calm, he urged himself, taking a deep breath to stabilize his emotions. He closed his eyes, meditating and concentrating. In his mind, he envisioned himself as the mecha itself. Xia Xingchen struggled to remember the piloting techniques taught by his instructor, mumbling to himself. The engineering mecha operated with an old-fashioned keyboard, but it was equipped with a psychic sensor, requiring a minimum psychic power level of 4 to maneuver it. Unfortunately, Xia Xingchen's psychic power was woefully inadequate. A mere level 2. The probability of him successfully operating the engineering mecha was virtually non-existent. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp claws of the ferocious beasts danced against the steel shell of the mecha. These subterranean creatures, with their lethal talons, could easily slice through rock. The beasts began to breach the cockpit's armor, and it was only a matter of time before they would tear Xia Xingchen apart. Move for me, he shouted in a fit of rage, his emotions spiraling out of control. Yet the engineering mecha remained as unyielding as a silent giant. No, I don't want to die. Even if I must perish, I refuse to meet my end underground, in the jaws of these beasts. Xia Xingchen let out a heart-wrenching scream, tears streaming down his face like a rushing spring. Roar, roar, roar. The beasts had penetrated the cockpit's front steel plate, and one of them thrust its menacing head inside, baring its fearsome teeth and unleashing a terrifying roar at Xia Xingchen. Just as Xia Xingchen was enveloped in despair, he suddenly felt a peculiar stillness enveloping his entire being, an uncanny sensation that made the world around him twist momentarily. In the next instant, it felt as though he had shattered some barrier, or perhaps transcended some constraint. Time seemed to freeze. A sense of unease washed over Xia Xingchen as the atmosphere became eerily silent. The monstrous beasts resembled a still frame from a film, utterly motionless, even their fur suspended as if trapped within amber like a tiny insect. The sounds of machinery whirring and gears turning echoed in his ears. Then, an unexpected tremor caused the beasts to falter, tumbling to the ground and encircling Xia Xingchen with their wild, defiant roars. Have I activated the mech? Xia Xingchen stood in shock. He turned his head, and the wall of the nearby mech repair station gleamed like a polished mirror, reflecting his image. A towering mech, 3 meters high, slowly rose, draped in a layer of white armor, its cockpit torn open by the beasts. One arm equipped with a drill and the other with a massive shovel. I can pilot the mech. A versatile engineering excavation mech. Xia Xingchen was overwhelmed with joy, closing his eyes to take several deep breaths, gradually calming his racing heart. What on earth is happening? Has my psychic power suddenly surged? While elated, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Roar, Before he could ponder further, one of the beasts could no longer contain itself, opening its gaping maw to unleash a thunderous roar, propelling itself toward him with a powerful leap. Get lost. Xia Xingchen maneuvered the mech, delivering a powerful kick that sent the cumbersome engineering machine's leg crashing forward with a resounding whoosh. Bang! The beast was struck, tumbling against the wall, its skull shattering and bones splintering, lifeless in an instant. The power of the mech is astounding. Xia Xingchen murmured in awe. Engineering mechs, particularly excavation models, possess tremendous strength, yet they are quite unwieldy. Even Uncle Li would find it challenging to execute such a nimble strike as Xia Xingchen had just done. But he could. Why is this happening? The sudden turn of events left Xia Xingchen somewhat dazed, yet he was remarkably mature for his age and soon regained his composure. You are doomed. The thought of his father being disabled by these very beasts ignited a fierce rage within him, his eyes turning a fiery red. Screech! The drill in his hand whirred to life, emitting a piercing sound as the excavation mech strode forward with thunderous steps, shaking the ground as if a deity had descended. The fearsome beasts instinctively recoiled a few steps, their grotesque faces betraying a hint of terror. You wretched creatures! Now you know fear. Xia Xingchen sneered, swinging the mech's drill, pinning one beast against the wall. Screech! The colossal drill whirled at an astonishing speed, emitting a shrill sound akin to grinding teeth. In an instant, the fearsome beast was reduced to mere flesh and debris. With another hand resembling a giant shovel, it struck down upon another creature with the precision of swatting a fly, turning it into a bloody pulp. The final beast, in a state of retreat, found itself trapped in this enclosed space with nowhere to escape. In a desperate bid for survival, it clawed at the ground, attempting to dig a tunnel to flee. Boom! Xia Xingchen, however, would not grant it such an opportunity. He strode forward, the weighty mech crushing the beast beneath its foot, obliterating it like an insignificant ant. Die, all of you! Xia Xingchen exhaled deeply, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of power. With all the beasts vanquished, he checked the energy levels, discovering a surprising 47 units remaining. It was far beyond his expectations. One must understand that while the engineering mech possessed immense strength, it was also notoriously sluggish. If someone else, like Uncle Li, were at the controls, achieving such swift destruction of 4 beasts with minimal energy expenditure would be utterly impossible. Even if it could be accomplished, the energy cost would have been staggering. Xia Xingchen had discerned the method, and elation surged within him as he raised the drill, grinning broadly. Now it's time to bask in the sunlight. Chapter 4. The rescue of the miners in the depths of the North Mountain mine. A group of miners sat despondently around a malfunctioning engineering mech. Old Li, if we can't fix this wretched thing, we may very well perish here, lamented the foreman, tapping the mech's exterior with a furrowed brow. Li Quan emerged from a pile of mechanical parts, his face smeared with grease, obscuring his expression. However, his tone was fraught with urgency. Foreman, there's nothing we can do. We're buried too deep, and though we have enough energy, the freezing device is broken. Can it be repaired? The miners inquired anxiously. After a prolonged silence, Li Quan shook his head. Let us just wait for rescue. Rescue? The foreman's lips curled into a bitter smile. From my experience, no help will come. I don't mind dying, but what about my wife and children, who isn't in the same predicament? The miners lowered their heads in despair. They were all family men, the pillars of their households. If they were to meet misfortune, their families would be left destitute. Alas, the lives of miners are worth less than paper. They sighed heavily, lying down upon the ground, having nearly relinquished all hope. In the depths of the mine, a faint mechanical hum began to resonate. What is that sound? Li Quan sprang to his feet, exclaiming in surprise. There's no sound. The foreman listened intently, waving his hand dismissively. You must be imagining things. I know who is here. All my brothers are present. Could it be someone from the district? A miner suggested. Impossible. Who among them could pilot a mech? If such a talent existed, they would have already been assigned to the district, the foreman replied, shaking his head. Indeed. Among the entire North Mountain mine, my ability to operate a mech is second to none. After that intense excavation, the freezing device on my mech has malfunctioned. Listening closely, it became apparent that the individual was buried even deeper than us, and the mech repair station housed only antiquated machinery. Even if one could pilot them, they would inevitably malfunction along the way. There was no hope. Li Quan nodded in agreement. It could be an auditory hallucination, The surrounding silence was oppressive, and we found ourselves in a dire predicament, heightening our anxiety. In times of distress, particularly in the suffocating darkness of despair, those with fragile psyches often succumb to various delusions. Sometimes, while waiting for rescue, they might spiral into madness. The miners understood this reality, and with deep sighs, they lay down. The prospect of rescue felt so distant. Enduring a little longer seemed preferable to succumbing to madness and death. Yet, the roar of machinery drew nearer, reverberating in our ears. Remembering past misfortunes, the miners stifled their curiosity and instincts for survival, covering their ears to block out the sounds, and even closing their eyes to avoid seeing. Just then, a thunderous rumble erupted. A massive hole formed in the adjacent rock wall, and an outdated engineering mech lumbered forth, shaking the very earth beneath us. All gazes converged on the mech in an instant. Clang! The wrench in Li Quan's hand clattered to the ground as he stood transfixed, eyes wide in disbelief, staring at the hulking figure that had just emerged. Was this a hallucination? The foreman gaped, astonished, as he watched the mech approach, desperately rubbing his eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the astonished crowd, the engineering mech strode forward and halted before them, from which Xia Xingchen leaped out. "Uncle Li, are you trapped too?" Xia Xingchen inquired, her expression filled with surprise. "Xingchen, were you the one piloting the mech just now?" Li Quan asked, his hands trembling with astonishment. "Yes," Xia Xingchen replied, scratching her head with a smile. "But you only have a level 2 psychic ability. How could you possibly pilot a mech?" Li Quan's face was a canvas of incredulity. "I don't know. It just happened suddenly," Xia Xingchen shrugged. Li Quan remained skeptical, yet could not conceive of any alternative explanation. In this vast world, the extraordinary was commonplace. Tales of peculiar occurrences filled the internet, and a sudden breakthrough in psychic ability was not entirely implausible. Let us not dwell on that. The most crucial thing is that we are saved. Old Li, why don't you pilot the mech so we can quickly escape? The foreman's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Forget it." Li Quan waved his hand dismissively. "Let Xingchen take the controls. With that leap she just made, I could never match it. Let alone dig from the repair station here. Alas, age is catching up with me." "Indeed, Xia Xingchen, you should drive. We place our trust in you." The miners chimed in unison, their voices a chorus of support. In this critical moment, with the ever-present danger of another collapse, there was no time to waste. Xia Xingchen accepted the responsibility without hesitation and returned to the mech, which once again rose with a thunderous roar. Debris flew as the massive drill effortlessly shattered the fallen rocks, while the shovel pushed the rubble aside. Outside the Beishan mine, several police mechs lined up in formation, already on high alert. Another mining disaster had occurred. This time, it had to be contained. A bald man was instructing the mine manager, stating that while this matter may seem significant, the vastness of the galactic empire ensures that, as long as neither of them speaks, the media will remain oblivious to the remote corner of Manastar. Indeed, the mine manager replied, but if we don't report it, we won't receive rescue support. He was sweating profusely. "Nonsense. Is this your first day as a mine manager? If we don't get any rescue, we simply provide the families with some compensation and intimidate them a bit. The issue will fade away," the bald man scolded angrily. Yes, the manager nodded repeatedly. Truth be told, the lives of the miners were of little consequence to him. After over a decade in this position, he was well aware of the realities. However, at this juncture, he had to feign ignorance. The leaders come and go, leaving without a care, while he intended to remain in his role. Hence, there were many things he could not express outright. "All right, contact me immediately if there are any developments. Remember, keep it under wraps." The bald man waved his hand and entered a hovering vehicle, driving away. The mine manager smiled. With such leadership assurances, no issue seemed insurmountable. At that moment, at the North Mountain mine, the families of the miners were wailing. When Sun Tao approached, a middle-aged woman suddenly knelt before him. "Mine manager, our old Li is still trapped in a mine. He has devoted half his life to this mine. You must find a way to save him." Cough, cough. "Mine manager, my son Xingchen went down today as well. He is only 16, still just a child," said Xia Yu, who approached in a wheelchair, tears streaming down her face. "Yes, mine manager, you must save them," cried the families, kneeling in unison. The mine manager's face displayed distress as he waved his hand and declared loudly, "I will do my utmost." This was an obvious evasion, evident to all present, yet they felt powerless. Everyone understood in their hearts that rescue was unlikely. At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted from the mine, and a massive construction mech cleared a path, followed by several miners. Old Liang, Xingchen, the families, witnessing the miners emerge unscathed, gasped and rushed forward, calling out in exhilaration. This time, it was all thanks to Xia Xingchen. Indeed, without him, we would have perished in that pit. Li Quan wore a proud expression. While he hadn't become a hero himself, he was the uncle of one. Xingchen? Everyone was taken aback, realizing that the person piloting the mech was none other than Xia Xingchen, who possessed only a level 2 psychic power. Xingchen, you can pilot a mech now, Xia Yu exclaimed in disbelief as she watched her son leap from the mech. Dad, Xia Xingchen scratched his head and grinned. Merely piloting a mech had astonished his father. If he were to know that he had effortlessly dispatched 4 ferocious beasts using the cumbersome construction mech, one could only imagine the extraordinary expression on his father's face. Chapter 5. Not even a pat on the back. North Mountain High School, sprawling over tens of thousands of square meters, is the only high school on Manastar. Humanity has widely embraced the concept of higher education, mandating that citizens of the Galactic Empire complete their university studies before engaging in formal employment. However, minors are not considered official citizens of the Empire, and thus the state refrains from expending extensive educational resources on them. Their education is capped at high school graduation. To gain admission to university, one must achieve exceptionally high academic results and excel in the entrance examinations, surpassing the scores of ordinary citizens by several points. At Beishan High School, classes are divided into 2 categories. One is the elite class, predominantly composed of official citizens of the Galactic Empire. Offspring of minors may also enter this elite class, provided their academic performance is outstanding. The second category is the regular class, which comprises 90% of the student body, consisting entirely of minors' children. Xia Xingchen, a student in the 12th class of the regular high school, ranks below average academically. Student performance is assessed through 2 metrics: academic subjects, which account for 30% of the overall score, and mental acuity, which constitutes 70%. A high level of mental acuity can mitigate lower scores in academic subjects. However, superior mental acuity signifies more active brain cells, resulting in enhanced memory and analytical skills. Consequently, students with higher mental acuity generally achieve commendable academic results. In regular classes, the average mental acuity level is around level 3, with a few exceptional students reaching levels 4 or 5. Those who attain level 7 qualify for the elite class, thus gaining access to superior educational resources. Students unable to enter the elite class are ineligible to sit for the entrance exams. With Xia Xingchen's mental acuity at level 2, he is regarded as expendable by both teachers and peers, with scant prospects of gaining university admission even if he were to repeat a year. Arriving at school early, Xia Xingchen found that few students were present. Hey Xia Xingchen, you're here unusually early today, which is out of character for you. As he strolled across the expansive playground, a tall student approached him, his square face framed by tousled brown curls. He clapped Xia Xingchen on the shoulder and exclaimed, I heard you made quite an impression yesterday. Can you really pilot a mech now? Have you perhaps reached level 5 in mental acuity? This was Zhang Liang, the class leader, boasting a mental acuity level of 6, the highest in the class, and with prospects of entering the elite class. Typically, Zhang Liang overlooked Xia Xingchen, never acknowledging him. Today, however, he exhibited an unusual curiosity, evidently concerned that Xia Xingchen might pose a threat to his coveted spot in the elite class. Nothing of the sort, Xia Xingchen replied with a smile, shrugging nonchalantly. I'm heading to the mech training session. Would you care to join me? They have a mental acuity test there. We could check your level. Zhang Liang feigned a concerned demeanor. All right then. Xia Xingchen readily agreed. Recalling that the training facility housed training mechs, retrofitted military models he had always admired but was never qualified to access. Following Zhang Liang, the two made their way to the mech training grounds. Only those whose mental strength has reached level 5 or higher are permitted to utilize the Mecha training facility. Students who have not attained level 5 must often rely on the goodwill of others to observe. Zhang Liang swiped his student card, causing the electronic gate to open, and the two entered. Before Xia Xingchen lay a vast expanse, over 10,000 square meters, divided into several distinct terrain zones, each exhibiting unique geographical features such as deserts, mountains, snowfields, icy surfaces, and swamps. I shall first take you to assess your mental strength, Zhang Liang said enthusiastically, guiding Xia Xingchen toward the testing room. Hey, Zhang Liang, who is this? I don't recognize him. Do we have another student who has reached level 5? A few training students, having just arrived, noticed the unfamiliar face of Xia Xingchen and expressed their curiosity. This is my classmate, Xia Xingchen, the one who made quite an impression at the Beisha mine yesterday. Zhang Liang replied with a smile. I'm taking him to test his mental strength to see if he has indeed reached level 5. Is it really him? Although the other students had not met Xia Xingchen, they had all heard about the events of the previous day. To pilot an engineering mecha and emerge from the mine undoubtedly indicated a mental strength level of 5, beyond question. A subtle pressure filled the air. The emergence of another level 5 student diminished their chances of advancing to the elite classes. Thus, the group of training students gathered around, their curious gazes fixed on Xia Xingchen, all awaiting the results of his assessment. Standing before the testing apparatus, Xia Xingchen donned a metallic helmet, inhaled deeply to calm his nerves, and pressed the red switch above. Beep, beep, beep. The synthesized electronic voice announced, testing result, mental strength level 3. Simultaneously, the large screen beside them meticulously recorded Xia Xingchen's various physical states. As the results emerged, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief, their faces betraying expressions of anticipated mockery. Huh, I thought he was extraordinary. Turns out he's just level 3, one scoffed. Indeed, in our class, that would place him among the bottom 10, another chimed in. I expected a genius, but it seems he is merely a waste. Level 3? How could he possibly operate an engineering mecha? Yesterday must have been a stroke of luck. They laughed derisively. The surrounding jeers pierced Xia Xingchen's heart like daggers, causing his fists to clench involuntarily. Upon realizing Xia Xingchen's perceived inadequacy, the students lost interest and dispersed hastily. Well, I didn't anticipate such an outcome, Zhang Liang said, barely concealing his amusement. He feigned a cough and added, oh, don't mind them. They're all rather cruel and snobbish. Just keep pushing forward. I have training to attend to, so I won't see you out. With that, Zhang Liang hurried away, as if Xia Xingchen had squandered his precious time. Cruel and snobbish. Aren't you the same? Xia Xingchen mused, watching Zhang Liang's retreating figure, a resigned smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Mental strength, level 3. The outcome has taken him by surprise. It is essential to note that yesterday, Xia Xingchen's mental prowess was a meager level 2. Within the span of a mere day, has he managed to elevate it by 1 level? Given Xia Xingchen's innate talent, such a feat seems improbable. Furthermore, what perplexes him even more is the fact that with only a level 3 mental capacity, he is capable of manipulating the engineering mech. What has transpired within me? Unable to fathom the situation, Xia Xingchen resolves to explore further that evening. As he prepares to depart, he inadvertently notices the training mech room is completely devoid of personnel, desolate and silent. The training mechs are categorized into 2 types. One is the ordinary training mech, modified from civilian models, available for students with a mental capacity exceeding level 5. However, should any damage occur, compensation is required. The second type is the instructor mech, repurposed from decommissioned military mechs, stripped of all weaponry and much of its armor. Even so, the power, speed, and agility of these mechs far surpass that of civilian models. And only students with a mental capacity of level 9 or above possess the capability to operate them. Students of this caliber are scarce, even among elite classes, and, typically, only instructors pilot them during lessons. Xia Xingchen strides towards the instructor mech, his palm gliding over the cold exterior, and he cannot help but envision himself commanding the mech as he gallops through the starry seas. How magnificent! Military mechs generally range from 6 to 12 meters in height. This instructor mech, relatively diminutive at 6 meters, is adorned with a vibrant crimson armor paint, reflecting a brilliant sheen under the lights. On a less conspicuous part of the mech's back, the words Tang Dynasty Group are visible. The Tang Dynasty Group is one of the 3 major conglomerates of the Galactic Empire, possessing formidable power. All enterprises on Manastar, including the planet itself, are the property of this group. Strictly speaking, Xia Xingchen and his father are also considered assets of the Tang Dynasty Group. This military mech is a product of the assembly line at the mech manufacturing plant under the Tang Dynasty Group. Though I may not command you now, there will come a day when I shall. I believe that day is not far off. Xia Xingchen vowed silently while caressing the mech's exterior. Who are you? Who allowed you to enter? Suddenly, an irate female voice pierced through the air. Xia Xingchen turned to find a young lady, donned in a purple dress, glaring furiously at him, her delicate features flushed with anger. He hastily withdrew his hand and explained, I was merely touching it. Touching is not allowed. Remove your filthy hands from my sunlight. The girl exclaimed vehemently. Chapter 6. A man bleeds, but does not cry. The girl's ethereal beauty and tall stature were undeniable. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in fury, unmistakably marking her as an exquisite beauty. Yet, her wrathful demeanor instilled a sense of distaste in Xia Xingchen. Xia Xingchen recognized the girl, his face reflecting astonishment. The young lady, namely Xia, possesses an extraordinary mental prowess that is said to have reached level 9. She serves as the president of the student council, a figure of great renown within the school. Her father, Li Ku, holds a prominent position at the Tang Dynasty Group, and their illustrious lineage has attracted countless admirers among the male students. Yet, she remains aloof, exuding a frosty demeanor that keeps suitors at bay. Xia Xingchen was preparing to offer an explanation when the door behind the young lady swung open, revealing a handsome youth clad in a white mechanized combat suit. Who permitted your entry? Are you blind? Can't you read the sign that says no entry for unauthorized personnel? The handsome youth's face was etched with disdain. Xia Xingchen recognized him. He too was a prominent figure at the school. Xia was the sole heir of Yiming, the governor of Manastar. In his territory, he was a formidable force, someone who could not be easily challenged, possessing a mental strength of the same caliber. He served as the vice president of the student council and was an ardent admirer of Li Xia. However, she regarded him with a certain coldness, relying on his influence. Xia had persistently pursued her. I'll let you in. Xia pressed aggressively. I've never seen you before. You must be a minor. Xia Xingchen inhaled sharply. I am indeed a minor. Xia rudely interrupted him, exclaiming, if you are a minor, you have no right to be here. You lot. Give him a thorough beating and throw him out. As soon as he finished speaking, several male students who had been training rushed over, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles directed at Xia and Li Xia, while they turned to Xia Xingchen with menacing grins, their hands cracking ominously. Xia Xingchen was taken aback to find Zhang Liang among them. Zhang Liang, he glared. Apologies, Xia Xingchen, but despite our camaraderie, you've offended Miss Li Xia, and I cannot assist you. Zhang Liang's demeanor was unfazed, seemingly eager to impress Xia as he approached Xia Xingchen. Stop, Li Xia interjected coldly, her sharp gaze fixed on Xia. I always knew you were this sort of person, resorting to violence to resolve everything. She turned to Xia Xingchen, her expression aloof and condescending. Today, I shall spare you once. You may leave. This is no place for minors. Xia Xingchen stood in stunned silence. What minors? Do they not deserve dignity? Should they be trampled upon? Two male students approached, roughly pushing Xia Xingchen out. Xia's gaze lingered on Xia Xingchen's retreating figure. His face contorted in disgust as he beckoned Zhang Liang closer, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Zhang Liang, that boy is from your class. Isn't he? Zhang Liang nodded hastily. I find him intolerable. Break a leg to teach him his place. Xia's smile turned sinister. Understood, brother Xia, Zhang Liang replied, a flicker of malice glinting in his eyes. Having just completed the first class of the day, Xia Xingchen was summoned to the teacher's office. Xia Xingchen, are you aware that trespassing into the Mecha training grounds constitutes a violation of school regulations? You are a minor, and I could expel you in an instant. The homeroom teacher, a middle-aged man, declared with his fingers tapping on the desk. Sir, it was class leader Zhang Liang who brought me to tour the Mecha training grounds. Xia Xingchen clarified. Oh. The homeroom teacher raised an eyebrow, his demeanor softening slightly as he beckoned a student at the door. Go fetch Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang indeed had the authority to escort others to the training grounds. If that were the case, Xia Xingchen would not be in breach of school rules. Zhang Liang soon arrived, barely casting a glance at Xia Xingchen. Teacher, what do you need from me? The homeroom teacher pointed at Xia Xingchen. Zhang Liang, you took him to tour the Mecha training grounds today. Zhang Liang immediately shook his head. Of course not. Xia Xingchen only possesses level 2 mental strength. Why would I take him there? A wave of dizziness washed over Xia Xingchen, and he rushed forward, seizing Zhang Liang by the collar. "You're lying. You were the one who brought me in." Zhang Liang turned, feigning innocence, and reported to the homeroom teacher. "Sir, he even resorted to violence." The homeroom teacher slammed his hand on the desk, exclaiming, "Xia Xingchen, have you lost your mind? Go home and summon your parents. If they do not come, you may as well forfeit this semester." As darkness enveloped the sky, Xia Xingchen stood at the school entrance, watching as his father slowly approached in a wheelchair. The school entrance featured a steep flight of stairs, and Xia Yu's wheelchair struggled to ascend, nearly tipping over. Xia Xingchen hurried to assist. "Little brat, you don't need to push me," Xia Yu barked, his dark face reddening with anger. "I told you not to go to the mines, yet you insisted. As a result, there was a collapse that nearly buried you. You're allowed to attend school, yet you only caused trouble. Tell me, how can you face your deceased mother like this?" Xia Xingchen's eyes instantly glistened with tears, feeling a wave of injustice. However, there were many things Xia Xingchen could not voice to his father, for those words would trample upon the dignity of a minor. His father was also a minor. "Enough." Xia Yu sighed. "I was too harsh earlier. Do not take it to heart. Li Shu told me about yesterday's incident. You did well." "Dad." Xia Xingchen threw himself onto his father's frail figure, holding him tightly, inadvertently noticing the calloused palms of his father, which finally broke the dam of his tears. Real men do not shed tears, even when they bleed. Xia Yu's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. "I understand, Dad. Real men do not shed tears, even when they bleed." Xia Xingchen wiped his tears away, forcing a dry smile. Xia Xingchen wheeled his father to the homeroom teacher's office. He was unaware of the conversation that transpired within, but when his father emerged, his face was ashen, suggesting it was not a pleasant exchange. "Xingchen, the teacher has suspended you from classes for a week to reflect. Do not worry. I will ensure you are not expelled. From now on, you must study diligently, not just for me, but to prove yourself." Xia Yu uttered but a single phrase, yet the emotions encapsulated within surpassed 1,000 words. "I understand." Xia Xingchen nodded earnestly, her hands clenched tightly. Chapter 7. Frantic meditation. After returning home and having dinner, Xia Xingchen attended to her father as he drifted off to sleep. The clock had struck midnight, and the moonlight shone brightly. The bedroom remained unlit as Xia Xingchen sat upon the bed, immersed in contemplation. "Just yesterday, my mental prowess was undoubtedly at level 2. Yet today, it has ascended to level 3. There must be a reason behind this transformation." Xia Xingchen had pondered for half the day, but had yet to glean any insights. The elevation of mental acuity from level 3 to 4 represents a significant threshold. Upon reaching level 4, the cerebral domain begins its preliminary development, with neural cells and fibers attaining a certain degree of strength, thereby allowing the intake of various potions to further enhance mental faculties. However, at present, Xia Xingchen's mental capacity remained at level 3, leaving her reliance solely on meditation. The use of potions could potentially lead to cerebral collapse, rendering one mad. Moreover, the potions designed to augment mental power are exceedingly expensive, beyond her means. To elevate one's mental prowess, meditation remains the primary method prior to level 3. Through meditation, one can focus the mind, achieving a state of ethereal clarity that absorbs the energies of the cosmos, invigorating cerebral cells and unlocking the cerebral domain, thereby naturally enhancing mental strength. During meditation, one may employ calming incense or meditation instruments to improve efficiency. Yet, such incense and instruments are costly, rendering them unattainable for Xia Xingchen. The only device in her possession is a small instrument known as the meditation degree meter, similar to a blood pressure monitor. It fits snugly in the palm of her hand and measures the user's meditation value through blood flow rate and vascular dilation. It features a total of 100 gradations. Xia Xingchen's typical meditation value fluctuated between 10 and 20, a notably low level even among her peers, whose average hovered around 25. Zhang Liang could reach 40, but his talent was merely above average, and his family's wealth allowed for the purchase of incense, with his achievements largely a byproduct of his parents' toil. In contrast, prodigies like Li Xian and Yi Kun, endowed with innate talent, complemented by superior incense and high-grade calming potions, reportedly attain values of 65, with rare instances reaching 70. Above 70, each incremental increase in efficiency demands an astronomical sum, a financial abyss into which only genuine royal aristocrats and affluent magnates of the star realms dare to venture, while typical families refrain from squandering excessive funds on such pursuits. Across the vast expanse of the galactic empire, with its billions of inhabitants, those achieving meditation efficiencies above 80 are fewer than 10,000. Those surpassing 90 number less than 100. The count of individuals exceeding 95 is so scant it could be counted on one hand. A perfect score of 100 remains a theoretical ideal. In over a millennium of galactic empire history, no individual has ever truly attained such a feat. Let me attempt meditation once more. Xia Xingchen sat cross-legged upon her bed, following the cosmic meditation techniques taught at school, allowing her breath to slow and gradually entering a meditative state. The cosmic meditation method is a most ordinary form of meditation. By closing one's eyes, one envisions the vastness of the universe within a mind. The cosmos, shrouded in darkness, is boundless and mysterious, with distant starlight twinkling from unknown light years away. Typically, Xia Xingchen requires merely 10 minutes to achieve a meditative state. Yet today, he found himself struggling for a full half hour, his mind in disarray, akin to a bowl of mush. Inexplicably, he could not enter the tranquil realm of meditation. Upon closing his eyes, instead of the universe, the peculiar crystal pyramid emerged in his consciousness. The crystal pyramid rotated within his mind, emanating a chilling light. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Xingchen felt as though he was being drawn into the interior of the pyramid. Meditation value, 82. While Xia Xingchen meditated, the device faithfully recorded an astonishing figure. He abruptly opened his eyes, left in a state of disbelief, his expression transforming into one of sheer incredulity. A meditation value of 82. Among the vast population of the galactic empire, achieving such a figure without any auxiliary drugs or machinery is undeniably the hallmark of a prodigy. Previously, he had seen an interview online featuring a meditation genius who, unaided, attained a meditation score of 71. Countless experts and scholars were left astounded, declaring him the most gifted individual they had ever encountered, a true prodigy. Yet, he had only reached 71. And here was Xia Xingchen, with a staggering 82. The disparity of 11 in meditation scores was not merely significant, but 100-fold greater. How could he not feel exhilarated? His heart raced with anticipation, his body quivering with excitement. With less than half a year until the college entrance examination, breaking into level 7 was no longer a distant dream. Could it be that the crystal pyramid represented a pinnacle of meditation? Xia Xingchen remained uncertain, but seized a moment to meditate once more, feeling as if he floated within the crystal pyramid, akin to being cradled in a mother's womb, enveloped in warmth and harmony. In that instant, he could distinctly sense a wondrous energy permeating the cosmos, filling the entire space. He relished this sensation, greedily absorbing this extraordinary energy through the crystal pyramid, indulging in the bliss of satiation. His mental fortitude surged rapidly. The following morning, Xia Xingchen awoke feeling invigorated beyond measure, his mind clear, every fiber of his being brimming with strength, a sensation he had never before experienced. He now understood that the enchanting crystal pyramid had not vanished, but had taken residence in his mind. What exactly the crystal pyramid was remained a mystery to him. However, it was undoubtedly something remarkable, as the cosmic primates who aspired to dominion over the universe had constructed research facilities to study and even venerate it. Such matters must never be divulged to others. Otherwise, not only would Xia Xingchen be at risk, but even his father, Xia Yu, could face peril. Thus, Xia Xingchen resolved to keep the crystal pyramid as a secret, forever buried within the depths of his heart. During the week-long suspension of classes, he devoted himself to caring for his father and retreating into meditation within the confines of his room. Utilizing the meditation diagram of the crystal pyramid, Xia Xingchen consistently achieved a meditation value exceeding 80, and under such extraordinary efficiency, his brain cells rapidly awakened and his mental acuity soared. After a week, Xia Xingchen meditated in his room as usual. Just as he entered a meditative state, a sudden roar echoed in his mind, as if an entirely new world unfolded before him, and he felt the world transform around him. The sound of light footsteps indicated a wild cat scampering across the rooftop. Upon opening his eyes, he could discern the intricate patterns of cobwebs on the ceiling. The soft fibers of his clothing caused a slight discomfort against his skin. and as he inhaled deeply, he caught the aroma of the meal from next door. His enhanced perception revealed that his mental prowess had reached level 4. Xia Xingchen sprang to his feet, his youthful face beaming with joy. In just 1 week, he had ascended a full level in mental strength. This astonishing rate of meditation, achieved without the aid of incense or external forces, was unparalleled throughout the Galactic Empire. If he were to employ incense or auxiliary instruments, his meditation efficiency would further accelerate, potentially allowing him to transition from level 3 to level 4 in merely 3 or 4 days. The leap from level 3 to level 4 represents a significant threshold. Upon reaching level 4, not only would his perceptual abilities enhance, but he would also gain the capacity to utilize certain mental enhancement drugs, resulting in a qualitative leap in his mental training speed. Moreover, individuals who attain level 4 can generally operate civilian mechas, making it relatively easy to secure well-paying employment. Xia Xingchen, even at level 2, could maneuver civilian mechas, and at this moment, he estimated that he could manage to operate the modified training mecha that was previously a military unit. However, he was not inclined to attempt it at the mecha training ground, as the disdainful stares of others were unbearable. Now that he had reached level 4, the immediate priority was to earn money to purchase mental enhancement potions, thus accelerating his mental cultivation further. Xia Xingchen gazed at his empty wallet, a bitter smile gracing his face. Indeed, he needed to devise a plan to earn money. Following the mining disaster, the Beishan mine had ceased operations for a thorough inspection, leaving Xia Xingchen unable to work in the mines for income. His family was struggling even to afford meals. Moreover, treating his father's injuries would require substantial financial resources. Contemplating his father's condition brought a slight redness to Xia Xingchen's eyes. The amputation of both legs in this grand cosmic era was not considered a severe affliction. The hospitals on Mana Star could provide mechanical prosthetics, but it would demand a considerable sum, conservatively estimated at 1 million star coins. With the aid of cloning technology, the transplantation of biological limbs necessitates a journey to another planet, costing no less than 3 million star coins. Ideally, utilizing the latest advancements in biotechnology to regenerate limbs demands even more substantial funds, rumored to be at least 10 million star coins. Xia Xingchen, risking his life, labors in the mines, earning merely 1,000 star coins a day, by foregoing sustenance and toiling relentlessly for 3 years. He might manage to procure a substandard mechanical prosthetic for his father. Chapter 8. Mental Force. How are you doing, old Xia? Is your injury improving? A loud voice resonated from outside the house. It was Uncle Li. Xia Xingchen hurried to greet him, just as Li Quan walked in with his hand behind his back, prompting him to hastily prepare tea. Ha! Xia, you have a fine son. Li Quan laughed heartily, producing several small dishes and a bottle of baijiu, a specialty from Mana Star, brewed from unique mineral found there, known for its spicy flavor and potent kick. My father hasn't fully recovered. He shouldn't drink alcohol. Xia Xingchen furrowed his brow, cautioning Uncle Li. Huh, foolish boy, drinking aids in blood circulation. Your father lies in bed all day. Even a good man can develop ailments. Li Quan chuckled, patting Xia Xingchen's shoulder jovially. Xia Yu had no particular hobbies aside from enjoying liquor, and having abstained for an extended period due to his injury. He now exhibited a glimmer of eagerness in his eyes. Well, it's just his little indulgence. A bit of wine isn't too much to ask. Observing his father's expression, Xia Xingchen acquiesced, accepting the dishes from Uncle Li and warming them in the kitchen. As the cups clinked and the wine flowed, the atmosphere in the room grew lively, with Xia Yu laughing heartily for the first time in ages. Young man, something exciting is happening tonight. Would you care to accompany me and broaden your horizons? Li Quan said, mysteriously. Don't lead the child astray. Xia Yu's expression momentarily faltered. Nonsense. How can mecha combat be deemed as leading astray? Unkla Li Quan tarat. Having secured a spot in a competition. In 10 days, would you like to witness it? He asked, smiling at Xia Xingchen. Mecha combat. Xia Xingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. As the name suggests, mecha combat involves piloting mechs in battle, with strict rules prohibiting the use of weapons or attacks on the cockpit. It is an immensely popular competitive sport within the Galactic Empire and throughout human society. Competitors who achieve high rankings are revered as national idols, akin to the sports stars of yesteryears. In premier mecha combat events, safety measures and regulations are thoroughly established, ensuring minimal risk for pilots. However, The mechs are guaranteed to sustain damage. Occasionally, to stir the audience's enthusiasm, contenders may obliterate each other's machines entirely. The cost of a top-tier mech is exorbitant, often comparable to that of an untouched planet. For the noble sponsors investing in these competitions, each event signifies a considerable financial gamble. Though it may not be a scene of carnage, the allure of wealth can indeed ignite a fervor within individuals, causing their blood to race and adrenaline to surge, thus providing immense pleasure. This is gambling, a high-stakes game reserved for the affluent. In truth, behind every official mecha combat competition lurks the shadow of external casinos run by various powerful factions. The assets circulating within these gambling establishments are so staggering that even the imperial finance minister would be left astounded, exclaiming that should these assets come to light, they could indeed shake the very foundations of the empire. This situation surpasses the previously popular betting on football. Consequently, mecha combat often signifies substantial gambling activity. Hence, Xia Yu expressed his concern about Li Quan leading Xia Xingchen astray. Rest assured, old Xia, I will ensure that Xingchen remains uncorrupted. I guarantee it with my character. Besides, he has no money. Li Quan laughed heartily, patting his chest. Dad, please let me go, Xia Xingchen implored his father, for the allure of mecha combat was simply irresistible. Very well, Xia Yu, emboldened by drink, ultimately acquiesced. Thank you, Dad, Xia Xingchen exclaimed, leaping into his father's embrace, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Li Quan slyly winked at Xia Xingchen, who understood that had it not been for his father's slight intoxication, such consent would have been impossible. Ha! That was a delightful drink. I'm off. Li Quan narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Xingchen, see your Uncle Li off. Xia Yu struggled to sit upright. All right. Xia Xingchen obediently accompanied Li Quan to the door, escorting him far beyond the threshold, still unwilling to return. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlights, Li Quan turned back, grinning at Xia Xingchen. Xingchen, do you have something to discuss with me? Uncle Li, I would like you to help me find a job, Xia Xingchen whispered. A job? This is for your father, isn't it? Li Quan sighed and replied, you are a dutiful child. Currently, the Beishan mine is undergoing restructuring, and you can no longer work in the mines. Moreover, in other places, such as construction sites, the wages are too low without operating a mecha. Xia Xingchen nodded vigorously. Uncle Li, I can operate a mecha. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Quan's eyes. I have seen you pilot an engineering mecha with my own eyes. However, there might have been a sudden surge of potential triggered by a life-threatening situation. Such a state cannot be sustained. Furthermore, I heard your father say that your mental power level is only 3. At that level, you cannot pilot a mecha. Xia Xingchen smiled slightly. Uncle Li, my mental power level has already reached 4. What? Li Quan's face was a portrait of astonishment as he gazed incredulously at Xia Xingchen. He distinctly remembered that just days ago, Xia Xingchen's mental power level was a mere 2, placing him among the bottom of his class. How could it be that in just a few days, his mental power level had already ascended to 4? This was truly unfathomable. Nevertheless, a level 4 mental power is not particularly remarkable for a high school student. It can only be considered average. Li Quan did not dwell on the matter for long. He patted Xia Xingchen's shoulder and promised to help him secure a job. He took Xia Xingchen to a construction site and directly introduced him to the foreman. The foreman, Qian Sun, a meticulous middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses, scrutinized Xia Xingchen from head to toe. You must be Xia Yu's son, Xia Xingchen, he remarked. Xia Xingchen promptly replied. Uncle Qian. Qian Sun nodded. Your uncle has already spoken to me. You will work under my supervision for 500 star coins a day. Is that acceptable? Xia Xingchen was taken aback. How can it be only 500 star coins a day? I heard that operating construction mech pays at least 2,000 star coins daily. Qian Sun grinned and turned to Li Quan, saying, this kid truly lacks understanding. He wants to operate mech right off the bat. Li Quan pulled Xia Xingchen aside. Xingchen, it's my fault for not explaining things clearly. You're currently at level 4 in mental strength, which is relatively low. It barely qualifies you to operate a construction mech. Moreover, considering this is your first day, while Qian Uncle is open to it, I worry that his crew may not be as accommodating. So, just work for a few days, and I will have Qian Uncle gradually assign you tasks. Eventually, you will get the opportunity to operate a construction mech. Alternatively, I can find you a less demanding job, but the pay won't be as high. Li Quan's words made it clear to Xia Xingchen that there was a lack of faith in his abilities. A bittersweet smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. As a high school student and a miner with only level 4 mental strength, he understood why others might not regard him highly. Uncle Li, I will do it, Xia Xingchen said quietly. Li Quan's face broke into a smile as he patted Xia Xingchen's shoulder. Good lad. Work hard and make your father proud. That day, Xia Xingchen received a safety helmet and a worker's uniform to begin his duties at the site. His tasks were far from easy, primarily involving the transportation of stones. He had heard that on other planets, construction was done using robots, which was faster, better, and more cost-effective. However, on Mana Planet, the minerals emitted slight radiation, rendering such sophisticated machines incapable of functioning here. Thus, they had to rely on manual labor and construction mechs. All the family's finances had been spent on his father's medical treatment, leaving Xia Xingchen with inadequate nutrition and a frail physique. After moving several loads of stones, he was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Other workers, upon seeing his condition, scoffed and remarked that he was not suited for this kind of labor. Xia Xingchen pretended not to hear them and silently continued hauling stones. At lunchtime, while others went to eat, Xia Xingchen was still busy with his tasks. By the time he reached the cafeteria, the food was all gone. With a growling stomach, he had no choice but to persevere through the afternoon's work. The heavy stones felt like small mountains, and he couldn't help but fantasize about what it would be like if his mental strength were at level 7. The difference between level 4 and level 6 mental strength was negligible, but reaching level 7 would be a monumental leap. Upon reaching the 7th level of mental prowess, one can exert control over the hormonal secretions of the pituitary gland. This not only enhances the agility of the mind, but also allows the physical body to improve through hormonal influence, becoming more powerful and resilient. Should Xia Xingchen's mental strength ascend to the 7th level, his physical capabilities would experience a substantial augmentation, rendering the task of moving these stones a trivial endeavor. However, one must also consider that with a mental fortitude of this caliber, operating engineering mechs would be a more appealing option than manual labor. Alas, if only these stones could be a tad lighter. Xia Xingchen sighed, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he felt as if the stones had indeed become significantly lighter, though he was unsure if it was merely an illusion. With a look of astonishment, he set the stone down, only to find it just as heavy upon attempting to lift it again. What could be the explanation for this? After much reflection, he focused intently on the stone, silently wishing for it to become lighter. To his amazement, it truly felt lighter. Xia Xingchen stood there, bewildered, momentarily unable to comprehend the phenomenon. In an instant, he noticed a smaller stone on the ground begin to levitate, suspended in midair. Just as quickly, it fell back down motionless. Xia Xingchen thought to himself, rise again. Remarkably, the stone floated up once more, hovering before him. He pinched himself to confirm his reality, feeling a sharp pain. This was no dream. This was telekinesis. His mind raced, filled with wonder as he muttered to himself. He recalled reading that individuals with a mental strength level exceeding 20 might awaken special abilities, superpowers, if you will. Telekinesis is one such ability, extraordinarily rare and unique. It allows one to manipulate objects with mere thought, as if an invisible hand were grasping them. As one's mental prowess increases, so too does the potency of this mental influence. Reaching the 20th level signifies becoming a mech master, a distinction that is exceedingly rare within the Galactic Empire. Moreover, not every mech master is destined to awaken such superpowers. In fact, the probability of a mech master obtaining such abilities is a mere 1 in 10,000, a remarkably low figure. Each mech master who does awaken an ability becomes a prized asset to the Empire. Xia Xingchen, with only a level 4 mental capacity, pondered why he had manifested a power typically reserved for those exceeding level 20. He shook his head, unable to fathom the mystery, though the enigmatic crystal pyramid seemed the most plausible explanation. Regardless of the reasoning, Xia Xingchen now possessed telekinesis, allowing him to move the stones with far greater ease than before. This alone was enough to fill him with joy. At this moment, he remained unaware of just how rare and significant this newfound ability truly was. Every mentalist is safeguarded by the Empire, intensively nurtured, and even granted the opportunity to ascend to the upper echelons of the Empire, ultimately becoming a true power holder, a noble of the Galactic Empire. Chapter 9. The fierce battle after a day's labor at the construction site. Even with his awakened mental powers, Xia Xingchen found himself panting with exhaustion. He received 500 star coins from the foreman, Qian's senator clutching the bills tightly. Xia Xingchen realized that this meager sum would barely suffice for purchasing any enhancement elixirs for his mental faculties. Instead, he resolved to buy some snacks for his father, allowing him to enjoy a delightful meal. At this hour, the workers at the construction site had all gone for dinner, leaving the area deserted. Just as Xia Xingchen stepped out, he was suddenly met with a barrage of furious curses. "Xia Xingchen, you little brat, you've been skipping school lately, and here you are hiding." Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted 4 familiar figures approaching the entrance of the construction site, dressed in the uniforms of Beishan High School. The foremost was none other than the class monitor, Zhang Liang, accompanied by 3 male classmates. However, the expressions in their eyes bore no semblance of camaraderie, only malice. Xia Xingchen hesitated, halting his steps, and retorted, "Zhang Liang, what business is it of yours whether I attend class or not?" Zhang Liang chuckled sinisterly, "Of course. It concerns me. You must think that if I hadn't betrayed you, you wouldn't have been suspended for a week." Xia Xingchen clenched his teeth, silently regarding Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang continued with a smirk, "You might be unaware, but not only did I betray you, but I also orchestrated your report to the Mecha training facility." Beside Zhang Liang, a lanky boy resembling a thin monkey pointed to himself with a thumb, grinning, "Hee hee, I was the one who reported you to the teacher." The lanky boy beamed with satisfaction as he spoke. A wave of frustration surged within Xia Xingchen as he glared at Zhang Liang, exclaiming, "Zhang Liang, is it truly amusing to frame me like this? I bear you no grudge." Zhang Liang interrupted, sneering, "Indeed, we have no grievances between us. However, Ikuin has tasked me with breaking one of your legs. Ikuin's father is the planetary governor, and I cannot contend with such power. Here's the deal. You stand still and allow us to break just one of your legs." Zhang Liang and the 3 men had already procured several metal pipes nearby, brandishing them with menacing vigor. "Zhang Liang, how shameful of you, to stoop so low as to be a dog for Ikuin." Xia Xingchen seethed, pointing accusingly at him. A flush of shame crossed Zhang Liang's face, igniting his anger. As he retaliated, "Xia Xingchen, let me tell you, you call me a dog? A person like you wouldn't even earn the chance to be one. Do you know why the homeroom teacher hasn't expelled you? Your crippled father begged on his knees before the teacher. Like a dog." Xia Xingchen was taken aback, shouting furiously, "You lie?" Zhang Liang smiled faintly and said, "Me? You can inquire at the school. Which student doesn't know? If I were Ikuin's dog, you wouldn't even be worth the dog excrement. I shall trample you into the ground, bury you in the mud, and ensure you never rise again." With a wave of his hand, he pointed at Xia Xingchen and declared, "Everyone, let's join forces and break this guy's legs. Not just one, but both. I want him to end up like his father, a pitiful cripple." 3 boys, armed with alloy steel pipes, advanced towards Xia Xingchen. In their eyes, the frail Xia Xingchen was akin to a fish in a barrel. If they succeeded in shattering his legs, they would surely earn Ikuin's favor. With a whoosh, the alloy steel pipe sliced through the air, aimed at Xia Xingchen's head. In the past, he would have been unable to evade such an attack. However, with his mental strength now at level 4, the activation of his brain regions had sharpened his senses to an extraordinary degree. Xia Xingchen slightly tilted his head, effortlessly avoiding the strike of the steel pipe. In the same instant, he pivoted sharply and collided with one of the students with formidable force. The boy was sent flying half a meter into the air, his feet leaving the ground, and after a brief, anguished cry, he fell silent, rolling on the ground before lying still. The 3 boys, including Zhang Liang, stood frozen in shock, rushing over to check on their comrade, only to find him unconscious on the ground. Xia Xingchen looked down at his hands, astonished by the immense strength he had displayed. Soon, he comprehended the reason behind it. His earlier collision was not merely a manifestation of physical power, but also imbued with mental force. This combination of mind and body produced a strength far exceeding his original capabilities. Though Xia Xingchen's mental strength was still relatively weak, it granted him a distinct advantage over his fellow high school students. Gaining confidence, he cast a scornful glance at Zhang Liang and beckoned with a slight movement of his fingers. "Shall we continue?" Zhang Liang, both startled and furious, quickly regained his composure and told his equally agitated companions, "Don't panic. This kid just has a lot of manual labor. So he has a bit of strength. It's nothing to worry about. We'll take him on together." Understanding that one's fist cannot contend against many, Xia Xingchen was unwilling to confront the trio head-on. With a grin, he turned and fled. The three boys promptly gave chase. The construction site was labyrinthine, and within a few steps, they became separated. The lean monkey, the fastest of them all, and possessing a temperament as fierce and erratic as his namesake, caught up to Xia Xingchen and swung the alloy steel pipe toward his head. Anticipating the attack, Xia Xingchen rolled and seized a steel pipe from the ground, countering with a strike of his own. Clang! A sharp sound rang out, sparks flying in the air as the lean monkey's right hand, gripping the steel pipe, went numb from the impact, and the alloy pipe bent under the force of the collision. He stumbled backward several steps, feeling as though his strike had collided with a wall, and couldn't help but gaze up at Xia Xingchen in terror. However, Xia Xingchen's steel pipe remained unscathed, and he himself was unaffected by any recoil. He discovered another fascinating application of his mental power. It could be infused into objects to enhance them. Suddenly, a thought struck Xia Xingchen. If his mental energy could strengthen objects, could it also reinforce mechas? Yet, he had no time to ponder further. Following the momentum of the steel pipe, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick directly to the slender monkey's abdomen. The force of Xia Xingchen's kick was tremendous, causing him to stagger back a few steps himself. The slender monkey was sent flying through the air, landing 2 to 3 meters away and sliding across the ground for another 5 or 6 meters, his head burying itself in a mound of sand. Struggling in vain to extricate himself, Xia Xingchen was equally astonished. The power of his mental energy exceeded his expectations. Xia Xingchen, you shall not escape. At that moment, just as Xia Xingchen sent the slender monkey flying, a towering figure suddenly emerged behind him. This man, named Li Ta, nicknamed Iron Tower, was nearly 2 meters tall, with dark skin and muscles bulging like steel. Li Ta was Zhang Liang's top enforcer, known for having taken down 4 adults single-handedly. With a swift motion, Li Ta extended his arms and enveloped Xia Xingchen in a bear hug, his grip as unyielding as iron. Xia Xingchen struggled desperately, but Li Ta's strength was overwhelming. Even with all his might, he could not break free. After a long day of labor at the construction site, Xia Xingchen was completely exhausted, his mental energy nearly depleted. Suddenly, a stone flew through the air and struck Li Ta on the back of the head, knocking the giant unconscious. Xia Xingchen crouched on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. The fierce battle had left him dizzy and on the verge of collapse. But where was Zhang Liang? Among the 4, he posed the greatest danger. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as a 3-meter-high construction mecha charged towards Xia Xingchen, piloted by none other than Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang's face twisted with rage as he shouted, "Xia Xingchen, I will crush you." Boom! The massive mecha collided with a concrete wall, producing a thunderous sound. The wall shattered on impact, sending dust swirling, obscuring everything in Zhang Liang's vicinity. Inside the cockpit, wearing a mental energy sensor, Zhang Liang gripped the controls, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. There was no sign of Xia Xingchen. Heh. Zhang Liang chuckled dryly. That little brat should be reduced to a pulp by now. Although Yi Kuan had commanded me to break his leg, I never anticipated that I would inadvertently take his life. The act of murder, while seemingly trivial, carries weighty consequences. The ordinary citizens of Manastar are bound by law, compelled to refrain from violence. Yet, Yi Kuan is the son of the planetary governor, a figure akin to a local emperor on Manastar. The Yi family, aside from acknowledging the influence of the Tang dynasty conglomerate, reigns supreme across the planet. Zhang Liang, convinced that his association with Yi Kuan would shield him from repercussions, was poised to disembark from the Mecha to examine the lifeless body of Xia Xingchen. At that moment, an unexpected roar of machinery erupted from behind him. Boom! Another engineering mecha emerged. When Zhang Liang recognized that the pilot was none other than Xia Xingchen, he was rendered speechless. His face was a tableau of disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Just a week prior, he had witnessed Xia Xingchen's mental power test results, which were a mere level 3. Yet now, after just a week of absence, how could Xia Xingchen possibly operate an engineering mecha? It is known that to pilot such machinery, one must possess a minimum mental power level of 4. Moreover, to engage the mecha in work, a level of 5 is required. Zhang Liang was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend this turn of events. However, he quickly regained his composure, a cold smile gracing his lips. Xia Xingchen, is it truly impressive that you can pilot an engineering mecha? My mental power level is 6 in terms of rank. I far surpass you. I will not be defeated. With that, Zhang Liang forcefully pushed the control stick forward, causing the engineering mecha to stomp forward with a thunderous rumble. Charging towards Xia Xingchen. A glint of cold determination flashed in Xia Xingchen's eyes as he too pushed down on the control stick, his mecha advancing resolutely. Bang! A cataclysmic sound erupted as the two towering engineering mechas collided with the force of raging bulls. Their mechanical arms locked in a fierce embrace, steel grinding against steel, igniting a dazzling display of sparks. Both mechas were identical in specifications and models, meaning their strength was equal. The only distinguishing factor was the pilot's ability to harness that power, determined by their mental power level. Zhang Liang's mental power level stood at 6, while Xia Xingchen's was only 4. A 2-level disparity in mental power is akin to a chasm. Yet, against all odds, Xia Xingchen matched Zhang Liang in strength. In fact, Zhang Liang distinctly felt his own power waning in comparison to Xia Xingchen's. This is impossible. It cannot be. You, a worthless fool, cannot best me in piloting. Zhang Liang's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted desperately, struggling to maintain his ground. The thunderous clamor and brilliant flames of the construction site had already drawn the attention of those nearby. The foreman, Qian's son, arrived at the scene promptly, where a considerable number of workers had already gathered to witness the fierce battle between two mechas. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. At that moment, Xia Xingchen had established an overwhelming advantage. He forcefully pulled the control stick, lifting the opposing mecha with his mechanical arm. With a thunderous crash, Xia Xingchen hurled the opponent away. The hefty body of the mecha struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. Inside the cockpit, although Zhang Liang was not directly struck, the immense strain on his mental faculties resulted in him spitting out a mouthful of blood, rendering him unconscious. Victory! It was Xia Xingchen's inaugural battle piloting a mecha, and though fatigue weighed heavily upon him, his face radiated a mix of astonishment and exhilaration that was impossible to conceal. Had he truly emerged victorious? And against the class leader, Zhang Liang, no less. Xia Xingchen understood that, despite his mental power being only at level 4, an inexplicable surge had propelled him far beyond that, possibly reaching levels 7 or 8, or even higher. All of this was attributed to that enigmatic crystalline pyramid. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd outside, but Xia Xingchen could no longer maintain his consciousness. Darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In his slumber, he dreamt of the colossal crystalline pyramid. Standing at its pinnacle, he gazed down upon the myriad of beings. In his eyes, countless races, including humanity, were engaged in battle. Yet they resembled mere ants. Boom! A rhythmic thunder resonated in his ears, reminiscent of speech, though Xia Xingchen could not comprehend the words. The thunder emanated from within the crystalline pyramid. Upon awakening, he found himself staring at a pristine ceiling, while nearby, a cabinet adorned with flowers exuded a subtle fragrance. He had regained consciousness. A nurse, noticing Xia Xingchen's awakening, hurriedly exited the room. Moments later, several individuals entered. Among them was his father, Xia Yu, who approached in a wheelchair, his face etched with concern. The others included Lu Quan, Qian's son, and several individuals clad in police uniforms. Lu Quan stepped forward, gesturing toward a stern-looking middle-aged man, introducing him as Inspector Su Zhan. The title of inspector held considerable weight on the planet Mana, and it was Xia Xingchen's first encounter with such a prominent figure, leaving him feeling quite anxious. Su Zhan approached with a serious demeanor. Xia Xingchen, we request your cooperation in our investigation. I will pose several questions, and you are to answer truthfully. Xia Xingchen, with a clear conscience, nodded in agreement. Inspector Su's inquiries were straightforward. He asked Xia Xingchen why he had operated the mecha and engaged in combat at the construction site, resulting in severe injuries to the opposing party. Zhang Liang was seriously injured? Xia Xingchen was taken aback. In his recollection, he had never launched an attack on the cockpit. Although his body remained unscathed, his mental fortitude had been excessively depleted, resulting in cerebral damage, and he now lay in a comatose state, uncertain if he would ever awaken. Su Zhan stated coldly. Xia Xingchen clenched his teeth. The dismal fate of Zhang Liang had caught Xia Xingchen off guard. However, within her heart, there was no sense of guilt, only a serene acceptance. Zhang Liang had sought to bring about his own demise, and since she had not assaulted the mecha's cockpit, His current predicament was entirely of his own making. Once Su Zhan had concluded his inquiries, he stepped forward and fixed his gaze upon Xia Xingchen's eyes. "Young lady, you need not fret. The questions I posed were merely procedural formality. We have reviewed the footage from the construction site and discovered that it was your classmates who intended to pilfer the Mecha. You valiantly intervened and successfully thwarted the assailants. Naturally, you sustained minor injuries, but rest assured, the police will cover your medical expenses." Su Zhan's words left Xia Xingchen momentarily speechless. Chapter 11. Police Department. Xia Xingchen found herself utterly bewildered. Zhang Liang and the three other boys had seemingly come to trouble her. Yet they had been transformed into mecha thieves, while she was merely acting in self-defense and had somehow become a guardian of public property. What was happening? She noticed Li Quan winking at her, subtly signaling, and suddenly understood, giving a slight nod without uttering another word. "Xia Xingchen, would you be interested in joining the police force?" Su Zhan suddenly inquired. Xia Xingchen, already in a state of astonishment, was so taken aback by Su Zhan's words that the water she was drinking spewed forth. "Officer Su, what did you just say? Am I hearing correctly? You are not mistaken. In my capacity as an officer, I extend an invitation for you to join the police force as a mecha police officer," Su Zhan asserted with gravity. Xia Xingchen's mind went blank. "You need not rush your response. You may discuss it with your family. Should you agree, you would be exempt from taking the college entrance examination and could proceed directly to police academy training. However, we must sign a contract stipulating that upon graduating from the academy, you will return to Manastar to serve as a mecha detective." Su Zhan produced a business card and handed it to Xia Xingchen. "If you come to a decision or wish to assist the police in any capacity, you may contact me using this number." With that, Su Zhan departed the ward with several officers in tow. Li Quan and Qian Sun accompanied him, leaving only Xia Yu and his son, Xia Xingchen, in the room. "Father, what on earth is going on?" Xia Xingchen asked, her face a mask of confusion. "Xingchen, they reviewed the footage and are convinced of your potential. They believe you will undoubtedly become a mecha engineer. Thus, even the police seek to recruit you," Xia Yu whispered. "Mecha engineers want to recruit me?" Xia Xingchen managed a wry smile. "I'm not that formidable. You bested Zhang Liang, which is already quite impressive. Zhang Liang's achievements rank among the top at Beishan High School, second only to elite students like Yi Kuan and Li Xian. He is certainly among the best. He was even assessed by the police as the civilian most likely to become a mech engineer. However, that individual has now been replaced by you." Xia Yu was filled with excitement, firmly grasping Xia Xingchen's hand. "Son, I do not care what your choice may be. As long as you are happy, I will always support you from behind." "Thank you, Dad," Xia Xingchen replied, embracing his father. The conditions proposed by Su Zhan were exceedingly generous. Yet Xia Xingchen was more preoccupied with the income of a mech police officer. It was not that he was greedy, rather, he required a substantial sum for his father's leg treatment. However, while the income of a mech police officer was considered top tier on Manastar, it paled in comparison across the entire empire. Manastar, a mining region, is impoverished and backward, lacking any comparability to other planets. As the locals would say, we are a rural area, incomparable to the big cities. Consequently, after considerable contemplation, Xia Xingchen ultimately declined Su Zhan's kind offer. For the sake of his father, he could not remain in this desolate place. Xia Yu concurred, hoping that Xia Xingchen would venture into broader horizons and seek better opportunities. Although Xia Xingchen had refused, Su Zhan did not relent, inviting him to visit the police station in a few days to explore the possibility of retention. "Hey, Xia Xingchen, you finally came to school. I heard you piloted a mech and defeated Zhang Liang. Is that true? What is your current mental power level? Go test it. You might be the top of the class." As Xia Xingchen stepped onto the vast playground of Beishan High School, he was greeted by a throng of students eager to converse with him. Among them were classmates and many he did not recognize, including several beautiful girls who approached to greet him, while others pointed and giggled from a distance. This was a scene Xia Xingchen had never encountered before. Previously, he had been inconspicuous in school, as humble as an unnoticed ant. Xia Xingchen now realized the inherent nature of people. Perhaps it was not merely their superficiality, but the reality that this world necessitated such behavior for survival. After much effort, Xia Xingchen finally reached the front of the teaching building, only to be greeted by the handsome smile of Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan's brilliance undoubtedly outshone Xia Xingchen's. With a slight smile, Yi Kuan strode directly towards him. Although he clearly saw Xia Xingchen, It was as if he were oblivious, and as they brushed past each other, Ikuin's shoulder collided forcefully with Xia Xingchen's. Bang! Despite Xia Xingchen's desperate attempt to counteract Ikuin's strength with his mental force, he was still knocked aside, landing on the ground with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Did I just collide with a bug? As Ikuin walked past Xia Xingchen, he leaned in and whispered, "I am not an insect." Xia Xingchen lifted his head, locking eyes with Ikuin. With a cold smile, Ikuin retorted, "I say you're an insect, and indeed you are." Xia Xingchen, it was merely a trivial matter when you broke a leg. However, you have rendered Zhang Liang a vegetable, and that has brought me considerable embarrassment. Just wait. I shall show you how effortlessly this young master can crush an insect. With that, Ikuin strode away, flanked by a throng of admirers, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Xia Xingchen realized the vast chasm that lay between him and the level 9 mentalist, Ikuin. No one dared to assist him, and after sitting for a while, he managed to suppress the turmoil within and rose, leaning against the wall, making his way back to the classroom in a rather disheveled state. I must grow stronger, Xia Xingchen thought, clenching his fists tightly. Remarkably, throughout the day, the homeroom teacher did not trouble Xia Xingchen at all. During the last class meeting that afternoon, the teacher surprisingly proposed Xia Xingchen for the position of class monitor. It was clear that the teacher had received an evaluation report from the police department, deeming Xia Xingchen a potential mecha engineer. The teacher hurried to curry favor with him, for even a junior mecha engineer held considerable esteem within the empire. However, Xia Xingchen did not grant the teacher this favor. Despite many classmates advocating for him to take up the role, he ultimately declined. The teacher, feeling helpless, appointed the vice monitor to act in his stead, implying that Xia Xingchen could assume the role whenever he wished. The position of monitor came with both responsibilities and obligations, as there were numerous mundane tasks requiring attention. Yet, Xia Xingchen had little time to spare. He needed to meditate extensively, earn money, and care for his father. On the weekend, Xia Xingchen accepted an invitation from Su Zhan to visit the police headquarters on Manastar. The police station was located in a bustling area, surrounded by towering skyscrapers and floating cars weaving through the streets. These vehicles were quite expensive, and coming from a poor family, Xia Xingchen could never afford one. Those who owned floating cars were invariably wealthy and held a certain status. As a miner, Xia Xingchen knew that, even if he spent his entire life in the mines, he would still never be able to purchase a vehicle. The disparity between the rich and the poor was stark. The Galactic Empire operated under a monarchy that even permitted the buying and selling of slaves, showing little concern for the wealth gap. The Empire's formidable military force, bolstered by powerful mechas, could quell any regional turmoil with ease. "I am here to see Officer Su Zhan," Xia Xingchen announced as he entered a grand hall where numerous police officers were at work. Approaching a service window, he presented Su Zhan's business card. Hidden cameras scanned his face, and his information promptly appeared on the officer's holographic display. A police officer in his late 20s regarded Xia Xingchen, a miner, with evident disdain. "What business do you, a miner, have with Officer Su? This is utterly perplexing." As he spoke, he prepared to dismiss Xia Xingchen. Unperturbed, Xia Xingchen's displeasure surfaced as he rapped the counter. "It is not I who seeks Officer Su. Rather, it is Officer Su who has invited me. I can leave at any moment, should you be willing to bear the brunt of Officer Su's ire." The young officer was taken aback, falling into a momentary silence before ultimately deciding to contact Officer Su. "Officer Su, there's a miner boy here seeking you." "Yes, that's right. His name is Xia Xingchen." The young officer relayed the message through his communicator. Within a minute, Officer Su emerged in a flurry, his stern countenance softened by a hint of a smile. "Xia Xingchen, you have finally arrived. I assure you, Officer Su, I will fulfill the promise I made," Xia Xingchen replied with a shy smile. Witnessing Officer Su personally escort Xia Xingchen into the heart of the police station, the surrounding officers were left in astonishment. The young officer who had initially attended to Xia Xingchen was drenched in cold sweat, relieved that he had the wit to contact Officer Su. Had he sent Xia Xingchen away, he would have jeopardized the hard-won police position. Chapter 12. The prodigy Xia Xingchen. "Behold, this is our police department's shooting range." Officer Su took it upon himself to show Xia Xingchen around the precinct. Inside the range, several officers were practicing their marksmanship with firearms. The current weapons were energy-based, producing minimal noise, yet possessing formidable power, capable of melting steel plates. though they were ineffective against mechas. Pointing to a shooting station, Officer Su asked Xia Xingchen, "Would you care to give it a try?" For any man, firearms hold a certain lethal allure, especially the sleek, silver energy guns, which are undeniably cool and embody the dreams of every boy since childhood. However, Xia Xingchen shook his head. Officer Su paused momentarily, grasping Xia Xingchen's intent. It wasn't that Xia Xingchen lacked interest in firearms. Rather, he was captivated by something else: mechas. The very reason Xia Xingchen accepted Officer Su's invitation to visit the police department was to observe the police mechas. Splendid. A man determined to become a mecha engineer. Cool, me. Let me show you the police mechas. Officer Su beamed, leading Xia Xingchen to the mecha training ground. The mecha training facility dwarfed that of Beishan High School by several magnitudes. On the platform, 5 police mechas stood tall, each soaring to a height of 5 meters, adorned in a black and white livery emblazoned with the police emblem. Several mecha technicians were engaged in maintenance and repairs, and, upon seeing Officer Su approach, they promptly stood at attention, straightening their backs and saluting him. Officer Su waved his hand dismissively, allowing the technicians to return to their tasks. As Xia Xingchen beheld the mecha, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He approached, gently caressing the frigid exterior of the machine. How magnificent! Xia Xingchen seemed entranced, his mouth watering in awe. "Do you wish to give it a try?" Su Zhan suddenly inquired. Indeed, Xia Xingchen fervently nodded. "Su Inspector, what is his level of mental acuity?" A mecha technician interjected. "The police mecha requires at least a level 7 mental prowess to operate," he reminded. Su Zhan turned to Xia Xingchen and said, "You should measure your level." Xia Xingchen moved to the mental acuity measuring device and donned the helmet. Mental acuity level 5, a cold mechanical voice announced. Between levels 4 and 6, there were no significant variations. Only the machine could ascertain such measurements. Thus, Xia Xingchen was unaware that his mental acuity had indeed reached level 5. A slight surprise crossed his face, as he had not anticipated this enhancement. With a meditation value surpassing 80, it was truly astounding. A day's meditation for Xia Xingchen equated to several days for others. Su Zhan furrowed his brow, observing Xia Xingchen. The young man's mental acuity was not particularly impressive, merely sufficient to operate an engineering mecha. How had he managed to defeat Zhang Liang? The technicians chuckled. "Su Inspector, his mental acuity is too low, only 5. He certainly cannot pilot our police mecha." Su Zhan turned back to Xia Xingchen. "Do you truly wish to attempt this?" Xia Xingchen resolutely nodded. "I must try. It is the purpose of my visit." "Very well. Step into the cockpit and give it a go. If it doesn't work, do not force it," Su Zhan relented. Xia Xingchen ascended the ladder and entered the 5-meter-high mecha. As he settled into the cockpit, gripping the control sticks, a sense of exhilaration washed over him. "How cool," he murmured. The cockpit of the police mecha gleamed in silver, equipped not only with control sticks, but also a keyboard and numerous buttons, the functions of which remained a mystery to him. The weaponry mounted on this mecha was straightforward: an energy pulse submachine gun and a narrow energy combat knife. In terms of performance, the police mecha was not significantly superior to the engineering variant. However, the destructive capability of its weaponry surpassed that of the latter. Conversely, military mechas far outstripped police variants in both performance and lethality. Xia Xingchen adjusted the mental acuity sensing device. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, the police mecha sprang to life under his command. Expressions of shock adorned every face present. A level 5 mental acuity, yet capable of piloting a police mecha. This was nothing short of extraordinary. A prodigy. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of light flickered in Su Zhan's eyes, igniting a desire to cultivate a connection with Xia Xingchen. Xia Xingchen piloted the police mech with an exhilarating sense of freedom. With every motion, he commanded immense power, and even a mere swing of his arm produced a deafening whoosh. He longed to experiment with the energy pulse rifle mounted on the mech, but the confines of the police station rendered such trials impractical. Instead, he grasped the energy blade tightly in his hand. The blade emitted a striking crimson laser, a testament to its formidable capability to slice through any material, save for warships and mechs. The expressions of the mech maintenance technicians were rife with astonishment as they gestured frantically at Xia Xingchen, admonishing him, "Young man, please refrain from any reckless actions." With a grin, Xia Xingchen sheathed the energy blade, secretly vowing to one day become a true mech master, gallantly traversing the cosmic expanse. After a few laps within the facility, Xia Xingchen brought the mech to a halt and descended from the cockpit. The tension among the onlookers dissipated as they collectively exhaled. They genuinely feared that Xia Xingchen might engage in some outrageous antics while piloting the police mech. How can Deputy Su, with a mere level 5 mental capacity, operate a police mech? A technician whispered to Su Zhan, standing nearby. Perhaps his mental prowess is exceptionally pure and powerful. Or maybe his mental energy resonates harmoniously with this particular mech. Su Zhan mused, unable to articulate a definitive explanation. As Xia Xingchen approached Su Zhan, he smiled and expressed, "Thank you, Deputy Su, for allowing me this thrill." Su Zhan replied with a chuckle, "It's a trivial matter, really. But Xia Xingchen, have you considered joining our police force? You should know that I can facilitate your admission to the police academy without the need for the entrance examinations. Such an opportunity is rare. Many would pay handsomely for it." Xia Xingchen shook his head gently, responding, "Deputy Su, I appreciate your kindness. But my aspirations lie in breaking free from my mining origins to become a true citizen of the Empire. Moreover, I need substantial funds for my father's medical treatment. The meager salary of a police officer is insufficient to meet my needs." "Ah, so it is for your father," Su Zhan remarked, his gaze softening. "You are indeed a good child." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he proposed, "Speaking of which, our police department occasionally offers bounty missions. Would you be interested in trying your hand at one?" Chapter 13. Bounty Missions. Xia Xingchen's body jolted with excitement, his eyes gleaming with surprise. "Can I truly do that?" To maintain order on a planet, relying solely on the police is far from adequate. Located on the fringes of the Empire, Manastar suffers from poor security. It is a refuge for fugitives and even a haunt for cosmic pirates. Consequently, the police station frequently issues bounty missions with substantial rewards. However, the majority of those who undertake these missions are bounty hunters, among whom are even skilled mech masters. Xia Xingchen possessed a mere level 5 psychic ability and lacked any combat skills, leading him to harbor doubts about his competence to undertake such a bounty task. Su Zhan smiled and said, "There is a mission that suits you perfectly." "What kind of mission?" Xia Xingchen inquired, his eyes glinting with curiosity. "Is the bounty substantial?" 100,000 star coins, Su Zhan replied nonchalantly. Xia Xingchen gasped, astounded. A reward of 100,000 star coins was no trifling sum. It was enough to purchase several psychic enhancement potions. The nearby mech repair technicians were equally stunned, as their monthly salary barely reached 50,000 star coins. "Inspector Su, you cannot be referring to that particular task, can you?" One technician exclaimed. "Oh, it must be the undercover mission. No, this lad is certainly not up to it. It could cost him his life. It's far too perilous," the technicians expressed, their faces turning pale. "Xia Xingchen, this mission is fraught with danger. You are not afraid, are you?" Undercover. Xia Xingchen pondered for a moment before lifting his head and declaring, "I am not afraid. 100,000 star coins would take me several months to earn in the mines. There is no place more treacherous than a mine prone to collapse." "Good lad. I am growing increasingly fond of you," Su Zhan laughed, patting Xia Xingchen on the shoulder. Su Zhan led Xia Xingchen to the front desk, retrieved the dossier, and handed it to him, saying, "Take a look." Xia Xingchen sat down and began to peruse the bounty task, grasping the general outline of the mission. This was merely a brief overview. As a student assisting the police, he could not access the entire mission details. The document detailed an undercover assignment requiring someone to infiltrate a band of space pirates in the star region near Manastar. A ruthless and cunning pirate leader known as Black Fox had established dominance. Not only was there a bounty on Black Fox in Manastar, but several nearby planets also sought his capture, though his whereabouts remained elusive. For months, Black Fox had lingered near Mana, even recruiting the young scions of miners to join his crew as new pirates. Indeed, it was essential to recruit the miners' offspring, for they were not true subjects of the Empire and harbored deep resentment towards it. Black Fox exploited this sentiment, lingering in Manastar to bolster his ranks. However, Black Fox was no benevolent figure. He did not invite miners aboard for the sake of the freedom and justice he professed, but rather to manipulate the fervor of the youth, turning them into cannon fodder for suicidal assaults against the Empire. Xia Xingchen's mission was to infiltrate Black Fox's pirate organization and gather intelligence. This task was exceedingly perilous. 100,000 star coins were not easily earned. Xia Xingchen's complexion paled slightly, his expression wavering. He was not afraid, but rather worried that should he encounter misfortune, his father, Xia Yu, would be left without support. Xia Xingchen, you're not afraid, are you? Su Zhan goaded him. Xia Xingchen shook his head resolutely and declared, I will do it. Su Zhan nodded. This is a splendid opportunity for you. If you successfully accomplish the task, a notable entry will be recorded in your file, which will greatly benefit your future endeavors. Su Zhan paused, his tone shifting. However, should anything go awry, the most we can offer is a modest compensation. Therefore, you must remain astute. Even in the event of failure, your safety must be your utmost priority. Do you understand? If you agree, sign this temporary electronic contract now. All right. Xia Xingchen replied with a nod. As night fell, the city center blazed with vibrant lights, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Yet, the impoverished district where Xia Xingchen resided was shrouded in darkness. On the streets, heavily made-up prostitutes solicited customers, while in the nearby bars, inebriated patrons stumbled out, collapsing into the filthy gutters. The human empire thrived in splendor, adorned with blooming flowers and sumptuous feasts. Yet, on the frontier planets of the empire, the scene was one of decay and desolation. Dressed in tattered miner's attire and donning a cap, Xia Xingchen entered a bar named Drunkenness. The dim lighting revealed several burly men adorned with tattoos, glaring menacingly at him. Approaching the bar, Xia Xingchen produced a coin, tapped it on the counter, and requested, I would like a glass of ironstone brew. The bartender, a plump Caucasian woman with disheveled blonde curls, unabashedly revealing her ample bosom, teased. A little brat, without a hair on his chin, comes to buy liquor? Can't you read? Ironstone brew costs at least 100 star coins. Xia Xingchen insisted. I want a glass of ironstone brew. The hefty woman inquired, Who sent you? One eye. Xia Xingchen replied softly. This was a coded phrase among pirates. The only way to gain entry into the Black Fox pirate organization. The woman scrutinized Xia Xingchen from head to toe before beckoning a nearby burly man, Paul. Another one has arrived. Take him inside. Paul, tall and also Caucasian, approached and grasped Xia Xingchen's shoulder, saying, Follow me. Xia Xingchen trailed Paul into a room within the bar. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck the back of his head, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, his head throbbed, and he felt parched. A black hood obscured his vision, rendering him unable to see anything. Struggling, he realized he was tightly bound by ropes. With a swift motion, the hood was removed, and Xia Xingchen was met with blinding light. He discerned that he was aboard a small spacecraft, with the inky void of space visible through the porthole. The barren planet of Mana receded further into the distance as the ship departed. Surrounding him were several other youths of similar age, their faces etched with fear, in stark contrast to Xia Xingchen's calm demeanor. An elongated, lean pirate approached him. One of his eyes glimmered with a crimson light, revealing an electronic eye, while the other shone with a malevolent gleam. This man was none other than the infamous pirate, Black Fox. Chapter 14. Black Fox. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Black Fox. I extend a warm welcome to all of you aspiring souls who wish to join my band of pirates in defiance of the Empire's tyranny, in pursuit of freedom. Black Fox bowed politely. Despite his noble demeanor, none dared to utter a word. He flashed a cunning smile, reminiscent of a sly fox, and inquired, Why the silence? Do you not wish to join us? At last, someone whispered, No. Very well, Black Fox replied. However, even if you desire to join us in seeking liberty, our pirate crew may not necessarily welcome you. He gestured, and immediately one of his subordinates approached, clutching a holographic device. Verify their identities. I seek miners with unblemished backgrounds. The young aide, donning glasses and evidently a hacker, swiftly infiltrated the census network of Manastar, meticulously cross-referencing the identities of Xia Xingchen and the others. Xia Xingchen's heart raced with trepidation, fearing that his true identity as an undercover agent might be unveiled. Beep, beep. The hacker's device emitted an alarm, and he pointed to a young man. This individual is not a miner. He is a citizen of the Empire. The young man panicked, exclaiming, Though I am an Imperial citizen, my heart yearns for freedom. Please grant me a chance. Black Fox offered a cold smile, remaining silent as he waved his hand. Instantly, two burly men approached, seizing the young man's shoulders and shoving him toward a small door. With the press of a button, the young man was ejected into the void of space. Bang! Suddenly thrust into a vacuum. The disparity in internal and external pressure caused his body to explode. A gruesome spectacle of flesh and blood floating amidst the stars. Oh my God! The young onlookers, including Xia Xingchen, shut their eyes in horror, some unable to suppress a scream at the brutal sight. Black Fox chuckled darkly next. Having witnessed Black Fox's mercilessness, Xia Xingchen's heart sank. Fortunately, the hacker's device failed to uncover his undercover identity, deeming him a genuine miner. Subsequently, 2 more Imperial citizens were identified and met the same grisly fate, their bodies disintegrating in the vacuum of space. Once the identities of the newcomers were verified, the ropes binding Xia Xingchen were finally released. Black Fox sneered, "Welcome aboard. You are now members of the Cosmic Pirate crew." With that, he strode away. The ship transported Xia Xingchen and the other newcomers to the first satellite of Manastar. This desolate satellite was devoid of air and verdant life, featuring only an abandoned skybase. Xia Xingchen was issued a tattered spacesuit, and his daily toil consisted of mining in the shafts adjacent to the base. The Galactic Empire treated miners as mere slaves, and cosmic pirates were no different. They regarded the miners not as human beings, but as mere livestock. The labor in the mines was grueling, and with pirates serving as overseers. Xia Xingchen managed to endure it, yet others could not bear the strain. When the overseers spotted idle miners, they would lash out with whips, berating them with words such as, "You swine, get to work, or you shall have no food." On the barren satellite, devoid of vegetation, the sustenance for miners like Xia Xingchen consisted of a bland white porridge. This concoction was synthetic food, rich in vitamins and minerals, representing one of the most common space rations. If there were any flaws, it was that this space fare was insufferably tasteless, exceedingly so. Nevertheless, Xia Xingchen swallowed this unpalatable meal, bite by agonizing bite. The workday extended for 18 hours, and after a day's labor, the other young miners would return to their dormitories and collapse into slumber. Xia Xingchen felt fatigued as well. However, after everyone else had fallen asleep, he would quietly rise and wander through the abandoned space station. He had not forgotten the mission bestowed upon him by Su Zhan. He needed to thoroughly investigate the pirate stronghold. Fortunately, the pirates stationed at this outpost viewed the role of overseer as a tedious chore, spending their days gambling and drinking and their nights in deep slumber, thus providing a lax watch. The desolate and barren satellite served as the perfect prison. Even in the absence of guards, escape was impossible. After 3 days of diligent observation, Xia Xingchen had gleaned all pertinent details regarding the pirate stronghold. It was relatively small, with only 10 pirates remaining, while the number of miners exceeded 100. To his surprise, Xia Xingchen stumbled upon the pirate storage room. This chamber had been converted from a room within the space station. The door was secured with an electronic lock, the key held by a pirate named Jack. However, through a small window of the storage room, Xia Xingchen discerned a crate adorned with the emblem of the Tang Dynasty group, containing a stash of psychic energy potions. Beside the crate stood an imposing black mech, towering a height of 8 meters, clearly a military-grade machine. Yet, the pirates here possessed low levels of psychic energy, and none were capable of operating this formidable mech. Xia Xingchen gazed at the striking mech through the window, licking his lips with a growing sense of longing. On the 5th day, Xia Xingchen finally discovered a vent above the storage room. This vent was merely the size of a palm, sufficient only for a mouse to pass through. A human could not possibly infiltrate the pirate storage through such an aperture. Thus, the pirates had left this vent unsealed. Filled with elation, Xia Xingchen realized that he could see the box of psychic energy potions directly below through the vent. He suppressed the excitement within him and, taking advantage of the deep slumber of those around him, stealthily crept up to the ventilation shaft and crouched down. He chuckled to himself, thinking how these foolish pirates would never suspect he was a psychic master. Xia Xingchen concentrated his mental energy, directing it toward the box below. With a crack, the box opened, revealing a collection of test tubes, 12 vials of potent psychic elixirs. Focusing intently, Xia Xingchen managed to levitate one of the test tubes, which wobbled gently as it ascended through the vent and landed in his hands. To his astonishment, it was the finest grade of elixir produced by the Tang Dynasty Corporation. Gripping the elixir tightly, Xia Xingchen's mouth fell agape at the sight of it. Psychic elixirs are categorized into several levels based on quality, with the highest being grade. Each vial commands a price of a staggering 10,000 star coins in the market, and they are in high demand. One must often reserve them months in advance to secure a purchase. The value of this single box of elixirs far surpassed the 100,000 star coins prize offered by Suzhan. Overjoyed, Xia Xingchen tucked the elixir into his clothes and quietly returned to his dormitory, where he consumed the elixir and began his meditation. Chapter 15. Grade Psychic Elixir. The Grade Psychic Elixir is designed for oral consumption. The label includes a manual indicating that to maximize the elixir's potential, it is best used in conjunction with a meditation device. However, the cost of such devices is exorbitant, with even the most affordable model priced at 200,000 star coins, far beyond Xia Xingchen's means. Moreover, if he had substantial wealth, he would undoubtedly prefer to invest in better prosthetics for his father or fund a limb regeneration surgery. The moment Xia Xingchen drank the elixir, he felt a refreshing current surge through his body, as if he had been chilled to perfection, granting him an extraordinary clarity. His senses heightened. He became acutely aware of even the faintest sounds. A crystalline pyramid manifested in his mind, signaling the commencement of his meditation. Remarkable. You truly get what you pay for. It is no wonder the wealthy achieve such high efficiency in meditation. The potency of the psychic elixir is indeed formidable. Xia Xingchen reflected on the staggering cost, 10,000 star coins per vial, accumulating to 300,000 star coins for a month's supply. Such an amount is no trifling sum for the common folk. Even a moderately well-off family would find it burdensome. Only the affluent can indulge in such luxuries. It is little wonder that the offspring of the rich boast such high psychic abilities. They're not necessarily endowed with innate talent, but rather have cultivated their skills through abundant resources. However, the psychic elixirs do possess a significant degree of resistance. This means that while the initial effects are remarkable, frequent use leads to diminishing returns, ultimately rendering them ineffective. Merely relying on resources cannot forge a true mech master. To become a mech engineer, one must possess not only wealth but also considerable effort and innate talent. However, the offspring of the affluent are afforded far greater advantages, significantly increasing their likelihood of becoming mech engineers compared to those from humble backgrounds. For a miner like Xia Xingchen, the probability of ascending to such a role is almost negligible, unless one is an extraordinary prodigy and fortunate beyond measure. Xia Xingchen's meditation prowess is astonishingly high, marking him as a true genius. Although he did not conduct a formal assessment, after consuming a mental energy potion, he estimates that his meditation value is nearing 100. During his meditative state, he experiences a sensation akin to the transcendence of his soul, transforming into a wisp of breeze, freely roaming the cosmos. His brain cells seem to celebrate with a vitality reminiscent of having feasted heartily. Upon awakening from his meditation the following day, Xia Xingchen feels utterly revitalized, as if fatigue has been swept away, and he is brimming with vigor. Rise, rise, you lazy pigs, get up. The overseer bursts in with a whip, rousing the young miners from their slumber. Apart from Xia Xingchen, the other miners appear bleary-eyed, their eyes bloodshot and devoid of rest. After consuming a tasteless, pig-like synthetic meal, Xia Xingchen, alongside the other miners, commences work in the mines. Throughout the day, he remains somewhat apprehensive, fearing that pirates may discover a missing mental energy potion from their storeroom. Yet, as the day progresses, he realizes his worries were unfounded. These pirates, rather boisterous and carefree, seem entirely oblivious to the fact that their precious storeroom has been infiltrated by a thief. That evening, Xia Xingchen ventures out once more, employing the same tactic to stealthily procure another potion from a ventilation shaft, returning quietly to his dormitory to continue his meditation. Days pass, third day, fourth day, and soon a week has elapsed. Xia Xingchen's mental prowess has surged dramatically. He senses that his mental energy has escalated from level 5 to level 6, with signs of a potential breakthrough to level 7. This rapid progression is astounding. He recognizes that it is the result of the mysterious crystal pyramid, an artifact of undoubtedly unparalleled meditative capability. Throughout the vast galactic empire, individuals with talents akin to Xia Xingchen's are exceedingly rare. Should he achieve a breakthrough to level 7 mental energy, it would mark a substantial qualitative enhancement. Upon reaching this stage, human cognitive abilities become extraordinarily developed, allowing for the regulation of pituitary hormone secretion, thereby improving physical condition. Strength is amplified, speed is increased, and reactions become sharper. Moreover, individuals who attain level 7 mental energy can also control their physique. In the contemporary elite, there are no extremes of body types. All are tall, fit, and strikingly beautiful. Xia Xingchen made a resolute decision and stealthily extracted all the remaining mental power potions from a box. He had sensed the onset of drug resistance within his body and realized the necessity for additional mental power potions to facilitate his breakthrough beyond the 7th level. In his excitement, Xia Xingchen overlooked the fact that his nocturnal escapades to pilfer the potions from the warehouse's ventilation shaft were being observed by a pair of keen, luminous eyes. That night, he consumed 2 bottles of the mental power potion, striving to elevate his mental prowess to the 7th level. However, he did not succeed. Xia Xingchen remained undeterred, for he understood the principle that haste makes waste. The following morning, in the dining hall, he forced himself to swallow the synthetic porridge on his plate, battling waves of nausea. "Hey, you can eat quite a bit," remarked a diminutive miner, his face grimy yet adorned with strikingly bright, large eyes. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xia Xingchen felt a peculiar allure emanating from those eyes. "I do not partake of handouts," he retorted, casting a glance at the small miner before turning away. It was not that Xia Xingchen was inherently cold. Rather, as an undercover agent within the pirate stronghold, he naturally harbored a degree of wariness towards others. The small miner reached out and grasped Xia Xingchen's arm, grinning at him in silence. Xia Xingchen, filled with indignation, attempted to shake off his grip. Leaning closer to Xia Xingchen's ear, the miner whispered, "I know what you did last night." Xia Xingchen froze, akin to a statue, before stammering, "What do you mean?" He was utterly astounded. His secret had been effortlessly exposed by this small miner. What was the miner's intent? Did he aim to betray him and curry favor with the pirates? If that were the case, he had already informed the pirates. At that moment, Xia Xingchen felt as if he had been cast into the void, shattered into a mass of flesh. The small miner flashed a wide grin, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. "I'll come find you tonight." With that, he turned and walked away. Throughout the day, Xia Xingchen's mind was in disarray, and after a long wait, he finally seized the opportunity post-dinner to pull the small miner into the restroom, lowering his voice to inquire, "What exactly do you want?" Chapter 16. Erhe Escape. The small miner replied, gazing up at Xia Xingchen, uttering a single word. "Escape? I wish to escape too. But how?" Xia Xingchen chuckled, shaking his head. Every miner in this pirate stronghold longs for freedom. Yet can they truly escape? They cannot. But we can, the small miner asserted confidently. "We?" Xia Xingchen raised an eyebrow. "We are not well acquainted. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Erhe." The small miner hesitated slightly as he spoke his name. The youth before me, with a dark line on his head, clearly bore a name that was not genuine. "I am called Xia Xingchen." "Oh, Xia Xingchen, what a fine name. Aren't the names of miners typically something like Erei, Dogdan, or Taiju?" Erei murmured softly. "What did you say?" Xia Xingchen's keen ears caught the words distinctly, causing a jolt in his heart. If Erei's name was fictitious, what did he mean by "you miners"? Was Erei not a miner? He chose not to respond. Erei chuckled mischievously. "I have a plan for us to escape." "Do tell," Xia Xingchen replied, intrigued. "Before I reveal my plan, I need to confirm something," Erei said, blinking. "Have you awakened your abilities?" Xia Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Erei had discerned everything. "Indeed, I have awakened my powers, telekinesis, albeit still quite feeble." With a gesture, a stone on the ground levitated effortlessly. "My heavens, what am I witnessing? In this remote and impoverished locale, I have encountered a psychic." Erei's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, as if witnessing the most extraordinary phenomenon in the universe. "Remote locale? Aren't you from Anastar?" Xia Xingchen furrowed his brow. "I was captured by cosmic pirates from another place," Erei replied, awkwardly covering his mouth with his hand. "Please, share your plan," Xia Xingchen urged impatiently. "My plan is quite simple," Erei began. "We will utilize your telekinetic abilities to discreetly procure the key to Pirate Jack's warehouse." "And then?" Xia Xingchen inquired. "Then, we shall unlock the warehouse door and seize the military mechas within. With one of those mechas, we can return to Manastar," Erei continued, a smile gracing his face. "Seizing military mechas?" Xia Xingchen stroked his chin, frowning. "But my psychic power is only level 6. I shouldn't be able to pilot a military mecha. Level 6? Surely you jest? Arei blinked in disbelief. As a psychic, how could your power be merely level 6? Don't tell me you awakened your abilities at level 4. What? Is that not possible? Xia Xingchen responded, somewhat disgruntled. It's not that it's impossible. It's just astonishing. Arei's face flushed. However, it is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. The universe is wondrous, filled with mysteries and the unknown. I have even heard of individuals who awaken their powers at birth, but alas, such individuals often suffer from brain deterioration and do not live long. Xia Xingchen waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to debate the matter further. I cannot pilot a military mecha. Your plan lacks feasibility. You cannot, but I can, Arei suddenly declared. You? Xia Xingchen was taken aback, scrutinizing Arei from head to toe. He was thin and grimy, clearly young, making it hard to believe he possessed a level 10 psychic ability. One must understand that a minimum of level 10 psychic power is required to operate a military mecha. With a mental strength of level 10, one is already qualified to become a mecha master. Could this Arei truly be a distinguished mecha master? It seems implausible. Mecha masters are shielded by the Mecha Master Association, and even the infamous Black Fox would hesitate to provoke them. Moreover, Arei appears to be quite young, seemingly a year or two younger than Xia Xingchen, a mere minor, incapable of possessing such formidable mental strength. Observing the disbelief on Xia Xingchen's face, Arei scoffed. So what if I have level 10 mental strength? Do you truly believe it's impressive? It is impressive, Xia Xingchen replied earnestly with a nod. That is merely because Manastar is a rural place. If you ever have the opportunity, visit the imperial capital, Tianyu Star. Level 10 mental strength amounts to little there. Arei retorted dismissively. Xia Xingchen had never ventured beyond Manastar and was unfamiliar with other planets. Upon hearing Arei's confident words, he felt a burgeoning curiosity about the vast universe and yearned to explore it. After contemplating Arei's assertions, he found a certain feasibility in the plan proposed. As it was already quite late, they agreed to reconvene the following day, with Xia Xingchen devising a plan to stealthily acquire the key from the pirate Jack. The next day, Xia Xingchen kept a vigilant watch on the pirate Jack, who was notoriously cautious. Otherwise, the keys to the pirate warehouse would not have been entrusted to him. However, Jack had a penchant for alcohol, frequently indulging to the point of inebriation. Seizing the opportunity while Jack was drunk, Xia Xingchen employed his telekinesis to discreetly lift the magnetic card key from Jack's pocket. Surrounding Jack were numerous other pirates, yet none noticed the theft. Once Xia Xingchen secured the key, he hastened to find Arei, who was visibly elated upon receiving it. The two immediately rushed to the warehouse entrance. With the magnetic card key in hand, Arei unlocked the door and stepped inside. To their dismay, an alarm blared the moment they crossed the threshold, and the space station was flooded with ominous red lights. Arei's expression shifted to one of alarm. Oh no. I didn't expect this warehouse to be equipped with an alarm system. We must hurry to the Mecha. Xia Xingchen recognized that retreating was no longer an option. They had to wager everything on the Mecha for a chance at escape. It was Xia Xingchen's first encounter with a military Mecha, and he was unsure how to enter the cockpit. Arei, however, was adept. Pressing a red button on the Mecha's leg, a ladder descended, and the cockpit opened from the rear. The two ascended the ladder into the cockpit, just as the pirates burst in, armed and ready. Arei took the pilot seat and turned to Xia Xingchen with a reassuring smile. Once we're in the Mecha, they will be powerless against us. The human body is far too fragile to contend with our steel frame. The mech, known as Black Knight, is a mass-produced military model. Although its defenses are not particularly robust, its speed is remarkable, exhibiting exceptional performance. Chapter 17. Cosmic Pirate Black Fox Stop. You two quickly disembarked from a mech. The pirates, upon seeing Xia Xingchen and his companion aboard the military mech, were seized by panic, raising their firearms and shouting in unison. Not a chance. He stuck out his tongue. If we get down, you'll turn us into a sieve. His voice was amplified through the mech's built-in sound system, leaving the pirates momentarily dumbfounded. One of the pirates, a one-armed man with a mechanical limb adorned with gleaming barbs, declared fiercely, "Let me handle it. I will bring those two little brats down." With that, he strode forward, approaching the base of the mech. Xia Xingchen surveyed the cockpit of the military mech. The space was rather limited, accommodating a maximum of 3 individuals. With himself and Erhe already inside, it felt quite cramped. The control panel lacked the gear levers found in older models or the keyboards typical of police mechs, leaving it barren except for a few activation buttons. Xia Xingchen was at a loss as to how to operate this type of mech. Noticing his confusion, He chuckled and explained. Only the older models utilize levers and keyboards for control. Such methods are outdated. The new military mechs are entirely operated through this. He picked up a metallic ring from the control panel, its silver surface gleaming attractively. Placing the ring atop his head, he elaborated, "This is a new type of mental energy sensing device. Military mechs rely entirely on mental power for operation, hence the stringent standards regarding one's mental energy level. I can't explain precisely how it works. You'll understand once your mental energy strengthens further." Xia Xingchen nodded in comprehension. Boom! As the metal ring connected, it emitted a dazzling white light. The black military mech, Black Knight, rose to its feet under He's control. At that moment, the one-armed pirate stood beside the mech's foot. With a thud, Black Knight lifted its foot, crushing the one-armed pirate into a pulp. He seemed to sense something. Chuckling as he conversed with Xia Xingchen, "I think I just squashed an ant." Before the towering 8-meter military mech, humanity appeared as fragile as an insect. Ah, Brother Wolf has been crushed. The pirates, filled with dread, questioned how these lowly miners could pilot a military mech. The terror was palpable. The military mech was simply too formidable. Panic surged among the pirates, their faces reflecting sheer horror. The last few pirates even stumbled and fell in fright. "Fire! Shoot!" They screamed, indiscriminately unleashing a barrage of bullets, oblivious to whether their firearms could penetrate Black Knight's armor. Bang! 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 On the exterior of the Black Duke. A brilliant flash erupted as countless bullets struck, leaving no trace behind. This exemplifies the formidable power of military mechs. Although the Black Duke is not primarily known for its defensive capabilities, the enhanced military armor can easily disregard the meager kinetic weapons wielded by humans. It seemed that He was growing somewhat weary. He maneuvered the Black Duke to raise its hand, retrieving the electronic pulse submachine gun from its back and squeezed the trigger. Boom! 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 The massive electronic pulse submachine gun unleashed tremendous energy projectiles, akin to artillery, instantly obliterating the pirates before them, reducing them to mere masses of flesh. Xia Xingchen was utterly astounded by the true might of the military mech. Compared to this, the engineering mech he had piloted was nothing more than a toy. He turned to Xia Xingchen, presenting a radiant smile. "What do you think? Impressive, right? Absolutely magnificent." Xia Xingchen replied earnestly. "It is precisely due to humanity's development of such powerful combat machinery that they earned the right to traverse the vast cosmos and expand their territories across various planets." Xia Xingchen aspired even more to become a true mech pilot. However, this mech had limited energy, and since the Black Duke was not a planetary-level mech, it could not directly enter the atmosphere. Nevertheless, we can access the police space station at Manastar. Even the audacious Black Fox wouldn't dare attack a space station. He remarked. "What about the others?" Xia Xingchen inquired. "You mean the remaining miners on this satellite?" He paused, looking at Xia Xingchen with surprise. "I didn't expect you to be so altruistic. We've escaped, so why concern ourselves with others? After all, they voluntarily chose to become cosmic pirates. Besides, the cockpit of the Black Duke is quite cramped and cannot accommodate more people." Xia Xingchen pondered for a moment. He had a point. Although they had commandeered a military mech, the cosmic pirate Black Fox would undoubtedly have received alerts and was already en route to their location. With their own safety at stake, there was little time to assist others. "Let us depart," Xia Xingchen declared. "Of course," He replied with a grin. Clang! The Black Duke sprang into action, smashing through the steel plates above the warehouse and propelling itself into space. The steel plates of the space station were not particularly reinforced and crumbled under the immense force of the Black Duke, as if they were mere paper. The power unit of the Black Duke was rated at 7, which was not particularly high, yet its speed unit was rated at 10, commendable for a war-grade mech. He remarked, "At our current propulsion speed, we should reach the Manastar police space station in about an hour." In the pitch-black cosmos, a black mech, with twin jets of flame erupting from its rear, surged forward towards a distant space station. "Earlier, you mentioned planetary-level mechs and war-grade mechs. What do those terms signify?" Xia Xingchen asked curiously. "Do you not even know this?" He exclaimed in astonishment. It isn't written in the textbook. Xia Xingchen scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Of course, it wouldn't be mentioned in the textbook, Erhe replied, shaking his head. The territory of the Galactic Empire is vast, and humanity has proliferated, with a population long surpassing 1 billion. Yet, among this multitude, the majority live mundane lives, with only a mere fraction capable of becoming mecha masters. What I just described is the true hierarchy of mechas. Xia Xingchen listened intently, his thirst for knowledge palpable. Civilian mechas are merely toys. Military mechas, however, represent the true essence of mechas. The lowest tier of military mechas is termed war level, categorized into 10 grades. Above war level lies continent level, which also comprises 10 grades. Beyond continent level, we have planet level, again divided into 10 grades. Human technology can only manufacture up to planet-level mechas. It is said that beyond planet level, there exist even more formidable mechas. Yet I have never laid eyes on one. Xia Xingchen discerned the implication in Erhe's words. He had indeed encountered a planet-level mecha. Such mechas are exceedingly rare within the Galactic Empire. Who exactly is this diminutive figure known as Erhe? Chapter 18. Energy sniper cannon The Black Duke was merely 20 minutes away from the Manastar police space station when suddenly, alarms blared within the mecha. Oh no! Erhe's grimy face paled significantly. What's wrong? Xia Xingchen inquired. The Black Fox is on our tail. Erhe pressed a button on the control panel, causing a holographic projection to materialize, revealing the starry sky nearby, with 3 small spacecraft escorting a mecha. This mecha was entirely black, equipped with a massive energy sniper rifle on its back, unmistakably a long-range military mecha. This is bad. That mecha belongs to the Black Fox. A customized model named Black Fox, Erhe declared. A customized mecha? Xia Xingchen was taken aback. He had heard of such mechas before. Typical military mechas are mass-produced on assembly lines, while customized mechas, as the name suggests, are specially tailored. In terms of performance, customized mechas utterly dominate their mass-produced counterparts. However, in actual combat, the outcome still hinges on the skill of the mecha pilot. No matter how superior the mecha's capabilities, a subpar pilot will inevitably become fodder on the battlefield. Yet, the Black Fox is no ordinary adversary. He was once a mecha master, having fought on numerous battlefields and amassed a formidable reputation. What transpired later remains a mystery. The Black Fox defected from the Galactic Empire and became a space pirate. Over the years as a pirate, he has reportedly destroyed more than 100 Imperial mechas. The Black Fox is an exceptionally formidable mecha master. There is no choice. We must accelerate to full speed and use the Black Duke's speed advantage to escape. Erhe decisively cranked the power output to maximum. Thinking of fleeing? Huh. You 2 little brats dare to steal my cargo. I will make you suffer immensely. The voice of the Black Fox echoed ominously within the cockpit. The Black Fox had detected the Black Duke and successfully connected to its internal communication system, making escape impossible. In the vast emptiness of space, everything was glaringly apparent. Seeking refuge to flee was nothing but a fantasy. The Black Duke now relied solely on its speed. The energy thrusters of the Black Duke glimmered more brilliantly as Erhe maximized the output, desperately propelling towards the space station. Although it was still approximately 20 minutes away, they were nearing the patrol range of the Manastar police. Within this range, the police operated patrol vessels, and the Black Fox dared not act recklessly. Mecha ahead. Please halt your movement. This is the Manastar police. You have not been granted entry permission. 2 armed patrol vessels, black and white, approached and positioned themselves in front of the mecha. Our luck is extraordinary. We have encountered the patrol vessels. Erhe exclaimed excitedly, snapping his fingers. We are miners from Manastar, captured by the cosmic pirate Black Fox and forced to mine on the satellite. We barely managed to escape. The Black Fox is still pursuing us. Please allow us to enter. We beg of you. Erhe quickly relayed their predicament through the communicator. Pirate Black Fox? The officers on the patrol vessel were momentarily taken aback. The notorious cosmic pirate was well known to them. Please hold on. We cannot make this decision ourselves and must consult our superiors, the officers replied. Please hurry. The Black Fox is almost upon us. Erhe urged anxiously. He turned to Xia Xingchen and asked, Do you think these officers will deny us entry? Xia Xingchen shrugged. I have no idea. 5 minutes felt like an eternity to both Xia Xingchen and Erhe. Finally, The patrol vessel responded, "We regret to inform you that your identities are unclear. Headquarters does not permit you to enter the Manastar zone. Please leave immediately, or we will be forced to open fire and expel you. I told you we are minors." Hay shouted angrily, striking the control panel with his fist. "Apologies, but minors are not recognized as formal Imperial citizens. You could very well be accomplices of the pirates. For the safety of Manastar, we cannot allow you entry," came the response from the Cosmic Patrol vessel. "What a disgrace. Is the status of minors truly so low? Ahoy, Sitil. Are you not aware that the status of minors is indeed so low?" Xia Xingchen looked at Hay with skepticism. After a moment of silence, Hay finally spoke. "Of course, I am aware. But what are we to do now? The Black Fox is nearly here. I believe we should leave this place. Let us utilize the speed of the Black Duke to attempt a breakthrough from another direction instead of waiting idly," Xia Xingchen suggested thoughtfully. "Surprisingly, you possess quite the ingenuity," Hay remarked, regarding Xia Xingchen with newfound respect, just as Captain Black Fox was about to turn away. A playful smirk graced his lips as he sat atop his mech. "Captain Black Fox, the target has entered our firing range. However, there are 2 patrol boats from the Manastar police ahead. What should we do now?" inquired a pirate responsible for reconnaissance from the escort vessel beside Black Fox's mech. "Eliminate them," Black Fox replied with a raised eyebrow, his tone indifferent. "Eliminate them?" The pirates aboard the escort vessel were taken aback. "Captain, they are the Manastar police. We are not at odds with them," one pirate stammered. "Silence," Black Fox retorted angrily. "I am a captain. My word is law." With that, Black Fox maneuvered the mech and reached for the enormous energy sniper rifle behind him. The energy sniper rifle possessed immense power, with an extensive range and unwavering potency as long as the target was within range. However, it had a significant drawback. It could only hold 2 rounds at a time and required a lengthy charging period to reload. Black Fox affixed the rifle's scope onto the police patrol boat, a cold smile forming on his face. "Farewell, dogs of the Empire." He decisively pulled the trigger. The muzzle of the energy sniper rifle began to concentrate energy, emanating a blinding red light that coalesced into a massive sphere of light. Boom! A red laser streaked across the inky void of space, striking the 30-meter-long patrol vessel with pinpoint accuracy. It pierced through the boat like a crimson spear, creating a gaping hole in its center that immediately triggered a violent explosion. The entire vessel, along with the 10 officers aboard, perished in an instant. Black Fox. The crew of another patrol boat finally detected Black Fox's presence and attempted to flee. Like a hunter on the prowl, Black Fox leisurely approached, waiting for the heat of the gun barrel to dissipate before pulling the trigger once more. Boom! The second patrol boat also erupted in flames, disintegrating into a cloud of space debris. Chapter 19. The psychic sensory device. Black Fox. How ruthless. He even took out the police patrol boats. He is challenging the Empire's authority. Hay's face paled in shock. He had initially thought that Black Fox would hesitate due to the presence of the Manastar police. However, he was taken aback by Black Fox's utter disregard for the officers of this border planet. "What should we do? What should we do?" Hay anxiously tugged at his hair, losing his usual composure, and even began to regret his escape from the pirate stronghold. Although life in the stronghold was arduous, at least he was alive. As long as he lived, there was hope. If he died, all would be lost. Xia Xingchen's small face also reflected despair as she asked Hey, why doesn't Black Fox shoot? With his ferocity, he could easily obliterate us like the patrol boats. It's quite simple. Due to the prolonged charging time required for the energy sniper rifle, as well as a reluctance to part with it, Hay clenched his teeth and remarked, Hay, who is engaged in the business of arms and human trafficking. In addition to armed spacecraft, he also trades in military mechs. This Black Duke is a prize he seized from a cargo ship. A military mech easily costs over 100 million star coins. Naturally, I would not dare to damage it. Over 100 million star coins. Xia Xingchen gasped in astonishment. When will I ever be able to purchase my own mech? That amount is considered inexpensive. Who's custom mech, albeit somewhat outdated in model, is valued at no less than $1 billion. Furthermore, the maintenance costs for a mech are astronomical, beyond the means of an ordinary family. However, if one becomes a mech technician, they can join the Mech Technicians Guild. The guild offers bounty missions, and one can also enlist in the military, where all expenses would be covered by the Empire. Hay looked at Xia Xingchen. Your aspirations are quite grand, Even as we face imminent peril, you are lost in thought. This was due to the fervent gleam in Xia Xingchen's eyes. Because mechs are truly formidable. Not only are human bodies no match for mechs, but even patrol vessels stand no chance against them. They cannot even escape. Indeed, the combat capability of mechs is extraordinarily potent. Erhe nodded. This is an indisputable fact. However, our immediate task is to flee. Having made a decision, Erhe continued their course toward the space station. Flee? He-Hu sneered coldly, commanding the nearby escort ship. Fire a mental disruption projectile at her. Understood. The pirates promptly activated the ship's cannons, targeting the Black Duke mech. In the face of a mech, a spacecraft is not entirely defenseless. They are typically equipped with mental disruption projectiles. The purpose of such munitions is to emit intense mental interference waves, severing the connection between the mech and its pilot. Of course, these projectiles are prohibited even in warfare, as they can inflict varying degrees of harm to the mech technician's brain, potentially leading to catastrophic cerebral failure. The pirates, undeterred by the prohibitions, obeyed He-Hu's orders and launched a mental disruption projectile at the Black Duke mech. Erhe clutched his head, letting out a wretched scream, blood oozing from his eyes, nostrils, and mouth as he convulsed in the pilot's seat. Erhe, what is wrong? Xia Xingchen tightly embraced the frenzied Erhe. It's the mental disruption projectile. I never anticipated that He-Hu possessed such a forbidden weapon. My brain is injured. I can no longer pilot the mech. Erhe's injuries were grave, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Xia Xingchen's expression shifted dramatically. What shall we do now? Can you still pilot the mech? No, it's impossible. We are doomed, Erhe replied with a sorrowful smile. I advise you to take your own life immediately. If we fall into He-Hu's hands, death will not come easily. Rest assured, I do not wish to die, nor will I allow you to perish, Xia Xingchen said with a smile. Erhe was taken aback. What do your words signify? Xia Xingchen replied, step aside. Uncertain of Xia Xingchen's intentions, but sensing the urgency of the situation, Erhe thought, could he truly possess a solution? He obediently vacated the pilot's seat of the mech. Taking his place, Xia Xingchen grasped the mental energy sensing device and inquired, how does one utilize this apparatus? What? Are you truly intending to pilot the military mech, Black Duke? Erhe's face was etched with astonishment. Almost immediately, he shook his head. Impossible. With your mental energy at only level 6, you could never pilot the Black Duke. Enough of the idle chatter. Whether it is feasible can only be determined through trial, Xia Xingchen replied swiftly. You may be right. Perhaps there exists a 1 in 10,000 chance, Erhe conceded. Taking a deep breath before elaborating, you must place the mental energy sensor upon your head and begin to meditate. Xia Xingchen promptly complied. While meditating, envision yourself as the mech, a towering giant. You possess unparalleled strength. You are invincible in battle, an unstoppable force, a deity of limitless capabilities. Ehai continuat. Xia Xingchen closed his eyes, conjuring this imagery in his mind. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of electricity surge through him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself enveloped in a vast, desolate expanse of space. He had truly become one with the mech, or rather, his spirit had fused with the mech's physical form. Previously, while piloting an engineering mech, Xia Xingchen had experienced a similar, yet distinct sensation. In that instance, he felt merely as though he were operating a machine, akin to driving a vehicle. However, in piloting a military mech, he felt as though he had become the mech itself. When he raised his hand, the mech mirrored the motion. When he lifted his leg, the mech naturally followed suit. The sensation was utterly extraordinary. What? You truly established a connection. With your mental energy at level 6, how could you connect to the mech's mental energy sensing system? This is exceedingly peculiar. Yet, it stands to reason. You have awakened your telekinetic ability, indicating your mental prowess is extraordinary. Perhaps, you are a genuine genius, Erhe exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. A genius? The true genius is the one who designed the mech. How marvelous! This feeling is absolutely exhilarating. Xia Xingchen shouted with excitement. Indeed, Professor Hello, who designed the first generation of humanoid mechs, is a true genius, Erhe replied, equally exhilarated. In fact, for a considerable duration in history, humanoid mechs were regarded by scientists as the most abysmal design. It was not until the discovery of mental energy and the invention of the mental energy sensing device that everything changed. Chapter 20. The Imperial General Mechs exist solely as instruments of warfare. For an extensive period, scientists proposed the concept of humanoid mechs. Yet they were met with skepticism from a greater number of their peers. The reason is quite straightforward. The humanoid form is not particularly conducive to warfare. While it may appear aesthetically pleasing, as a classic joke in the realm of mecha history suggests, a humanoid is far inferior to a sphere. Thus, throughout the extensive history of mecha development, various forms have been explored: spherical, bullet-shaped, angular, and a multitude of geometric designs. Creatures such as spiders, tigers, and octopuses have inspired countless animal forms, alongside an array of bizarre shapes, with humanoids being the least prevalent. During that era, cultivating a mecha pilot required an astonishing amount of resources. Can you envision a mecha pilot maneuvering a spider-like mecha with 36 legs using a keyboard and joystick? Merely getting the spider mecha to walk would consume all the pilot's energy. Such a machine possessed no combat capability, hardly outperforming a well-designed spacecraft. It was not until Professor Hello invented the first truly humanoid mecha that this awkward situation was transformed. One could argue that Professor Hello was the true pioneer of the mecha era. The change she implemented was elegantly simple. She equipped the mecha with a psychic sensing system and proposed the use of human mental power to control the machines. When the pilot operates the mecha, they connect through the psychic sensing device, akin to a person controlling their own body. Naturally, the body is the most familiar and easily mastered entity for any individual. Thus, modern mechas are crafted in humanoid form, facilitating a wide range of movements for the pilots. Of course, this does not imply that non-humanoid mechas have become obsolete. Rather, they are now specialized machines requiring custom fabrication for manufacturers, and pilots must invest considerable time to acclimate to such forms. In summary, the unprecedented ability of Xia Xingchen to control a military mecha would have been utterly impossible without Professor Hello's invention of the psychic sensing device. Regardless of the strength of his mental power, maximize energy output, full thrust, Xia Xingchen shouted as he activated the thrusters located at the rear of the Black Duke. Brilliant beams of light erupted from behind the mecha, propelling it toward the space station once more. It worked, Xia Xingchen exclaimed with exhilaration. Fantastic! Eye could hardly contain his joy, rushing over to embrace Xia Xingchen tightly. Hundreds of kilometers away, the pirates, including Black Fox, stood in stunned silence. Captain, the Black Duke has reactivated and is speeding away, reported an astonished pirate responsible for observation. Why did the psychic interference bomb fail? Is it a counterfeit? Black Fox felt a wave of frustration. If these two mere miners managed to escape, he would lose all face. No pirate dared utter a word. Fully aware that in the face of Black Fox's wrath, the wisest course of action was to remain silent rather than provoke his ire. Captain, a multitude of armed spacecraft has been detected ahead. They are likely the military forces dispatched by the Manastar. We can no longer proceed, as doing so would place us within their attack range, leaving us unable to escape, reported a pirate. Damn it, Black Fox cursed, his expression fluctuating between anger and anxiety. How long until the energy sniper cannon is charged? He inquired. Reporting to the captain, it will take 7 minutes and 3 seconds. A pirate replied truthfully. We will pursue for another 7 minutes, Black Fox declared through gritted teeth. Even if it means reducing the Black Duke to a pile of scrap. I will ensure that the cosmos becomes the graveyard for those two little harebrained fools. Yes, Captain, all the pirates responded in unison. True to his reputation as a ruthless pirate, Black Fox exhibited no hesitation in his decision to destroy the Black Duke to preserve his own dignity. Meanwhile, Xia Xingchen piloted the Black Duke, desperately pushing forward. He felt an overwhelming drain on his mental energy. With a level 6 mental capacity, operating a military mech was indeed a Herculean task. Fortunately, he sensed that the crystalline pyramid in his mind was continuously replenishing his mental strength. Within the crystal pyramid, an immense consciousness seemed to be communicating with him, though he could hear it without comprehending its words. Yet, Xia Xingchen felt that this vast consciousness was unwilling to fade away. ZZZZT. This is the first fleet of Manastar. The mecha head must halt its advance. Otherwise, we will initiate an attack. The communication device in the cockpit crackled to life once more. Hundreds of kilometers away, A fleet of spacecraft was advancing towards Xia Xingchen. The first fleet of Manastar represented the Imperial military's strongest presence on the planet. The entire fleet boasted over 100 vessels, the largest of which measured over 1,000 meters in diameter, while even the smaller corvettes were around 100 meters across. This fleet was not composed of local law enforcement, but rather seasoned Imperial soldiers, battle-hardened and resolute. The fleet symbolized the dignity of the Empire. "What should we do?" Xia Xingchen stammered, momentarily taken aback. "Should we stop?" However, he realized they would likely not heed their explanations, just as the police would not. "The connection is established. We can initiate a video link at this distance," Erhe murmured, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice weak. Xia Xingchen was uncertain of the utility of a video connection, yet he found himself devoid of options. He could even see the ship-mounted cannons on those spacecraft beginning to glow faintly, signaling that they were charging and ready to strike at any moment. Desperate, Xia Xingchen resorted to a last-ditch effort. He submitted a video request, and, after 30 seconds, the request was finally accepted. A three-dimensional image materialized before him in the cockpit. On the screen, a control room of a spacecraft appeared, immense in size, with over 100 personnel bustling about as the backdrop. Most of the staff were young women clad in crisp military uniforms, diligently working at various instruments and analyzing data. In the center of the scene stands a youthful man. He appears remarkably young, possessing an attractive visage with curls of fiery red hair, clad in a light blue military uniform, complemented by a dark cloak cascading behind him. This attire exudes an air of elegance, embodying the standard regalia of the Imperial Army. Upon his shoulders rests a distinguished insignia, prominently displaying a resplendent star. This young man, a brigadier general, astonishingly holds the rank of an imperial general. The Empire's territory is vast, its military forces numerous. Yet achieving the esteemed title of general is no trivial feat. The aura radiating from the man's countenance suggests he possesses formidable backing, likely hailing from a powerful family within the imperial capital of Tianyu Star. His name is Edward, the heir of a mid-tier family in Tianyu Star. While the Edward family may not rank prominently across the entirety of Tianyu Star, in the desolate locale of Manastar, he is undeniably a true noble. Currently, a haughty expression graces Edward's face as he disdainfully regards Xia Xingchen, declaring, "You, a humble pirate, have 3 seconds to impress me. Otherwise, you shall be reduced to a mere pile of debris amidst the imperial bombardment." Chapter 21. A missed shot in the expanse of the cosmos. Xia Xingchen pilots the Mech Black Duke, standing resolutely against a fleet of warships. 3 seconds? Xia Xingchen momentarily falters. He is not a man of clumsy speech. However, with only 3 seconds to articulate something that might sway the arrogant imperial general before him, he finds himself at a loss for words. General Edward, not inclined to grant Xia Xingchen any further opportunity, extends 3 fingers, lowering one each second. The fleeting seconds pass swiftly, and as Edward's fingers descend completely, Xia Xingchen remains silent, his mind racing with a multitude of potential phrases that he ultimately dismisses. A bittersweet smile appears on his face. He genuinely cannot conceive of anything that might resonate with this youthful imperial general. The ship's cannons prepare to unleash their wrath. A sneer of contempt forms on Edward's face as he readies to sever the video connection, intending to obliterate the 2 insignificant pirates in a mere cosmic refuse. "Wait," Duhei interjects loudly. "I offered you a chance, but you failed to seize it." Edward, ever courteous, maintains the most fundamental etiquette of an imperial noble. Even in the face of impending execution, his countenance still adorned with a smile. "It is not you who grants me an opportunity, but rather I who extend one to you." Duhei shakes his head, clutching a golden insignia. Upon this golden emblem rests a silver-white dragon, soaring majestically. Edward's smile freezes upon his face, shattering into a myriad of astonishment. This is the imperial royal insignia, the seal of the Azure Dragon. Edward recognizes it instantly, and his body begins to tremble violently, not from fear but from shock and exhilaration. Edward is a noble. To speak candidly, his family holds no significant standing on Tianyu Star, belonging instead to a declining aristocracy. Nobles of the Empire, such as Edward, possess an illustrious status in other star regions of the Empire. However, on Tianyu Star, they are virtually insignificant. There are millions of noble offspring like Edward on Tianyu Star. In contrast, It is the members of the Imperial family who truly wield power over the Galactic Empire. Even on Tianyu Star, should Edward wish to curry favor with the most ordinary Imperial family member, the prospect of success, even with monetary offerings, is not guaranteed. Edward never anticipated that in the remote and impoverished locale of Manastar, he would encounter a member of the Imperial family, and seemingly one being pursued by pirates at that. Was this not a stroke of fortune? General Edward, the ship's cannons are fully charged and ready to engage. A female subordinate respectfully inquired, "Shall we proceed with the planned attack?" "Attack? Nonsense!" Edward exclaimed, his visage alight with elation. The personnel in the command room paused in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief directed at Edward. Known for his ever-present smile and courteous demeanor, they could scarcely fathom him uttering such coarse language. At this moment, Edward was impervious to the incredulous gazes of his subordinates. His mind was consumed with visions of the Azure Dragon emblem. He vividly imagined rescuing the royal member and ascending to greatness thereafter. Full speed ahead. We must rescue that Black Duke mech. All shipboard cannons prepare for attack. Target, the pirate Black Fox. Edward's mind raced as he issued commands without hesitation. "General Edward, Black Fox is beyond our firing range," the female subordinate remarked. "Disregard that. Attack immediately." Edward had already formulated his intent, to intimidate Black Fox into halting his pursuit. "As you command, General," the captains replied in unison. Meanwhile, Black Fox, witnessing the fleet's cannons charging from a distance, smirked coldly. A bunch of fools attempting to attack two fleeing little rabbits. Just as well, saves me a bullet. Ha ha ha. The Empire's soldiers are indeed imbeciles. The pirates erupted into raucous laughter. Boom. The entire fleet unleashed a barrage of fire, countless beams of laser converging into a colossal pillar of light, hurtling towards Black Fox's direction. In an instant, the brilliance of this beam even overshadowed the radiance of the stars. A volley of cannon fire. This force was capable of obliterating a satellite. Yet at that moment, the target was merely the diminutive Black Fox, akin to a fly. Black Fox and the pirates aboard the two nearby escort ships had never witnessed such a spectacle and were left utterly bewildered. Fortunately, they remained outside the range, and the cannon fire veered off course, the immense light beam grazing past them without making contact. The pirates were drenched in cold sweat. "Damn it! Have these soldiers gone mad? Firing at me from such a distance." Black Fox bellowed. "Captain, they intend to rescue that mech," one of the pirates shouted. "Rescue? I shall ensure you fail in that endeavor." The Black Fox's fury surged forth as he maneuvered the mech, swiftly lowering the energy sniper rifle and locking onto the distant Black Knight mech, pulling the trigger without hesitation. General Edward detected an energy response emanating from the Black Fox. Could he be contemplating a counterattack? How audacious! The female officer hesitated momentarily before reporting, "This is dire. The Black Fox aims to silence us." Edward immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He envisioned the catastrophic consequences should a royal family member fall victim to pirates before his very eyes. It could spell the annihilation of the entire Edward lineage. The Emperor of the Empire was notoriously volatile. In the brief span of his decade-long reign, numerous families had vanished from Tianyu Star. Edward felt an overwhelming dread welling up from within. Yet, he found himself powerless, for his fleet was far too distant from the Black Knight. Whoosh! A crimson flash erupted from the Black Fox's barrel, hurtling towards the Black Knight mech at the speed of light. At this distance, there was no time for reaction. Suddenly, Xia Xingchen felt a chill run down his spine, as if countless needles were piercing through. He instinctively sidestepped. This was not a reaction, but rather an instinctive sensation, a primal awareness akin to that of a beast sensing impending danger. Boom! Thanks to Xia Xingchen's sudden evasion, the Black Fox's energy cannon missed the cockpit, narrowly grazing past it. Nonetheless, one of the Black Knight's arms was obliterated. However, it continued to lurch forward in flight. What? It actually missed. The pirates stared wide-eyed, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. They were acutely aware of the Black Fox's marksmanship at this range. A hit was virtually guaranteed. Even the Black Fox himself gazed incredulously at his hands, muttering, "It missed. How is that possible?" Chapter 22. Edward the Sharpshooter Black Fox actually missed. No, the Black Fox did not miss. It was the Black Knight that evaded the shot. Evaded? How could that be? On board the flagship, All Imperial soldiers beheld this astonishing scene, their eyes wide with disbelief. Outsiders may have perceived Xia Xingchen's evasive maneuver as somewhat clumsy, but the soldiers of the Cosmic Fleet, all seasoned veterans of war, understood the significance of dodging the Black Fox's shot at such a distance. Not even a true mech master could accomplish such a feat. Edward, positioned on the flagship alongside his aides, witnessed Xia Xingchen deftly maneuvering the Black Knight to evade the sniper attack. Edward, taken aback, commanded, "Mainframe." Immediately analyzed the recent shooting by Black Fox and the evasion maneuvers executed by Black Duke. The flagship's mainframe, a colossal optical brain, required less than a second to process the data, promptly reconstructing the earlier scene in a three-dimensional projection. Astonishingly, the shooting action of Black Fox and the evasive maneuvers of Black Duke were executed almost simultaneously, with a mere discrepancy of a few microseconds, a feat that surpassed the limits of the human brain. Edward exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, "It seems it was merely luck, a stroke of chance. Regardless, my life has been spared." At that moment, Black Fox, incensed and humiliated, once again locked on a Black Duke within his sights and pulled the trigger. Black Fox was the type who would not relent until his goals were achieved. He was determined to annihilate Black Duke and see those two lowly miners perish in the vastness of space. This time, Xia Xingchen had no time to evade. However, in the split second before the laser bullet struck the cockpit, he performed an instinctive act. He immediately extended his psychic energy, enveloping Black Duke's cockpit. Truthfully, Xia Xingchen was unaware of the purpose behind his action. It was a reflexive gesture. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted as Black Duke's cockpit was struck, triggering a violent blast centered around it. Witnessing his successful hit, Black Fox smirked coldly and declared to the other pirates, "Mission accomplished. Let us return." The pirates cheered and swiftly turned their spacecraft, navigating away from the Imperial fleet. Although Black Fox had not engaged in direct confrontation with the Imperial forces, the mere act of executing a hostage was enough to provide them ample fodder for boasting in the time to come. Edward, observing the explosion at the cockpit of Black Duke, was so astonished that he sank to the ground, his eyes vacant. "It's over, it's all over." Just then, a remark from his aide jolted him upright. "General, the life detection device indicates that there are still signs of life aboard Black Duke." The aide, staring at the two red dots displayed on the screen, was equally taken aback. "Impossible. This cannot be. A direct hit with Black Duke's armor. There should be no signs of life remaining." Edward rushed to the life detector, and upon seeing the data displayed, he was left utterly astounded. After a moment of stunned silence, Edward issued two commands. First, to deploy the lifeboats for the rescue of Black Duke, ensuring the safety of its crew. Second, for the entire fleet to proceed at full speed in pursuit of the pirate Black Fox. Inside Black Duke's cockpit, Xia Xingchen was pale, a line of blood at the corner of his mouth. He had not anticipated escaping from the clutches of Black Fox. The optical brain indicated that the damage to Black Duke had surpassed 99, rendering it irreparable. In truth, only the cockpit remained intact, while the rest of the vessel had been jettisoned to prevent a secondary explosion. The cockpit was devoid of any power, and without intervention, Xia Xingchen and Erhe would succumb to suffocation in 10 minutes due to the depletion of air. Xia Xingchen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision blurring. Just before losing consciousness, he noticed the Imperial military's rescue spacecraft had arrived. Meanwhile, Erhe lay sprawled atop him, already unconscious. Edward was elated, having successfully rescued the two children aboard the Black Duke. One of the children bore the azure dragon emblem of the Imperial royal family, undoubtedly signifying his royal lineage. However, both children remained in a state of unconsciousness. Edward personally attended to them, pondering the identity of this royal member. The Imperial royal family comprised numerous members of varying ranks. Edward speculated on several possibilities, aware that even the lowest-ranking royal could elevate both himself and the entire Edward family to great heights. As Edward indulged in his daydreams, his female adjutant hurried over to deliver an even more astonishing message. "Report, General, a small spacecraft has requested to dock with our flagship." Edward, irritable, retorted, "We are a military force, not merchants. If they wish to dock with us, must we comply?" "Absolutely not." The adjutant, caught in a dilemma, replied, "General, but the exterior of that craft bears this insignia." She pointed to the azure dragon emblem on the desk. Edward sprang up, as if propelled by a spring. Exclaiming in shock, "What did you say? That small vessel is a royal ship? How could it arrive so swiftly?" Hastily adjusting his military attire, he followed the adjutant to the royal spacecraft to meet the guests. Although Edward held the rank of brigadier general in the Empire, he had to leave his flagship to board the small vessel. Members of the royal family rarely presented themselves in public. The small ship, adorned with the Azure Dragon emblem, docked with the flagship, and as Edward entered, he was immediately struck by the opulent decor of the craft. Edward, having been raised in an aristocratic milieu, nonetheless found himself awed by the pure wool hand-woven carpets, the antique oil paintings adorning the walls, the pine furniture, and the ivory toothpicks on the table. It was evident to him that the owner of this vessel was no ordinary individual. At the very least, the Edward family had never hosted such grandeur. Awaiting them was a tall, white-bearded elder clad in a black robe. His demeanor was cold and serious, and he addressed Edward with a condescending air. "General, I understand your confusion. However, I implore you to immediately bring that royal member aboard this ship." Edward promptly saluted, responding, "At once, sir." He then transported the dirt-streaked youth known as Air Hay onto the royal spacecraft. Upon seeing Air Hay, the elder's expression shifted dramatically, and he commanded a robot to escort the boy into an adjacent room. In that room, the latest medical instruments were present. Edward had waited in the living room for a full hour when the elder finally emerged, his expression having softened somewhat. "General Edward, I am grateful for your rescue of Her Highness the Princess." Chapter 23. The Innkeeper's Black is the Princess. Edward was taken aback, his speech faltering. "It is a princess, not a mere innkeeper. A young lady of extraordinary grace and unparalleled beauty, clad in a flowing white dress, stepped out from the room and spoke softly." Edward had never encountered a girl of such noble bearing. Standing before her, he, as a general of the Empire, felt a pang of self-consciousness. The young lady approached with measured steps and seated herself upon an elevated chair, exuding an innate air of sovereignty that was beyond imitation. Gazing at Edward, she parted her crimson lips and said, "General Edward, thank you for saving me. Why, you are the boy with a dirty face. That cannot be, for you bear no resemblance to him." Edward replied, his head bowed, unable to meet her gaze. A melodious laugh, like the tinkling of silver bells, escaped her lips as she lightly tapped the table. Immediately, the elder stood up to explain, "General Edward, the princess is naturally adorned with a disguise device, a recent marvel of imperial technology reserved solely for royal members. It is entirely normal that you have not encountered it before." A disguise device? Edward swallowed hard, and at that moment, he was convinced that the dark-faced boy was indeed the breathtakingly beautiful princess before him. "General Edward, this is Princess Star. You must have heard of her name." The elder coughed softly. "I am the princess's steward. You may call me Hubo Princess Star." Edward was astounded. He indeed recognized the name, for Princess Star was the most cherished daughter of the Emperor of the Galactic Empire. Excitement surged within him, his temples throbbing as he envisioned his ascent from brigadier to major general, then lieutenant general, and eventually to a true noble of the Empire. Stepping forward, Edward knelt on one knee to kiss the princess's fingers. However, before he could make contact, she had already withdrawn her delicate hand. The rituals of imperial nobility were intricate. Often, they were mere formalities and did not culminate in actual contact. Edward, in his current status, was not deemed worthy. "General Edward, thank you for saving Princess Star. When you return to the imperial capital, Tinyu Star, Her Highness will personally receive you," Hubo stated matter-of-factly. "It is my utmost honor," Edward murmured, his head still bowed. Hubo turned to Princess Star. "Your Highness, we have been out for quite some time. We must return now." "But no, Hubo. I wish to play a few more days," Princess Star pouted, with demeanor petulant. "Absolutely not. You have caused a significant disturbance and nearly fallen into the hands of cosmic pirates. I must escort you back immediately," Hubo replied with a serious countenance. It was not merely a close call. It had already transpired. Fortunately, those pirates were rather foolish. Otherwise, had I been captured, it would have caused quite a stir within the Empire. The Star Princess smiled mischievously, her lips pursed, and declared, "It is precisely for this reason that I wish to remain a few more days. Those pirates have provoked my ire, and I shall relish watching them be crushed by the might of the Empire's army." Hube hesitated. Logically, he ought to escort the Star Princess back to the imperial capital of Tinyu Star immediately. However, The princess's reasoning was indeed sound. The audacity of the pirate Black Fox to dare kidnap a princess warranted a lesson. After a moment of contemplation, Hube sighed, "Your Highness, I shall grant you one more week. At that time, regardless of whether Black Fox is eliminated, you must return with me." "Wonderful," the Star Princess exclaimed, leaping with delight, her thoughts racing with the prospect of spending a few more days with Xia Xingchen. Although their acquaintance was brief, she found the enigmatic young man exceedingly intriguing. A psychic whose abilities were barely below level 10. Merely contemplating this filled her with excitement. "However, I have one condition," Hube interjected suddenly. "I hope that both you and General Edward treat today's events as though they never occurred. After all, the responsibility of your perilous situation is one I cannot bear." Edward immediately nodded. Discretion was the most fundamental quality of a soldier. The Star Princess was still in agreement when a sudden realization struck her, prompting her to ask, "If we were to pretend nothing happened, what about Xia Xingchen?" "Your Highness, you were never kidnapped by pirates, and thus, no one rescued you. The minor boy, I shall arrange for someone to escort him back to Manor Star. He will remain oblivious to your true identity, and will consider everything that transpired as a mere dream." Hube replied, "Very well." The Star Princess conceded, fully aware of Hube's unwavering nature. To extend her stay on Manor Star, she had no choice but to acquiesce. "Hi, hi." Xia Xingchen awoke with a start, calling out loudly. "Xingchen, what is the matter?" Xia Yu wheeled in from outside, concern etched on his face. Sitting up, Xia Xingchen was bewildered to find himself in his own bed. Confusion washed over him. He distinctly remembered piloting a mech named Black Duke in the cosmos, escaping the clutches of Black Fox, and rescuing a peculiar minor boy who called himself Arei. How could he now be lying in his own bed? A wave of bewilderment enveloped him as he initially thought it must have been a dream, a most peculiar dream. However, upon inquiring with his father about the date, he discovered that this was no mere illusion. He had indeed spent an entire week on that desolate satellite. "Father, how did I return?" Xia Xingchen asked. "You were brought back by several policemen. They said you fainted inexplicably while visiting the police station. They took you to the hospital for a few days, and once your condition stabilized, they returned you home." Xia Yu replied, his face a mask of urgency. "Xingchen, I was beside myself with worry when I couldn't find you. Are you all right? If something were to happen to you, how could I ever face your deceased mother?" As Xia Yu spoke, he could no longer restrain his tears. "Dad, I'm fine," Xia Xingchen replied, holding her father tightly, her voice choked with emotion. The two of them relied upon each other for survival, a struggle that outsiders could never comprehend. "By the way, Xingchen, Uncle Li Quan has been looking for you these days. He asked if you're still watching his mech battles." Xia Yu suddenly inquired. "Of course I want to watch." Xia Xingchen's eyes lit up at the mention of mech combat. "I'll say it once more. You may watch. But gambling is out of the question," Xia Yu warned, looking at his son. "Don't worry, Dad. I would love to gamble, but my pockets are emptier than my face." "I need money to gamble," Xia Xingchen chuckled. Chapter 24. Do you want to go undercover? The night was as cool as water. Xia Xingchen lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. The shadows of cosmic pirates like Black Fox, Arei, and Major Edward lingered in his mind. He sat up, fist clenched, murmuring to himself, "Is this truly a dream?" Xia Xingchen's doubts arose from the advanced state of virtual reality technology. Many individuals became so engrossed in it that they could no longer distinguish between reality and the virtual world, unable to extricate themselves. Technically speaking, it was indeed possible for Xia Xingchen to be hypnotized and enter a virtual realm, living out a heroic fantasy. After all, his experiences were exceedingly surreal. "No, wait." Xia Xingchen suddenly tightened his fist. "My mental strength has indeed reached level 6. If this were in a virtual reality, everything would be illusory. My mental strength could not have increased." Instantly, he began to meditate, seeking to confirm whether his mental strength had truly attained level 6. However, as he entered a meditative state, he discovered an unexpected entity in his mind, a transparent hexagonal crystal. "What is this?" Xia Xingchen pondered, and to his astonishment, he realized it was a crystallization of mental strength. Upon reaching level 7, one would manifest a mental strength crystal, which enabled the individual to control the secretion of hormones within the body. The ability to regulate hormonal secretion was a terrifying prospect, signifying a dramatic enhancement of human potential, rendering one faster and stronger. Upon reaching level 7, one's physical attributes would significantly improve. There's an ancient saying, to be reborn. Xia Xingchen was puzzled as to why his mental strength, which was clearly level 6, suddenly transformed into level 7. After some contemplation, he surmised it must be related to his confrontation with Black Fox. Certain individuals, when faced with life and death situations, can unleash unimaginable power. Indeed, the transition from level 6 to level 7 is a formidable hurdle, one that many never surpass throughout their lives. However, by a stroke of serendipity, Xia Xingchen, teetering on the brink of life and death, experienced an explosive surge of potential, catapulting him directly into level 7. Xia Xingchen was increasingly convinced that everything he encountered was not a mere figment of his imagination. After a night of deep meditation, he felt invigorated yet plagued by an insatiable hunger that compelled him to seek sustenance. By dawn, he had depleted all the food in his home. Regulating one's endocrine system is an energy-intensive endeavor. Xia Yu, observing Xia Xingchen's hearty appetite, merely chuckled and remarked, "Young lad, you're going to bankrupt me. Xingchen, you're at a critical growth phase. Eat as much as you can. Focus on your studies when you get to school." "Understood, Dad," Xia Xingchen replied with a smile. Xia Yu affectionately tousled his son's hair and retrieved a small sum of pocket money from the cupboard. "It seems you haven't been well fed at school lately. Take this money and don't hesitate to eat well." "Dad, this is for your medical expenses," Xia Xingchen protested, refusing to accept it. Xia Yu insisted, firmly pushing the money into Xia Xingchen's pocket. "I know my own health. Now hurry along to school. Time is of the essence." Reluctantly, Xia Xingchen took the money and set off for class. After just one lesson, hunger overwhelmed him. With the money in hand, he ventured to a nearby shop, devouring his purchase in mere moments. Left with no funds and a grumbling stomach, he contemplated his next move and requested a sick leave from his teacher before exiting the school premises. Xia Xingchen did not return home. There was no money left there. Instead, he boarded the hover subway to the city center, heading to the police department to find Su Zhan. Su Zhan was busy perusing documents in his office when he was taken aback by Xia Xingchen's unexpected visit. Rising to close the door, he pulled Xia Xingchen inside and exclaimed, "Xia Xingchen, I thought you were undercover with the Black Fox. What brings you back?" With a smile, Xia Xingchen replied, "I have thoroughly investigated the Black Fox's stronghold and returned to report my findings." "That was quick," Su Zhan remarked, astonished. Ordinarily, he would have been aware of Xia Xingchen's heroic act in rescuing Princess Xing, but due to Hu Bo's interference, the entire incident had been hushed up. Not only the police, but even the military remained oblivious to the true events. Xia Xingchen shared the details from the satellite, including a meticulously drawn map. Su Zhan, upon reviewing it, expressed his admiration, assuring Xia Xingchen, "With this map, our police will certainly be able to rescue the miners captured by the Black Fox." Su Zhan scrutinized Xia Xingchen, saying, "You are quite astute. You have the makings of an excellent undercover agent. Would you be interested in taking on another assignment?" Xia Xingchen promptly declined. "Officer Su, I am still a student, and if time permits, I would gladly assist the police again. However, that will have to wait until my current obligations are fulfilled." Su Zhan sighed, fully aware that Xia Xingchen was a rare talent destined for greatness as a mecha engineer. The confines of Manastar were far too limited, unable to contain a dragon of his caliber. "Go collect your funds. 100,000 is no small sum. Given the recent rise in crime, exercise caution," Su Zhan advised kindly. "Thank you, Officer Su." A wave of joy surged through Xia Xingchen's heart as he approached the window to collect his funds, receiving a cash card loaded with 100,000 star coins. In a market where physical currency had nearly vanished, largely replaced by card transactions, this substantial cash card emerged as a convenient alternative, akin to a check, allowing for direct payments at any store without the need for a bank visit. Upon receiving the card, Xia Xingchen promptly ventured out to a restaurant for a meal, indulging in an array of high-calorie dishes that cost him 3,000 star coins before his gnawing hunger began to wane. For the past few days, he attended classes during the day and immersed himself in meditation at night. Upon reaching the 7th level of mental strength, he experienced a remarkable transformation. His endocrine system sculpted his physique to perfection, enhancing his cellular structure and significantly unlocking his physical potential. Over the course of several days, Xia Xingchen felt an astonishing metamorphosis within himself, his pores refined, skin luminous, evoking envy among the girls around him. although the inner changes were imperceptible to the naked eye. He sensed that his muscles had tightened and his tendons had grown robust, akin to leather, with his bones becoming fair and delicate. High-difficulty physical feats that had once eluded him were now effortlessly achievable. Notably, his strength and running speed had notably increased. Even Xia noticed the difference, remarking on Xia Xingchen's improved complexion and noticeable height. In school, Xia Xingchen had previously been inconspicuous, yet now, as he walked down the hall, he garnered glances from girls, some even slipping him love letters. Chapter 25. Mecha Combat. The results were astounding, surpassing even the speeds of professional sprinters from long ago. In just a few days, Xia Xingchen underwent a transformative change that left him utterly astonished. If he were to face Zhang Liang and his companions again, he would not need to rely on his mental prowess. His sheer strength and speed would suffice to easily defeat them. However, he was acutely aware that he was not yet a match for Ikoen. In both hand-to-hand combat and mecha piloting, he still had much to learn. Determined to improve, he committed himself to relentless training. The day before the mecha combat competition, Li Quan sought out Xia Xingchen. Upon seeing him, Li Quan was taken aback. "Xingchen, you've grown so much in just a few days." Xia chuckled. "This kid is in a growth spurt and eating a lot. He seems to change daily." "Uncle Li, why did you come today?" "The actual competition is tomorrow," Xia Xingchen exclaimed with surprise upon Li Quan's arrival. "Xingchen, haven't you always wanted to pilot a military mecha? Today, I'll give you a glimpse of that world and teach you a few techniques," Li Quan replied with a smile. "Don't let my appearance deceive you. I am quite the expert in mecha combat myself. I once ranked among the top 100 in the league on Manastar." To Xia Xingchen, being among the top 100 on Manastar seemed rather unimpressive. However, for the minor Li Quan, this was a source of pride. "Father, I'm going to meet Uncle Li," Xia Xingchen said to his father. "Go ahead, but remember to return early this evening," Xia replied with a smile. Xia Xingchen followed Li Quan into a dilapidated hover car, arriving at a massive egg-shaped stadium. Li Quan introduced, "This is the largest stadium on Manastar. The upcoming mech battle is not merely an underground fight. Many dignitaries will attend tomorrow." After greeting the gatekeeper and stating his purpose of testing the mech, Li Quan led Xia Xingchen into the stadium. Li Quan had a private training room that was quite spacious, housing a 5-meter-tall blue mech. "Uncle Li, is this your mech?" Xia Xingchen exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight. "A mech costs over 100 million star coins. I could never afford one. This is borrowed from my boss. Its name is Blue War God, a military mech that has been modified. It is devoid of any weaponry but excels in strength and speed, with values around 7 units. 7 units? Xia Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Erhe had mentioned that the strength unit of Black Duke was 7, while its speed unit was 10. The custom version of Black Fox surpassed all expectations in both strength and speed. This Blue War God seemed inferior in performance compared to Black Duke. However, Xia Xingchen quickly grasped the situation. Li Quan's boss was likely quite affluent, but even the wealthiest could not obtain an active military mech. This Blue War God must have been procured as a decommissioned mech and then modified. The Empire's military technology was advancing rapidly, and outdated mechs could not compare in performance to newer models. Even so, Xia Xingchen couldn't help but feel envious. "When will I have a mech of my own?" he mused, licking his lips and letting his imagination wander. "Uncle Li, could you teach me mech combat?" Xia Xingchen suddenly inquired. "Mech combat? Huh, I knew you would be interested." "Of course, I can," Li Quan replied readily. "But there's only one mech here. How can we practice combat?" Xia Xingchen asked. "Mech combat does not necessarily require piloting a mech. You should know that military mechs synchronize with the human body. We can start by practicing unarmed," Li Quan chuckled, adding, "I want to use my full strength. I'll let you use one hand." "Uncle, there's no need for that." Xia Xingchen grinned, stepping forward into a stance, pulling back his right fist as if drawing a bow, and suddenly thrusting it forward. Boom! Xia Xingchen's fist shot forth like an arrow, producing a sonic boom as it cut through the air. Initially, Li Quan had underestimated him, thinking Xia Xingchen was inexperienced. However, upon witnessing the force of his punch, his expression changed instantly. Li Quan reacted swiftly, raising his arms just in time to shield his chest. Boom! Xia Xingchen's punch landed solidly on Li Quan, causing him to stagger back 3 steps before his back collided with the wall, bringing him to a halt. Li Quan's face flusha, clearly a sign of his agitated blood flow. He stared wide-eyed, astonished. You little rascal. How do you possess such immense strength? Xia Xingchen smiled shyly. Uncle Li, my mental prowess has reached level 7, allowing me to control my endocrine system. My body has undergone a remarkable transformation. No wonder, Li Quan muttered to himself. But suddenly his expression shifted. Wait a moment, wasn't your mental strength only at level 2 before? How did it suddenly jump to level 7? Isn't that a bit too rapid? I'm not sure. Xia Xingchen scratched his head, withholding the truth. Perhaps you have accumulated strength over time. You will surely bring glory to your ancestors. Xingchen, your father has not spoiled you for nothing, Li Quan remarked, patting Xia Xingchen on the shoulder with a sense of admiration. Uncle Li, please teach me the art of mecha combat. Xia Xingchen blinked. Should I practice martial arts? My physical condition is robust now. I can master any skill. Li Quan chuckled and shook his head. Xingchen, you must grasp one crucial truth and hold it firmly in your heart. Never forget it. If you lose sight of this, returning to your path will be exceedingly difficult. Uncle Li, please enlighten me, Xia Xingchen urged. Xingchen, we are human beings. Regardless of the era, whether it be the age of Earth, the era of cosmic exploration, or the present time of the galactic empire, we remain human. Tell me, do you think our strength as humans is formidable? Li Quan inquired. Not all. After so many years of evolution, our physical strength has not only waned compared to our ancestors, but has indeed regressed. My strength is commendable. Yet I remain no match for a tiger, a leopard, or an elephant, Xia Xingchen replied thoughtfully. Exactly. Our physical strength as humans is rather feeble. Not only in the cosmos, but even here on Manastar, we cannot contend with those abhorrent beasts. Moreover, I've heard whispers of colossal creatures lurking in the distant cosmos, capable of devouring whole planets, Li Quan stated. Our bodies may be inferior to those beasts. Yet why have we humans constructed the galactic empire while those beasts remain hidden, forever denied their rise? Xia Xingchen immediately responded, because we possess intellect and a higher IQ. Precisely, Li Quan pointed to his muscles. We do not excel in this. Then he gestured to his head, but rather in this. Chapter 26. Fearless bravery. Upon hearing Li Quan's words, Xia Xingchen felt as if a new world was unfolding before him. To be honest, the concepts Li Quan presented had never crossed Xia Xingchen's mind. After transforming his body through hormonal manipulation, he experienced an unprecedented sense of power, as if he feared nothing and could accomplish anything. Xingchen, remember this. Humanity's greatest strength lies in our intellect, not our physicality. Throughout history, many have been seduced by this illusory sense of power, leading them down a path of no return. Li Quan sighed. Illusory sense of power? Xia Xingchen asked. Indeed, it is the illusion of strength, Li Quan affirmed. Even with endocrine enhancements to improve the body, the limits of human strength remain inexorable. This boundary, inscribed within our very genes, cannot be transcended. Humanity, by its nature, is not a race endowed with physical prowess. Yet, there are individuals who harbor fantasies of surpassing the corporeal limitations of humanity, prompting them to embark on increasingly radical transformations of their bodies, even to the extent of becoming cyborgs. Li Quan remarked, cyborgs do not exist on Manastar. The radiation from the ores here interferes with the operation of precision instruments. However, they are prevalent on other planets, so be wary of such individuals when you venture out. They're a deranged lot. Understood, Uncle Li. Xia Xingchen silently committed this to memory. Li Quan approached the mech and patted it, saying, this mech is the culmination of human intellect and technology. Although we lack robust physiques, we possess astute minds. We wield tools, whether primitive wooden sticks or this advanced mech, both serve as instruments. It is through such formidable tools that humanity can navigate the cosmic seas. The history of mech combat is extensive. In the past, it was even regarded as a form of entertainment, as controlling a mech relied on joysticks and keyboards. The swifter the hands, the more agile the mech's movements. However, times have changed, and mere hand speed is no longer sufficient. In contemporary mech combat, what is tested is the speed of thought and the level of mental acuity. Li Quan continued, due to the existence of mental energy sensing devices, the actions envisioned in your mind will be executed by the mech in reality. This necessitates two capabilities from a mech pilot. First, the ability to focus. After all, the human mind is cluttered with myriad distractions. If your thoughts falter while controlling the mech, who knows what bizarre postures it may adopt. Second, one must possess sharp awareness and quick reflexes, strike preemptively before others can react. With a sudden, decisive jab, Li Quan demonstrated, steady, precise, and ruthless. That is the essence of mech combat. Do not be misled into learning those archaic martial arts and techniques. While they may serve the human body, they are of little use in mech combat, for a mech is merely a tool and not a true extension of the body. Uncle Li, I don't quite understand. I believe those martial techniques should still hold value, Xia Xingchen said, scratching his head. Since he remained unconvinced, let's put it to the test, Li Quan suggested, pointing to two capsule-shaped machines. These are virtual combat machines capable of simulating reality, nearly indistinguishable from actual mech combat. Xia Xingchen approached the silvery capsule, gently caressing its streamlined exterior, feeling a chill. Virtual reality is indeed the essence of this machine, captivating countless individuals to the point where some can no longer discern reality from illusion, leading to tragic outcomes upon awakening. Coming from a family of modest means, Xia Xingchen had never encountered virtual reality before. Following Li Quan's instructions, he lay inside the capsule, electrodes affixed to his temples. A hypnotic gas was released within the capsule, and as darkness enveloped him, he succumbed to slumber. Soon, Xia Xingchen opened her eyes, discovering that she had transformed into a formidable mech, standing amidst an expanse of pure white. Li Quan stood opposite her, his mech identical in model, yet distinct in hue. Hers was black, while his was white. Xingchen, our mechs share the exact specifications, with both power and speed rated at 5. This time, you are free to unleash your full strength, Li Quan declared. All right, Xia Xingchen replied, filled with eagerness. Seizing the opportunity, while Li Quan was unprepared, she lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. The force of the mech was 1,000,000-fold greater than that of a human body, its might truly formidable. Li Quan did not evade. He merely shifted slightly to the side, retaliating with a punch aimed at Xia Xingchen's chest. Boom! Li Quan's entire shoulder was shattered by Xia Xingchen's blow, while her cockpit was obliterated. Xia Xingchen faced defeat. A wave of dizziness washed over her, yet her mech restored itself, standing once more before Li Quan. Xia Xingchen protested. Uncle Li, why did you strike so fiercely? Why didn't you dodge? Li Quan chuckled. Why should I evade? If you were wielding a long sword, would you fear the clash of your weapon with another, prompting you to constantly retreat? That would surely lead to your downfall. I understand now, Uncle Li, Xia Xingchen exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. Though our minds control the mechs, they remain mere instruments. Even if one mech is damaged, we can simply replace it, as long as the pilot remains unharmed. Precisely, Li Quan smiled. However, novices often fall prey to the same pitfall, fear. They instinctively treat their mechs as extensions of their own bodies, subconsciously dodging non-lethal attacks, which ultimately leads to their defeat. As for the martial arts you mentioned, these techniques have been passed down for millennia and certainly possess their own logic. Yet, they are fundamentally based on the muscular responses of the human body. While mechs may be humanoid, they lack muscles. Thus, I assert that martial arts are of little utility. Xia Xingchen grasped the concept. It was no wonder that mech battles attracted such a multitude of spectators. These contests were raw and visceral, trading blows for blows. They appeared undeniably violent and exhilarating, drawing the wealthy toward them. In contrast, martial arts competitions, which often concluded with light taps and meandering exchanges, lacked the same allure. Though Li Quan did not impart specific techniques or moves to Xia Xingchen, his recent discourse had illuminated her understanding. The essence of mech combat, aside from the mech's capabilities and the pilot's mental fortitude, lay significantly in overcoming inner fears, demonstrating courage and tenacity, and embracing the willingness to exchange harm for harm. All right, Xingchen, here is your ticket. Remember to attend my match tomorrow. And if you choose to place a bet, be sure to wager on my victory, Li Quan said, handing her a ticket with a smile. Understood, Uncle Li, Xia Xingchen replied with a grin. I still need to inspect the mech's performance once more. If you cannot wait, feel free to head back, Li Quan added. Chapter 27. The Tyrant's Contract. Li Quan escorted Xia Xingchen out of the giant export center, watching the boy's departing silhouette with a smile of contentment gracing his lips. Xingchen, I never anticipated your comprehension to be so profound. Uncle Li holds great expectations for you. Upon returning to the Mecha training room, Li Quan settled into the cockpit of the Blue War God, activating all the instruments. After confirming that the readings were all normal, he felt a sense of relief. Tomorrow, prior to the match, the owner would dispatch a specialized mecha technician for a thorough inspection. Nevertheless, Li Quan preferred to conduct his own checks for peace of mind. Once he disembarked from the Mecha, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Time is relentless. I have grown older. Mecha combat, a pursuit suited for the youth, has become ill-fitting for me. After tomorrow's farewell match, I must consider retirement. With a heavy sigh, Li Quan resolved silently that he would perform admirably in this final contest. As he stepped out of the sports center, preparing to return home, two men clad in black suits approached, tapping on his car window. "Are you the Fierce Tiger, Li Quan?" The moniker Fierce Tiger was Li Quan's nickname. Every participant in Mecha combat was required to adopt a pseudonym. Li Quan scrutinized the newcomers, sensing their ill intentions, and nodded. "I am." "Get in. We can chat leisurely." One of the suited men gestured towards a hovering vehicle parked nearby. "I'd rather not. We can converse here," Li Quan replied, his wariness palpable. "That is not up to you." The suited man lifted his jacket, revealing a handgun. With no choice, Li Quan followed the two men into the vehicle. One of the suited men tossed him a piece of paper. "Here is tomorrow's schedule. Have you seen it?" Li Quan glanced down and was astonished to discover that it was indeed the schedule for the following day. "How did you obtain this confidential information?" "That's not your concern. We have our channels," the suited man replied, pointing to Li Quan's name. "Do you know who your opponent is tomorrow?" Upon inspection, Li Quan noted that his adversary was someone named Qiyu. The choice of such a name, invoking an ancient Chinese deity, spoke of Qiyu's audacity. Li Quan had indeed heard of Qiyu, a newcomer who had participated in mecha combat for less than 2 months, winning all 9 of his matches. A rising star in the arena. Yet, no one knew Qiyu's age, gender, or even his true identity. "Qiyu," Li Quan murmured, "is a formidable newcomer. I will take him seriously." "You are to lose," the suited man stated, shaking his head. "Lose?" Li Quan was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended. "You are affiliated with the underground betting syndicate?" In mecha combat, while most matches were fought with genuine skill, there were instances manipulated by the betting syndicates, resulting in fixed outcomes. Li Quan never imagined he would encounter individuals for such a world. "I refuse to participate in a rigged match," he asserted immediately. "Tomorrow is my final contest. I must uphold my responsibility to my employer and to myself. We are not the kind of people associated with underground casinos." The man in the suit chuckled, lighting a cigarette. "We do not fear your knowledge of our identity. We are in service of young Master Qiyu. His status is that of a noble scion, participating in mech combat purely for amusement. Hence, we must ensure he enjoys himself thoroughly, which means he cannot afford to lose. You seem to hold me in high regard. Perhaps I am not even a match for Qiyu," Li Quan replied coldly. "I have watched the footage of Qiyu's matches. Although he is a newcomer, he is a formidable contender. Why can't we engage in a genuine bout?" "What nonsense are you spouting?" Another man in a suit, unable to contain his impatience, tossed a stack of money toward Li Quan. "This money will buy your defeat." A mere minor dares to voice his objections? "You are unaware of our young master's standing. Otherwise, the mere thought would terrify you." "Forgive me, but I truly have no interest in knowing," Li Quan replied nonchalantly. "Even if your young master were a prince or a princess of the empire, I would not engage in a fixed match. You are truly asking for trouble." The man in the suit sneered coldly, suddenly drawing a gun and firing a tranquilizer dart that struck Li Quan. The following morning, Xia Xingchen received the news that Li Quan had encountered an accident the previous night and was now lying in hospital bed. Xia Xingchen hurried to visit him. Upon entering the hospital room, she found Li Quan unconscious, connected to various tubes and a respirator. After placing the fruits she had brought on the table and offering some words of comfort to Aunt Li, she rushed to inquire about Li Quan's condition from the doctor. "His prognosis is not optimistic," the doctor, clad in a white coat and black-rimmed glasses, spoke in a low tone. "He has sustained a severe brain injury and is currently unresponsive. Even if he regains consciousness, he will be unable to participate in mech combat." "How could this happen?" Xia Xingchen stood frozen in shock, returning to the hospital room in a daze. She struggled to find the words to break the unfortunate news to Aunt Li. However, as she approached the doorway, she spotted a portly man dressed in an elegant suit, adorned with a gold watch and chain, striding into the room with 2 bodyguards flanking him. These scoundrels, responsible for Uncle Li's condition, dared to show their faces. Anger surged within Xia Xingchen as she rushed into the room, positioning herself protectively in front of Uncle Li and Aunt Li, exclaiming loudly, "What do you intend to do?" Come at me instead. The rotund man paused, taken aback as he regarded Xia Xingchen. Aunt Li hurriedly interjected, Xingchen, this is your Uncle Li's employer, Mr. Zhou. He has come to see your uncle after hearing of his injury. Realizing she had misjudged the situation, Xia Xingchen quickly apologized to Mr. Zhou and invited him to sit. Mr. Zhou beckoned with his finger, and immediately one of the bodyguards placed a fruit basket on the bedside table. Then, he produced a contract and handed it to Aunt Li. Upon glancing at the document, Aunt Li's complexion turned pale, resembling a blank sheet of paper. Xia Xingchen, confused, inquired, Aunt Li, what is it? What is wrong? It's a contract that Li Quan signed with me. Mr. Zhou replied with a smile, turning to Aunt Li. There's his signature and fingerprint, is there not? Aunt Li burst into tears, lamenting, Li Quan is now in a coma, and we do not know whether he lives or dies. We are left as orphans and widows, unable to pay the breach of contract penalty. The mention of a penalty startled Xia Xingchen, prompting him to snatch the contract from Aunt Li's hands. Upon examining it closely, his anger ignited. The contract clearly stated that if the formidable Li Quan failed to participate in the Mecha combat, he would incur a penalty of 10 million star coins. This was an outrageous contract. Boss Zhou, this contract is excessive. How can the penalty be as high as 10 million? Moreover, Uncle Li did not wish to withdraw, but was instead ensnared by malicious designs, Xia Xingchen asserted, raising his voice. Is 10 million a large sum? Boss Zhou flicked his fingers dismissively. If Li Quan competes, I stand to gain far more. Who will bear this loss? Boss Zhou, with your vast influence. You could easily find someone else to participate, Xia Xingchen suggested quietly. Such words are easy to utter, Boss Zhou sneered. Li Quan does not even know whom he has offended. Of all the people I know who can pilot a mech, none are willing to replace him. You speak from a place of ignorance. Help Li Quan find a replacement, and I will not count this as a breach. Boss Zhou had correctly assessed that as a mere student, Xia Xingchen would struggle to find a suitable contender for the mech combat. I will do it, Xia Xingchen declared calmly. You? Ha ha ha. Boss Zhou erupted in laughter, as if he had just heard the greatest joke in the universe. To pilot the Blue War God, one must possess at least a level 9 mental acuity. You, a mere child, barely reach level 5. You overestimate your abilities to pilot a military mech, he mocked. What if I told you I could? Xia Xingchen's gaze bore into Boss Zhou's, serious and resolute. Despite being just a high school student, Xia Xingchen's mental acuity exceeded that of his peers, endowing him with an extraordinary presence and an aura of unique charisma. Boss Zhou found himself momentarily taken aback by this imposing demeanor. Upon reaching a mental acuity of level 7, Xia Xingchen had not only enhanced his physical capabilities, but also experienced a profound transformation in his overall essence. His gaze, akin to a sharp sword, pierced straight into Boss Zhou's heart. Why not give it a try? If you can pilot the Blue War God, you may take the field. If you fail, you and Li Quan must compensate me with 20 million star coins. Boss Zhou, ever the shrewd businessman, swiftly devised a cunning scheme. Very well, let it be so. I shall proceed immediately. Xia Xingchen seethed with anger, yearning to confront this unscrupulous merchant. Do not be hasty. What if you default? First, sign the contract. Boss Zhou replied with a cold smile, his eyes darting with evident ulterior motives. A default? Xia Xingchen struggled to contain his fury, tempted to strike Boss Zhou. But the sight of his brawny bodyguards and the tear-streaked face of Aunt Li compelled him to suppress his rage, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Boss Zhou quickly instructed his subordinates to draft the contract and handed it to Xia Xingchen. What? If I win, you will reward me with 1 million star coins. But if I lose, I must compensate you with 20 million star coins? What kind of reasoning is that? Xia Xingchen glared furiously at the terms outlined in the contract. How am I to know your capabilities? If you were to lose, I would be responsible for the repairs of the Mecha. Enough of this nonsense. Either sign the contract and hasten to test the Mecha, or present me with 10 million star coins right now. Boss Zhou reveled in his cleverness. Having learned of Li Quan's plight, knowing that Qiyu was someone he could not afford to provoke, the outcome of the match was certain to be a loss for Xia Xingchen. Nonetheless, he sought to exploit the situation further to extract more from Xia Xingchen. With no other choice, Xia Xingchen felt the weight of financial constraints stifling even the mightiest of heroes. Yet, for the sake of Li Quan and his family, he gritted his teeth and resolutely affixed his signature to the contract. Indeed, this young man possesses determination. Boss Zhou praised him with a thumbs up, beckoning, "Follow me." Xia Xingchen trailed Boss Zhou to the training arena. A steel cable descended from above the mecha's cockpit, with a foot pedal at its base. 15 meters from the pedal, two electric buttons awaited. Xia Xingchen placed one foot on the pedal and pressed the ascent button with his right hand, causing the cable to gently lift him towards the cockpit, 3 to 4 meters above the ground. With a swift motion, he vaulted into the cockpit. Inside the blue battle god, the setup differed from the Black Duke mecha. There was no sensory head ring, as that belonged to military-grade equipment, reclaimed upon the mecha's decommissioning. Instead, a sensory helmet adorned with multicolored wires served as a lower-tier imitation of the head ring. The cockpit was equipped with a modest array of joysticks, keyboards, and pedals, as piloting a mecha demanded substantial mental fortitude, thereby limiting operational duration. For tasks such as patrolling or strategic maneuvers, continuous use of mental energy could lead to exhaustion. Hence, many military mechas were outfitted with auxiliary operating systems. Xia Xingchen adjusted his seat, fastened his safety belt, and slowly donned the sensory helmet. A digital tone resonated, illuminating the screen before him as various indicator lights flickered to life. He sensed the crystalline pyramid within his mind spinning rapidly, unleashing a torrent of mental energy, and felt his body gradually merge with the mecha. The engine of the mecha began to hum to life, and the red indicators in its eyes glowed ominously. Boss Zhou was taken aback, astonished that it had activated. How could this be? Yet, faced with the undeniable reality, he was compelled to acknowledge it. However, his mind raced with a flurry of schemes. Even if this young man could operate the mecha, it would be a struggle, and his opponent would be formidable. Victory was assuredly beyond him. Thus, I could wager my entire fortune on his defeat and subsequently pursue compensation. I could even request a life-and-death match. Should he perish, the substantial insurance payout would be mine. Yes, that shall be my course of action. Typically, mecha combat tournaments prohibit attacks on the cockpit, as this greatly diminishes the spectacle of the event. Thus, the organizers introduced the concept of life-and-death battles. Upon signing the life-and-death combat contract, both parties may employ any means of attack, targeting any part of the mecha, with no option for surrender until one side perishes. The victor is awarded a prize 5 times that of a standard match, while the defeated will receive insurance compensation exceeding 10 million. The Grand Arena is abuzz with excitement, hosting over 60,000 spectators, predominantly citizens of the Galactic Empire, as minors lack both the qualification and means to witness the event. Mecha combat contests are neither televised nor streamed online, rendering the on-site tickets exceedingly valuable. The most affordable ticket costs a staggering 100,000 star coins, while the priciest reaches 2 million. Tonight, there are a total of 8 matches, with the final bout being a fight to the death. In the most opulent VIP room within the venue, a middle-aged man clad in military attire reclines on a sofa. His hair striking gold, frames piercing blue eyes that exude depth, yet his expression remains rigid, concealing his thoughts. Accompanying him are Manor Star's executive officer Ming and Rear Admiral Edward, both exuding sycophancy. This man is General von Klaus, a noble of the Empire, serving as the commander of the 1st Division of the 3rd Fleet. His lineage boasts a legacy of military service, with each family member a soldier since humanity first ventured beyond Earth. He has been tasked with leading 50 warships to escort the young princess back to the capital, Tianyuan Star. Edward perceives this as an opportunity and strives to ingratiate himself with von Klaus, hoping to ascend the ranks, as his current position offers little chance for promotion. Meanwhile, although Ming holds absolute authority on Manor Star, he is merely a watchdog for the Tang dynasty group. Aged and weary himself, he yearns for his son to secure a noble status and bring glory to their lineage. However, von Klaus is notoriously austere, rejecting all invitations save for a welcoming banquet. Both men, their hair graying with worry, realize that while a principled leader is daunting, a leader devoid of passion is even more concerning. Eventually, Edward discovers that this general is a masterful mecha pilot with a distinguished record, and thus invites him to witness the mecha combat tournament. In the core planets of the Galactic Empire, such direct confrontations with mechas are deemed barbaric and are strictly prohibited. There, mecha pilots must rely on large holographic systems and simulators for competition. These simulated contests lack the authenticity and adrenaline of real combat, making it difficult for competitors to unleash their full potential. Only in remote locales like Manor do such genuine mecha battles occur. Intrigued by the prospect, Von Klaus decides to attend the event. Chapter 29. A desolate path. The first 7 matches, while lively, were merely bustling spectacles. The mechas, heavily modified, displayed lackluster performances in the eyes of experts, and certain pilots seemed to be merely going through the motions. Von Klaus nearly succumbed to slumber in his seat. General Klaus, what do you think of the matches? Quite thrilling, I presume? Yiming inquired. Unremarkable, dreadfully tedious, Von Klaus retorted, unwilling to utter further words. The next match is a battle of life and death, and one of the contestants is my son. At merely 16 years of age, he has already attained a 9th-level psychic ability. He possesses a keen interest and talent for mecha operation, and I intend for him to pursue the path of a mecha soldier as soon as he achieves a breakthrough, striving for an early enlistment in the military. Yiming seizes every opportunity to promote his son. Understood. General Klaus nodded slightly, every gesture reflecting the demeanor of nobility. To be frank, General Klaus harbors a deep-seated disdain for Yiming. Although Yiming is a planetary governor, a significant figure within the empire, and the de facto ruler of this border planet, to Klaus, he is merely a nouveau riche, utterly incomparable to a true aristocrat like himself. Now, a life and death contest is about to commence, featuring the recently emerged contestant Xiyu, boasting an impeccable record of 9 victories against contestant Liquan, who has won 28 out of 30 battles. The atmosphere in the arena surged to its peak, with countless spectators clutching their betting slips. They roared with abandon, transformed into a frenzied mob. The entire arena was suffused with a palpable sense of adrenaline. Even someone as typically composed as General Klaus felt a twinge of excitement. That Xiyu is my son, 9 victories without fail. Even Yiming clenched his fists tightly, a flicker of exhilaration stirring within him. Oh, but wait. Contestant Liquan was involved in an accident yesterday and is currently in a coma. Today, he is being replaced by contestant Xia Xingchen. He is only 16 years old and still a student. The announcement corrected the earlier information, and at that moment, Xia Xingchen's photo and details appeared on the large screen. You deceitful scoundrels. Primordial on Liquan. My 20 million. Kill that miner. I want to see him turned into pulp. Chaos erupted in the venue. A cacophony of cheers, curses, and desperate cries. The scale of betting on each match was immense, especially as Liquan had spent a considerable amount of time in the mecha combat scene, garnering a large following of bettors. However, with this sudden replacement, the newcomers were seen as mere novices, leading many to despair as they had wagered their fortunes, some even taking loans to place bets, knowing they would soon face a life as minors after the match. Xia Xingchen, seated within the Blue War God, traversed the dedicated passageway to the arena. Upon hearing the announcement that this was a fight to the death, he was rendered utterly bewildered. He activated his communicator to contact Boss Zhou, demanding clarity on the matter of this life and death battle. What? What did you say? It's too loud. I can't hear you. Boss Zhou chuckled inwardly, disconnecting the call. He had impersonated a contestant to submit the application for the death match, providing Xia Xingchen's information to the opponent, who had consented to the terms. The mecha finally reached the end of the passageway, and the doors slowly opened. Xia Xingchen, seated in the cockpit, finally laid eyes on his opponent's mecha. Before you stands a colossal mech, towering at 6 meters, exuding an aura of formidable power. Its armor appears robust and gleams with a metallic sheen. The limbs, both arms and legs, are impressively thick, embodying the essence of explosive strength. In its left hand, it wields a rectangular alloy shield, adorned with a central spike, while the right hand brandishes an alloy battle axe. The engine of the mech roars ominously, akin to a beast poised to rend its prey asunder. At this moment, a communication request emerges on the mech's public channel. With a decisive press, the connection is established, revealing the image of a masked figure on the communicator screen. Kid, I never imagined your luck would hold out this long. Zhang Liang couldn't finish you off, but your fortune ends here. I shall send you straight to hell. Upon hearing this voice, Xia Xingchen's pupils dilate in shock. Ikuin, you shameless scoundrel. How dare you incite others to hunt me down? I will not let you escape justice. Xia Xingchen retorts angrily. Haha, a mere minor dares to be so arrogant. Prepare to meet your demise. Ikuin sneers, thrusting the throttle lever forward, propelling his mech towards Xia Xingchen. With a mighty swing of his battle axe, He aims a devastating blow at the blue war goddess head. The blue war god raises its right hand, an alloy sword braced against the axe. But the force of the strike is overwhelming, causing the mech to lean backward. Seizing the opportunity, Ikuin unleashes the full power of his engine, crashing the left shield against the blue war god, which, destabilized, is toppled to the ground by the sheer force. Well executed. Look how splendid my son is. In a luxurious private room, Yiming beams with delight, rising in excitement. This is the military mech, Ghost Warrior, a product of the Yamawara Arms Corporation, purely military, disguised as a civilian mech. Truly remarkable. Fan Klaus immediately discerns the underlying deceit, extinguishing Yiming's enthusiasm with a single, measured remark. The Ghost Warrior piloted by Ikuin ranks among the upper echelons of military-grade mechs, boasting unmatched melee capabilities with a strength of 13, agility of 9, and armor rating of 12. Other competitors have stripped military mechs of their engine weapon systems, replacing them with civilian equipment. In contrast, Ikuin's Ghost Warrior retains its military apparatus, with only minimal armor welding for camouflage. The use of unmodified military mechs in civilian contexts is ordinarily prohibited. Yet, Ikuin's father reigns as a local potentate on Manastar. Who would dare to intervene? Nonetheless, this slight deception does not elude General Klaus as keen eye. Yet, he rationalizes Yiming's actions, acknowledging the universal affection a parent holds for their child. Regrettably, the young contestant facing them is destined for misfortune. In his heart, General Klaus silently mourns for Xia Xingchen, convinced of his inevitable defeat. The blue war god lies supine on the ground. As the Ghost Warrior's axe descends menacingly toward the cockpit, Xia Xingchen, summoning all his focus, deftly evades the strike. The Ghost Warrior follows up with a powerful kick, once again sending the blue war god crashing to the ground. The violent vibrations of the mech left Xia Xingchen feeling as though his very organs had been displaced. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully pressed down on the power pedal, causing the blue war god's engine to roar to life, propelling the mech forward at high speed, narrowly evading the descending axe of the Ghost Warrior and creating a distance between them. An alarm blared, indicating that the overall armor integrity of the mech was a mere 30, with 80 energy remaining, enough for only 5 more minutes. The flashing yellow warning on one of the displays conveyed grim news. This was untenable. If the battle continued in this manner, the mech would soon be irreparably damaged, and it was imperative to counterattack. Another blow like this would spell disaster for the mech. With this thought, the blue war god brandished its alloy sword and launched an assault on the Ghost Warrior. However, Ikuin's combat experience was extensive. The Ghost Warrior boasted significant advantages in both power and speed, effortlessly deflecting each of the blue war goddess strikes. Moreover, the formidable strength of the Ghost Warrior caused the blue war god to experience stiffness with each collision, which Ikuin exploited to unleash even fiercer assaults. As 2 minutes elapsed, the alarm transformed into a crimson hue. Armor integrity had plummeted to 15, energy reserves dwindled to 10. The left arm sustained damage with an integrity of 78, and the shoulder was compromised at 62. The integrity of the mech's components was a critical metric. Once it fell below 50, the performance of the mech would diminish by half, and a complete integrity loss would render the component entirely non-functional. What to do? Xia Xingchen pondered rapidly. His mech was at a disadvantage in strength and speed. Although the Ghost Warrior had sustained a few superficial cuts from the alloy sword during their skirmish, they amounted to mere white marks. With only 10 energy remaining, he could only attempt one final strike. However, striking the opponent's vital point was the most daunting challenge. Perhaps his mental prowess was the only and final opportunity he had left. Ha ha, you must be at your wit's end, you ant, you lowly being. I have no desire to play with you any longer. Let me send you to hell. Chapter 30. Turning the tide, the Ghost Warrior's power surged to its maximum, the engine roaring as its legs forcefully propelled it off the ground. The armor plate, previously used for camouflage, fell away, revealing 2 thrusters operating at full power, standard military equipment. In an instant, the Ghost Warrior reached its peak speed. At that moment, a crystalline pyramid spun rapidly in Xia Xingchen's mind, vast mental energy flooding into the mech, surrounding him in a serene clarity. The Ghost Warrior's attacks appeared to slow in his perception. With a swift motion, the blue war god raised its left arm, launching the circular alloy shield like a frisbee towards the Ghost Warrior. The ghost warrior raised its left-hand shield, and with a resounding clash, the alloy shield was deflected, striking the energy barrier at the arena's edge. Despite this, the ghost warrior's speed remained unaffected, its axe descending with an unstoppable momentum. The audience held their breath in anticipation, time seeming to freeze as they collectively believed the blue war god was doomed. Just as the battle axe was mere half a meter above the blue war god's head, it moved. Almost everyone witnessed the blue war god being struck down. Yet beneath the axe, there was nothing but air, merely an afterimage. In that fleeting moment, the blue war god mech sidestepped to the left, the battle axe narrowly missing the machine's body as it fell. At that moment, with its legs coiled, the blue war god, powered by Xia Xingchen's determination, propelled itself upward. The psychic energy concentrated in its legs, springing forth like a coiled spring. The blue war god soared into the air, achieving an astonishing height of 7 or 8 meters. Suspended in midair, the mech gripped the alloy sword with both hands, its tip angled downward, the entirety of its weight concentrated upon the blade. The psychic force coursed through the mech's arms, targeting the junction between the neck and back armor of the ghost warrior, striking downward with precision. Due to the necessity for movement in its joints and neck, these areas could not be fully armored. However, the ghost warrior was shielded by rear thrusters at this juncture, deflecting both horizontal and vertical assaults. Only a diagonal strike from above could potentially inflict damage upon a ghost warrior. Yet, in the heat of battle, executing an attack from such an angle was nearly an insurmountable task. The ghost warrior would not simply remain stationary, waiting for an aerial thrust. The 2-meter-long alloy sword pierced through the cockpit, extending from the ghost warrior's front. The engine emitted a cacophony of unsettling sounds, followed by billowing black smoke, rendering the mech completely incapacitated. At this moment, the blue war god had exhausted all its power, its frame hanging limply on the ghost warrior, motionless. This dramatic scene rendered the arena utterly silent. Above, 2 large screens connected to the mech's internal cameras displayed the unfolding events. The audience witnessed Xia Xingchen's head loll to one side as he slumped in his seat, drained of both physical and mental energy, succumbing to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the cockpit screen of Qiyu first flashed with bloodlight, followed by an explosive fire, the display ultimately dissolving into static. Moments later, the avatar of Qiyu dimmed, replaced by a stark red death emblazoned across the screen, while a green victory appeared beside Xia Xingchen's avatar. It turned out that the arena's central control computer was linked to the life detection systems within both mech cockpits. Qi was deemed defeated in this life-or-death battle. The arena erupted into chaos, this outcome shocking the nerves of all present. I have not lost. I need not return to being a miner. I am rich. You miner wretch. I shall kill you. My money. Call for an ambulance. Someone is having a heart attack. I have one here too. They are dead already. In a luxurious private room, Edward's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. My son, Yiming cried out in horror, collapsing. Bodyguards rushed over in a flurry to administer aid. Good. That was splendid, exclaimed Major General Fong Klaus, clapping his hands. What a marvelous battle. This young man is a born warrior, possessing astonishing combat talent. This marked the first time he smiled since arriving on Manastar. Fong Kelaoshu understood that although he was a mech engineer himself, at the same age, despite the aid of various top-tier psychoactive substances and meditation devices from his family, his mental prowess barely reached level 15. Under comparable circumstances, he could not have made such calm judgments or executed actions of such high complexity. Edward, Fong Kelaoshu called out. Yes, General. Edward finally snapped out of his shock. This young man possesses remarkable talent. I have high hopes for him. Ensure that he, along with his family and friends, are brought aboard my flagship and well protected. If anything goes awry, you might as well relinquish your position as a brigadier. Do not let me down. With a meaningful glance at Edward, Fong Kelaoshu rose and departed. Yes, General, I assure you I will complete the task, Edward replied, yet inwardly he murmured apologies to Leoj. Although you have shown me much respect, and losing your son is indeed tragic, for the sake of the General's future, I must apologize. He promptly delegated the tasks before exiting the private room. Minutes later, Yiming slowly regained consciousness. Oh dear, my son. Quickly, summon someone. Capture that little brat and his entire family. I shall personally flay them alive. My poor son. An hour later, His subordinate returned, battered and bruised. Report, Lordy, that Xia Xingchen and his family have been taken under military protection and brought to Lord Feng Keleosha's flagship. They claim a young man is now a soldier. Under military safeguard. When we attempted to seize them, they deployed mechs, and our dozen police mechs were rendered inoperative, resulting in the deaths of several of our men. Outrageous! Yiming spat blood and fainted once more. 3 days later, Xia Xingchen awoke to find himself in a hospital room, various tubes inserted into his body, connected to an array of medical devices. He felt achy all over, utterly drained, and a wave of overwhelming hunger washed over him. The patient has awakened. A nurse, noticing his consciousness return, quickly rushed out to summon others. Before long, the nurse returned with a doctor and a woman, who turned out to be Aunt Li. Aunt Li? How are my father and Uncle Li? It dawned on him that he had eliminated Yi Kun, yet the thought of impending retribution sent waves of headache through him. Starshine, after you won your match, a group of soldiers arrived at our home and brought both Old Li and me aboard the warship. Your father has also been taken. He is currently receiving treatment in the biological medical chamber, Aunt Li explained. What? What happened to my father? Is he injured? Upon hearing that his father was undergoing treatment, Xia Xingchen's heart raced with anxiety. Oh dear, I apologize for not being clearer. They are using cellular cloning technology to repair your father's severed leg, reportedly at the behest of General Keleoshu. I'm sorry I didn't clarify sooner, Aunt Li hurriedly clarified. I see, you nearly frightened me to death. Chapter 31. Enlistment. The doctor conducted a thorough examination of his condition and confirmed that he had recovered from the mental exhaustion. Everything appears normal. Rest well and consume some food. You should be fully healed by the day after tomorrow. The general wishes to see you then, the doctor instructed. Thank you, doctor. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Xia Xingchen responded politely. 2 days later, aboard the Thor's Hammer spacecraft, within the captain's office, Xia Xingchen stood straight in a blue military uniform devoid of insignia. Seated behind the desk was General von Klaus. How long have you studied mecha piloting prior to participating in the mecha combat competition? Von Klaus inquired. Report, General, that was my second experience piloting a mecha, and my first time operating a military mecha. Previously, I had only studied the basic theories in school, Xia Xingchen replied. General von Klaus was utterly astonished. It was simply inconceivable that a person with a mere level 10 mental capacity, who had only piloted a mecha twice, could perform such maneuvers. Just yesterday, during his final physical examination, the doctor had tested his mental acuity, revealing it had indeed reached level 10, qualifying him for the rank of Mecha Master. Xia Xingchen had noticed that each time he expended his mental energy, there was a significant leap in his mental capacity, and he had recently advanced 3 levels. However, he dared not share this with anyone, for it was his greatest secret. He feared being discovered and subjected to dissection. Are you willing to become a soldier of the Galactic Empire? I am, General. It has been my lifelong dream. What is your reason for wanting to enlist? Von Klaus asked. General, I am a miner, as was my father. He broke his leg while working to support me. If I did not seek change, one day we will either starve, perish in a mining accident, fall prey to the beasts, or provoke the ire of the aristocrats, who might crush us like vermin. Therefore, I must grow stronger, join the military, and exchange my life for military achievements, ultimately securing a citizen status. Only then can I leave Manastar, earn money, and afford treatment for my father. At this juncture, he bowed deeply. Thank you, General, for saving my father. My life is now yours. Very well, soldier Xia Xingchen. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the 1st Division of the 3rd Fleet of the Galactic Navy. Yes, General. Xia Xingchen brought his legs together and saluted. Excellent. Follow me. With that, von Klaus led Xia Xingchen on a tour of the Thor's Hammer spacecraft. Our galactic empire boasts 7 major fleets, yet we possess 9 heavy spacecraft carriers. The 1st Fleet includes 2 heavy carriers, with another directly under the Royal Command. Each subsequent fleet commands 1 flagship. The Thor's Hammer is among them, serving as the flagship of our 3rd Fleet. The ship typically accommodates over 20,000 personnel, but can support up to 60,000 when fully staffed. It is equipped with 4 small attack ships, 24 planetary landing vessels, 1,000 combat mechas, and 2,000 various aircraft. Currently, we are not at war, so we are not fully manned. As he walked, he introduced Xia Xingchen to the ship's crew, who saluted upon seeing the general. An hour later, they had only explored a small portion of the vessel before returning to the captain's office. I will arrange for your father and friends. Now, you have two paths to choose from. First, you may remain on the Thor's Hammer, starting as a crew member. Initially, you'll serve as an officer, gradually ascending the ranks, and who knows, you may one day command a vessel. The alternative path involves casting you into a remote outpost, commencing your journey as a mere foot soldier. The conditions there are perilous, fraught with conflict, and you may very well meet your demise in battle or spend decades in obscurity, ultimately forgotten as you fade into retirement. Thus, you stand before two distinct paths, and the choice is yours. Von Klaus fixed his gaze intently upon him. Report, General. I choose the second path. Your reasoning? I aspire to grow stronger through combat, to become the finest soldier. As for the dangers and the isolation, I harbor no fear. Can there be a place worse than beneath the mines of mana? Xia Xingchen replied resolutely. Ha! Von Klaus laughed heartily, gazing skyward. I have not misjudged you. Indeed, I have not. I respect your choice, soldier, and I hope that the next time we meet, you shall surprise me once more. Yes, General, as you wish, Xia Xingchen saluted again. A month later, after traversing 3 interstellar jumps, the fleet finally arrived at the capital star system. It was a bustling hub, home to the first and second fleets of the Galactic Empire, boasting excellent security. At that moment, a small spacecraft adorned with the royal insignia departed from the fleet, heading towards the capital star, Odakiel. 5 days later, following another interstellar jump, the fleet returned to its base on Luban Star. Named after a renowned craftsman from humanity's ancient lore, Luban was famed for his exquisite skills and numerous practical inventions. This star, with a diameter 4 times that of Earth, maintained a similar mass. Its atmosphere was exceedingly thin, rendering direct human habitation impossible, prompting the construction of thousands of biospheres to simulate a suitable living environment. Luban Star hosted a dozen moons, all rich in mineral resources, leading the Galactic Empire to establish a production and maintenance base for space warships within the Luban Star system. The Third Fleet was stationed there for resupply. Xia Xingchen, along with his father and the Li couple, was escorted by logistics personnel to Ecological Zone 358 on Luban Star. Each family was allocated a dormitory equipped with a private kitchen and bathroom. With Xia Xingchen's enlistment in the military, he had shed his identity as a miner and become a citizen of the Galactic Empire. Although Xia Yu and the Li couple remained minors, they were now military dependents, under the protection of the army. Should Xia Xingchen earn military merits in the future, they could leverage them to revoke their minor status. Li Guan, possessing exceptional mech piloting skills, joined the logistics department as a mover. Xia Yu secured a position as a security officer at the logistics base, while Antley found employment in the logistics cafeteria. A few days later, Private Xia Xingchen of the Third Fleet bid farewell to his father and the Li couple, embarking on a supply ship bound for the Death Star region, the Watchtower Star. Chapter 32. Watchtower Star, the Goldfish-class transport vessel, stands as humanity's most successful cargo ship design of the space age. Its form resembles that of a goldfish, with a significantly large belly capable of accommodating thousands of tons of supplies. This spacecraft is meticulously engineered for space travel, designed to operate within the near vacuum of outer space without breaching planetary atmospheres, thus rendering aerodynamic resistance a non-issue in its conception. Its primary requisites are ample cargo capacity, durability, and fuel efficiency. Remarkably, this colossal vessel is manned by merely 4 pilots, who rotate in pairs during the voyage, which spans approximately 1 month. The ship lacks any form of entertainment. The pilots are either piloting the spacecraft or resting, with no recreational facilities available. Xia Xingchen secludes himself in his quarters to engage in meditation. His mental prowess has reached an impressive level 10. The distinction between levels 9 and 10 in mental acuity presents an insurmountable chasm for the majority, with approximately 90 of individuals never attaining level 10 in their lifetimes. The most significant divergence between these levels lies in the total reservoir of mental energy. A level 10 possesses a capacity that is exponentially greater, sometimes by dozens or even hundreds of times, than that of a level 9. To illustrate, if the mental energy of a level 9 were akin to a glass of water, that of a level 10 would be comparable to a bathtub brimming with water. An increase in mental energy allows a mech engineer to pilot their mecha for extended periods during combat. Thus, only those who achieve level 10 are permitted to qualify as advanced mech engineers. Additionally, The rate of mental energy recovery accelerates significantly post-level 10 during meditation. The restoration rate multiplies compared to prior levels. Soon, Xia Xingchen enters a deep meditative state, envisioning the crystalline pyramid, where countless monkeys pay homage. After several hours, he is abruptly jolted by a fierce pang of hunger. His mental energy stimulates the pituitary gland to secrete hormones that enhance and transform his body. Yet this transformation demands substantial nutrients and caloric intake. Rising, he procures an ample supply of space food to replenish his energy. Glancing at the meditation gauge in his hand, he is astonished to see the reading at 90. Surpassing a meditation level of 50 is a formidable feat, with each incremental increase demanding considerable sacrifice. Furthermore, once the meditation value exceeds 50, every additional 5 points doubles the rate of mental energy growth. It appears that the crystalline pyramid indeed holds remarkable properties, and Xia Xingchen finds himself eagerly anticipating the surprises that await should his mental energy ascend another 10 levels. Suddenly, the intercom on the chamber wall crackles to life, interrupting his meditation. He rises to respond to the call. Soldier Xia Xingchen, this is the captain of a ship. Your destination, the Watchtower space station, has been reached. It is time for you to disembark. I wish you well in all your endeavors. Do not dwell on home, the captain says with a smile. Yes, thank you, Commander. Xia Xingchen replies, shouldering his belongings as he proceeds through the connecting passageway to the Watchtower space station. The station is comparable in size to the moon. Due to the substantial gravity and dense atmosphere of Watchtower, which complicates spacecraft landings, humanity has modified its sole satellite to facilitate repairs and resupply for incoming vessels, culminating in the construction of a massive space station. The following day, he boards a cargo-laden landing craft that enters the atmosphere of Watchtower. Damn this atmosphere, damn this gravity, he mutters. As the landing craft traversed the atmosphere, it endured intense friction, causing its entire exterior to glow a fiery red. The vessel shook violently, and despite facing such torment every 5 days, the captain could not help but utter incessant curses. Xia Xingchen sat in the cockpit, grasping the handrails tightly, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit and the dizziness that threatened to overwhelm him. After several minutes, the spacecraft finally pierced through the dense atmosphere, revealing a planet adorned in hues of yellow, green, and blue. The surface of the Watcher star was covered by approximately 30 water, with half of its land mass consisting of barren rock and desert, yet interspersed with countless oases. An altitude of 50,000 meters and a descent rate of 500 meters per second, all 8 landing engines roared to life, power controlled at 30,000 feet. With a descent speed of 80 meters per second, the captain continuously issued commands to deploy the drag parachute, while several pilots adeptly executed their operations. A resounding crash accompanied the violent shaking of the hull as a massive white drag parachute unfurled. Xia Xingchen could distinctly feel the landing craft's descent slow considerably. The 8 colossal rocket engines belched flames, and the landing craft finally settled gently onto the ground. The hatch opened, and several large engineering mechs approached to prepare for unloading supplies. Xia Xingchen descended the gangway to find a military jeep waiting. Leaning against the vehicle was a blonde, blue-eyed woman with a healthy, sun-kissed complexion and an alluring figure. Upon noticing his arrival, she inquired, "Private Xia Xingchen?" Xia Xingchen saluted, declaring, "Private Xia Xingchen reporting for duty." The woman returned the salute, "Welcome, Private. I am Lieutenant Freya, Deputy Commander of the Mech Division at the Shifting Sands Base. I have been ordered to escort you. Please get in. The base is over 3,000 kilometers from here." As they climbed into the vehicle, Freya pressed the accelerator, and they sped along a rudimentary road, the speedometer soaring past 200 kilometers per hour. During the long journey, the two gradually became acquainted and engaged in conversation. "Lieutenant, the launch site is so far from the base. Why not use a transport aircraft?" "Kid, after landing on the surface for such a time, haven't you noticed anything unusual?" "Not really," Xia Xingchen replied, feeling nothing particularly amiss. "Such a slow learner," she chuckled. "It's the gravity. Watcher star's gravity is 2-3 times that of Earth, which accounts for its dense atmosphere. Under such gravitational conditions, launching and landing spacecraft is incredibly challenging, resulting in a high accident rate and exponentially increased fuel consumption. Moreover, The various interstellar and sand pirates on Watcher Star pose severe threats during takeoff and landing. Only the launch site you just landed at is absolutely safe. Xia Xingchen finally understood. Typically, newcomers to this gravitational environment find it difficult to adapt, suffering significant discomfort as their bodies endure double the strain. Insufficient blood supply to the heart and brain necessitates at least 2 weeks to acclimatize. However, Xia Xingchen experienced no adverse reactions, attributing this to the mysterious crystal pyramid's influence. In the following moments, Freya provided him with a detailed introduction to the shifting sands base. Not far from Watcher Star lies the Death Star domain, a realm shrouded in mystery and peril, yet abundant in resources. Each year, countless vessels traverse from Watcher Star to venture into the treacherous expanse of the Death Star domain in search of adventure and treasure, inevitably attracting a multitude of space pirates. Unable to contend with the military forces in the vastness of space, these marauders retreat to Watcher Star, establishing pirate bases to harass both the space station and passing ships. In response to this predicament, the military has also constructed a spacecraft launch site on Watcher Star, radiating outward to establish several outpost bases. These bases are tasked with eliminating the landed space pirates and protecting the indigenous Ammonite people. The Sandflow base, the most distant outpost from the launch site, is nestled within an oasis amidst a harsh Gobi landscape. The environment here is exceedingly inhospitable, with frequent skirmishes against space pirates and assault from sandworms and scorpions. Each year, the base suffers casualties of 200 to 300 soldiers as it continuously devours lives like quicksand, hence its ominous name, a reminder to every soul who ventures here. Chapter 33. Sandflow Base. The Sandflow Base is home to a mech battalion, comprising 200 infantry and over 300 logistical support personnel, totaling more than 500 individuals. The structure of the Galactic Empire's mech forces is organized such that 5 mechs form a squad, 5 squads constitute a company, and 2 companies make up a battalion. After racing across the Gobi for over 500 kilometers, the vehicles finally arrived at a supply station by dusk. Even from a distance, 2 heavily armed soldiers and a mech had locked onto their vehicle with their weapon systems. Upon approaching, they underwent a meticulous inspection and verification of their credentials before being granted entry into the compound of the supply station. This station measures 80 meters by 80 meters, encircled by a 5-meter-high wall of alloy concrete. Armed lookout towers are positioned at each corner, and the sole exit is guarded by a mech and 2 soldiers. Why the heightened tension, as if preparing for battle? Xia Xingchen pondered curiously. You are new here and unaware. Nighttime is when the beasts of Watcher Star are most active. Venturing alone outdoors at night, even in a mech, poses significant danger. It is impossible to reach Sandflow Base from the launch site in a single day, so we must rest at the supply station overnight. This place frequently faces attacks from wild creatures and, occasionally, the deranged sand pirates who dwell in the desert. Launch surprise assaults here. Initially, only a single mech squad was stationed here, but within a year, it was wiped out 3 times. All personnel perished. Ultimately, the military had no choice but to expand the supply station, resulting in the current presence of 2 mech squads. It is likely that combat may ensue during the night. Do not concern yourself with it. Simply rest well. Do not fret about the outside. If they cannot hold their ground, your presence would make little difference. And in the desert, escape is not an option, Freya explained in great detail. Xia Xingchen silently nodded. In just a few days, he had grasped the harsh realities of Watcher Star. Yet, he was filled with hope. Surviving and thriving in such an environment would undoubtedly forge him into a formidable individual. Only in such conditions can one truly be refined. In the dead of night, fierce gunfire erupted outside the house, the cacophony of gunshots and explosions resonating throughout the air. The following morning, as the 2 emerged from their dwelling, they encountered 2 body bags lying across the yard, containing 2 fresh corpses, yet everyone remained eerily calm. Upon departing the supply station, Xia Xingchen was struck by the sight of green blood staining the ground, alongside the wreckage of a mech, which had been pierced by countless sharp objects. Now reduced to a heap of scrap metal, it was the scorpions, a gregarious species capable of penetrating mechs with their stingers. However, one would find no bodies among them, as they consume even their own kind, leaving no protein to waste. In the wilderness, encountering them meant that fleeing was the only option. One should never dare to confront them directly, for their numbers are overwhelming and relentless. The vehicle sped along, the rotation period of the Watcher star being 26 hours. By mid-afternoon, with over 200 kilometers remaining to reach the quicksand base, the communication device, which had been silent until now, suddenly crackled to life. Quicksand calling Blood Rose. It declared, "Blood Rose here, please proceed," responded Freya, her operational codename. An hour prior, a band of sand raiders attempted a surprise attack on the base, but, after being repelled, were now fleeing in your direction. Contact would be established within minutes. Their numbers included 4 desert off-road vehicles and 1 mech, with Team 06 pursuing them from 20 kilometers behind. "Please take evasive action," the message concluded. "Have you ever wielded a weapon?" Freya inquired. "No," came the reply. "Then you shall drive," she instructed, halting the vehicle as they swapped seats. During the exchange, Freya shifted over his lap, her firm form and the fragrant allure of her presence igniting a stirring response in the young man. Sensing something solid pressing against her, she shot him a glare and coldly remarked, "Dare to harbor thoughts about me, and you might find yourself without some of your unnecessary parts." Xia Xingchen's cheeks flushed, and he gripped the steering wheel in silence. "Turn the vehicle around, keep the engine running, and remain in position while I issue commands," Freya ordered. She then lowered the rear window, assembling a laser sniper rifle, attaching the energy module, charging the weapon, and loading 2 shoulder-mounted rocket launchers, setting them aside. The barrel of the sniper rifle extended through the rear window. The electronic optical sight rendered the scene 3 kilometers away with clarity. The intelligent targeting system analyzed atmospheric humidity, dust particle concentration, wind speed, and other factors to calculate the laser's trajectory, as numerous elements could cause deviations in the beam's path. In the distance, 4 dark silhouettes emerged, accompanied by a larger figure, a mech looming even further back. Soon, the adversaries entered range, and Freya pulled the trigger. A violet laser beam instantly shot forth, striking the engine of the first vehicle, which erupted in a violent explosion, sending debris soaring into the sky. Without hesitation, she squeezed the trigger again, and another laser beam sent another desert off-road vehicle flying into the air. What an exhilarating experience, though regrettably, I only brought a solitary energy cartridge, allowing for merely 2 shots. Freya expressed her disappointment. "Drive, accelerate away from the battlefield," she commanded. Xia Xingchen released the brake, flooring the accelerator, the tires screeching violently against the ground as the vehicle surged forward. Freya stowed her sniper rifle, raised the rear window, and returned to her position in the passenger seat. Chapter 34. A narrow escape. Evil Maggot Gill was a minor leader within the largest sand bandit organization, the Crawlers of the Watchtower Star. The previous night, while reveling with a group of bandits, he boasted of his ability to eliminate dozens of soldiers in one fell swoop. Skeptics among his peers challenged him, leading to a wager with Gill. As the old saying goes, alcohol emboldens the timid. Fueled by liquor and goaded by others, he rallied his subordinates, commandeering 3 mechs and 10 desert off-road vehicles to launch a surprise assault on the quicksand base. However, fate was not on this vile maggot side. 2 squads at the base were preparing for a live-fire exercise. Just as 10 fully armed mechs exited the base, they encountered the bandits charging towards them with ferocity. In a swift barrage, the mechs inflicted losses on the bandits, destroying 2 mechs and 6 vehicles. It was then that Gill sobered up and swiftly retreated. The quicksand base dispatched 5 mech from Team 06 to pursue, eager to capitalize on their victory. Little did they know, Gill's misfortune was far from over. Before he could shake off his pursuers, he was ambushed by nothing more than an ordinary military jeep. The surviving bandits from the 2 vehicles scattered in terror. Enraged, Gill slammed his foot down on the power pedal. The back thrusters ignited, propelling the mech forward with such force that the assist wheels nearly lifted off the ground, closing the distance to the jeep rapidly. Gill's mech was equipped with a mid-range anti-mech missile, boasting a maximum range of 10 kilometers, a premium piece of equipment, not to be used lightly except in dire circumstances. However, consumed by wrath, his only desire was to eliminate Freya and her companion. The mech's computer signaled that the target was locked and within range. Without hesitation, he launched the missile. Xia Xingchen, focused intently on driving, suddenly caught sight of a fiery streak approaching the vehicle in the rearview mirror. A missile! His pupils constricted as he shouted. At that moment, evasion was futile. The anti-mech missile possessed formidable tracking abilities, coupled with great speed and power. In this critical instant, he unleashed a vast amount of mental energy, enveloping the space around the vehicle. Time seemed to slow within that area. The position and trajectory of every grain of sand and pebble within the surrounding cubic meters crystallized in his mind. This was a new application of the mental energy he had grasped during his life-and-death struggle with Ikuin. The missile drew nearer, entering the realm of his insight. It descended at an angle towards the vehicle. Seizing the moment, Xia Xingchen slammed the brakes while sharply turning the steering wheel to the left. The vehicle abruptly turned sideways, tumbling through the air as the missile struck the ground just over a meter away from them. The tremendous force of the explosion propelled the vehicle several meters away, casting both Xia Xingchen and Freya out of it. Fortunately, in that fleeting moment, he unleashed all his mental energy, enveloping both himself and Freya. Shortly after a tremendous explosion echoed, the dust settled, revealing a massive crater with a diameter exceeding 3 meters. Summer Star's mental force had absorbed most of the impact directed at them, yet both were still propelled several meters away, crashing to the ground. Their garments were nearly reduced to tatters, their bodies riddled with abrasions. Freya succumbed to unconsciousness, while Summer Star, slightly more resilient, remained conscious but was overwhelmed by stars dancing before his eyes, a buzzing in his ears, and a sensation as if his internal organs had shifted. After about a minute, he managed to prop himself up, attempting to rise. At that moment, a billowing cloud of dust loomed ahead, accompanied by the roar of engines, as a towering mech, over 5 meters tall, halted a mere 10 meters before him. The mech raised its arm, directing its weapon's muzzle at Summer Star. Summer Star stood transfixed by the sight of the mech. He had recently immersed himself in the study of mechs, familiarizing himself with various common models and modifications. Yet, the one before him was entirely unrecognizable. While its legs bore some semblance of uniformity, the torso, propulsion system, arms, and head were a hodgepodge of 3 or 4 different models. Numerous armor plates were missing, replaced by ordinary steel sheets, and some joints were even wrapped in canvas, exposing wires and hydraulic mechanisms. It was nothing short of a monstrous assemblage of scrap. However, he was now injured, unarmed, and utterly defenseless. Even if this heap of junk were to collapse, it could still crush him. Ha ha, you little brat, daring to scheme against my esteemed Gil. Let me send you to hell. I relish a good meat sauce. With that, the dilapidated mech raised its right leg and advanced menacingly towards Summer Star. Gritting his teeth, he leapt to the left with all his might, the mech's foot narrowly missing him by a meter, slamming into the ground and sending a shower of gravel that stung his face. He dashed between the mech's legs, heading for its rear, where Freya lay not far off, unconscious and unaware of her fate. Summer Star intended to divert the mech's attention. Seeing his initial strike fail, Gil pivoted and once again lifted his foot to stomp down upon him. Summer Star narrowly evaded this blow, dodging twice more as the mech nearly crushed him. Yet, Gil had no intention of letting his opponent escape so easily. He deliberately held back, eager to witness Summer Star's desperate struggle. Another minute passed, and the mech had stomped down numerous times without landing a single blow. At that moment, a beam as thick as an arm, a purple laser, shot in from afar. Gil, engrossed in his game of whack-a-mole, was caught off guard and pierced through the cockpit. The mech shuddered violently before suddenly disintegrating into a heap of genuine refuse. Summer Star narrowly avoided being struck by the debris. 5 mechs approached rapidly from the distance, encircling him. The shoulder of one bore the insignia 06, identifying them as the 06 mech squad from the Sandflow base. The cockpit of a mech opened, and a sergeant, carrying a first aid kit, conducted a quick examination of the 2 individuals, discovering they were largely unscathed, with Freya merely having lost consciousness due to the shock. He promptly attended to their wounds. A few minutes later, a quadcopter helicopter approached from the direction of the Sandflow base, from which several medical personnel disembarked to lift the still unconscious Freya aboard, with Xia Xingchen following closely behind. Just before boarding, the mech pilot patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, "Few new recruits are fortunate enough to have the base dispatch a helicopter for them. You must have the favor of the Queen." Xia Xingchen was left bewildered by this remark. Chapter 35. Arrangements. The Sandflow base is encircled by a circular outer wall approximately 1 kilometer in diameter, standing at an average height of 5 meters, constructed from alloyed concrete. Every 10 meters along the wall, there's a turret. Within the enclosure, facilities such as a helipad, mech hangars, and barracks are all present, alongside a small pond and numerous trees. According to the helicopter pilot, the underground area of the Sandflow base is nearly empty, featuring 3 levels of subterranean space comparable in size to the surface, comfortably accommodating over 500 personnel without a sense of crowding. Xia Xingchen was escorted to the medical room within the base to have his wounds treated, followed by a refreshing shower, and he donned a clean military uniform. Now, he possessed nothing, as all his personal belongings had been destroyed in the explosion. The base staff then led him to the commander's office, situated on the 2nd underground level, marking his official report for duty. Reporting to the commander, Private Xia Xingchen has arrived, he announced. Colonel Nickel, the commander of Sandflow Base, scrutinized Xia Xingchen for a prolonged moment before finally speaking. I know nothing of your background, character, or capabilities. I can only ascertain that you are a fortunate individual. Generally, in the theater of war, there are those who possess a greater fortune than others, enabling them to survive longer. I believe you are among them. It turned out that due to the considerable distance from Luban Star to Watchtower Star, Xia Xingchen had arrived 3 days late. This batch of new recruits destined for Sandflow Base number 20, but his tardiness meant that the other 19 soldiers had departed with the supply convoy ahead of him. Consequently, the supply convoy was ambushed by 2 groups of sand bandits en route, failing to reach the supply station before nightfall. After dark, they encountered a swarm of scorpions, resulting in the complete annihilation of the drivers, the new recruits, and several base personnel, leaving no trace of flesh behind. Old Fry in the logistics mech repair section has lost his assistant. That fellow is quite unfortunate. Therefore, you should report to Old Fry. For now, work in the logistics department. Perhaps you might survive a bit longer, Nickel said with resignation. Yes, sir, Xia Xingchen responded. Go on, lad, and welcome to the Sandflow Hell. The logistics department is located on the 3rd underground level of the base. He first visited the supply office to collect his gear, 2 sets of camouflage uniforms, a personal tactical terminal, a dog tag, a backpack, and a sidearm. In this era, personal tactical terminals are no larger than a wristwatch, equipped with functionalities such as visual communication, data transmission, positioning, electronic keys, remote weapon control, and vital signs monitoring. These devices can also connect to the central control computer and the overarching network, granting access to information at any moment. Through his personal terminal, he arrived at a vast warehouse brimming with mecha components, where piles of parts were stacked high. One heap represented heads, another arms, and yet another housed thrusters. Amidst this mechanical chaos sat a balding, oil-stained old man in his 50s, sifting through the remnants of mecha parts, seemingly in search of something. Reporting, Chief Petty Officer. Private Xia Xingchen has arrived, he announced. The old man emerged from the pile of components, scrutinizing Xia with a discerning eye. How old are you? He inquired. Sir, I have just turned 16, came the reply. Have you ever repaired a mecha? No, sir. Have you studied mecha maintenance techniques? No, sir. Then what are you doing here? The old man's irritation was palpable. Damn it, Nickel. I told you I needed someone clever, someone with mecha repair skills to assist me. Did you send this boy to waste my time? Sir, Colonel Nickel said I was luckier than the previous unfortunate fellow, so he sent me. The old man unleashed a torrent of curses upon Nickel and his entire lineage. After several minutes of his vitriol, he finally ceased his tirade. You, follow me, he commanded, gesturing towards his office, a small room within the warehouse. Inside, the desk and floor were cluttered with various books, blueprints, and mecha components. After rummaging beneath the desk for a considerable time, he produced a hefty tome, slamming it down on the table with a resounding thud, indicative of its substantial weight. This is a brief history of mecha development and design. Take it and read it. You have 3 days. I will be testing you, and if you score below 70, you can take this gun and head straight out to fight the bugs, for I have no use for incompetence. He paused momentarily before continuing. The empty room at the back of the warehouse was the former abode of that unfortunate soul. His personal belongings have been incinerated. You will stay there. He grumbled. That fool, instead of remaining in a perfectly good base, chose to seek companionship on a satellite. It turned out that his previous assistant, indeed the unfortunate fellow, was in the vigorous throes of youth. However, among the female denizens of the entire Sandstorm base, with the exception of Freya, the fearsome blood rose, most others were over 50 and quite formidable. Eventually, the unfortunate lad, unable to endure the situation any longer, requested leave to visit the Watchtower space station for a brief respite, only to return as food for the scorpions. Xia Xingchen arrived at the small room behind the warehouse, utilizing his personal terminal to unlock the door. It was a modest space of merely 20 square meters, furnished with a bed, a desk, a bathroom, a lamp, and a computer, nothing more. He set down his belongings and eagerly picked up a brief history of mecha development and design, immersing himself in its contents with keen interest. As he immersed himself in the pages of the book, he became utterly unaware of the passage of time. It was not until the tactical terminal emitted a series of beeping alerts, signaling that it was time for dinner, that he realized an entire afternoon had slipped away. He had already consumed 1/5 of the book. What astonished him even more was that, in this state of deep engagement, he had inadvertently entered a realm of insight. In this heightened state, he possessed the remarkable ability to recall everything he had read with impeccable clarity. Every page number and punctuation mark was etched in his memory, accessible at will, surpassing even the speed of search engine. It appeared that the enigmatic influence of the mysterious crystal pyramid was at play once more. Chapter 36. The genius. 2 days later, he sought out the elderly Fry. How much have you read? I am not one to impose undue pressure, but I shall only assess you on what you have actually studied. However, you had best not claim that you have read merely a few dozen pages. Otherwise, I shall twist your head off and submerge it in the toilet, the old man rambled on. In truth, the so-called examination was merely a pretext. He simply wished to rid himself of this inexperienced youth. I have read it all and memorized the content, Xia Xingchen replied calmly. Oh, you have read it all? Really? Fry widened his eyes, his eyebrows bristling. Young man, I detest being deceived. In our line of work, a single oversight could cost a pilot their life. Are you absolutely certain of your seriousness? The consequences of misleading me are beyond your capacity to bear. Please, Commander, assess him, he insisted as he straightened his posture, handing the book to old Fry. Fry opened the book and began to pose questions. What was the first neural control system to be mass-produced? When did production commence? And how many units were produced? Report, Commander. It was the Sinew 001 model. Mass production began in the year 2099 with a total of 189 units produced. Relevant details can be found on pages 899 to 906. What is the largest non-humanoid mech produced to date? Who is the manufacturer? And what is the model number of its core component? The Giant 3000 mech, identified by the Galactic Empire as Flying Leopard, manufactured by the Tang Dynasty Group, with the core component being the intelligent omnidirectional gyroscope. This information is located between pages 2754 and 2833. What are the primary design differences between space-type mechs and atmospheric-type mechs? Old Fry continued to ask over 20 questions, receiving flawless responses each time. Furthermore, Xia Xingchen accurately pinpointed the exact page ranges for each piece of information. This is unscientific. Old Fry was utterly astounded. However, as he pondered, a thought crossed his mind. Could this young fellow have previously read this book, and with a sharper memory? Was he here merely to play the role of a naive fool? Wait a moment, old Fry said, retreating into his cluttered office. Half an hour later, he emerged with 4 thick tomes, which he tossed onto the table. These 4 tomes, Introduction to Basic Mech Operating System Programming, Intermediate Mech Operating System Programming, Advanced Mech Operating System Programming, and Comprehensive Dictionary of Mech Operating System Source Code, ought to be revisited. I shall grant you a span of 10 days, after which an examination will ensue. The conditions remain unchanged. Xia Xingchen furrowed his brow. This task was no trifling matter. However, armed with the crystal pyramid, it was not insurmountable. Moreover, the prospect of acquiring extensive knowledge was indeed a delightful endeavor. He retreated to his chamber and entered a state of insight. Yet, this state of enlightenment also demanded considerable mental fortitude. Though it was less taxing than piloting a mech, it nonetheless consumed energy relentlessly. Once his mental energy waned, Xia Xingchen resorted to meditation, resuming his studies only upon restoration. In this fervent pursuit of knowledge, half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the 15th day, he finally perused the last page and closed the volumes. Having traversed the entire content of the 4 books, old Fry posed over 100 questions, all exceedingly intricate, even insisting on extensive recitations of source code, something he himself could scarcely accomplish. Yet, Xia Xingchen answered with unwavering precision. Unable to challenge him further, old Fry, in a fit of frustration, cast the books aside and seized a handheld radiographic scanner, directing it at him from head to toe. "Stop, Commander! This device emits radiation. It could be lethal," Xia Xingchen exclaimed, evading the apparatus with great urgency. "How peculiar. There is no electronic brain, nor is there an implanted smart chip, and no miniature receiving device in the ear. It appears this lad has not resorted to trickery." Xia Xingchen felt a wave of relief wash over him. "It seems you are not only more fortunate than that unfortunate fellow, but you possess some merit as well. This is commendable. I have high hopes for you," old Fry remarked, nodding in approval. "Starting tomorrow, you will accompany me to the mech maintenance workshop in the mornings to learn about repair, maintenance, and modification techniques. While in the afternoons, you shall continue your studies. I will provide you with numerous texts. Aim to complete one every 2 days. I will also conduct assessments and inquire about the content of other books you have previously read. Furthermore, I expect you not merely to memorize the material, but to digest and comprehend it thoroughly, ideally formulating questions to ponder as you read." "Yes, Commander." This time, Xia Xingchen returned with a cart laden with books, including Introduction to Mech Maintenance, Weapons System Modification, 100,000 Cases of Mech Malfunctions, and case studies on mech power system modifications, totaling over 50 volumes. The following morning, he arrived at the maintenance workshop, where many technicians were already hard at work. "Observe for now. Learn as much as you can. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inquire. Systematic courses will be presented once the next batch of recruits arrives," old Fry instructed before turning back to his tasks. As he watched the technicians engaged in repairs, Xia Xingchen unwittingly employed his insight skills. Each technician exhibited unique habits, rhythms, and techniques during their repairs. Xia Xingchen attentively absorbed these various actions, cross-referencing them with the written material. He compared, analyzed, and calculated which movements were the most efficient and could be adapted for his own use. Remarkably, the power of insight could penetrate the very essence of the mech, as if he had become one with it, effortlessly identifying internal faults. This exceptional skill was akin to a divine gift for a mech maintenance technician. Time flew by, and after another fortnight, his life had become profoundly enriching. Although old Fry did not yet permit him to independently undertake repairs, he had witnessed firsthand the most common faults within the base's mechs and how they were addressed. To his surprise, his own mental fortitude had reached level 15 after extensive exertion of his psychic energy. At long last, the long-awaited reinforcements for the Lusha base arrived. Comprising 40 personnel, a dedicated mech squad had been dispatched to escort them, ensuring a smooth journey with both individuals and supplies arriving safely. Among these 40 were 10 soldiers with foundational knowledge in mech maintenance, assigned to the logistics department's mech repair division. Their curriculum involved practical learning in the mornings and theoretical classes in the afternoons. On that particular morning, at the first repair station's operation platform in the logistics department of Lusha Base, Sergeant Old Fry donned his versatile maintenance mechanical arms, standing before 11 eager new apprentices. Today, he intended to showcase his expertise to this group of novices. On the platform stood a 48-meter-tall universal mech, designated as the Rogue, with the military identification code of the Galactic Empire being Xia Xingchen. Given the multitude of mech models, often with lengthy designations, there was simply no time to articulate such names in the heat of battle. Thus, the Galactic Empire had assigned concise military identification codes to all combat mechs. The previously mentioned Black Duke Ghost Warrior was also a military code. The Rogue was an exceptionally capable universal mech. Its specifications revealed a strength of 9, agility of 12, and defense of 8. The primary advantages of the Rogue included: first, its low production cost, making it suitable for mass production. Second, its excellent compatibility, allowing it to be equipped with a diverse array of weaponry to meet various complex combat conditions. Third, its simple yet reliable structural design, facilitating easy maintenance. Furthermore, for the station troops on the Watchstar, the Rogue's lightweight and swift capabilities meant it was minimally impacted by the planet's high gravity of 23. In stark contrast, a heavy mech like the Ghost Warrior would resemble an immobile tortoise under such conditions, relegated to passive defense. At this moment, standing before the mech maintenance operation platform, the eccentric old man with a fiery temper and a somewhat neurotic demeanor appeared transformed, his entire aura significantly altered. Mech repair transcended mere technicality. It was an art. An exceptional mech technician could unleash energies of 150 or even 200. For the mech possessed a soul. He surveyed the 11 apprentices, paused briefly, and continued. During the mech repair process, you must engage with the mech earnestly. Only then can you connect with its soul and comprehend its essence. The students exchanged glances, their experiences and knowledge insufficient to grasp the significance of what Fry had just articulated. Only Xia Xingchen appeared contemplative, recalling the sensation of merging with the Mecha while utilizing his insight skill, as if he had become one with it. Indeed, Mechas possess a soul. What you are currently learning merely encompasses the conventional methods of maintenance and repair, diagnosing faults with computers and tools, then replacing components. Do you believe this constitutes the entirety of mecha maintenance? You are mistaken. This is far from sufficient. For instance, when war erupts and a mecha sustains significant damage in battle, a mere computer diagnosis will reveal an array of faults, rendering it entirely inoperable. However, the reality is different. It can still continue to fight. Your inability to repair it stems from a lack of understanding of the mecha and the inner working of its various components. Henceforth, I shall teach you how to thoroughly comprehend your mechas, and the simplest method is to dismantle them. The students were taken aback, having never encountered such a demand during their previous training and repair. Sir, that is impossible. We are not mecha manufacturers, and many components cannot be removed without specialized equipment. One student bravely voiced his skepticism. The things you have yet to witness or comprehend do not imply their non-existence or impossibility, Fry retorted. Now is the moment to witness a miracle unfold. With a sudden sardonic smile, he continued, pay close attention. I hope that in 2 months, you will be able to replicate what I am about to do. If you cannot, take your firearms and venture out to combat pests. I do not require incompetence here. Upon hearing this, the students felt a cold sweat trickle down their backs. Over the past few days, they had heard tales of Fry's exploits. He held a position of great esteem at the quicksand base, even daring to scold Colonel Nickel, the base commander, to his face. He was undeniably a man of his word, and all eyes were sharpened, focused intently on him, fearful of missing any of his actions. Fry commenced his task. He removed the first bolt from the rear of the cockpit's armor plating and proceeded seamlessly, each motion fluid and deliberate, executed without hesitation. The multifunctional repair robotic arm in his hands danced with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible, in perfect synchrony with the mechanical arm on the workstation. In a matter of moments, a nearly 5-meter-tall basic model mecha was disassembled into 872 individual components. These so-called basic components are the detachable parts of the mecha, each with independent functionality. During routine maintenance, one merely replaces these faulty or damaged basic components. Theoretically, these basic components can also be dismantled or repaired. However, most are molded as a single unit, sealed with special materials, or possess a high degree of integration, such as fuel cells and neural connection devices. Once these basic components are dismantled, reassembly becomes exceedingly challenging, rendering the effort somewhat futile. The students held their breath, eyes wide, as they beheld a mountain of parts towering before them, higher than a person. Old Fry wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, reflecting on the passage of time. I am indeed aging. It took me 78 minutes to complete this task, whereas a decade ago, I accomplished it in merely 66 minutes. The expressions of the trainees were a mixture of astonishment, envy, admiration, and even a hint of trepidation. They realized that, given 2 days, they might struggle to disassemble the mech in such a manner. As thoughts of the upcoming assessment loomed 2 months ahead, a sense of despondency began to permeate the crowd. Feigning the need for a restroom break, Old Fry slipped away to a secluded spot. He retrieved a small flask from his pocket and took a generous swig. The fiery liquor coursed down his throat and into his stomach, bringing a wave of comfort to his weary limbs. Aside from the maintenance of mechs, this drink was the old man's greatest indulgence. Although the base enforced a strict no-alcohol policy during work hours, Old Fry enjoyed certain privileges. As long as he refrained from drinking in front of others during work time, no one dared to challenge him. With a satisfied burp, Old Fry felt his lost vigor returning. He approached the workstation with renewed energy, donning the universal maintenance mechanical arms, and began assembling the components one by one. The trainees watched in awe. The ease with which old Fry assembled the mech mirrored his earlier dismantling, devoid of any hesitation or pause, despite the considerable difficulty involved. After all, during disassembly, one simply removed parts sequentially, whereas assembly required identifying the next necessary component from a mountain of 872 basic parts. Xia Xingchen once again entered a state of insight, every movement of old Fry playing in slow motion, etched deeply in his mind. Each time old Fry grasped a piece, Xia Xingchen endeavored to recall its purpose. Over the past few days, he had thoroughly studied the design schematics and maintenance manuals of the Ranger. When one is deeply focused, time invariably slips away swiftly. It was only when old Fry secured the final bolt that the trainees realized the heap of components had transformed back into a complete mech. After connecting the diagnostic equipment, a series of data appeared on the large display screen of the workstation, with several green characters boldly proclaiming, "All systems normal." The workshop erupted in enthusiastic applause. All present were captivated by old Fry's exquisite craftsmanship, the applause resonating with heartfelt sincerity. "Ah, I'm still aging," he muttered. 201 minutes. In my prime, I would have completed it in under 180 minutes. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and he longed to return to his quarters, enjoy a hearty meal, and then sleep. At that moment, Xia Xingchen's complexion turned pale, and he stumbled, nearly falling. Some trainees, assuming he was unwell, assisted him to his room. In truth, he had merely exhausted his mental faculties. Xia Xingchen had nearly utilized his insight skill continuously for 4 hours, reaching his limit. Upon returning to his room, he seized the opportunity to meditate. This session of meditation felt distinct from his usual practice, as the scene of old Fry dismantling and assembling the mech replayed repeatedly in his mind. The next morning, he arrived at the maintenance workshop as usual. Yet the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. It was tense and grave. Many of the new trainees bore dark circles under their eyes, indicating that the events of the previous day had profoundly affected them, leaving them unable to rest properly. At this moment, Xia Xingchen had been granted permission to personally address some minor malfunctions. His experience from the previous day had proven to be quite enriching, allowing him to complete the tasks at hand with remarkable efficiency, much to the satisfaction of the seasoned technicians supervising him. Chapter 38. Wrench number 1. After dinner, old Fry reclined comfortably on his bed, perusing a technical manual while sipping on a fine drink, his complexion flushed with contentment. "Reporting, sir." Xia Xingchen gently knocked on the door and entered. "What is it? Is there something you do not understand? I can explain it to you tomorrow. Can't you see that I, your elder, have already clocked out for the day?" Recently, Xia Xingchen had frequently sought his counsel regarding mecha repairs, and while old Fry was more than willing to assist, the timing of Xia's visit during his indulgence was decidedly inappropriate. Old Fry's expression darkened slightly. "Sir, I would like to request a ranger for disassembly practice," Xia Xingchen stated earnestly. "Oh," old Fry was taken aback. "You are certain you have comprehended everything I demonstrated yesterday? I must inform you, if you damage the mecha, I shall not be responsible for cleaning up your mess. You may as well run naked outside the base in the dead of night," he threatened. "Reporting, sir. I am confident," Xia Xingchen replied. Old Fry's eyes glinted with a shrewd idea. He rose unsteadily from the bed and made his way to the mecha storage outside, gesturing towards the towering piles of mecha parts. Within this collection, there are over 60 sets of ranger parts. If my memory serves me right, you can assemble at least 2 complete basic models. You may stay here and sift through the components to construct a ranger. The mecha you assemble will be yours, provided you can handle it. Taking it for a joyride won't be a problem. At the far end of the warehouse, there are 2 mecha maintenance workstations at your disposal. After delivering his instructions, he returned to his drink. Xia Xingchen felt a surge of frustration. Within that warehouse lay the remnants of hundreds of mechas, most of which had been dismantled, and those that remained intact were missing numerous components. Even 10 technicians scouring the place for a month might not locate everything. However, he soon recalled his insight skill, which provided him the opportunity to rise to the challenge. He drove an electric trailer into a state of insight, given that the current range of his insight was limited to only a few dozen square meters. He had to scan meticulously, piece by piece, using his mental prowess. Upon discovering intact components belonging to the Ranger mecha, he would extract them and toss them into the trailer. For lighter parts, he utilized telekinesis to retrieve them directly, greatly enhancing his efficiency. Yet, this method proved to be immensely taxing on his mental energy. Within less than an hour, he found himself utterly drained, requiring a moment to sit and meditate. For 5 consecutive days, he immersed himself in the warehouse, tirelessly searching for parts. Observing his dedication, Old Fry chuckled and made no attempt to deter him. In truth, he had only intended to present Xia Xingchen with a daunting challenge, hoping the difficulty would dissuade him. Little did he expect this stubborn youth to persist, believing a bit of hardship would be beneficial. As night deepened, the final load of components was delivered to the workstation. At this moment, Xia Xingchen's face was gaunt, adorned with unkempt stubble, and an unpleasant odor emanated from his body. After 5 relentless days of frenzied searching without rest, he was finally ready to assemble the mecha, and his heart surged with excitement. Returning to his room, he feasted heartily, took a refreshing shower, and indulged in a restful slumber, determined to approach the assembly of the mecha in peak condition. Standing before the operation console, equipped with a versatile maintenance mechanical arm, he activated his perception skills. Memories of Old Fry assembling mechas flooded his mind as he commenced his work. Though his movements lacked the swiftness of Old Fry, attributable to his lesser proficiency, each action was executed with clarity and precision, flowing seamlessly in rhythm. At last, after more than 10 hours, Xia Xingchen secured the final bolt. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, too weary to lift a finger. Gazing up at the imposing figure before him, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment, akin to that of a father admiring his child. After a lengthy respite, he rose, charged the mecha, and connected it to the diagnostic equipment. Minutes later, the computer displayed, all systems nominal. Yes, success. Xia Xingchen leaped in joy. However, the mecha, constructed from various disparate components, exhibited an aesthetic disarray due to the contrasting colors of the parts. He accessed the console's computer, preparing to repaint the mecha. The ranger mechas at the sand base were typically adorned in yellowish-green hues, optimal for camouflage in the desert. Yet being a youthful spirit, Xia Xingchen preferred a more striking color. The ranger's elongated frame prompted him to select a white body with sky-blue joints. Once the spray painting parameters were set, several mechanical arms equipped with hoses emerged from the console, initiating the painting process. Each mecha in the baseboard team number emblazoned on its chest, and suddenly, a mischievous impulse seized Xia Xingchen. He designed a wrench motif to emblazon the mecha's chest, symbolizing the logistics department. Finally, the painting was completed, revealing a resplendent white ranger mecha before him. This was no mere civilian modification akin to the blue battle god. It was a genuine military-grade mecha. With the charging complete, Xia Xingchen settled into the cockpit, donned the sensor headband, and activated the ignition switch. Yet, the mecha remained inert, and a dialog box appeared on the screen, displaying in bold red letters, error code 006521, operating system and hardware mismatch. Only then did Xia Xingchen recall that the mecha's operating system was intricately linked to its hardware. Given the assembly of mismatched components, the identification codes did not align with those of the original parts, necessitating a complete rewrite of the operating system. However, this posed no challenge for Xia Xingchen, as the 4 volumes of system programming textbooks had not been memorized in vain. He summoned a virtual keyboard, his fingers dancing swiftly across it, inputting a substantial segment of source code. A progress bar emerged on the screen, indicating system reboot in progress. A few minutes later, the progress bar completed its course. The screen momentarily dimmed, then brightened once more, illuminating all the instruments and displays within the cockpit. The mech engine began to hum with life. Welcome to the Tang Dynasty Group's Xia 035 model mech. Please initiate the setup process. Kindly assign a name to this machine, a feminine voice prompted. After a moment of contemplation, the operator, known as Wrench 1, Xia Xingchen, replied, Wrench 1, name confirmed. Setup complete. Please configure personal usage preferences. A dialog box appeared, presenting a series of parameters related to mech control, such as key response time, pedal pressure, and power output modes, all of which could be adjusted according to the operator's personal inclinations. Xia Xingchen carefully deliberated over the settings and, having finalized the parameters, rebooted the system as instructed. The indicator lights in the mech's eyes flickered to life, and the engine operated smoothly. Xia Xingchen felt an extraordinary sense of unity with the mech. At that moment, the supports and cables connecting the control panel to the mech automatically detached, liberating it from its constraints. Wrench 1 commence. Chapter 39. The mix-up, the exhilaration of piloting a fully operational military mech for the first time was overwhelming. Xia Xingchen, eager to test the mech's capabilities, made his way to the ground level. The underground storage and maintenance workshop housed large elevators, while the second basement level contained weapons and mech storage, where malfunctioning mechs were transported for repairs via the lifts. As Wrench 1 entered the elevator, it ascended slowly to the surface. It was midday, and the sunlight on the planet Watcher star was intense, casting a brilliant white glow that reflected off the surface of Wrench 1. Upon disembarking, Xia Xingchen took a moment to survey his surroundings. It was the first time in nearly 2 months that he had scrutinized the Sands base so thoroughly. In the distance, he noticed several barracks and a few hangars. However, he overlooked a critical issue. A piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the base, alerting all personnel's terminals and mechs. Level 1 combat alert. An unidentified mech had breached the base. Each military mech is equipped with a recognition code, yet Wrench 1 bore none, and its distinctive paint scheme set it apart from the others. When it appeared unexpectedly within the confines of the base's walls, the duty personnel at the command center promptly activated the highest level of alert. 5 mechs from Team 07, stationed in the base's courtyard, swiftly surrounded Wrench 1, locking their weapons onto it. At that moment, Colonel Nickel, disheveled from a shower, rushed into the command center upon hearing the alarm, hastily donning his uniform. He issued commands. All teams on standby. Team 07, proceed to apprehend the intruder. Teams 01, 02, 04, and 05, heighten perimeter security. 2 close combat models of the Ranger mech from Team 07 receive the order. Advance and subdue the intruder. The Ranger, known for its exceptional compatibility, could accommodate various weaponry to meet diverse tactical needs. The Wrench 1 is a basic model, devoid of any weaponry. The close combat Ranger is equipped with a diamond-shaped shield, an alloy longsword, and 4 explosive thrusters mounted on its back. The 2 Rangers, positioned one in front of the other, raise their shields before the mech, brandishing their alloy swords, while the thrusters emit blue flames, propelling them towards Wrench 1. Xia Xingchen, still bewildered by the situation, is suddenly alerted by an alarm, only to realize he is surrounded. Shortly thereafter, the 2 mechs indiscriminately launch their assault. Wrench 1 possesses no armaments and is equipped solely with 2 small thrusters from the basic model. At that moment, he feels akin to a bare-handed fighter confronting 2 fully armed warriors. A profound sense of crisis washes over him, instinctively propelling him into a state of heightened awareness. The 2 Rangers have already assumed their attacking stances. Should he not evade, he would be skewered by the alloy swords. Retreating to the sides would allow them to alter their tactics, leaving only the upper route as his sole escape. With knees slightly bent, Wrench 1 maximizes the engine's power, activating the rear thrusters to their fullest. Enveloped in mental energy, Wrench 1 leaps over 5 meters into the air. The attacks from the 2 Rangers miss their mark and collide violently. One Ranger's alloy sword pierces the shoulder of the other, causing its right arm to plummet to the ground. As Wrench 1 begins its descent, its knee aims for the head of the other Ranger. Typically, a mech's knee joint is fortified with substantial armor, and Wrench 1's knee shatters the Ranger's head, sending shards flying. With the head of the humanoid mech, which houses multiple sensors, destroyed, it loses its combat capability. In that instant, Wrench 1 deftly lands, retrieving the fallen alloy sword and aiming it at the cockpit of the remaining mech. Everyone is left astonished by the rapid sequence of events. The remaining 3 mechs of Team 07 quickly advance. Laser cannons and other weaponry train on Wrench 1, creating a tense stalemate. Xia Xingchen contacts his personal terminal, Commander Fry. I have successfully assembled a Ranger, but I am surrounded during ground testing. What? You caused such a commotion? Fry exclaims, astonished. You truly assembled a Ranger mech? Yes, Commander, but now I am encircled. Please assist me in contacting the base. I lack the communication password. You fool, daring to venture out without a mech identification code. Fine, I'll handle this. Old Fry lets out a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, within the command center of the Shifting Sands base, the atmosphere is tense. Not only has the enemy breached the base, but 2 mechs have also engaged in a 2-on-1 battle, resulting in one being severely damaged and another captured. The situation has reached an impasse, with neither side daring to make a move. At that moment, the communicator in the command center emits an alarm, signaling an urgent call. "You old madman, I am in the midst of commanding a battle. I have no time for you." Colonel Nickel barks in irritation. "Quality, pay attention to quality. What attitude is this? I merely wish to convey that this is a misunderstanding." A novice technician sought to experiment with the mech, yet was oblivious to the identification codes, leading to a blunder that startled you all. "Enough of this. I shall summon him forth." With that, Old Fry severed the communication. "You madman. Your own eccentricities are one thing, but your subordinates are equally deranged." Colonel Nickel was thoroughly incensed. "Team 07, cease your assault. This is a vile misunderstanding. However, your team requires a thorough overhaul. This is the caliber of your combat effectiveness?" While he was aware that the white mech demonstrated extraordinary capabilities, the fact that they lost 2 against 1 was a source of shame for him as a commander. Furthermore, military police confined that reckless youth in the white mech for 3 days of solitary confinement. Upon receiving Old Frey's notification, Wrench 1 stepped back 2 paces and retracted its alloy sword. Summerstar opened the hatch and emerged, drawing the gaze of everyone in the base, all eager to behold the audacious individual before them. Colonel Nickel recognized him at once. "Indeed, young lad, your sister has her eyes on you," remarked Freya, who was stationed in a red-painted mech within the lower hangar, smiling as she stood by. At that moment, several paramedics rushed to the damaged Ranger mech, opening the cockpit with the assistance of the technician. The medical personnel examined the 2 occupants, and fortunately, no injuries were sustained. Summerstar grasped the lifting steel cable and descended to the ground. 4 military police officers approached and placed handcuffs around his wrists. "Private, you're under arrest. You have the right to remain silent, but you shall first experience the taste of 3 days in confinement." Without further ado, they ushered Summerstar into a small dark room. He could only smile wryly. This was truly an undeserved calamity. However, it provided a perfect opportunity to meditate, as his mental strength had been significantly depleted over the past few days. Chapter 40. The decision in the conference room of the Sandflow base. The heads of various departments and the captains of several mech teams convened in the subterranean meeting hall. They gathered to summarize the previous day's blunder and discuss the measures to be taken. The severity of yesterday's incident was alarming. If chaos ensued due to this event, what would happen if the Sand Raiders seized the opportunity to launch an attack? The consequences could be dire, and a thorough assessment was imperative. Colonel Nickel was furious. There are significant issues regarding the management of new recruits and logistics. They are utterly ignorant of protocol, and yet they recklessly deployed mechs without the commander's approval. This must serve as a cautionary tale. Nickel glared at Old Fry, who, with his eyes closed and a smug smile on his face, seemed indifferent to Nickel's reprimands, which, for him, seemed to enter one ear and exit the other. "And Team 07, your behavior is utterly unacceptable. 2 fully armed mechs attacking one that is weaponless, piloted by a mere technician, resulting in one being obliterated and another captured. What level of proficiency is this? How do you train in your spare time?" Seeing that Old Fry remained unperturbed, Colonel Nickel directed all his ire towards Team 07. The captain of Team 07 lowered his head, not daring to utter a single word. There was no way out. The entire base had witnessed the defeat, which was so devastating that any attempt at justification was futile. Moreover, the officer on duty in the command room yesterday could have inquired via the intercom or checked the main control computer for personal terminals. Instead, he hastily triggered a level 1 alarm. The head of the duty room grumbled to himself, recalling a time when a certain old fool had insisted that we report emergencies before verifying the facts. Colonel Nickel vented his frustrations for quite some time, chastising nearly every department with a myriad of excuses. Once he had sufficiently released his pent-up ire, he posed another question. "Do you have any thoughts on this matter? What suggestions can you offer to entirely prevent such incidents in the future?" Several squad leaders felt a sense of injustice regarding the predicament of Team 07, firmly believing that no pilot of a lower rank could have performed better against the Wrench No. 1. However, voicing such sentiments would surely offend Old Fry, the true authority of the base. They might take liberties with Commander Nickel, but they dared not cross the mech technician. "I would like to say a few words." Lieutenant Tori, the captain of Team 06, interjected. He was a rugged man in his 30s with fiery red hair and a fierce demeanor. A scar ran across his face. lending him a somewhat fearsome appearance. Last month, our base established a special operations assault team by reallocating elites from each squad. Our deputy captain, a bait, was reassigned, leaving our team shorthanded, which has adversely affected our training and patrols. Moreover, in the past 3 months, we have not had a single recruit with a mental strength level of 10, and there are no infantry capable of piloting mechs. You must find a way to replenish our ranks, or it will impact our combat effectiveness. Let us wait a few more days. The next batch of recruits will be prioritized for mech divisions, came the response. That is too long. Furthermore, newcomers require training, education, and acclimatization, all of which take time. Recently, sand pirate activities have escalated, and we cannot afford to wait. What do you propose then? Should I join your team as a pilot? Colonel Nickel retorted, his patience wearing thin in the face of Tori's aggressive demeanor. Sir, that's Summerstar, the pilot of the White Ranger. I have reviewed his records and found him to be a level 10 mental strength user. Based on yesterday's battle, it is evident that this young man is a prodigy in mech piloting. It will be a waste to confine him to logistics. I request that he be transferred to our team 06. Please grant your approval, Tori insisted. I oppose this. It cannot be done, Old Fry exclaimed, his agitation palpable. Upon hearing Tori's reasoning, Colonel Nickel found it compelling. Noticing Fry's distress, a mischievous thought crossed his mind, prompting him to provoke him further. Indeed, Lieutenant Tori is correct. We must place talent where it can be most effectively utilized. Now is the time to make the most of our resources. And I hereby approve the transfer. You're talking nonsense. Let us see who dares to take my personnel. Old Fry leapt up, slamming his pistol onto the table. Anyone who wishes to take my people must first dispose of me. Calm down, Mr. Fry. He is merely an ordinary maintenance technician. There is no need for such fervor. As Nickel offered his counsel, he secretly reveled in the situation, finding joy in the fact that Old Fry was so irate. For so long, it had been Old Fry who had provoked his ire, and now he finally had the opportunity to exact his revenge. A mere maintenance technician? Which ordinary technician could memorize over 2,000 pages of repair manuals verbatim in just 3 days? Which run-of-the-mill technician could independently assemble a mech after merely a month of study? Which average technician could sift through the wreckage of hundreds of mechs to find a single intact unit? Certainly not I. After a decade at this base, and having spent 30 years in the mech repair field, I have never encountered such a gifted technician with talent like his. Even if the combat loss rate of the base's mechs were to double in a year, there would be no cause for concern. Such a prodigy, and you would send him to his demise. Old Fry ranted, banging his handgun against the table, startling those nearby, who feared the weapon might discharge. His words cast a pall of silence over the room. According to his description, Xia Xingchen was a genuine genius, destined for remarkable achievements in any department. Colonel Nickel pondered for a moment before stating, while your logistics department is safe, promotions are glacially slow. This lad was forcibly placed in your department by me. He may not wish to remain a maintenance technician for life. I propose we consult him, allowing him to make his own choice. The others nodded in agreement, while Old Fry huffed as he slumped into his chair. Though incensed, Nickel's suggestion was undeniably compelling. In this wretched place, if advancement was sluggish, one could very well spend a lifetime here, which was undeniably unfair to a 16-year-old. Xia Xingchen was brought out of his confinement, perplexed that it had not even been 3 days. The military police uncuffed him and escorted him to the conference room. Xia Xingchen saluted. Reporting in, Private Xia Xingchen. Xia Xingchen, I have a question for you. Do you enjoy mech repair? Nickel inquired. Yes, sir. I find it immensely gratifying, as there is much to learn. Xia Xingchen replied. At this moment, a faint smile graced Old Fray's face. Do you aspire to pilot a mech in battle, to become a mech warrior? Yes, sir. It is my fervent dream, and indeed, the dream of every man. Upon hearing this, Old Fray's smile faltered, and his expression turned a shade of green. Now, you must make a choice. First, you can remain in the logistics department as a mech technician, where advancement is slow but safety is assured. Or second, you can join the 06 mech squad as a mech warrior. There, you may encounter peril, fierce combat, and the ever-present threat of losing your life. Your future will hinge upon the decision you make. Take your time to reflect. Chapter 41. Old Fry Xia Xingchen fell into deep contemplation. To join the 06 mech squad and become a genuine mech warrior would afford him the opportunity to achieve military merit grow stronger more rapidly, secure promotions, and ultimately escape this place for a grander stage. Yet, old Fry had opened another door for him, allowing him to understand mech from a different perspective. A mech designer, skilled in the intricacies of design, maintenance, and manufacturing, possesses boundless potential for the future. Each path he might choose is laden with justifications, yet all will inevitably harbor regrets. In the conference room, a dozen pairs of eyes are fixed upon him, awaiting his decision. I wish to become a mech engineer. I yearn to engage in battle. Upon hearing his declaration, old Fry slumped into his chair, despair flooding his eyes. Nevertheless, I also wish to continue learning about mech maintenance under Sergeant Fry. This knowledge is equally vital for my growth and strength. A flicker of hope ignited in old Fray's gaze. What sort of choice is this? Colonel Nickel questioned, perplexed. I aspire to remain in logistics beyond training and patrol hours, to further my studies with Sergeant Fry, said Xia Xingchen, articulating his resolution. Very well, I agree. Lieutenant Tori was the first to speak. Initially, we will confine him to training and patrol duties, exempting him from combat tasks for the time being. He may utilize the rest of his hours at his discretion. Lieutenant Tori understood the stakes. To wholly requisition him would alienate the logistics division. Though it might not lead to petty sabotage, such as withholding essential equipment, the repercussions could be dire. For instance, scheduling them last for repairs or denying them superior gear would be intolerable. Moreover, having a mech maintenance technician on the team would significantly enhance their operational reliability. Agreed, then. I authorize it. Please transfer his file to the mech battalion. Colonel Nickel decided on the spot. Suddenly, old Fry rose and approached Tori, locking eyes with him intently. You must take care of this lad. Should any misfortune befall him, I assure you that not a single mech in your Team 06 will remain intact. I stand by my word, Tori replied resolutely. Old Fry turned and departed. As night descended, the maintenance workshop on the subterranean third level appeared unchanged by the passage of time. Old Fry sat at the entrance of the storeroom, surrounded by an array of empty bottles. Concerned that he might drink excessively, Xia Xingchen approached him. Sergeant, may I join you for a drink? Old Fry interrupted, handing him a bottle. Sir, you have consumed too much. Do not call me sir. At this moment, we are not bound by rank. Allow me to share a story. If you're willing to listen, old Fry spoke with a hint of melancholy. Xia Xingchen nodded. A decade ago, just past my 40th year, I was a senior mech maintenance engineer in the after-sales department of the Tang Dynasty Group. My life was enviable. I held a prestigious position, a gentle and lovely wife, and a son who, at that time, was of an age not unlike yours. My son was exceptionally bright, utterly captivated by mech from a young age, and he possessed remarkable talent for repairs. I endeavored to impart all that I had learned throughout my life to him. My wife is a columnist for a galactic travel website, dedicated to traversing the myriad planets of the galaxy in search of enchanting destinations, penning articles to recommend them. During school vacations, she would take our son along on her adventures. 10 years ago that summer, old Fry choked back tears. 10 years ago, my wife and son arrived at the Longing Star space station, where she was to devise a project about exploring the Death Star region. Just as they were concluding their mission and preparing to return home, their passenger spacecraft was seized by interstellar pirates, and all aboard were slaughtered. Old Fry was inconsolable. Upon receiving this dreadful news, my world crumbled. I learned that the interstellar pirate gang responsible for the deaths of my wife and son was called the Reptilian Gang, led by a ruthless and cunning figure known as Yuri, nicknamed Scorpion. After their fleet was annihilated by the military, the Reptilian Gang took refuge on the Watchtower Star, establishing themselves as desert marauders. I resigned from my job and enlisted in the military, submitting an application to this perilous environment of the Watchtower Star, driven solely by the desire for vengeance for my wife and son. Stellar, from the moment I laid eyes on you, thoughts of my son flooded back. I do not wish for you to meet the same fate as my son, losing your life on this battlefield at such a tender age. At this moment, old Fry broke down in tears. Summer Xingchen had not anticipated that this eccentric old man bore such a heavy burden of blood and vengeance. Reflecting on their time together, despite his strict and at times harsh demeanor, it became evident that all he did was for his own good. He too was moved, shedding tears of empathy. I understand. Old Fry, allow me to address you as such. I grasp your heartfelt intentions. Rest assured, I will take care of myself, continually strive to grow stronger, becoming the most formidable mech engineer and an exemplary mech technician. I shall avenge your grievances. Old Fry was deeply touched, and the two embraced tightly. Chapter 42. Phase 1 Testing in the training center of the underground level of the quicksand base. Several members of the 06 Mech squad gathered around the mech simulator. Intrigued by their new member, whose impressive battle record had overshadowed that of the 07 squad, leaving them in a state of dismay. The 06 Mech squad consisted of 5 members. The leader, Tor, codenamed Bloodstain, served as the heavy-armored mech assault trooper, tasked with withstanding enemy fire and engaging in close combat. The sniper, Pirlo, known as the Veterinarian, was a handsome blonde who had worked as a veterinarian on his hometown farm before enlisting. He was the one who had treated Xia Xingchen and Freya's injuries previously. Haji, the deputy sniper and tactical commander, was a slender young man with chestnut hair and a freckled face, codenamed Schemer. Lastly, there was Barak, the heavy firepower specialist, a seemingly dull individual who transformed into a frenzied warrior during battle, known as Mortar. However, the statistics displayed on the large screen were brutal. Tor's record stood at an astonishing 990. Xia Xingchen discovered that although he could maneuver the mech in the simulator, his insight skills and telekinetic abilities had completely lost their effectiveness. Without the aid of his insight skills, he revealed his novice nature and was ruthlessly defeated by Tori. What is the situation? Pirlo inquired, perplexed. There are 2 possibilities Haji rationally analyzed. One is that this guy previously experienced an extraordinary stroke of luck, performing that maneuver by sheer chance. The second possibility is that he is someone who is acutely sensitive to danger, in the simulator where there is no real threat. His latent potential remains untapped. Although Haji was unaware of Xia Xingchen's abilities, his analysis was astute. Tori removed his helmet and exited the simulator. How do you feel, Captain? Pirlo asked. A complete novice. His combat style is quite bold, and his mental control over the mech is commendable, yet he possesses no practical experience, let alone an understanding of combat techniques. Xia Xingchen approached Tori, apologizing. Captain, I am sorry to have disappointed you. Tori patted him on the shoulder. Kid, I can see you are a novice, but you are far better than most beginners. What you lack is experience, so do not lose heart. Captain, what should I do? Tori pondered for a moment and replied, I have 2 methods, though they may come with side effects. The first method is to watch actual combat footage and mech fighting competitions to gain experience. The second is to engage in constant battles, improving oneself through adversity. However, there is a side effect. If a novice endures too much defeat, they may develop feelings of inferiority and fear. Are you certain you can handle that? Captain, I merely wish to grow stronger as swiftly as possible. I do not mind the means as long as I can enhance my abilities. Tori nodded. You are now at level 10, eligible to take the mech engineer qualification exam. At our base, other mech squads have only 1 or 2 qualified mech engineers, whereas our 06 mech squad comprises entirely of qualified engineers. Our simulator includes exam simulation software for qualified mech engineers. You can start by trying it out and engaging in targeted practice, which will greatly benefit your foundational skills and mech operation techniques. If possible, obtain your qualified engineer certification as soon as you can. This will significantly improve your treatment and rank, aiding your future promotions. Xia Xingchen nodded and donned the sensory helmet once more, entering the qualified mech engineer simulation test system. A video appeared on the screen, briefly introducing the content of the mech engineer level test. The qualified mech engineer test is divided into 3 phases. The first phase is a durability and operation test, where the pilot must navigate a mech through a corridor for 1 continuous hour. Various obstacles will continuously appear within this corridor, and the mech engineer must adeptly maneuver the mech to avoid them. Failure to reach the designated location within the hour, exhausting mental energy before the hour is up, or having the mech's damage rate, a comprehensive quantitative measure of the damage sustained by various parts of the mech, exceed 80 will result in disqualification. The second phase involves combat in complex environments. The mech pilots will navigate their mech through 6 distinct terrains: space stations, asteroid belts, urban landscapes, deserts, forests, and seas, with the objective of eliminating 4 enemy mechs within 20 minutes. These adversarial mechs are controlled by computers and possess capabilities akin to those of seasoned mech pilots. The third phase consists of live combat, where the pilots who successfully complete the first 2 assessments will engage in pairs, with only 1 pilot from each group ultimately qualifying as a top-tier mech pilot. Many pilots, unfortunate enough to be matched with significantly stronger opponents. May fail the examination and must wait until the following year to retake it, as each individual is permitted to participate in the Mech pilot ranking examination only once annually. After watching the introductory video, Xia Xingchen finally comprehended how the less than 1 pass rate for top-tier Mech pilots came to be. Prior to the commencement of the level test, pilots must select their Mech from a database containing thousands of standard models, devoid of modified or custom-built Mechs, to ensure fairness in the assessment. After all, Mechs are not mere commodities, and achieving proficiency with a single model is no small feat for a top-tier Mech pilot. Xia Xingchen chose a Ranger Mech, opting for a white color, as it was the only military Mech he had previously encountered, and he would be operating it in the 06 Mech Squadron in the future. The initial testing phase began, revealing a corridor 10 meters high and wide enough to accommodate 3 Mech side by side. Taking a deep breath, Xia Xingchen propelled the Ranger forward. After running a few hundred meters, the ground suddenly gave way beneath him, causing the Ranger to tumble forward due to inertia, resulting in an immediate 10 loss of integrity. It was then that he realized the corridor's surface had transformed from alloy to soft sand, ensnaring the Mech's legs and leading to the fall. With a wry smile, he acknowledged the challenge ahead. The Ranger regained its footing and continued racing forward, with Xia Xingchen now acutely aware of the changing terrain. The surface fluctuated between alloy, concrete, desert, mud, water, ice, snow, and gravel, while obstacles gradually emerged, be a grand tree, a massive boulder, or a derelict Mech. Concentration became paramount, and the Mech's speed significantly diminished. Ahead loomed a series of stone spikes, each half a meter in height and spaced merely a meter apart. A collision with these spikes would further decrease the Mech's integrity. Summoning his focus, Xia Xingchen deftly maneuvered the Ranger, evading the hazards. Suddenly, a concealed door at the top of the corridor swung open, and a 1 cubic meter boulder plummeted downwards. Preoccupied with the terrain, Xia Xingchen failed to notice and was struck squarely on the head by the boulder, resulting in a fiery explosion on the screen accompanied by a dialogue box declaring Mech destruction, test failed. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the situation. A thought crossed his mind, how advantageous it would be to employ the insight skill. Yet another voice cautioned him that while the insight skill was a powerful asset, it could not be overly relied upon. Moreover, the skill demanded an immense expenditure of mental energy, making it impossible to maintain such a heightened state at all times. Only through relentless self-discipline can one master the control of mechas to the point that it becomes an instinctive aspect of combat. Cultivating good battle habits, complemented by keen insight, is essential for becoming stronger. Throughout an entire afternoon, Xia Xingchen struggled against the simulator. Although he refrained from employing his insight abilities, the prolonged focus left him feeling mentally drained. He experienced numerous failures that afternoon, with the longest attempt lasting merely 10 minutes before he fell into a chasm that suddenly opened beneath him. Chapter 43. The Desert Goddess Bar in the evening, disheartened, Xia Xingchen returned to the maintenance warehouse, where old Fry was sipping a drink while smiling at him. How does it feel to be a mecha pilot on your first day, kid? Old man, let me tell you about the trials I faced today. Xia Xingchen recounted his experiences. Old Fry squinted in thought for a moment before suddenly asking, "You have awakened your psychic abilities, haven't you? How did you know?" Xia Xingchen was taken aback at having his secret revealed. During my time with the Tang Dynasty Group, I frequently participated in bespoke mecha projects. I've encountered many mecha pilots who have awakened their psychic powers, and I sense the same essence within you. The maneuver you executed while battling 2 mechas is something only a psychic mecha pilot of your caliber could achieve. Old Fry's insight was indeed sharp. Yet Xia Xingchen requested, "Please keep this under wraps. I do not wish to be subjected to dissection. Rest assured, I understand the stakes. However, awakening your psychic abilities before reaching level 20 is unprecedented. You are indeed a marvel. Can I utilize my psychic powers within the simulator?" Xia Xingchen inquired. "Technically, there is no issue. I often assist psychic mecha pilots with simulator customization, and it merely requires a segment of programming," he mused before continuing. "However, I would advise against it. What you need now is to build a solid foundation. Employing psychic powers at this stage would be akin to cheating. Remember the old saying, those who can swim often drown. The majority of mecha pilots who possess psychic abilities meet their demise due to an over-reliance on those powers. Furthermore, many who wield such abilities become overly arrogant, losing their sense of reverence. In the battlefield, many factors can threaten a technician's life. Without a sense of awe, death is not far away. Xia Xingchen silently nodded. Follow me, old Fry said, discarding his bottle and approaching the control panel, where 4 mechas were stationed. There are 5 types of mechas at the Lushao base. From this day forth, I will disassemble 1 mecha each night for you. Engage deeply with the process. I am confident you will learn. He donned a universal maintenance mechanical arm and commenced his work. For the subsequent 5 days, Xia Xingchen endured torment within the simulator by day and learned mecha assembly and disassembly by night. Each day, he had a mere 3 or 4 pitiful hours for meditation. By the 6th day, his mental state had deteriorated significantly. Nevertheless, he made his way toward the simulator. Tori clapped him on the shoulder from behind. "Oh, Captain, what are your orders? Today and tomorrow, it is our 6 squads' turn to rest. There will be no training," Tori replied. Members of the Sand Dune base enjoy 2 days off each week. However, I, Summer Xingchen, instinctively wish to refuse. Xingchen, I recognize your hard work, but look at your current state. I dare say you can barely last 5 minutes in the simulator. Such training yields no fruitful results, Tori urged. Summer Xingchen fell silent. He continued, fatigue hinders one's ability to concentrate, leading to mistakes. A warrior on the battlefield must learn to rest, seizing every opportunity to recuperate. Even amidst the cacophony of gunfire outside, one must not compromise on sleep. It is time for you to rest. Prolonged tension on the nerves will inevitably lead to a breaking point. Summer Xingchen attempted to explain, but Lieutenant Tori's expression grew stern. Private Summer Xingchen, go to the bar with your comrades for a drink, then return and get some proper sleep. That is an order. Yes, sir. The Desert Goddess Bar is situated beside a small pond on the surface of the base, covering an area of over 300 square meters. While it is referred to as a bar, it is essentially a recreational room equipped with televisions, gaming machines, and card tables. However, the bar lacks any semblance of a desert goddess, not even a single waitress. The proprietor, Li Pai, is a veteran soldier, towering nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular frame exuding strength. His dark complexion resembles that of a hairless black bear. At this hour of the morning, only a handful of soldiers occupied the bar, engaged in card games and conversation. "Ha, old Pai, allow me to introduce our new teammate, Summer Xingchen," Tori greeted warmly. "Xingchen, this is old Pai, the owner of the Desert Goddess Bar. Before I came to the base, he was the finest heavy mech operator at the Sand Dune base. Hello, young man. You're quite the celebrity now. I saw your combat the other day. Impressive indeed. It's a pleasure to meet you." The encounter between Wrench 1 and the 2 rangers took place not far from the bar, Li Pai said, extending his hand. The 2 men clasped hands firmly. Li Pai's right hand was gloved, concealing a mechanical palm. "Surprised? My hand is artificial. I lost it during battle due to sandworm venom, and I had to sever it myself. Both my legs are also prosthetic," he casually recounted, as if narrating a trivial anecdote. Summer Xingchen instantly felt a deep respect for him. "Old Pai, the usual. I'll have a bottle of 65-degree Watcher Star vodka, and 1 black beer, each for Balak and Perlo. That fellow Haji doesn't drink alcohol. Just give him soda. And bring 2 plates of her finest grilled scorpion skewers." Tori ordered. "Xingchen, what would you like?" "It's on me. I'll have a black beer as well," Summer Xingchen replied. "Ah, Xingchen, you're not yet 18. You're not allowed to drink alcohol," Perlo teased. "You, veterinarian, are you trying to get me to toss you into the pond for a bath?" Li Pai threatened. "Worry not. Xingchen, here, you could pour vodka into a baby, and no one would dare to intervene. If you doubt it, summon those old-timers from the space station and ask them if they dare come here." "Ha ha ha." Li Pai's hearty laughter drew the attention of others in the bar. The members of Team 06 fetched their drinks and settled around a table by the window. "Come, let us toast to our new member, Xia Xingchen." Tori raised his glass and declared, "Welcome. Cheers, Xingchen. I must say, in Team 06, we have no lackluster individuals. Kid, I have high hopes for you." Perlo, having indulged in a bit of alcohol, began to ramble incoherently. Chapter 44, The Bar Battle. In this world, there will always be some unwelcome individuals who appear just when you are in the best of spirits. As the 5 of them drank and chatted, Xia Xingchen praised Li Pai's secret recipe for grilled scorpion meat. At that moment, a young man in his 20s stood up from a nearby table and approached Xia Xingchen's table, casting a disdainful glance at him. "Are you Xia Xingchen?" the young man asked, his tone dripping with contempt. "Yes, I am. And you are?" "I am Nye Song, the vice captain of Team 05. Last week, You obliterated my brother Xia Bai's Mecha, leaving him humiliated and unable to hold his head high at the base. I challenge you. I wish to prove before everyone that you are merely a fortunate rookie. Xia Song, didn't your captain teach you manners? You are an experienced mecha pilot yourself, and yet you dare to bully a novice? Tori mocked from aside. Captain Tori, if your Team 06 is afraid, perhaps Xia Xingchen should apologize to my brother, and we can consider this matter settled. Of course, if you fear he might lose, you may step in on his behalf, Xia Song taunted, deliberately putting Tori in an awkward position. Should Tori retaliate, it would imply that Team 06 was intimidated. I'll be damned. Perla was incensed by this remark, grabbing a bottle of liquor, ready to retaliate. A few of Xia Song's teammates from Team 05 also gathered around. Tori and the others rose to their feet, and the two groups glared at each other, tension mounting for an imminent confrontation. Xia Xingchen swiftly intervened to restrain Perlo and turned to Xia Song, saying, "All right, I accept your challenge. What shall we compete in? Mecha combat or a real fight?" He added, "But let it be genuine, no simulators. Let's engage in a real fight. Using mechas is cumbersome and requires prior approval, which is not guaranteed. We can settle this right here," Xia Song replied, pleased that Xia Xingchen had taken the bait. "Isn't it necessary to inform Brother Li Pai about fighting here?" Xia Xingchen inquired, glancing at his teammates. Haha. According to the rules of the Desert Goddess, as long as no firearms are involved, you are free to engage in one-on-one or group fights. The only stipulation is that the losing party must bear all losses incurred by the bar and return during their free time to clean up. Therefore, no matter how you fight, you must win, Haji explained from the side. The two stood in the middle of the bar, with Xia Song adopting an offensive stance, while Xia Xingchen casually placed his hands behind his back, appearing entirely relaxed. Xia Song initiated the attack first, feinting twice before launching a straight right punch towards Xia Xingchen's face. Xia Xingchen entered a state of insight, observing as his opponent's fist slowly approached. With a swift movement to the left, he narrowly evaded the punch, and then, with all his might, struck Xia Song's abdomen with his right fist. A surge of pain erupted, causing Xia Song to hunch over, clutching his stomach. Seizing the moment, Xia Xingchen raised his arm and delivered an elbow strike to his opponent's back, sending Xia Song crashing to the ground. Suddenly, a sinister gust swept from behind. It was one of Xia Song's teammates wielding a chair, aiming a vicious blow at the back of his head. Xia Xingchen felt a surge of anger. Wasn't this supposed to be a fair duel? How had it devolved into a brawl? Moreover, this individual not only resorted to a sneak attack, but did so with malicious intent. A blow to the head could inflict severe injury. He quickly crouched down, narrowly avoiding the chair's assault, then sprang back up, delivering a swift kick between the assailant's legs. The man let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground, hands clutching his groin. Meanwhile, the remaining three teammates of Xia Song charged forward. With a resounding thud, Barak struck one of them with a lightning-fast punch to the nose, rendering him unconscious and breaking his nasal bone, his body flying several meters before crashing onto a table. Another opponent was tripped by Haji during his advance, who then seized a bottle and swung it forcefully at the back of the man's head. As the man howled in agony and struggled, Haji brandished another bottle. At this moment, Xia Xingchen faced the captain of Team 05, who charged at him with a series of rapid side kicks, a formidable combat technique. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. Xia Xingchen remained vigilant to the captain's assault. Suddenly, the captain executed a jumping maneuver, attempting a sweeping kick. Recognizing an opportunity, Xia Xingchen's eyes lit up. He sidestepped and retaliated with a kick aimed at the captain's waist. The captain let out a howl as he was propelled several meters away, crashing into multiple tables. Xia Xingchen clapped his hands and remarked, "Is this the best that Team 05 can muster? Wasn't this supposed to be a duel?" Ha! Amused, the members of Team 06 turned to leave, leaving behind a group of onlookers exchanging bewildered glances. In the enclosed environment of the quicksand base, where personnel were limited, gossip flourished. Just hours after the brawl, news of the incident spread across several bases. Did you hear? Team 05 was defeated by Team 06 at the Desert Goddess. A complete victory. Nonsense. It was clearly Xia Xingchen who single-handedly took on 5 opponents. What? You don't even know who Xia Xingchen is? He asked from logistics, and he once took on 2 opponents in a mech and won. He has already brought shame upon Team 07. and now he dragged his brother and Team 05 down with him. Thankfully, I had the foresight not to choose him. I tell you, in the past 2 or 3 years, Team 06 has only had one bar brawl, where they faced over 30 infantry and still emerged victorious. They are truly formidable. Now, with an additional monster among them, it's best to steer clear. One cannot simply contend with them. After lunch, Xia Xingchen arrived at the Mecha maintenance depot, intending to practice disassembling and assembling mechas. However, he was intercepted at the entrance by Old Man Fry. Xingchen, I've received a call from Captain Tori. He was correct. What you need most right now is rest. For today and tomorrow, I forbid you from stepping into the maintenance workshop and the mecha repair warehouse. Whether you choose to sleep, meditate, or engage in other activities, you must rest immediately, Fry declared sternly. Old man, I'm fine. I've rested all morning and feel quite energized, Xia Xingchen explained. Enough of that. I've seen it all. There is no way fighting can alleviate fatigue. Go rest. This is an order, Fry insisted. Xia Xingchen weakly acquiesced. Here, take this. It will aid your sleep, Fry said, tossing him a bottle, which turned out to be a flask of liquor. After consuming half a bottle, Xia Xingchen reclined comfortably on his bed and drifted into slumber. He dreamt of a crystal pyramid. Chapter 45, Mental Power Assessment. When he awoke, it was already noon the next day. After having lunch, he meditated for 7 to 8 hours, yet he felt that his mental power had not fully recovered. Furthermore, his mental power level had stagnated at level 15 without any further progression. He sought out Old Man Fry to voice his concerns. Old man, I feel there is an issue with my mental power, he said. How so? Fry inquired. Since reaching level 15, I haven't been able to level up again for quite some time, and despite my meditation, my mental power never feels complete, Xia Xingchen explained. How long has it been since your last upgrade? Fry asked. Several weeks, not quite a month, came the reply. With a swift motion, Fry smacked a thick book on his Xia Xingchen's head. You greedy little rascal. Most individuals only manage to advance 1 level per year after reaching level 10. And the higher the level, the slower the progression. What more do you desire, you monster? Fry exclaimed, visibly agitated. I just wish to progress faster. But why does my mental power always feel lacking? Fry pondered for a moment before responding. I'm not entirely sure. However, I once participated in a project for the Tang Dynasty Group where we developed a mental power analyzer designed for those with advanced mecha skills. The materials are limited now, so the performance will be somewhat subpar, but it should suffice for your needs. Wait a few days, and I'll have a device ready for you to assess. A week passed swiftly, and Xia Xingchen managed to endure 40 minutes in the first stage test, astonishing his teammates with his rate of improvement, especially as the difficulty of the tests increased. He also spent 6 nights disassembling and reassembling the other 4 models of mechas at the base. Finally, Sunday arrived, and Fry informed him that the mental power analyzer was ready. It was a helmet-like device connected to a large computer. He seated himself, donned the helmet, and linked his nerves to the computer. Before him, it seemed as though a screen had illuminated, displaying a myriad of intriguing challenges. The system instructed him to meticulously complete these tasks step by step. For instance, there was a slope inclined at 60 degrees, and a large iron ball which could be propelled upward by his mental prowess. His objective was to elevate the ball to the highest possible position. After navigating through a series of such mini-games, gentle music emanated from the helmet, guiding Xia Xingchen into a meditative state. A soft electronic notification abruptly interrupted his meditation. He removed the helmet and glanced at the time, realizing that 5 hours had elapsed. The printer connected to the device emitted a nearly 3-meter-long printout of the detection data. Old Fry was intently analyzing the heap of information. After a considerable time, he finally raised his head. Your mental power data is indeed rather peculiar. Allow me to elaborate. Mental power, for humanity, has always been an elusive concept. Despite centuries of research, progress remains sluggish. People could only infer their mental power levels based on fluctuations. Yet the precise magnitude of each level remained a significant conundrum, perplexing humankind. It was only a little over a decade ago that a scientist named Freud resolved the challenges of quantifying and measuring mental power. The unit of mental power was subsequently named after him, abbreviated as F. 1 unit of mental power is referred to as 1F. To illustrate with the average human mental power level, a level 9 mentalist possesses a total mental power of 10F, and upon advancing to level 10, there is a remarkable leap, raising the total to 100F. Subsequently, for each level gained, the total mental power increases by 100 F, and so forth. When one reaches level 19, the mental power totals 1000 F. However, the transition from level 19 to 20 marks a watershed moment. Upon attaining level 20, the average total mental power is approximately 2000 F, whereas those awakened with mental prowess in mecha manipulation can achieve totals ranging from 2500 to 3000 F currently. Xia Xingchen is at level 15, where the expected total mental power should be around 600 F. Astonishingly, his total mental power has reached an incredible 5800 F. Human mental power is diminished through activities such as operating mechas and learning, necessitating meditation for recovery, without relying on external forces such as medication or meditation devices. The recovery of mental power during 1 hour of meditation can be calculated with the formula: total mental power divided by 1000, multiplied by the meditation value. This yields the amount of mental power restored during that hour of meditation. For example, if an individual has a total mental power of 100 and a meditation value of 50, the mental power recovered during 1 hour of meditation will be calculated as 100 divided by 1000, multiplied by 50, resulting in 5 points. However, a peculiar phenomenon occurred with Xia Xingchen. According to calculations, his meditation power should restore 522 Freud units per hour. Yet the instruments indicated that he was recovering over 2,000 Freud units each hour. Even more strangely, it seemed as though this excess of 2,000 Freud units was being absorbed by some unknown force, leaving him with barely 200 units stored within his body. Recently, Xia Xingchen was consuming several thousand Freud units daily, which contributed to his perpetual sense of depletion. Old Fry expressed concern over this anomaly, but Xia Xingchen remained unfazed, fully aware that the crystal pyramid was absorbing that energy. Nourished by this mental power, the pyramid would continuously develop new functionalities, and in times of peril, it could release this energy back to him. The only point that pleased Old Fry was that typically, individuals below level 20 would require approximately 3 days of meditation for any noticeable increase in mental power, whereas Xia Xingchen's total would grow incrementally with each hour of meditation. This indicated that his rate of growth during training was nearly 10 times that of others. The old man eagerly anticipated witnessing the heights Xia Xingchen would reach. Through these observations, Xia Xingchen gained a clearer understanding of his mental power situation, alleviating his concerns. "Thank you, Old Fry. It seems I am indeed normal," he exhaled. "Normal? I see nothing normal here. Are you human or an extraterrestrial? How can a human exhibit such data? Do you perhaps possess alien blood?" Xia Xingchen was momentarily taken aback by Old Fray's words. The old man organized the printed data, removed the hard drive from the testing equipment, and incinerated it in a small furnace. He then solemnly warned Xia Xingchen, "This matter must remain confidential, even from your colleagues and family, as it could lead to dire consequences for you." Xia Xingchen nodded gravely. Chapter 46. Simulated Space Battle. Another week passed, and Xia Xingchen finally passed the first stage of the Advanced Mecha exam. The past 3 weeks of training had honed his skills with the Ranger to a remarkable level. After consolidating his abilities for a few more days, he began preparing for the second stage of testing. The simulator presented the first scenario, set within a gravity-less space station. His opponents consisted of 4 computer-controlled night sky mechas. Xia Xingchen had to locate and eliminate these 4 mechas within 20 minutes. The night sky mecha, recently introduced by the Europa Military Industrial Group for space combat, was a versatile machine designed specifically for such environments. Based on its specifications, it boasted a power rating of 8, agility of 15, and armor of 10. With superior speed and stealth capabilities, it also featured an advanced fire control system, making it exceptionally suited for long-range attacks. The primary weaponry of the night sky included 2 laser rifles for auxiliary laser cannons, and a missile bay on its back containing 16 miniature tracking missiles. Depending on mission requirements, it could also be equipped with specialized long-range laser sniper rifles, 2 medium-range anti-mecha missiles, and a heavy anti-ship missile. Xia Xingchen opted for the aerial combat variant of the Ranger mech. This configuration featured 6 adjustable thrusters mounted on the mech's back, for miniature thrusters affixed to the chest, and an additional 4 micro thrusters on the legs. In the vacuum of space, devoid of atmospheric resistance, the mech's directional changes relied solely on these thrusters. It was equipped with a diamond-shaped shield, a specialized laser rifle designed for mechs, a beam sword, and 2 combat knives. With a flicker of the screen, the mech was catapulted from the space station. Activating the thrusters on its chest, the mech gradually decelerated. This marked Xia Xingchen's inaugural experience piloting a mech in the cosmos, and he sought to perform a few maneuvers to acclimate himself. Suddenly, an alarm blared, signaling that the mech had been locked onto by radar. He swiftly ascended the mech, attempting to locate his opponent. Without warning, four lasers shot in from the left. Instinctively, he raised his shield to defend, successfully blocking 3 beams. But one laser struck the mech's left leg, obliterating it in an instant. Deprived of its left leg's thrusters, the Ranger began to spin aimlessly in space. At that moment, a thicker laser, originating from an unknown source, struck the mech's back, causing it to explode instantaneously. Frustrated, Xia Xingchen exited the system, only then realizing that Tori had been observing his battle from the sidelines. "Captain, I have the footage. Follow me to the team headquarters," Tori instructed before turning to leave. Each mech squad at the Sandflow base possessed a headquarters, a spacious suite of over 100 square meters, complete with a restroom and kitchen facilities. It housed an office, a conference room, and a living area where squad members typically awaited orders during readiness drills. Upon entering the conference room, Tori uploaded the footage of Xia Xingchen's recent battle into the video player, and the two watched it repeatedly. It became evident that when the Ranger was ejected, it took a considerable amount of time to adjust its posture. During this interval, a concealed night sky mech, hidden on the surface of the space station, launched an attack, firing 4 lasers. This was the night sky's secondary cannon. The Ranger did not evade, but chose to block with its shield, resulting in one laser demolishing its left leg and causing the mech to lose balance. At that moment, another night sky mech, lying in ambush amid debris not far off, finished the Ranger with a long-range laser sniper rifle. "Share your thoughts," Tori inquired. "It's quite disheartening and frustrating. I felt utterly powerless and had no idea where the opponent originated before being destroyed," Xia Xingchen replied. "Allow me to elucidate a few errors you committed. First, in space, there are no cover or leverage points. Thus, the sole principle of space combat is to remain in motion and never decelerate. The multitude of thrusters on your mech is designed for rapid directional changes during high-speed maneuvers, not for slowing down as you did with the chest thrusters. Second, when under attack in space, your primary response should be to evade at high speed, rather than to block with a shield. The Night Sky mech is not equipped with shields because they serve no purpose. Using a shield to defend necessitates deceleration, which can lead to losing balance and, consequently, imminent demise. In the realm of space combat, particularly concerning Night Sky mechs, radar and optical imaging detectors prove utterly ineffective, while thermal sensors merely serve as a reference. To ascertain the enemy's position, one must first conduct a terrain scan, focusing on potential ambush sites, and then combine this with thermal detection to swiftly pinpoint the adversary. Furthermore, all maneuvers must be executed in motion. One must seek out targets, fire, and evade while being vigilant not to collide with a space station amidst high-speed movements. Lieutenant Tori highlighted over 20 deficiencies and essential considerations for space warfare, which captivated Xia Xingchen, who was simultaneously awed by Tori's extensive combat experience. In the following days, he immersed himself in the quagmire of space combat. Apart from enduring rigorous training on the computer, his 4 teammates, all formidable mech specialists, joined in. Tori's ferocious close-range assaults, Perlo's precise long-range sniping, Haji's elaborate schemes, and Barak's frenzied transformation upon entering the mech subjected him to relentless challenges. After a grueling day of training, he was assigned to the repair workshop at night, where he was tasked with fixing 10 mechs, each afflicted with various malfunctions. Having established a solid foundation in the initial training phase and benefiting from the high skill level of his sparring partners, he managed to pass the computer simulation tests with ease within a week. A few days later, he even began to counterattack adeptly against his teammates' coordinated assaults, earning their respect despite ultimately being defeated. One day, he approached Tori to prepare for the next map in the second phase of testing. He proactively chose a desert terrain, knowing that mastering this environment would allow him to join his teammates on patrol duties. Chapter 47. Mech Modifications in the Stillness of the Night. Corporal Xia Xingchen was busily engaged in the repair workshop. Recently, the activities of Sand Raiders had escalated alarmingly. In just over a month, the Quicksand base had clashed with them numerous times, resulting in the loss of 3 mech specialists within a month. Having been at the quicksand base for 6 months, Xia had successfully passed all simulations for mech specialists. Now, he found himself evenly matched in duels against several teammates in the simulator. Moreover, since 2 months ago, he had joined the patrol duties of a 0-6 mech squad and had achieved the destruction of 2 raider mechs, leading to his promotion to corporal. Finally completing the repairs on the last mech, he noticed Old Man Fry watching him with a smile. "Old man, still awake? You rascal. Didn't I tell you to leave some work for the other mechanics? Look at you, taking on all the tasks. Those guys have been idle all day, and I couldn't bear to watch." Xia Xingchen smiled sheepishly. "I got so engrossed that I inadvertently finished everything. Well, from today onward, you've essentially mastered repairs. Now I'll teach you some new things. Follow me." Old Man Fry led Xia Xingchen to his office. "Recently, you have been exposed to a plethora of materials regarding mech design. This is not intended to teach you how to construct a mech, but rather to impart an understanding of the principles and philosophies underlying mech design, thereby laying the groundwork for the advanced techniques in mech modification that I am about to teach you." Old Man Fry stated solemnly. Xia Xingchen nodded in acknowledgement. Mech modification is not merely a matter of installing a few enhancement components, replacing the engine with a high-powered variant, or affixing additional weaponry. Each military enterprise has conducted countless tests in the design of mechs, achieving an almost perfect synergy between the chassis and its components. To embark on reckless modifications would disrupt this delicate balance, leading to consequences that could be immeasurable. Why then do so many individuals pursue mech modifications? Xia Xingchen inquired, puzzled. This is due to the complex and ever-changing nature of battlefield environments, which necessitates corresponding adjustments to ensure that mechs can better adapt to these conditions. However, such modifications often come at the expense of the mech's performance. For instance, on planets with exceedingly high temperatures, some mech engineers may partially remove armor in favor of heat sinks, effectively addressing the cooling issue at the cost of the mech's protective capabilities. Additionally, some engineers may alter their mechs based on personal preferences, opting to remove seldom-used equipment in favor of more practical alternatives. Xia Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. Old Man Fry continued. There is also a category of modification known as emergency modification. On the battlefield, when a mech sustains damage and spare parts are scarce, one must resort to improvisation. In critical moments, even replacing an integrated system with a mere cable can be life-saving. However, the challenge lies in possessing a thorough understanding of the mech's performance to determine what can be substituted effectively. Those sand raiders must excel in this art, then. Xia Xingchen recalled the makeshift mech that the Vile Gil had assembled from various wreckage on the day he first arrived at the base. What they do isn't called modification, it's called assembly. These assembled mechs are structurally weak, so when you charge at them or race against them, those heaps of scrap will fall apart. Old Man Fry jested. Indeed, the pinnacle of mech modification is akin to redesigning an entirely new mech. Yet in this world, there is no perfect mech, only the most suitable one. Thus, as a mech engineer, mastering the art of modification is of utmost relevance. At this juncture, Old Man Fry opened his computer. The mech model most conducive to modification in our base is the Ranger. Its structure is simplistic, and it offers ample room for upgrades. Behold, these are the blueprints. Currently, Xia Xingchen piloted the Wrench 1, albeit with modified livery. The renowned wrench has been repositioned to the left shoulder and shield of the mech. This was a privilege typically reserved for ace mech engineers and squad leaders. However, due to Xia Xingchen's 2 remarkable battles, he had become a legendary figure at the Shifting Sands base, and no one dared to question this. Only the members of Team 07 would occasionally cast uneasy glances at the wrench. Observe, if we do not employ reinforcement components here, other areas must be fortified to ensure the structural integrity of the machine remains intact. This is precisely why we utilize materials of such strength to economize on costs, though we could opt for more advanced alternatives. Old Man Fry elucidated the principles behind each modification of the components, as well as the various options available. After 5 long nights, Xia Xingchen had nearly mastered the art of modifying the Ranger. Old Man Fry imparted that the craft of mech modification is boundless. With courage and ambition, nothing is insurmountable. Standing before the workstation, equipped with the universal repair arms, Xia Xingchen entered a state of keen insight and commenced the assembly of the mech. Before him lay a plethora of Ranger components, most of which had been reinforced and modified, with many sourced from custom-built mechs. To facilitate this undertaking, Old Man Fry had invested all his resources. The space station attracted numerous high-ranking military mech engineers who sought out Old Man Fry to assist in their modifications or to commission personal mechs. Some of these individuals had rendered their mechs obsolete, sending them directly to the sandbase, while many private mechs belonged to bounty hunters engaged in the pursuit of star bandits. Their lives were sacrificed here, and the remnants of their mechs became part of Old Man Fry's collection. Old Man Fry aimed to construct the most formidable ranger for Xia Xingchen, enabling him to survive on the battlefield. After 3 consecutive nights of toil, a magnificent mech materialized before them. This mech bore a white exterior, accented with flamboyant golden hues at the joints. The paint was a meticulous concoction devised by Old Man Fry, allowing the mech to seamlessly blend into the desert landscape, significantly reducing the likelihood of detection by enemy visual and infrared sensors. Remarkably, this paint could also rapidly equalize the surface temperature of the mech with its surroundings, effectively deceiving the thermal detection systems of opposing mechs. Furthermore, it possessed the ability to absorb radar waves. Indeed, the cost of the raw materials alone for this specialized paint would suffice to purchase 2 mechs. Moreover, Old Man Fry personally crafted several exclusive weaponry for this mech, including an alloy shield coated with a unique reflective layer and a mech laser rifle boasting greater firing speed and capacity without altering its dimensions. Xia Xingchen meticulously programmed the operating system and completed the mech's configuration. "Child, bestow a name upon your mech. It is now yours," Old Man Fry prompted. "Let us call it Wrench Number 2, Xia Xingchen retorted without a moment's hesitation. Old Man Fry erupted in indignation, grasping his ear. "You little rascal. I have exhausted my life's savings over decades to create such a mech, and you propose to name it something so trivial? Do you not honor my efforts?" Feeling quite aggrieved, Xia Xingchen replied, "I am not adept at naming. Perhaps you could lend a hand?" Old Man Fry squinted thoughtfully and remarked, "The last private mech I customized in our base was named Blood Queen, and its owner has a connection to you. Thus, let us name this one Desert Knight." Chapter 48. Desert Knight Xia Xingchen entered the Mecha cockpit, which bore a resemblance to the Ranger, albeit with several instruments transformed into virtual display screens. The cockpit was equipped with an ejection system, and both the armor and life support systems had undergone significant upgrades. "Please name the Mecha Desert Knight." Confirmation of name accepted. "Please set the Mecha parameters." Parameters set. System rebooting. The golden yellow indicator lights in the Mecha's eyes illuminated. Old Fry observed the Mecha with a satisfied nod. Desert Knight, piloted by Mecha Master Xia Xingchen. Height, 51 meters, modified from the Ranger. Parameters, Strength 15, Agility 18, Armor 15, Speed 20. The head of the Mecha was integrated with a compact phased array radar, terrain scanning radar, optical imaging device, thermal source detector, laser rangefinder, and searchlight, among other equipment. The back of the Mecha featured 2 medium-sized vector thrusters and 4 variable angle thrusters. The engine was the 0506 model developed by the Tang Dynasty Group, paired with a tri-mounted fuel cell array, significantly enhancing the Mecha's output power and endurance, almost doubling that of the Ranger. Additionally, the back of the Mecha was equipped with 2 foldable alloy wings, which provided extra lift when flying within the atmosphere. The edges of the wings were reinforced materials, capable of serving as beam swords. The weapon systems included an alloy shield, a beam sword, 2 beam throwing knives, and 2 micro laser rapid-fire cannons mounted on the head. It could also be equipped with a specialized laser rifle for the Mecha. Haha, splendid. Youngster, take the Mecha outside for a test flight. Remember to load live ammunition. And don't forget to activate the friend or foe identification code, Old Fry reminded. Xia Xingchen nodded and began to register the friend or foe identification code. Following the previous mishap, Old Fry had applied for several identification codes, ensuring that once the new Mecha was assembled, it would simply require inputting the Mecha's information and activation. With the Mecha fully charged, Xia Xingchen loaded the shield and laser rifle among other weapons. The control panel released its lock, and the Mecha ascended in an elevator to the ground. At that moment, the command center was abuzz with excitement. The duty officer discovered that someone was registering a new Mecha and relayed the information to the large screen. Upon seeing the parameters, everyone was stunned. This performance is astonishing. Is this still a Ranger? Who is the Mecha Master? Could it be the squad leader? Upon viewing the Mecha Master's profile, Colonel Nickel laughed heartily. It's you again. Lucky lad. It seems you're always ready to surprise us. As the desert night descended to the ground, the entire shifting sands base erupted in commotion. What a magnificent Mecha. Why don't we have one like this? The military is biased. How ostentatious. It will surely be shot down upon its first flight, some murmured enviously. Xia Xingchen steadied his excited heart and adjusted the Mecha's posture. Suddenly, the alloy wings on the back of the Mecha unfurled, and all the thrusters expelled a torrent of blue flames. The desert night soared into the sky, transformed into a golden beam under the brilliance of the sun. As the air was filled with the sound of sonic booms. What a formidable engine. If my Ranger could soar like this, its energy would deplete in merely 5 minutes. The pilots observing from the base were enveloped in a complex swirl of emotions. Envy, jealousy, and resentment. In the sky, Xia Xingchen executed a myriad of maneuvers, including rolls, dives, and rapid-fire shots. On the ground, Tori nodded approvingly. He was immensely satisfied with the boy's rapid development. At this juncture, he had been flying at high speed for over 10 minutes, utilizing only 20% of his energy, which left Xia Xingchen utterly content. Sandstorm, calling Star. Came the call from headquarters through the communicator. Star was the operational codename for Xia Xingchen. Every mech pilot had one to facilitate command. For instance, Freya's codename was Blood Rose, and Lieutenant Tori was known as Bloodstain. Sandstorm, please proceed, he replied. The supply convoy has been ambushed by sand bandits 60 kilometers north of the base. The enemy has 4 mechs while we have only 1, and there are 20 new recruits in the convoy. Is your mech's energy sufficient for you to participate in the rescue operation? At that moment, the base gates swung wide open, and 2 Rangers from Team 02 sped forth. However, they were still reliant on the mech's leg-mounted thrusters to traverse the ground. Although Rangers could fly, under the gravity conditions of Watchstar, by the time they reached the incident site, their energy would be nearly depleted, rendering them helpless. Not a problem. Sandstorm, I shall proceed at once, Xia Xingchen declared, pressing the power pedal as the desert night transformed into a streak of golden light, racing toward the scene. Su Fei, a mech pilot from Team 01 at Sandstorm Base, had been ordered to partake in this escort mission. Initially, everything went smoothly, but as they neared the base, they were ambushed by sand bandits. What was even more surprising was that the bandits' mechs, which usually varied wildly in model and were often cobbled together from various parts, this time comprised 4 Arctic Wolf mechs, standing at a height of 49 meters, with a strength rating of 12, agility of 11, and armor of 12. The Arctic Wolf is a highly capable ground combat mech, still in active service across many inhospitable planets within the Galactic Empire. Although the 4 mechs appeared to have some armor missing, this was not due to inadequate maintenance. Rather, it seemed to be strategic modifications made to adapt to the gravitational environment of Watchstar. Currently, Su Fei's Ranger was entangled with 3 of these mechs. His laser rifle had been rendered inoperative, yet the 3 Arctic Wolves did not seem in a hurry to eliminate him. Instead, they toyed with their prey like a cat with a mouse before a meal. One of the Arctic Wolves brandished a shotgun, aiming it at the convoy. One Arctic Wolf charged forward, its arms extending with razor-sharp alloy claws. Su Fei raised a shield in defense. But the Ranger's strength paled in comparison to that of the Arctic Wolf, forcing him to retreat significantly. At that moment, another Arctic Wolf pounced from behind, leaving the Ranger unable to evade, and Su Fei's right arm was severed. The alloy sword clattered to the ground. The third Icefield Wolf charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the Ranger's waist, sending the machine hurtling to the ground. The internal alarms blared as the mech's integrity plummeted to a mere 30%. The left arm was completely incapacitated, and 2 thrusters at the back lay in ruins. Within the public communication channel of the mech, several Sand Raiders cackled with delight, exclaiming, "This machine is simply exhilarating. Hunting will be much more convenient from now on. Well, the game time is up. Their reinforcements will arrive shortly. Let us wrap up the aftermath," declared one who appeared to be the leader among them. The 3 Icefield Wolves retracted the claws from their arms, retrieving shotguns from their backs, aiming at the fallen Ranger, Su Fei, who was engulfed in profound despair. Chapter 49. A grim unveiling, a beam of green laser shot down from the sky, striking the cockpit of the Icefield Wolf that obstructed the convoy. The cockpit erupted in a burst of sparks, and the mech collapsed, motionless. Enemy attack. At that moment, the pilots of the other 3 Icefield Wolves finally grasped the situation. But the Desert Knight was moving swiftly through the air, rendering any visual identification of the assailant impossible. The Desert Knight spiraled above them at high speed, the laser rifle firing in rapid succession, each beam accurately finding its target among the three mechs. The experienced pilot of the Icefield Wolf raised his shield to protect himself, revving the engine to full power as the mech swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the onslaught. However, the other two Icefield Wolves were not so fortunate, each sustaining numerous hits from the laser beams, resulting in ferocious explosions. At that moment, the last surviving Icefield Wolf finally caught sight of the Desert Knight. Shield raised for protection, it brandished its shotgun, attempting a counterattack. Yet, the shotgun's short range and slow firing rate posed no threat to the rapidly maneuvering Desert Knight. And soon the ammunition was depleted. Discarding the shotgun, it lifted its shield and extended its alloy claws in a provocative gesture. Observing this, the Desert Knight descended to the ground nearby, stowing away the rifle, retracting its wings, raising the shield, and poised the beam sword with determination. With a fierce stomp on the power pedal, the mech surged forward, sweeping up a torrent of sand and gravel as it charged the Icefield Wolf. The pilot of the Icefield Wolf, seasoned from countless battles, sought to exploit the speed and strength advantage of his mech to intimidate the Ranger. The mechs collided, shields clashing. Yet the white mech did not yield as anticipated. Instead, the Icefield Wolf nearly toppled over. Fortunately, the pilot reacted swiftly, swinging his right claw toward the head of the Desert Knight. At that moment, Xia Xingchen had yet to employ his insight skill, perhaps believing that the opposing mech pilot lacked the capability to pose a significant threat. He raised the beam sword to defend himself as the two mechs engaged in a stalemate. However, against the immense power of the Desert Knight, the Icefield Wolf began to retreat. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the Icefield Wolf's pilot devised a cunning plan. Suddenly, he withdrew the forward thrust of his mech, causing the Desert Knight to lurch forward due to inertia. The Icefield Wolf technician intended for this abrupt cessation of force to unbalance his opponent, preparing to pivot and launch an attack on the rear of the adversary's mech. In the fleeting moment, as the two mechs crossed paths, the wings of the Desert Knight unfurled behind it, aligning parallel to the ground, their tips glowing red. In that instant, the wings transformed into two beam swords, slicing through the Icefield Wolf's waist with the momentum gained from inertia. The Arctic Wolf suddenly malfunctioned, resulting in the untimely demise of the mech pilot. At that moment, the Desert Knight retracted his wings and energy blade, grasping a laser mech rifle, standing vigilantly in place. Summer Star glanced at the screen, noting that 35 units of energy remained, sufficient to return to base. Su Fei's eyes widened, his emotions a complex tapestry of joy from narrowly escaping death, profound astonishment, and above all, curiosity. Who were the individuals piloting the mechs? Two plumes of smoke rose in the direction of the base. As the two Rangers of Team 02 arrived belatedly, Star called out to Sands, confirming that the target had been eliminated and requesting to return. The command center was abuzz with excitement, having witnessed such a spectacular battle. Colonel Nickel seized the transmitter, exclaiming, "Splendid work, Star. Sands permits your return to base. Hurry back. The entire base will have a celebratory feast tonight in your honor." "Over to you," Star said on the public channel to the approaching Rangers, and with full thrusters engaged, he soared back to the base. That night, many remained awake. Summer Star and Old Man Fry meticulously inspected the mech, analyzing battle data. Here, the output of the flight power can be adjusted slightly lower, which would save 5 units of energy, Summer Star noted. We should add auxiliary wheels. After all, constant flight is quite energy-consuming. If only we could install a miniature fusion engine, he mused. Once you pass your assessment and become a senior mech pilot, I'd even sell a kidney to get you a fusion engine, Old Man Fry retorted with a hint of sarcasm. You said it yourself. I've reserved your kidney. In the conference room on the underground level of Sands Base, the atmosphere was tense as heads of various operational departments convened an urgent military meeting. The large screen repeatedly played footage of Su Fei and Summer Star's combat. Although we emerged victorious in this battle, the situation is exceedingly dire. The reptilian gang has somehow acquired the Arctic Wolf, a mech that surpasses the Ranger in performance, and has been modified by skilled hands. We remain unaware of how they obtained the Arctic Wolf, but it is evident that our equipment advantage has been compromised. At that moment, a Caucasian man seated beside him spoke up. Named Belisi and holding the rank of colonel, he was the captain of the mech squad at Sands Base. In his early 40s, he was a senior mech pilot. Allow me to interject. Analyzing the footage, it is apparent that the 4 mech pilots possess abilities that exceed the average level of our base pilots. Their combat style is both fierce and ruthless, with considerable experience. The pilot of the lead mech has already attained senior pilot status. This is a matter of concern. I recommend temporarily augmenting our forces for patrol and escort missions, and reducing the leave of all combat personnel to 1 day a week. Colonel Nickel nodded in agreement. We must report this situation to higher authorities and task the intelligence department with ascertaining the origin and quantity of their mechs. Guarding the stars. In a parched oasis over 500 kilometers from Sands Base, surrounded by desiccated shrubs, lay a desolate expanse. Beneath, a mound adjacent to the oasis, a vast underground base lies concealed within. Yuri, the leader of the reptilian gang, is in a fit of rage. This bald, middle-aged man with a triangular face is berating his subordinates. During this meteor shower, our benefactor exerted considerable effort to airdrop 40 Arctic wolves, and we retrieved 24 intact mechs. Yet, in this initial operation, we were annihilated 4-1. Bitangu, I demand an explanation. Bitangu, tasked with training the mech specialists within the reptilian gang, trembles at Yuri's words. He is acutely aware of how Yuri deals with those who err. My lord Yuri, I assure you that the mech specialists I dispatched were the finest, all nearly at the elite level. Something must have gone awry. Yes, it must have been an unforeseen circumstance. A waste is a waste. Stop your excuses. A burly man scoffed. He is Campbell, the gang's foremost mech specialist. Although he did not participate in the examination, he possesses the strength of an elite mech specialist. Bitangu gritted his teeth in frustration, but Campbell, loyal only to Yuri, takes every opportunity to undermine him. Enough. I hope this is the last time. Bitangu, your subordinates must train harder. Do not fear casualties. Furthermore, refrain from using the new mechs until we fully comprehend the situation at the quicksand base. Yes, my lord Yuri. After Yuri finished speaking, a hidden door behind him opened, and his chair was transported inside. Chapter 50. Wait for my return. Yuri entered his secret chamber, which was filled with various instruments. He input a long string of passwords at a control panel, and moments later, a masked figure appeared on a large screen. Yuri, my dear brother, you must have received the mech by now. You should fulfill your promise. However, brother, we have only received 20 intact mechs. Moreover, providing 800 elite mech specialists annually is already our utmost limit. 1,000 is an unreasonable demand, Yuri explained. Then you shall speak with that esteemed individual. He provides you with such funding and equipment each year. The situation is evolving rapidly. It is likely that he will mobilize within the next few years. We require a substantial number of warriors. Yuri, if your incompetence hinders his plans, you, I, and our entire family will face a fate far worse than death. Yes, brother. I understand. I will do my utmost. The screen went dark, leaving the room in silence. On a rare day of respite, Sergeant Xia Xingchen sat alone at a window-side table in the Desert Goddess Bar, savoring a pint of stout while reading a book, relishing the tranquility. Lieutenant Tori entered, ordered a bottle of vodka, and took a seat across from him. How does it feel to be promoted, Sergeant Xia Xingchen? Tori teased. It's much the same, really. My salary has increased by a few thousand star coins, and there are fewer people I need to salute, Xia Xingchen replied nonchalantly. Your abilities have now reached a sufficient level. You are ready to pursue the qualification of a Mecha Master. Upon passing that examination, you will undoubtedly experience a transformation in your treatment, Tori chuckled. I must indeed seize the opportunity to gain such experience. Should I request a leave of absence? Just draft an application for me, and I shall procure Colonel Nickel's signature, Tori continued. Should you succeed in the assessment, a chance to depart from here will present itself. Every Mecha Master who passes the level examination is entitled to apply for a transfer to a more promising location. Are you not concerned that I might take this opportunity to run away? Xia Xingchen replied with a smile. To be frank, you are still young, and I wholeheartedly support your departure from this dreadful place. You have the potential for greater growth and a broader stage elsewhere, Tori remarked with a grin. I shall contemplate this thoroughly. Cheers. That evening, Xia Xingchen returned to the maintenance warehouse. Old man, Captain Tori suggested that I participate in the Mecha Master assessment immediately. I would like to hear your thoughts. It is time. Go ahead, but do not forget to bring the Desert Knight. The final assessment will not be conducted using a simulator, and not having a reliable mecha will put you at a disadvantage. Xia Xingchen nodded. Oh, and if you pass, seize the opportunity to leave. Your time here is a hindrance. Old man Fry feigned indifference, though a hint of melancholy and reluctance shone in his eyes. Xia Xingchen remained silent. The following day, in the Commander-S office of the Sandstorm Base, Lieutenant Tori has forwarded your application to me, and I have approved it. Take your mecha and perform admirably. Do not bring shame to the Sandstorm Base. Yes, sir, replied Xia Xingchen. You are a fortunate individual. Luck has always been on your side. Should a better opportunity arise, seize it without hesitation, Colonel Nickel hinted. At this moment, Xia Xingchen had already risen to leave. Turning back to say, what are you talking about? It's quite perplexing. I'm still awaiting my promotion. Very well, I shall grant you my word, Nickel responded. However, should the promotion prove insufficient, I shall not return, Xia Xingchen added. Get out. On the following morning, the light of the stars illuminated the surface of the planet. Outside the Sandstorm Base, several engineering mechas were clearing the debris of scorpions from the outer walls. Last night, thousands of scorpions inexplicably surged against the base in a frenzy. As the elevator reached the ground, the Desert Knight, fully equipped and adorned with a flight assistance system composed of wings, a quad fuel cell, and 4 thrusters, was prepared to provide sustained flight capabilities. Old man Fry remained in a deep slumber, nursing a hangover, and Xia Xingchen understood that he had intentionally intoxicated himself. Xia Xingchen set the thrusters to maximum power and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The mecha gradually ascended, overcoming gravity, and then transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring into the distance. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Sandstorm Base, the soldiers of Squad 06 silently rendered military salutes. In the command center S Tower, Colonel Nickel whispered a silent wish. Good luck, fortunate young man. In the courtyard of the base, a crimson mech stood silently, and Freya pondered thoughtfully, reflecting on the intriguing little fellow and whether she would ever see him again. At the entrance of the Desert Goddess Bar, Li Pai shouted to the Sky Kid, I await your return for a drink. Suddenly, the Desert Knight launched 5 colorful flares, and a flicker of brilliance flashed in everyone's eyes. The colorful signals conveyed a singular message. Wait for my return. Chapter 51. Mech Engineer Assessment. This world is rife with coincidences. The landing craft that Summer Starling boarded to the space station was the very same vessel he had taken when he arrived at Watcher Star. The landing craft accelerated along the electromagnetic launch trajectory, with all 8 propulsion rockets igniting, propelling Summer Starling and his mech toward the space station. Upon arrival at the Watcher Star space station, military personnel were on hand to receive him. He and his mech boarded a transport ship bound for the capital of the Western Administrative Region, Chang'an Star. The Galactic Empire is divided into 5 major administrative regions. The Capital Administrative Region, with its capital at Tianyuan Star, the very heart of the Galactic Empire. The Eastern Administrative Region, with its capital at Penglai Star. The Western Administrative Region, with its capital at Chang'an Star. The Northern Administrative Region, with its capital at Siberia Star. And the Southern Administrative Region, with its capital at Antarctic Star. Each administrative region houses a mech-level examination center. The journey would take 15 days, during which Summer Starling remained in the cabin, spending his days either meditating or studying technical materials. He diligently examined various mech design blueprints and user manuals, adhering to old phrase wisdom that understanding one's adversary is paramount to overcoming them. Chang'an Star is a planet of distinct character. It is slightly larger than Earth and boasts 34 satellites. The examination site is located on Chang'an 18, a celestial body half the size of the moon, with one half transformed into a space station designated for mech engineer assessments. Upon reaching Chang'an 18, he arrived at the military reception area, where dedicated personnel assisted him in securing accommodations, storing his mech, and registering for the examination. With hundreds of thousands of mech engineers registering daily, yet only 8,000 simulators available on Chang'an 18, each simulator conducting merely a handful of assessments per day, a considerable backlog of candidates formed. Consequently, the local tourism and service industries flourished, with numerous individuals hawking various examination guides on the streets. Moreover, representatives from diverse factions utilized outdated methods, such as handing out small cards, to recruit talent. Among them were military personnel, large corporate conglomerates, major interstellar mine owners, and even space pirates, along with clandestine organizations opposing the Galactic Empire. They offered enticing conditions to those who passed the level examinations, while for those who did not succeed, they provided various resources and opportunities to aid in their advancement. Summer Starling did not don military attire, yet a multitude of individuals approached him along his journey. Surprisingly, he found that a faction from Watcher Star had the largest recruitment scale. They spoke of a wealthy mine owner from Watcher Star who was seeking to employ numerous mech engineers for mine protection, offering generous compensation and a plethora of practical experience opportunities. Xia Xingchen furrowed his brows, for he was well aware that the Watch Star harbored no mineral resources. Instead, the underground sandworms and the surface scorpions thrived in abundance, rendering any notion of safeguarding minerals utterly futile. Upon inquiring meticulously about the true identity of the mine owner, everyone responded evasively, with some even turning hostile on the spot. A sense of foreboding crept over him, hinting at underlying issues. 3 swift days passed, and it was finally his turn to partake in the examination. Thanks to the military's privileges, he avoided the potential wait of several days. Upon arriving at the examination center, each participant possessed a registration card, which, when scanned, guided the Mecha pilots to their designated examination rooms, with those arriving first being tested first. Numerous candidates met their demise in the initial phase of the examination, their machines exploding within mere minutes. The vacant simulators were then occupied by the next candidates. As Xia Xingchen settled into the simulator, he inserted his registration card into the control panel before donning the mental acuity helmet, selecting the Ranger Mecha. When the countdown concluded, the Ranger shot forth like an arrow. He had practiced such tests countless times in the simulator and was now exceedingly proficient, particularly after 6 months of practical combat experience, during which he discovered many obstacles he could navigate through more logical and expedient means. An hour swiftly elapsed, and the Ranger emerged unscathed, with the screen displaying the words pass, level performance. It turned out the system assessed the Mecha pilots who passed the test based on the distance covered and the integrity of their Mecha within the hour, categorizing them into 4 levels. This rating served as a significant indicator of a pilot's prowess. For instance, when 2 Mecha pilots of the same level contended for a position, this score could become a crucial reference point. On the first day of the examination, nearly 60% of the Mecha pilots were eliminated, yet no one voiced complaints, as this was a stringent evaluation of genuine strength, leaving no room for deceit or excuses. Those who successfully passed the first phase would proceed to the second phase the following day. The next day unfolded with a familiar routine, albeit with far fewer participants in attendance. After inserting their cards and entering the system, they selected the scenario, a space station. Xia Xingchen felt a surge of joy. Could it be mere coincidence? This was indeed the very map he had drawn during his inaugural entry into the simulation system years ago. The Ranger Mecha stood poised on the space station's launcher. As the launcher activated, the Ranger soared into the void. Xia Xingchen pressed the power pedal with determination, unleashing the thrusters to full capacity, causing the engine to roar to its maximum output. The Ranger executed a rapid spin while hurtling through space, the terrain scanning radar swiftly confirming the surrounding landscape. His mind, sharp and analytical, swiftly deduced potential hiding spots for enemy mechas, and with the aid of a thermal sensor, he pinpointed the positions of 4 night sky mechas. Adjusting the forward thrusters at an angle, the Ranger darted forth, skillfully evading the initial wave of attacks from the 4 night sky mechas. The Ranger spun at high velocity, his mecha laser rifle set to rapid fire mode, unleashing 6 beams of laser towards the 3 mechas. Each target received 2 shots. The first aimed directly at a vital point, while the second was directed at the likely evasive trajectory of the enemy mechas. The night sky was struck at its vital point, resulting in a system notification of destruction. This maneuver was, in fact, Haji's signature technique, demanding exceptional skill from the mech pilot, encompassing operational prowess, strategic vision, keen perception, and extensive experience, all of which are mentally taxing. Haji himself could simultaneously engage 4 targets, whereas Xia Xingchen could currently target only 3. However, by employing the insight skill, he could strike 5 targets at once. This limitation arose because a 10-round burst represented the maximum capacity of a laser rifle, at a distance exceeding 50,000 meters. A lone night sky mech aimed its laser sniper rifle at the Ranger, who skillfully adjusted speed and direction, closing the gap between them. Realizing its inability to inflict damage upon the ranger, the night sky mech discarded the sniper rifle and drew two beam sabers, charging toward the ranger. In response, Xia Xingchen relinquished his laser rifle and unsheathed his beam saber, propelling himself forward with a spinning motion. The two beam sabers of a night sky mech descended upon him, but Xia Xingchen intercepted with his alloy shield, crashing forward. Utilizing the inertia from his high-speed flight and the rotational force of the mech, he sent the night sky mech careening away, off balance, and exposing a vulnerable section. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Xingchen thrust his saber into the cockpit. Following a violent explosion, the system displayed a message: test passed, score level. Xia Xingchen exhaled deeply. After this second stage, fewer than 2 individuals remained, destined for a duel the following day. This contest would not solely depend on individual prowess. Factors such as mech performance, opponent strength, and luck would all directly influence the assessment outcome. Chapter 52. Final examination. The mech pilots who passed the second stage were notified to take their mechs to Dock 18 of the Long Guard, where they would board designated mech transport vessels to be sent to various combat examination sites. Due to the dense population of the capital star, personal operation of mechs was prohibited. The mechs and their standard armaments were securely housed in standardized containers, transported by specialized vehicles to the transport ships. Xia Xingchen was assigned to the examination site at Long Guard 30, a satellite only half the size of Long Guard 18. Located on the opposite side of Chang'an Star, the numbering of the satellites is based on their size. Aboard this mid-level transport vessel were 100 mechs stored within the cargo hold, while the pilots gathered in a spacious lounge to share the hours of their journey together. To Xia Xingchen's astonishment, many of the participating pilots were acquainted with one another, with a significant number hailing from the Watchtower Star and the Northern Administrative District's military. They clustered together, engaging in hushed conversations. Xia Xingchen settled into a corner sofa, feigning meditation as he discreetly entered an insight state. The lounge of the transport vessel was not expansive, allowing his insight skill to encompass every corner. Currently, the Northern Fleet had doubled in size compared to 3 years prior, with a substantial number of capital ships commissioned, and it was rumored that a heavy space aircraft carrier was about to be launched. With this addition, the strength of our Northern Fleet would rival that of the galaxy's premier fleet. Not merely comparable, it was said that the fleet was still expanding, presenting abundant opportunities that must be seized. Alas, my comrades share the same sentiment. Thus, should we draw a team, let us not hold back. Let us exhibit our true prowess, yet be wary not to afford any advantages to outsiders. A group of Mecha warriors from the Northern Fleet of the Northern Administrative District engaged in conversation. Have you heard? Lord Donggu has gone mad, demanding that the training intensity be doubled. By the time I left, some had already succumbed to exhaustion. Indeed, it is said that Lord Yuri has issued a death order to intensify military disruptions. Why are we not deploying those Icefield Wolf mechas? There are over 20 of them. If they were all mobilized, would not the Quicksand base be obliterated? Alas, we can only blame Quicksand base. I heard that 4 Icefield Wolves attempted to ambush a convoy and were vanquished by a Lone Ranger. It is rumored that upon reaching a certain rank, one can finally leave that wretched place, Watchtower Star, and even join the regular army with generous benefits. I find myself growing increasingly impatient. You are courting danger. This is classified information. If Lord Donggu were to learn of it, you might well become fodder for sandworms. A group of Mecha warriors from Watchtower Star whispered among themselves, revealing their identity as sand bandits, specifically from the reptilian gang, seemingly concocting some nefarious plot. Xia Xingchen scanned each individual with his mental perception. Apart from one, none stood out. The one who particularly caught his attention was a fair-skinned, blond young man, possessing striking blue eyes and a prominent nose, a handsome figure in his early 20s, yet exuding an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. Dressed in military attire and bearing the insignia of a lieutenant from the Northern Fleet, he had not uttered a word since boarding the ship, quietly meditating. When Xia Xingchen's mental energy brushed against him, he stirred, casting a glance around but discerned nothing amiss. At that moment, several soldiers from the Northern Fleet recognized him. Look, isn't that Lieutenant Andre, the Siberian Wolf? If any of us encounter him, we should concede immediately. Otherwise, death is certain. Indeed, it is said that he never holds back during training, leaving his adversary severely injured, and he can match even the rank of Mecha warriors. It seems we have a formidable opponent, Xia Xingchen pondered. Hours later, the The transport ship finally arrived at Changwei 30, where various vehicles busily unloaded mechas for the assessment venue. 100 contestants disembarked from the transport vessel and entered a spacious lounge. On a large screen in the lounge, the identification numbers of the 100 participants were displayed. After a series of rotations, the contestants were grouped into 25 teams of 4. Upon seeing the results, Xia Xingchen's pupils constricted sharply. Next to his name, Andrei's name was prominently displayed. The other 2 members of his group were also familiar to him. One a sand bandit from the reptilian gang, the other a soldier from the Northern Fleet. The final assessment for these 100 participants would take place in 5 distinct venues, where the mecha warriors would engage in combat, as prompted by the system. Andrei's opponent was a soldier from the Northern Fleet, who, upon encountering him, rendered a salute and voluntarily conceded, allowing Andrei to achieve victory without a fight. Xia Xingchen felt a tinge of regret as he lost the opportunity to discern his rival's true capabilities. Shortly thereafter, it was time for Xia Xingchen to face off against a member of the Sand Thief gang. The Sand Thief had not brought a mech, and for such contestants, the evaluators provided 50 types of generic mechs. Upon registration, they could specify their requirements, and the mech would be delivered directly to the testing grounds. The Sand Thief chose the Scythe Demon mech, which was rumored to be the favored choice of an elite squad of 13 under Campbell, the top enforcer of the Sand Thief gang. It seemed that this Sand Thief was either a member of that elite squad or a reserve candidate. The Scythe Demon mech stood at a height of 50 meters, with parameters of strength at 11, agility at 13, and armor at 9. This model extensively utilized a hollow structure and skeletal design, significantly reducing its weight and enhancing its speed, making it particularly suited for the gravitational conditions of Watcher Star. Its weaponry consisted of a long-handled energy scythe and 2 small automated cannons mounted on its shoulders. As the gates of the testing arena opened, revealing a cylindrical area with a diameter of 1,000 meters and a height of 50 meters, both mechs entered the field through their respective exits. The public communication frequency for the mechs was activated, allowing the 2 mech pilots to converse directly. Upon seeing the Desert Knight, the Sand Thief recognized the formidable nature of his opponent. He boldly declared, "Kid, I am the Sand Thief, renowned in the Sandworm gang. I've slain dozens of military pilots. Surrender now, and I shall spare your life." His words served both as a threat to intimidate his adversary and as a means to bolster his own courage. How fortuitous! I am also from Watcher Star, specifically the Quicksand base, and we shall inevitably clash, Xia Xingchen replied. You want to be going back. It matters not where you perish, the Sand Thief retorted, charging towards the Desert Knight in his mech. Xia Xingchen pressed the power pedal, wielding his sword in his right hand, unleashing the full might of his mech. Just as the 2 machines were on the verge of collision, Xia Xingchen remarked, "I forgot to mention I single-handedly took down those 4 ice field wolves." The Sand Thief's pupils constricted in shock, momentarily halting his movements. However, that brief pause allowed the Desert Knight to deftly evade the Scythe Demon's strike. Plunging the beam sword into the mech's cockpit, a fierce explosion ensued, liberating the malevolent soul within. Though it wasn't a formal achievement, the defeat of the Sand Thief filled Xia Xingchen with elation. Chapter 53. Wolves of the Ice Field descending from his mech. Xia Xingchen meticulously inspected it and completed the recharging process before returning to the hall. At that moment, a figure intercepted him. "You are formidable. I cannot see through you," Andrei said, fixating his gaze on Xia Xingchen. "You are impressive as well," Xia Xingchen replied. "Would you be interested in joining the Northern Fleet? If you concede, even without the rank of a qualified mech pilot, you will still be given significant opportunities," Andrei proposed, his intentions of recruitment evident. "I apologize, but I am a person who is unwavering in my convictions. No one shall take what belongs to me, regardless of their identity." Xia Xingchen's demeanor was resolute. "I wish to remind you of those whom I have vanquished. The outcome is singular, death. There are a few exceptions, yet they now suffer fates worse than death." A chilling light radiated from Andrei's eyes. "What of it? Defeating you is all that matters, is it not? Let us settle this in a battle to the death tomorrow." Andrei seethed with anger. "Take care, I shall not see you off." The following day, the 2nd round of the 3rd stage of the Mecha Division assessment commenced, with the victor being granted immediate qualification for the Elite Mecha Division. The gates of the testing ground swung open, revealing a silver-white mecha on the field. The Icefield Demon Wolf mecha stood 52 meters tall, an enhanced version of the Icefield Wolf. Specifications: Strength 16, Agility 16, Armor 16, Speed 18. It boasted a reinforced engine and weapon system built upon the foundation of the Icefield Wolf. The mecha was fully clad in alloy armor. Its weight comparable to that of the Icefield Wolf. Its armor strength had nearly doubled. Seated within the cockpit of the Icefield Demon Wolf, Andre felt as though he had transformed into an Icefield Wolf, the sovereign of the frozen expanse. His thoughts momentarily drifted back to over a decade past. The capital of the Northern Administrative District, Siberia Star. This planet, with its frigid climate, still retained vast swathes of primordial forest. On the shoulder of a mecha, two figures, one large and one small, were observing a pack of gray Icefield wolves hunting through binoculars. A robust Icefield bison found itself encircled by the famished wolves. One wolf attempted to charge, only to be flung several meters away by the bison's powerful horns, its innards spilling forth. "Uncle Nicholas, why do those wolves, knowing they may perish, recklessly charge forward?" 8-year-old Andre, resembling a doll, inquired with a face full of innocence. "Because they must survive in this icy wilderness. Much like our Siberia Star, it is barren and primitive. The wolf pack must fight for survival, even in the face of certain death. They must not falter in their resolve, for therein lies their only glimmer of hope," replied the long-haired man. The wolves continued their relentless assault, the bison now battered and weary. In that moment, a silver figure shot forth from the pack, seizing the bison by its neck. This was a gigantic silver wolf, nearly twice the size of its kin. The sheer force of its momentum brought the bison crashing to the ground. The wolf pack then surged forward, their sharp fangs and claws tearing into the bison's belly. They ravenously devoured the innards, while some hungry Icefield wolves began feasting upon the carcasses of their fallen brethren. One particularly large Icefield wolf greedily gnawed on the choicest morsels of the bison's flesh, blissfully unaware of its leader's approach. The great wolf fixed its gaze upon it, exposing its teeth in a protective stance over its meal. Enraged, the silver wolf lunged, toppling the gray wolf and sinking its fangs into its throat, then rending open the gray wolf's belly with its claws. The gray wolf struggled a few times before falling still. The silver-white wolf voraciously devoured the carcass of the gray wolf, its lustrous fur stained a deep crimson. It howled towards the heavens, and the pack responded, echoing the proclamation of their dominion over the forest. "Uncle Nicholas, why did the white wolf slay its own kin?" inquired Andre. "Because it is a magical wolf, the sovereign of the pack. As a ruler, one must not fear any adversary or shy away from any challenge. For the weak, even if they are companions, must be torn apart. Moreover, for the sake of survival, one must consume even the remains of a fellow." The man's expression was grave, exuding an inherent authority reminiscent of the Silver Wolf King. "Then I too shall become a Wolf King, tearing apart all opponents," declared Andre, his eyes gleaming with fervor and resolve. "Then grow quickly, my little Andre." The Icefield magic wolf Mecha resembled a werewolf, its form humanoid, with a spine coiled as if poised to pounce upon its prey, the head fashioned like that of a wolf. It surged forth at remarkable speed, its arms extending 6 metallic claws. The Icefield magic wolf Mecha was bereft of a shield. Its forearms were robustly designed, concealing alloy claws within, while the outer side was clad in a thick plate of armor, serving the purpose of a shield. In the face of such an opponent, Xia Xingchen dared not exhibit any carelessness. He promptly entered a state of heightened awareness. The two mechas drew ever closer, and suddenly, the wolf head of the Icefield magic wolf opened wide, revealing a laser cannon within, which unleashed a luminous sphere. Xia Xingchen, while observing the opposing mecha, noted that the proportion of the wolf's head was considerably larger than that of a typical Icefield wolf mecha. This alteration in appearance not only instilled a sense of intimidation and visual shock in the adversary, but also subtly impacted the mecha's agility and coordination. This design could only be justified by the presence of additional apparatus within, prompting him to exercise extra caution. As he beheld the wolf head parting, he had already begun maneuvering his mecha to evade. Otherwise, even with insight to foresee the opponent's actions, one cannot surpass the speed of light. Generally, laser weapons emit beams that rely on high temperatures and energy to incinerate and detonate the opposing mecha. However, the laser cannon of the Icefield Magic Wolf utilized the latest technological advancements from the renowned military enterprise, Northern Heavy Industries, in the Northern Administrative Region. They employed a specialized technique to compress light energy into a sphere, which upon striking the target, not only released intense heat, but also caused a violent explosion. Furthermore, while lasers travel in a straight line, the trajectory of the luminous sphere can shift unpredictably, rendering it nearly impossible for the opponent to defend against. The Desert Knight suddenly soared 6 or 7 meters into the air. The luminous sphere struck beneath it, creating a crater over a meter in diameter. At that moment, suspended in midair, the Desert Knight's right hand wielded a beam sword, poised to slice downward. The Ice Field Magic Wolf had intended to launch a surprise attack amidst the chaos of the explosion, unaware that the Desert Knight's series of evasive maneuvers and accelerated slashes were executed seamlessly. The Ice Field Magic Wolf hastily crossed its arms in defense. With a sharp hiss, sparks flew in every direction. The arm of the Magic Wolf was marked with a black imprint from the strike. Fortunately, the alloy armor plate had not been completely severed. The two mechs engaged in a fierce battle. Chapter 54, Lifelong Rivals. Andre had never encountered such an opponent, one who seemed to know him all too well. Every move he made appeared to be anticipated by his adversary, who effortlessly evaded his attacks or targeted the vulnerabilities of his mech, compelling Andre to defend himself. Just moments ago, the Magic Wolf's right arm had been struck, leaving its durability at a mere 40. Should a similar blow land in the same area, the arm would be rendered useless. The two combatants had been entangled for over 30 minutes, pushing both their bodies and minds to the brink of exhaustion. Andre felt a throbbing in his head, a sign of overexertion of his mental faculties. At that moment, he recalled the pack of wolves. In the vast forests of Siberia, during the harsh winter when food was scarce, some wolves resorted to tearing flesh from their own hind legs to survive. Yes, I'm a wolf king. I cannot afford to lose. I must employ any means necessary to secure victory, even if it requires being ruthless with myself. Resolute in his thoughts, he decided to strike again. He lunged forward, claws extended in an attack, prompting the Desert Knight to retreat a step and swing its sword towards the unarmored forearm of the Icefield Magic Wolf. This scenario had played out numerous times, with the Magic Wolf's mech evading each time. Yet this time it did not evade. The beam sword sliced through the Icefield Magic Wolf's massive arm, as if it were mere tofu, and the wolf's right arm fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the Desert Knight advanced a step and swung its sword at the Magic Wolf's other hand. Now is the moment, Andre thought, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The severed arm on the ground erupted with flames from its base, revealing 2 miniature rocket engines. The forearm shot forward like a missile, 3 metallic claws extending to pierce the Desert Knight's left shoulder, resulting in an explosion that sent the left arm and shield tumbling to the ground. At this moment, the Desert Knight's balance faltered, causing its mech to veer. The Magic Wolf's right forearm also propelled forward, 3 claws driving into the Desert Knight's right arm. Another explosion ensued, and the right arm fell to the ground. Both mechs stood before each other, now disarmed. Haha, look at you now without arms. What will you do next? Come on, kick me to death if you can, Andre panted, taunting his foe. Are you not in the same predicament? Where does your sense of superiority come from? Replied Xia Xingchen, unflinchingly. Haha, I am a wolf. A wolf has teeth. As he spoke, the wolf's head of the Icefield Magic Wolf extended forward by half a meter. Its jaws opened, and the barrel of the electric cannon retracted, illuminating as it transformed into the hilt of a 2-meter-long electric sword. The Magic Wolf's head began to move with the agility of a wrist, wielding the electric sword. Come forth and witness my ultimate technique. Even without arms, I can wield a sword, Andre roared, maneuvering his mech. The mech's head swung the beam, sword forward towards Xia Xingchen. His energy reserves were dwindling. He needed to conclude this battle swiftly. The two mechs intertwined once more, on the verge of passing each other. The Desert Knight lifted its knee, poised to launch a knee strike. The Icefield Demon Wolf swung its beam saber towards the Desert Knight's knee, effortlessly slicing above the kneecap, severing half of the knight's left leg. Huh, you're left with just one leg now. Come and step on me, Andre exclaimed in a fit of elation, imagining the ways he might torture Xia Xingchen. A faint smile flickered at the corner of Xia Xingchen's mouth. He had intentionally aimed for the leg. As the two mechs continued to advance forward, due to inertia, the wings that had been retracted behind the Desert Knight suddenly unfurled. The edges of the wings glowed with a crimson light, transforming the entire structure into a lightning sword that horizontally cleaved the ice-field demon wolf in two. A violent explosion ensued. The cockpit, designed differently from ordinary mechs, was situated higher on the back. At that moment, half of the cockpit was ejected and sent flying several meters away by the force of the explosion, crashing heavily to the ground and becoming a mere heap of scrap metal. Now, the Desert Knight extended its wings, maintaining balance with the thrusters on its body, standing on one leg. The outcome of the third phase of the competition was determined by the master control computer of the testing ground in conjunction with 3 qualified mech engineers. Given that the Icefield Demon Wolf was no longer operational while the Desert Knight still had power and its pilot remained unharmed, it was unanimously declared that Xia Xingchen had emerged victorious. A large number of staff rushed onto the scene to clear the wreckage of the mechs. Emergency personnel cut open the deformed cockpit of the Demon Wolf, extracting Andre, who was bloodied and unconscious. His body was as limp as a noodle, with most of his bones fractured. Xia Xingchen, forcing himself to stay alert, watched the staff collect all remnants of the Desert Knight into a transport container before he felt assured enough to head to the official hotel for rest. He could only imagine how furious Old Man Fry would be upon seeing the condition of the Desert Knight. However, he could not dwell on such thoughts at that moment, as he soon found himself lying on the floor of his room, fast asleep, at the Changwei 30 spaceport. A high-speed heavy cruiser adorned with the insignia of the Northern Fleet arrived. Andre, who had just undergone preliminary emergency care, had not yet escaped danger. He was placed aboard the cruiser and into a biological repair pod for treatment. Shortly thereafter, the cruiser hastily departed the Chang'an Star region, heading towards the Siberia Star region. Ouch, that hurts. Oh, my neck. A groggy Xia Xingchen awakened to find himself lying on the floor, his back aching severely and unable to move his neck. Glancing at his personal terminal, he realized that 2 days had passed since the competition, and he was utterly unaware of what had transpired. He inserted his registration card into the consultation machine on the wall, and an email popped up in his personal inbox, notifying him that he had passed the mech engineer examination and that the exam center required him to collect his credentials at Changwei 18 3 days post-examination. After enjoying a hearty meal to replenish his lost energy, Xia Xingchen took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and began to meditate. As a result of this meditation, he was astounded to discover that his mental prowess had reached level 19. It appeared that the exhaustion of his mental energy in the life-and-death battle had significantly influenced his growth. The following day, he arrived at Changwei 18 with the remnants of his mech. After a series of procedures, including form filling, photography, and archiving at the assessment center, he finally obtained a yellow card. This card served as proof of his status as a certified mech engineer, and the information would also be recorded on his identification card and in his file. Chapter 55. The puppet master gazing at the yellow card in his hand. Xia Xingchen felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. Such a simple item represented the aspirations of countless mech engineers, many of whom had dedicated their lives, even at the cost of their existence, to attain it. Xia Xingchen shook his head in resignation. As he exited the assessment center, a throng of representatives from various factions surrounded him, beckoning him to join their ranks. Come join the Northern Fleet. We offer wealth, status, and opportunities for advancement. All that you desire. The Antarctic Starfield is recruiting. Generous benefits await interested candidates. He recalled the strange occurrences during the examination and furrowed his brow. Connecting the dots of the information he had gathered, he sensed the presence of a significant conspiracy. However, being merely a foot soldier with limited experience and having recently emerged from the impoverished outskirts of Manastar, he realized that even if he suspected something, he had no means to substantiate it. Sitting in a bar at the spaceport of Changwei 18, Xia Xingchen ordered a beer and contemplated his next move, hoping to find a suitable place to dispose of the mech. At that moment, a colossal silhouette captured his attention. It was a massive heavy space carrier, the Hammer of Thor, the flagship of the Empire's 3rd Fleet's 1st Division. Haha, that's it, Xia Xingchen exclaimed, leaping with joy. Vice Admiral von Klaus was leading the fleet on a mission and, on their return journey, would pass through the Chang'an Starfield. Aware of the hardships faced by his soldiers lately, he decided to make a stop at Chang'an Star for resupply and to allow the crew some leisure time. While reviewing documents in the captain's office, von Klaus received a request from the command center, indicating that someone sought to board the Hammer of Thor to meet him. Using the ship's communication code, Allow him to come aboard, von Klaus instructed. 3 hours later, von Klaus met Xia Xingchen in the captain's office. Reporting, sir. Sergeant Xia Xingchen has arrived. It's you. Von Klaus remarked, recalling that this young man had served at Watchstar. He had a faint memory of this little fellow. Sir, I am here to obtain my qualification as a mech engineer. Oh, and how did that go? Xia Xingchen produced a yellow card, and von Klaus was visibly moved. More than half a year ago, this boy had been an ignorant minor, and he had merely lent a helping hand out of curiosity. Little did he know that he would now stand before him as an acknowledged pilot. What is your purpose for coming aboard this time? The admiral inquired. Report, Commander. I encountered a formidable adversary during this assessment. As a result, my mech has suffered significant damage. I would like to utilize the ship's maintenance workshop to repair it. No problem. Our maintenance technicians are highly skilled. Just send your mech over, and they will take care of the rest, came the reply. Commander, this is my personal mech, which I assemble myself. It's not that I lack trust in your crew. I simply believe it is more fitting for me to handle the repairs personally, explained Xia Xingchen. You can repair mechs as well? Von Klaus's eyes lit up with surprise, astonished by the remarkable growth he had witnessed in this young man over the past year. Yes, Commander. During my time at the Watchtower Star Sand Base, I had the privilege of learning from an exceptional mech repair master, from whom I acquired a wealth of knowledge. Very well. I shall be eager to see your repair skills. A rare smile graced von Klaus's face. Additionally, Commander, the sand base I am stationed at is currently facing a grave crisis. During my examination visit, I observed some rather unusual phenomena which, when synthesized, led me to a rather alarming conclusion. This conclusion weighs heavily on my mind, and I seek assistance in understanding it. Oh, I see. First, retrieve your mech. We will discuss your concerns in detail later tonight. Understood, Commander. As the night deepened, in von Klaus's private quarters, the two men reclined on the sofa, savoring fine red wine. Xia Xingchen recounted his experiences over the past year, to which the general listened with keen interest. However, when Xia began to share the events of the examination, von Klaus's brow furrowed in concern. You mentioned reaching a conclusion. What is this conclusion? Please elaborate, he urged. General, this conclusion is rather shocking. While I cannot currently verify it, I shall share it nonetheless. My conclusion is that the Watchtower Star serves as a training base for a vast and powerful entity grooming elite pilots. The Crawler Gang acts as their representatives. Their pool of pilots consists of those absorbed from other Sand Raiders and those who have been recruited after failing elite assessments. Our station forces at the Watchtower Star serve merely as their sharpening stone. Xia's voice brimmed with indignation at this point. This entity provides the Sand Raiders with substantial support in terms of personnel, funding, and weaponry. Furthermore, I suspect that they supply the Raiders with equipment capable of evading attacks from scorpions and sandworms. I also fear that our satellite systems have been infiltrated by the Raiders, leaving our military's every move under their scrutiny. This explains how they consistently identify our weakest defenses, allowing them to evade our encirclement at the most opportune moments. As he listened, von Klaus rhythmically tapped his fingers on the sofa's armrest. Continue your analysis, he prompted, regarding the power behind the Sand Raiders. They have managed to acquire a significant arsenal of active military armor, and their need for numerous mech pilots indicates they are rapidly expanding. Through my understanding of the recruitment scale of various factions, it appears that there is but one puppeteer orchestrating events, the Northern Fleet, or rather, Prince Nicholas of the Northern Administrative Region. Xia Xingchen finally articulated his conjecture. How many people have you confided in regarding this matter? Von Klaus suddenly inquired. You are the sole individual, Xia Xingchen replied. That is well. This matter is of immense consequence. Do not speak of it to anyone, not even to those closest to you. Revealing such information could endanger their lives, von Klaus solemnly warned. General, my insights are merely speculative, based on what I have observed, without any verification. Therefore, I shall not disclose them to others. My purpose in seeking you was to validate this matter, Xia Xingchen stated. Von Klaus let out a bitter chuckle. Just a speculation? I must inform you that your conjecture is likely true. The Galactic Empire is on the brink of turmoil. The von Klaus family, holding a prominent position and being key military leaders, possessed an intimate knowledge of the political intrigues within the Galactic Empire. When von Klaus first encountered Prince Nicholas, he discerned ambition within the man's gaze. He understood all too well that this man would inevitably become an adversary of the Empire. Chapter 56. Father and son, I am astonished that you managed to defeat Andre. Von Klaus marveled. Andre was the adopted son of Prince Nicholas. His father had once been Nicholas's foremost warrior, a commander of an elite mech division, who perished in battle while protecting Nicholas. Nicholas himself was a commander of an elite mech division, having meticulously trained Andre since childhood. Andre had become one of the most distinguished young mech pilots of the Empire's new generation. Von Klaus had not anticipated that Xia Xingchen would encounter Andre during the trials, let alone that he would emerge victorious over him. You already know the answer. However, rest assured that the Watcher Starguard is under the command of our Third Fleet, and I will not tolerate such acts of brutality against our comrades. You should rest well. I expect to see you repairing your mech tomorrow, he commanded. Yes, sir. Good night, Xia Xingchen replied, turning to leave. After Xia Xingchen departed, Von Klaus activated a secure communication channel. A minute later, a stern-faced elder appeared on the screen. Your Excellency, I have an urgent matter to report, Von Klaus stated. Cannot you address me as father? The elder's tone carried an authoritative yet unyielding presence. This man was Grand Marshal von Bismarck of the Galactic Empire, whose command extended over all 7 fleets. Yes, father, Von Klaus replied awkwardly. Grand Marshal von Bismarck had dedicated his life to military service, accumulating remarkable achievements. He had 8 sons, with von Klaus being his third. Among them, von Klaus was the most intelligent and militarily gifted, excelling in both command abilities and strategic oversight. Grand Marshal von Bismarck hoped to cultivate his talents for a future succession within the Galactic Empire's military. Little did he know that this young man would boldly declare, "The mightiest soldiers are forged on a battlefield." Subsequently, he discreetly enlisted in the grassroots forces, starting as a mere private and gradually ascending to the rank of fleet commander. However, this incident caused a significant rift between father and son. Von Klaus was aware of his father's communication frequency, but had never proactively reached out. This time, he decided to exercise that privilege. Do tell what transpired. Von Klaus recounted the events in detail. It appeared that Nicholas, this cunning old fox, could no longer restrain his ambition for advancement. After years of meticulous planning, he had finally grown impatient. This was a positive development. Nonetheless, there were numerous individuals within the cabinet whom he had bribed, making a full-scale confrontation inconvenient. However, a gentle reprimand was essential to prevent him from extending his reach too far. I understand, father. Additionally, the young fellow you discovered is quite intriguing. He seems to possess exceptional potential and should be nurtured accordingly. Von Klaus nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the next time you pass by Tianyuan Star, do come home for a meal. The mech repair facility aboard the Thunderhammer was akin to a small military factory, complete with a mech production line. At one repair station, a desert knight, reduced to a single leg, was secured, presenting a rather tragic sight. The left leg was cut off cleanly by a beam saber, while the shoulder components of the mech were nearly obliterated, showcasing the brutality of the battle. Xia Xingchen did not utilize a computer for diagnostics nor refer to design schematics. Instead, he donned a universal mech repair arm and began disassembling the mech directly. Such reckless abandon. At the very least, one should conduct a computer diagnostic first for greater certainty. This is standard procedure, remarked an observing technician. Yet, he was unaware that, in his state of insight, Xia Xingchen was one with the mech, possessing a precise understanding of which components were damaged and to what extent. Thus, why engage in unnecessary steps? As Xia Xingchen's speed increased, the technicians shed their initial condescension. They recognized that he was not merely acting on impulse. Each of his movements possessed a unique rhythm. In just 65 minutes, the Desert Knight was reduced to scattered basic components, one pile intact and another pile damaged. Xia Xingchen took up a writing board and compiled a list of required parts and their corresponding performance specifications, which he handed over to the general's aide. General, I appreciate your assistance. The parameters for the necessary components are detailed above. If you cannot procure parts that meet the specified requirements, any that fulfill the minimum standards will suffice. Please charge the expenses to the account at the quicksand base. What do you take me for? The intelligence you provided this time was exceedingly valuable. Thus, I shall ensure that all components are of the finest quality, and I will cover the costs as a reward for you. Indeed, Chang'an Star was bustling with life, and many individuals possessed their own mechs. Procuring these components was effortless. Within a mere day, the required parts were acquired in their entirety. In the astonished gaze of the Mecha maintenance technicians, Xia Xingchen effortlessly reassembled the Desert Knight within just one day. The sole regret lay in the absence of the meticulously prepared paint by Old Man Fry. Instead, he could only apply a layer of ordinary stealth thermal paint. Once the mecha was restored, Xia Xingchen received an invitation to participate in the joint training of the fleet's mecha squadron. During the space battle, he found himself evenly matched against several elite mecha masters, who subsequently invited him to join the Thunderhammer's aerial combat team, a proposition he declined. His heart remained tethered to the distant Warden Star. Chapter 57. The return journey. 5 days had elapsed, and the Third Fleet of the Galactic Empire's 1st Division was concluding its rest period, preparing to head towards the fleet station located in the Luban Star Domain. As they parted ways, General von Klaus dispatched the heavy mecha cruiser, the Reprisal, to transport Xia Xingchen. The Glory-class vessel boasted exceptional independent combat capabilities, with formidable firepower, robust armor, and extended endurance, capable of accommodating 50 mechas. General von Klaus had his reasons for sending the Glory-class cruiser. Firstly, they would deploy military police to Warden Star to investigate the infiltration of spies and breaches in the satellite systems. Secondly, the cruiser would establish a presence in the Warden Star domain to combat star pirates and space smugglers, effectively severing the northern supply lines to Warden Star. This action would significantly alleviate the pressure on the garrison at Flowing Sand Base and other defensive positions on Warden Star. Thirdly, should Xia Xingchen require assistance, this force could readily engage in battle. Moreover, the military had intensified its efforts. The military police department was actively capturing star pirates and recruiting individuals to Warden Star from the mecha examination centers across several administrative regions. The government also produced a news segment detailing the harrowing experiences of those mecha masters deceived into going to Warden Star. Some were enslaved for mining, stripped of their freedom, while others met their demise at the jaws of sandworms and scorpions, and some were coerced into becoming interstellar pirates, only to be captured and executed by the military. This series of coordinated strikes had only just begun, yet they inflicted catastrophic consequences upon the sand pirates, all stemming from that singular mecha master. The warship's speed surpassed that of cargo ships. It took 15 days to arrive in the Chang'an Star domain, yet only 7 days for the return journey. Throughout these 7 days, Xia Xingchen remained industrious, assisting the ship's mecha masters in adjusting and modifying their mechas, recognizing the importance of fostering good relations with his comrades. The Reprisal was equipped with 50 mechas, including 30 night sky models, 10 dedicated ground combat mechas, and 10 multi-role mechas. Additionally, the battleship housed 5 mecha docking slots, featuring a personal mecha belonging to Colonel Cross, the squadron leader of the shipborne mecha squadron, along with 2 engineering mechas. Warden Star Supply Station. Under Yuri's stringent orders to intensify combat efforts, Bitten Gu dared not disobey. He commanded his subordinates to relentlessly harass the station troops on Warden Star at any cost over the course of more than a month. Even this modest supply station faced daily assaults from multiple sand pirate mechas. Originally, 2 squads with 10 mechs were stationed here. However, after 5 consecutive days of assaults by the sand raiders, the supply station has suffered severe losses, with 7 mechs destroyed in combat, leaving only 3, all of which are damaged. Without reinforcements, it is highly probable that the mechs at the supply station will face total annihilation in the next attack. Consequently, they urgently sought assistance from the launch base and the quicksand base. An emergency meeting was convened at quicksand base, where their manpower was also stretched thin. The 05 and 07 squads had been entirely wiped out, and other squads had lost 10 mechs, effectively equating to the loss of 4 squads worth of personnel. Should the supply station fall to the sand raiders, the cost of re-establishing it would be exorbitant, and without it, Quicksand Base would become an isolated island. Thus, they had no choice but to dispatch a rescue team. However, the base could spare only a single squad at most. This solitary squad would undoubtedly be a mere drop in the ocean, and the mechs involved in this endeavor were virtually facing a grim fate. Colonel Nickel felt immense pressure regarding which squad to send, knowing that whoever was chosen would likely resent him for the decision. At that moment, Lieutenant Tori stood up and proposed, "Let us send the 06 squad. After all, our strength is considerable. Sending someone less capable would only lead to unnecessary casualties." His words, though blunt, were met with gratitude from the other squad leaders. "But your squad consists of only 4 members," Nickel countered. "Count me in," Tori replied. "He is right. If we lack the strength, our efforts would be futile." The speaker was Freya. "That is the only option we have now." Freya, Please ensure your safety, urged Colonel Barisi, the mech squad leader. Time is of the essence. It's already 9 o'clock. Prepare swiftly, bring ample ammunition, and set out before nightfall, ordered Colonel Nickel. Understood. Within minutes, a heavy Stormwind mech, a bloody queen, and 3 rangers roared out of the base, heading straight for the supply station. Barak, originally piloting a storm mech designed for long-range firepower, had to switch to a ranger as the storm was too large, heavy, and slow to keep up with the group. Upon their arrival at the supply station, combat was already underway. One of the mechs had been destroyed, and the remaining 2 were in dire straits, surrounded by 5 enemy mechs. Prepare for battle, commanded Haji. This is where the 06 squad distinguished itself, while other squads were led by their captains. Lieutenant Tori was also highly skilled in command. However, Haji's prowess in tactical warfare was exceptional. As a heavy assault specialist, Tori often charged to the front lines, while Haji, as a secondary sniper or observer, was better suited for strategic command. You need not worry. Leave this to me, Freya asserted, revving her mech's engine to maximum power. The powerful thrusters on her mech, the Bloody Queen, erupted with red particles, and a crimson beam shot forth from the formation. The Blood Queen mech stands an impressive height of 48 meters, a bespoke creation by the esteemed Fry. Its parameters include strength 12, agility 19, armor 10, and speed 20. The mech's appearance bears a striking resemblance to the legendary creature, the succubus, cloaked in a vivid crimson hue. Its exterior is adorned with Frey's specially formulated paint. A powerful single-engine red light thruster is mounted at its rear, complemented by 2 small, adjustable thrusters. Equipped with 6 rapid-fire laser cannons, the Blood Queen mech's armaments are deceptively subtle, akin to the tentacles of a succubus. However, when unleashed in close combat, they leave opponents with little chance of evasion. 2 electrifying whips, capable of extending up to 10 meters, and a high-powered laser cannon concealed within its tail further enhance its offensive capabilities. The mech's feet and knees are also outfitted with electric blades. At that moment, 5 Sand Thief mechs were positioned in a plum blossom formation, firing upon the supply base's entrance. The Blood Queen surged into the midst of these 5 mechs, ensnaring 2 of their laser rifles with her electric whips. Instantly electrified, the whips generated intense heat, causing the rifles to explode and inflicting damage on the 2 Sand Thief mechs. The remaining 3 mechs finally reacted, preparing to fire upon the Blood Queen. But it was too late. Her 6 rapid-fire laser cannons had already locked onto the 5 mechs, unleashing 5 blasts of crimson light that struck their cockpits. Amidst the fiery explosions, the surface of the Blood Queen mech shimmered with a scarlet glow. What a formidable woman, Barak remarked in awe. No need for tactics anymore. Just let her handle everything, Haji added. What kind of man could possibly tame such a fierce woman? But a woman like her is certainly intriguing, Perlo mused. Everyone, the public channel is still open, the dejected Captain Tori reminded them with resignation. Chapter 58. Encircled as the 5 mechs of Team 06 entered the courtyard of the supply station, a pall of despair hung over the interior. Several body bags lay strewn across the ground, alongside the wreckage of 7 or 8 ranger mechs, reduced to disarray. The supply station's walls were riddled with bullet holes, and the main gate was half destroyed, leaving it unable to close. These signs alone painted a grim picture of the fierce battle that had transpired. The 5 individuals exited their mech cockpits, and Freya cast a disapproving glance at the others. Captain Tori remained composed, while the other 3 trembled in fear. The legends surrounding the Blood Queen at the Quicksand base were numerous. Tales spoke of an indiscreet fellow who attempted to flirt with her, only to suffer a grievous injury. And they had witnessed soldiers showing disrespect towards her, who were met with dire consequences. Meanwhile, in the underground lair of the crawling gang, a henchman was advising Bitangu. The supply base is nearly in ruins. Only 2 or 3 mechs remain operational. If we strike decisively now, we can obliterate it, leaving the Quicksand base isolated. Lord Yuri will surely be pleased, and it will greatly bolster our confidence as pilots. Yesterday, you mentioned that only 3 mechs remained at the supply base, yet today, not a single one of the 5 dispatched mechs has returned. A frown crossed Bitang's face as he remarked, "Consider this. The mecha pilots who manage to endure until the end are typically quite skilled. You sent merely a handful of mechs, making them easy targets one by one. If dozens of mechs charge together, they would be utterly exhausted. The underling explained, "Do you think the Sand Thieves base will send reinforcements? What they arrive? My lord, do not jest. The Sand Thieves base has already suffered tremendous losses and is short on manpower. Who would come here to meet their demise? Very well, then. We shall mobilize 50 mech tomorrow. With a single, determined effort, we will seize the supply station," Biton commanded. Haji and Perlo each occupied a corner of the watchtower, positioning themselves to install specialized sniper rifles for mechs, awaiting the arrival of the Sand Thieves. As the clock approached 10 in the morning, several dark figures emerged on the distant Gobi. Target identified, southwest direction, approximately 10 kilometers away. Number unknown, Perlo announced, having spotted the Sand Thieves mechs. He immediately alerted everyone at the base, adjusted the firing curvature of his laser sniper rifle, and pulled the trigger. 2 beams of laser shot forth towards the Sand Thieves, illuminating 2 fiery bursts within the scope. "Yes, a hit. 2 down," Perlo exclaimed joyfully. As the sniper rifle charged slowly, its energy consumption was immense. To facilitate the recharge, a cable extended from the base directly to the energy chamber of the rifle. 10 seconds later, the sniper rifle was fully charged, allowing for another rapid-fire shot, resulting in the destruction of yet another 2 mechs. "Wait, something's amiss. I've already taken down 4. How are there still so many? By the heavens, this is an overwhelming number." Perlo suddenly realized that dozens of mechs were now visible through his scope. He hastily activated the first-level alarm, causing the entire supply station to tense up. Lieutenant Tori's Gale mech secured the entrance, with its 2 alloy shields blocking the damaged doorway. Barak's Ranger mech crouched atop the wall, adjusting his laser rifle to long-range mode. Witnessing their comrades falling to sniper fire, the Sand Thieves mechs quickly spread out, approaching the supply station from all directions, thereby complicating the sniping efforts. At this point, Perlo had successfully destroyed 8 mechs, while Barak had eliminated 1. The Sand Thieves mechs were rarely equipped with laser rifles, as these were costly and energy-intensive, entailing high maintenance costs. Their primary weapons were shotguns and automatic cannons. The combined firepower of a dozen shotguns and cannons was formidable. Faced with such intense firepower, Haji and Perlo were compelled to abandon their sniper positions and leap back into the safety of the supply station, utilizing the wreckage of mechs as cover. The defenders began firing back through the shattered doorway, but the opposing fire was relentless, leaving Team 06 unable to lift their heads. The modest supply station was encircled by over 40 Sand Thieves mechs, their attacks executed with remarkable order, suggesting a skilled commander at the helm. 20 mech units surrounded the entrance, providing alternating cover while unleashing a barrage of suppressive fire. Not far behind them, a large transport vehicle was stationed to deliver ammunition. Meanwhile, the remaining 20 mechs circled the perimeter, vigilantly observing the supply station's condition. Should a mech leap from the wall at that moment, it would be met with a ferocious onslaught akin to a tempest. Moments earlier, in the vastness of space, the heavy mech cruiser, Retribution, gradually approached the low Earth orbit of Watcher Star. At this time, Xia Xingchen was filled with eagerness to return. He had no intention of first docking at the space station and then boarding a landing craft, as it would be a waste of precious time. The cruiser was equipped with dedicated landing pods for mechs, and he intended to make a direct descent to the sand base from space. However, it was imperative to notify the base beforehand. Otherwise, he risked being mistaken for an intruder and shot down by his own missiles. "Sand base, this is Xingchen. I request to return to base. I will forcibly land using the mech landing pod." Xia Xingchen's voice suddenly echoed in the command center. At that moment, Colonel Nickel had just learned of the approaching threat to the supply base from dozens of enemy mechs and was at a loss. "Xingchen, this is Meteor, Nickel speaking," he replied, seizing a microphone. "There is an urgent mission, a matter of utmost urgency. Your Team 06 is at the supply station, and over 40 enemy sand raiders are closing in on them. Can you make a direct drop to provide support?" "Not a problem. Leave it to me," Xia Xingchen responded promptly. He hurried to inform Captain Kyle of the Retribution about the situation. Captain Kyle immediately commanded the technicians to adjust the landing pod's descent coordinates. Simultaneously, he instructed the aircrew to equip the Desert Knight with assault landing devices. Forcefully landing a mech within the atmosphere is an exceptionally perilous endeavor. The mech within a landing pod would face formidable anti-aircraft fire, unable to retaliate or evade, rendering it a sitting target. Once the mech exited the landing pod upon entering the atmosphere, it would likely find itself thrust into the enemy's encirclement. Thus, the mech assault landing device was conceived. This apparatus involved outfitting the mech with a multitude of offensive weaponry, such as anti-mech missiles, rockets, and even aerial bombs suspended externally from the landing pod. The inertia of the mech's rapid descent would create a saturation strike against targets or ambushing foes. After launching missiles and rockets, the launchers would be discarded, allowing the mech to swiftly adjust its stance and prepare for the next wave of assault while the opponents were still reeling from the initial barrage. At this moment, the Retribution was nearing its designated position, and the fully armed Desert Knight mech entered the landing pod. Communication within the mech was activated, revealing Captain Cross's voice. "Kid, when firing missiles, aim for the general area. It's too challenging to lock onto every target as it demands a high level of mental acuity. If you can't achieve that, don't fret about whether the anti-mech missiles will hit. After all, inertia is significant, and there is an automatic tracking system. However, do ensure that when the mech reaches the designated altitude, or if the descent speed becomes excessive, you promptly disengage the assault system's launchers. Otherwise, you risk crashing due to stall," Colonel Cross advised. "Thank you, sir. I understand." Xia Xingchen saluted respectfully. The hatch at the bottom of the cruiser gradually opened, releasing a cylindrical metallic object measuring 8 meters in length and nearly 6 meters in diameter into the atmosphere of the Watcher star. The supply station, now reduced to ruins by relentless cannon fire, had its entrance completely obliterated, and several discarded mechs that served as makeshift cover lay almost flattened at the threshold. At this moment, Barak's Ranger mech sustained damage to its head and legs, rendering it combat ineffective. Perlo's Ranger was left with both legs shattered, now reduced to a stationary artillery platform. Only Haji's Ranger and Tori's Storm mech continued to endure, desperately seeking opportunities to retaliate. At this juncture, the Storm mech's alloy shields had been utterly destroyed, and its exterior was riddled with bullet holes, with its structural integrity plummeting to a mere 20%. Outside, 34 Sand Bandit mechs remained operational. "Lieutenant Freya, you must make a high-speed breakout in one direction. We are at the end of our ropes. If you can take down one, that is a break-even. 2, and it's a profit," urged Haji. "Indeed, my queen, do not worry about us. Just seek vengeance for us when the opportunity arises," Perlo added. "Yes, they speak the truth, Freya. Dying here would be in vain. You must flee." Tori's voice carried a hint of melancholy. However, these soldiers from the quicksand base had embraced their fate of sacrifice since the moment they arrived. Freya was deeply troubled. Her mech was designed for agility and close combat, yet in the midst of such concentrated artillery fire, it proved futile. She felt imprisoned beneath the barrage, yearning to break free and engage in battle. But Haji dissuaded her, warning that if the enemy breached their position, the Queen's lethal capabilities would only amplify in a confined space. He urged her to be patient. Little did they know, these men had already resolved to sacrifice themselves, and their patience had transformed into a determination to allow her an escape. Chapter 59. The Queen and the Knight. "I will not abandon my comrades to survive alone," Freya declared resolutely. Although a woman, she possessed her own tenacity and innocence. With this thought in mind, she pressed the power pedal with fierce determination, cranking the engine to its maximum output, and her mech shot forth from the opposite side of the doorway. The Sand Bandit mechs, having lain in ambush for quite a while without witnessing any breakout, had begun to lose their focus. Suddenly, a crimson figure burst forth, the mech spinning at high velocity. 2 rapidly rotating electric whips, resembling the blades of a chainsaw, swiftly cleaved through 2 mechs. The whirling red mech unleashed a barrage of deadly red lasers from its 6 rapid-fire laser cannons, instantly obliterating 4 more mechs, while another was severely damaged, losing its combat capability. Only then did the remaining 10 or so mechs react, raising their weapons to fire. Most of the Sand Bandit mechs were equipped with shotguns, which had a wide area of ammunition coverage. Furthermore, these mechs, being desperate outlaws, showed no concern for friendly fire. In an instant, the Queen's mech sustained damage to dozens of its components and collapsed to the ground, immobile. One Sand Bandit mech drew its alloy sword and approached slowly. At this moment, Freya retrieved a small keypad from beside her seat and entered a 6-digit code. The control panel slid apart, revealing a red button. This mechanism is a common feature in nearly every military mech, yet it is the device that mech pilots dread employing the most. Freya placed her delicate fingers upon the crimson button, awaiting the approach of the opposing mech, prepared to resort to the ultimate act of aggression, self-detonation. In her mind, memories of the past flickered like fleeting shadows. A little girl, her mother having passed away at an early age, whose father was a mech pilot stationed at the Watcher Star space station. Though perpetually busy, he cherished his daughter dearly. Growing up in the military, Freya developed a resolute, boyish spirit, fiercely competitive and unwilling to yield. Her father introduced her to mechs at a tender age, igniting her aspiration to become a mech pilot. However, tragedy struck when she was 14. Her father was slain by the Sand Raiders during a mission. Freya was left bereft of her last kin, engulfed by profound sorrow, and an indelible hatred for the Sand Raiders took root in her heart. With exemplary results, she passed the enlistment examinations and ultimately joined the military. Arriving at the quicksand base, Colonel Belisi, a close friend of her father, became her mentor, teaching her the art of vanquishing foes and strategizing effectively in battle. Beautiful Freya was often the center of attention among men, yet she resolved not to entertain romantic notions until she avenged her father's death, disregarding her own personal desires. This determination left many male personnel at the base heartbroken, and when a few brazen soldiers attempted to take advantage of her, Freya delivered a punishing lesson, one even resulting in a shattered limb. Moreover, her combat prowess was fierce, and she was merciless towards her enemies, earning the moniker of the Blood Queen at Quicksand Base. Then, about a year ago, she unexpectedly encountered an intriguing young man. For someone who had never regarded men with interest, Freya found herself drawn to this boy, amused by his antics and rapid growth within the base. Yet, such contemplations felt futile now, as death loomed near. She had never experienced love, and it seemed a significant loss. The Sand Raider's mech raised its alloy sword high. If only someone could rescue her now, she would undoubtedly marry him. Every girl dreams of a knight on a white steed. The landing pod plunged rapidly under the gravity of Watcher Star 23, its black alloy shell generating intense heat through friction with the atmosphere. The coating on the pod's surface evaporated swiftly, dissipating considerable heat, but soon after, the exterior began to glow red. A few minutes later, the pod pierced through the dense atmosphere, descending at high speed, and the shell cooled rapidly. Subsequently, the internal safety locks of the landing pod disengaged, and the entire structure swiftly disassembled into 4 segments, fanning outward to reveal the Desert Knight mech at the center. The Desert Knight unfurled its wings, adjusting its flight posture. The altitude continued to plummet, 100,000 meters, 50,000 meters, 30,000 meters, until the situation on the ground became discernible. A dozen sand thief mechs surrounded the entrance of the supply station, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire. Not far off, another group of mechs had encircled a solitary red mech, engaged in fierce combat. At this moment, Xia Xingchen's mental prowess surged, locking onto 10 hostile mechs assaulting the supply station's entrance with anti-mech missiles. The missiles erupted with flames, propelled by inertia toward the sand thief mechs. He swiftly disengaged the missile launchers, adjusting the mech's posture as the wings unfurled, positioning the mech head up and feet down, with all thrusters at full throttle. The Desert Knight's descent momentarily slowed, now hovering less than 10,000 meters above ground, as he observed a sand thief mech wielding a sword against the red mech. His altitude had already dwindled to over 3,000 meters. The momentum of the Desert Knight's fall had ceased, allowing the mech to hover in midair, instinctively opening fire on the sand thief mech. In her moment of despair, Freya was on the verge of self-detonation when a sudden, thunderous explosion erupted from the entrance nearby, accompanied by a brilliant purple laser streaking through the sky, obliterating the cockpit of the sand thief mech before her eyes. Just then, a golden light flashed across the sky. The Desert Knight dove, spinning downward as he unleashed 10 beams of laser fire from his laser rifle, another signature move of Haji. Instantly, 7 of the encircling sand thief mechs were struck. The white light continued its plunge, and when it was merely a few hundred meters from the ground, 2 missile pods mounted on the mech's legs suddenly opened, releasing 80 mini anti-mech missiles that joyfully soared toward the remaining sand thief mechs. Each mech was struck by several missiles, resulting in a scene of billowing smoke, rendering every sand thief mech immobile. Suspended at a height of 30 meters, the Desert Knight surveyed his surroundings. The dozen sand thief mechs across from the supply station's entrance faced an even grimmer fate. The anti-mech missiles, already formidable in power, combined with immense inertia, triggered catastrophic explosions in the struck mechs, with nearby sand thief mechs unable to escape the devastation, succumbing to the chain reactions. The ammunition-laden transport vehicle transformed into a massive bomb. The successive explosions had severely disrupted radio communications, which only now began to stabilize. "I live once more." Pirlo laughed heartily, reveling in his survival. "What close call," Haji remarked. "Xingchen, is that you?" Tori inquired. "Brothers, I have returned." As Freya gazed at the figure suspended in the air, her eyes glistened with tears. He was indeed her knight. Chapter 60. A turn of events. Freya sat dazed atop the walls of the supply station, watching the desert knight assist the survivors in clearing the rubble. His movements were so graceful that she found herself entranced. Lieutenant Tori piloted the battered yet still functional storm mech, picking up 2 alloy swords as he meticulously searched the vicinity. His aim was to locate the cockpit of the Sand Raider mech. Whether intact or damaged, he intended to thrust a sword into it. Perhaps this was a form of catharsis born from the throes of survival. Moreover, the Sand Raiders were not a sovereign entity, thus devoid of the protections afforded by the wretched constructs of international law, interstellar statutes, or treaties. Veterinarian Pirlo, grasping a first aid kit, commenced the rescue of the injured. Meanwhile, within the command center of the quicksand base, Colonel Nickel exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing into his chair. Upon receiving news from Xia Xingchen, Old Man Fry joyously consumed several more bottles, ultimately succumbing to inebriation. At this moment, in the subterranean base of the reptilian gang, Yuri was clandestinely conversing with the cloaked man in a secretive chamber. "Yuri, we are in grave trouble. Our plans seem to have been compromised," the cloaked man stated. "What has transpired?" Yuri inquired. "There are reports from government media exposing the recruitment of mech pilots by the Watchtower Star as a grand deception. Consequently, our headhunters across various locations have all been apprehended. Furthermore, the space station has abruptly intensified its crackdown on smuggling and illegal immigration, and a heavy mech cruiser is now stationed there. We must suspend all recent equipment and supply transports until the situation stabilizes. Additionally, several of our undercover operatives within the space station have been captured by the damned constabulary." Upon hearing this, Yuri became agitated. "We lack personnel, resources, and now even our intelligence advantage has vanished. What am I to utilize in training mech pilots? Does it serve any purpose for you to relay this information? Do you truly believe that a esteemed individual will heed your explanations? You have been allocated ample resources, and it is time for you to reciprocate." The tone of the cloaked figure turned menacing. "Rest assured, I will find a way to justify matters to that esteemed individual. The difficulties are merely temporary. But should you strive a bit harder, Yuri?" "Yes, I understand," Yuri replied, emerging from the chamber just as his top enforcer, Campbell, approached him. "Master Yuri, we are in dire straits," Campbell exclaimed anxiously. "How many times must I instruct you to remain composed during crises? In the Watchtower Star, we hold the reins. What is there to fear? Now speak, what is amiss?" Yuri seized the opportunity to admonish Campbell. Biden-Gu ordered 50 mechs to assault the supply station at Quicksand Base, and they were utterly annihilated. All pilots were killed, in addition to the losses from a few days prior. "We have suffered the loss of 70 mechs in just 3 days, Campbell reported. Yuri was taken aback, spitting blood in shock. "Ah, this pain is unbearable. Biden-Gu, Campbell, I entrust this matter to you, but I have but one stipulation. He must not meet a swift demise. Leave this to me. I assure you, I will make him wish for death," Campbell thought with a sense of satisfaction, having long desired Biden-Gu's elimination. 3 days later, a massive convoy arrived at the supply station, comprising dozens of large transport vehicles, multiple engineering mechs, and 30 mech from 6 separate squads. "What is the meaning of this? Why such a grand display?" Tori queried, perplexed, as he approached the convoy's leader. 3 days prior, the military command issued a sudden decree, sternly instructing the garrison stationed at the Watchstar domain to eliminate all marauding sand bandits at any cost. Consequently, the first directive from the headquarters was to bolster the strength of all bases and supply stations. The responsible officer responded accordingly. 3 days later, a larger convoy arrived, escorted by 50 various armored mechs from 10 squads, along with 100 recruits trained to operate military mechs, all en route to the Quicksand Base. The following day, Squad 06 commenced their return journey, utilizing a large transport vehicle laden with the remnants of the Bloody Queen and 2 Ranger mechs. The convoy reached the quicksand base by evening. The base was festooned with decorations, and aside from the regular on-duty personnel, everyone had gathered in the courtyard. Li Pai's bar was already bustling with patrons, not to celebrate the arrival of the new recruits, but to honor the heroes of Squad 06, who had vanquished 55 mechs. In the courtyard, Colonel Nickel delivered an elaborate speech filled with encouragement and platitudes welcoming the newcomers, while discreetly approaching Lieutenant Xia Xingchen amidst Captain Belisi's address, embracing him warmly. "Welcome back, Lieutenant Xia Xingchen. Are you satisfied with your rank?" Colonel Nickel jested. "Moderately so, I suppose," Xia Xingchen shrugged, noting his meteoric rise through the ranks. A pace few in the 3rd Fleet could match. After bidding farewell to his comrades, Xia Xingchen ascended the lift in the Desert Knight mech, gradually descending to the 3rd underground level, where a dedicated hangar for the Desert Knight awaited. Old Man Fry, hearing the commotion, rushed out, overcome with excitement. Xia Xingchen leaped from the cockpit, embracing the elder. "Old man, I'm back," he exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes. It had been nearly 2 months since their last meeting, and Fry had aged considerably, his wrinkles deepening. Good. It's wonderful to have you back," Fry replied, patting his shoulder, his hands trembling with emotion. At that moment, Xia Xingchen seemed to recall something, climbing back into the cockpit to retrieve 2 10-kilogram sealed barrels of liquor from beneath his seat. "Old man, this is a specialty from Chang'an Star, the fine wine Tai Bai. I brought it back as a token of respect for you." "Good boy, you know me well. Come, let me prepare some delicious dishes, and you can join me for proper drink," Fry responded eagerly. Chapter 61. Mech Upgrade and Modification. When Xia Xingchen awoke, it was already noon. It appeared that Tai Bai truly was a fine drink, potent yet not intoxicating. He glanced at his personal terminal, which displayed a message. A meeting was scheduled at 6 p.m. in the headquarters. After an early dinner, Xia Xingchen arrived at the headquarters to find everyone gathered. But one additional person was present. "Is something amiss?" "I am now an auxiliary member of Squad 06, Freya explained with a bright smile. The others were taken aback, unable to reconcile this cheerful demeanor with the fearsome Bloody Queen, known for her ruthless nature and propensity for violence. Today's meeting primarily encompassed several key matters. The first was the announcement of promotion orders. Given the increasingly significant role of the Sandstorm base and its nearly 50% expansion, the principal military officers of the base have been elevated in rank, with Commander Nickel and Captain Belisi both attaining the rank of colonel. In recognition of their valiant performance, all members of Team 06, including Tori and Freya, have been promoted to the rank of lieutenant. Moreover, due to his successful completion of the Advanced Mecha Master Examination, Xia Xingchen, originally promoted to 2nd lieutenant, has now ascended to the rank of 1st lieutenant following his commendable contributions. The second order of business was the announcement of leave. The mechs of their squad have sustained considerable damage and require time for repairs. Thus, the base has graciously granted them a 10-day holiday, to which the team responded with enthusiastic applause. Particularly delighted was Perlo, who was eager to engage in profound conversations about life and ideals with the numerous young women among the new recruits. Just as Lieutenant Tori was about to conclude the meeting, Xia Xingchen halted them. "May I say a few words?" He began. "Through my participation in the Advanced Mecha Master Examination and the battle at the supply station, I have come to deeply appreciate the importance of equipment for a mech pilot. Had I not been piloting the Desert Knight equipped with the assault landing system, I might not have been able to save you," Xia Xingchen summarized, and the others nodded in silent agreement. From this battle, we discerned that had the Blood Queen possessed any long-range attack capabilities or thicker armor, had Perlo's sniper rifle charged more swiftly, had our captain's Gale mech been sturdier, or had Balak's Storm mech been swifter, the outcome of this encounter would have been considerably less arduous for us all. Indeed, the sentiments of agreement echoed among the group. I am a mech pilot, but I'm also a mech maintenance technician. I have learned a great deal about mech modifications from Old Man Fry. However, my capabilities are limited. I cannot oversee the entire base, but I can certainly address the upgrades for our squad's equipment. I propose to upgrade and modify all of our team's mechs. What are your thoughts? This is a splendid idea, and we wholeheartedly support it, the teammates unanimously agreed. However, this endeavor requires your cooperation. There is a saying within our mech pilot community: there is no best mech, only the most suitable one. I need to understand each of your needs and operational habits. Therefore, during our days of rest, I would like each of you to visit my maintenance bay individually, where we can thoroughly discuss modification plans. I aim to complete all modifications within a month, although Freya's mech will take a bit longer due to the extent of the damage and the number of changes required. The group readily expressed their agreement. Xia Xingchen then commenced the upgrade and modification process for Team 06 mechs, starting with Captain Tori's Gale mech. The Gale mech stand a height of 53 meters, with key parameters including Strength 13, Agility 12, and Armor 16. It is a heavy-duty assault mech renowned for its superior overall performance. This mech is equipped with 2 large alloy shields, 2 colossal alloy swords, 2 small automatic cannons, and a shotgun designed for mechs. The performance of the Gale mech is quite balanced, allowing it to operate effectively in a variety of complex battlefield environments. However, this balance also leads to a certain awkwardness of being mediocre in all aspects. For instance, compared to other heavy mechs, its defensive capabilities are somewhat inferior. Captain Tori's request was rather straightforward. A modest enhancement in the mech's protective strength would suffice. The first issue Summerstar must address is the shields. The Gale mech is outfitted with 2 alloy shields measuring 3 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and 60 centimeters in thickness, weighing several tons. Each shield features 2 grooves, into which the colossal swords are inserted. Summerstar believes that these oversized shields are the primary culprits constraining the performance of the Gale. Firstly, the alloy material used for the shields is of common quality, resulting in subpar protective performance. Its average quality necessitates reliance on thickness for defense. While this may not be a significant issue in regular combat, during an engagement at the supply base, the shields were quickly overwhelmed by concentrated fire. Secondly, the impractical design of concealing swords within the shields, although space-saving, compromises the shield's structural integrity. Thirdly, the excessive weight of the shields significantly hampers the mech's agility and leads to considerable energy wastage. With the expansion and upgrade of the quicksand base, many advanced devices arrived alongside the supply convoy, including a highly sophisticated materials factory. At the core of this facility is a compact metal smelting furnace capable of melting various metal ores and adding diverse materials to create a range of alloys. The molten alloy materials are directed to a 3D printing apparatus to fabricate various mech components or fed into a forging machine to produce high-strength plates. This set of equipment comes at a considerable cost. After extensive calculations and experiments, Summerstar and Old Man Fry ultimately developed 2 alloy formulations. One of these, designated as Alloy 305, boasts over double the strength and durability of the previous armor used in the Gale mech, while its weight is only 60 of the original armor material for the same volume. All armor plates of the Gale mech were removed and replaced with this Alloy 305. Previously, certain design choices had necessitated sacrifices in armor protection to ensure agility. These areas have now been reinforced, while critical sections of the armor have been thickened. As a result, the mech's overall armor strength has nearly doubled, and the weight without the shields has decreased by 15. The second alloy, named Alloy 623, is specifically designed for the mech's shields. This alloy boasts 6 times the strength and durability of the original shield material, while weighing only half as much. Due to its remarkable hardness, it cannot be utilized in 3D printing and must be formed in a forging machine, thus limiting its application to the creation of the mech's shields. The newly equipped shield for this mech measures 25 meters in length, 16 meters in width, and is only half the thickness of the original. The alloy sword has been replaced with 2 high-powered energy swords, which can be retracted into the forearm of the mech when not in use, with the weight of the shield reduced by more than half. Many of the cumbersome support components on the mech's arms have also been removed. Just from the modifications of the armor and shield, the total weight of the mech has decreased by over 40, significantly enhancing its agility, speed, and endurance. Furthermore, the small autocannon mounted on the mech has been removed and replaced with a quad launcher for grenades. The newly designed Storm mech has been dubbed the Superstorm, boasting parameters of Strength 14, Agility 15, Armor 23, and Speed 18. Captain Toll is ecstatic upon receiving the new mech. The sniper, Perlo, has one request: to upgrade his mech's laser sniper rifle. Due to the substantial energy requirements of the laser sniper rifle, it necessitates recharging before each use. Currently, his mech's laser sniper rifle can only fire 2 consecutive shots before needing to replace the energy cell, followed by a lengthy 20-second recharge. Even when connected directly to an external power source, the recharge time remains at a daunting 10 seconds. In the heat of battle, such a duration is perilous for a sniper. The newly designed laser sniper rifle is slightly larger than its predecessor, equipped with a more capacious energy storage and charging system, allowing for 5 consecutive shots. The energy module of the Ranger mech has been redesigned, adding an extra battery dedicated to recharging the sniper rifle, providing enough energy for 20 shots. The new charging device on the rifle allows for continuous recharging of the energy cell, completing a recharge every 5 seconds, thus enabling continued fire. Additionally, his Ranger has been fitted with a new shield and reinforced armor in critical areas, significantly boosting its long-range attack capabilities. Overjoyed, Perlo affectionately names his new mech the Sniper Knight. Haji, the deputy sniper, has undergone similar upgrades to his mech as Perlo, including a new shield, armor, and energy module. However, his rifle has only received the new charging device, allowing for a 5-second recharge per shot, still limited to 2 consecutive shots, though the size of the laser sniper rifle remains unchanged. Notably, Haji's Ranger has been outfitted with foldable wings and 6 variable angle thrusters. Compared to the wings of the Desert Knight, these are a more basic version, offering only flight capabilities without the energy sword function. They enhance the Ranger's ability to hover and fly at low altitudes, allowing Haji to better observe the battlefield. His new mech is whimsically named Little Flyer. Modifying Balak's Storm mech presents a considerable challenge. Standing at a height of 4 meters, the Storm mech boasts parameters of Strength 11, Agility 8, and Armor 11. While designed for long-range strikes, it is more akin to a large platform for deploying remote weaponry than a traditional mech. The chassis is equipped with a high-power fire control radar, capable of mounting large-caliber howitzers, anti-mech missiles, rocket launchers, mine dispensers, anti-air missiles, and laser rifles, depending on the combat requirements. The mech boasts a substantial payload capacity and high energy reserves, providing formidable fire support for the mech squad. However, it is rather disappointing that this particular mech is equipped with a track chassis rather than leg modules, achieving a maximum speed of less than 70 kilometers per hour. This limitation renders the mech incapable of participating in rapid assault operations and makes it an easy target for other mechs. After thorough discussion, Xia Xingchen, Old Man Fry, and Barak decisively opted to abandon the modification of this mech. They resolved to redesign a heavy fire support mech based on the Gale mech. The new mech, built upon the Gale's foundation, discards the shield and utilizes armor made from 305 alloy. Its head features the latest integrated fire control radar, enhanced with a state-of-the-art fire control computer. The legs are equipped with reinforced leg components and several mech assist wheels, enabling high-speed travel on road surfaces. At the rear, a larger and thicker energy module is installed, along with 4 medium-sized thrusters. 2 heavy laser cannons extend forward from the mech's shoulders. The legs are outfitted with 4 grenade launchers, while the chest houses 6 small rapid-fire laser cannons. Each hand wields a laser rifle, and concealed within the forearms are 2 energy blades, ensuring combat capability even in close quarters. Furthermore, the forearms, shoulders, back, waist, and legs feature multiple weapon mounting brackets for external weapon attachments. Barak was exceedingly pleased with his new mech, naming it Typhoon. The Typhoon mech, a modified variant of the Gale, serves as a long-range fire output mech, standing 53 meters tall with parameters, Strength 15, Agility 13, Armor 14. Chapter 62. A chance encounter at the tavern. Having completed the upgrades on his teammates' mechs, Xia Xingchen turned his attention to the transformation of the Desert Knight. Through this examination, he realized that while his mech possessed superior performance, it still lacked in terms of weaponry. The material of the Desert Knight's body is superior to 623 alloy, yet its high production cost has hindered mass production. Nonetheless, it has been fitted with a new alloy shield. On the inner side of the shield, the mech's waist is equipped with 3 energy blades, inspired by Old Man Frey's design of the Bloody Queen's legs. Xia Xingchen integrated energy blades into the foot components of the Desert Knight, adding 2 retractable energy blades to both the knees and elbows. As for Freya's Bloody Queen, the 2 maintenance technicians unanimously determined that its damage was too severe, rendering it beyond repair. Freya was understandably disheartened. However, Xia Xingchen assembled a new Ranger for her, utilizing 623 alloy for the armor and a new type of alloy shield. Delighted, Freya named the newly painted red mech Wrench No. 2. When the newly restructured Team 06 Mech participated in their first combat patrol in full formation, the entire base was taken aback. Envy and jealousy abounded, with some inquiring whether there was a way to gain entry into Team 06 through back channels. Colonel Nickel and Colonel Belisi celebrated with high fives, exclaiming, "Huh, it seems we have gained another elite mech squad in our base." During the 40-odd days that Xia Xingchen busied himself with the modification of mechs, Yuri endured a veritable hell. At one point, his subordinates operated over 5,000 mechs in the vicinity of the landing site, along with more than 3,000 reserve mech pilots. In recent days, the reptilian gang faced a comprehensive onslaught from the military, suffering heavy casualties and losses as many fled. Now, only around 200 assorted mechs remained at his headquarters. Even more perilous was the military's announcement of a bounty, substantial rewards for the elimination of star pirates and scorpions. This enticed countless bounty hunters and adventurers to the Watchtower Star to hunt, transforming the heads of his sand bandits into stacks of currency. The allure of wealth is indeed the most formidable force. Campbell, the remaining mech pilots are our elites. When you venture out, prioritize preserving our strength. Only then can we seize the opportunity to strike back and reverse our misfortunes, Yuri instructed. Yes, my lord, Campbell responded. As the room dimmed, Yuri quietly devised a plan to escape from Watchtower Star. It was yet another day of respite, and Xia Xingchen intended to unwind after his relentless efforts in mech modification, leaving him mentally fatigued. It had been ages since he last visited a bar. With this thought, he made his way to the Desert Goddess Bar. Although it was still morning, the establishment was already bustling with patrons. The influx of several hundred personnel to the base, along with numerous bounty hunters seeking refuge, had significantly boosted business at the Desert Goddess Bar. Originally lacking waitstaff, the bar had seen Li Pai overwhelmed with work, leading him to hire 4 young soldiers to assist during their downtime. Xia Xingchen, perched on a high stool at the bar, ordered a beer, and engaged Li Pai in conversation about the latest gossip from the base. At that moment, Freya entered the bar. Clad in blue jeans that accentuated her perfect curves and a low-cut top that drew the gaze of countless men, she approached Xia Xingchen and sat beside him. Smiling as she asked, "Handsome, could you buy me a drink?" Instantly, the bar was abuzz with astonishment. Was this the same bloodthirsty queen known for her brutal temper? "Such an honor, beautiful lady," Xia Xingchen replied with a smile. "Old Pai, prepare a cup of red tea for this lady, with a hint of mint." "It's on me." Freya had frequently been visiting the headquarters of Team 06 and the mech repair depot, often circling around Xia Xingchen. Hence he was well aware of her preferences. Old Pai swiftly brought over a cup of red tea, infused with mint. The two clinked their glasses and began to chat. However, women often bring a multitude of troubles, especially those of striking beauty. Hollier, a towering figure at 2 meters, muscular and imposing, was a seasoned mech pilot and a bounty hunter, leading a cadre of 4 fellow mech pilots. They had arrived at Watchtower Star to partake in the military's bounty on sand bandits, freely accepting the tasks announced. As long as they possess the military credentials, they can access various military bases and supply stations on Watcher Star for rest and resupply, albeit at their own expense. However, after eliminating a sufficient number of sand bandits and insects, such minor costs become inconsequential. The 5 mech divisions under Hollier demonstrated considerable prowess. After dispatching over a dozen sand bandit mechs, their confidence swelled. Consequently, they set their sights on the bounties of Yuri and Campbell, each exceeding 1 billion star coins. Thus, after a brief discussion, they made their way to the Quicksand Base. Unlike the space stations and launch sites, Quicksand Base was predominantly occupied by military personnel, lacking the company of those engaged in more carnal pursuits. As a result, the group found themselves growing increasingly restless after a week spent in the base. At this juncture, Hollier's gaze fell upon the enchanting Freya, igniting a surge of desire within him. "Hey there, come over and share a drink with me," he leered, approaching Freya with a lascivious grin, flanked by his 4 eager subordinates, all of whom wore expressions of mischief. In their eyes, any woman the boss had tired of was fair game for them as well. Freya furrowed her brow. Had it been any other time, such an uncouth individual would have faced the barrel of her gun. Yet, in an effort to maintain a favorable impression for Xia Xingchen, she restrained her temper. With a smile, she leaned closer to Xia Xingchen, entwining her arms around his. I already have a boyfriend, and he wouldn't be pleased," she pouted playfully, her softness brushing against Xia Xingchen's arm, an intoxicating scent wafting into his nostrils. The onlookers were left astounded. How did this young man possess the charm to captivate their queen? Many hearts shattered at that moment. Chapter 63. The Brawl Girl, do you dare defy our boss? One of the subordinates approached, a smirk plastered on his face. He assumed Freya was merely pretending to be aloof, like those who sold their charms to elevate their worth. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, Freya's patience wore thin in the face of such insult and provocation. Grabbing a bottle from the bar, she swung it with all her might, striking the subordinate on the back of the head. He staggered, blood oozing from his wound, collapsing onto the floor. You filthy wench, how dare you strike my brother? Holier fumed, launching a fierce punch aimed at Freya's face. These bounty hunters lived on the edge, and their strikes were merciless. A fist the size of a cauldron would surely leave Freya gravely injured if it connected. Just as his fist drew near, an empty bottle descended from above, curiously appearing to fall naturally rather than being aimed at Holier. His punch seemed to have sought collision with it instead. With a resounding thud, Holier retracted his right fist, the sturdy wine bottle striking the back of his hand. Although Holier's physique had been honed through years of mental fortitude, preventing any fractures, the soft tissues on the back of his hand were injured, swelling prominently. Who dares? Holier glanced up, only to find a young man positioned between them and the young lady. How dare you utter such filthy and crude words to such a beautiful lady? You must apologize to her, declared Xia Xingchen. At merely 16, he exuded an air of confidence and authority. You little brat. Still in your infancy, yet attempting to meddle in adult affairs. Brothers, deal with him. Holier bellowed, clenching his fist. The remaining 3 lackeys, emboldened by their leader's command, charged forward. Freya attempted to rush in, but Xia Xingchen grasped her hand gently, reassuring her with a pat on the back of her hand. Freya felt her cheeks flush for the first time as a young man held her hand in such a manner. Xia Xingchen was not particularly adept in combat. During his year in the military, he had learned some basic fighting techniques, but they were mere formalities, lacking practical application. Furthermore, the combat skills of a mech pilot differed significantly from those of a real person. However, he possessed the insightful skill of observation. To him, the 3 attackers moved as if in slow motion, their forms riddled with vulnerabilities. Despite his lack of formal combat training, Xia Xingchen was no stranger to fighting. Having risen from the depths as a minor, he had once fought for a mere piece of bread. Whether in one-on-one confrontations or brawls, he had weathered countless battles. He adeptly evaded their strikes and retaliated with ferocity, kicking, gouging eyes, and elbowing ribs. The 3 lackeys soon found themselves rolling on the ground, wailing in agony. His attacks bore no semblance of technique, nor did they resemble standard fighting moves. Yet to onlookers, Xia Xingchen's effortless and vigorous style embodied the essence of a concealed martial arts master. Witnessing his lackeys being swiftly subdued, Holier was consumed by rage and charged forward, launching his assault. It must be noted that this formidable opponent possessed considerable combat experience, delivering ruthless and fluid strikes. Xia Xingchen began to feel the strain. While he could perceive many of Holier's moves, his body's reaction times struggled to keep pace, forcing him to narrowly evade. Moreover, some of his own attacks, unless striking vital areas, failed to inflict any damage on Holier. Furrowing his brow, Xia Xingchen realized that he must enhance his physical training and master combat techniques. For the body is the foundation of all. A significant number of mecha pilots did not perish in mecha battles. After all, a pilot could not remain sheltered within their machine at all times. After an intense 3 to 4 minutes of relentless assault, Holier's stamina waned, his movements slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Xingchen advanced and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Holier grimaced in pain, doubling over and clutching his abdomen, when Xia Xingchen suddenly launched into the air, delivering a powerful kick that connected squarely with his chin. The force of the blow sent Holier sprawling 3 to 4 meters away, blood gushing from his mouth as he crashed heavily onto a nearby table, shattering it into pieces. He lay on the floor, unable to rise. Freya approached, gently taking a tissue to wipe the beads of sweat that had begun to form on Xia Xingchen's forehead. She then linked her arm with his, saying, "What a buzzkill, my enthusiasm has vanished. Let us return to my room for a drink. No one dares to disturb us there." Xia Xingchen nodded, but at that moment, the bar fell into an eerie silence, save for the groans of those on the floor. A man had been invited to the queen's chamber for a drink. Was this the prelude to being favored? If looks could kill, Xia Xingchen would have perished thousands of times under the weight of envious glares. Before departing the bar, Freya walked over to the struggling Hollier and, lifting her foot, delivered a sharp kick to his groin. The sound that echoed in the ears of everyone present was akin to the cracking of an egg. The pair turned to leave through the bar's entrance when a small-time thug stealthily rose, emboldened by malice, and raised his laser pistol, aiming it at Xia Xingchen from behind. Bang! The deafening gunshot rang out as the assailant was struck by a bullet, the sheer force propelling his body through the window, where his lifeless form and the shattered glass plummeted into the pond outside. At the sound of the gunfire, everyone instinctively dropped to the ground in search of cover. When they finally raised their heads, they were met with the sight of Li Pai, radiating lethal intent. Standing behind the bar with a vintage shotgun still smoking in his grasp, he roared, akin to a furious bear. How many times must I say it? Weapons are strictly forbidden in this bar. Can't you read the large letters on the wall? The two walked side by side within the base, Freya linking her arm through Xia Xingchen's. He felt a tinge of embarrassment, his cheeks flushing, yet he reveled in the presence of such a beautiful companion, especially at the tender age when youthful infatuations begin to blossom. In the commander's office of the base, Commander Nickel and Captain Belisi were engaged in casual conversation. Meanwhile, the on-duty personnel in the command center, witnessing the unfolding scene on the monitors, were left in utter disbelief, as if confronted by extraterrestrial beings. Their cognitive dissonance caused a glitch, and inadvertently, they hit send, transmitting the image to Commander Nickel's office computer. Upon opening the image, Nickel's jaw dropped wide enough to fit an egg. After a long pause, he finally uttered, "What a fortunate young man, this is beyond luck." Beside him, Captain Belisi's emotions were conflicted. As a comrade of Freya's father and her mentor, he had always regarded her as a daughter, despite her privately calling him uncle. With a sigh, he mused, the child has grown up. Chapter 64. Unexpected breakthrough. Although Freya held the rank of deputy commander, her residence was not situated alongside the officer quarters of Colonel Nickel and Colonel Belisi, but rather within a building on the surface of the base that housed the female soldiers. This spacious suite, exceeding 100 square meters, was adorned in a passionate red, mirroring the fervor Freya displayed before her. One wall was adorned with photographs depicting a handsome officer and a doll-like little girl, encapsulating the joyful moments they once shared. The opposite wall showcased various images of mechas. At the center of the room lay a grand pink bed. The two took their seats on the sofa beside the bed, where Freya retrieved several bottles of red wine and 2 elegant glasses from the refrigerator. As they sat closely together, sipping wine, they exchanged tales of their pasts, sharing their joys and sorrows. Hours slipped by unnoticed, with each having consumed nearly 2 bottles of wine. Freya's face flushed a deep crimson, her almond eyes sparkling with emotion as she recounted, "At that moment, ensconced within the Mecha, I felt as though death were imminent. It was only then that I realized, despite being called a queen, it was merely a facade for self-preservation. Deep down, I am but a delicate woman yearning for a man's protection and affection. I promised myself that if anyone were to rescue me at that moment, I would name him my knight and offer him all that I possess." Her voice trailed off, becoming a mere whisper. Suddenly, she straightened up and leapt into Xia Xingchen's embrace, gazing deeply into his eyes. "Xingchen, would you be willing to be my knight?" Unable to restrain himself any longer, Xia Xingchen leaned in, capturing her fiery lips with his own. Freya responded with equal fervor, their tongues entwining in a passionate dance. As he kissed her, he lifted her and laid her gently on the grand bed. Some experiences are primal instincts, etched into our very genes, though neither possessed prior experience. Such instincts require no instruction. Xia Xingchen endeavored earnestly, a wave of intense sensation flooding his mind. The mysterious crystal pyramid reappeared in his thoughts, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Under its luminous glow, the surrounding forest and abodes revealed pairs of ape-like beings engaged in the very act he was undertaking. He felt an inexplicable unity with one of these creatures. His movements quickened, eliciting joyous gasps from Freya, until at last something surged forth from his being, leaving his mind in a void. In that moment, the pyramid unleashed a brilliant light, and Xia Xingchen succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awakened, it was already the following day. The room was still imbued with the intoxicating scent of the previous night's fervent encounter, a testament to the intensity of their shared experience. As he surveyed his surroundings, he sensed a distinct change. He had entered a heightened state of awareness. Unlike before, however, this state seemed to persist, expanding his perceptive range to over 50 meters. Even more astonishing is that he now maintains a state of insight with minimal mental energy expenditure, as if there was scarcely any depletion at all. Upon meticulously examining his mental strength, he was suddenly struck by the realization that he had attained the remarkable level of 20. Typically, for a human to progress from level 19 to level 20, the requisite increase in total mental energy is several dozen times that of the preceding 19 levels. Even though his personal growth rate in mental energy is extraordinary, Xia Xingchen calculated that he would still need several months of diligent practice to meet the requirements for advancement, coupled with an appropriate opportunity to facilitate the upgrade. Yet now, after a night of passion, he found himself the recipient of such a substantial boon. Dressing swiftly, Xia Xingchen was startled to discover a video message on a large screen in his room. Upon activating the video, the enchanting figure of Freya emerged. After a night enriched by love, Freya's aura had gained an alluring quality, rendering her even more radiant. My dearest knight, Xia Xingchen, I regret that I cannot rise alongside you. You have always brought me delightful surprises. My mental strength has long been at level 19, with no change, and I have begun to believe I might never cross that threshold. However, with you, my knight, your strength, your valor, your fervent love have shattered the confines of my being. This morning, upon awakening, I discovered I had broken through. For our future, I have decided to enter seclusion for meditation. A kiss for you. Freya concluded the video with a playful kiss. Watching the video message, Xia Xingchen could not help but smile wryly. He had not anticipated that Freya had also broken through, and to his astonishment, she too had reached level 20. Research indicates that when humans surpass significant thresholds such as level 10, 20, or 30, their mental ocean has yet to stabilize, making the initial meditation following such breakthroughs exceptionally crucial. Mastering this meditation could potentially elevate one's total mental energy to a higher tier, with the outcomes of this singular meditation possibly equating to years of arduous training. Furthermore, upon reaching level 20, a mere fraction of the population, about 1 in several hundred thousand, might awaken their mental telekinesis. One must not underestimate this ratio for across the universe. Those who achieve level 20 in mental strength are exceedingly rare. Xia Xingchen bid farewell to Old Man Fry and his teammates, informing them of his intention to enter seclusion, which elicited surprise from his companions. Colonel Tori, a decade his senior, had only just reached level 17, while another teammate, Haji, at the age of 23, had achieved level 18, a remarkable feat at such a young age. Little did they know that within their ranks lay such a prodigious talent. Xia Xingchen made his way to the commander's office at the base, intending to request leave. As their mech squad belonged to the combat department, they were frequently required to participate in patrol duties. Thus, an unannounced absence could pose significant risks to his comrades. Therefore, it was imperative to seek permission from the commander, who would rearrange the duty roster accordingly. At that moment, in the commander's office of the lineage base, Colonel Nickel and Colonel Barisi were engaged in a discussion. They were discussing the future arrangements for Freya. Just over an hour ago, Freya had also requested a leave of absence to enter seclusion, having attained a psychic level of 20. He entered the office and saluted the two superior officers. "What brings you here?" Nickel inquired with curiosity upon seeing him. "Report, sir. I would like to request a few days off. The duration is uncertain. I have just surpassed level 20 in my psychic abilities, and I intend to enter seclusion for a few days," Xia Xingchen replied. "Oh, you've broken through level 20? You too," Nickel exclaimed, jumping up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Yes, sir." At that moment, Colonel Barisi interjected, "Freya has also surpassed level 20. Are you aware of this?" "Yes, sir, I know. She broke through last night and mentioned she wouldn't tell anyone." "How'd you find out?" Colonel Barisi queried, his expression darkening. He noticed that Freya seemed quite different from her usual self today, and both he and Nickel, having experienced similar situations, suspected that something may have transpired with Freya the previous night. The individual before them was likely the culprit. "Sir, I have no words to respond," Xia Xingchen stated. "I have watched Freya grow up. She's like a daughter to me. If you wrong her, do not blame me for feeding you to the sandworms. Colonel Belisi said solemnly. Yes, sir. Chapter 65. New abilities with the approval of the two highest-ranking officials at the base. Xia Xingchen began preparations for the most significant meditation of his life thus far. He enjoyed a delightful meal and took a nap, as he had not rested well the previous night due to significant physical exertion. Upon awakening, he took a shower, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and finally felt invigorated, sensing that he was in good condition. He hung a do not disturb sign on his door and then closed it to commence his seclusion. Little did he know that after he shut the door, Captain Tori arrived, bringing a chair to sit outside. This form of meditation was highly susceptible to interruptions. So the members of Team 06 had organized a rotating schedule to ensure his solitude. Old Man Fry had even brought a folding bed to sleep right outside the door. As Xia Xingchen entered a meditative state, he found himself in the world of the Crystal Pyramid. The apes were being ruthlessly slaughtered by the lizard men, fiercely resisting. The ape warriors constructed mechs that spewed flames as they charged at the lizardmen's machines. The lizardmen's mechs were obliterated, and 8 ape mechs descended to the ground. The cockpit of one mech opened, revealing a tall ape pilot who disembarked and waved his hand, causing the 8 mechs to vanish in an instant. Xia Xingchen felt as though he had experienced a bizarre dream. Time passed, though he was unaware of how long, and eventually he awoke from this dream. He glanced at the personal terminal on the table and was astonished to see that 3 days had already elapsed. A strong sense of hunger surged within him, yet he paid it no mind. What he most desired to know was the outcome of his meditation. Through careful observation and reflection, he recognized the following changes in his body. The first transformation stemmed from his insight skill. 3 days prior, when he first experienced the breakthrough, he became acutely aware, maintaining a state akin to heightened perception. He could discern the essence of everything around him, each detail rendered with exquisite clarity, except for moving objects which remained in real time. Everything else mirrored this state of insight, and the scope of this perception extended over 50 meters, requiring almost no expenditure of mental energy. Moreover, through this meditation, his total mental capacity had experienced a geometric increase. At his current state, Xia Xingchen's mental power had surpassed level 24. A further revelation was his newfound ability to fragment his mental energy into several distinct parts. For ordinary individuals, reaching level 20 in mental power typically signifies the ability to project one's mental energy outward, albeit only over a few meters. This projected energy assists mech engineers in sensing potential dangers. Additionally, some innovative mech designers have integrated mental energy sensing devices into their constructs, allowing engineers to activate these mechanisms during combat by releasing mental energy. The potency of these devices is significantly enhanced by the strength of the mental energy involved. These augmented mechs far surpass their ordinary counterparts. Xia Xingchen's ability to project mental energy, however, transcended mere extension. His mental energy could independently divide into 4 distinct entities, capable of departing from the main body to explore and manipulate objects up to several hundred meters away. These entities functioned independently, akin to 4 individuals with distinct personalities. Yet they remained interconnected, sharing perceptions and thoughts instantaneously within his mind. Initially, he dubbed this new skill mental splitting, but later reconsidered, opting instead for the term mental avatar. With a sigh of relief, Xia Xingchen felt immense satisfaction with the results of his meditation, the rapid growth of his mental energy, the near constant state of insight, and the still-to-be fully understood function of his mental avatar. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a throng of concerned figures awaiting him outside. Old Man Fry, Freya, Captain Tori, Perlo, Haji, and Balak. You nearly gave us a heart attack. It's been 3 days. If Sergeant Fry hadn't stopped us, insisting you were an anomaly, we would have barged in long ago, Captain Tori lamented. It turned out that the longest recorded meditation had only lasted 2 days, with Xia Xingchen's 3-day absence. Everyone feared for his safety. Apologies for causing such worry. After my meditation, I spent some time contemplating the changes in my body. Thank you all for your concern. Tonight, at the desert bar, it's on me, Xia Xingchen quickly explained. In the cafeteria, a certain Aunt Susan had mentioned needing a soldier for a ride. Perhaps you should consider it, Haji jested. Instantly, an image of a figure with a waist thicker than a barrel resembling a mountain of flesh. Riding atop him flashed in Perlo's mind, causing a cold sweat to break out. The previously idyllic fantasy shattered, leaving him devoid of any desire. Such a lack of humanity in the presence of the opposite sex, Barak muttered. Old Fry glared. You lot have no sense at all. Make yourselves scarce, and stop being a nuisance. With that, he departed with a smile. Freya concluded her meditation after a little over a day. Her mental prowess had nearly reached level 21, although she had yet to realize that she had awakened her psychic abilities. There was no cause for dismay, as a manifestation of such powers often requires time and the right circumstances. That evening, Xia Xingchen accepted the congratulations of his teammates at the bar and expressed his gratitude. Afterward, he visited Freya's room, and the two engaged in a discussion about life. Sitting in the cockpit of the Desert Knight, the engine hummed steadily as Xia Xingchen closed his eyes, silently attuning himself to the environment. When not piloting the mech, his insight-like ability had a range of 50 meters. However, utilizing the mech's enhancements expanded this range to an impressive 200 meters, effectively encompassing the primary combat zone of the mech and significantly improving his survival capabilities on the battlefield. Later that night, he was in his workshop studying the design schematics of a mech when he recalled that there seemed to be remnants of two such mechs among the wreckage in the mech warehouse. He decided to investigate further. Holding the electronic schematics, he employed his insight ability to search for the necessary components, the power amplifier and the gyroscope. At long last, he spotted the desired parts. Though small, Xia Xingchen divided his psychic energy into 4 segments to envelop the components, intending to extract them from the pile. However, in the blink of an eye, the 4 components vanished. This is absurd. Xia Xingchen meticulously scanned the pile again, but found nothing. The parts seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Yet he was certain of their existence. They had been right there moments ago. Expanding his search radius, he combed through the area multiple times, but the result remained unchanged. Could there be something peculiar about these components? Contemplating this, Xia Xingchen resolved to adopt a different approach. He glanced back at the electronic schematics, picturing the power amplifier in his mind. Suddenly, the very amplifier that had just disappeared reappeared before his eyes. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he thought, "It seems I've truly lost my mind." He then focused on the gyroscope, and, in an instant, it too manifested before him. Perplexed by this bizarre phenomenon, he reflected on how the components had vanished. He again split his psychic energy to envelop both items, only for the strange occurrence to repeat itself. The 2 components disappeared once more. Could this be connected to my psychic energy? With that thought, he delved deeper into his consciousness. In the distance, the crystalline pyramid continued to rotate slowly, a vast reservoir of psychic energy swirling around it, emanating from his mental sea. The spiritual sea of humanity serves as the repository for one's mental prowess. Its capacity essentially reflects the totality of a person's spiritual energy. Suddenly, he discerned that his spiritual sea had undergone a significant transformation. Not only had its volume increased manifold, but in one corner, there existed a spherical void measuring 10 meters in diameter. This vacuous space cradled the 4 pieces of equipment that had previously drifted. Could it be that my mental force is capable of enveloping external objects and storing them within my spiritual sea? At this thought, a thrill coursed through him. He concentrated on the 4 pieces of equipment, and in the blink of an eye, they materialized outside his spiritual sea. Xia Xingchen surveyed his surroundings, eager to experiment with larger objects. He spotted a mechanical arm component nearby, weighing several tons and extending over 2 meters in length. Channeling his mental force, he enveloped the component, which was promptly drawn into the spherical space within his spiritual sea. However, he sensed a marked depletion of his mental energy. Clearly, the volume and weight of an object correlate directly with the expenditure of spiritual energy. As Xia Xingchen contemplated this spherical space, he realized that its 10-meter diameter was perfectly suited to accommodate a mech and its armaments. Was this spherical void a marvel of technology derived from the crystalline pyramid, designed specifically for the storage of mechs by those primal mech masters? He recalled the scene during his meditative retreat when a primal mech master effortlessly made several mechs vanish with a mere gesture. It appeared that those mechs were indeed stored within this very space. He then reflected on the primal mech master's combat style, where 8 mechs operated in seamless harmony, as if controlled by a singular entity. A single individual commanding 8 mechs. The concept of a mental avatar suddenly struck him. The mechs that had later descended had revealed only one mech master, after which all the mechs were absorbed into the space. This indicated that the mechs were likely under the control of one person, employing the technique of mental division. Yet, he realized that his current mental energy was insufficient to manipulate multiple mechs simultaneously. With this understanding, Xia Xingchen cleared the spherical space and ventured to the end of the repair warehouse, where the Desert Rider's mech was stored. Ensuring no one was around, he began to envelop the Desert Rider with his mental force. With a surge of spiritual energy, the Desert Rider vanished from the mech repair station in an instant. Xia Xingchen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, only to be startled by the revelation that half of his mental energy had been expended. Nevertheless, gazing at the Desert Rider within the spherical space filled him with elation. The ability to carry his beloved mech with him and summon it at will was an irresistible temptation for any mech master. He christened this spherical space as the personal mech space. Chapter 66. The advice of Old Man Fry. That evening, Xia Xingchen sought out Old Man Fry. It had been over half a month since his breakthrough, and he had not visited Fry during the evenings. You finally decided to part from your queen, have you? Just look at how long it has been since you last came to me with your queries. Old Man Fry teased. Father, I, Xia Xingchen, find myself blushing, after all. Being young and having tasted the forbidden fruit, one cannot help but lose oneself in the experience. However, we both eventually regained our composure, realizing that maintaining a certain distance would be wise. After all, our primary mission now is to eliminate the reptilian gang and avenge Freya. Nevertheless, as someone who has walked this path before, I advise you young ones to exercise moderation in matters of intimacy and not to become overly enamored with beauty. What brings you to me today? I have experienced a breakthrough, yet it seems my mental strength has undergone some changes. Given your vast knowledge and experience, could you assist me in analyzing how I might better harness these transformations? Xia Xingchen earnestly inquired. Please elaborate. Xia Xingchen recounted the evolution and changes of his mental strength since his breakthrough, deliberately omitting any mention of the crystal pyramid, his greatest secret, until he comprehended its true purpose. Withholding this information from Elder Fry served as a safeguard. Elder Fry pondered deeply, understanding the weight of his responsibility for Xia Xingchen's future. After considerable reflection, he slowly offered, "Allow me to provide you with a few suggestions. Firstly, your mental strength is increasing at a commendable rate. So in the next stage, allow things to unfold naturally without undue pressure. Avoid the temptation to hasten your progress through substances or meditation devices." Why is that? Xia Xingchen asked, intrigued. The human body and mental strength are interdependent. Once a person's mental strength reaches level 7, it produces mental crystals that stimulate the pituitary gland to release hormones that enhance the body. However, this enhancement requires time and a process. If mental strength develops too rapidly without the body keeping pace, significant issues may arise. For instance, consider a mech as the human body and its operating software as mental strength. Imagine if the operating system from a Desert Knight were installed on a Standard Ranger. The consequences would be catastrophic, as the mech would be unable to withstand the intense maneuvers and would disintegrate. Xia Xingchen pondered this, beginning to grasp the underlying principle. Indeed, that is the essence of it. Elder Fry smiled with satisfaction, pleased with Xia Xingchen's understanding. Thus, I recommend you slow your pace, focus on strengthening your body, and, if possible, learn some martial arts or combat techniques. Throughout the millennia, human warriors have made significant strides in understanding physical strength. Pray tell, do we have such warriors at our base? If you wish to learn combat techniques and martial arts, I suggest you seek out Colonel Belisi, the foremost combatant at our sand base. However, he is often busy and may be reluctant to teach just anyone. Yet you are different. Have Freya speak on your behalf. Xia Xingchen nodded in agreement. Let us discuss your spiritual doppelganger. I recommend you keep it confidential. Although a Mecha master awakened by telekinesis may attract more resources and attention from various factions, the multitude of secrets you harbor makes you susceptible to envy, as the allure of strength can be overwhelmingly tempting. This secrecy extends to your superior and your beloved. Both must remain undisclosed. At this juncture, Old Fry gazed at him with a grave demeanor. Xia Xingchen solemnly nodded in response. Old Fry continued, stating that at your level as a Mecha Master, you're likely to encounter opponents of a significantly higher caliber. Hence, it is imperative that you maintain a few hidden cards. The world of Mecha Masters is fraught with peril. Only by frequently adopting the guise of the unsuspecting can one truly thrive. As for your spiritual doppelganger, I have already devised a method to incorporate it into your mecha operations. Allow me a few days to prepare, and then we shall proceed to enhance the Desert Knight once more. Thank you, old Fry. Now, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Go and spend time with your queen. He chuckled. Old Fry, there's actually another matter. Xia Xingchen hesitated. Speak plainly. As a man, one must act decisively, old Fry retorted, visibly displeased by his demeanor. Very well, please follow me, Xia Xingchen replied, leading old Fry to the mecha hangar. He ensured that they were alone and disabled all surveillance devices. Old Fry, intrigued by his furtive behavior, inquired, "What is going on? Where is the Desert Knight? Has it been lent to your queen?" "No, old Fry. What is it then? Have you lost a mecha or sold it off in secret?" Old Fry's reaction was somewhat agitated. "Neither of those, Sai. Forget it. I shall say nothing more. You can see for yourself." Xia Xingchen, feeling defeated in his efforts to dissuade him, relented. "Very well, I have seen much of my time. But what is this?" Old Fry exclaimed as, just then, a mecha materialized unexpectedly on the empty maintenance platform, revealing the Desert Knight itself. What's happening here? An illusion system? No. Even the most advanced illusion system could not manifest without any energy fluctuations. How did you accomplish this? This defies logic. Have you hypnotized me? Old Fry, look at this, Xia Xingchen said, as he grasped the universal repair arm. With a flick of his telekinetic energy, the arm vanished without a trace. Old Fry was left speechless, astonished. Following this upgrade, I discovered a spherical space with a 10-meter diameter within my mental realm, where I can envelop objects with my telekinetic energy and store them within this space, retrieving them at will. You come with me. Old Fry, without further ado, seized him and led him back to his own quarters. Chapter 67. The secrets of the mecha space. Old Fry typed a series of commands into his computer, causing the electric doors of the mecha maintenance passage to close automatically. He then entered a series of passwords. Into his astonishment, the floor in front of Old Fry's desk began to part, revealing a staircase. Old Fry took his hand, guiding him down the stairs into a passageway, which they traversed for several meters until they arrived at an expansive underground space of over 500 square meters. In stark contrast to the chaotic office above, everything in this subterranean chamber was meticulously organized. A medium-sized photon computer hummed quietly, its various indicator lights blinking rhythmically, surrounded by several workstations brimming with an array of tools and components. At the far end of the underground space lay a large archive room, approximately 100 square meters, flanked by diverse cabinets and shelves filled with documents. In the center of this room stood a substantial table, upon which rested a computer and a projector. "This is my private laboratory," Fry revealed. It was secretly constructed when the base was established. Presently, only Commander Nickel is aware of its existence. Here, you are entirely safe. At this moment, Fry appeared notably anxious. He turned to Xia Xingchen and inquired, "Who else knows about your personal mech space?" "No one at all. You are the sole individual aware of it," Xia Xingchen replied. "Good. From this moment onward, until you ascend to the rank of a mech master, you must not disclose this matter to anyone. Remember, anyone at all. If this information is leaked, it will not only endanger you, but everyone associated with you, including all of us at the sand base and the Watchtower space station, will be erased from this universe." Xia Xingchen was taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless. Slowly, Old Fry began to recount the origins of the situation. Over 90 years ago, an interstellar exploration team, belonging to the Galactic Empire's military, was tasked with entering the Death Star region, aspiring to forge new pathways and discover habitable star systems for humanity. This order was issued by the former emperor of the Galactic Empire, Qin Wu the Great, who reigned for an impressive 82 years. Under his rule, he eradicated the last remaining faction within the galaxy, achieving its unification. However, Qin Wu had a notable flaw. His ambition often led him to recklessness, and thus, the Death Star region became his focal point. To conquer this perilous domain, he dispatched 3 medium-sized space carriers, 300 heavy cruisers, and thousands of other vessels, representing a third of the Galactic Empire's military might. They proceeded with great fanfare into the Death Star region. However, it was not long before the fleet vanished without a trace. A year later, a battered heavy cruiser emerged from the Death Star region, bearing grim news. The entire fleet had fallen victim to numerous catastrophic cosmic natural disasters, including electromagnetic storms, black holes, and spatial turbulence, resulting in complete annihilation. This heavy cruiser had narrowly escaped destruction while on a mission to explore an uninhabited planet. On this planet, they discovered an extraterrestrial relic and retrieved an assortment of bizarre materials and alien technological products. These items were subsequently sent to the highest echelons of the Galactic Royal Academy. The cruiser, after delivering its findings, mysteriously disappeared en route back to base. Scientists at the Galactic Royal Academy have made a remarkable discovery during their investigations into alien technological artifacts they retrieved: a mystical spatial crystal. This extraordinary crystal possesses the ability to fold space, creating an isolated, enclosed dimension that runs parallel to our own. Under specific conditions, a folding effect occurs, allowing objects from our realm to be transferred into this sealed space. Following this groundbreaking revelation, the Galactic Empire invested a substantial sum into the Academy, leading to over 50 years of research that culminated in the creation of 5 spatial keys. Each key, slightly smaller than a handgun, enables its user to channel mental energy into it, triggering the spatial fold and allowing for the storage of items within this unique dimension. Each key can open a spherical space with a diameter of 6 meters. The news of this development sent shockwaves throughout the entire galaxy, as it represented a strategic asset capable of altering the balance of power. Imagine an elite mech pilot using one of these keys to conceal their mech and infiltrate a royal palace or other critical targets, only to suddenly unleash their mech in a surprise attack, an insurmountable challenge to defend against. Alternatively, terrorists could potentially utilize these keys to smuggle high-yield nuclear devices or asteroid fragments into capital star systems, with catastrophic consequences. The allocation of the spatial keys drew significant attention from various factions. Ultimately, the Empire established a plan. The then Emperor of the Galactic Empire, Qin I, received 1 key. The second was entrusted to the Royal Elder, Qin Haishan, commander of the Royal Mech Guard. The third was given to the military's foremost combatant, the elite mech pilot known as Michael, the Empire's guardian and the Light Angel. The final 2 keys were set to be awarded to 2 elite mech pilots recruited through an official selection process, who would join the Imperial Army and the Royal Guard. With over a dozen elite mech pilots vying for selection, the royal family decided to host a combat tournament for elite pilots. Only the top 2 contestants would have the opportunity to join the military and the Royal Guard. However, on the eve of the tournament, an intruder infiltrated the heavily guarded Royal Academy, detonating a nuclear device that resulted in the deaths of thousands of scientists and the incineration of all pertinent data, leaving the whereabouts of the remaining 2 spatial keys a mystery. The royal family and military were infuriated, mobilizing all available resources to locate the 2 keys and track down the orchestrators behind this heinous act. Yet, 50 years later, with countless organizations implicated and millions executed in the aftermath, the truth remained elusive. To this day, the Galactic Empire's military and investigative bodies treat any lead related to spatial technology as a matter of utmost urgency, springing into action at the slightest hint. Despite the passage of time, while few in the general populace are aware of these events, knowledge of the incident remains prevalent within military and scientific circles. Upon hearing this account, Xia Xingchen felt a cold sweat dampen his back, astonished by the gravity of the situation. "I shall craft an additional mech for you. It is always prudent to have an extra means of survival. However, the Desert Knight should refrain from placing it in the space to avoid arousing suspicion from ill-intentioned individuals." "Indeed, father, I comprehend." Heeding his father's counsel, Xia Xingchen resolved to safeguard this secret until he attained sufficient strength. Chapter 68. Practicing martial arts the following day. Xia Xingchen sought out Freya to express his desire to learn martial skills and combat techniques from Colonel Belisi, to which Freya readily acquiesced. Later that day, she delivered the delightful news that he was to report to the small training ground at 4 a.m. the next morning. Xia Xingchen was exhilarated, meditating throughout the night, and then set off with keen enthusiasm to meet his appointment. At this hour, the watch star had just begun to rise above the horizon, and the air was still somewhat chilly. Arriving 5 minutes early at the small training ground, he discovered that Colonel Belisi was already present. Colonel Belisi, standing at approximately 180 centimeters, was in his 50s with brown hair cropped short, exuding an aura of sternness forged through countless battles. The outdoor temperature was low, hovering just above freezing as he donned camouflage trousers and a dark, snug-fitting vest, revealing his well-defined musculature. "Reporting, sir. Lieutenant Xia Xingchen is here to report," he saluted briskly. "You wish to learn martial skills?" "Why?" Belisi inquired coldly. "I aspire to grow stronger, to possess the capability to instigate change, to alter this damned situation, and to protect those I cherish," Xia Xingchen replied resolutely. Being Freya's adoptive father and a potential future father-in-law, Colonel Belisi was keen to avoid underestimating him. Learning martial arts is an exceedingly arduous endeavor, fraught with considerable peril, especially at your age, which has surpassed the optimal time for training. It is not impossible for you to learn, but you must exert effort that far exceeds that of others, by dozens or even hundreds of times. Are you mentally prepared for this? Yes, sir. I am prepared. Very well, then attack me with all your might. Do not hold back. I wish to assess your capabilities. Belisi commanded. Understood, sir. Taking a deep breath, Xia Xingchen lunged forward, aiming 2 fingers directly at Colonel Belisi's eyes, while stealthily raising his left foot to strike with his knee towards the man's lower region. "Humph, you little rascal, rather cunning, but merely a trivial skill." Belisi effortlessly saw through his ploy and launched a fierce combination of attacks at Xia Xingchen. He swiftly entered a state of heightened awareness, striving to evade the onslaught. Each of Belisi's strikes carried a sharp, cutting wind, brimming with power. Observing the tautness of his muscles, Xia Xingchen understood that a direct confrontation would be unwise. Although he had sparred with Hollier, an equally ranked mech master, Hollier was merely a combat expert, not a martial artist, and his attacks were a mere series of lethal moves. While swift, they lacked cohesion, providing Xia Xingchen the opportunity to adjust. Colonel Belisi's assaults, however, were an entirely different matter. His attacks flowed seamlessly, interlocking with one another, increasing in velocity with each passing moment. In the initial exchanges, Xia Xingchen managed to evade the onslaught, but he soon realized that the intervals between attacks were diminishing, and his evasive maneuvers became increasingly desperate. Ultimately, he could no longer avoid the strikes. Barisi executed a flying kick that swept through the air, and Xia crossed his arms to shield himself. With a resounding crack, he was propelled over 5 meters away, crashing against a tree with a trunk as thick as his forearm, which splintered in 2. Struggling to regain his footing, Xia found that both of his arms had dislocated and his back throbbed painfully. Yet, he understood, well, that Colonel Barisi had shown restraint, employing a special technique to channel most of his force into the tree behind him. Otherwise, that blow would have undoubtedly resulted in broken arms and a shattered spine. Barisi approached and reset Xia's dislocated arms. "Would you like to hear my assessment of you?" he inquired. Xia nodded in response. "You're utterly worthless. Your speed, strength, agility, and resilience are all lacking. You possess no combat experience or skill. The only redeeming quality you exhibit is an innate sensitivity to danger and an ability to anticipate your opponent's actions. However, against a true master, this so-called ability to anticipate is utterly futile. Its sole purpose is to allow you to witness, in stark clarity, how you meet your demise. Moreover, an over-reliance on this ability will lead to a deterioration of your other faculties, causing immeasurable harm." Barisi candidly highlighted Xia's deficiencies, delivering a jarring wake-up call. He recalled his experiences in the simulator, where, deprived of any advantages, he had been mercilessly defeated, yet it was through such trials that his skills were honed. Without that crucible, even with assistance, he would have failed the proficiency exams. Colonel Barisi continued, "Thus, you will face a formidable challenge, enduring inhumane training and unimaginable pain. And for at least 6 months, you shall refrain from any romantic pursuits. I shall ask you once more, are you prepared?" "Yes, sir. I am unafraid and ready," Xia affirmed. "Good. I hope you will honor your word. The most vital quality for a martial artist is perseverance. If you falter, then Freya will leave you. I will never entrust her to someone lacking in resolve. Sir, I am confident and persistent. I will never abandon Freya. Then let us commence your training. The first step is to strengthen your physique. From this day forth, you shall run 6 laps around the inner perimeter of the base each day, and then seek me out." At that moment, Xia Xingchen began his arduous journey. The sandflow base had recently undergone expansion, significantly increasing its area. A new, imposing alloy concrete wall, 2 kilometers long, 1 kilometer wide, and 8 meters high, had just been completed. A single lap around the inner circle measured no less than 5 kilometers, amounting to 30 kilometers for 6 laps. Gritting his teeth, Xia set off on his run. Barisi devised a meticulous training regimen based on his duty roster. Each morning began with running, come rain or shine, followed by impact training throughout the day, provided there were no duty assignments. The so-called anti-strike training, as the Venerable Barisi puts it, necessitates that a strike, one must first learn to endure strikes. Barisi forbids the use of insight skills and proceeds to unleash a myriad of combat techniques from across the galaxy upon him. Typically, this ordeal lasts 2 to 3 days, leaving him battered and bruised, his body marred with injuries, after which Barisi elucidates the characteristics, weaknesses, and lethal maneuvers of these techniques. Once Xia Xingchen has acclimatized to a particular technique, he is swiftly introduced to another, subjected to yet another 2 to 3 days of relentless punishment. Each night, prior to slumber, he engages in 2 hours of strength training. By this hour each day, Xia Xingchen finds himself a mere shell of his former self, his body covered in wounds, utterly exhausted. Chapter 69. The revenge operation. At this juncture, Barisi imparts to Xia Xingchen a method of breathing, reputedly a form of internal cultivation that dates back several millennia, long before humanity ventured into the cosmos. This technique can be employed during meditation, facilitating the swift circulation of vital energy and nutrients within the body, enhancing metabolism, and, in concert with the hormones secreted by the pituitary gland, fortifying the physique while mending bodily injuries. For martial practitioners, whether through excessive physical training or the continuous endurance of blows and damage, the body inevitably suffers. Such harm accumulates insidiously within, often eluding even the most advanced medical equipment. However, should these injuries reach a critical threshold, or if the martial artist ages and their bodily functions decline, they may one day manifest explosively. For instance, on Earth, the birthplace of humanity, there exists a formidable martial art known as Muay Thai. This discipline, known for its immense power and ferocity, subjects its practitioners to near merciless conditioning. Yet, upon reaching the age of 30, their physical capabilities wane dramatically, forcing them to abandon the practice. By 40, many face catastrophic physical decline, with numerous individuals rendered incapacitated or even succumbing to death. Barisi's method, which harmonizes both external and internal training, effectively mitigates the damage inflicted by external martial arts while also accommodating meditation. In just over a week, Xia Xingchen perceives a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities, growing somewhat accustomed to the brutal regimen. However, this respite is fleeting, as Barisi intensifies the training regimen in accordance with his progress. Morning runs escalate to 8 laps, and pre-sleep strength training extends to 3 hours. Even the anti-strike training is augmented, as a multitude of soldiers is summoned to subject Xia Xingchen to a merciless beating. Thus begins the harrowing chapter of his existence. In a palace located on Siberia Star, the capital of the Northern Administrative District of the Galactic Empire, Prince Nicholas listens intently to Minister Chekhov's report regarding the Watchtower Star. Upon hearing that their influence on the Watchtower Star is facing comprehensive military assault, his brow furrows in concern. After much contemplation, he finally speaks. "Chekhov, recall your brother Yuri," Nicholas commands. Chekhov is, in fact, the half-brother of Yuri, the enigmatic masked figure. "Your Highness, we have invested an inordinate amount of resources in Watchtower Star over the years, particularly those dozen or so insect beast jammers, which are worth several cruisers. To relinquish it so easily would be a grave loss." Chekhov spoke with a hint of discontent. "Chekhov, I am aware of your bias against your brother. However, Yuri is an exceptional talent. Over the past decade, he has endured humiliation and has cultivated numerous skilled individuals for our northern territories. Among the many training planets we possess, it is the Watchtower that has produced the most mech warriors. Furthermore, this incident is not his fault. Thus, I must ensure his safe return and commend him to prevent disheartening my subordinates." "Your Highness is wise," Chekhov replied, though in his heart he harbored a contrary sentiment, wishing for Yuri to perish on the Watchtower and never return. "Chekhov, you must broaden your perspective. You are my trusted advisor, having served me faithfully for many years. Yuri poses no threat to your position, and the leadership of your family will eventually be yours. I do not wish to witness internal strife among my subordinates. Therefore, do not disappoint me, Nicholas spoke earnestly. Yes, Your Highness, I understand. However, is it not too lenient to withdraw entirely, thereby benefiting that quicksand base? Chekhov interjected. Quicksand base. Wasn't he at the pilot from Quicksand Base who severely injured Lieutenant Andre during the recent assessment? Nicholas's expression darkened. Indeed, Your Majesty, it was that very base. They have harbored a deep-seated grudge against us for many years. Chekhov, I want you to dispatch a special assault unit there, not only to assist Yuri, but also to deliver a lesson to Quicksand Base that they shall not forget. I want everyone to understand that opposing Nicholas comes with dire consequences. Yes, my liege, Chekhov affirmed, turning to leave when a guard announced, Lieutenant Andre requests an audience. Let him enter, Nicholas commanded, and Chekhov halted, standing aside. Shortly, the sound of footsteps approached as Andre entered, revealing a gruesome scar that traversed his face. Just beneath his eye. Andre, what has happened to you? What is that on your face? Nicholas inquired. In this age of advanced medicine, biological treatment pods could heal even the most severe injuries, making scars an unlikely occurrence unless one had suffered from insurmountable toxic harm or radiation. Your Highness, I requested this scar to serve as a constant reminder of the humiliation I endured. I have come to petition for your permission to travel to the Watchtower. I must personally defeat that soldier to rid myself of my inner demons and continue my progress, Andre declared through gritted teeth. You were defeated by him 3 months ago. How can you guarantee victory this time? I do not wish to send you into a futile demise, Nicholas replied coldly. Your Highness, I underestimated him then, which led to my defeat. Moreover, I have just broken through to level 20 and awakened my psychic abilities, Andre explained, revealing that he had been severely injured, with multiple broken bones and internal organ damage, and had spent over 2 months recovering in the biological treatment pod. However, he had been stagnating at the 19th level of mental prowess for an exceedingly long time, and this injury surprisingly became an opportunity for him to break through. Oh, has your psychic power awakened? Is it bloodthirsty? Nicholas inquired with curiosity. Yes, Your Highness, it is indeed bloodthirsty, Andre responded joyfully. According to scientific research, the psychic abilities of Mecha engineers possess hereditary attributes. A Mecha engineer whose psychic powers have awakened has a significantly high probability of passing them on to his offspring, and the psychic attributes across generations are nearly identical. Very well, your father's spirit can finally rest in peace. My good brother has a worthy successor, Nicholas exclaimed with excitement. Your application has been approved. Yes, Your Highness, I will begin preparations immediately, Andre replied. Here's what we shall do. Andre, you will directly participate in Chekhov's mission to support Yuri and retaliate against the Watcher Star Sandstorm base. You may postpone your departure for a few months until the new mechas and warships are completed and fully prepared. Andre, do not overexert yourself. Even if the mission fails, you must return alive. As you wish, Uncle Nicholas. Chapter 70. The Avenging Wolf in the Northern Administrative District of the Galactic Empire, on the third satellite of Siberia, lies the renowned Mecha production and research base of Northern Heavy Industries. Within the base's Mecha laboratory, Prince Nicholas was touring, accompanied by Andre, who bore a metallic mask upon his face. Joining them was Kasimov, the chief mecha designer of Northern Heavy Industries. With a smile, Nicholas addressed Kasimov, designer. What progress have you made on the gift I prepared for this young man? Kasimov replied, Your Highness, the most critical step has been completed. Please take a look. He approached the control panel and pressed several buttons. Before their eyes, a metallic wall slowly parted, revealing an apparatus concealed beneath a large canvas. Kasimov pressed a few more buttons, and mechanical arms extended towards the device, lifting the fabric to unveil its true form. Andre's pupils dilated, and his heart raced with excitement upon seeing it. Before him stood a cylindrical metal object nearly 2 meters tall, entirely painted black and emanating a unique luster. Andre recognized it as the engine of a mecha. Prominently displayed on the engine's casing was a striking yellow clover emblem, nuclear-powered mecha engine. Andre could not help but exclaim. Kasimov nodded and explained, Indeed, to put it simply, this is a miniature controllable nuclear fusion engine. Our intelligence department procured the blueprints from the Tang Dynasty Group, and after more than a year of research, We have finally overcome this scientific challenge. However, the cost of this engine is exorbitant. The expense of manufacturing one engine could suffice for the construction of hundreds of ice-field wolf mechas. Human utilization of nuclear energy began over a millennium ago. Initially, it was employed for medical treatments, as the radiation emitted by nuclear materials could penetrate the human body to reveal the condition of bones and internal organs. Subsequently, the Earth erupted into a global conflict, during which humanity harnessed nuclear energy for warfare, resulting in the creation of nuclear bombs. As a consequence, a nation known as Japan endured 2 atomic bombings, leading to the tragic loss of hundreds of thousands of lives. In the aftermath of the war, humanity began to utilize nuclear energy for electricity generation, significantly alleviating the energy crisis of the time. However, this nation, with its unquenchable ambition, secretly pursued the development of nuclear weapons and reignited a world war. Ultimately, Japan faced the wrath of its neighbors, who unleashed over 100 nuclear bombs, submerging the island nation beneath the ocean. As humanity ventured into the space age, nuclear energy found extensive applications in spacecraft, space stations, and ecological systems. There are 2 forms of nuclear energy: fission and fusion. Nuclear fission, also known as nuclear division, refers to a nuclear reaction in which a heavy atomic nucleus, primarily uranium or plutonium, splits into 2 or more smaller atomic masses, releasing immense energy in the process. The energy for atomic bombs, fission reactors, and nuclear power plants originates from nuclear fission. Nuclear fusion, alternatively referred to as nuclear synthesis, fusion reaction, or fusion process, involves lighter atomic nuclei, primarily deuterium or tritium, merging under specific conditions, such as extreme temperatures and pressures, allowing the outer electrons to escape the nucleus and enabling the nuclei to attract and collide with one another. This results in the formation of a new, heavier atomic nucleus, such as helium. Although neutrons possess considerable mass, their lack of electric charge allows them to escape the nucleus during this collision, releasing vast amounts of energy. The continuous process of hydrogen fusion into helium within the sun generates its light and heat. In contrast to nuclear fission, nuclear fusion presents minimal risk of radioactive contamination and environmental issues, with its fuel readily attainable from seawater, making it an ideal energy source. Humanity had already achieved uncontrolled nuclear fusion, as evidenced by the detonation of hydrogen bombs. It took many years for mankind to devise methods for stabilizing and controlling nuclear fusion for consistent output, leading to its widespread adoption. However, nuclear energy was eventually supplanted by safer and more economical alternatives, such as solar and geothermal energy. Following the invention of mechs, massive energy-consuming machines, the capacity of batteries to store energy became a significant concern, as the effectiveness of many weapons and systems was severely limited by energy shortages. Thus, the potential of nuclear energy, compact yet immensely powerful, was revisited. The first application of miniature controllable nuclear fusion engines in mechs was pioneered by Northern Heavy Industries a century ago. However, this was a colossal device standing 5 meters tall and weighing several tons. To accommodate this engine, Northern Heavy Industries constructed a towering humanoid mech exceeding 20 meters in height. Unfortunately, when this behemoth attempted to move forward, its great weight caused its leg components to collapse, resulting in the mech falling to the ground and turning into a pile of scrap metal, tragically claiming dozens of lives. This incident later became a subject of ridicule within the military-industrial complex and the scientific community throughout the galaxy. After several decades of technological advancements, the scientists of the Tang Dynasty Group ultimately succeeded in miniaturizing the controllable nuclear fusion reactor to a size suitable for installation on mechs. They successfully crafted a micro-controllable nuclear fusion engine, named Dragon Core, with a height of merely 16 meters. Due to the exorbitant cost of the micro-controllable nuclear fusion engine, only a few hundred units have been produced thus far, all of which are utilized in elite mech divisions and piloted mechs. In pursuit of his ambitions, Nicholas recognized the necessity of formidable military power. Consequently, he devoted his efforts to bolstering Northern Heavy Industries, assigning agents from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Intelligence Department to infiltrate the Tang Dynasty Group to steal confidential design schematics. After persistent endeavors, they eventually succeeded in manufacturing the Ice Heart No. 1 micro-controllable nuclear fusion mech engine. Having examined the mech engine, Kasimov led the two individuals to an operations console, where he manipulated the computer. Several optical imaging projectors positioned before the console emitted beams of light, conjuring a holographic model of a mech before their eyes. This was Lieutenant Andrei's new mech, which would be powered by the Iceheart No. 1 nuclear engine. Kasimov expressed his satisfaction with his creation and asked Lieutenant Andrei to bestow it with a formidable name. A fierce flame of vengeance ignited in Andrei's eyes as he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "Vengeful demon wolf." The wolf, a creature known for its grudges, relentlessly pursues those who provoke it in the wild, ensuring a situation of unyielding retribution. Kasimov joyfully introduced the mech to the two, Vengeful Demon Wolf. Standing at 65 meters tall, a dual-mode mech capable of transforming between humanoid and beast forms. Specifications: Strength 20, Agility 18, Armor 25, Speed 20. The primary weapon systems include 6 retractable energy claws on each forearm when in humanoid form. The claws of the Arctic wolf are made of alloy, now replaced with more powerful energy claws. Each foot of the mech is equipped with 3 energy claws. Additionally, there are 2 heavy laser cannons and 4 medium laser cannons mounted on its back, along with foldable alloy wings on its shoulders, which can also serve as energy swords. Furthermore, it is armed with a heavy laser rifle and an energy sword. When the mech assumes its wolf form, its mouth opens to reveal a medium rapid-fire laser cannon. This mech is truly armed to the teeth. Another formidable feature of the Arctic Demon Wolf is its energy armor. Upon activation, the energy generator of the mech creates an energy field on its surface. When the mech is struck, this force field absorbs a significant amount of damage, rendering it difficult for ordinary medium laser cannons and mech-grade shotguns to inflict harm. Chapter 71. Request for Leave Watchtower Star, Quicksand Base Commander's Office. What? You old fool. You want to take a 2-month leave and bring Xia Xingchen along? What nonsense is this? Colonel Nickel erupted in fury. I haven't taken a family leave in 10 years. That's 60 days over the span of a decade. Old Man Fry retorted with an eye roll. Why do you need to bring Xia Xingchen? And why take the mech along? I, an elderly gentleman, am about to embark on a journey to visit some old friends while simultaneously procuring high-end mech components and materials. Star has now surpassed level 20, necessitating an upgrade for the mech, and Freya requires the reconstruction of her own mech. Recently, I invested a considerable amount into upgrading the mechs for Squad 06, exhausting my resources. If I were to leave Star behind, what if she were captured by space pirates? Old Fry proclaimed with unwavering conviction. Very well, you have a point. Off you go, Nicholas replied with a resigned wave of his hand. I shall depart immediately, but you must provide me with a spacecraft, and you need to allocate funds, as these acquisitions are intended for the base, Old Fry insisted vehemently. Funds, you say? Who knows what you might use the money for? Nicholas retorted, turning his nostrils up in disdain. Refusing to provide funds, are we? In that case, I shall apply for retirement. After all, I have completed a decade of service, and I shall no longer serve, Fry declared, rising abruptly. You obstinate old fool, very well. I concede. Go ahead, but upon your return, be sure to submit your expenses for reimbursement. Nicholas, filled with exasperation, felt as if he could devour Fry. Yet he dared not offend him. Without Frey's commanding presence, the operational efficiency of mechs at the sandbase would undoubtedly plummet. And experienced mech engineers would never deign to come to such a desolate location. Despite their daily bickering, their camaraderie was undeniably strong. At this juncture, Summer Star had undergone over 3 months of rigorous training, witnessing a significant increase in both height and weight. His once frail physique had become considerably more robust, and his skin had been sun-kissed to a healthy bronze hue. Reluctantly bidding farewell to the others, the duo boarded the landing craft with their mechs and arrived at the Watchtower space station. Here, a Voyager 5-class small spacecraft awaited their arrival. After securing their mechs and acquiring a substantial amount of supplies, the ship's engines gradually ignited, departing from the spaceport. Their initial destination was Fury Star, located on the fringes of the Chang'an star domain. The Voyager 5-class small spacecraft was specifically designed for enthusiasts of space tourism and exploration. Measuring 50 meters in length, 18 meters in width, and 16 meters in height, its sleek, conical design at the front housed multiple retractable wings for atmospheric travel. The vessel was equipped with 2 quantum propulsion engines and 4 rocket thrusters, allowing for swift speeds, fuel efficiency, and the capability for short-distance jumps. It could also operate within the atmosphere of planets with moderate gravity. Due to its exceptional performance and adaptability, this spacecraft was widely utilized for scientific research, interstellar tourism, logistics, smuggling, and clandestine immigration. When fully loaded, it could accommodate 4 mechs and 12 crew members. However, at present, the ship carried only Old Fry and Summer Star. The cargo hold contained merely the Desert Knight and another Ranger mech. Old Fry leisurely sipped on a drink in the cockpit, relying on the ship's autopilot, while occasionally rising to ensure the course remained true. Meanwhile, Summer Star was fervently sweating on the makeshift gym equipment set up in the cargo hold. Adhering to the rigorous training regimen imposed by Colonel Belisi during this departure. Upon their return, the colonel would conduct an assessment. Should their performance decline, the colonel would not bestow upon them favorable outcomes. At last, a cerulean planet came into view. This was the planet Furu, named so as its discovery coincided with the birthday of Emperor Qinwu, thus earning the moniker of Furu Star. This celestial body is renowned for its resemblance to Earth, with 68 of its surface cloaked in oceans and its forests abundant with lush vegetation. Given its relatively late discovery and the presence of indigenous inhabitants, the Galactic Empire opted against large-scale development to preserve the planet's biodiversity. Nevertheless, the breathtaking vistas of Furu Star attract a multitude of tourists annually. Presently, the planet is home to 4 major tourist hubs and a military base, while the remaining regions retain their pristine allure. Before the Voyager 5 spacecraft penetrated the atmosphere, Old Fry communicated with the station military personnel on Furu Star and secured landing authorization. The spacecraft bore the identification code of the Third Fleet, with only military vessels granted entry into Furu Star's atmosphere, a privilege not extended to civilian ships. After a few minutes of turbulence, the vessel gradually stabilized. 3 pairs of wings of varying sizes unfolded from its rear, midsection, and front, allowing the craft to descend gently onto the placid surface of a vast lake. Anchors were deployed to secure the spacecraft to the lakebed, which lay several meters below. "Come on, let us embark on our treasure hunt," Old Fry urged, pulling Xia Xingchen along as they made their way to the cargo hold to don their mechas. Old Fry's Ranger was equipped with a flight module, featuring fixed wings and 2 medium thrusters, enhancing its aerial capabilities within the atmosphere. "What is our purpose here?" inquired Xia Xingchen. "Treasure hunting, for I have concealed a fortune upon this planet." Fry chuckled heartily. As the hatch opened, the Ranger took to the skies, followed closely by the Desert Knight, which unfurled its wings. Chapter 72. The Tarimi people. The Tarimi are the indigenous inhabitants of Furu Star. They bear a striking resemblance to humans, averaging around 2 meters in height, with skin of a blue hue. Their feet possess only 2 toes, granting them exceptional prowess in running and climbing. Their elbows, knees, and finger joints are reinforced with hard, bony structures that can serve as weapons. The Tarimi also enjoy a longer lifespan than humans, living over 2 centuries. A warrior culture. They revere strength. The term Tarimi translates to warrior in their native tongue. However, they possess a keen sense of situational awareness, avoiding senseless confrontations with significantly more powerful adversaries. The Tarimi remain in a primitive societal stage, with tribes serving as their fundamental units of existence. Lacking technology, they lead a life of subsistence farming. Upon their initial discovery, the Tarimi employed stone weaponry. It was only a little over a century ago that humans stumbled upon this planet. Initial conflicts erupted between the 2 groups, but these soon subsided as the Galactic Empire refrained from extensive development of Furu Star. The indigenous people, recognizing the vastness of their world, found no issue in allowing a portion of it for human habitation. Not only that, many Darim people swiftly mastered the language of humans and began engaging in trade. They exchanged agricultural products, handicrafts, various beastly goods, herbs, seeds, and more with travelers for matches, bows and arrows, and cold weapons crafted from alloys. Under the influence of humans, they later learned to weave cloth and don clothing. A few of the Darim ventured beyond their planet. Hugo, at the age of 20, was of an age where he could seek a mate and propagate. He was the mightiest hunter of his tribe, having excelled from a young age in the martial arts passed down through generations, and he learned from seasoned hunters to set intricate traps. The surrounding forests were teeming with ferocious beasts, while the lakes held large fish and shells capable of producing pearls, all of which were highly coveted by the outsiders. Periodically, the tribe would embark on long journeys along the riverbank, laden with spoils, to the nearest resort center to exchange for supplies. The sharp alloy dagger and metal spearhead Hugo possessed were tokens he had traded with the humans. His tribe consisted of over 500 members, making it one of the more substantial communities in the forest. Life here was simple and tranquil. They need not worry about attacks from wild beasts. For hunting was the Darim's primary occupation, and each member was a skilled hunter. Countless traps awaited the unsuspecting creatures that wandered into their domain. However, one fateful day, misfortune befell the tribe. For Darim children were playing near a cave when suddenly several enormous insects burst forth. These creatures, measuring over 2 meters long and towering above 1 meter in height, were encased in thick carapaces, armed with razor-sharp pincers, and possessed a massive tail with a venomous stinger. In an instant, 2 of the children were torn apart and devoured, while the remaining 2 fled desperately towards the tribe. One child fell, only to be caught and dismembered by the pursuing insects. The last child managed to reach the tribe, but before he could explain the horrors, hundreds of those insects surged into the settlement, attacking on sight and mercilessly consuming everything in their path. The traps surrounding the village proved utterly ineffective against them. A dozen brave warriors, attempting to take down a single insect, sacrificed 7 or 8 lives before managing to kill just one. In the end, Hugo watched helplessly as every member of his tribe perished, including their livestock, all brutally slaughtered and consumed by the insects. Hugo had already fought valiantly, slaying 3 insects, but his spear had broken, and his alloy dagger remained embedded in one of the creatures. Without weapons and unwilling to succumb, he resorted to fleeing. A dozen insects pursued him closely, and every creature he encountered along the way fell prey to their ravenous appetites. Eventually, exhaustion overwhelmed him. He had expended all his strength in battle. Suddenly, his legs gave way, and he collapsed. The 3 nearest insects swiftly closed in, brandishing their pincers, ready to rend the hapless prey before them. A scorpion's claw was raised high, poised to strike down upon him, when suddenly, several beams of green laser light pierced through the air, penetrating the insect's body. The searing lasers swiftly bore a gaping hole in the creature, causing its internal fluids to heat up and expand, resulting in a resounding explosion. Accompanied by the aroma of roasted flesh, the green blood of the insect sprayed across him, drenching his face and hair. Hugo beheld a colossal entity, referred to as a mech by humans, hovering in the sky, emanating a continuous glow of green light. Dozens of insects that had been pursuing him were obliterated in its wake. Surely, this is a divine being sent to rescue me, Hugo thought, kneeling on the ground in reverence to the mech above. In reality, Old Fry and the Desert Knight were en route to the place where Fry hid his treasures when they suddenly spotted a swarm of creatures pursuing a blue-skinned alien. Xia Xingchen magnified the optical image, and upon seeing the creatures, his pupils constricted in shock. Those beings were unmistakably scorpions. Were they not exclusive to the Watchstar? How could they possibly appear here? Puzzled, he realized that the urgency of the situation demanded immediate action, leaving no room for further contemplation. Thus, the Desert Knight unleashed a barrage of fire from the 4 rapid-fire laser cannons mounted on his frame, while the mech's laser rifle was set to maximum firing rate. Although the power had diminished considerably, it was still more than sufficient to eradicate the scorpions. The massive mech gradually descended to the ground, propelled by the forceful gusts emitted from its thrusters, sending the surrounding trees swaying precariously. Xia Xingchen exited the cabin and descended to the ground via an electric steel cable. Hugo rushed forward, kneeling at Xia Xingchen's feet, fervently shouting for salvation and declaring his servitude. Xia Xingchen was taken aback by his fervor. At that moment, Old Fry, who followed closely behind, translated for him, explaining that the Tarimian meant to convey that Xia Xingchen was a deity sent to save him and expressed his desire to serve him. Xia Xingchen inquired about the nature of the scorpions and the whereabouts of Hugo's tribe. With a face full of sorrow, Hugo lamented that the insects had slaughtered and consumed his people. Xia Xingchen was left in bewilderment upon hearing this. Fry translated, then proceeded to ask if Hugo knew of a person named Ulu. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Hugo's face as he mournfully revealed that grandfather Ulu, the chieftain, had been devoured by the insects, bursting into tears. Chapter 73. The servant Xia Xingchen interrupted his lamentations, instructing him to lead the way to the tribe, promising revenge for them. Hugo nodded in agreement, and the two ascended into the mech, which crouched down and extended a hand. Hugo lay upon the mech's arm, wielding a wooden stick to guide them towards the tribe's location. The mech soared toward the settlement. In the distance, they spotted a clearing in the ravine, where the surrounding fences had been obliterated, and none of the structures within the clearing remained intact. Scorpions swarmed the area, their numbers exceeding 100. The desert knight charged forward, unleashing a flurry of laser fire that felled over 60 of the creatures. However, the mech's energy reserves were dwindling, as the display indicated only 40 remaining. The desert knight decided to stow away his rifle. With 2 energy swords drawn, the energy blades on the mech's feet lit up in a brilliant red, propelling the machine towards the remaining insects. It must be said that the 3 months spent mastering martial skills in combat had significantly enhanced his piloting abilities. Red beams danced through the air, and any insect that came into contact was cleaved into pieces. In just 2 minutes, the Desert Knight mech had eradicated all remaining insects. Subsequently, Xia Xingchen unleashed his mental energy to its fullest, activating his perceptive abilities. After meticulously confirming that there were no other insects within a 10-kilometer radius, he descended to the ground. At this moment, the mech's energy reserves dwindled to 20, and the duo decided to return to the spaceship for recharge. Meanwhile, Hugo clung tightly to Xia Xingchen's leg, refusing to let him depart, repeatedly exclaiming that Hugo wished to accompany him. After pondering briefly, Old Fry remarked that Hugo desired to be his servant and accompany him. "I believe we should take him along. The Terimians are loyal, obedient, and skilled in battle, making them excellent companions." Reluctantly, Xia Xingchen agreed to bring Hugo aboard the spaceship. Once Hugo was settled in and resting in his quarters, the mech was fully charged, and they set off once more. They soared over the ruins of Hugo's tribe, flying forward until they encountered a small mountain. The mountain was densely forested, yet its summit was barren, littered with rocks. The ranger descended before a boulder the size of the mech itself. Old Fry gestured, and both mechs exerted their strength to move the massive stone. The ranger then positioned its back towards the space beneath the boulder, igniting the engines to full throttle. A powerful gust of air swept away the sand and debris, revealing a metallic surface below. Old Fry disembarked from the mech and uncovered a metal panel, retrieving a password box from within. He entered a lengthy sequence of codes, causing the entire metallic ground to part, revealing 10 metal containers, each measuring 2 by 2 by 4 meters. The two mechs flew back and forth over 10 times, recharging once in between, until they successfully transported all 10 containers to the spaceship. Finally, they worked together to restore the boulder to its original position. Due to the limited space in the cargo hold of the spaceship, Old Fry selected 5 containers to open, extracting the equipment, parts, and materials inside, which were notably valuable, including several contraband items. He instructed Xia Xingchen to store them within his personal mech space. Consequently, after an entire day's effort and meditating twice, Xia Xingchen managed to fit all 5 containers into his personal mech space. He probed into his mental sea, discovering that his mech space was brimming to capacity. With this matter concluded, the spaceship ascended slowly, and a few hours later, they arrived at the only military base on Furuei Star, where they were to meet the base commander. Their visit had 2 primary objectives. First, to secure an identification for Hugo. The Terimians are not classified as humans and lack identification and records on Furuei Star. To depart from the planet, they must procure identification at a military base and register, thereby obtaining a status superior to that of minors, allowing them to traverse the galaxy freely and enjoy legal protection, albeit without certain rights granted to galactic citizens. However, should they enlist in the Galactic Empire's military and achieve commendable service, they can attain citizenship. This registration process also serves as a deterrent against interstellar slavery. The second matter pertains to the discovery of scorpions on Furuei Star. The 2 individuals provided a detailed explanation of the scorpions' habits and dangers, accompanied by footage of their combat against the creatures on Furuei Star. Old Fry also showcased several battle videos from Watcher Star, along with documentaries regarding scorpions. The commander, upon reviewing their presentation, became alarmed by the gravity of the situation. Scorpions reproduce asexually, taking merely a year from hatching to their next spawning. with each capable of laying over 100 eggs. Lacking natural predators, these eggs typically hatch successfully. On Watcher Star, where resources are scarce, the starving scorpions often resort to cannibalism, thus limiting their population growth. In contrast, Furue Star boasts an abundance of food, allowing the scorpions to thrive rapidly. Furue Star is sparsely populated. Had it not been for the chance discovery of the scorpions by the two, the planet would have descended into chaos once their population expanded. The commander expressed his gratitude to them, promptly relaying the information to the military headquarters and dispatching numerous mechs and reconnaissance aircraft for a comprehensive survey of the planet. Furthermore, he launched hundreds of near-Earth reconnaissance satellites in one go. After securing Yugo's identification, they procured several outfits tailored specifically for Terimians, along with a new alloy dagger. The trio returned to their spacecraft for resupply. As the vessel gently ascended from the water's surface, the 4 rocket engines ignited. Old Fry maneuvered the ship upwards, gradually aligning it vertically with the ground. At that moment, the wings of the spacecraft retracted and the thrusters roared to life, pressing the 3 firmly into their seats. The Type 5 rover burst through the atmosphere, soaring into space, with their next destination set for Chang'e Star's satellite, Chang'e 2. This location serves as the largest hub for mechs and mech components in the Western Administrative Region, housing the Tang Dynasty Group's Mech Research Center and its principal production facility. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the 1st Division of the 3rd Galactic Fleet, the Hammer of Thor, General von Klaus was engaged in a secret communication with his father, Grand Marshal von Bismarck of the Galactic Empire's military. Following their recent thwarting of Nicholas' conspiracy on Watcher Star, the ice between them had melted, rapidly improving their relationship. Previously, military orders were conveyed through the command headquarters, but now, the elder marshal often personally delivered commands, seeking to foster a better connection with his son. Chapter 74. The home of Old Fry. What are your thoughts on the Scorpion incident on Chang'e Star? The elder marshal inquired. I analyze this as a deliberate conspiracy, and not an isolated incident. A comprehensive investigation should be conducted. I suspect there are other celestial bodies that have also detected the presence of scorpions. You are correct. Currently, there are 2 cases in the Southern Administrative Region and 1 case in the Eastern Administrative Region, with the latter being discovered in the Antarctic star domain. The military has tasked all fleets and garrisons across various star domains, and the government has commenced a thorough inspection. Bismarck was quite pleased with his son's astute judgment. When were these scorpions brought to those planets? Klaus inquired. Approximately 2 to 3 years ago. They were all released in the form of eggs from space using sealed containers. Being large and ferocious, it is exceedingly difficult to transport live adult specimens out of the Watcher Star. Von Klaus fell silent, contemplating deeply, and then stated, we can retrieve the flight trajectories of the ships that traveled from the Watcher Star to those planets during that time frame, which would help us ascertain the culprits and identify which planets might also fall victim to sabotage. We have already undertaken this task and pinpointed several targets. Interestingly, these vessels are all, to some extent, linked to the North, the old marshal lamented. It is now evident that this is yet another scheme orchestrated by Nicholas. Given the circumstances, he could potentially make a public rebellion against the Empire within 2 years, or at most 3 to 4 years. If at that time, dozens of planets across the realm suddenly experience catastrophic infestations of scorpions, it would stretch our military resources thin, and both the media and government would exert immense pressure on the military. This tactic is exceptionally insidious, von Bismarck mused. Fortunately, we discovered this early. You should expedite preparations for the 3rd Fleet and transition to a state of readiness. Furthermore, it was that little fellow from the quicksand base who made this discovery. I believe you should acknowledge his efforts. Marshal von Bismarck instructed. His rapid promotion necessitates compensation in other ways. A substantial bonus, military honors, and a chance to attend the Imperial Military Command Academy. How does that sound? Speaking of Xia Xingchen, von Klaus felt a swell of pride. After all, it was he who had unearthed this star. Agreed. I hope he can surprise us even further. However, unbeknownst to all, a conspiracy was already unfolding on Watcher Star. After 3 days of arduous travel, the small spacecraft arrived at Chang'e 2. This planet is remarkably large, although it is a moon of Chang'e Star. Its size is comparable to that of Fury Star. Due to the heavy traffic in this region, Chang'e 2 has constructed 2 artificial rings encircling its surface. These rings contain hundreds of thousands of docking bays for various ships. Thousands of large elevators tirelessly operate on the space rings. Each fleet has dozens of designated docking spots. After parking the spacecraft, the trio took the orbital elevator down to the surface. The gravity on Changwei 2 is relatively low, approximately 0.9, and the overall impression it imparts is one of science fiction. The city is filled with a plethora of uniquely shaped buildings, most of which are predominantly metallic in composition. Various peculiar modes of transportation soar above and traverse the ground. Even the law enforcement officers maintaining order are robots. The inhabitants of this place are a peculiar assortment. Some are disheveled. Others have transformed their entire bodies into machinery, and there are various clones and extraterrestrials. In essence, there are hardly any ordinary individuals. In the words of Old Man Fry, the cerebral architecture of geniuses and lunatics is strikingly similar. Xia Xingchen piloted a gravity-defying magnetic levitation vehicle, departing from the bizarre city under Old Man Fray's guidance, as they ventured into the suburban outskirts. Here, the surroundings appeared relatively normal, with lush vegetation thriving amidst private villas and estates. After more than an hour of travel, they arrived at a villa perched atop a small hill. A red laser on the gate scanned Old Man Fry's face through the car window at that moment. The vehicle's communication system connected with the home's intelligent management system, revealing a password prompt on the central console. Old Man Fry placed his palm on the screen, and the fingerprint scanner completed its task automatically, followed by the input of a series of passwords. The gate to the courtyard opened automatically, and the robotic assistants paused their activities to extend a warm welcome. Upon entering the immaculate living room, a humanoid robot promptly presented a bottle of red wine. "Please, sit back, have a drink, and rest," Old Man Fry suggested. At this moment, Hugo and Xia Xingchen were left speechless, their mouths agape, struggling to articulate their astonishment. This is the intelligent management system of the house. Nothing extraordinary, explained Old Man Fry. As humanity has entered the space age and frequently embarks on interstellar travels, a residence left unattended for half a year becomes uninhabitable. If unwelcome guests were to intrude, the consequences would be dire. Thus, humanity developed the intelligent management system for homes. This system is connected to the city's main computer, with robotic cleaners tasked with housekeeping, robotic maintenance workers for repairs, and robotic guards for security. Moreover, the security system is linked to the police network. As long as there are funds in the homeowner's account, the system continues to operate. In instances where robots cannot resolve an issue, the system automatically alerts the management company to dispatch human assistance. Before long, vehicles arrived outside, prompting Old Man Fry to chuckle. "You are in for a treat today. My domestic robot has been programmed with thousands of culinary delights from across the galaxy." The system detected the homeowner's return and dispatched the logistics center for food delivery, as perishables have a limited shelf life. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Old Man Fry led them to the basement. He entered a password on the electronic screen on the wall, followed by fingerprint and iris scans. And the large door in the wall slowly opened. He flipped the electrical switch, and the lights illuminated the space, various devices flickering to life. This area was the size of a basketball court, featuring 2 mech maintenance stations, an array of testing equipment, a material fabrication setup, and an assortment of peculiar tools. Observing the astonishment on Xia Xingchen and Hugo's faces, Old Man Fry chuckled, explaining, "Longway 2 is the research and development headquarters of the Tang Dynasty Group, where hundreds of thousands of mech designers and maintenance technicians work and reside on this planet. In every villa within the suburban area you just witnessed, there exists a mech repair workshop. The design of such residences allows mech designers to draw inspiration and immerse themselves in their work at any moment. Come on, unload everything here," Old Fry commanded, gesturing towards an empty patch of land. Xia Xingchen managed a wry smile. Extracting so many items from his personal mech space would demand an immense amount of mental fortitude, and the sensation of being drained was truly unpleasant. Moreover, he needed to meditate twice in between to replenish his mental energy. They did not shy away from discussing the personal mech space in front of Hugo, for to the Tammy, every hour brought more novel experiences than he had encountered in his entire life. Through these days of interaction, both individuals had grown fond of this innocent and loyal extraterrestrial. Chapter 75. The Dragon Core engine. All the mech components meticulously selected by Old Fry were extracted from Xia Xingchen's personal mech space. Let me show you my treasure, Fry proclaimed, personally operating the mechanical arm to place a cubic meter-sized alloy box onto the ground before them. The box was secured with a password lock, and as Fry entered the code, the sound of machinery whirring filled the air. The four walls of the box automatically opened, revealing its contents. Inside lay a yellow and black device, approximately 16 meters in height, taking the shape of an irregular cylinder adorned with various pipes, cable interfaces, and mounting fixtures. The exterior of the device was composed of an unknown material, but Xia Xingchen recognized that its hardness rivaled the finest mech armor materials currently available. The entire apparatus evoked a sense of familiarity. As he circled the device, his eyes widened when he spotted a black three-leaf clover emblem within a circle on the back, a nuclear bomb. Old Fry leaped up in anger, smacking his own head. "You little rascal, did you even bother to read the materials I gave you? Think carefully. Ow, don't hit my head, it hurts. You might knock me silly." Xia Xingchen complained helplessly. "Let me ask you, what is the first micro-controlled nuclear fusion engine suitable for mechs in the galaxy, and which company invented it?" Fry glared at him, demanding an answer. "The Cyclops from Northern Heavy Industries, the one that resulted in dozens of deaths," Xia Xingchen mumbled. Smack! Fry jumped up again, delivering another slap to his head. "I meant a proper, mass-produced engine that is in formal use. That piece of junk is a laughingstock. Why did you mention it? Are you mocking me?" Fry bellowed. "It's just a Dragon Core. Why can't you speak normally? Why hit me?" Xia Xingchen retorted, frustrated. Suddenly he realized, oh, this must be the Tang Dynasty Group's micro-controlled nuclear fusion mech. It looks just like the one in the photo of the Dragon Core. You're getting closer to the answer, but not entirely correct. To be precise, this is the prototype of the Dragon Core micro-controlled nuclear fusion mech engine, Dragon Core 1. A prototype? This should be a prized possession of various arms groups. How did it end up in your hands? Xia Xingchen pondered, perplexed. A product of epic-making significance, whether for manufacturers or research institutions, is typically destined for display in museums or the honor rooms of companies, allowing future generations to admire them. Or they may be destroyed in experiments. The emergence of such prototypes often stems from either corporate bankruptcy or theft. Did you acquire this through illicit means? With this thought, Xia Xingchen blurted out impulsively. Bang! Bang! "Oh, please refrain from striking." Old Man Fry was utterly enraged, unleashing a flurry of blows upon Xia Xingchen. Fortunately, having undergone merciless training to endure such impacts, Xia was not fearful of being harmed. He merely evaded while enduring the onslaught. Minutes passed, and Fry, having exhausted himself, finally calmed his temper. Pensive, he settled into a chair at the center of the arena, his thoughts drifting back to the past as he recounted. "This prototype of the Longxin engine was gifted to me by my mentor, Mr. Zhuo Liheng, the chief mech designer of the Tang Dynasty Group. If my memory serves me correctly, he is now 82 years of age. This Longxin was a creation from his youth. Later, when the Tang Dynasty Group intended to reward him handsomely, he requested to keep this Longxin prototype. Throughout his life, my mentor invented countless mechs and various weaponry, with the collection of prototypes being one of his cherished hobbies. Thus, the Tang Dynasty Group acquiesced. Eventually, I became his apprentice in design. On one occasion, our research team faced a formidable technical challenge. To motivate us to overcome it, my mentor proclaimed that whoever solved the problem could select freely from his collection. It is worth noting that he had constructed a museum for his treasures, filled with items that would make any mech technician envious. Fueled by youthful zeal, I toiled day and night for over a month, ultimately resolving the issue. When asked what I desired, I jokingly exclaimed that I wanted the Longxin. Without hesitation, he granted my wish. In his eyes, while these collectibles were precious, there existed far more invaluable treasures in this world, such as the ambition of youth and the integrity of a promise. Xia Xingchen listened in silence, contemplating. My belief is that the Longxin, as a mech engine, should not be left to gather dust. Its greatest purpose is to serve as the heart of a mech, Fry declared. Yet, decades have passed, can it still function? And is its technology not somewhat outdated? Xia inquired. Fry elucidated. You may not realize this, but when my mentor crafted the Longxin, he utilized only the finest materials, which possess a lifespan of at least a century. Moreover, the prototype incorporates numerous avant-garde technologies that remain decades, even a century, ahead of their time. The current market offers only simplified versions of Longxin micro-controlled fusion engines, as many of the materials are extremely precious and exorbitantly priced, necessitating the sacrifice of performance in favor of substitutes. Of course, we must conduct thorough testing before any utilization. Let us proceed with this test. At this juncture, Old Man Fry retrieved an alloy box from the pile of components using a mechanical arm. Upon opening it, he revealed a cylindrical object measuring 60 centimeters in length and 40 centimeters in diameter. He pressed a few buttons on the Longshin control panel, causing a cover to pop open at the top of the device. With meticulous care, he maneuvered the mechanical arm to insert the cylindrical apparatus into the Longshin, after which the cover was securely fastened and locked automatically. This was a concentrated nuclear fusion fuel rod. Theoretically, if one operated the mech at full speed for 10 hours each day, this fuel rod could sustain usage for over a decade. As he worked, he provided explanations. Once the fuel rod was installed, the mechanical arm extended to lift the Longshin and move towards a device the size of a minivan. The group followed the mechanical arm to the apparatus, where the side door opened, allowing the arm to install the engine within the device. Inside, a series of small locking mechanisms secured the engine, while numerous cables and various connectors linked the engine to the device, after which the side door closed. Old Man Fry focused intently on the device's keyboard, inputting various commands. Before long, the indicators on the device illuminated, and the screen displayed a multitude of parameters for the Longshin engine, which emitted a low hum of operation. This was a power testing platform for mech engines, a facility only available to engine manufacturers and large laboratories. It could simulate various operational conditions for mechs, allowing the engine to function to test its performance. The energy output from the engine was connected to a large charging battery for smart homes. Once the battery reached full capacity, any excess energy would be converted to electrical power and fed into the city's grid, capable of accommodating engines of any power output. Chapter 76. The Psyche Mech. The engine testing would take 3 days, during which Xia Xingchen and Old Man Fry continued their discourse on the new mech. Xingchen, your psychic power level has now exceeded level 20. At this tier, a mech operator can project their psychic energy externally, enabling the installation and utilization of psychic equipment on the mech. I intend to craft a psychic mech for you, Old Man Fry remarked. Xia Xingchen nodded in acknowledgement. Currently, the mainstream psychic equipment comprises 2 types, one being the psychic amplification device and the other the psychic assistance device. The psychic amplification device, as its name suggests, serves to enhance the effects of psychic energy. For instance, without the mech, Xia Xingchen's inside ability has a detection range of 50 meters. However, when utilizing a mech, even a standard psychic assistance operating system would influence the psychic energy. When piloting an ordinary mech, Xia Xingchen's insight range could extend to 200 meters. Yet, should he employ a psychic amplification device specifically designed for mech operators of level 20 and above, his detection distance could reach as far as 800 meters. The trade-off, however, is an increased consumption of psychic energy. The psychic assistance device, on the other hand, allows for the direct triggering and control of certain mech components using psychic energy. Although the majority of modern mechs are operated by psychic control systems, their fundamental principle involves converting human neural signals into electrical signals, which are then transmitted to the mech's computer. The computer subsequently issues commands to the various components of the mech. This process entails 2 or 3 conversions and transmission stages, ultimately resulting in a delay of mere fractions of a second or even 1 to 2 seconds. However, on the battlefield, such a second is ample time for a missile to traverse dozens of meters or for a laser beam to travel 300,000 kilometers. This fleeting second represents the thin line between life and death for the mech pilot. The design philosophy behind psychic enhancement devices is to integrate psychic signal receivers into the control modules of key components. This allows for direct reception of the mech pilot's psychic signals, enabling immediate control over the mech's movements, thereby eliminating numerous intermediary steps. Such advancements greatly accelerate the mech's reaction time, enhancing both its combat effectiveness and survivability in the field. Nonetheless, these psychic receivers come at a steep price, with each unit costing nearly as much as an ordinary mech. A high-end psychic mech may require dozens of such devices, rendering it a luxury beyond the reach of the average individual. Even among powerful factions, only a select few elite pilots possess such top-tier psychic mechs. Among pilots with psychic levels exceeding 20, it is common practice to equip only a few critical components with these psychic sensing devices, which can be life-saving. For instance, at the Quicksand base, Colonel Belisi's mech is outfitted with 4 such devices, a considerable extravagance earned through his combat achievements. In the case of Xia Xingchen's mech, Old Man Fry demanded that only the finest components be used, insisting on top-tier configurations. As for the costs, the Quicksand base would cover part of the expenses. Additionally, Old Man Fry retrieved dozens of largely unnecessary parts and equipment from several containers and listed them on the Tianwang 2 auction platform. These items sparked frenzy among countless mech repair specialists and private enthusiasts, with many being masterpieces that are difficult to acquire even for those with ample funds. Their determination to obtain these items effortlessly resolved any financial issues. Some mech pilots, having reached psychic level 20, awaken psychic telekinesis. Consequently, they seek out mech designers to craft mechs tailored to their psychic attributes. Regarding Xia Xingchen's psychic avatar, Old Man Fry conceived the idea upon first learning of her telekinetic traits. This concept led to the Super Dragon Knight system, a modular, integrated control high-mobility weapon network system, commonly referred to as the Dragon Knight system. This weapon system typically remains as part of the mech, but can separate into multiple components during combat or when needed, functioning as distinct combat units that independently engage targets. The most prevalent Dragon Knight device is the floating cannon, which consists of control module, energy storage module, small engine, and laser cannon. Typically, the floating cannons are integral components of the mecha, relying on it for energy to function as laser weapons. When confronted by an adversary, the pilot issues commands, causing the floating cannons to detach from the mecha's main body, flying independently to engage from varied positions and angles, thereby disorienting the opponent. The earliest Dragon Knight systems operated entirely mechanically, pre-programmed with parameters such as optimal distance from the mecha, relative speed, firing frequency, and flight paths to avoid collisions with the mecha and other floating cannons, lacking the ability to evade attacks. The floating cannons instead employed erratic movements to reduce the likelihood of being targeted and destroyed by the enemy. Even in the absence of direct threats, they would follow their predetermined trajectories, simplifying commands and alleviating the pilot's burden. Subsequently, humanity developed a psychic control system for mechas, leading to enhancements in the Dragon Knight system. This innovation streamlined operations through psychic manipulation. Some exceptionally gifted mecha pilots, endowed with potent mental faculties and spatial awareness, gained the ability to individually control the movements and firing of the floating cannons, rendering it exceedingly difficult for opponents to predict their trajectories. However, the significant psychic energy expenditure required for such control, particularly when managing multiple units, often resulted in the pilot's divided attention, with potentially dire consequences. Consequently, the Dragon Knight system has nearly become obsolete. Yet, Xia Xingchen possesses a distinct advantage. His total psychic energy far exceeds that of the average individual, rendering the energy consumption negligible. More importantly, his skill in psychic duplication allows him to manifest 4 independent psychic avatars from his core essence. While these avatars currently lack the capacity to control a mecha, they are more than sufficient for managing devices like floating cannons. Furthermore, conventional Dragon Knight systems limit floating cannons to a maximum distance of several meters from the mecha, beyond which control becomes tenuous due to the shared fire control and detection systems. In contrast, Xia Xingchen's psychic avatars can operate more than 800 meters away from the main body, enabling him to position floating cannons at considerable distances. Imagine Xia Xingchen ambushing an opponent by deploying floating cannons hundreds of meters away and launching a surprise attack. No seasoned mecha pilot would anticipate such an onslaught. To maximize the effectiveness of the Dragon Knight system, Old Man Fry decided to equip each floating device with a psychic control mechanism, facilitating Xia Xingchen's precise management of each cannon, thereby enhancing the system's capabilities. Chapter 77. The Arrival of the Wolf Brigade. With the psychic control aspects of the mecha established, attention turned to the application of the micro-controllable nuclear fusion engine, Dragon Core. Firstly, the nuclear-powered mechas eliminated the need for bulky battery packs, freeing up substantial space for the installation of new weaponry. Moreover, with the utilization of this formidable nuclear-powered engine, the mech's thrusters, laser cannons, and other apparatuses can amplify their power, yielding greater might and enhanced propulsion. Furthermore, solar energy armor is also a standard configuration of a nuclear-powered mech. The two individuals devoted 3 entire days to finalizing the design plan for the new mech. In the subsequent days, under the guidance of Old Man Fry, Xia Xingchen traversed daily between the spaceship, the mech components trading center, and Frey's residence. The logistics system on Longway 2 is exceptionally advanced. Once they select the desired components and make an online payment, a logistics company promptly delivers them to their home. However, many components require special customization from dedicated factories, necessitating their personal visits. At this moment, an uninvited group arrive at Watchstar. In the outer space of Watchstar, across the planet, a heavy cruiser gradually approached the atmosphere. This spacecraft, a product of Northern Heavy Industries from the Northern Administrative Zone, belongs to the Northern Fleet and is the latest commissioned vessel, the Siberian Star, a heavy, high-speed stealth cruiser of the Snow Maiden class. At this time, 50 specially modified Icefield Wolf mechs and a formidable Vengeance Wolf were making final preparations prior to landing. The orbital path of Watchstar traverses the edge of an asteroid belt annually, bringing with it a plethora of space debris. Most of this debris incinerates upon entering the atmosphere, while a small fraction descends to the surface, resulting in the renowned Watchstar meteor shower. The placement of the Watchstar space station was meticulously calculated to be on the opposite side of the planet, thus avoiding potential risks from encounters with the asteroid belt. Inside the Vengeance Wolf mech was none other than Andre. After over 6 months of planning and several months of preparation, they had finally resolved to commence their operation. A total of 5 heavy mech cruisers had arrived, with the Siberian Star tasked with airdropping mech units and providing support for Yuri. The other 4 cruisers were to masquerade as space pirates, persistently harassing Watchstar's shipping lanes from another direction, with the aim of drawing away the Watchstar garrison fleet and the counterattack cruiser. The Siberian Star activated its Mirage system, causing the entire vessel to blend into the inky void of space, where light underwent peculiar refraction, rendering radar ineffective. The ship's engines were shut down, relying on the expulsion of vast amounts of cooling gas to propel the cruiser forward slowly, rendering the thermal detection devices of the surrounding satellite probes useless. The debris from the asteroid belt loomed ever closer, and Andre issued his final command within the mech. Warriors of the Northern Wind Empire, we are about to embark on a perilous mission in an unfamiliar land. However, I must tell you that we shall be the chroniclers of the great history of the Northern Wind Empire. All that you do will be inscribed in the annals of this soon-to-be-established great empire. We are the Icefield Wolves from the frigid expanses of Siberia. Remember, for wolves, in our battles, there are no survivors. We leave no one alive and take no prisoners. Forward, valiant warriors. Long live the Empire of the North Wind. Long live Tsar Nicholas. 50 soldiers, brimming with zeal, roared their battle cries. However, referring to them merely as soldiers would be a misnomer. They belonged to the elite Wolf Mecha Special Operations Team, a private guard under Prince Nicholas. These individuals bore no military insignia, but underwent training far more rigorous than that of conventional soldiers. Tasked with covert missions, they were seasoned warriors, each a master of their mechs. Most importantly, they were orphans raised by Nicholas himself, exhibiting unwavering loyalty. On this occasion, they arrived at Watchstar, piloting specially modified Arctic Wolf mechs. Their armor had been upgraded to lighter plates, and large auxiliary wheels were affixed to the legs of the mechs. Additionally, they had incorporated long-range attack modules and landing assistance systems. Naturally, this was a clandestine operation. All markings related to the Northern Administrative Region had been meticulously erased. They donned casual mech operation attire, rather than military uniforms, and even their mechs were cobbled together from the disassembled components of numerous machines, ensuring that should they be destroyed, any remnants could be misrepresented as the work of space pirates. After all, a complete military mech requires official registration upon manufacture. The asteroid belt loomed closer, with countless fragments of varying sizes causing the hull of the cruiser to resonate with a cacophony of sound. The belly of the cruiser opened, and one by one, 51 landing pods were ejected. At that moment, the soldiers could do little more than pray within their cabins, praying that their pods would not collide with stray space debris, that their landing apparatus would remain intact, and that they would not fall victim to anti-aircraft fire. Yet, contrary to their hopes, 11 mechs were struck by meteors before they could breach the atmosphere. The landing pods were damaged, and the mechs were incinerated within the atmospheric entry. Additionally, 3 mechs suffered failures in their landing systems during descent. Either their parachutes failed to deploy, or their retro-rockets malfunctioned, plummeting to the ground like meteors under the force of gravity, transforming into mere heaps of scrap metal. Ultimately, out of the 51 mechs, only 37 managed to land safely. Upon landing, they quickly regrouped at the lair of the crawlers. During this assembly, 3 more mechs went dark. 2 were ambushed by the garrison of Watcher Star and destroyed, while another was stranded too far from the crawler's headquarters, its energy depleted, compelling the mech pilot to detonate his mech in the desert. "Welcome to Watcher Star, Lieutenant Andre." Yuri greeted warmly, embracing him. He was acutely aware of Andrei's unique standing within the Northern Administrative Region. Andre was among Prince Nicholas's most trusted confidants. And with Nicholas nearing 50 years of age without an heir, Andre might very well become his successor. "Hello, Yuri. It is good to see you again." Years ago, a youthful Andre had met Yuri when he was still a boy under Nicholas's care. Back then, Yuri had a full head of hair and exuberance. Now, he appeared as a weary, balding middle-aged man. It seems that over the past decade, he has indeed been deeply troubled, prompting a certain respect from Andre towards him. Nevertheless, he whispered softly into Yuri's ear, "Keep it confidential. Call me Ivan. I'm not a lieutenant." "Welcome to Watchstar, Mr. Ivan." Chapter 78. The traitor Andre meticulously elucidated the entire operation plan to Yuri as they meticulously deliberated the details of their mission. The endeavor in space was already underway. The Northern Fleet, masquerading as space pirates, had the defenders thoroughly outmaneuvered. With only a week remaining until their evacuation, time was of the essence. The strategy devised by Andre and his team was as follows. Yuri still possessed over 500 mechs, of which 300 would be ambushed near the quicksand base. They would then utilize an undercover operative to relay false information about the location of the reptilian gang's headquarters and Yuri's intended escape via the gang's shuttle to the military, inciting them to deploy a significant number of mechs from both the quicksand base and the launch site for a siege. The ambushed mechs would then swiftly strike, obliterating the quicksand base. The Lone Wolves would coordinate with Yuri's elite mech forces to ambush the landing base of Watchstar, temporarily seizing control. An insider within the base would prepare a large landing spacecraft to ascend into the cosmos. Once the spacecraft breached the atmosphere, it would quickly dock with the Siberian Star and make a rapid escape to the Northern Administrative District. Major General Hennis was the highest military commander of the garrison stationed at Watchstar. He held jurisdiction over the entirety of the Watchstar space station and its military forces. A decade ago, he was merely a lieutenant colonel serving as the commander of the Olympian base on Watchstar. During a vacation at the space station, he was approached by an individual claiming to represent the Northern Administrative District's military, who promised him great wealth should he agree to work for them. Initially dismissive, Hennis was swayed upon seeing the long string of numbers in his secret account. Subsequently, he began receiving intelligence that pinpointed the locations and movements of minor sand pirate factions. Seizing the opportunity, Hennis mobilized his forces, achieving numerous victories and earning commendations that swiftly elevated him to the rank of colonel. At that time, the military commander of the landing base was dismissed due to a scandal involving an illicit video, despite his fervent claims of being framed. In an effort to mitigate the fallout, the military had no choice but to remove him. Hennis, having performed admirably, naturally ascended to the position of commander of the landing base, further enriching his account. Once in command, Hennis replicated the previous model. As the influx of accurate sand pirate intelligence continued to yield significant victories. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that this intelligence was actually provided by the reptilian gang, primarily sourced from their competitors. Yuri's cunning tactic of using a third party not only rendered him a favor, but also eliminated his rivals. During Hennis's 7-year tenure as the military commander of the landing base, the reptilian gang had burgeoned into the dominant sand pirate force on Watchstar. As Hennis pondered whether to take action against the crawlers, the enigmatic man he had been meeting with for years suddenly appeared. Rather than permitting him to engage with the crawlers, the man insisted that Hennis provide intelligence to them. Hennis sensed that the crawlers might have ties to the north, and thus he acquiesced. However, this was not without recompense. As a result, Hennis received a promotion. A substantial sum appeared in the personal account of the former military commander of the Watchstar space station. the source of which was a secret account belonging to a notorious space pirate near Watchstar. This revelation was leaked to the media, resulting in the dismissal of Hennis's predecessor. Thanks to his remarkable achievements, Hennis was exceptionally promoted to the rank of Major General and appointed as the military commander of the Watchstar space station. At this juncture, he received directives to maintain a low profile while delegating the task of providing intelligence to the crawlers to others. Recently, the military had issued frantic orders to combat the crawlers, leaving Hennis with little recourse, as many decisions were made by the general staff, and he could not act overtly against them. One evening, feeling utterly distressed after work, Hennis donned a disguise and ventured to a bar for some respite. To his surprise, he was invited into a private room, where he found the very man he had been meeting with for a decade. The man handed him a document, stating it contained the latest orders for his eyes only. Upon reading it, Hennis's expression shifted dramatically. If I proceed with this, I will face a military tribunal and likely execution. The plan positions me as a key player, but the actions required are far too conspicuous. Allow me to introduce myself. After 10 years, you still do not know my name. I am Alyosha, the senior liaison officer of the Military Intelligence Department under Prince Nicholas, the man stated. Alyosha, you are asking me to risk my life. If I follow your directives, the military justice will not spare me, Hennis retorted, his displeasure evident. General Hennis, following this operation, we will arrange for your withdrawal alongside our fleet. Prince Nicholas has recognized your years of service and has instructed that you enjoy a luxurious life at our Northern Administrative District's Alpine Resort for several years. Should you wish to pursue a political career after enjoying 2 or 3 years of leisure, His Highness, His Majesty, will form a new fleet, and a position of real power as a vice admiral will be assured. Hennis hesitated. Although the risks were substantial, the rewards were undeniably enticing. General, you're concerned about your family, are you not? Rest assured, we have taken every precaution. Your wife and 2 daughters are already en route to the Alpine region. Of course, your 2 secret lovers and illegitimate child have also been included, Alyosha remarked with a smile. You are threatening me, Hennis exclaimed, angered that his family had become hostages. Hennis, we have been exceedingly generous to you over the years. You know well that we have invested far more in you than you have in us. Now, it is time for you to repay that debt. There are some matters from which you cannot escape. Alyosha's expression suddenly turned serious, his tone icy. At this moment, Hennessy's forehead was throbbing with veins, and his hand slowly moved toward his lower back. You wouldn't be contemplating silencing me, would you? To be frank, we are backed by an entire team here. If anything were to happen to me, your illustrious achievements would undoubtedly find their way to the major media outlets and the desks of military judges. Moreover, you must know that the current situation is quite precarious. The routes to the Alpine Star region are rife with space pirates, Alyosha remarked, a cold smirk playing on his lips, his gaze glinting with menace. Please, I concede. Hennessy finally succumbed to the pressure, surrendering. Then I eagerly anticipate your remarkable performance. Do not disappoint Prince Nicholas, he said, turning to depart. At that moment, Hennessy was drenched in cold sweat, slumping despondently onto the sofa. Chapter 79. The nightmare begins in recent days. The headquarters of the reptilian gang has been bustling with activity. The gates of the underground base swung open, and various mechs and vehicles moved back and forth with frequency. At this juncture, a low-orbit reconnaissance satellite inadvertently passed overhead, capturing photographs that were subsequently dispatched to the command center of the Watchtower space station. Report, Commander. According to our intelligence department's analysis, the information conveyed by this photograph indicates that this is indeed the long-sought headquarters of the reptilian gang. First, let's consider the scale. There are over 500 assorted mechs, with possibly more underground. Among these mechs are the Scythe Demon and the recently encountered Icefield Wolf. Particularly noteworthy is the modified Diamond Tyrant, a mech operated by Yuri's capable subordinate, Bloodhand Campbell. Thus, we can ascertain our findings, an intelligence officer stated excitedly. Were they constructing? Hennessy feigned curiosity. Our analyses from the intelligence and technical departments suggest they are likely constructing a launch runway for a space shuttle. There may be extensive underground facilities. They seem to be planning an escape, replied the intelligence personnel. The reptilian gang has committed numerous heinous acts over the years. Now that we have finally apprehended them, we must ensure their complete eradication, especially Yuri. He must be captured alive or dead. I propose that tonight, all military bases within 1,000 kilometers of the reptilian gang's headquarters, including launch facilities, mobilize all but 5 of their forces to mount a devastating assault, which could yield around 1,500 mechs. I estimate they may have at most 800 mechs, and even those are likely to be a disorganized rabble. However, the weather conditions around the watchtower have been complex lately, with severe atmospheric activity, rendering our satellites incapable of gathering effective intelligence, and the risks of deploying reconnaissance aircraft are substantial. Should we perhaps wait a few days before launching an attack? One staff member queried. Absurd. Do you understand what it means to miss a critical opportunity? The weather may be unfavorable now, but they cannot launch their space shuttle either. If we wait for the weather to clear, and they manage to launch their shuttle, how will we capture Yuri then? Recently, large groups of space pirates have been harassing the watchtower's routes. Our garrison fleet has already been dispatched. What will we use to intercept the shuttle? Patrol boats. The staff member lowered his head in silence. Hernus expressed a valid point, yet he sensed an underlying disquiet. I commanded that starting tonight, the 5 bases, including the Sandstorm base and the Olympia base, should mobilize all mech units, leaving no more than 5 guards at each location. They were to assemble at the designated coordinates by 5 o'clock tomorrow morning and encircle the Sand Raider base, launching a full-scale assault promptly at 5:10. Hernus issued the offensive orders, causing the command staff to spring into action. The Sandstorm base began to bustle with activity, as all personnel canceled their leave, and the mech maintenance technicians scrambled to tend to their machines. Each squad busied themselves with recharging their mechs and replenishing ammunition. An urgent high-level meeting was convened at the base's command center, where it was decided that only the 0, 2, and 19 squads would remain behind, while all other mechs would deploy. In this vicinity, aside from the crawlers, there were no other star pirates, nor were there any large scorpion swarms nearby. The 2 squads left in reserve were primarily composed of newly replenished novices. Colonel Barisi and Freya were appointed as the commander and deputy commander of the strike force, respectively. As night fell, the thunderous roar of mech engines shattered the desert's tranquil night. At 4:30 a.m., 185 mech from the Sandstorm base arrived at the designated assembly point, located 30 kilometers from the crawler's base. After confirming the mech count, the 185 units lined up in 2 rows, 5 meters apart, centered on the assembly point. Soon, 5:10 arrived, and the command signal echoed through the universal channel, initiating the operation. Instantly, nearly 200 mech engines roared to life, hurtling towards the crawler's headquarters at a speed of 70 kilometers per hour, dictated by the presence of several storm mechs, whose tracked chassis limited their maximum speed. The mechs stirred up billowing clouds of dust, while a piercing alarm blared from the crawler's base, alerting the Sand Raiders to their encirclement. They hastily climbed into their mechs without even donning their uniforms. Freya, piloting the Red Wrench No. 2 mech, felt an unsettling sensation, as if foreboding events were about to unfold. With the radio silence lifted, she contacted Colonel Barisi through a private channel. Uncle Barisi, I can't shake this ominous feeling, as if something dreadful is imminent. I sense it too. There may be danger ahead, so please exercise caution, replied Colonel Barisi, his brow furrowed, acknowledging the instinct that had developed through countless battles and near brushes with death. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions erupted in the midst of the formation. Watch out, Captain. It's anti-mech landmines. The communications channel erupted into chaos. At that moment, the Battlefield Command mech reported that the Sandstorm base's squad had fallen victim to an attack from anti-mech landmines. In this wave of assault, 32 mechs suffered devastating blows, while 13 others were severely impacted by the explosion, rendering them combat ineffective. Halt your advance. Colonel Barisi bellowed. Chapter 80. A crisis at the base soon. News arrived from the command center of the Sand Thief headquarters, revealing that not only the Quick Sand base had been affected, the attacking forces at other bases had also encountered assaults from anti-mech landmines. A total of 620 mechs were deployed by the military, and in the initial wave of landmine strikes, 390 were lost, of which 221 were directly destroyed, while the remainder was heavily damaged and incapacitated. Landmines, being a cost-effective defensive weapon, have been employed for millennia, buried beneath the surface or laid on the ground. They have played a significant role, especially in defensive operations, where attacking forces sometimes have no choice but to sacrifice lives to breach minefields. Following the advent of the space age, landmines nearly faded from history. But with the emergence of mechs, they regained their relevance. The anti-mech landmine utilized by the Sand Thieves, the 83 model, is a product of Northern Heavy Industries, developed and refined through numerous real combat experiences in recent years. The 83 anti-mech landmine is a cylindrical object with a diameter of 1 meter and a height of 13 meters, weighing over a ton. It is deployed by mechs and features an electromagnetic induction triggering mechanism, with options for timed or remote detonation. Beneath the combat section of the landmine are multiple miniature rockets that can launch the warhead near the mech's cockpit for detonation. The landmine can propel its warhead to a height of 5 meters, effectively damaging any mech flying below 8 meters. Should a mech enter within 10 meters of the landmine, it will trigger automatically, calculating the mech's trajectory and launching the warhead. The warhead of the 83 anti-mech landmine is packed with a substantial amount of high explosives and alloy shrapnel, capable of inflicting significant damage on mechs. Even if some mech cockpits are heavily armored, critical areas such as sensors remain unprotected. Once affected, the mech loses its combat capability. Furthermore, many mech pilots have perished due to the intense shockwaves from the explosions. At that moment, news reached the command center of the Watchtower space station. The severe losses took everyone by surprise. Nearly an entire base's mech forces had been annihilated. "We should withdraw the troops. The losses are too great," suggested a staff officer. "Withdraw?" Another retorted. "You speak so lightly of retreating without even having glimpsed the enemy. Do you wish to make us a laughingstock? We are soldiers, and sacrifice is an integral part of warfare. Moreover, in recent years, our annual losses have far exceeded this. Even if this loss is substantial, capturing the reptilian gang will ensure our future security," Major General Hennis declared resolutely. "But the enemy's situation remains unclear. That is due to their sluggishness. We hold the numerical advantage, yet hesitate. I command all units to advance at full speed, regardless of cost, and seize the reptilian gang." Hernish's hysterical roar echoed in the air. Upon receiving orders from his superiors, Colonel Barisi furrowed his brow. Although he found the directive perplexing, he had no choice but to comply. All Storm long-range assault mechs were to engage the enemy as soon as they fell within range, while the remaining forces were instructed to advance, maintaining a distance of 10 to 15 meters between the mechs. Barisi issued the attack command. At that moment, a Ranger aircraft, equipped with enormous wings and 4 rotor-like thrusters, soared several hundred meters above the ground. Its head and shoulders were adorned with an array of sophisticated detection equipment, marking it as the reconnaissance mech for the long-range assault units. It swiftly transmitted the situation and coordinates of the crawler gang's headquarters, located 10 kilometers away, to the other mechs via a data link. At this juncture, a dozen Storm long-range assault mechs came to a halt. Support structures deployed from their chassis, and twin-mounted 155mm artillery barrels aimed skyward. Several other Storm mechs, equipped with multiple rocket launchers, also aligned themselves with the target. In the meantime, several large ammunition supply vehicles closely followed from behind. A thunderous cacophony of cannon fire and the piercing shriek of rockets shattered the tranquility of dawn. The ground-based mechs of the crawler gang were reduced to scrap metal under the saturation bombardment of heavy artillery and a barrage of rockets, while the remaining Sand Thief mechs retreated underground. Taking advantage of their own artillery's cover, the military's mech units swiftly approached the crawler gang's base. Aside from incidental losses from anti-mech landmines that claimed dozens of mechs, the military faced no further resistance. Nearly 1,000 mechs surged into the crawler gang's stronghold, where fierce firefights erupted at the entrance to the subterranean facilities. Inside the quicksand base, a chilling alarm blared, a level 1 red combat alert. Radar indicated over 300 various mechs approaching at high speed. The base erupted into a frenzy as infantry rushed to their artillery positions, and the remaining 10 mechs were mobilized urgently. The ground command center of the base hastily descended to the first underground level. The base swiftly sent distress signals to the space station, landing base, and mech units, but the skies were rife with intense electromagnetic interference. Colonel Nickel forced a wry smile, realizing they had fallen into a trap. He then issued the command. Only through a vigorous defense might they have a slim chance of survival, for the Sand Thieves would leave no prisoners. The soldiers stationed at the quicksand base fought valiantly, launching fierce assaults against the Sand Thieves using the base's turrets. However, the expanded scale of the quicksand base rendered their front line excessively lengthy, and the coverage of their turrets was limited. Often, just as they destroyed one mech, they would simultaneously be bombarded by a volley of rockets. In an instant, the outermost defenses of the base were breached, and frenzied sand thieves poured into the quicksand base, wreaking havoc on the surface structures and mercilessly slaughtering personnel. A few mechs fired shotguns at the desert goddess bar, while others used alloy swords to demolish its walls. Suddenly, a hidden door beneath the pond outside the bar opened, and the water surged forth as a black storm mech emerged. This mech was unlike the ordinary ones. Its armor was composed of reinforced alloy. On the shield of the mech, two black bears were depicted. Mere moments ago, Li Pai had burst into the command center. "Commander Nickel, the base is untenable. Come with me. I can fight my way out," Li Pai implored. He had served under Nickel since his early days in the military, and Nickel had shown him considerable kindness. They were like brothers. However, Li Pai had sustained grave injuries, losing both legs and a hand. Although contemporary medical technology could heal him, the costs were exorbitant. Colonel Nickel had since become the commander of the quicksand base. The retired Li Pai had followed him here, where he opened the desert goddess bar. "Old Pai, you must escape. Every soul that gets out matters. Inform the launch base," Nickel urged. "I cannot flee. As I am the highest-ranking officer here," Colonel Nickel replied calmly. "You will die, Brother Nickel. They are sand bandits," Li Pai exclaimed anxiously. "It is the fate of a soldier to die in battle. I will not bring disgrace to this uniform," he calmly stated, looking at Li Pai. "Old Pai, my son is 10 years old, living with my ex-wife in my hometown. If possible, please watch over him. Go now, this is an order." "Yes, Commander," Li Pai saluted, tears streaming down his face. "Head to lift number 13. There is a mech prepared for you in the hangar below your bar. Here is the activation key. Hurry," Nickel said, handing him an object. Li Pai took the key, and they embraced tightly before he turned to leave. "Good luck, my brother. Safe travels." Nickel silently wished him well. Chapter 81. Gushing quicksand. Li Pai arrived at the hangar, inserting the key into the lock. The massive doors creaked open, revealing a modified Black Storm heavy mech inside. During his service, he had been a mech operator of the Storm. This mech featured entirely new armor, lighter in weight, with a reduced and slimmed-down shield, yet its defensive capabilities had significantly improved. It was equipped with a high-power enhanced engine and reinforced joints, along with 2 additional battery packs. As Li Pai settled into the cockpit and donned the neural interface headset, the long-lost sensation of battle surged back into his body, igniting his blood with fervor. The mech's engine began to hum, and at that moment, a concealed door at the top of the lift burst open, unleashing a torrent of water into the lift. The launcher activated, propelling the Black Storm mech skyward. The mechs that had been wreaking havoc on the bar were taken by surprise by the ambush. The Storm mech roared to life, its twin alloy greatswords dancing through the air. Within moments, 6 sand bandit mechs were reduced to scrap metal. Li Pai sheathed one of the greatswords, raised a shield before him, and gripped the other sword tightly, cranking the engine's power to its maximum as he charged toward a breach in the wall. At this juncture, numerous sand bandit mechs were scattered throughout the base. Unable to encircle the Storm mech undeterred by the hail of shotgun fire, the Storm mech surged forward, cleaving through any obstructing mechs with its greatsword. Not a single one posed a challenge to him. At long last, after the destruction of 8 mechs, the Gale mech burst forth from the confines of the base's walls, racing towards the launch facility with fervor. As the ground installations lay in ruins, a multitude of Sand Raider mechs surged towards several elevator entrances. They were oblivious to Yuri's escape plan. All they knew was that Yuri had devised a grand scheme to deliver catastrophic blows to several military bases. To incentivize their efforts, Yuri had promised substantial rewards. The more lives extinguished and the greater the destruction of facilities, the higher the bounty. This band of Sand Raiders, driven by madness, flooded into the subterranean levels of the base through the elevator entrances. Meanwhile, Nickel sat alone in the command center, while the others scrambled to save their lives. A smile graced his lips as he observed the various images streaming onto the large screen from different locations within the base. His thoughts drifted back a decade, to a time when the quicksand base was merely a modest supply station, and Nickel was just a major. The military had decided to expand this supply station into a military base. It was then that a soldier in his 40s named Fry arrived, who hardly deigned to acknowledge him. Conditions at Quicksand Base were so harsh that no skilled mech repair technicians were willing to come here. Yet this individual, rumored to have worked for the Tang Dynasty Group for many years, was sought after even by the fleet, but insisted on coming to Quicksand Base. Through subsequent interactions, Nickel learned that this soldier, Fry, harbored a deep-seated vendetta against the reptilian gang. Fry was rebellious, exceptionally talented, and the two often clashed, each refusing to yield to the other. As the base was under construction, one day, Fry approached Nickel with a request to build a secret workshop and assist him in transporting a batch of equipment from another planet. Fry promised to present him with a grand gift in return. In a bid to enhance the base's capabilities, Nickel acquiesced. Fry personally modified the base's blueprints, designing a special room in the underground level of the base, claiming it was meant to house that grand gift. Months later, as the base neared completion, Fray's shipment arrived. He mysteriously invited Nickel to that room to unveil the gift. What Nickel beheld was a cylindrical object, 2 meters long and nearly a meter in diameter, adorned with a yellow background and a black 3-leaf clover emblem. Nickel was nearly paralyzed with shock. "Is this what I think it is?" Nickel stammered, unable to articulate his disbelief. "Indeed, this is a nuclear bomb, a gift for you," Fry declared with pride. "You madman. What on earth would I do with a nuclear bomb? Use it against the Sand Raiders? A single bomb capable of obliterating hundreds of thousands, aimed at the Sand Raiders? Have you lost your mind? Moreover, do you not realize that the galaxy currently prohibits the possession and use of nuclear weapons? Do you wish for me to face a military tribunal?" Nickel's fury reached its zenith. "It's not intended to be launched at the Sand Raiders. It's for our own use," Fry stated calmly. "What? For our own use?" Nickel thought he had misheard. "What am I supposed to do with it? Generate electricity or watch fireworks?" He could no longer maintain his composure. "I have a question for you. If the Sand Raiders breach the base, can you guarantee that they will not seize control of it?" Fry inquired. Nickel fell silent, pondering the question with great care before responding. "No." Fry then inquired, "If the Sand Raiders breach the base, do you believe they would spare the lives of those inside? Would you survive?" "No, it would be a fate worse than death." Nickel replied. Fry pressed on. "Do you not wish to send your adversaries to hell before you meet your own end?" Nickel nodded, understanding that this was the purpose of the gift. The two men set to work, installing the nuclear device in a special room located at the center of the base. Fry meticulously crafted the detonation protocol, while Nickel configured the password, allowing him to trigger the bomb from any location within the base via his personal terminal. Nickel activated his terminal, calling forth a password input box, and began to enter a lengthy sequence of characters. This password was etched deeply in his mind. He recalled it daily, though he hoped never to use it. 10 years had passed, and he had left everything at the Sandflow base. Faces began to materialize before him. His ex-wife, whom he had neglected in favor of dedicating all his energy to the base, leading her to file for divorce. He regretted that deeply. His son, Frank, who must now be 12, on the cusp of becoming a young man. Fry, that old coot, who he had intended to accompany to hell, yet had escaped. Belisi, his longtime partner, who ought to find a woman to marry. Freya, the queen of the base, who had brought so much color to their lives. Li Pai, take care of yourself. And finally, Xia Xingchen, that fortunate little fellow. At that moment, several Sand Raider mechas invaded the hall outside the command center, spotting the presence of others and raising their shotguns. Colonel Nickel smiled at his foes, calmly inputting the final letter. Moments later, the Sandflow base erupted. Chapter 82. Withering rose as the military forces besieged the headquarters of the Crawler Gang. A contingent composed of 40 ice wolves and 2 specialized mechas launched a surprise attack on the landing ship's launch base. The launch base was defended by nearly 30 mechas, barely holding its ground under the fortress's firepower, swiftly sending a distress signal to the space station's command center. At that moment, the main forces had just breached the outer defenses of the Crawler Gang's headquarters when a message arrived, stating that the landing base was under attack and requesting assistance. "Oh no, we have fallen into a trap. This is a diversion, and Yuri aims to seize the launch trajectory," Colonel Belisi quickly assessed. "Lieutenant Haji, you are now in full command of the attacking forces at Sandflow Base. Freya, let us proceed to rescue the launch base." Haji's tactical prowess was among the finest in Sandflow Base, and no one questioned Belisi's decision to entrust him with command. Belisi's Royal Knight Mecha was an exceptional high-speed close combat machine. Only his Mecha and Wrench No. 2 possessed the capability for long-distance flight within Sandflow Base. The Royal Knight Mech stands tall at a height of 52 meters. Specifications: Strength 15, Agility 19, Speed 22, Armor 15. This mech is designed for close combat with remarkable speed, featuring a sleek body with minimal armor thickness. It is equipped with a powerful thruster and foldable wings on its back. Its weapon system consists of a photon night gun and a photon sword concealed within its shield. During ranged attacks, the night gun can retract the energy blade to unleash laser beams, functioning as a laser rifle. As two mechs soared through the skies, a mushroom cloud suddenly erupted from the direction of the quicksand base. It was a nuclear explosion, signaling the end of the base. Colonel Belisi, suppressing his fury, uttered these words. Freya, in disbelief, covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Freya, do not let anger and sorrow cloud your judgment. We are about to face a fierce battle. You must transform your grief into strength to avenge our fallen comrades. If you cannot control your emotions, I advise you to withdraw from the fight, Belisi stated solemnly. Such emotions can be fatal on the battlefield. Freya stifled her sobs, biting her lip. Uncle, I can handle it. The landing ship of the Watcher Star launched near a vast lake, which supplied the base with abundant fresh water and harbored several landing vessels. By the lakeside stood a towering launch platform, where a large landing ship was docked. At this moment, all resistance at the base had been obliterated, with the attackers suffering the loss of only 12 mechs. They were preparing to board the ship collectively, while a few mechs busily installed explosives. Inside the command center of the base, chaos reigned with bodies strewn across the ground. Surveillance equipment lay in ruins, and only a soldier with the rank of private, an agent arranged by the North, remained. He would operate the launch platform and, once the landing ship was launched, discreetly disguise himself and slip away to continue his covert operations. The Ice Wolf mechs began boarding the ship, with Yuri's Ice Wolf being the first to ascend the large landing vessel. Suddenly, several lasers shot in from a distance, striking two Ice Wolves in the head and causing them to explode. The remaining Ice Wolf mechs swiftly scattered, entering combat mode, as their laser cannons targeted the two incoming mechs. Freya and Belisi executed high-mobility maneuvers to evade the laser fire. At that moment, a mech resembling a gorilla charged out from the group, rushing towards the Royal Knight. Its shoulders bore dual-mounted medium laser cannons, unleashing a barrage into the sky. This mech was none other than Bloodhand Campbell's Titan Dominator. The Titan Dominator stands at a height of 6 meters. Specifications: Strength 20, Agility 18, Speed 15, Armor 20. Its weaponry includes an electro blade extending from its forearms, for dual-mounted laser cannons on its shoulders, and a chest compartment that opens to reveal a row of 16 micro anti-mech missiles. Its armor is remarkably robust, with the hardness of its forearms rivaling that of shields, capable of withstanding lasers and enduring energy swords. The two were seasoned adversaries, both elite mech pilots of comparable strength, having clashed 7 or 8 times without a decisive victor. Now, they were once again locked in combat. Freya soared high in the sky, relentlessly retaliating with her laser rifle amidst the enemy's concentrated barrage of laser fire. After more than 10 minutes, her Icefield Wolves had been destroyed. However, so engrossed was Freya in evading the defensive fire that she remained oblivious to a mech stealthily crawling atop the transport vessel. This was a beast-like mech, motionless like a wolf, quietly observing its prey. Moments later, a sinister grin emerged from Andre's mask as he finally discerned the piloting patterns of the Red Ranger's operator. Many pilots, while executing high-speed maneuvers to dodge defensive fire, develop an instinctive habit. For instance, when lasers approach from a certain angle, they instinctively know which direction to evade for a quicker and smoother transition to the next movement. Such responses become second nature through countless training sessions. Yet, during prolonged battles, these instincts can easily form predictable patterns that elite mech pilots can exploit. The wolf had discovered a weakness and bared its fangs. Freya had just evaded 4 lasers when she found herself targeted by another 4, this time densely packed. Habitually, she executed a roll and dive maneuver, her mech twisting to evade the incoming lasers. However, 2 heavy lasers had already locked onto her intended dive position. In an instant, 2 massive purple beams surged forth. The back of wrench number 2 was struck by both heavy lasers, resulting in a catastrophic explosion mid-air, scattering debris into the lake below. Freya. Colonel Barisi was devastated at the sight of Freya's mech being destroyed. Yet, in a duel of masters, every second of distraction could be fatal. This moment of lapse allowed the towering behemoth to charge at high speed. The Royal Knight and the Behemoth were of entirely different calibers, and there was no time to evade. He could only brace the Knight's lance across the mech's chest. A thunderous crash echoed as the Royal Knight was hurled several meters away, crashing heavily into the lake, with both forearm joints of the mech fracturing. Colonel Barisi suffered a severe concussion, plunging into a deep unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Campbell sought to pursue, but was met with the ignition of the large landing ship's rear engines. "Campbell, if you don't board now, we're leaving without you," Yuri reminded over the communicator. "Let him be. We'll leave this dog-s life behind." With that, the Behemoth and other mechs boarded the large landing ship, the hatch closing behind them. Chapter 83. Escape from Watchstar. The coils of the orbital launcher began to power up, and the landing ship surged forward, accelerating rapidly until it shot vertically into space. 8 rocket engines erupted with fierce flames. A minute later, a series of violent explosions rocked the launch platform, which, having lost its support, slowly toppled, ultimately becoming a desolate ruin. At this moment, the underground exit of the insect gang's base was finally breached, and over 100 mechs surged inside. However, 2 minutes later, a violent explosion erupted from the underground headquarters, causing the entire facility to collapse in an instant, entombing more than 700 military mechs, with no mech operators surviving. In rapid succession, a series of grim tidings reached the space station command center. The quicksand base had been struck by a nuclear attack. The forces assaulting the insect gang headquarters had suffered the loss of thousands of mechs. Nearly 1,000 mech operators had perished. The landing ship launch base was overrun. Personnel were massacred, and the launch pad was destroyed while Yuri had fled into space. Alas, Hearns cried out, foaming at the mouth as he collapsed to the ground. The command center descended into chaos. People hurriedly transported Hearns to the medical room. Upon entering, the doctor turned to prepare medication, but Hearns suddenly opened his eyes. 3 gunshots rang out in the room, and a doctor along with 2 nurses fell into a pool of blood. Hearns smirked, thoroughly pleased with his performance. He swiftly departed and arrived at the space dock of the space station, where a high-speed space shuttle awaited. Moments later, the shuttle ignited and departed the station. Its destination, the heavy cruiser Siberian Star, lurking not far from the space station. However, mere minutes later, the shuttle carrying Hearns exploded, resembling a grand firework display in the void of space. Several critical docks of the space station also detonated, inciting pandemonium. Not far away, in another shuttle, Alyosha watched the spectacle with a smile. The dead are the best at keeping secrets, especially since Lord Anicula's army would not tolerate such unprincipled and disloyal senior officers. As for their families, Alyosha had already sent them to another realm to reunite with Hearns a week prior. Moreover, the fund from Hearns' secret account had also been transferred. For after all, the deceased have no need for money. More than 10 minutes later, the shuttle and landing ship arrived simultaneously at the designated location, where the Siberian Star awaited. Once the mechs and personnel boarded the cruiser, Andre reset the autopilot systems for both the shuttle and the landing ship. The 2 vessels turned and hurtled toward the space station, crashing into the spaceport dock, triggering an even larger explosion. The Siberian Star then sailed along a clandestine route toward the north. In the Chang'an Star domain, Changwei 2, Grandpa Fry and Xia Xingchen found themselves in a bit of a predicament these days. After visiting nearly 100 mech parts manufacturers, they discovered that due to the overwhelming production schedules, even with expedited efforts, it would take 6 months to produce the necessary components. With no other options, the 2 placed their orders, which would be delivered directly to Grandpa Frey's home upon completion, to be received by an intelligent butler. They would have to wait half a year before being able to take leave again. Sigh, they would have another heated argument with that fellow Nickel then. Grandpa Fry scratched his head, self-deprecatingly. At that moment, both of their personal terminals received a message simultaneously. It was a Level 1 emergency recall notification. Such notices were typically issued in response to extremely grave incidents. Upon receiving this notification, soldiers, whether on leave or on duty, must return to their posts at the earliest opportunity. The 2 exchange a glance, simultaneously uttering, "Something has happened." They swiftly set aside their tasks, accompanied by Yugo, and propelled their spacecraft to its maximum velocity. Finally, after an unceasing 7-day journey, they arrived at the Watchtower space station. Along the way, they faced rigorous inspections from the military, particularly as they neared the space station, where they were intercepted multiple times. Upon their arrival at the Watchtower, They were taken aback by the scene before them. The void of space was densely populated with warships, and they even caught sight of the flagship of the Third Fleet, the heavy space carrier, MJ Lanier. The spaceport of Watchtower was in ruins, devastated beyond recognition. As they disembarked from the spacecraft, a barrage of news left them in shock. General Hennessy, the highest military commander of the Watchtower space station, had betrayed his post and was subsequently killed in a shuttle explosion, with his entire family mysteriously vanished. The reptilian gang, led by Yuri, had successfully fled the Watchtower with a large contingent of loyalists. The quicksand base had suffered a nuclear strike, resulting in the demise of all personnel present, including Colonel Nickel. Troops dispatched to assault the reptilian gang's headquarters fell into a trap, losing over 1,200 mechs, with more than 900 mech soldiers perishing and over 200 severely injured. The garrison at the landing ship launch base was nearly annihilated, and the launch platform was destroyed. Team 06, led by Captain Tori and Balak, had been killed. Perlo's mech was struck by an anti-mech mine, sustaining severe brain damage and leaving him blind. Haji, burdened by the failure to foresee the reptilian gang scheme, was consumed by guilt for the loss of his comrades, teetering on the brink of madness. Colonel Barisi suffered a concussion, and after his mech fell into a lake, the life support system failed, leading to a prolonged state of oxygen deprivation and extensive brain cell death, rendering him a vegetable. Tragically, Freya was killed in battle. Her mech was shattered, leaving no trace of her remains. Upon hearing of Freya's fate, Xia Xingchen felt as though his mind had been shattered, collapsing into unconsciousness. Old Man Fry, tears streaming down his face, lamented, "Nickel, you wretched soul, why did you not wait for me to use that device?" Chapter 84. The Path of Vengeance. A day later, Xia Xingchen awoke in a daze, his gaze vacant, neither eating nor drinking, unresponsive to calls, his mind consumed with memories of moments shared with Freya. Old Man Fry, unable to bear the sight any longer, approached and struck Xia Xingchen across the face multiple times. "Xia Xingchen, if you still consider yourself a man, then rally yourself. Look at your despondent state. Do you honor Freya's spirit by wallowing in despair? The base is gone, but you possess the capability to avenge them. Look at yourself. What are you doing?" As he spoke, Fry hurled a data storage device at Xia Xingchen's face, leaving a bloody mark. "This is the murderer of Freya. Do as you see fit." With that, Fry stormed off in anger, awakened by the blows. Xia Xingchen trembled as he picked up the data storage device and connected it to the monitor in the room. Within the footage of numerous mech battles, captured by the base's auxiliary surveillance system, a transforming mech emerges, oscillating between humanoid and wolf forms, its relentless combat style remaining its sole constant. One by one, military mechs are torn asunder, culminating with a brutal execution, a final bullet fired into each cockpit. In the last video, Freya's wrench number 2 soars through the skies, while the cunning wolf lies in ambush atop a spaceship, suddenly unleashing 6 devastating beams of laser. Tears well in Xia Xingchen's eyes as he clenches his fists. Biting into his lip, his resolve hardens. No matter how far one may flee, he vows to extract them and dismantle them piece by piece. At that moment, a soldier arrives, identifiable by the insignia on his arm, belonging to the Thor's hammer. "General von Klaus wants to see you. Please follow me." The events unfolding on Watchstar rapidly disseminate throughout the military. The defection of a major general of the rank of brigadier has resulted in the loss of nearly half the planet's military strength, a catastrophic event indeed. In a fit of rage, Grand Marshal von Bismarck of the Galactic Empire directly relieves Commander von Strieling of the Third Fleet of his duties. Acknowledging his culpability, the veteran commander realizes he must serve as a scapegoat, even if solely to silence the masses. To rectify this debacle, the military appoints Vice Admiral von Klaus, commander of the 1st Division of the Third Fleet, as the acting commander. Upon receiving his orders, von Klaus swiftly leads the 3rd Division to Watchstar. The urgent tasks of rescuing the wounded, identifying traitors, capturing sand pirates, reconstructing space stations, and restoring order commence with remarkable efficiency. Suddenly, he recalls an exceptional young man on Watchstar and inquires about the whereabouts of Xia Xingchen, learning that he has miraculously escaped the calamity, yet has been plunged in a profound sorrow due to the loss of his comrades and girlfriend. Von Klaus wishes to converse with him. "What do you desire most at this moment?" General von Klaus asks abruptly. "I seek vengeance," Xia Xingchen replies. Do you know the identity of the perpetrator? No, but I shall pursue him to the very edge of the universe. Xia Xingchen declares through gritted teeth. I know who the culprit is, the general states. Please tell me. Xia's eyes brighten with hope. That mech master is merely an errand boy, a pawn in the grand chaos that has plagued Watchstar for over a decade. The true architect of this conspiracy, the shadowy mastermind behind it all, is none other than Prince Nicholas, the self-proclaimed sovereign of the Northern Administrative Zone. General von Klaus elucidates the entire sequence of events, including Nicholas's ambitions, the conspiracy surrounding Watchstar, and the methods employed to deploy Scorpions on other planets. One can only imagine the reaction of an ordinary soldier upon hearing such revelations of high-level conspiracies and ambitions. Xia Xingchen stands dumbfounded, mouth agape, rendered speechless. Thus, even if you eliminate that mech master, the true orchestrator behind Freya's and your comrade's demise remains at large, von Klaus adds. After a considerable pause, Xia Xingchen bitterly declared, I must eliminate that mech master. Prince Nicholas shall not escape my wrath. Huh, such bold words. What will you do? Kill him? Nicholas himself is an elite mech master, commanding the Northern Fleet, whose prowess rivals that of the Galactic Empire's foremost fleet. Furthermore, as you witnessed during the incident at the Watchstar, he commands countless ruthlessly loyal subordinates like Yuri. What do you possess to challenge him? Von Krausch scoffed. At this moment, all you have is a heart filled with vengeance. Nothing more. Xia Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing the extent of his own weakness. General, I wish to grow stronger. I require power. Please, guide me towards a path of enlightenment. A confrontation with the North is inevitable. Nicholas is a man driven by ambition. Shattering his aspirations is the greatest punishment one could bestow upon him. Xingchen, you are indeed talented, yet still insufficient. I have a vacancy at the Imperial Military Command Academy. I hope you will attend and hone your skills. Upon your return, you will play a pivotal role in the army, personally dismantling Nicholas's schemes. In due time, you shall have the opportunity to confront that mech master. Von Krausch proposed. General, I am willing, Xia Xingchen replied with unwavering determination. Moreover, remember that you are not alone. Do not fight your battles in isolation. Seek out those whose lives Nicholas has ravaged, and unite them. Some truths must be revealed, Von Krausch imparted sagely. Upon returning from General Von Krausch, Old Man Fry listened to Xia Xingchen's account with a wry smile. He understood the complexity of the reptilian gang, yet he was astounded by the enormity of the force behind it. However, in the next moment, a resolute glint shone in his eyes. Since he had already lost everything, what was there left to fear? Whether it be the reptilian gang or Nicholas, even if it cost him his life, he would fight to the bitter end. Kid, General Von Krausch is right. You should pursue your education, and together we will seek out like-minded allies, biding our time to amass strength. When Nicholas faces his darkest hour, we shall strike decisively from behind, Old Man Fry proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Chapter 85. An eye for an eye. In the living quarters of the Watchstar space station, there lay a bustling street of bars. A disheveled man, his clothes tattered and face smeared with dirt, staggered through the deserted streets at night, clutching a bottle of liquor, occasionally taking swigs while muttering, "They're all dead. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let them in. Why couldn't they wait until I was inside before it collapsed? Why must I endure this torment?" Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind him, and a hand struck the nape of his neck, rendering him unconscious. The following morning, he awoke with a throbbing head and aching body. Struggling to rise, he discovered himself in a modest inn. A note lay on the bedside table. He picked it up and unfolded it, revealing a message. Haji, if you seek vengeance for your fallen comrades, come to this address. I will reveal the truth, and together we shall exact our revenge. If you wish to continue wallowing in self-blame and evading reality, you may as well leave at once. Haji was momentarily stunned, the note slipping from his grasp to the floor. Li Pai wandered aimlessly through the Watchstar space station, his gaze fixated on the celestial body beyond the transparent dome. His heart still tumultuous. The station had been sealed off by the military, effectively trapping him within its confines. The earliest vessel to the Chang'an star domain would not depart for another 5 days. Suddenly, an old acquaintance called out to him. Xingchen, upon seeing Xia Xingchen. Li Pai was reminded of the camaraderie he shared with the young men at the quicksand base. Except for Nickel, he held profound affection for every patron who frequented the Desert Goddess Bar. where they often engaged in lively banter. He knew each of them intimately. Though he had grown accustomed to the absence of those who had perished on missions, the totality of loss was unbearable. At this thought, a rugged man in his 40s embraced Xia Xingchen and wept openly. It took him a long while to regain his composure. "Old Pai, where do you intend go next?" asked Xia Xingchen. "I am uncertain. I wish to visit Commander Nicholas' son, Frank, first." It was his dying wish. "Then I shall make further plans," Li Pai replied. "Do you seek vengeance?" She inquired. "I do. It haunts my dreams. Yet, where might I find Yuri and the others? The universe is vast, and their power is formidable. Retribution will not be easily attained." Li Pai sighed. Xia Xingchen handed him a note before turning to leave. It bore the message: "If you desire revenge, come to this address tonight." In the military hospital of the Watchstar space station, Pirlo lay in despair upon his sickbed. His mech had triggered an anti-mech mine, shrapnel shattering the cabin's armor and piercing through his eyes, obliterating both eyeballs and severing his optic nerves. Such injuries, even with cloning technology in a biological pod, were unlikely to heal. In his next life, he would subsist on a meager pension, shrouded in darkness. He loathed himself, bitterly regretting his inability to avenge his fallen comrades. The door to his room swung open, and Xia Xingchen entered. "Pirlo, I have come to see you." "Star, is that you?" Pirlo whimpered, his tear ducts damaged to the point of yielding no tears. "Pirlo, I have made a decision. I will avenge Captain Toll, Barak, and all our comrades who perished at the base. Will you join me?" Xia Xingchen asked. "I long for vengeance every moment. Yet I have become a mere shell of a man. I am worthless. I cannot aid you," Pirlo lamented, breaking into tears. Waiting for him to regain his composure, Xia Xingchen spoke. "There is an opportunity. Through a surgical procedure and a device, you may regain your sight and have a chance to avenge your comrades. However, this surgery is excruciating and carries a significant risk of death on the operating table. Please consider it carefully." Pirlo's body straightened abruptly, gripping Xia Xingchen's hand tightly. "Star, allow me to undergo the surgery. I cannot endure a life of mediocrity, lying in bed forever. I must avenge them. Stars, had you not sought me out, I might have succumbed to despair and taken my own life in a matter of days. Fear of death eludes me. If it must be, I would willingly accompany the captain and the others." "Very well, I shall come for you tonight, and we shall venture to a particular place." In the half-repaired spaceport of the Watchstar space station, a vessel, Voyager 5, was docked. Yet, this ship was far more complex than its exterior suggested. Beneath its silvery gray Fa-Ade lay the armor of a warship, and its engines were those of a military craft, complete with concealed laser cannons. Within the living quarters of the ship, a table was surrounded by several individuals: General von Klaus, Xia Xingchen, Old Man Fry, Li Pai, Haji, the wheelchair-bound Pirlo, and the alien Hugo. Just moments prior, General von Klaus had recounted the intricacies of the Watchstar incident. A profound silence enveloped the room, laden with sorrow, shock, and fury that lingered in the hearts of all present. Observing their somber state, General von Klaus spoke. "Nicholas is a formidable adversary. To confront him with our current strength would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone. Thus we must unite, gathering those who share our plight to covertly build our power. A confrontation between Nicholas and the Empire is inevitable. That will be our moment to strike, delivering the most lethal blow at the critical juncture. However," he continued, "this endeavor will not be as simple as you might envision. Our opponent is ruthless, and we must be equally unyielding. Methods such as assassination, inciting chaos, suicide attacks, poisoning, kidnapping, and spreading disinformation will be employed. If anyone feels a pang of conscience, now is the time to withdraw. I shall not compel you. But once you commit to this path, there is no turning back. You must be prepared to see it through to the end. Consider this carefully." Without hesitation, Xia Xingchen asserted, "I require no further contemplation. I shall join. Even if my hands are stained with blood, I will drag Nicholas down to hell alongside me. I, an old man, have lost my entire family at their hands." "Count me in," Old Man Fry declared. "I have always reveled in taking lives. When the time comes, I shall unleash a few nuclear bombs upon Siberia," Li Pai remarked. "I am adept at scheming. I will do everything in my power to ensure Nicholas suffers," Haji sneered. "Do not forget me. I excel at sharpshooting, and I will instill profound terror in them," Pirlo added. "My servant Xingchen shall seek vengeance. Hugo, having arduously discerned the events surrounding Xia Xingchen, expressed his fury and pledged to avenge his master. Very well, since everyone consents to join, our organization shall be considered established from this day forth. You are all friends of Xia Xingchen, and I propose that he lead our group. What say you? General von Klaus inquired. The assembly nodded in agreement. Then, Xingchen, bestow a name upon our organization, General von Klaus urged, looking towards Xia Xingchen. I lack the cultural insight. Perhaps the others might assist in naming it. Xia Xingchen humbly declined. At this moment, Haji spoke up. Let us name it Yaji. Yaji, the second son of the dragon in ancient Earth mythology, possesses the body of a leopard and the head of a dragon. His temperament is fierce, characterized by valor and a penchant for combat. He is a bloodthirsty warrior, perpetually clutching a sword in his mouth, glaring with fury. He is often depicted on sword hilts and sheaths to amplify their formidable power. In ancient Earth, the phrase Yaji must be avenged was commonly employed to describe the spirit of retribution towards someone. In light of Nicholas's actions against us, we must embody this spirit of vengeance. What a splendid name. Our organization shall henceforth be known as Yaji. Nicholas, we shall become your nightmare. Chapter 86. Thus, the Yaji organization was established with the purpose of avenging Nicholas. General von Klaus asserted that this organization would have no affiliations with the military. However, he personally would extend his assistance to them. This support included initial funding, several veterans, discarded military equipment, a secret location once belonging to their family, and various intelligence resources. For instance, the modified high-speed spacecraft they were aboard, the Desert Knight Mecha, and Li Pai's modified Gale Mecha had all been disposed of by von Klaus under the guise of scrapped equipment. Except for Xia Xingchen. The others withdrew from active service to prevent any scrutiny from prying eyes, thus freeing themselves from numerous constraints, as many actions could not be conducted under the military's banner. The spacecraft took off, and the group first planned to travel to Changwei 2, where they would procure a batch of supplies and perform surgery on Perlo before parting ways. Xia Xingchen would attend the Imperial Military Command Academy, while the others would head to a secret base. After a week's journey, the spacecraft finally reached Changwei 2. The group disembarked and temporarily stayed at Old Man Fry's home. The following day, Old Man Fry, Xia Xingchen, Li Pai, and Perlo traveled by hovercar to Dr. Lula's clinic located in the city center. Along the way, they engaged Old Man Fry in conversation about the eccentric physician, Dr. Lula. Dr. Lula, now his 60s, is a product of an era where technological advancements allowed humans to live up to 150 years, rendering anyone under 80 in their prime. Some martial artists and genetically modified individuals can even surpass a century and pilot mechas with ease. Dr. Lula's lineage boasts several generations of physicians. Born in Changwei 2, it is nearly impossible for a boy raised in such a society not to develop an interest in machinery. Lula, too, was captivated by mechanical design and fabrication from a young age. However, his family insisted he pursue medicine to uphold the family legacy. Reluctantly, he complied with his parents' wishes. During his medical studies, an epiphany struck Lula. Why not merge mechanical engineering with medicine? This innovative approach would not only satisfy his passion, but also appease his parents. In a world rife with disabilities, not everyone can afford the costly biotherapy chambers for limb regeneration. Thus, affordable mechanical prosthetics and organs became the preferred choice for many. Dr. Lula focused his research on this area, much to the exasperation of his father. However, Dr. Lula possesses an extraordinary talent in this regard. The prosthetics he designs and manufactures are unparalleled in both functionality and quality, leading many amputated warriors to experience a remarkable doubling of their combat prowess after equipping themselves with his inventions. Some martial enthusiasts have even gone so far as to sever their own limbs in order to seek his specialized prosthetic enhancements. Additionally, Dr. Lula is an ardent aficionado of mechs. Although the Galactic Empire prohibits private ownership and utilization of military mechs, many custom-built civilian mechs far surpass their military counterparts in capability. Moreover, acquiring a few experimental mech slots on Longway 2 is relatively effortless. In his previous role as a senior after-sales manager for the Tang Dynasty Group, Old Fry assisted in modifying several mechs and facilitated numerous mech experimentation opportunities for Lula through various channels, fostering a close personal rapport between the two. Otherwise, Individuals of Perlo and Li Pai's standing would not warrant Dr. Lula's direct medical attention. Li Pai's prosthetics are merely standard, run-of-the-mill models, which pose no significant hindrance to his daily life, yet they are utterly inadequate for combat. For a formidable warrior, such limitations are a burden. Hence, Old Fry and Xia Xingchen deliberated and decided to bring him along for a set of combat-ready prosthetics. Upon arriving at Dr. Lula's clinic, one would be surprised to find that it rivals a large comprehensive hospital in scale. The edifice stands over 50 stories high, with a substantial factory located behind it. Old Fry explained that the entire building serves as a hospital and wards, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of patients. The factory at the rear is dedicated to the production of mechanical prosthetics, supplying not only Lula Hospital, but also exporting to various regions across the galaxy. As they entered the hospital lobby and navigated through the elevator area, they encountered over 20 high-speed elevators in constant motion. The four of them proceeded through this bustling space, eventually arriving at a small room guarded by 4 sentinels. "Please step back, sir. This is a private elevator." Upon noticing their approach, the guards stood alert, their mechanical arms transforming as laser gun barrels and energy blades emerged from their forearms. Previous attempts by interstellar pirates to kidnap Dr. Lula necessitated a substantial security presence wherever he goes, and these guards are all equipped with armed prosthetics. "I am here to see Dr. Lula. I have an appointment. Please inform him that Fry has arrived." The guards contacted Lula's personal assistant and, after receiving a clear confirmation, permitted the 4 to enter a designated elevator. Upon reaching the top floor, they entered an opulent waiting room where several stunning female assistants warmly offered a variety of beverages and snacks. Shortly thereafter, a man appearing to be in his early 40s emerged from a room. This was the eccentric physician, Dr. Lula. Upon seeing Fry, the two embraced tightly. "Old chap, I didn't expect you to still be the original model. I thought by now you would have replaced at least half of your parts," Fry teased. "Me? I won't consider replacing mechanical organs until I reach at least 100 years of age," Lula replied. "You see, with so many beautiful female assistants around me, I still wish to indulge in life and savor its pleasures." Lula chuckled heartily. "As for you, old chap, after a decade of absence, you have aged considerably. Alas, you know how it is in that desolate place where the wind and sun beat down relentlessly. I have been consumed by thoughts of vengeance. So it is no wonder I appear older," sighed Old Fry, filled with nostalgia. "I am merely waiting for the day you depart this world, so I can send someone to retrieve your brain, encase it in a mechanical body, one devoid of limbs and speech, with only eyes and ears functioning. I shall place you in my bedroom, where you can watch as I indulge in the company of lovely ladies, while your envy festers," Lula jested. "Weren't you once determined to create the most powerful artificial phallus? Have you already replaced it?" Old Fry grinned mischievously. No, on this matter, I have chosen to submit to the divine. I crafted thousands of models, yet none could bring pleasure to both parties as the original does. I have resolved to abandon this field. However, if you require one, I shall consider providing you with the finest, gratis." Lula feigned a look of resignation. They both erupted into hearty laughter. Chapter 87. Artificial organs. With their reminiscing concluded, the group entered Dr. Lula's private examination room. Dr. Lula first attended to Li Pai, whose condition was relatively straightforward. The thigh has been amputated from the root. This is quite good, allowing for the installation of a more powerful prosthetic limb. However, the left arm has only been severed at the palm, which is unfortunate, as the small surface area of the hand greatly hinders the functionality. "It would have been preferable if the forearm had been amputated at the root," Lula stated calmly, as if discussing a mere building block rather than the human body. The others in the room felt a chill at the back of their necks, their teeth grinding, while Li Pai remained unperturbed. For one who could nonchalantly sever his own palm, this was trivial. Dr. Lula instructed his assistant to bring Li Pai a tablet, displaying various models of mechanical and even armed prosthetics. Li Pai's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly wishing to sever his remaining arm. After a lengthy examination and listening to Dr. Lula's descriptions, Li Pai decisively chose to amputate his entire left forearm from the joint down, opting for a more formidable armed forearm. "Excellent. How forthright. I appreciate your heroism. And I have decided to provide you with my private collection free of charge," Lula declared, giving a thumbs up. He then instructed his assistant to prepare the prosthetics and turned to examine Pirlo. Upon reviewing the full body scan results, Lula's brow furrowed in concern. "What is it, doctor?" Xia Xingchen inquired anxiously. The prognosis is dire, Dr. Lula replied. His eyeball is completely destroyed, and the optic nerve has been severed by shrapnel. Furthermore, there is currently a hematoma in the brain. The military's medical staff are truly inept. Their handling of the situation may not reveal immediate issues, but within 6 months, he will succumb to a brain hemorrhage. I cannot tell whether their incompetence is genuine or a deliberate attempt to cut medical costs. It's infuriating, Lula lamented. Is there any hope? Will that plan you mentioned be viable? Old Fry asked. A conventional mechanical prosthetic eye merely requires placement within the eye socket and connection to the optic nerve. However, his optic nerve has suffered complete degeneration and atrophy, compounded by severe damage to the region of the brain responsible for visual processing. As you are aware, current cloning technologies cannot remedy such brain and nerve damage. Regarding my proposed solution, given his condition, the postoperative survival rate stands at a mere 20%, Dr. Lula lamented. Silence enveloped the room. At that moment, Dr. Lula added, of course, it remains feasible to entirely remove the blood clot within his brain, allowing him to live longer and in better condition. Doctor, I have made my decision. I accept your proposal, Perlo stated calmly. I cannot endure a lifetime in darkness. I must avenge my comrades. Dr. Lula glanced at Xia Xingchen and Old Man Fry, seeking their input. Xia Xingchen and Old Man Fry exchanged a knowing look and nodded in agreement. Let it be so. Mr. Li Pai's surgery is straightforward and can commence this afternoon, with normal mobility expected within 2 to 3 days. Conversely, Mr. Perlo's eyes will undergo a tri-phase procedure, each phase fraught with pain and escalating risks. Should he feel overwhelmed at any point, he may call for a halt. In the afternoon, Li Pai was wheeled into the operating room, where Professor Lula personally performed the surgery, amputating Li Pai's left forearm and reconnecting the forearm nerves. Although the mechanical prosthesis is detachable, certain components must directly interface with the remaining nerve tissues within the body, necessitating surgical connection. The installation of the leg prosthesis follows the same protocol. 2 hours later, the operation concluded, and Li Pai was transferred to the biological treatment chamber, where he would recover within 2 to 3 days. That evening, Dr. Lula hosted a lavish banquet at his opulent estate, where both Old Man Fry and Dr. Lula indulged to the point of inebriation. The following day marked the commencement of Perlo's surgery, which would unfold in 3 phases, each requiring a significant rehabilitation period. The first phase involved employing a miniature surgical robot to eliminate necrotic tissue from the patient's eye socket and employing nanobots to erode the atrophied optic nerve. This phase presented minimal danger. However, due to the proximity of the optic nerve to the brain, the anesthetic effect would be inadequate, resulting in considerable patient discomfort. Post-surgery, a 10-day recovery in the biological treatment chamber was mandated. The second phase entailed the introduction of miniature nanobots into the brain to dissolve blood clots and mend cerebral damage. This stage posed greater discomfort for the patient, with a 10% mortality rate. Recovery in the biological chamber would last a month following this procedure. The third and final phase, the most critical and perilous, involved connecting the neural apparatus of the mechanical eyeball directly to the patient's brain, establishing a direct link to the neural center. Any minor miscalculation could prove fatal. Post-surgery, Perlo would need to remain in the biological treatment chamber for an entire month, with a substantial risk of becoming a vegetative state. Dr. Lula personally performed the surgery, successfully concluding the first phase with remarkable skill, and he held profound admiration for Perlo. Despite enduring excruciating pain, Perlo gritted his teeth in silence, not uttering a word. It was only after descending from the operating table that he succumbed to a deep slumber within the biological pod. At this juncture, Li Pai had completed his treatment and commenced adaptive training. Standing in the hospital's rehabilitation training hall, Li Pai was clad only in shorts, showcasing his robust physique. The color of his mechanical prosthetics was meticulously calibrated to closely resemble his skin tone, rendering them nearly indistinguishable from a distance. Let us first discuss Li Pai's 2 mechanical legs. Crafted from a unique material, they possess a soft texture akin to rubber, yet exhibit remarkable hardness, with impact resistance comparable to that of a Mecha's armor at equivalent thickness. Concealed within the toes, insteps, soles, and knees are 4 sharp alloy blades, which can extend and retract at the mere thought of their wielder. The thighs house high-capacity energy storage batteries that, when fully charged, can sustain the prosthetics for 3 days of intensive activity and support wireless charging technology. Additionally, the legs are equipped with various sensors and microcomputers that adeptly adjust the force output during ambulation based on the terrain. As Li Pai stood on the rehabilitation training ground, he began to experiment with walking, gradually transitioning into a run that rapidly escalated in speed, soon surpassing the ability of onlookers to keep pace. This extraordinary prosthetic enabled him to sprint at an astonishing velocity of 80 kilometers per hour, eliciting envious gazes from his companions. Next came the jumping test. Before him stood a wall towering 4 meters high. Li Pai took a few steps back, bent his knees, and propelled himself into the air. He deftly pushed off the wall with his foot, launching his entire body upwards. The spectators were left in awe. Dr. Lula elaborated on the special shock-absorbing system and memory alloy springs within the prosthetic, which could launch the wearer to heights exceeding 3 meters from a standstill. Impressive, isn't it? For those interested in acquiring similar enhancements, we could organize a group surgery for discounts, he quipped, receiving a chorus of eye rolls in response. Li Pai was thoroughly pleased with his armed prosthetic legs and proceeded to test his mechanical left arm. His left hand showcased a remarkable range of intricate movements, with joints capable of bending and twisting at 180 degrees. He aimed at the strength testing machine and delivered a punch that registered an astonishing 3 tons of force, while his right arm, at full power, could only muster 800 kilograms. Moreover, the prosthetic boasted a plethora of additional functionalities, prompting Li Pai to erupt in joyous laughter. His current strength surpassed even that of his former self when all his limbs were intact. Chapter 88. Imperial Military Command Academy, a colossal civilian spacecraft, soared swiftly toward the capital star system, Tianyuan Star. With just over 40 days remaining until the commencement of the Imperial Military Command Academy, the journey would require a month of extensive travel. Despite numerous unfinished matters in Changwei II, Xia Xingchen resolved to embark on the journey ahead of schedule, delegating the remaining tasks to Old Man Fry and Haji. Hugo had initially intended to accompany Xia Xingchen, but as he was to attend military school, the presence of an alien servant would be too conspicuous. At this moment, the Yazi organization finds itself in dire need of personnel, hence entrusting him to the care of Old Man Fry. While Perlo underwent his 2nd and 3rd surgical procedures, the others remained industrious. Li Pai engaged in daily sparring sessions with Hugo on the training grounds, aiding Hugo in becoming acquainted with human martial arts and combat experiences while concurrently regaining his own prowess. Haji, on the other hand, accompanied Old Man Fry to procure various equipment for their new clandestine base. The interstellar voyage was long and tedious, and the large passenger ship was replete with entertainment facilities such as casinos, libraries, cinemas, and gyms. Countless men and women sought thrills amidst the monotony of their journey. Xia Xingchen held a profound disdain for such so-called social interactions. At merely 17, he had spent his earlier years as a miner, struggling to survive above the breadline. In the past year, however, he had led a busy and fulfilling life at the quicksand base, amassing a wealth of Mecha technology data, gleaned from the latest technological advancements during his time on Changwei II. His days were consumed by reading, meditating, and engaging in intense workouts at the gym. Although Colonel Barisi had succumbed to a vegetative state and could no longer oversee his training, Xia Xingchen persevered daily with the regimen Barisi had previously devised for him. Finally, the spacecraft docked at a colossal space station, nearly as vast as Changwei II itself. Originally designed as a port for spacecraft traveling to and from Tianyuan Star, this station had undergone countless renovations and expansions over the millennia, achieving its current grandeur. Surrounding the station were a multitude of space docks, complemented by a massive orbital ring. Countless ships and space warships traversed this bustling panorama. In ancient Earth, there existed a powerful nation that excavated an extensive canal stretching over 1,000 kilometers to ensure smooth transportation. Drawing inspiration from this tale, the space station was aptly named Canal Space Station. From the observation deck, one could glimpse a nearby azure planet, adorned with billowing white clouds. Its beauty was breathtaking, almost ethereal. To preserve the natural environment of Tianyuan Star, no near-Earth satellite orbital ring or elevators were constructed. Access to the star could only be achieved via space shuttles. Given that Tianyuan Star served as the political nexus and royal residence of the Galactic Empire, reaching it was a cumbersome endeavor. Various permits had to be processed at the space station accompanied by rigorous inspections. Despite being a soldier with a letter of recommendation from the Third Fleet, he still had to wait 2 days for landing permission. Upon exiting the Grand Passenger Terminal of Tianyuan Star, Xia Xingchen boarded an anti-gravity magnetic levitation shuttle bound for the military district, with water covering 60 of the planet's surface. This immense sphere was divided into several closely situated continents. He found himself on the largest of these, which was segmented into royal, military, commercial, and residential zones. The Imperial Military Academy he was to attend was located within the military district. The entire military district is divided into 4 distinct sections: the Imperial Military Department, the Imperial Military Command Academy, the Royal Military Academy of the Galactic Empire, and the training grounds. The Imperial Military Department is adjacent to the Royal District, serving as the nerve center for military command within the Empire. Established alongside the Galactic Empire itself, the Royal Military Academy boasts a rich history spanning over 1,000 years. With an enrollment of more than 200,000 students and having cultivated tens of millions of military leaders for the Empire throughout the years. At the heart of the campus stands a colossal statue of the founding emperor, Qi, symbolizing the Academy's significance. The primary candidates for admission to the Royal Military Academy are the offspring of royalty, nobility, military personnel, and government officials aspiring to serve in the military. Over time, many distinguished officers with military achievements have also been granted opportunities to further their education at the Royal Military Academy. However, during an inspection of the Academy, Emperor Qin was incensed to discover that numerous royal and noble students were behaving arrogantly, flaunting their privileges, disrespecting their mentors, undermining military discipline, and forming cliques, creating a chaotic environment within the Academy. Recognizing that such an institution could not produce competent soldiers, Qin ordered the execution of hundreds of school leaders and instructors, expelled tens of thousands of students, and dismantled the families of those who attempted to interfere with the Academy's operations. In an effort to impose some discipline on the Royal Military Academy, Qin spearheaded the establishment of the Imperial Military Command Academy, situated not far from the Royal Military Academy. This new institution primarily focuses on recruiting from the civilian class and grassroots military ranks, selecting outstanding soldiers through examinations and military recommendations. It shares most of its faculty and instructors with the Royal Military Academy, and both schools maintain comparable enrollment numbers. Upon graduation, students from both institutions must undergo stringent examinations mandated by the royal family before being assigned to various military ranks. To honor the founder of the Academy, a statue of Emperor Qin stands at the entrance, depicting him gazing into the distance while perched upon the shoulder of a mech, instilling a profound sense of pride in all who behold it. 2 years ago, Xia Xingchen was merely a minor, and now, his aspirations have come to fruition as he stands within the Empire's highest military institution. Clenching his fist, he vows, "Freya, wait for me. The day of vengeance is drawing near." Chapter 89. Those roommates upon reporting to the Academic Affairs Office, submitting his recommendation letter. In passing a series of identity verifications and reviews, the Academy issued Xia Xingchen a campus card and updated his personal terminal. Following the terminal's guidance, he made his way to dormitory 901524. With over 300,000 faculty and students at the Imperial Military Command Academy, there are hundreds of skyscrapers serving as dormitories. The number of his dormitory signifies the 90th building, specifically the 15th floor, room 24. After swiping his campus card at the door, it swung open to reveal a duplex apartment. Upon entry, the first level features a living room, dining area, kitchen, study, and equipment room. Ascending the stairs on either side of the living room leads to the second floor, which houses 4 single-occupancy dormitories, each equipped with private bathrooms. At this moment, 3 individuals clad in military uniforms were seated on the sofa in the living room, engaged in lively conversation. They were none other than Xia Xingchen's roommates. These 3 had reported for duty a few days prior and had quickly become quite familiar with one another. They were currently speculating about the nature of their final roommate. Upon seeing Xia Xingchen enter, the trio enthusiastically gathered around him, assisting with his luggage and guiding him to his room while familiarizing him with the amenities within. After a flurry of activity, the 4 congregated once more before the sofa, initiating a round of introductions. "Greetings, I am Li Xiumin, a native of Chang'an Star, aged 18. My family has been operating a mecha repair shop for generations. With numerous offspring, most of us have pursued careers in mecha maintenance or design. My grandfather insisted that not all in the family could become mecha repairmen, compelling me to enroll in the combat command department. Yet, my passion remains in mecha design, stated a bespectacled young man with black hair and eyes, his lips slightly full, exuding an air of refinement. The insignia on his military uniform indicated that he was a recruit. In this era, nearsightedness and presbyopia were no longer regarded as ailments, easily remedied in moments. Contemporary eyewear often boasted features such as magnification, night vision, and real-time connectivity to the data network. Hello, I am Hans Grantaire, 16 years of age, hailing from the Eastern Administrative Region, a native of Europa Star. My family has been engaged in commerce for generations. Unfortunately, as my mother is a concubine, I face exclusion at home. My father, fearing I might compete with the legitimate sons for the inheritance, sent my elder brothers to business school while consigning me to military academy, claiming that merchants hold no status and expecting me to bring glory to our family. How delusional, remarked a slightly plump young man with golden hair, who was tall and somewhat stocky, adorned with faint freckles. The Grantaire family had a long-standing history, with an astonishing aptitude for business, or rather, an acute instinct for profit. Centuries ago, a notable ancestor from their clan had his story immortalized in literature, leading to the surname Grantaire becoming synonymous with miserliness for an extended period. He too was a recruit. Greetings, I am Dai Run, 19 years old, a native of Tianyuan Star. My family comprises military personnel and government officials. Previously, I served in the internal security forces on Tianyuan Star, declared the final roommate, a tall, slightly frail-looking man with a pale complexion and delicate features, resembling a girl, yet possessing a sharp, piercing gaze that imparted an aura of somberness. His insignia matched that of Xia Xingchen's, both holding the rank of lieutenant. Hello, I am Xia Xingchen, a native of Manastar, age 17. My father is an ordinary worker. I serve as a mecha technician at the Sandstorm base in the Western Star region. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Xia Xingchen expressed his delight, feeling quite positive about his new roommates. Wow, Xingchen, you are only 17 and already a lieutenant. Your accomplishments must be remarkable. The plump Hans inquired. I'm merely a foot soldier, fortunate by chance. Look at Dai Run. He is also a lieutenant, isn't he? Xia Xingchen humbly replied. At this moment, Dai Run was searching for something on his personal terminal. Upon hearing Xia Xingchen's words, he looked up, forced a smile, and said, my military rank is somewhat inflated, primarily due to the support of my family. Xingchen, you are quite remarkable. There's no need for modesty. Look at you. Enlisting at the age of 15 and already boasting a record of destroying 68 mechas, not to mention being a senior mecha commander. Such accomplishments are beyond the reach of those so-called elite mecha families. Xia Xingchen was somewhat taken aback by how well Dai Run understood his situation. There is no need for surprise. Xingchen, Dai Run was once in the internal security forces, primarily handling intelligence work, and he is also a computer hacker, so it's no wonder he could access your files, Li Xiaomin explained. You are a mecha expert. In the future, when I design mechas, I would greatly appreciate your insights. Absolutely. It seems our dormitory is full of hidden talents, Xia Xingchen realized, enlightened by Li Xiaomin's introduction. Meanwhile, as Dai Run perused Xia Xingchen's file, waves of thought surged within him. 2 years ago, Xia Xingchen was merely a minor, having scarcely touched a mecha. Yet he had miraculously risen to the rank of lieutenant and passed the senior mecha commander examination. What extraordinary fortune could lead to such an achievement? Moreover, a significant portion of his file was marked as confidential, accessible only to those of very high rank. It seemed this roommate was indeed a person with a story to tell. With this thought, a slight smile played at the corners of Dai Ren's mouth. He had merely sought to maintain a low profile by not attending the Royal Military Academy, yet unexpectedly found himself at the Imperial Military Command Academy, surrounded by roommates who were anything but ordinary. It appeared that the future would be quite intriguing. Chapter 90. Every family has its own difficulties that night. Dai Ren connected to his father Dai Cheng through a secure communication channel. Their family was deeply involved in intelligence work. Dai Ren's grandfather, Dai Yunfei, was the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Galactic Empire. His father, Dai Cheng, served as the Minister of Military Intelligence, and his uncle, Dai Shi, was the head of the secret police in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. What is it, Renner? Dai Chung inquired. Father, I have a new roommate, and I wanted to investigate his background. However, I discovered that a significant portion of his file is hidden and classified at a high level. My access is insufficient, and I would like to ask for your assistance in reviewing it. Of course, if you believe the classified information is inappropriate for me to know, I will respect that. I understand the rules, Dai Ren replied. Oh, is that so? Please hold on. Before long, a secure data packet was transmitted through the communicator. Take a look for yourself. Your roommate is quite extraordinary. He has caused considerable trouble for our old friend to the north, and there is a deep-seated enmity between them. Foam Kelaoki, that fox, holds him in high regard. Cultivate a good relationship with him. You share a common goal, Dai Chung said kindly. Thank you, Father. Additionally, you must swiftly establish an intelligence network within the Imperial Military Academy. I suspect Nicholas has begun to infiltrate the military academy system. Yes, Father, Dairen responded respectfully. Hey, this is your final task, and I know it is a harsh burden for you. Though your grandmother is the maternal aunt of the current Emperor Qin, and His Majesty holds our family in utmost trust, it remains an egregious transgression for a single family to wield control over the domestic affairs and intelligence of the empire across any dynasty. Presently, although the emperor has designated that in a few years I shall succeed your grandfather and your uncle shall take my place, your grandfather insists that our family completely relinquish its involvement in intelligence work starting from your generation. Only in this manner can we dispel the royal suspicions, particularly those of several princes towards us. I hope you can comprehend this, Dai Qing said with a heavy heart. Father, this is the third time you have broached this subject with me. I fully understand. The emperor's suspicion poses the gravest threat to a family, replied Li Xiumin. Be strong, my good son, he encouraged before severing the communication. Li Xiumin lay in bed, tossing and turning, recollecting his father's words from military school. Xiumin, the rise of our Tang dynasty group is inseparable from the support of the imperial military. Historically, our Li family has boasted numerous high-ranking military officers. Despite our rapid development in recent years, it has been many generations since we produced a military leader. Our competitors, such as Northern Heavy Industry, the Europa Military Industrial Group, the Boeing Consortium, and the General Military Group, eye us warily, especially with an impending Great War in a few years. This presents an opportunity for all emerging arms groups while testing the survival of established ones. For our Tang dynasty group, this is both an opportunity and a challenge. Among our 3 boys, your eldest brother excels in business, your second brother is a design prodigy, and although you are commendable as well, our family must have someone step forward to develop in the military sector for the betterment of the Tang dynasty group and the family. Yes, Father. I shall attend military school, Li Xiumin responded. Although he had resolved to sacrifice his personal ambitions for the family, he was reluctant to abandon his passion for mecha design. Perhaps he could dedicate his spare time to design mechas. With the support of experienced mecha engineer Xia Xingchen, he believed he could create mechas that surpassed those of his second brother. Hans Granta also found himself sleepless, contemplating the events transpiring within his household while rapidly devising ways to accumulate wealth. Hans's father, Old Granta, married 8 wives, purchasing a noble title, which is legally permissible. Hans's mother was merely a secondary wife, and he was her only son. However, Hans inherited the Granta family's remarkable knack for making money from a young age. Old Granta, eager to instill a business acumen in his children, involved them in family enterprises during their formative years, resulting in Hans's exceptional performance. Nevertheless, within such a large family, his brilliance caused considerable unrest among others, particularly Old Granta's primary wife. She employed various tactics to undermine and marginalize Hans to ensure her 7 sons could inherit the vast family fortune, creating turmoil within the entire household. Hans recalled the night 6 months prior when Old Granta, looking haggard, sought him out for a conversation. Hans, you are aware of the individual residing in our grand house. She possesses an intense desire for control and possession. For the sake of my modest inheritance, she would resort to any means to undermine you. I am loath to witness the disintegration of our family. Hans, you are a capable and commendable young man, and wherever life may lead you, given the opportunity, you shall accomplish great things. Thus, to safeguard your future, I implore you to depart from this family and pursue your development freely. If possible, consider attending a military academy. Should fortune favor you in the future, you may be able to assist our family in times of peril." As he spoke, he produced a card and handed it to Hans. "This anonymous card represents my years of savings, totaling 2 billion star coins. Take it as your seed capital. Every penny you earn henceforth shall be entirely yours, untouched by anyone else. Take care, my son." He calmly accepted the card and bowed deeply. Hans understood that this day would inevitably arrive. He gathered all his personal belongings, bid farewell to his mother, and left the home. Xingchen, too, astonishingly forewent meditation. As he contemplated his own future path, having accumulated sufficient military merit, a few months prior, he had successfully applied for imperial citizenship for his father and the Li couple, which had been approved. They were now thriving on Luban Star. His initial purpose for enlisting had been fulfilled. Ordinarily, he could have served a steady 10 years before applying for retirement to embark on a new chapter of life. However, he now felt compelled to avenge Freya and his comrades from the quicksand base. Moreover, the crystal pyramid in his mind seemed to harbor immense secrets, which could only be unraveled through continuous self-improvement. To the Imperial Military Command Academy, I venture forth into a new life. Chapter 91. Sparring at 3:30 in the morning. His biological clock awakened Xingchen naturally. He dressed swiftly, opened the automatic door of his room, and descended into the living room, discovering Li Xiaoming engrossed in sketching something on the electronic blackboard. The sound of his descent startled Li Xiaoming. "Hello, Xingchen, you're up early," he greeted warmly. Accustomed to the military routine, "It's time for training. What are you working on?" Xingchen inquired, intrigued. I dreamt of a design scheme and hastily rose to sketch it out, fearing the inspiration would elude me," Li Xiaoming explained. "Please continue. I shan't disturb you." They nodded in acknowledgement. Xingchen proceeded downstairs, and upon the reminder from his personal terminal, he discovered that the nearest training ground was 3 kilometers away. With determination, he sprinted towards it. As dawn approached, only 3 or 4 individuals occupied the training ground. Unfazed, he began to run fervently around the perimeter. His training method attracted the attention of those nearby. He realized that his daily running regimen had escalated to 40 kilometers. Having been confined to a treadmill aboard the spaceship in recent days had left him restless. After more than 2 hours, the sun had fully risen, and he stood at the edge of the training ground, striving to regulate his breathing. At that moment, a figure approached him, breathless, exclaiming, "Xingchen, how long have you been here? I arrived an hour ago and already saw you sprinting. Your stamina is truly impressive." Xia Xingchen turned to observe and discovered it was Dairen. Having accustomed to this routine, Xingchen replied, "Are you also a martial artist?" Dairen inquired with curiosity. Aside from the renowned Mecha engineers and high-ranking military officials, one's martial prowess is not reflected in the records. I trained with our captain for several months, but regrettably, he became a vegetative state during a battle. I wonder if he will ever recover. A shadow fell over Xia Xingchen's gaze. "Oh, I am sorry to have brought up your sorrow," Dairen expressed apologetically. "Dairen, are you a martial artist? Do you possess any martial skills?" "Just a family legacy of techniques, not fit for the stage," Dairen responded. Most members of his family were engaged in intelligence work, having spent years on the front line. Their ancestral martial arts allowed practitioners to unleash double the speed and strength in combat. The only drawback was the immense physical toll it took, which is why he practiced every morning to enhance his physique and endurance. "Let us spar. It has been a while since I last faced an opponent," Xia Xingchen said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Isn't that inappropriate? Xingchen, our family's martial arts are lethal techniques, not suitable for friendly sparring," Dairen declined. "It's fine. I practice the art of taking hits, and we can keep it light. Even if you were to injure me, it would be my lack of skill, not your fault. Besides, martial skills are best honed in actual combat," Xia Xingchen insisted, his anticipation palpable. Dairen, intrigued, also wished to gauge the true capabilities of his new roommate. The two exchanged formalities in the center of the training ground and then assumed their stances. Dairen moved suddenly, adhering to his family's principle that the first strike holds the advantage. He refrained from using secret techniques, opting instead for straightforward moves executed with precision and ferocity. After feinting, he stealthily aimed a kick at Xia Xingchen's vulnerable area. However, Xia Xingchen deftly evaded the attack. Dairen realized that Xia Xingchen possessed remarkable evasive abilities. No matter how cunning or ruthless his strikes, This fellow managed to evade and neutralize them effectively, occasionally countering with moves that seemed to lack a specific style. Even when hit, it felt to Xia Xingchen like a mere tickle. Unbeknownst to Dai Run, this was the result of Xia Xingchen enduring relentless beating for 3 months. After engaging in a back and forth for 4 minutes, a crowd of onlookers began to gather. Seeing that his normal techniques posed no threat, Dai Run became more exhilarated and decided to unleash his full potential. He activated his family's secret technique, instantly enhancing his speed, which left Xia Xingchen feeling overwhelmed and struggling to keep up. Just then, 4 young men in military uniforms, evidently fellow students adorned with peculiar armbands, rushed onto the scene, shouting for them to cease. One of them suddenly lunged between the two, throwing punches towards them. Dai Run swiftly dodged and aimed a kick at the intruder's groin, while Xia Xingchen blocked the incoming fist with his own, propelling himself forward to strike the assailant in the chest. Yet, Xia Xingchen's punch was slightly quicker, striking the man's chest. He had shown restraint, merely sending the individual flying, landing with a thud in a legendary move known as falling wild goose on the sand. Nevertheless, this spared him from the dire fate of being kicked in a most sensitive area. At that moment, 3 companions of the fallen man drew stun guns from their waists, aiming them at the two. You two, crouch down and cover your heads. Fighting is strictly prohibited on campus. You have violated school regulations and assaulted a member of the discipline committee. Prepare to face the consequences. Resist, and you risk expulsion, declared a member of the discipline committee. The discipline committee, established under the auspices of the Academic Affairs Office, serves as a student's self-governing body tasked with maintaining order within the school. They are responsible for curbing violations of school rules, such as fighting, gathering evidence, and reporting to the Academic Affairs Office for student punishment. Equipped with stun guns and even mechas, they wield considerable authority within the institution. We were merely sparring. Do you understand? Not fighting, Xia Xingchen clarified. What we, the discipline committee, deem as fighting is fighting, so spare us your excuses. If you wish to spar, you may do so in the training hall or practice field. The fallen member of the discipline committee retorted, rising with a brusque demeanor. This individual, in his early 20s, held the rank of second lieutenant. Nowhere in the school regulations does it prohibit sparring on the playground. If you claim we are fighting, you must present evidence, Dai Run interjected. My word is evidence. You fought and assaulted a member of the discipline committee. There is ample proof with numerous witnesses. We can even retrieve surveillance footage from the Skynet system. I advise you to surrender, the young man sneered. Dai Run and Xia Xingchen felt a wave of frustration. This was an unjust calamity, a baseless accusation, and being taken away would surely lead to dire consequences. However, escalating the situation further would only complicate matters, leaving them in a tumultuous internal conflict. It appears the discipline committee requires a thorough overhaul. This was merely sparring. Though the techniques were fierce, they remained within a controllable range, with both parties holding back. You inept fools cannot even recognize that. And you, daring to interfere during another's duel due to your inadequacy. Such a transgression is unforgivable. Had this young man not shown mercy, you would have met your end. Will you continue to distort the truth and lay false blame? Shall I accompany you to the Academic Affairs Office to see if Major Qin Su believes you or my words? Spoke an elderly gentleman, over 80, with long hair and beard, though not entirely white. He stood tall and upright, with prominent temples and piercing eyes that revealed his martial prowess. Upon seeing this elder, several members of the discipline committee recoiled. Major Qin Su, the director of the Academic Affairs Office at the Imperial Military Command Academy, was of royal lineage and a skilled mecha master, holding a revered position within the institution. The only individual audacious enough to refer to him as a brat was the elder before them, Qin Renhe. This Qin Renhe was no ordinary man. He too hailed from royal blood, and among his 3 brothers, all were formidable warriors. The eldest, Qin Tianshi, served as the chief martial arts instructor for the palace, having trained 2 emperors and numerous princes and grandsons in the art of combat. Elder Qin Renhe, the esteemed chief martial instructor of the Royal Military Academy, stood before them. This venerable figure, ranked 3rd, held the prestigious title of Chief Martial Instructor at the Empire's Military Command Academy. In terms of hierarchy, the director of the Academic Affairs Office must respectfully address this elder as grandfather. Indeed, you have admonished us correctly. We have erred. and we shall reflect upon our mistakes thoroughly upon our return. The 4 individuals from the Academic Affairs Office, terrified, fled in haste. The onlookers dispersed, their laughter echoing as only Elder Qin Renhe, Xia Xingchen, and the Elder remained on the training ground. Chapter 92. Bestowing skills. The 2 approached, clasping their fists and bowing deeply. We are deeply grateful for your righteous intervention, esteemed Elder. May I inquire your revered name? Elder Qin Renhe smiled, saying, "It is the duty of a martial artist to assist when witnessing injustice. I am but an old man, Qin Renhe, now retired." He then turned to Dai Run, asking, "Young man, are you a descendant of the Dai family from the Ministry of Internal Affairs? I recognize your martial arts as being of the Dai lineage. How is Dai Yunfei related to you?" "Indeed, esteemed Elder, I am Dai Run, and I have the honor of knowing you." "Dai Yunfei is my grandfather," the youth replied. Nodding, Elder Qin Renhe inquired of Xia Xingchen, "Your martial skills appear to be in the foundational stage, having been practiced for a short time. May I ask from whom you have learned your techniques? The move you executed at the end, the collapse strike, reminded me of a dear old friend. Your insight is commendable. I have only trained for a few months. Previously, I was a mech engineer at the Sandstorm base of Watchtower Star. I learned my martial arts from Colonel Belisi, the commander of our mech battalion," Xia Xingchen responded. "Oh, it is he. A colonel now, I see. 30 years ago, during my expedition to the Death Star domain, my ship suffered grave damage, forcing me to stay at the Watchtower Star space station for a month. I observed this young man, recognizing his exceptional talent, and guided him for that month. I trust his progress must be considerable by now," Elder Qin Renhe remarked. "Indeed, Colonel Belisi's martial prowess is exceptionally high. However, it is with great sorrow that I must inform you he sustained severe injuries in battle a few months ago and is now in a comatose state," Xia Xingchen lamented. Recalling the colonel, what kind of adversary could inflict such harm upon him? Are the space pirates truly that formidable now? Elder Qin Renhe frowned. Xia Xingchen hesitated, contemplating whether to mention Nicholas, uncertain of the man's true nature, and aware that Nicholas had yet to publicly declare his rebellion. "It was an enemy from the north who ensnared us in a vast trap. The entire Watchtower Star garrison succumbed to it," he replied ambiguously. "I see. I always said Nicholas was a wretched cur. It appears my judgment was indeed correct," Elder Qin Renhe scolded in indignation. "Young man, strictly speaking, Colonel Belisi is also considered my half-disciple. Since he can no longer instruct you, I shall take it upon myself to continue your training. I am aging, and the task of avenging Belisi falls to you now," Elder Qin Renhe declared. "I am profoundly grateful for your guidance, esteemed Elder," Xia Xingchen bowed deeply. "And you, young scion of the Dai family, you should train alongside him. It will serve you well," Elder Qin Renhe added. "Thank you, esteemed Elder." Dai Ren also bowed respectfully. "You, young man, your physique is lacking and your foundation is weak. Run another 100 laps. Once you finish, I shall impart to you a breathing technique of internal cultivation to aid your recovery," he said to Dai Ren. Upon hearing this, Dai Ren's complexion grew even more pallid. Yet he nodded in agreement. "Yes, Elder," he replied, then turned and continued his run. "You possess a commendable foundation laid down by Belisi. Your internal energy has reached a minor achievement, and your physical strength is quite satisfactory. Your agility and speed are commendable as well. However, when it comes to martial techniques, you are nearly oblivious. What you currently know consists merely of moves. They do not embody true martial artistry. Now, I shall teach you a set of techniques known as the 36 Styles of the Fierce Tiger. Pay close attention, young man." As he spoke, Qin Renhe adjusted his garment and assumed a starting posture. In an instant, Xia Xingchen felt the Elder's aura transform completely, once gentle as a spring breeze. He now resembled a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. Xia Xingchen activated his insight skill, imprinting every movement of Qin Renhe's techniques, even the contractions of his muscles, deeply into his mind. By the time the set was completed, he had memorized it quite well. "Now, practice a few moves for me to observe. If you cannot recall them perfectly, it matters not. I only wish to see your stance," Qin Renhe instructed. Xia Xingchen nodded, recalling the techniques in his mind, and his muscles began to contract as he executed the identical set of martial moves. Qin Renhe's eyes brightened at the sight. Not only did Xia Xingchen's movements mirror his own, but even his timing and the method of exertion were nearly indistinguishable. He could faintly sense the tiger-like aura emanating from Xia Xingchen's body, a presence that could only be manifested after achieving a minor mastery of the 36 styles of the fierce tiger. What a treasure! This young man is a genius, Qin Renhe concluded silently. Xia Xingchen was wholly absorbed in his execution, feeling as if he had transformed into a fierce tiger, battling against beasts in the forest. This set of techniques was said to have been created by a monk from ancient Earth, a combat-oriented holy figure who lived alone in the woods for decades, observing how tigers fought against other ferocious creatures. Drawing inspiration from the tiger-esque movements, he devised this martial art. Practicing this technique would exponentially enhance a warrior's strength, speed, and lethality. More importantly, weaker opponents would crumble before such a formidable aura. In life-and-death confrontations, this martial art could unlock even greater potential within the practitioner. As Xia Xingchen finished his sequence and stood firm, Qin Renhe clapped in approval. He pointed out several areas for improvement, noting that martial techniques also involve nuances of rhythm, timing, and the flow of energy, elements beyond the reach of the insight skill. Xia Xingchen diligently took mental notes. After 2 hours, he had mastered the 36 styles of the fierce tiger, with only practical experience remaining to be cultivated. At this moment, Dairen had finally completed the designated number of laps. Panting heavily, he initially ran for over an hour in the morning, engaged in a scuffle, and even resorted to his family's secret techniques. His stamina was already severely depleted. Running an additional 100 laps drained every last ounce of his energy. Qin Renhe stood nearby, instructing him on how to regulate his breathing and energy flow. It was then that Xia Xingchen realized that the internal skills he had learned from Colonel Belisi originated from Qin Renhe, specifically a technique known as the fetal breathing method. This practice, akin to a fetus in the womb, continuously replenishes and fortifies the body with vital energy and nutrients. By noon, Xia Xingchen had fully mastered the technique. The two then expressed their gratitude to the elder before bidding farewell and returning to their quarters. At that moment, Li Xiaomin was slumped over his desk, staring blankly at a blueprint displayed on a large screen. Chapter 93. Methods of Earning Money. Xia Xingchen and Dai Ren each retreated to their rooms to take a shower. Dai Ren remained in his room, practicing the fetal breathing method, utterly exhausted. Noticing that Li Xiaomin appeared unwell, Xia Xingchen entered the study and sat across from him, picking up several mech design blueprints from the table. Li Xiaomin, deep in thought, suddenly noticed Xia Xingchen examining the blueprints. His eyes brightened as he inquired, "Xingchen, can you understand mech design blueprints?" He was astonished. Such blueprints are notoriously difficult to comprehend without prior training, even for seasoned mech pilots who have operated mech for decades, particularly those annotated with various parameters and material specifications. "Ah, indeed," Xia Xingchen replied without lifting his gaze. "I was also a mech maintenance technician in the military, as I served in the logistics department's mech repair section upon enlistment." "Wonderful," Li Xiaomin exclaimed, leaping up. Finally, someone with whom he could share a common language. It was a painful ordeal for a tech enthusiast to face a barrage of technical novices day in and day out. He hurried back to his room, retrieving a pile of mech design blueprints and schematics of mech components, handing them to Xia Xingchen. "Xingchen, please take a look. These are my designs, and these are my brothers. They all contain the required design parameters. Clearly, my designs are more ingenious, yet the elders at home are biased, claiming his designs are superior. I seek your judgment." Xia Xingchen picked up the blueprints and scrutinized them in silence. Over 2 hours passed. Under Li Xiaomin's anxious gaze, Xia Xingchen finally spoke. "Xiaomin, if we assess purely on the ingenuity of design concepts, your work indeed surpasses the rest." Li Xiaomin beamed with pride upon hearing this. However, the words struck him like a thunderclap, landing squarely on his elevated head. "Yet, your design proposals are far too disconnected from practical production and real-world application. If the Tang Dynasty Group were to utilize your designs, bankruptcy would be imminent." Li Xiaomin's expression betrayed disbelief. "What do you mean? Observe this device. Here is your design, and here is your brother's. Indeed, your design is superior, and its performance significantly eclipses that of your brother's. However, despite the simplicity of your brother's design, it fully meets the required parameters and comes at an exceptionally low cost. In contrast, the materials utilized in your design are exorbitantly priced, inflating the overall expenditure of the Mecha by 30-fold. Furthermore, You have integrated several components into a compact design, ostensibly allowing for the addition of 2 more battery packs to enhance the mecha's endurance. While this appears commendable at first glance, many of these components are prone to wear and tear, even classified as consumables. According to the original design, should any component fail, our maintenance personnel merely need to remove 1 or 2 armor plates to replace the defective parts. However, with your design, we must first disassemble the battery pack, then the cockpit, and subsequently the engine. Good heavens, on the battlefield, time is of the essence. Your design has exponentially increased both the repair duration and workload. Additionally, under your brother's approach, if a component malfunctions, it suffices to replace just 1 or 2 parts, whereas with your design, the entire assembly must be substituted, thus escalating repair costs by several magnitudes. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to label your design as inferior when compared to your brother's. You have been merely engaging in theoretical discussions without considering the practical experiences of the users. Xia Xingchen articulated her perspective with fervor, leaving Li Xiaomin utterly astounded, causing the blueprints in his hands to slip to the floor. He had never seriously pondered these issues before. Having grown up in an opulent household, he was accustomed to the most advanced mechas. What others cherished as treasures were mere toys to him. In his mind, intricate design concepts and superior materials constituted the very soul of a mecha. However, Xia Xingchen's insights struck him like a revelation, awakening him to the realities he had overlooked. In the afternoon, Xia Xingchen ventured to the supermarket within the Military Command Academy to procure some provisions. That evening, she prepared a lavish dinner, which drew abundant praise from her roommates. As they dined, conversation flowed naturally. "Hans, did you not go to explore business opportunities today? How did it go?" Ren inquired. "Indeed, I did survey the situation, but the outlook is rather bleak. There are few avenues for profit. Yet they either contravene school regulations or are unfeasible under current conditions. Moreover, some industries yield meager returns and demand excessive effort, rendering them hardly worthwhile," Geliotai replied, his enthusiasm waning. "Oh, do share. Perhaps we might lend a hand," Xia Xingchen suggested. "You see, we have 2 military academies here, particularly the Royal Military Academy across the way, where students are predominantly affluent, with nearly all engaging in private mecha activities. Between the 2 military academies lies a commercial street, bustling with numerous mecha maintenance, repair, and modification shops, all thriving with business. Yet, even so, many students find themselves in line to have their mechas serviced. Currently, there exists an opportunity. A mecha repair shop undertook a project that spanned 2 months, costing the owner millions without successful repairs. The owner, rumored to be the son of a high-ranking official, has been persistently causing trouble, leading the shop owner to consider selling the business. He plans to sell it for 80 million star coins. I calculated that his shop normally yields between 60 to 80 million star coins annually. If one wishes to take over such an establishment, approximately 200 million star coins would be required, Hans remarked. "It sounds like a promising opportunity. Why not purchase it?" Xia Xingchen inquired. "There are 2 issues, which are essentially one, we lack a skilled mecha maintenance technician. The cost of hiring a senior mecha maintenance technician is a minimum of 50 million star coins per year. After deducting the salaries of other staff and various expenses, little remains. Most mecha repair shops on this commercial street are owned by individuals or their relatives who are proficient in mecha maintenance. The most pressing concern is that the owner stated that if one wishes to take over his shop, they must also take on that troublesome mecha. I have also learned that the senior mecha maintenance technicians throughout the street have examined that mecha and found it unsolvable," Greeland sighed. "Hans, if I could attain the level of senior mecha maintenance technician and obtain the corresponding license, how about we partner to establish this enterprise?" Upon hearing this, the others were invigorated. His words were well considered. Currently, Xia Xingchen's monthly stipend is 100,000 star coins, which is insufficient even for routine maintenance of a mecha, especially since he sends half of his income home to improve his father's living conditions. Throughout this year, at the quicksand base, he has relied entirely on old Father Frey's funds for his mecha. Although old Father loves him dearly and does not mind the expense, he still feels a sense of guilt. Moreover, with the Yazi organization just beginning to take shape, there are numerous areas where money is needed. He must at least earn enough to cover his own equipment costs. Coincidentally, Hans has provided an opportunity for him to utilize his knowledge. Furthermore, Xiaomin's family runs a mecha modification factory and is adept at mecha design and modification. He could also join us, enhancing our technical capabilities while providing him abundant practical experience. Li Xiaomin's eyes brightened at this prospect, nodding frequently. Dairen's family has some connections with the government, which could save us considerable trouble. Additionally, he is skilled in intelligence gathering and could primarily be responsible for collecting information on clients and competitors, as well as promoting the business, Xia Xingchen added. Chapter 94. Senior Mecha Maintenance Technician Examination. Xia Xingchen fully understands that undertaking a venture alone is insufficient. Thus, he intends to involve several of his roommates so that everyone can share in the profits. Regarding the problematic mecha, I believe I can take on the challenge. If I cannot resolve it, we can always ask Xiaomin's family to send over some experts for assistance. All right, it's settled. I will provide the initial capital, and I will manage the business operations. Xingchen and Xiaomin will handle the technical aspects, while Dairen will oversee publicity and information gathering. How does that sound? Hans exclaimed with enthusiasm. No objections from me, came the quick consensus from the four. The time is exceedingly pressing, with merely 6 days remaining until the commencement of the new academic term. Xia Xingchen requires 2 to 3 days to participate in the Advanced Mecha Maintenance Technician examination, leaving scant time to finalize this matter before school begins. The following day, accompanied by 3 of his roommates, Xia Xingchen arrived at the examination center of the Imperial Military Command Academy. The Galactic Empire classifies mecha maintenance technicians into 4 tiers: junior, intermediate, advanced, and special grade. The first 3 tiers have an annual opportunity to partake in the qualifying examination, with a Mecha Maintenance Technician Examination Center established on the main star of each administrative district. In Tianyuan Star, the examination center is conveniently situated within the Imperial Military Command Academy, facilitating the participation of numerous military system technicians. Conversely, the examination for special grade mecha maintenance technicians is considerably more stringent. Candidates must first serve as advanced mecha maintenance technicians for a minimum of 5 years before they can attempt the examination at the Mecha Maintenance Industry Association Center located on Luban Star, the sole venue for special grade examinations. Applicants must secure unanimous approval from 5 special grade technicians to obtain their qualifications. Given the scarcity of special grade technicians, who are typically quite occupied, convening them is quite challenging. Hence, the examination occurs once every 5 years. Xia Xingchen submitted his personal information and paid the registration fee of 500,000 star coins at the registration desk. A staff member rolled his eyes at him. "Young man, you have never taken a technician-level examination before. I suggest you begin with a junior or intermediate certificate. At least that will ensure you a means of sustenance, and the registration fee is lower. If you attempt the advanced level directly, you may easily fail, and that money would be wasted. Furthermore, you would have to wait another year to retake the exam." The staff member doubted that this 17-year-old possessed the requisite skills. "I have made my decision. I shall pursue the advanced level, and I am confident in my abilities," Xia Xingchen declared resolutely. The staff member, hearing this, ceased further remarks. Xia Xingchen turned to his roommates with a wry smile, remarking on the exam center's ability to profit. His half-year's savings had vanished in an instant. Hans, patting him on the shoulder, reassured him, "Do not worry. As long as you pass the examination, the company will reimburse your registration fee." His calculations were astute. Hiring an advanced mecha maintenance technician costs no less than 50 million. The advanced mecha maintenance technician examination comprises several stages. The first step is a written test, where participating technicians must complete a theoretical exam on a main control computer, scoring a perfect 100 points, with those failing to achieve 95 points being eliminated immediately. The second step involves practical troubleshooting. Examiners will randomly set various faults on 10 different models of mechas, and the technicians must identify or rectify all faults within a 48-hour time frame. Failure to meet the deadline or resolve all issues will result in disqualification. The third step involves a technician randomly selecting a mech and, adhering to the schematics, disassembling it into its fundamental components within a span of 12 hours, followed by complete reassembly. Failure to meet the deadline or complete the task results in disqualification. With unwavering confidence, Xia Xingchen approached the examination venue. The first phase consisted of a written test predominantly focused on theoretical questions, lasting 3 hours. Without hesitation, Xia struck the virtual keyboard with fervor, submitting his answers after merely 40 minutes. The central computer deemed his performance flawless, as his responses mirrored the textbook verbatim, a feat attributable to the rigorous memorization enforced by Old Man Fry on Starwatch. Immediately thereafter, he seamlessly transitioned into the practical examination of mech fault diagnosis. With just a cursory glance at the malfunction description, he entered the cockpit, connected to the neural control system, and employed his insight skill, rendering the mech's faults visible. He adeptly dismantled the mech with a finesse akin to slicing through vegetables, swiftly targeting the core issues. In just 3 hours, he rectified the faults of 10 mechs. Astonishing onlookers among the judges. Some speculated about possible cheating. However, witnessing his proficient disassembly and reassembly, many judges believed that even they could not replicate such a level of skill. Noting there was still ample time, Xia Xingchen opted to commence the third examination forthwith. He drew the Icefield Wolf mech. Perhaps stirred by nostalgia, seeing it was reminiscent of Nicholas, he charged forward without even reviewing the schematics. With his insight skill fully activated, his arms moved with remarkable agility, and in a mere 48 minutes, he had reduced the Icefield Wolf to disarray. The judges were left awestruck. Subsequently, he devoted another 110 minutes to reassembling the Icefield Wolf, at which point a judge connected diagnostic equipment, revealing on the screen, all systems operational. Chapter 95, Bargaining Xingchen, you are incredible. I am in profound admiration of your skills, exclaimed Hans Grant. Indeed, I have witnessed numerous high-level mech technicians, yet few can achieve such mastery. It is truly a remarkable skill, Li Xiaomin praised, an expert in the field. It appears our prospects are exceedingly bright, remarked Dai Run, rarely displaying a hint of a smile. Xia Xingchen, holding a red card and a certificate, could hardly contain his joy, similar to the level assessment for mech engineers. The Advanced Mech Technician examination is categorized into 4 distinct levels, all clearly indicated on the records and certificates. An evaluation from a senior technician would incite a competitive frenzy. Notably, Xia's certificate bore an eye-catching mark. That evening, Hans, accompanied by Dai Run, proceeded to the commercial district to negotiate with the shop owner. Mr. Hans, I must confess, I now regret the 8 million price we discussed. It is far too low. Several individuals approached me today regarding the transfer of the shop, stated the shop owner, Hughes, his eyes gleaming with malice. Mr. Hughes, as I am aware, your shop was besieged today by a group of thugs, leaving no room for even a mouse to enter, let alone anyone seeking to conduct business with you. Dairin retorted with a sardonic smile. The individual you have offended is none other than the beloved son of the Vice Minister of Finance, Tang Jin, who oversees all commercial approvals within the empire. If this matter remains unresolved, even if you abandon your shop and flee to the farthest reaches of the galaxy, you shall never open another establishment. You, the proprietor of the Hughesy shop, stand utterly astonished, having had your vulnerabilities laid bare. Furthermore, you have swindled that young heir out of over 60 million star coins, and he refuses to negotiate. To address this predicament, we must enlist the assistance of a skilled expert. Merely hiring a senior mecha repair technician would be insufficient. We may even need to employ a top-tier mecha repair master at a cost no less than 100 million star coins, and success is not guaranteed. I presume you have inquired about this price, as it is likely the reason you chose to sell your shop. Hans exacerbated the situation. Hughesy lowered his head in silence, feeling as exposed as a person stripped bare in the public square, devoid of any secrets before his adversaries. Consider this, Mr. Hughesy, your shop has been operational for a decade, with peak annual revenues of 80 million star coins and a mere 50 million during less prosperous years. As a senior mecha repair technician, your earnings are your own concern, whereas we, a group of impoverished students merely seeking to dabble, are not in a position to absorb losses. Based on an annual income of 80 million star coins, hiring a senior mecha repair technician would cost us at least 50 million star coins each year. Adding taxes, parts, and operational expenses, breaking even would be a challenge. If the price is too exorbitant, we cannot afford it. Thus, we offer 5,000 star coins, which encompasses all equipment and parts from your shop. If you can accept this, we can proceed. If not, then we shall part ways. Hughesy nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. That figure merely equates to the price of a military-grade Ranger mecha. The value of the components he has painstakingly amassed over the past decade exceeds 30 million star coins. No, 7.5 million. You must leave me a lifeline, he insisted. $55 million is a fair offer. $70 million, that is my bottom line. I will not sell for less. Consider the troublesome heirs. $60 million. I cannot acquire my parts without at least 30 to 40 million star coins. I will concede to $65 million. Husey gritted his teeth. Deal. Hans nodded in satisfaction. The two promptly signed the transfer agreement. That evening, a few of them gathered in the living room to celebrate, swiftly determining each person's responsibilities and equity share. Hans, ever the miser, contributed 200 million star coins for the purchase of the shop, equipment, and parts, taking on the primary responsibility of its operations with a 40% stake. Xia Xingchen contributed his technical expertise as the shop's technical director, holding 30%. Li Xiaomin primarily focused on designing personal mechas and establishing supply channels for parts. His connections made acquiring components nearly effortless, earning him a 20% share. Dai Ren was tasked with gathering intelligence and fostering relationships, receiving a 10% stake. Originally, Hans intended to grant him 20%, but he declined the offer. The following day, Dai Ren proceeded to register the transfer agreement for the mecha repair shop, while Galangtai busied himself with renovations and recruitment. Li Xiaomin reached out to establish supply channels for parts, and Xia Xingchen assisted Hans in the search for skilled mecha repair technicians. The two entered the Husey mecha repair shop, a towering structure standing an impressive 13 meters. Its exterior was adorned with a vast display screen, showcasing captivating videos of mecha battles. Upon entering, they found themselves in a reception hall, equipped with a lounge bar and large screens. Through the glass of the reception area, a spacious workshop was visible, featuring 4 mecha repair stations. One station was occupied by a flamboyantly painted mecha, seemingly the cause of the shop owner's decision to sell the repair facility. As they ventured further into the workshop, they discovered a vertical mecha storage facility capable of housing 4 mechas simultaneously. Above the reception hall and workshop, 2 additional floors served as offices and staff quarters. The rooftop boasted a lovely terrace, perfect for soaking up the sun while enjoying the stunning views of Tianyuan Star. The entire underground level had been excavated to serve as a warehouse for mecha parts. Both individuals expressed their satisfaction with the establishment. Even in the age of space exploration, the value of land had diminished, yet constructing such a building would require no less than 50 million star coins. The previous night, Dai Ren had posted recruitment information across various platforms. Based on their operational needs, they sought to hire 1 intermediate mecha repair technician, 2 junior technicians, and 4 to 8 apprentices. They interviewed over a dozen candidates for the intermediate position, as Hans' offered salary of 5 million star coins was tremendously enticing. Most intermediate technicians earned approximately 2 million star coins annually. Ultimately, they selected an intermediate technician named Bali. In his 40s, Bali hailed from the distant eastern administrative region of the Penglai star domain, requiring nearly 3 months of travel to reach Tianyuan Star. His son had recently been accepted into the Imperial Military Command Academy, specializing in mecha repair design. Not wishing to be separated from their son, Bali and his wife sold their home and accompanied him to Tianyuan Star. Bali held an intermediate mecha repair certification with commendable ratings. His skills were impressive, his theoretical knowledge extensive, and he articulated his thoughts clearly. Pleased with his credentials, Xia Xingchen conferred with Hans and decided to appoint him as the workshop supervisor, entrusting him with client interactions. Given the specialized nature of mecha repair, it was essential to have highly skilled technicians to effectively communicate with customers and resolve their issues. They opted for 2 swift and proficient junior technicians, offering them an annual salary of 500,000 star coins. Under Bali's guidance, these technicians would handle mecha maintenance and basic repair tasks. Subsequently, Hans recruited 2 young and attractive waitstaff, each with a salary of 200,000 star coins. The final position to be filled was that of mecha repair apprentices. The mecha maintenance and design program at the Empire Military Command Academy is renowned for its rigorous standards. The admission criteria are exceedingly stringent, requiring candidates to undergo a demanding examination process. Within the first 3 years of enrollment, students must pass the Junior Mecha Maintenance Technician examination. Failure to do so results in expulsion. Following several years of study, students must also successfully complete the Intermediate Mecha Maintenance Technician examination to receive their diploma. Otherwise, they are obliged to continue paying exorbitant tuition fees to remain at the institution or exit in disgrace. Naturally, Many individuals choose to pursue further education after obtaining their intermediate technician certification, aspiring to attain the prestigious advanced technician qualification. Hans and his colleagues are seeking to recruit students who have been enrolled for over 3 years and have acquired their junior technician certification. Students in the Mecha Maintenance and Design program enjoy a relatively light course load, attending classes for only half the day. The remainder of their time is dedicated to practical training in simulated maintenance workshops. Many students opt to work part-time at mecha repair shops, earning piecework wages that not only hone their practical skills, but also help alleviate the burden of their substantial tuition fees. Soon, they selected 6 candidates. 3 attended morning classes, while the other 3 were in afternoon sessions. During their free time, including evenings, they would come to the shop to perform basic tasks. As the recruitment process was nearing its conclusion, a young girl suddenly burst into the room. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, radiating youthful vitality, with a tall, slender figure accentuated by enticing long legs beneath her short shorts. She wore a red crop top that revealed her soft, delicate waist. The 2 men could not help but feel their hearts race. "Who is the owner here?" she inquired. "I am," Hans replied, striving to compose himself. "What can I do for you?" "You? How old are you?" The girl scrutinized him with skepticism. "What is your business?" Hans's expression grew, slightly displeased. "You're hiring maintenance apprentices, but do you only consider diplomas and certificates without regard for the technician's skills? Why recruit only those who have been in school for 3 years? Does that guarantee their proficiency?" The girl said indignantly. "Madam, even if they possess certificates, they must still undergo a rigorous technical assessment conducted by our technician," Hans stated solemnly. "Him? How old is he? Does he even hold a junior mecha maintenance technician certificate to evaluate others?" She retorted disdainfully. "Madam, this is technician Xia Xingchen, our technical director and an advanced mecha maintenance technician," Hans replied with a serious expression. "Ha, don't make me laugh. The youngest advanced mecha maintenance technician in the entire Tang Dynasty group is only 28 years old. This gentleman is merely 18? The girl mocked. Xia Xingchen produced a red card and handed it to her. "This is my identification." She took the card and glanced at it, exclaiming, "Wow, this fake looks remarkably realistic." As she spoke, she scanned the smart chip on the card with her personal terminal, and the feedback left her astounded. The young man before her was indeed a bona fide advanced mecha maintenance technician, as the smart identification chip and its data were impossible to counterfeit. "I apologize, sir. I have been quite rude." The young girl blushed and hastily offered her apologies to Xia Xingchen. "It is of no consequence. At my age, if others do not believe, there is little I can do," Xia Xingchen replied. "Beautiful young women are often easily forgiven. I implore you both to grant me a chance. My family operates a mecha repair shop, and although I have only just enrolled in school, I already possess a junior mecha maintenance technician certification. I am eager to find an opportunity to prove myself," the girl said earnestly. Xia Xingchen glanced at Hans. "Very well," Hans nodded. A lovely girl like her could inspire the male employees' enthusiasm and healthy competition. Even if her skills were average, her presence in the shop would be aesthetically pleasing. A beautiful technician is indeed a selling point and a captivating allure. Xia Xingchen posed numerous questions, and the girl answered them fluently. He increased the difficulty, yet she remained unfazed. During the practical examination, although her movements were somewhat slow, they were meticulous and well-organized. Her theoretical knowledge rivaled that of a senior technician, and her practical skills surpassed those of an ordinary junior technician. Her work was impressively clean. "She is a promising candidate," Xia Xingchen remarked to Hans. Hans nodded, and thus, the final employee for the repair shop was secured. Subsequently, the two acquired several domestic and security robots, reset the security system, and the entire shop was revitalized. They toiled diligently for an entire day. That night, the group gathered to share a meal and discuss the day's accomplishments. Li Xiaomin had contacted individuals from the Tang Dynasty group. The Tang Dynasty group possesses mecha parts centers across various star domains, and they did not dare to neglect the request of the young master. The first batch of commonly used mecha parts had already been dispatched and would arrive the following day. Dairen was responsible for handling the paperwork and obtaining licenses. The efficiency of the intelligence department was unparalleled. All necessary procedures were completed within a single day. Then, the portly Hans introduced the day's recruitment results and detailed the circumstances of each employee. As he reached the end of his introduction, he feigned an air of mystery. Our final employee is an absolute beauty. At just 17 years old, her figure is stunning, particularly those exquisite legs that would tempt any man to misdeeds. I must tell you, I have resolved to pursue her, and none of you can compete with me. According to Xingchen, her skills are indeed commendable, and her name is delightful, Li Qiurui. While Li Xiaomin was sipping his soup, upon hearing that name, he unexpectedly sprayed the entire bowl on Hans's face, choking and coughing in the process. What is the matter? What is happening? Hans exclaimed, bewildered. Cough. Li Xiaomin struggled to regain his breath, and Xia Xingchen hurried to pat his back. Ah, Li Qiurui is my sister. The group then understood the reason for his intense reaction. Hans awkwardly scratched his head, having just boasted about pursuing Li Xiaomin's sister. Li Xiaomin straightened up and began to introduce his sister to his roommates. The Li family boasts 4 children, 3 sons and a single daughter, who is also the youngest and cherished as the family's gem. Initially named Li Qiurui, her mother deemed the name unappealing, and thus it was changed to Li Qiurui. From an early age, Li Qiurui exhibited extraordinary talent across various disciplines, including painting, calligraphy, sculpture, and music. However, under the influence of her second brother, she became hopelessly enamored with mecha design. By the age of 14, with her brother's assistance, she began designing custom mechas for clients. Although her technical proficiency was limited due to her age, the artistic flair evident in both the interiors and exteriors of her designs garnered admiration from numerous female mecha engineers. 2 years later, the Tang Dynasty Group established a high-end custom mecha brand named Qiurui, with Li Qiurui as the principal designer, able to create mechas independently without her brother's help. Recently, feeling as though she had reached a creative impasse, she proactively sought to enroll in the Imperial Military Command Academy's mecha maintenance program to recharge and seek inspiration. Upon arriving at the academy, she learned that many of her peers were seeking employment outside to fund their tuition, which piqued her interest. However, there is only one mecha repair shop on the commercial street hiring, which had set a 3-year enrollment prerequisite. Undeterred, the audacious young lady boldly approached Hans to discuss the matter. Hans, while I have no objections to your pursuit of my sister, she has always aspired to marry the finest mecha designer. Thus, I believe someone like Xingchen might stand a chance. As for you, I suggest you not waste your time. Li Xiaomin advised earnestly. The next day, all shareholders and employees of the company gathered at the repair shop. Upon seeing her third brother, visibly displeased, Li Qiurui playfully stuck out her tongue. Hans delivered a rousing speech, after which the entire team sprang into action, taking inventory, receiving parts, establishing pricing standards, and cleaning the staff quarters. Following 2 full days of diligent work, the 1524 Mecha Club was finally inaugurated. The 4 of them, unwilling to expend mental energy on naming, simply adopted their dormitory number as the shop's name for its memorability and significance. Outside, a large screen repeatedly broadcasted the grand opening of the 1524 Mecha Club, featuring the youngest senior mecha maintenance engineer from Tianyu Star and a beautiful mecha design engineer, along with promotional offers conceived by Hans. 2 attractive receptionists distributed flyers and souvenirs at the entrance, attracting a crowd of onlookers. However, no one dared to enter, as the previous Husi Mecha repair shop had tarnished its reputation, and the sudden reopening after a brief closure left many wary. At that moment, dozens of hovering motorcycles approached and parked in front of the shop. A young man, adorned with flamboyant hair and mirrored sunglasses, led a group of eccentrically dressed individuals, their bodies inked with a hodgepodge of tattoos. As they disembarked from a vehicle, they made their way directly to the repair shop. Upon noticing Hans and others standing at the entrance, the young man pointed at them and unleashed a torrent of insults. Did I not say that if my mech is not repaired, you shall not open for business? Am I to be disregarded? Where's that old swindler, Haas? Bring him out to face me. His demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. Hans, perceiving the situation, swiftly approached, fully aware that the grand opening of the new shop posed a significant challenge. Greetings, you must be Mr. Tangjin. I am Hans, the proprietor of this mech repair shop. Mr. Haas has sold it to me, and he is likely departed by now. Hans feigned a cordial smile. What? The old man fled? Are you attempting to deceive me? In just a matter of days, how could a shop possibly change hands? The paperwork is far from complete. Do you take me for a fool? Are you unaware of my father's stature? The young man, identified as Tangjin, seethed with rage. Mr. Tangjin, Our establishment is duly registered and possesses all necessary documentation, which you are welcome to verify. Hans maintained his cheerful facade. Oomph, do not presume me gullible. Tang Jin activated a personal terminal, dialing a number. Director Kenny. I am at the commercial street of the military academy. The shop that conned me has changed ownership, and even its name. What is the meaning of this? Did I not instruct you to prohibit Haas from selling to anyone? Verify their paperwork. What is this absurdity about the 1524 Met Club? On the other end of the communication, Director Kenny, head of the Tianyuan Star Commercial Management Bureau, was all too aware of the influence wielded by the Empire's Deputy Minister of Finance, old Tang Jin, who was his superior. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily opened his computer to investigate the matter. Upon seeing the information displayed, cold sweat broke out on his brow. Young Master Tang Jin, their paperwork is legitimate. Duly registered and filed, Director Kenny stammered, trembling. What? Registered? Have you forgotten what I instructed? Do you wish to lose your position? Tang Jin bellowed. Please, allow me to explain. Their shop's documentation was directly submitted by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. We had no choice. The Ministry's demands are non-negotiable. Director Kenny's voice quivered, nearly on the verge of tears. I see. Upon hearing the mention of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Tang Jin regained his composure. Though his father's power was substantial, he dared not provoke those madmen. Crossing them could entangle his father in a corruption scandal, which would be disastrous. Even if your paperwork is in order, Haas, that old rogue, has swindled me out of 70 to 80 million and has yet to repair my mech. Now that he has vanished, I have no choice but to seek recourse from you. You must provide me with a resolution. Tang Jin's eyes darted with cunning. Indeed, Mr. Haas mentioned that he entrusted this mech to us for repairs at the time of the shop's transfer. We shall not forget this commitment. Our senior technician, Mr. Xia Xingchen, has already inspected your mech and will commence repairs shortly. Hans replied with a beaming smile. Oh, Xia Xingchen, who is that? I've never heard of them. But you better pray that you're not boasting. If you can't fix it, don't even think about opening for business. Tang Jin persisted relentlessly. Follow me. We shall proceed to repair the Mecha, Xia Xingchen declared. Who are you? Tang Jin inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Xia Xingchen. I am Xia Xingchen, a senior mecha repair technician. What? Are you jesting? You're just a kid, and you're claiming to be a senior mecha repair technician? Then I must be the Imperial Treasurer. Tang Jin exclaimed in exasperation, nearly leaping from his spot. My certificate is displayed on the wall of the shop. Feel free to take a look and scan the number. If I can manage to repair your mecha, that will suffice, Xia Xingchen replied, turning towards the workshop. Chapter 98. Extraordinary Skills. Little Tang Jin's Mecha was a high-end, custom-built model. Later, dissatisfied with its performance, he replaced many of its components with superior parts. He named this vividly painted mecha, which resembled his colorful hair, Flowering Tai Sui, a name quite befitting of his character. One day, however, the Flowering Tai Sui mecha mysteriously malfunctioned. After just a few steps upon activation, it became incapacitated, repeatedly toppling over, leaving Tang Jin disoriented within. He sent the mecha to the commercial street for repairs. After inspection, many shops discovered that the diagnostic instruments indicated everything was functioning normally, and thus, they hesitated to undertake the repairs. Only Boss Hu, in a moment of folly, agreed to repair it, demanding an exorbitant fee. Leveraging his personal experience, Boss Hu speculated that the malfunction was likely due to issues with the operating system or signal transmission. Consequently, he replaced the main control computer and rewrote the operating system. Yet the problem persisted, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He then pondered whether it was an issue with the command signal transmission, leading him to replace nearly all the control cables of the mecha, but to no avail. Ultimately, Boss Hu, driven to desperation, sought assistance from his peers. Yet every senior mecha repair technician in the commercial street had examined the Flowering Tai Sui mecha without uncovering a solution. The primary challenge was that they could not identify the root cause of the malfunction. 2 days prior, Xia Xingchen had conducted a comprehensive examination of the Flowering Tai Sui mecha, utilizing a mental energy headband and activating his insight skills. An uncanny sensation suddenly emerged in his mind. His mental energy enveloped the entire mecha, and he swiftly pinpointed the issue. With confidence, he informed Hans that the repair was feasible. Just as he was about to commence the repairs, Hans interjected. No need to rush. Wait until that fellow arrives after we open. You can resolve it on site. It would make for the best advertisement, the cunning businessman Hans declared, reveling in his scheme. At that moment, the Mecha repair workshop housed only Hans and a few others, along with little Tang Jin. The reception area was teeming with people. A multitude of curious onlookers peering through the transparent glass walls and the displays to observe the repair process. As Hans' mind raced with ideas, he promptly summoned a staff member to connect the shop's outdoor screen with a workshop surveillance monitor, instantly attracting a throng of nearly 1,000 spectators. Xia Xingchen, armed with a versatile mech repair mechanical arm, ascended to the pinnacle of the Hua Tai Sui and commenced his disassembly. His movements were swift and fluid, mesmerizing all onlookers, including numerous peers who stood in awe. This was not a generic mech. It was a privately owned machine of intricate design. In less than 2 hours, the entire mech was reduced to its fundamental components. Moreover, several basic parts were also dismantled, revealing a multitude of tangled wires. Tang Jin, observing the heap of scrap metal before him, was rendered speechless in sheer astonishment. This was merely the beginning. Hans patted his shoulder. After meticulously handling the individual foundational components, Xia Xingchen began reassembling the mech. His uncanny ability to locate parts without searching left everyone astounded. 3 hours later, a brand new Hua Tai Sui stood regally before the crowd, though the ground still bore a plethora of leftover parts and wires. Xia Xingchen clapped his hands, declaring the repairs complete. Are you jesting with me? So many components remain uninstalled. Who do you think you're fooling? Even someone like me knows that what you take apart must be put back together, Tang Jin fumed, his hair standing on end like a startled parrot. Xia Xingchen rushed over, brandishing the mechanical arm from his left hand, for which a tri-edged scraper extended, pressing directly against Tang Jin's nose. I've tolerated you for long enough. If you doubt my work, why not test it yourself? If your mouth continues to spew such nonsense, I might just remove your nose. The cold gaze of Xia Xingchen sent chills down Tang Jin's spine. The intensity not reminiscent of the bluster typical among their ilk, but rather a lethal determination forged through countless battles. Sensing the escalating tension, Hans swiftly intervened, pushing Xia Xingchen aside and embracing Tang Jin. Please, remain calm. Even masters have their tempers. However, he speaks truthfully. A trial will confirm the quality of his work. Master Bali, could you please utilize the diagnostic equipment? Bali connected the diagnostic device to the mech, and moments later, bold green letters illuminated the screens. All systems operational. Impossible. How can it be functioning with so many parts missing? Is the diagnostic equipment faulty? This owner must be deceiving us. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Mr. Tang Jin, please. Step forward and test it for yourself. Hans gestured toward the mech, extending an invitation. With a hint of skepticism, Tang Jin entered the cockpit and closed the hatch. Bali pressed a few buttons on the control panel, and the metallic door behind the console slid open, revealing a conveyor belt that transported the Hua Tai Sui from the repair station to the back entrance, which slowly opened to unveil a path leading into the distance. The entire commercial mech repair establishment was situated along one side of the street, and a kilometer beyond these shops lay an expansive field, a favorite playground for many mech enthusiasts. After repairs, these establishments often conducted tests in this very locale. Little Tang Jin entered the operating system, and all the indicator lights illuminated, signifying that the mech was functioning perfectly. He cautiously took a few steps forward without encountering any anomalies and gradually increased his pace. As Hua Tai Sui accelerated, Tang Jin felt an unprecedented smoothness in his maneuvers, and the mech's running speed surpassed its previous performance significantly. He pressed down on the power pedal, and the folding wings behind Hua Tai Sui unfurled, the thrusters fully engaged, propelling the mech into the sky. After executing several complex maneuvers without any issues, he found that the mech's response time had improved remarkably. After several minutes, as the mech's energy reserves dwindled, Tang Jin reluctantly descended Hua Tai Sui at the back entrance of the repair shop and guided it into the hangar. Chapter 99. Great success. Tang Jin disembarked from the mech and grasped Xia Xingchen's hand tightly. Master, my Hua Tai Sui has been repaired. It is truly restored. Your skills are nothing short of miraculous. I was reckless earlier, and for that, I offer my sincerest apologies. He bowed deeply to Xia Xingchen. Xia Xingchen nodded. Although this little Tang Jin was somewhat arrogant, he still grasped certain manners and was not entirely beyond redemption. Master, Could you enlighten me on what precisely was wrong with my mech? Why did so many fail to detect the issue? And how could dismantling so many components lead to an improvement in performance? Tang Jin inquired earnestly. Xia Xingchen glanced at Hans, who nodded in response. This was an excellent opportunity for promotion, as everything they said was broadcast through the large speakers outside the shop, allowing all onlookers to hear. I must ask you, what is your mental power level? Xia Xingchen queried. Master, my mental power level just reached level 20 last year, he replied respectfully. Although elevating mental power levels is challenging for ordinary individuals, for someone like Tang Jin, a scion of imperial officials, who has been using the finest meditation devices since childhood and had near unlimited access to advanced mental power potions, coupled with decent aptitude, it was only just possible to reach level 20. However, further advancement in this lifetime would be arduous, as his body had developed a resistance to such enhancements. So, you installed mental power sensing devices on most of the mech's components, correct? Indeed, Master, you're absolutely right, he affirmed. The issue lies here. In standard mechs, the main control computer transmits command signals through the mech's optical cables to various components. In contrast, a mental power mech receives brain signals directly via the mental power sensing devices on its components. You're aware of this, I presume? Xia Xingchen continued. Yes, he acknowledged. In military mechs, there are command signal distribution devices. The mental power components prioritize instructions from mental power, automatically severing the signal output from the mech's optical cables. However, your mech is a civilian model that has been modified and lacks such a command signal distribution device. This oversight could lead to severe consequences. For instance, if you signal the mech to advance its left leg by 3 meters, the mech's psychic sensing apparatus first receives the command. The mech then raises its leg in response. A second later, another signal is transmitted via the mech's optical cables, commanding it to move the left leg forward by another 3 meters. At this moment, the leg is already suspended in midair, and to command it to move another 3 meters while remaining stationary would be perilous indeed. Now I understand. Young Tang Jin exclaimed, leaping to his feet and clapping his hands. He then inquired, what about these components? In accordance with the actual condition of your mech, I have dismantled certain optical cables and psychic receiving devices, thus eliminating their conflict. Furthermore, the transmission of command signals has been optimized, resulting in a notably smoother operation of the mech, replied Xia Xingchen, his smile radiating warmth. This sunny demeanor was broadcasted on the large screen, captivating countless love-struck young women outside. Master, thank you. From this day forth, my friends and I will have our mech serviced and maintained at your establishment, he declared, turning to his subordinates. Did you all hear that? Yes, boss. Most of his subordinates were also enthusiasts of mechs, hailing from affluent families. Meanwhile, the owners of nearby mech repair shops, who had initially hoped to witness a spectacle, turned pale with envy. Though Tang Jin and his gang were demanding, their genuine passion for mechs and willingness to spend without deferring payments made them invaluable clients. The loss of such premium customers would significantly impact the profits of the rival shops. Oh, and remember this, from now on, Master Xia and Boss Hans are my good friends and brothers. Should anyone dare to stir trouble at Master Xia's shop, you might as well close your own establishments. Tang Jin warned, gesturing towards the other shop owners who shared similar sentiments. The mech repair shops in this commercial street were notoriously insular. When a new store opened or a business changed hands, they would often send in mechs with unresolved issues, masquerading as clients to create disturbances. Many new shops have been forced to shut down within days due to such tactics. Tang Jin, well acquainted with the local undercurrents, issued a timely warning. Before departing, Tang Jin, despite the earnest refusals from the two, left behind a staggering 20 million star coins as repair fees. Soon, news of this event spread throughout the commercial street and the 2 military academies, drawing numerous students with their mechs to the shop. The 4 mech repair bays and the 4 mech storage slots were filled to capacity almost instantly. Additionally, they received dozens of appointment requests, while siblings Li Xiaomin and Li Qirui each received 2 orders for mech modifications, busily sketching designs in their upstairs office. Xia Xingchen worked tirelessly until after 9 in the evening, having repaired 13 mechs, all of which presented challenging issues. Throughout the day, the repair process was broadcast live. As night fell, the 4 brothers gathered once more in the living room. Shortly thereafter, the day's earnings were tallied. amounting to a remarkable 28,600,000 star coins, with Tang Jin's order contributing nearly all profit. After deducting various expenses, the total cost was 3,800,000 star coins, leaving the remainder as pure profit. Hans promptly distributed the bonuses to every member's account and presented each employee with a generous red envelope. Though he bears the surname Zhilangtai, he is by no means a miser. He profoundly understands the principle that wealth is best when shared. For only in such a manner can a continuous flow of riches find its way into one's coffers. Xingchen, tomorrow's foot traffic may be several times that of today. I estimate that within a month, you will find yourselves exceedingly busy. My heartfelt thanks for your efforts, Hans remarked. It's nothing. I truly relish the sensation of earning so abundantly. After 6 months of hard work, I finally have my personal mech, Xia Xingchen replied with a smile. Xiaomin, you and your sister must ensure that the modifications to the mech make a resounding debut, Hans advised earnestly. Absolutely. My mother sent over a document today, granting us authorization to use the Chirue brand, with the sole stipulation that I allocate a bit more for my sister as her pocket money, Li Xiaomin stated. Not an issue, Hans replied with enthusiasm. Before continuing, I intend to transform the rear three-dimensional hangar into a simple maintenance station for the mechs, specifically designated for apprentices to conduct routine upkeep. Furthermore, I will invest an additional 20 million to expand a three-dimensional mech warehouse at the back, capable of storing 24 mechs, 1 underground level and 2 above, each accommodating 8 mechs. How does that sound? I concur, that is perfectly acceptable. Indeed, our current scale is rather limited. Leave the approval process to me. Dai Run volunteered eagerly. After another day of intense activity, the long-awaited day of the new semester finally arrived. Chapter 100. Opening ceremony. The Grand Sports Arena of the Imperial Military Command Academy, with a capacity of 50,000, was filled to the brim, primarily with this year's new students. A speech delivered by General Qin Jinglong, the president of the academy, was being projected on the large screen. However, the content of his address was the same old rhetoric: loyalty to the nation, fidelity to the empire, adherence to discipline, and diligence in study. The students below listened with heavy eyelids. Were it not for the patrolling students from Fengji, many would likely have sought the embrace of slumber right then and there. At last, after 2 long hours, the old president concluded his lengthy discourse, and the students felt as if a great weight had been lifted. However, the old president shifted his tone, addressing the students. You are a fortunate batch of scholars. Today, a distinguished figure will deliver a speech to you. Such an opportunity is rare, and I hope you will cherish it. Suddenly, the large screen flickered to life, revealing an elderly man of imposing demeanor, adorned in a military uniform embellished with a grand silver star and the insignia of the Galactic Empire. The assembled students were taken aback. Nearly all recognized the venerable figure before them, the commander of the Galactic Empire's forces, Grand Marshal von Bismarck. I ask you, what is your purpose in joining the military? The Grand Marshal inquired. Loyalty to the Empire, to defend the galaxy. The 50,000 students shouted in unison. Excellent. Remember your pledge, the Grand Marshal declared with unwavering resolve. Loyalty to the Empire, to defend the galaxy, is the very tenet of our Galactic Empire's military. Now, allow me to elucidate the significance of this principle we have established. Though our galaxy is vast, it is but a fragment of the cosmos. The Milky Way is a formidable nation built upon the foundation of humanity. However, in this vast universe, humanity is not alone. There exists a formidable swarm of insects and a myriad of extraterrestrial beings, some of whom are so powerful that they defy imagination. They may appear distant, but the reality is far different. Our unified galactic empire possesses a robust military force that deters these alien powers, keeping them at bay from our homeland, which is the cornerstone of our present blissful and tranquil existence. Yet, should our military strength wane, they will seize the opportunity to invade. As he spoke, the large screen illuminated with harrowing footage of the Empire's forces engaged in brutal combat against the insectoid swarm and alien adversaries. In one clip, the cockpit of a mech was violently torn asunder, and the pilot was dragged from the wreckage, only to be overwhelmed by a swarm of creatures, resulting in a grotesque explosion of flesh and entrails. In another scene, mechs soared into the sky to confront an oddly shaped alien vessel. only to be engulfed by a blinding blue light, plummeting from thousands of meters above and crashing down into heaps of scrap metal. The old marshal's words, coupled with these grim visuals, stirred a tempest among the crowd. For most, the notions of insectoids and extraterrestrials felt remote, a reality that the government had seemingly concealed. Yet today, someone had unveiled the truth, resulting in a profound psychological upheaval. The old marshal continued, addressing each individual present as the bedrock of the military. From this day forth, the monumental task of safeguarding the galactic empire and humanity shall rest upon your shoulders. Are you afraid of death? Not afraid, they resoundingly replied in unison. Have you ever pondered why you are unafraid? When you stand alone against a horde of insects, fear is inevitable. I would feel the same. However, when you stand shoulder to shoulder with comrades, that fear dissipates. This is the essence of what I wish to convey, the power of unity. A cohesive and formidable empire is your steadfast support. Yet today, there are those whose ambitions and egos drive them toward treachery. They threaten to incite civil strife within a galactic empire to fulfill their own desires. The crowd erupted into chaos, with some stunned by the prospect of impending civil war. Others were engulfed in uncertainty about their futures. Many had entered the military academy merely to enhance their prospects of securing a position of authority. Yet now they faced the grim possibility of being thrust into war, forced to contemplate their own survival. Once enrolled in the academy, they would become soldiers, whether they wished to or not, and would inevitably find themselves on the battlefield. A small faction, however, harbored malevolent glints in their eyes. They were agents dispatched by Nicholas, intent on recruiting a cadre of cadets to join the Northern forces or even infiltrate the military, preparing for future insurrections. The old marshal's address had evidently heightened the vigilance of many students. Should civil war erupt within the empire, it would significantly diminish our military might, leaving us vulnerable to the surrounding insectoids and extraterrestrials who would exploit this weakness, striking us down one by one. At that juncture, the entire galaxy would face catastrophe, and you would be nothing more than cannon fodder. While it is often said that a soldier's death on the battlefield is a mark of honor, one must ponder whether it is truly worthwhile to perish in a civil war. At present, you may find yourselves confronted with numerous temptations. I urge you to contemplate your choices, for it is quite possible that you may one day face your classmates on the battlefield. It is essential to consider whether such a fate is indeed worth it. The words of the old marshal resonate profoundly, evoking deep reflection. As the marshal concluded his address, the discussions among the students continued unabated. Historians later noted that Marshal von Bismarck's speech marked the first public expression of discontent towards Prince Nicholas by the empire, serving as both a warning and a declaration of war. Following the opening ceremony, the four individuals returned to their dormitory, gathering around the sofa to reflect upon the marshal's speech. So, where exactly might the civil war be ignited? Li Xiaoming, who held little interest in politics, found himself perplexed. Of course, it is that northern nobleman, Prince Nicholas, Hans replied with a dismissive smirk. For these affluent merchants, any shift in the political landscape commands their attention. Occasionally, a mere alteration in policy can lead to the swift downfall of wealthy businessmen, as their instincts are remarkably acute. Currently, the price of strategic materials from the north has surged by 80, a fact that has likely caught the empire's attention. Xia Xingchen remarked that Nicholas had already initiated actions years ago, and proceeded to recount tales from the Sandstorm base on Watchstar and the events on Fury Star. Upon hearing his stories, his roommates fell into a contemplative silence. Dai Run then interjected, "To my knowledge, this year's freshmen include a significant number of students from the north, surpassing previous cohorts. I believe this is no mere coincidence, but rather a conspiracy. Should war erupt in a few years, it will be a time of great demand for personnel, which explains their efforts to recruit military talent now. Even more concerning is the possibility of them developing moles within the Empire's army. If war were break out, the consequences would be dire. Indeed, the marshal's speech has placed them in a rather precarious position." Hans chuckled. "Those aspiring to advance must also weigh the matter of their own lives. What would you do if you were an officer from the north?" Dai inquired. "Isn't that simple? Throw money at it. Our family has an old saying, money can make the devil dance. Rank is merely a fade. Why does one seek a position of power? It is, of course, for wealth and advancement," Mr. Grangtai declared with satisfaction. "What use is money if one's life is lost? Li Xiaomin muttered quietly. From what I understand, the North has long been impoverished, reaching a perilous level, and cannot afford to invest heavily in this regard, Dairen countered. If I were in their shoes, I would organize the soldiers from the North within the school. Then, I would strive for excellence in all competitions, showcasing our martial prowess and strength. I believe this would be quite effective. Those considering allegiance to Nicholas would find reassurance in the North's might, making their objectives more attainable. Xia Xingchen endeavored to immerse himself in the mindset of a conspiracy orchestrator, gradually learning to approach problems with the perspective of a leader within an organization. Xingchen, you are absolutely right, he remarked. Thus, I believe it is imperative for us to exert greater effort in these areas to thwart their schemes. The rise and fall of a nation is a shared responsibility, Dairen interjected. Indeed, however, one must possess financial resources to accomplish anything. Therefore, my friends, let us strive to amass wealth, Hans proclaimed with satisfaction. Chapter 101, Military Academy Curriculum. During the subsequent afternoon, the group busied themselves before their computers, selecting courses. The curriculum at the Imperial Military Command Academy is uniquely structured. Students are categorized into 3 tiers: junior, intermediate, and senior. The course offerings are intricately aligned with practical combat exercises. Junior students are divided into 2 departments: the Department of Operational Tactics and the Department of Mecha Maintenance and Design. Both departments share a set of mandatory courses, including Basic Military Literacy, Mecha Operation and Combat, History of the Empire's Military, Battlefield First Aid, Introductory Mecha Maintenance, and Fault Resolution. The Empire's Constitution and Military Law, Logistics, Introduction to Military Management, and Overview of Extraterrestrial Beings. The Department of Operational Tactics mandates courses such as Military Psychology, Ancient Military History, Introductory Fleet Command, Tactical Command Studies, Operational Command Studies, Information Technology and Communications, War and Public Opinion Control, Military Surveying, Introductory Military Strategic Simulation, Intelligence Studies, Modern Military Management, and National Defense Economics. Conversely, the Mecha Maintenance and Design program requires courses including a brief history of mecha development and design, Mecha Operating System Programming, Intermediate Mecha Maintenance and Fault Resolution, Introduction to Mecha Repair, Overview of Mecha Weapon Systems, Overview of Mecha Power Systems, Overview of Mecha Control Systems, Material Science, Principles of Mecha Design, Examples of Mecha Modification, Comprehensive Mecha Repair Tools, Overview of Galactic Mechas, and Applications of Cutting-Edge Mecha Technologies. Furthermore, the Imperial Military Command Academy provides students with numerous elective courses such as Finance, Administrative Management, Forensic Science, Economics, Intermediate Battlefield First Aid, and Comprehensive Combat. These electives should not be underestimated, as the Academy engages the most renowned scholars from across the galaxy to impart knowledge. After all, the future of warfare and the military necessitates a plethora of multifaceted talents. At the Imperial Military Command Academy, aside from basic military literacy, which is taught collectively to all students, other courses allow students the liberty to choose their class schedules. The Academy operates on a cyclical teaching model, completing the entirety of the curriculum within a few months before recommencing. Students may select courses according to their availability. Upon completion of their courses, they may immediately register for the biannual examinations. Of course, the Academy maintains rigorous academic standards. For instance, students in the Mecha Maintenance Department must complete all mandatory courses within 3 years and pass the initial Mecha Maintenance Technician Qualification exam to remain enrolled. Those who fail to achieve the requisite grades or credits will receive a completion certificate and be expelled from the Academy. The students who choose to remain at the Academy face considerable challenges. They are now personally liable for substantial tuition fees. They will only receive their graduation certificates upon passing the Intermediate Mecha Maintenance Technician examination. For students in the Tactical Command Department, they must complete all required courses and pass examinations within a 3-year period. Failure to meet these standards results in expulsion. Once students have successfully passed all examinations and obtained their junior student graduation certificates, they are eligible to register for the intermediate student examination. Although a select group of outstanding students may qualify for exemption from testing, the curriculum for intermediate students begins to diversify, offering numerous specialized fields such as Starship Command, Advanced Mecha Maintenance, Mecha Design, Advanced Mecha Combat, and Military History Research, among many others. The duration of study for these programs is 2 years. each with its own set of assessment standards. Finally, there are the senior students at the military academy, whose subjects are largely confidential, with a brief one-year curriculum primarily reserved for distinguished military leaders. Xia Xingchen, in addition to selecting his required courses, opted to take all mandatory courses in the Mecha maintenance and design program as electives. Furthermore, he chose highly practical subjects such as comprehensive combat, thick black theory, and conspiracy studies. Although his coursework appears daunting, his inside skill serves as a significant advantage, rendering these tasks manageable. Li Xiaomin's selections closely mirrored those of Xia Xingchen, as he also enrolled in all courses within the Mecha maintenance and design program, lacking the energy to pursue additional subjects. Hans Galantai, apart from his mandatory courses, selected a plethora of classes including finance, galactic economic law, interstellar consortium management, marketing, and consumer psychology, surprisingly treating the military academy as a business school. Dairen opted for electives such as makeup studies, media studies, poison research, and criminal investigation, all of which, while unconventional, are remarkably practical. That evening, the group gathered at the 1524 Mecha Club. Throughout the day, Bali and his team had repaired 2 mechas and performed maintenance on 6, generating an income of 2 million star coins, with 8 additional mechas awaiting repair in the hangar and on the maintenance workbench. Xia Xingchen assessed the situation and discovered that 2 of the mechas had minor issues, delegating those to 2 apprentice technicians. He then personally undertook the repairs, completing the remaining tasks within just 4 hours, readying everything for payment. A preliminary calculation indicated that these mechas could yield over 4 million in revenue, combined with the day's 2 million star coins, resulting in a net profit exceeding 5 million after expenses. Xia Xingchen was astounded. The day's pure profit surpassed his 3 years' worth of allowances. Chapter 102. Instructor Christo the following morning. Xia Xingchen and Dai Run completed their specialized training with Qin Renhe and arrived at the designated training grounds. Here, the new students would undergo 3 months of military training, consisting of 4 hours each day, as part of the basic military literacy course. Due to the significant differences in military ranks among the new recruits, ranging from privates to captains, the academy organized the trainees into groups of 30 based on their ranks, assigning a corresponding officer to each group for training. This arrangement aimed to prevent instances of disrespect towards instructors and disobedience. Xia Xingchen and Dai Run, both holding the rank of lieutenant, were assigned to training ground number 58. Their instructor was a muscular bald man, whose physique strained against his uniform, and his 2 red electronic eyes conveyed an eerie and fierce presence. Historically, the success rate of cloning and repairing human ocular tissues has been low and prohibitively expensive, leading many injured soldiers to opt for electronic eyes. These devices possess capabilities nearly indistinguishable from real eyes, including night vision, telescopic and microscopic functions, scanning abilities, and information transmission, and can be directly linked to weapon systems for targeting purposes. Soldiers, I am Colonel Christo, hailing from the 1st Division of the 7th Fleet of the Galactic Empire. The Columbus Mecha Airborne Corps. The bald instructor introduced himself, eliciting immediate respect from all trainees. Years ago, Emperor Qin Wu dispatched a vast army to explore the Death Star region, resulting in catastrophic losses. Yet, this did not extinguish the dictator's fervor for territorial expansion, leading to the establishment of the 7th Fleet, tasked with the exploration and conquest of uncharted planets not under human control. The 7th Fleet is renowned for its 1st Division. The Columbus Mecha Airborne Corps, an elite unit consistently engaged at the front lines. This division boasts an illustrious combat record, albeit with a staggering casualty rate averaging 30 annually. Those who have served for years and survived in this unit are undoubtedly among the strongest. The Academy has appointed me as your instructor, which is both your fortune and your misfortune, he declared. Consider yourselves fortunate, for my training may extend your lives on the battlefield. Provided you first endure the hell I shall unleash upon you. Do not even think about using connections to evade hard work. I will not compromise on standards. Not even the principal's intervention will sway me. Fail to meet my requirements, and graduation shall be but a distant dream. Many trainees displayed expressions of dismay and anguish. They had come merely to enhance their credentials, unaware of the torment that awaited. At that moment, one trainee boldly exclaimed, "Sir, we are all officers, having undergone rigorous military training. Surely, such strict demands are unnecessary? Officers? That is the greatest jest I have ever heard, he retorted. Of the 30 of you, no more than 5 have actually seen combat. Without the backing of your families, the majority of you would not even qualify to stand here. Some are even inferior to ordinary soldiers. You are mere liabilities. On the battlefield, you would undoubtedly be targeted by the enemy. Your deaths may not matter, but you would endanger your innocent subordinates. Until you have completed my training, you are nothing more than swine. Colonel Christo sternly reprimanded the trainees. Pointing at the one who had just spoken, you, after the training concludes, will run 10 laps around the training ground. This vast training ground rivaled the scale of the quicksand base, with each lap measuring 5 kilometers, totaling 50 kilometers for 10 laps. The trainee nearly fainted from fright. Colonel Christo continued, "Of course, among you, there are some capable individuals. To avoid wasting time, I will offer each of you a chance to participate in an assessment before each specialized training session begins. If you pass and meet my expectations, you will be exempt from further training in that subject." Xia Xingchen's eyes lit up, as he truly did not wish to squander so much time here daily. He had much to learn. Today, we commence with the first subject, a 30-kilometer weighted cross-country run. The requirements stipulate that soldiers must carry a load of 30 kilograms and complete the 30 kilometers within a passing standard of 90 minutes. Many trainees turn pale upon hearing this. Such speed, even with enhancements to physical and mental capabilities, is exceedingly difficult to achieve on a flat surface in such a short time, let alone with a 30-kilogram load while navigating obstacles. They could only imagine the grim days ahead. I mentioned that each of you has an opportunity to take the assessment. So, who among you dares to challenge themselves? He inquired, adding, "But let me be clear, the standards for this challenge will be considerably more rigorous, requiring you to carry a load of 50 kilograms. Moreover, should you fail the challenge, there will be a penalty of running 10 laps after today as training." Christo chuckled inwardly, maintaining a stoic expression, while several trainees who initially seemed eager to participate instinctively recoiled at these additional conditions. For an unenhanced individual, carrying a load of 50 kilograms over 30 kilometers would nearly break their spine, not to mention the demands of sprinting and overcoming obstacles. What's the matter? No one dares to take on the challenge. It appears I was not mistaken. You truly are a bunch of cowards. Christo laughed heartily. Chapter 103, Cross-Country Assessment Report. Sir, I am willing to attempt it. A young Caucasian officer stepped forward. Xia Xingchen's pupils constricted as the officer's insignia boldly marked him as part of the Northern Fleet. The military uniforms of the Imperial Military Command Academy bore 2 insignias. On the left arm was the Academy-S insignia, while the right showcased the insignia of the officer's original unit. Lieutenant Pan Saifu belonged to the Mecha Special Operations Brigade under the Northern Fleet, specifically the Siberian Star Domain Garrison. At 23 years of age, he was a skilled mecha operator. His father held the rank of Major General and commanded the Siberian Star Domain Garrison. Like Andre, Pan had enlisted at a young age and frequently participated in covert operations, emerging as a rising star within the Northern Fleet. He and Andre were both comrades and rivals. A few months prior, Nicholas had authorized the establishment of a new Mecha Special Operations Brigade, composed of exceptional young mecha operators selected from various units. The minimum rank for entry was that of a skilled mecha operator. This unit would be equipped with the latest mecha technology and engage in various combat scenarios, destined to become another sharp blade in the arsenal of the Northern Fleet. Pan Kaif believed that, given his abilities and his father's connections, the position of commander of the Mech Special Operations Squad was practically assured for him. However, to his astonishment, an individual named Andre was parachuted in from above. And even more egregiously, Andre was not even a Mech Division officer, yet had been appointed as the squad leader. This left Pan Kaif feeling deeply aggrieved, convinced that Andre had ascended solely through nepotism. In a fit of anger, he withdrew from the squad and leveraged his father's connections to further his education at the Imperial Military Command Academy. Additionally, he accepted a mission from the Northern Military Intelligence Department to recruit cadets from the military academy to join the Northern Army. Yet, before their operations could fully commence, they were met with a crushing blow from Marshal von Bismarck. In response, Pan Kaif and his associates convened a clandestine meeting to strategize, and, as expected by Xia Xingchen, they were now prepared to display their strength. Report, instructor, I wish to participate in the assessment. Xia Xingchen stepped forward and saluted. He was determined not to allow the northern faction's schemes to succeed. Very well. Colonel Christobelot. You too, follow me. The rest of you, heed my orders. Run 10 laps around the training ground, then regroup. Yes, sir. Colonel Christo led the two towards the cross-country training area, during which Pancake and Xia Xingchen sized each other up. From the Third Fleet, Pancake mused as he observed Xia Xingchen's insignia. He reflected that the Third Fleet was not on good terms with the Northern Fleet. Andre had lost to a mere soldier from the Third Fleet in the rank examination, and the secret training base of the mech division of the Watcher Star had been destroyed by the Third Fleet. The shadow of the Third Fleet loomed over various confrontations at different levels. I will not be outdone by this lad, he thought resolutely. His mind wandered back to 7 or 8 years prior, to the frigid, snow-laden forests of Siberia, where hundreds of children clad only in shorts, burdened with heavy rifles and ammunition, continually ran. They had to maintain a high level of exertion to preserve their body heat and avoid freezing to death. Many children stumbled and were injured, yet no one paused, nor was there any pity for them. Rescue mechs would arrive only after 2 hours, collecting the frail bodies from the ground. Many children never had the chance to be reclaimed, becoming mere sustenance for the ice wolves. As Pancake ran, he focused on the slender figure ahead with golden hair. At that moment, the figure seemed to embody a wolf king, leading a pack in relentless pursuit. I will not yield. I too shall become the wolf king. Andre, wait for me. I will defeat you. Xia Xingchen, meanwhile, scrutinized the towering, robust northern soldier. An aura of cruelty and coldness emanated from him, an essence he had also sensed in Andre, belonging to the wolves. Finally, they reached the cross-country training ground. At the starting point, both began to don their gear, including individual laser rifles, military backpacks, grenades, landmines, and energy blocks, accumulating a total of 50 kilograms. At Colonel Christo's command, they both surged forward simultaneously. Though these two individuals traversed the same route, their rhythms were entirely distinct. Pancake's endurance was exceptional, as he maintained a steady pace akin to a wolf. When the terrain was flat, he would sprint with great speed, and when confronted with obstacles, his movements were precise and unhesitant. In contrast, Xia Xingchen appeared almost weightless while running on flat ground, seemingly not exerting his full strength. Yet upon reaching obstacles, he would deftly navigate them with unorthodox movements that, to the average observer, might seem irregular. Christo understood that while Xia Xingchen's methods were not the most conventional, they were undeniably the fastest and most effective. Even when faced with ditches of 2 or 3 meters, Xia Xingchen would leap effortlessly, as if the weight he carried was non-existent. After 20 kilometers, Xia Xingchen had pulled ahead of Pancake by several dozen meters. At this juncture, Pancake's stamina began to wane, and his speed slightly diminished. Although he had also trained in martial arts, his skills were based on the popular northern military technique, the Zhanglongju. This martial art was designed to enhance explosive power and resilience instantaneously, unlike Xia Xingchen's mastery of the Taishi technique, which fundamentally improved one's physical constitution. As Xia Xingchen's internal energy began to circulate, he instinctively employed movements from the 36 styles of the fierce tiger, resulting in a remarkable increase in his speed, until he vanished from sight after a few turns. Pancake, feeling an acute sense of urgency, hastened his pace, which ultimately disrupted his rhythm and adversely affected his speed. By the time he reached the finish line, Xia Xingchen was already waiting there. More than 2 hours later, the remaining students, exhausted from running laps around the training ground, finally arrived at the assembly point. By then, 4 students had collapsed and been taken to the emergency room, leaving only about 20. A group of panting individuals lay or sat on the ground, drenched in sweat. Get up. All of you rise. No sitting or lying down. Stand up, regulate your breathing, and massage your legs. Lying down now would nullify all your efforts and could also harm your bodies, Colonel Christo shouted. However, only a small fraction of the students obeyed and stood, while the rest remained sprawled on the ground, feigning unconsciousness. A sinister smile crept across Colonel Christo's face as he drew out a stun gun, adjusting the output to its lowest setting. This level of current would not render someone unconscious, but it would inflict excruciating pain, akin to being pricked by needles. With a swift pull of the trigger, he aimed at the student closest to him. A cry of agony erupted as the student leapt to his feet. Christo continued to fire, and after a chorus of screams, all the students stood upright. Look at you, a bunch of worthless slackers. Do you still wish to graduate under my tutelage? It is not that you are incapable. Rather, your inherent laziness hinders your progress. It seems that resorting to force is far more effective. The students fell silent, each inwardly cursing Christo's family members. Chapter 104. An encounter. Colonel Christo surveyed the data transmitted to his electronic eye from personal terminals, declaring, "Now, I shall announce the results of this assessment." In a grueling 30-kilometer cross-country run with a 50-kilogram load, Pancake achieved a remarkable time of 88 minutes and 21 seconds, successfully passing the assessment. The crowd erupted in hushed whispers. Wow, such strength. Is this the prowess of the North? Surely, he is the strongest in our group. Colonel Christo adopted a stern demeanor, silencing the murmurs among the trainees. He continued to announce the results. Xia Xingchen, with a time of 79 minutes and 56 seconds, has also passed the assessment. These two cadets are exempt from this month's courses. It seemed the Imperial Army surpassed the local warlords in strength. The Third Fleet was indeed a place of hidden talents. Who exactly is Xia Xingchen? Pancake gazed at him with envy, unable to comprehend his loss. Was it truly the case that there were always greater heights and talents beyond one's reach? Suddenly, he found himself empathizing with Andrei's elimination during the Mecha Master Examination. That afternoon, Xia Xingchen attended 2 classes before heading to the 1524 Mecha Club for maintenance as usual. The day's earnings were still exceptionally lucrative, with the hangar filled to capacity and several clients waiting in line. The new hangar behind the shop had begun construction. At that moment, Hans sent a video communication. The screen revealed Hans's freckled, chubby face as he panned the camera around, showing Li Xiaomin and Dai Ren sprawled on the sofa like defeated dogs. "Xingchen, could you please keep an eye on the shop? We are completely exhausted," he said, lacking even the strength to speak. Xia Xingchen nodded with a smile, already aware of his roommate's dire conditions, which mirrored his own. However, most instructors had set the requirement for trainees to complete tasks within 100 minutes, whereas Colonel Christo had raised the bar. This highlighted the distinctiveness of the Imperial Military Command Academy, where management appeared lax but assessments were exceedingly rigorous, thus creating a strict oversight for the trainees. For those with capability, such management could effectively save time. After attending several days of classes, Xia Xingchen discovered that many subjects involved rote memorization or were knowledge he had already mastered, particularly in the introductory Mecha maintenance course. The theoretical level of the advanced Mecha maintenance instructors was far inferior to that of Old Man Fry. Consequently, he decided to streamline his course selection, opting to attend only those classes that covered unfamiliar topics or required detailed explanation from the instructors. That afternoon, with his roommates attending classes and no subjects of interest to him, he suddenly recalled Dai Ren's mention of the renowned library at the Imperial Military Command Academy. It boasted an extensive collection of books and various technical materials, a perfect venue for passing time and acquiring knowledge. Leaving his dormitory, Xia Xingchen boarded the maglev shuttle bus and headed straight for the library. The library, sprawling across the area of 4 sports fields, was a colossal structure with more than 10 stories, capable of accommodating over 100,000 students simultaneously for reading. After each student registers with their identity card upon entering the library, they receive a complimentary electronic reader. Readers can select books of their choice on the device. Among these are several titles with confidentiality restrictions, accessible solely within the confines of the library using the reader. Beneath the library lies an expansive 3-story underground repository, housing numerous physical books. Should readers require them, they can make an online payment through the reader, and within minutes, a robot will deliver the requested volumes to the reader's hands. The annual operational costs of such a library are astronomical, prompting the institution to introduce various fee-based services to alleviate financial pressure. For instance, one can opt to read in the public reading area or pay for a private room. The private rooms are furnished with sofas and recliners, complemented by large screens capable of projecting content from reader. Should one desire refreshments while reading, they can conveniently order beverages through the device. With a heart full of curiosity, Xia Xingchen wandered through the library, marveling at the novelty of it all. "Master Xia, is that you?" A melodious voice called out to him from behind. Turning around, he discovered it was Li Chirue. "Oh, it's you, Chirue. Please, don't call me Master Xia. I am merely an ordinary person a classmate of your brother. You may simply call me Xingchen, he politely replied. Are you here to read as well? Li Chirui inquired, noticing the reader in his hand. Yes, it's my first visit, and I'm unsure where to read. So I'm just exploring, he responded. By the way, Xingchen, I've booked a private room here. Why don't you join me? It's spacious and quiet. Furthermore, I've completed the designs for 2 mechs and would love your feedback, she invited enthusiastically, her cheeks flushed. All right, Xia Xingchen agreed, eager to experience the private room. The two took the elevator straight to the top floor, emerging onto the rooftop. The library's uppermost terrace was a grand glass greenhouse, filled with a variety of plants. The air was fresh, and sunlight streamed through the polycarbonate, warming their skin. An advanced ventilation and air conditioning system ensured the interior remained comfortably cool. Upon entering the private room, Li Chirui asked, Xingchen, would you like something to drink? I'm fine with anything, he replied, nodding. She soon had a service robot deliver 2 cups and a pot of tea. Li Chirui connected a data storage device to the display, and together they delved into discussions about the mech designs. Xia Xingchen was profoundly impressed by her artistic prowess in the aesthetic design of the mechs. Having never engaged with art or aesthetics before, he considered himself a thorough pragmatist. Yet, he could not deny the captivating beauty of her designs. After meticulously reviewing the blueprints, he offered numerous suggestions to Li Chirui regarding her design proposal, elaborating on how to maximize the mecha's performance while preserving its existing appearance. Li Chirui rested her chin on her hand, attentively absorbing his explanations, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She recalled the bold declaration she had made in her childhood in front of her brothers and parents. I want to marry the best mecha designer. The thought made her cheeks flush. Time always seems to fly by during such delightful moments, and before they knew it, darkness enveloped the sky. Xia Xingchen hurriedly took his leave, rushing to the mecha repair shop. Chapter 105. The heart of parents everywhere in a villa located in the Chang'an star system of the Western Administrative Region of the Galactic Empire. A tall and graceful woman suddenly burst into a study. Approaching the age of 50, she had maintained herself so well that she appeared to be in her early 30s. She was Hu Qiushui, the mother of Li Xiaomin and Li Chirui, and also the executive vice president of the Tang Dynasty Group. Oh dear, something has happened. Something serious. Hu Qiushui exclaimed. The man in the study was none other than Li Zhenglong, the president of the Tang Dynasty Group. He lifted his head, irritated, and said, How many times must I tell you not to panic? What is it? Has civil war broken out? Even war could be advantageous for us. Li Zhenglong's train of thought was interrupted, and he expressed his dissatisfaction. Oh dear, our little princess is in love. Your precious daughter is about to be taken away by another man. How do you know this? Did the third one tell you? Li Zhenglong inquired. That rascal is only focused on mechas. He doesn't care about such matters. He wouldn't even think of selling his sister. We only have one precious daughter. How can I be at ease with her studying alone outside? I've merely arranged for several people to accompany her and keep a close watch on her, Hu Qiushui said, her nerves evident. Then please elaborate on the situation, Li Zhenglong urged, though he managed to maintain a degree of calm despite the chaos. My informants reported that our Chirui spent 5 or 6 hours alone with a boy in a closed room a few hours ago. They appeared quite affectionate before entering. And when our daughter emerged, her cheeks were flushed, wearing a lovesick expression, Hu Qiushui said anxiously. Li Zhenglong hesitated. This man, who was usually decisive and commanding in the business realm, found himself at a loss when it came to the lifelong affairs of his precious daughter. He then asked, Who is the boy that was with Xiao Rui? His name is Xia Xingchen, a new student this year. He is a lieutenant and is said to have partnered in opening a mecha repair shop, where Xiao Rui also works. Is this not reckless? Does our family lack for food or clothing? Could it be that this man has ulterior motives? Hu Qiushui expressed her discontent. Is that all? What's his background? Li Zhenglong pressed further. Are you not aware that military records are confidential? He has not disclosed anything to anyone. I suspect he may harbor ill intentions towards our Xiao Rui, perhaps even aiming for something from our family. Furthermore, it appears that he is roommates with our third sibling. Why not inquire directly with him to ascertain the truth? Li Zhenglong suggested, dialing the interstellar communication device. At that moment, Li Xiaomin was in a state of deep slumber. Utterly exhausted from the rigorous cross-country training of the past few days, he had drained every ounce of his physical energy, and, at this point, he was not even capable of dreaming of mech design inspirations, The moment his head touched the pillow, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The personal terminal beeped incessantly for several minutes before finally being answered. Why did it take so long to connect? Li Zhenglong's expression darkened slightly. His father, Li Xiaomin, sighed in exasperation. Have you forgotten about the time difference? Different planets, or even different regions on the same planet, all have their own time discrepancies. Li Zhenglong, overly concerned for his daughter, had overlooked this detail. I need to ask you, is it true that your sister is in a romantic relationship? Are you aware of this matter? Li Zhenglong inquired solemnly. What? Xiao Rui is dating someone? Li Xiaomin sprang from his bed. Dentiste, father. That's entirely implausible. This week, our school has physical training in the mornings, followed by classes in the afternoons. Every evening, Xiao Rui and I have been working on mech designs together. How could she possibly be dating? There hasn't been any time for that. And furthermore, I was completely unaware of such developments. Oh, I see. It must be my nosy mother who has been spying on us. Hu Qiushui, having overheard this, felt her temples throb with indignation. Your sister spent the afternoon alone in a room with a man for 5 or 6 hours, and you didn't know? Li Zhenglong pressed further. Is that true? My sister, with a temperament akin to our mother-s, rarely pays men any mind. How could that be? Li Xiaomin, you are in serious trouble. You will lose all your pocket money for the year. The mother, known for her rhino-like temperament and penchant for gossip, finally erupted. Li Xiaomin internally lamented the impending financial repercussions. As far as I know, the young man with your sister is named Xia Xingchen. He is your roommate, correct? What can you tell me about him? Li Zhenglong continued his inquiry. Xingchen? That is indeed plausible. My sister admires him greatly. He is genuinely a good person and incredibly talented. A 17-year-old advanced mech technician, something we lack in our Tang Dynasty group. He has been to the battlefield and possesses significant martial skills. If my sister were to pursue a relationship with him, it would be a commendable choice. However, he hesitated momentarily. But what? Li Xiaomin Urja. Xiao Rui recently informed me that she revised her mech design proposal this afternoon. For my analysis, they were likely discussing the design matters. Moreover, while Xingchen excels in many aspects, I understand that he has a deep-seated enmity with Prince Nicholas. Given the current situation, it is inevitable that he will find himself on the battlefield in a few years. As a mech engineer, it is commonplace to face sacrifice in combat, and I fear my sister may not be able to cope with that, Li Xiaomin explained. Li Zhenglong and his wife were plunged into profound silence. So, as her brother, what is your advice? Li Zhenglong asked gravely. Li Xiaomin pondered for a moment and remarked that although his sister had never experienced romance, she was far from foolish. At her age, she possessed the right to pursue her own love. No one could predict what the future held. Moreover, Xia Xingchen was neither a villain nor someone with ulterior motives. He believed it best to let nature take its course. Li Zhenglong nodded, severing the communication. Noticing Hu Qiushui in contemplative silence, he inquired, My dear, what are you pondering? I am reminiscing about the past when I was a radiant youth, a star of immense popularity, while you were merely a humble boy concealing your true identity. At that time, no one believed in you. Yet I steadfastly chose to marry you. Had I heeded my parents' wishes, I might now be the wife or lover of a mayor on some distant planet. Hu Qiushui reflected on the fragments of their history. Thus, I have resolved to grant our daughter the autonomy to choose, even if she strays from the right path. It will be her own decision. In matters of the heart, should we intervene, our children may harbor resentment towards us for a lifetime. Li Zhenglong nodded in agreement. I share your perspective. I shall instruct the third brother to take greater care of our sister. My love, I wish to visit Tianyuan Star to see our son and daughter, and to discreetly assess the potential son-in-law. What do you think? Suggested Hu Qiushui. I too yearn to see them. However, if we were to appear unannounced, it might cause them undue stress. Instead, let us collaborate with the Military Command Academy on the upcoming Mecha combat tournament and visit together then, Li Zhenglong proposed. Hu Qiushui bestowed a sweet kiss upon him. Thank you, darling. Chapter 106. The successful Mecha design the following afternoon, after the Mecha maintenance class, Li Xiaomin sought out his sister. Xiao Rui, I heard you spent the entire afternoon alone with Xingchen yesterday. Li Qiushui widened her eyes in surprise. What business is that of yours? Besides, you even had someone tailing me. That's not true. It was mother who informed me. I assure you, she must have deployed numerous spies around us, Li Xiaomin said, glancing around conspiratorially. Li Qiurui shot him a significant eye roll. By the way, what do you think of Xingchen? Our parents and I share the same sentiment. We would not oppose your relationship with him. Oh, dear brother, you're being ridiculous. Xingchen and I are merely friends. What are you implying? Li Qiurui replied, a blush of youthful shyness gracing her cheeks. Calling him Xingchen Ji so affectionately. I see. Just friends, Li Xiaomin feigned solemnity. Get lost. A hefty textbook struck him on the head as Xia Xingchen descended from the last repaired mecha. Xiaomin, why haven't you returned yet? Aren't you tired? Xingchen, I heard you were with my sister yesterday afternoon. Indeed. We met at the library and discussed her mecha design proposal. I see. Xingchen, what are your thoughts on my sister Qiurui? Li Xiaomin inquired. She is exceptionally gifted, and her talent in mecha design is truly astonishing, particularly in her ability to seamlessly blend mecha design with art. It is remarkable. She is a genius designer. Xia Xingchen does not hold back in her praise. Well, Xingchen, I am not referring to her mecha design skills. I am inquiring about your impression of her as a person, Li Xiaomin awkwardly clarified. She is beautiful, intelligent, and exceedingly polite. She is an outstanding young woman, Xia Xingchen responded. What if you were to consider her as your girlfriend? I truly believe you two are quite compatible. My sister rarely speaks to other boys, and it is evident that she does not reject you. She likes you. Li Xiaomin's words left Xia Xingchen in complete silence. After a moment, he wryly remarked, I fear I may have to betray Qiurui's earnest feelings. Xiaomin, I have shared my past with you. During the final battle at Star Watch, I lost my beloved girlfriend, Freya. My foremost objective now is to avenge her. Until that goal is achieved, my heart cannot accommodate any other woman. Moreover, I am heading to the battlefield, where death could be lurking at any moment. Thus, I can only regard Qiurui as a sister, nothing more. Li Xiaomin sighed. The issue is that she desires to be more than just a sister. 2 weeks later, the Tang Dynasty Group's mecha parts factory on Tianwei 8 delivered the refurbished mecha components to the 1524 Mecha Club. The mecha modification industry requires an extensive array of equipment, with many components nearly being newly manufactured. This is beyond the capacity of a typical mecha maintenance and modification shop. Consequently, most mecha modification stores send their blueprints to mecha manufacturers or factories specializing in producing these components. Among the 9 satellites of Tianyuan Star, Tianwei 8 is dedicated to the production of mecha parts, hosting workshops for numerous major mecha manufacturers, alongside thousands of small and large mecha parts producers scattered across the planet. Originally, such small factories would require at least 1 to 2 months from submitting parts blueprints to the completion of production. However, due to the simultaneous orders from both the young master and the little princess, the Tang Dynasty Group's Capital Star domain branch promptly arranged for production and timely transport of the components to Tianyuan Star. Xia Xingchen, for 2 consecutive afternoons, did not attend class. Instead, he personally assembled the 2 mechas and developed an entirely new mecha operating system. Li Qiurui's modified mecha is a versatile air combat mecha named Dawn Knight. This mecha boasts a slender physique, and its streamlined body allows it to excel in both atmospheric and space flight. Li Qiurui's modifications significantly altered the mecha's appearance, infusing it with a greater artistic flair and enhanced aerodynamic shape. Generally, such a pursuit of aesthetics would considerably diminish the mecha's performance, appealing predominantly to female enthusiasts who prioritize beauty. Yet, Li Qiurui's modification plan not only preserved the mecha's performance, but actually improved its overall capabilities by 60. One of the mechas, adorned in a resplendent azure hue, has been christened Goddess of Dawn. Its exterior boasts a striking reflective blue paint, complemented by multiple luminous sources that render it particularly conspicuous during nocturnal flights. The other mecha, painted in a vibrant green and named Goddess of the Forest, showcases a fluorescent green fade, with its wings and weaponry designed in the likeness of leaves. The surface of the mecha is embellished with an array of magnificent, awe-inspiring motifs. By day, the mecha autonomously absorbs solar energy to recharge its batteries, while at night, these intricate designs gradually illuminate, radiating a dazzling glow. To commemorate the unveiling of the modified mechas, all shareholders gathered at the 1524 Mecha Club. A modest celebration ensued, and when the 2 young women who had placed the orders arrived to collect their mechas, they eagerly test drove both machines on site. The stunning aesthetics and remarkable performance captivated them completely. Furthermore, the two mechas, extensively modified by Li Xiaomin, received unanimous acclaim from the mecha engineers. These machines are equipped with an extensive array of weapon systems, a design typically deemed ostentatious and detrimental to maneuverability, potentially leading to severe consequences such as system conflicts. However, Li Xiaomin implemented several innovative designs that significantly reduced the mecha's weight, while the newly rewritten operating system by Xia Xingchen flawlessly circumvented compatibility issues. The modifications to these 4 mechas alone yielded a staggering profit of 1.2 billion star coins for the shop, under the insistence of Hans and others. Half of this sum was allocated to the 2 siblings. Additionally, the mecha storage facility at the back of the shop was recently completed, soon brimming with mechas awaiting repairs. The original 3-dimensional mecha storage area was converted into a simplified repair workstation. Consequently, Hans recruited 2 junior mecha repair technicians and 4 apprentices. Xia Xingchen calculated his earnings since the beginning of the semester, amounting to over 50 million star coins. At this rate, it would not be long before he could purchase a mecha. Chapter 107. Training combat techniques with the onset of a new week. Xia Xingchen commenced his training in new martial techniques. He had become exceedingly proficient in the 36 styles of the fierce tiger, to the point that it had evolved into a physical instinct. Qin Rinhe believed that Xia Xingchen's abilities were now sufficient to delve into various combat techniques and their countermeasures. Combat techniques, colloquially referred to as finishing moves, are martial skills that, once a practitioner's prowess reaches a certain level, can unleash maximum offensive power in an instant. Utilizing secret methods combined with personal techniques and combat experience. In the eyes of a nearly master-level martial artist like Qin Rinhe, such so-called finishing moves are riddled with flaws. The execution of a finishing move necessitates the mobilization of all one's strength, resulting in a moment of rigidity and stillness post-execution. This is the greatest vulnerability of combat techniques. In other words, should one attempt to strike an opponent with a finishing move and the attack be evaded or blocked, the practitioner may find themselves severely compromised. Qin Rinhe's training of Xia Xingchen in these combat techniques is driven by 2 primary considerations. Firstly, it is imperative to comprehend the techniques and principles underlying one's adversary's combat skills to adeptly evade and identify vulnerabilities. On the other hand, when such techniques are applied to mechs, their power is exponentially amplified, and any flaws resulting from the execution of these skills can be compensated by the mech's capabilities. Currently, Xia Xingchen is preparing to partake in the mech master level examination, one of the hallmarks of which is the ability to employ mech combat techniques. Recently, Xia Xingchen has faced considerable hardship. Despite his robust physique, enduring daily assault from kindred and various weakened combat techniques has been excruciating. He is now, without doubt, bearing numerous wounds. The lethal techniques he faces instantaneously amplify both power and speed several-fold, even with his insight skill. By the time he perceives the activation of an opponent's technique, it is too late for him to evade. Moreover, Kindred possesses an exquisite mastery over the timing of various combat techniques, launching them with almost no forewarning, leaving Xia Xingchen with no choice but to endure the onslaught. Dai Run, who has been diligently honing his physical prowess, initially believed his own situation to be dire, but upon witnessing Xia Xingchen's daily battered visage, he felt a sense of equilibrium return to his heart. Xia Xingchen typically prefers attending classes in the morning, while in the afternoons, he either visits the library to read or assists at a local store. His favorite course is applications of the latest mech technologies. For junior students, the instructor of this course, Dr. Emerson, is the sole special grade mech maintenance lecturer. Dr. Emerson is affiliated with the Imperial National Academy's Mech Technology Research Center, engaging daily with cutting-edge mech technologies. He has been invited by the Imperial Military Command Academy to teach this course. Unlike other lecturers, Dr. Emerson only holds one class each week, specifically on Wednesday mornings, and the content he delivers is virtually never repetitive. Each time he teaches, the mech maintenance and design program draws an overwhelming audience. Due to limited classroom capacity, the school must open hundreds of rooms to facilitate simultaneous live broadcasts of his lectures. After each class, Professor Emerson poses a technical topic for students to discuss and provides his email for those with unique insights who may receive responses from him. Xia Xingchen diligently contemplates these questions and earnestly crafts his replies. One day, shortly after class, Xia Xingchen received an email. Dear Xia Xingchen, I have reviewed your homework. You possess a solid theoretical foundation and unique insights in many areas. If you're available this afternoon, please join me at 1 o'clock in the private room of Lanting Pavilion on the top floor of the library for a discussion on some academic matters regarding mechs. The email was signed by Dr. Emerson. Xia Xingchen was instantly elated. In the afternoon, he arrived punctually at the library. As the door to the private room swung open, there stood Dr. Emerson. Once seated, Dr. Emerson posed a series of questions, all derived from Xia Xingchen's assignment. As the academic realm is often plagued by the unsavory practice of plagiarism. However, Xia Xingchen responded with remarkable fluency, much to the professor's satisfaction. The two engaged in an enthusiastic conversation. Xingchen, your proposal for achieving stable output from a microcontrolled nuclear fusion engine is truly remarkable. How did you conceive such an idea? The doctor inquired curiously. In my past, a classmate of mine proposed a similar concept, yet it never materialized, as nuclear engines are exceedingly rare. Doctor, this idea was imparted to me by my mech maintenance mentor, who is also my godfather. I validated this concept while we were designing a mech together. Your godfather? What is his profession? Surely, he must be a master mech technician as well. Where does he work? The doctor pressed eagerly. I am uncertain of his exact rank, but he is likely a master technician. He previously served as the maintenance supervisor at a small military base, replied Xia Xingchen. That seems improbable. For what I understand, many small military bases would consider themselves fortunate to find a skilled intermediate mech technician for such a supervisory role. What leads you to believe he is a master technician? Because I am an advanced mech technician, and my mentor's expertise and experience far surpass my own, Xia Xingchen stated, retrieving a red identification card denoting his status as an advanced mech technician from the pocket of his military uniform. Dr. Emerson was astounded. He had never encountered such a young, advanced mech technician in his decades-long teaching career. He quickly asked, what is your master's name? Frere. We served together in the Watchtower Corps, Xia Xingchen replied. Dr. Emerson projected a photograph onto the large screen using his personal terminal, asking, is this the individual in the photograph? The image depicted 4 middle-aged men surrounding a gentleman in his 60s, with a yellow and black microcontrolled nuclear fusion mech engine in the background. Xia Xingchen recognized it as Longxin 1, and one of the middle-aged men was indeed Emerson, while the other was a younger version of Frere. Yes, the man beside you is my godfather and mentor, Frere. So, he is indeed Frere's junior. It is true that a great teacher begets exceptional disciples. We are fellow disciples, both having studied under Master Zhuoliang. The elder in this photograph is the mentor of both your godfather and myself. Dr. Emerson remarked with admiration. This newfound connection deepened their conversation. As they prepared to part ways, Emerson handed Xia Xingchen a special card, granting him access to attend classes taught by Dr. Emerson, allowing him to participate in classroom interactions. Xia Xingchen was immensely grateful for this opportunity. Chapter 108. The battle against the Icefield Wolf. A month swiftly passed, and the weight-bearing cross-country course in the foundational military training finally concluded. Half of the participants in Xia Xingchen's group had met the passing standards. His training phase had now reached its conclusion, while those who had not achieved the required standards would need to rely on personal endeavor to strive for success in future examinations. At this moment, in the mech training ground of the Imperial Military Command Academy, Sergeant Christo was conducting a lesson for his students. Today, we commence our course in basic mech combat. This course spans a month, and mecha operators of the rank of level and above are exempt from attendance. Those of you who are level mecha operators, please step forward, stated Colonel Christo. Reporting, Instructor, I'm a level mecha operator, Pancake proudly declared, for it is indeed rare for someone of his age to attain such a qualification. A testament to his own prowess. Reporting, Sir, I am also a level mecha operator, shouted Xia Xingchen, stepping forward. Pancake's expression immediately turned icy. He glared at Xia Xingchen, who returned the gaze, their eyes clashing in the air, a palpable tension enveloping the surroundings. It appears neither of you is willing to yield. Christo observed. How about this? You two shall engage in a genuine duel, allowing your fellow students to witness the true caliber of level mecha operators. It is a great honor, Xia Xingchen responded. A golden opportunity, Pancake resolved to triumph over Xia Xingchen in his strongest domain. to showcase the might of the Northern Fleet. Adjacent to the Mecha training ground lay several Mecha arenas, where students promptly took their seats in the stands. The two selected their mechas on their personal terminals. Soon, two mechas rose from the underground hangars of the arena. The entire arena beneath was completely vacant, housing hundreds of diverse general-purpose mechas. At the Imperial Military Academy, mecha courses seldom employ simulators, for many aspects cannot be accurately represented in such environments. Their teaching and training stem from real combat experiences. Although the annual expenses are astronomical, they pale in comparison to the steady stream of talent being funneled into the military. Moreover, the Mecha Maintenance and Design Department has tens of thousands of students awaiting practical maintenance experience. The mecha's damaged during training will be sent directly to the Mecha Maintenance Operations Center, providing opportunities for hands-on learning. Pan Cafe selected the Ice Wolf mecha, intent on shattering Xia Xingchen with his utmost strength. He paid no heed to the absurd command forbidding attacks on the cockpit, for there are myriad ways to incapacitate or kill without targeting it directly. Furthermore, he aimed to assert his authority, demonstrating to the students that defiance against the North leads to but one fate: death. Xia Xingchen naturally opted for the Ranger mecha, equipping himself with close combat gear, an alloy shield, an alloy sword, and 2 daggers, with 2 boosters affixed to his back. In training, the alloy sword is more cost-effective, reusable, and spares the hassle of recharging. Additionally, the limited power of alloy weaponry helps mitigate the risk of severe injury. As the indicator lights in the mecha arena began to flash, both mechas charged towards each other upon the green light's illumination. The alloy claws of the Ice Wolf slashed towards Xia Xingchen, who adeptly evaded the assault and retaliated with a sword strike aimed at the Ice Wolf. Seeing his attack thwarted, Pan Cafe maneuvered his mecha to the side, successfully dodging the blow. The two mechas exchanged blows in a fierce contest, with Pan Cafe's Ice Wolf appearing to seize the upper hand in this dramatic display. However, he was acutely aware that the opposing mech pilot was formidable. The Ranger deftly evaded his strikes, while unexpectedly counterattacking with swift swordplay. Pan Cafe was perceptive enough to realize that the Ranger's mech was not exerting its full potential. With this thought, he accelerated his movements. The Icefield Wolf attacked relentlessly, akin to an enraged wolf, while the Ranger moved with the grace of a master swordsman, appearing as if he were gliding through the air. The spectators below were mesmerized, and Colonel Christo nodded in approval. The skill level of these two had far surpassed that of a mere mech pilot, edging closer to that of a master. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes of intense combat had elapsed, and the energy reserves of the Icefield Wolf mech had dwindled to less than half. After all, sustaining such high output was taxing, especially since the Icefield Wolf was a notorious energy guzzler. Anxiety began to creep in. If this continued, his mech would deplete its energy first, leaving him vulnerable to defeat. The performance of Xia Xingchen had instilled a sense of dread within him. If Andre's defeat at the hands of a similarly ranked Imperial mech pilot could be seen as an anomaly, how could he rationalize his own situation? If the Imperial mech pilots were all this strong, how could the Northern Fleet hope to prevail? With this in mind, Pan Cafe resolved to employ his mech combat technique, a move he had painstakingly perfected, initially intended for use against Andre, but now reluctantly brought to bear ahead of schedule. The battle raged on, and Xia Xingchen noticed a subtle shift in the opponent's assault. The speed of the mech's attacks had increased, yet their force had diminished. Previously, the Icefield Wolf strikes had targeted the critical areas of Xia Xingchen's mech, but now the focus seemed to be on inflicting even the slightest damage. With intentional repetitions of certain attack patterns, Xia Xingchen's instincts sharpened. He recalled the insights shared by Qin Run and the Elder regarding the telltale signs preceding a mech combat technique. This young man was about to unleash a technique. Xia Xingchen summoned all his focus. At that moment, Pan Cafe was channeling energy into every component of his mech, deliberately repeating specific attack maneuvers to decipher Xia Xingchen's patterns. His mech gradually accelerated its offensive, aiming to disrupt Xia Xingchen's rhythm. He was biding his time, preparing for the final strike. Suddenly, the Icefield Wolf's foreclaw swept through the air, targeting the Ranger mech's knee. Having executed this move twice before, Pan Cafe observed that Xia Xingchen's mech habitually pivoted on its right leg to evade. In that fleeting moment of turning, all the weight rested on that right leg. An opportunity presented itself. Pan-Cafe unleashed all of his mental energy. The ice-field wolf, slightly crouched, lunged forward, leaving behind an afterimage. This was Pan-Cafe's combat technique, Wolf's Breakthrough. "Come on," Xia Xingchen shouted, equally unleashing his mental energy, propelling his mech with force as he stomped down on the power pedal. Pan-Cafe studied his movements, yet he too was employing feints to confuse Pan-Cafe. The icefield wolf mech lunged at the ranger's lower back like a famished wolf. The evening was growing late, and a sense of dread enveloped the onlookers, who silently sentenced the ranger Mecha to its doom. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The ranger Mecha, which seemed momentarily stunned, soared into the air, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage, upon which the icefield wolf managed to land claw. Ascending into the sky, the ranger gripped its alloy sword firmly and aimed for the waist of the icefield wolf mecha below, delivering a decisive thrust. For most feline and canine creatures, the waist is their Achilles heel, and the same holds true for mechas, where the waist represents their most vulnerable point. The entire icefield wolf was pierced by the alloy sword and pinned to the ground. Following a minor explosion, the icefield wolf lay completely incapacitated. "Well done, Xingchen. You are magnificent." The audience erupted in fervor. Meanwhile, within the cockpit of the icefield wolf, Pan Saifu struck the display screen before him with a fist, blood trickling down his hand. Chapter 109. Royal Secrets. At this moment, in the Tianyuan Star Palace, Prince Nicholas, the governor of the Northern Administrative District, was delivering his triennial report. Some ministers publicly condemned Nicholas for alleged treachery, to which he responded by denying all accusations, branding them as slander. The Emperor of the Empire, Qin Zheng, sternly rebuked the dissenting ministers, expressing his unconditional support and trust in Prince Nicholas. Observing the emperor's warm gaze directed at Nicholas, several cunning old foxes in the court fell into silence. That night, several prominent figures, including Grand Marshal von Bismarck and Interior Minister Dai Yunfei, convened in a secret meeting room at Dai Yunfei's residence. "Gentlemen, this may be our final opportunity. If we do not eliminate Nicholas, we cannot fathom how many lives will be lost in the future," one minister exclaimed angrily. "I believe your judgment has become clouded. In the emperor's eyes, Nicholas is his most loyal subject. To assassinate him would be an act of treason. Even if we succeeded, the wrath of the emperor would surely lead to the annihilation of all involved," retorted another. "Moreover, do you truly think Nicholas would be unprepared for this journey? The emperor has dispatched the royal guard to protect him within the capital star system. Consider the monumental cost we would incur to eliminate him unnoticed. Not to mention, Nicholas is a master mecha pilot. If he survives, public opinion across the galaxy will crush us, and the emperor will uproot both the military and the interior ministry. All our efforts over the years would be rendered futile." Dai Yunfei, known for his fiery temper, chastised those proposing foolish ideas. "Indeed, our loyalty to the empire and the royal family pales in comparison to Nicholas's allegiance to the emperor himself," von Bismarck lamented. Another minister remarked, "Even if Nicholas played a significant role in the emperor's ascension, it hardly justifies this level of deference. What truly transpired in Siberian Star back then?" Dai Yunfei shook his head, recounting how our military intelligence department had expended considerable efforts over the years to investigate this matter. They discovered that all individuals who had participated in the reception of His Majesty at that time, including a multitude of Nicholas's personal attendants, had perished. I suspect they were silenced. The truth of the matter likely resides only with those directly involved. A collective sigh of lamentation arose from the crowd. As night deepened at Tianyuan Star within the Imperial Palace, Emperor Qinzheng of the Galactic Empire lay restlessly in bed. Thoughts of the golden-haired man residing in the adjacent estate stirred a response within him, leading his mind to drift back 30 years. At that time, Qinzheng was merely the third prince of the Galactic Empire. The succession to the imperial throne was determined by the emperor designating one of the princes as his successor. Should the emperor meet an untimely demise and the designated heir be incapacitated, the Royal Council of Elders would appoint a successor from the remaining princes. The previous emperor had 3 sons. The eldest and second princes were both exceptionally capable and fiercely ambitious, while the third prince, Qinzheng, was timid and delicate in demeanor. The old emperor hesitated to name a successor, seeking to identify the strongest among the first 2 princes. In their pursuit of the throne, these 2 princes resorted to unscrupulous tactics, publicly slandering one another while covertly amassing power and training assassins, ultimately leading to attempts on each other's lives. Aware of their ruthlessness, the old emperor understood that even Qin Zheng, who posed no threat, could scarcely evade their lethal designs. Consequently, he sent his youngest son away from the capital star region to seek refuge in Siberia. At that time, Nicholas was just 20 years old, having recently assumed the hereditary position of the highest official in the Northern Administrative District. Qin Zheng, a year his junior, found ample common ground with Nicholas, drawn to his charismatic personality, and they spent their days inseparable. However, the two elder brothers, fearing any uncontrollable variables, dispatched numerous assassins to eliminate Qin Zheng. It was only through Nicholas and his subordinates' valiant resistance that Qin Zheng's life was repeatedly spared. On one particularly perilous occasion, assassins wielding Mecha raised electrified axes against the vehicle in which he was traveling. Nicholas, piloting a Mecha himself, arrived just in time to obliterate the assailants. Witnessing the striking figure of golden-haired Nicholas emerge from the wreckage melted Qin Zheng's heart. That night, an intimacy blossomed between the two men that transcended mere friendship. This forbidden love ensnared Qin Zheng, and they nearly spent every day together. Unbeknownst to him, anyone who might have known of their relationship was secretly eliminated by Nicholas. A year later, in the midst of the throne's contest, the second prince, finding himself at a disadvantage, frantically orchestrated the assassination of the old emperor and the eldest prince during a royal banquet. The outcome of this heinous act incited the royal council of elders, who were loyal to the throne and the emperor himself. Generally, they refrained from intervening in succession disputes. However, the second prince's audacious act of murdering the old emperor crossed an unassailable red line. The council executed the second prince and summoned the sole surviving prince, Qin Zheng, to ascend to the throne. In the early days of Qin Zheng's reign, many factions within the galaxy were dissatisfied with this timid emperor. They feigned loyalty while secretly undermining him, devising various means to create difficulties. It was Nicholas, accompanied by his trusted confidants, who came to Qin Zheng's aid, restoring his authority. However, when Qin Zheng sought to appoint Nicholas as regent, he faced vehement opposition from the court. In the Galactic Empire, it was considered a grave taboo for regional officials to interfere in governance. Due to the resolute stance of the Royal Elder Council and the courtiers, an agreement was ultimately reached. Nicholas could develop his military forces, but was required to leave the capital and return to the north. From that moment on, this unique couple was forcibly separated, sowing the seeds of division within the empire. "My dear Nicholas, how could you betray me?" With this thought, the emperor finally drifted into slumber. Chapter 110. On the Dragon Nights, an announcement suddenly appeared on the bulletin board of the Imperial Military Command Academy. In 2 months, the Tang Dynasty Group would collaborate with the Imperial Military Command Academy and the Royal Military Academy to host a mech combat competition and a mech repair and design contest. The participants would be junior students from these two military institutions. The competition was divided into 3 categories: mech combat, mech design, and mech repair. This was a traditional event held annually. Those who achieved commendable results would receive generous prizes, and for the victors, whether pursuing a military career or seeking employment, there would be significant advantages. Particularly, the winners of the mech design contest would have their designs acquired by the Tang Dynasty Group, and might even be offered contracts to join the company. It was a dream come true for many designers to be part of the Tang Dynasty Group. The competition comprised both individual and team events. Teams of 3 would register together, with each participant allowed to enter multiple contests, and both individual and team scores would be calculated. Teams with outstanding performances would also receive substantial rewards. While everyone was at the repair shop, a consensus was reached among several individuals. Xia Xingchen and the Li siblings, Li Xiaomin and Li Qirue, would team up under the banner of the 1524 Mech Club to participate in the competition. Xia Xingchen would compete in all 3 events, while the siblings would enter the mech design and repair contests. Over the next 2 months, the siblings planned to dedicate their spare time to hands-on mech repairs in the workshop. Both possessed strong theoretical knowledge, yet their practical skills required enhancement, so they aimed to undergo intensive training during this period. Moreover, mech combat participants could utilize their personal mechs. Thus, the immediate priority was to craft a suitable mech for Xia Xingchen. Over the past month, Xia Xingchen had earned over 50 million star coins in dividends. After consulting with others, Hans decided to allocate the entire profit from the following month to the construction of a mech for Xia Xingchen, striving for a commendable performance in the upcoming competition to elevate the reputation of the 1524 Club. Regarding the conceptualization of the personal mech, Xia Xingchen was eager to experiment with the Dragon Knight system. However, the challenge lay in the scarcity of information available about Dragon Knight mechs. On a Wednesday afternoon, he returned to the private room on the top floor of the library, seeking the wisdom of Dr. Emerson. "Professor, what are your thoughts on the Dragon Cavalry system?" Xia Xingchen inquired. "The Dragon Cavalry system? How shall I put it? It is a double-edged sword, one that has long been overlooked." "Why do you ask?" Dr. Emerson responded. Curiosity piqued. "You are aware of the Mecha combat competition in 2 months, correct? I intend to participate. However, I currently lack a mech. So, I aim to construct one tailored to my preferences," Xia Xingchen explained. "Then why opt for the Dragon Cavalry system? While it boasts immense power, it demands even greater operational proficiency," the professor cautioned. "Sir, I am confident in my operational capabilities, and I plan to equip each drone with a psychic sensing system. Yet, one question continues to plague me. Should I modify an existing, mature Dragon Cavalry mech or install the Dragon Cavalry kit on another model?" Xia Xingchen pondered aloud. Dr. Emerson contemplated for a while before responding. "In terms of opinions regarding the Dragon Cavalry system, many have been misled. The overwhelming consensus is that the Dragon Cavalry mechs were discarded due to their operational difficulties and exorbitant costs. However, the primary constraint on the development of Dragon Cavalry mechs lies within their power systems. Why is that? The Dragon Cavalry system consumes considerable space within the mech, and its weight is substantial, resulting in significant energy consumption. Moreover, each drone must return to the mothership for recharging after just a minute or two of operation. Consequently, many mechs equipped with the Dragon Cavalry system require additional battery packs to maintain performance, but this only exacerbates their weight and energy demands, creating a vicious cycle." Dr. Emerson's exposition left Xia Xingchen in contemplative silence. The professor continued. "The peak popularity of the Dragon Cavalry mechs was approximately a century ago, with the last limited production model being released 80 years ago, and demand for them was exceedingly low. Only a handful were ever produced, so few that they are not even mentioned in the history of mecha design development. Subsequently, the advent of nuclear-powered engines completely resolved the power issues that hindered the Dragon Cavalry's advancement. Yet by that time, the Dragon Cavalry mechs have been forgotten for decades, regarded as a notably obsolete technological path. No one pays them heed anymore." "Ah, I see. I'm grateful for your guidance," Xia Xingchen acknowledged sincerely. "Now, let us reconsider your proposal. Without a nuclear power engine, the standard mech's engine and energy reserves are utterly insufficient to operate the Dragon Cavalry system. Even a heavy mech like the Gale would struggle to support the Dragon Cavalry system without its shield and armor. I advise you to abandon this technical approach." However, the previous mechs designed specifically for the Dragon Cavalry system were all quite massive, sacrificing numerous other performance aspects for the sake of the Dragon Cavalry system, making them rather challenging to modify. Xia Xingchen voiced his concerns. "Please hold on." Dr. Emerson spoke as he retrieved a technical blueprint on his personal terminal and sent it to Xia Xingchen. This design, known as the 8-armed Neza, was crafted over 80 years ago by a renowned mecha master. Its design was revolutionary for its time, representing the pinnacle of Dragon Cavalry systems, with many elements that remain timeless even today. I recommend you embark on a redesign inspired by it. Xia Xingchen scrutinized the specifications of the 8-armed Neza mecha, which stood at a height of 86 meters. Its parameters included strength 20, agility 15, armor 20, and speed 18. This mecha, specifically equipped with the Dragon Cavalry system, featured 8 floating cannons. Furrowing his brow, Xia Xingchen remarked, "Teacher, this mecha is rather large." Dr. Emerson chuckled softly. "Xingchen, after all, this is a design from 80 years ago. With the advent of new technologies and materials, many components can be significantly miniaturized. Moreover, equipped with 8 floating cannons, you are not yet a master mecha engineer, and it may be beyond your capability to control. Hence, you could feasibly utilize a Dragon Cavalry system outfitted with 6 or even 4 floating cannons, thereby further reducing both size and energy consumption." Xia Xingchen nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." Teacher, Chapter 111. The Women of the Military Academy as the weekend arrived. Xia Xingchen was preoccupied at the shop all day and finally had the opportunity to return home early that evening. He discovered his roommates gathered in the living room, engaged in conversation. Hans Granta was perusing information on his reader, seeking business opportunities. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Look at the Campus Network forum. The latest rankings for campus beauties have been released." With that, he projected the campus forum webpage onto the large screen in the living room. The post read, "The latest campus beauty rankings from the Imperial Military Academy." The list included Angelica, a 19-year-old Siberian, a strikingly fierce mecha engineer; Li Yingying, a 17-year-old from Tianyuan, a princess of beauty and intellect; Li Qiurui, a 17-year-old from Chang'an, a stunning mecha designer with a perfect figure; Yao Yi, a 17-year-old from Tianyuan, a true wealthy beauty; Mi Fei an 18-year-old from the Antarctic, a seductive avenger; Ji Yinzhu, an 18-year-old from Earth, an elegant and intellectual beauty; Zhuo Qing, a 15-year-old from Chang'an, a quirky genius girl. These 7 individuals were dubbed the 7 fairies of the Imperial Military Command Academy. Each girl's description was accompanied by a photograph, evidently candid, yet captured with professional quality. The post was attributed to the gossip studio. As he scrolled down to the comments, he read, "Goddess, ye all Fayat? I could admire Chirue's long legs for a year. That Yingying is not a woman that just any man can tame. My future in-laws seem quite formidable." Observing these comments, Xia Xingchen shook his head, thinking these individuals were utterly insensible. Meanwhile, Li Xiaomin felt compelled to confront those who commented on her sister. Dairen accessed his personal terminal, pulled up the profiles of these young women, and gasped in astonishment. He remarked that the backgrounds of these young women were quite remarkable. However, one must say, marrying such a woman could spare a man decades of hard work. "Oh, do tell us more," Hans exclaimed, invigorated by the prospect of gossip, which is, after all, a fundamental human inclination. First and foremost, there was Qiurui, the little princess of the Tang dynasty group. Hans nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. What? Qiurui and that Li Xiaomin fellow have such impressive connections. How could they hide this from us? With your family's wealth, why are you working here? Are you jesting? As he spoke, he jumped up, pretending to grasp Li Xiaomin by the neck. "Please, let go," Li Xiaomin said with an awkward smile. "My family's fortune belongs to my parents, not to my sister and me. We simply wish to be self-reliant. I shall remember this debt for now and settle it later. I won't let you off so easily." Hans leaned back on the sofa, contemplating how to exploit the affluence before him. Dairen continued with the introduction of Zhang Yingying, a formidable young woman whose father, General Zhang Yuan, commanded the Galactic Empire's First Fleet. Her grandfather, General Zhang Qing, served as chief of staff in the Empire's general staff. From a young age, she had won numerous accolades in various juvenile military command competitions and strategy games. At the tender age of 12, she commanded a fleet that successfully eradicated a band of pirates of equal size, achieving a complete victory. Now, the officers of the First Fleet affectionately refer to her as our little princess. Then there was Angelica, hailing from Siberian Star, who held the rank of captain. Her father was the commander of Prince Nicholas's elite Ice Blade Special Forces. This girl had joined the military at the age of 15 and was responsible for the lives of hundreds. As a second-year student, she had already incapacitated several boys who dared to tease her, rendering them incapable of fathering children. Oh dear, even the female mech pilots from the north are this formidable. These are indeed fierce competitors, Xia Xingchen mused, feeling slightly disheartened. Dairen continued with the introduction of Yao Yi, a girl from the illustrious Yao family, one of the oldest commercial dynasties in the Galactic Empire. Her family controlled dozens of interstellar corporate groups. To put in perspective, the combined assets of the Grant family and the Tang dynasty group would amount to less than 1/10 of the Yao family's total wealth. Hans perked up at this revelation. This is my kind of opportunity. No one is allowed to compete with me for her, especially you, Xingchen. You've already got Qiurui. Spare a single dog a chance. Xia Xingchen could only manage a wry smile in response. Next was Mifiel. This girl's uncle was Prince Milner, the governor of the Southern Administrative Zone. It was said that this hereditary title rightfully belonged to her father, but Prince Milner had assassinated him to seize the position. Since then, she and her mother had sold their assets and moved to Tianyuan Star. In pursuit of vengeance, the mother-daughter duo became notorious socialites. with her mother mingling with high-ranking officials of the empire, while Mifiel charmed the sons of the elite at the military academy. Their singular aim was to exact revenge on Prince Milner. Wow, this is riveting. It could easily be the plot of a movie. How about the princess's revenge? Hans Granth exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Such a woman must be intriguing. Just look at those captivating eyes in her photograph. He was nearly drooling at the thought. I must caution you. This Mifiel is exceptionally resourceful. She has bewitched those affluent scions to such an extent that they are utterly disoriented. With her grace and charm, she navigates effortlessly among numerous young heirs, and with your level of intelligence, you might very well fall victim to her manipulations. Dairen offered this advice to his roommates. As for this Ji Yunju, I have encountered her once, and her demeanor is utterly captivating. Her grandfather is the most renowned scholar from the Galactic Empire on Earth, the master of literature and history, Mr. Ji Lin. Her father serves as the dean of the College of Arts at the Imperial Capital University. Mr. Ji Lin once asserted that civil war would soon erupt within the empire, urging the younger generation to enlist in the military. However, none heeded his call, which infuriated the elderly gentleman. Subsequently, the dutiful Ji Yunju resolutely set aside her pen to join the military academy. How did you come to know such private family matters? Xia Xingchen suddenly inquired. Indeed, your high regard for this young lady is rather unusual, Hans chimed in. There must be more to this. Li Xiaomin nodded in agreement. Observing these three mischievous friends, a rare flush crept across Dai Ren's typically stoic face. My grandfather was close friends with Mr. Ji Lin, which is how I came to know, he explained. Oh, I see, his roommates responded, each wearing a mischievous grin. All right, enough of that. Let us discuss the last one. Zhuo Qing, a genius young woman in the field of Mecha, entered the school last year at the tender age of 14. Her grandfather is the esteemed Mr. Zhuo Liheng, a titan of the Mecha world. She enjoys various privileges on campus, including membership in a so-called beautiful girl guard. Moreover, this young girl is quite spirited and loves to play pranks. It would be wise for you to keep your distance when you encounter her. With that, Dai Ren concluded his introductions of these remarkable women to his roommates. Alas, I never imagined that the Imperial Military Command Academy was a veritable treasure trove of talent, Xia Xingchen lamented. Indeed, a host of formidable tigresses, Hans added. Chapter 112. The modification plan unveiled the following day. Xia Xingchen arrived early at the 1524 Mecha Club, conducting a simple inspection of several mechas in the storage that presented various issues. He devised maintenance plans for the other mecha technicians before ascending to the office above to commence designing his own mecha. Each mecha designer possesses unique working habits. For instance, Xia Xingchen requires only a tranquil environment, while Li Chirue prefers a serene and elegant setting, such as a beautifully appointed private room in a library. On the other hand, Li Xiaomin embodies an entirely different approach. Wherever inspiration strikes, be it in bed or the restroom, he can spring into action. Gazing at the design blueprint of the 8-armed Neza mecha before him, Xia Xingchen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This is indeed a masterpiece. Given the technological constraints of the time, achieving such a level of spatial and performance optimization in a mecha is an extraordinary feat now. It was time to focus on his own work. Xia Xingchen's initial improvement would be the energy module. The 8-armed Neza mecha is equipped with 6 sets of energy storage batteries. 4 of these supply power to the mecha's core, while the remaining 2 energize the Dragon cavalry system. These 6 battery sets occupy a staggering 60% of the mecha's volume. With the advancement of technology over the past 80 years, humanity has discovered exceptional battery materials. The energy storage capacity of contemporary universal mech battery modules is 3-fold that of the 8-armed Neza mech battery modules from 8 decades ago. Dr. Emerson also recommended to Xia Xingchen the latest 883 mech battery, which has just been deployed in high-end custom mechs. This battery's energy storage capacity is 3 times that of the universal mech battery. In other words, a single 883 battery holds the equivalent energy of 9 8-armed Neza mech battery packs. After careful consideration, Xia Xingchen decided to replace the original 7 battery packs with 3 883 battery packs, of which 2 would supply energy to the mech, while 1 would specifically power the Dragon cavalry system. The next challenge to address was the propulsion system. The 8-armed Neza mech, to ensure the agility of its massive frame, was equipped with numerous yellow light thrusters strategically placed throughout its body. Presently, mech thrusters are of the particle jet variety. The earliest human transportation propulsion systems utilized either jet propulsion, water propulsion, or rocket engines that expelled fire after combustion. However, while rocket thrusters exhibit tremendous burst power, they are exceedingly fuel inefficient and unsuitable for mechs. One can easily envision a mech burdened with a massive fuel tank, running out of fuel before traveling far. Additionally, the fuels used in rocket engines are highly flammable and explosive, conjuring a grim image of a mech struck by a laser transforming into a colossal bomb on the battlefield. Early mechs possessed little to no flight capability, primarily relying on jet propulsion. This situation persisted until 300 years ago, when scientists successfully invented particle jet thrusters suitable for mechs. Their operational principle involves the mech engine channeling energy from the battery into the thruster, where it bombards the energy medium within, generating a substantial number of high-energy particles. These particles are expelled from the thruster's nozzle, producing immense thrust that propels the mech forward. Different thrusters utilize various energy media, resulting in distinct colors of the expelled high-energy particles. Among these engines, the red light thruster boasts the highest thrust-to-energy consumption ratio, followed by the white light thruster. Then the blue light thruster, with the yellow light thruster being the most primitive. Currently, the vast majority of mechs on the market employ blue light thrusters due to their optimal cost-performance ratio. Xia Xingchen replaced the 4 medium thrusters at the front of the mech and the 4 large thrusters on its back with white light thrusters, while the thrusters on its legs and arms were upgraded to blue light thrusters. Upon calculation, the cost of these thrusters amounted to approximately 300 million star coins. However, for the sake of the mech's performance, he resolved to invest in the upgrades. Next on the agenda was the improvement of materials. The new mech armor material reduced the thickness and weight of the armor by 1/3, while significantly enhancing its strength. The only drawback was the absence of a nuclear engine, precluding the installation of energy-intensive photonic armor. The introduction of new materials also effectively minimized the mech's structural dimensions. Moreover, the various detection instruments, due to the adoption of a novel integrated design, have further minimized the mecha's dimensions. The most pivotal transformation emanates from the Dragon Knight system itself. The octo-armed Neza mecha's Dragon Knight system features a colossal flywheel disc mounted on its back, resembling a grand turtle shell. 8 floating cannons are affixed to the flywheel disc, which houses a battery array, the main control computer for the floating cannons, signal transmitters, and other devices. The floating cannons can operate independently from the mecha's main body for 1 minute before returning to the flywheel disc for recharging, which takes 10 minutes, allowing for a total of 2 assaults. When not detached from the mecha, the floating cannons can function as laser cannons, targeting objectives that lie in the same plane as the flywheel disc. The maximum distance the floating cannons can stray from the mecha is 50 meters. Xia Xingchen's modifications to the Dragon Knight system are primarily focused on eliminating the launch apparatus and main control computer of the floating cannons, replacing them with a mental energy sensing device, enabling direct control by the mecha pilot. Utilizing a new type of material, the floating cannons are now more compact, yet boast greater power, speed, and endurance. The flywheel disc is rotatable, with the floating cannons mounted on a gun mount that can elevate to 90 degrees, allowing for unobstructed laser cannon attacks on targets behind the mecha. Additionally, a critical adjustment has been made. The number of floating cannons has been reduced from 8 to 6, allowing Xia Xingchen to cycle through recharging and utilizing the cannons. The recharging time has been shortened to 1 minute, while the endurance has been extended to 3 minutes, with a maximum distance from the main body of 800 meters. Apart from the Dragon Knight system, the armaments of the octo-armed Neza mecha are relatively simplistic, comprising an alloy shield, a mecha laser rifle, and 2 twin-mounted laser cannons on each shoulder, leaving it with virtually no melee capabilities. Xia Xingchen retained the original design, but incorporated 2 energy swords into the mecha's waist, with retractable energy blades installed in the feet, knees, and elbows. This enhancement significantly augmented the mecha's close combat prowess. After inputting the design blueprints into the computer, several holographic projection devices illuminated, revealing a magnificent holographic image of the mecha before him. A satisfied smile graced Xia Xingchen's face. However, This smile quickly faded as he suddenly realized that the cost of constructing this mecha had reached an astonishing 800 million star coins. This figure merely reflected the cost of materials, should one seek to fabricate such a mecha at a modification shop. A conservative estimate would place the cost at 20 billion star coins. Upon hearing Xia Xingchen's lament, several of his roommates burst into hearty laughter. The shop would cover the expenses, with the stipulation that the mecha must bear the shop's branding during competitions, and when not in use, it must be displayed at the shop. Hans began to calculate shrewdly. Xingchen, our Tang Dynasty Group's R&D department has a specialized team dedicated to collecting and purchasing exceptional private mecha design patents. Your design undoubtedly meets their standards. Selling the design patent for 1 billion star coins should pose no problem. It has been decades since an outstanding Dragon Knight mecha has emerged, and there remains a considerable number of enthusiasts for Dragon Knights. Your proposal could yield substantial profits for the Tang Dynasty Group, Li Xiaomin added. Xia Xingchen thus dispelled his concerns. Li Xiaomin promptly assisted him in transmitting the blueprints to the processing factory, for there remained merely a month before the competition, leaving them with precious little time. Chapter 113. The assassination of Nicholas a few days later. A piece of news sent shockwaves throughout the Galactic Empire. Prince Nicholas was the target of a suicide attack by a cargo spaceship during the opening ceremony of a high-end restaurant at the Canal Space Station. Ultimately, Prince Nicholas narrowly escaped, yet the incident resulted in the tragic loss of over 8,000 lives. The independent miners' organization, the Galactic Liberation Army, claimed responsibility for this harrowing event. The Galactic Liberation Army, composed of miners who constitute nearly 60% of the galaxy's population, is a rebellious faction advocating against oppression and promoting equality among all. Many of its members, despite later attaining citizenship, have not forgotten their minor identities and their painful pasts. They orchestrate riots, assassinations, and terrorist acts across various planets, aiming to overthrow the rule of the Galactic Empire and establish a new social order predicated on equality. In the final days of Prince Nicholas's visit to Tianyuan Star for official duties, he was obliged to attend several social engagements. For instance, Gregory, who invited him to the restaurant's opening, was a wealthy magnate from the Northern Administrative Region, owning a chain of restaurants that spanned the cosmos. And he was one of Nicholas's principal financiers. This restaurant marked his 16th establishment, primarily catering to high-end clientele, allowing patrons to relish exquisite space cuisine while admiring the breathtaking vistas of Tianyuan Star through the restaurant's transparent glass dome. As Prince Nicholas delivered a speech in the restaurant, a 500,000-ton or transport vessel suddenly veered off course, hurtling towards the venue, laden with a considerable quantity of ore and explosives. In a moment of dire peril, the flagship IC plane mobilized its full might to collide head-on with the cargo ship, following a violent crash and explosion. The wreckage of both the IC plane and the cargo vessel plummeted onto the space station, resulting in numerous civilian fatalities. Nicholas narrowly evaded disaster. However, all personnel aboard the flagship, including his guards and attendants, perished. At that moment, a video denouncing Prince Nicholas's atrocities began to circulate on the holonet. The Galactic Empire's suppression of the miners' resistance was notoriously brutal. Capture often resulted in execution. Nicholas's methods were even more ruthless. Any miner discovered to be involved with the resistance would face collective punishment, with entire families and fellow miners executed alongside them. Not long ago, on a modest mining planet within the Northern Administrative Region, a series of minor uprisings erupted. In response, Nicholas deployed the Northern Fleet to conduct indiscriminate saturation bombing of the planet, resulting in the deaths of over 80 million miners. The resistance group, the Galactic Liberation Army, harbored a deep-seated hatred for Nicholas, seizing the opportunity presented by his visit to Tianyuan Star to mobilize considerable resources and manpower, ultimately uncovering a chance to assassinate him. However, what they did not anticipate was that Nicholas's guards and attendants, disregarding their own safety, bravely piloted the warship to collide head-on with the ore transport vessel, allowing Prince Nicholas to escape from this seemingly fatal predicament. Upon learning this news, Emperor Qinzheng of the Galactic Empire was incensed. He tasked the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Intelligence Department with a frenzied hunt for the members of the Galactic Liberation Army and other miners' liberation organizations, resulting in the arrest and execution of hundreds of thousands within a matter of days. Simultaneously, due to the destruction of his flagship, Emperor Qinzheng granted Nicholas special permission to remain on Tianyuan Star for an additional month, a decision that coincidentally aligned with the emperor's own desires. And he authorized the Northern Fleet to dispatch a warship to escort Nicholas home. A month later, the newly commissioned flagship of the Northern Fleet, the heavy space carrier North Wind, docked at the Canal Space Station. This event was regarded by the imperial military as a profound humiliation. Yet the infatuated emperor seemed oblivious to this fact, taking great interest in boarding the ship for a tour and personally seeing Nicholas off from the capital star system. At that moment, Nicholas sat in the lavish quarters of the North Wind, reflecting on his experiences during this visit to Tianyuan Star. In the past, to gain Qinzheng's trust, he had compromised himself, engaging in repugnant acts with the emperor. Little did he know that Qinzheng relished such encounters. When he was forced to compromise and depart from the capital star system, he had harbored thoughts of escaping from the clutches of the emperor. However, upon returning to report, he discovered that Qinzheng's feelings for him had remained unchanged, which was advantageous for him, granting him an additional 2 precious years for preparation. If he could endure these final 2 years, the entire galactic empire would belong to him. At that time, Qinzheng, you wretched pervert, I shall find hundreds of eager strongmen to lavish my affection upon you. With this thought, Nicholas activated a secret communication device, and the screen revealed Yuri, the newly appointed head of the Secret Operations Division of the Northern Administrative Region's Intelligence Department. After months apart, Yuri had undergone biotechnological hair restoration, appearing significantly plumper and radiantly rejuvenated. Your Majesty Nicholas, how may I serve you? Yuri inquired. My dear Yuri, the paralysis operation may commence immediately, Nicholas commanded. However, Your Majesty, we are not yet fully prepared, and our simulation suggests that launching a full-scale uprising 1 year prior to the main event yields the best results, Yuri advised. There is no need to wait. Begin at once, and maintain a continuous effort. Do not fear alarming the enemy. Simply leave traces that lead those fools to believe it is the work of the enraged miners, Nicholas thought to himself, secretly pleased that although he had narrowly escaped being killed by the Miners' Resistance Organization, it had inadvertently served him well by diverting much of the military's and the Empire's intelligence attention away from him. As you wish, my lord. At that moment, high above a remote mining satellite in the Eastern Star region, within an apparently abandoned space station, a fierce argument erupted among the upper echelons of the Miners' Liberation Organization, the Galactic Liberation Army. Uncle Mario, your reckless actions this time have brought severe consequences upon our organization, a serious 19-year-old girl remarked. Her name was Chun Tingting, the daughter of the 20th leader of the Galactic Free Army. Her father, Chun Yuzhou, had sustained grave injuries during a confrontation with the government forces, leaving him nearly incapacitated. Fortunately, he still clung to life and was currently receiving treatment in a bioware facility. Mario was his second in command. What do you know, little girl? I was on the brink of success. If it weren't for his underling's reckless bravery, I would have achieved my objective, Mario replied disdainfully. Do you realize that your reckless actions have cost us hundreds of thousands of brothers and sisters? The intelligence network and covert operations we painstakingly established over decades in the Capital Star region have been thoroughly dismantled. Furthermore, the tensions between Nicholas and the military were on the verge of eruption, but now all the blame has shifted towards us. Nicholas must be reveling in this. Your foolish actions have done him a great favor, Chun Tingting exclaimed, her eyes reddening with emotion. What do dead men matter? Once you embark on this path, you must be prepared to sacrifice for freedom at any moment. You, little girl, seem to have forgotten your roots now that you have become a citizen of the Empire. Mario's words were venomous. You. Chun Tingting was rendered speechless by anger. After a prolonged silence, she slammed her hand on the table. Very well, from this day forth, you shall walk your path, and I shall walk mine. Let time reveal who is right and who is wrong. Good riddance, I look forward to it. Safe travels. Mario sneered. Chapter 114. Reunion. The Nicholas incident continued to reverberate throughout every corner of the Empire. Another weekend arrived, and after completing his training with Qin Rinha early in the morning, Xia Xingchen headed straight to the repair shop. It had been over a month since he sent the blueprints to the Mecha parts manufacturer, and most of the components had arrived. Xia Xingchen began to assemble the Mecha gradually, testing each part and making some improvements along the way. At that moment, a luxurious maglev sedan pulled up outside the shop. A girl in military uniform alighted from the vehicle, Her arm insignia indicated she was from the Royal Military Academy. She was accompanied by two individuals in camouflage uniforms, a man and a woman, who appeared to be her bodyguards. Bali greeted them warmly, inquiring about their needs. I wish to customize a personal mecha. Could you have your designer create a design for the forest goddess mecha? The girl spoke politely, her voice melodious, exuding an air of nobility with every gesture, clearly indicating her cultured upbringing. Unfortunately, that particular mecha is the work of our designer, Li, who will not be available until later today. Would you prefer to schedule another time or wait a few hours? Bali responded, visibly troubled. Oh dear, what unfortunate timing. We are pressed for time. Perhaps you have other designers? I could relay my requirements to them and have them pass it on to Li Qiruwei. Would that be acceptable? Certainly, that poses no problem. Please allow me a moment, Bali said as he arranged for them to wait in the lounge while he went to find Xia Xingchen. Greetings, how may I assist you? Xia Xingchen approached with a warm welcome. The young girl scrutinized Xia Xingchen intently, sensing a striking resemblance to someone she seemed to have encountered before, a familiar shadow lingering in her mind. Is something the matter? Xia Xingchen inquired, noticing her silence with a hint of confusion. I apologize for my rudeness. You bear an uncanny likeness to a friend of mine, which has stirred some memories, the girl replied, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. No worries. I hear you're interested in customizing a personal mech. What are your specifications? Could we discuss this privately? She winked at Xia Xingchen. Well, all right. He nodded in agreement. At that moment, a woman standing beside the girl stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of him. Miss, that is not permissible. It contravenes safety protocols. The woman glared coldly at Xia Xingchen. I believe our establishment can ensure the safety of our clients, he countered. And you think you can guarantee that? The woman retorted with a tone laced with sarcasm. Her eyes flashed with a chilling intensity, fixing an unwavering gaze upon Xia Xingchen, emanating a formidable aura that hinted at imminent danger. Yet, Xia Xingchen remained steadfast, unyielding in the face of her intimidation. Her menacing presence faded as if swallowed by the ocean. The bodyguard's demeanor shifted to one of serious vigilance, poised for confrontation. Marina, stand down. I command you. I will take responsibility for my actions. This gentleman means no harm, the girl asserted earnestly. The bodyguard seemed inclined to contest, but the girl interjected firmly. There is no room for debate. Follow orders. She then led Xia Xingchen to a conference room on the second floor. She articulated her desires for the mech, while Xia Xingchen diligently noted her requests and offered his own suggestions. As he focused on his notes, the girl observed him intently. At that moment, Xia Xingchen appeared radically transformed from the slender miner he had been 2 years prior. It was an age where physical appearances undergo significant change, and having trained in martial arts over the years, he had grown taller and more robust. Moreover, the experiences he had endured had profoundly altered his entire demeanor. Oh, by the way, I haven't asked your name yet. How shall I address you? The girl inquired. I am Xia Xingchen. Xia Xingchen? What a lovely name. I am Qin Yin'er. It is a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is mine, Miss Qin Yin'er. You bear a striking resemblance to an old friend of mine. May I inquire about your origins? I hail from Manastar, a rather remote location, Xia Xingchen replied. Manastar, Qin Yin'er exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. My friend is also from Manastar. I visited there 2 years ago. Xia Xingchen recalled the myriad of memories from his time on Manastar. Could you share your email address with me? I might have numerous inquiries regarding the mech, Qin Yin'er asked. As you wish, beautiful lady. Qin Yin'er descended the stairs and entered the maglev vehicle, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Shortly thereafter, 2 additional cars positioned themselves in front and behind, forming a protective convoy. Not far above, a mech was vigilantly monitoring the movements of the caravan. Marina, please investigate the entire dossier on Xia Xingchen and relay it to me. Qin Yin'er instructed her female bodyguard. Yes, Princess Star, the bodyguard replied. It turned out that Qin Yin'er was the youngest daughter of the Emperor Qinzheng of the Galactic Empire, known as Princess Star. She was the very same girl who had escaped from the clutches of the Black Fox alongside Xia Xingchen years ago. Inside the palace of Tianyuan Star, Princess Star, Qin Yin'er gazed at the lengthy dossier before her, momentarily lost in thought. The investigative authority at the Royal Guard's office was exceedingly high. She had obtained the most comprehensive file on Xia Xingchen, chronicling his experiences over the past 2 years. Xia Xingchen, indeed it is you, the remarkable lad who awakened his psychic powers with merely a level 6 mental capacity. I never imagined your growth would be so swift and your journey so fraught with challenges. Do you remember the little boy who fled with you in the Black Knight mech? At that moment, the screen displayed a photograph of Xia Xingchen taken 2 years ago on Manastar. After a prolonged wait, all components and weapons for Xia Xingchen's mech were finally in place. On this day, all members of the 1524 Mech Club gathered in the shop to witness the miraculous moment. Xia Xingchen assembled the final piece and then climbed into the cockpit, commencing the programming of the control system. As for the color scheme of the mech, Xia Xingchen entrusted this formidable task to Li Qiurui, knowing her aesthetic expertise far surpassed his own. As a military personnel, Xia Xingchen's mech was eligible for military identification codes. Hans had submitted the identification code to the Mech Management Center of Tianyuan Starwell in advance. After all, this was the heart of the Empire, where mech regulations were stringently enforced. The use of private mechs was restricted to designated testing grounds within a few dozen kilometers. With the cockpit cover sealed, Li Qiurui's design was now complete. The mechanical arms commenced the painting process. Half an hour later, the exterior of the mech was fully painted. A magnificent mech emerged before the spectators. The Dragon Knight mech appeared taller than conventional ones, boasting a massive flywheel and floating cannons at its back. Eschewing the currently popular colors of white, red, blue, and ostentatious gold, Li Qiurui opted for a rare deep gray hue. This choice, combined with the mech's imposing structure, delivered an overwhelming visual impact. The chest and cockpit areas were adorned in dark blue, while golden yellow accents highlighted the various thrusters. All indicator lights glowed red, adding a striking finishing touch. The flywheel and chest of the mech were emblazoned with fluorescent gold paint, proudly displaying the insignia of the 1524 Mech Club. This design elicited admiration from all present. Xia Xingchen donned a psychic sensing headband, and upon rebooting the system, a dialogue box appeared before him, prompting him to name his mech. Xia Xingchen deftly typed the 4 grand characters Dragon Knight, War Machine on the keyboard. This formidable mech was constructed upon the foundational research of predecessors concerning the Dragon Knight system, and the name was chosen as a tribute to those who came before. Subsequently, a dialogue box appeared on the screen, prompting the settings for the mech's control parameters. Xia Xingchen meticulously inputted all the necessary parameters, and the system rebooted once more. The red indicator light atop the mech illuminating, signifying that the charging process was complete. The conveyor belt then transported the Dragon Knight War Machine to the rear entrance, where the hangar doors opened, allowing the mech to gracefully emerge. As Xia Xingchen pressed the power pedal, several thrusters ignited, and the mech transformed into a streak of white light, soaring into the sky. Onlookers gathered on the rooftop of the mech repair shop, yet they found their eyes unable to keep pace with the mech's astonishing speed. After soaring for several minutes, with all components operating smoothly, Xia Xingchen identified a few data points requiring fine-tuning, which he mentally noted. At last, the exhilarating moment arrived. Xia Xingchen pressed the activation button for the Dragon Knight system, and 6 floating cannons detached from the mech's main body. Although his mental projection could only simultaneously control 4 of the floating cannons, the Dragon Knight system's cannons were equipped with autonomous flight and attack programming. The additional 2 cannons, guided by computer algorithms, could perform basic offensive and evasive maneuvers, while the remaining 4 floated under his command, executing a series of intricate maneuvers. Half an hour later, the Dragon Knight War Machine descended gracefully onto the open space in front of the 1524 Mech Club, drawing a crowd of spectators. "Is this the Dragon Knight? How spectacular! How breathtaking! I wish to own one," exclaimed some, while others scoffed, dismissing it as merely ostentatious and impractical. The mech designers from the 1524 Mech Club were indeed remarkable, and the crowd buzzed with excitement. Xia Xingchen connected the mech's diagnostic data to his personal terminal and disembarked, greeted by the enthusiastic applause of his friends. As he reviewed the recorded parameters on his terminal, a smile graced his face. The Dragon Knight War Machine stood at a height of 56 meters, 66 meters, including the height of the Dragon Knight system, with parameters of strength 20, agility 20, armor 25, and speed 25. The mech's back was outfitted with 4 medium white thrusters and 8 small white thrusters, while the chest housed 4 small white thrusters. Each waist and knee had 4 small blue thrusters, with the legs equipped with 2 small blue thrusters and 6 miniature blue thrusters. The weaponry primarily consisted of the Dragon Knight system and its 6 floating cannons, which could function as medium laser cannons when mounted. Additionally, the Dragonite war machine was equipped with an alloy shield, 2 energy swords, a laser rifle, and dual shoulder-mounted variable-angle twin laser cannons. The feet, knees, and elbows collectively featured 6 retractable energy blades. Hans Granta's eyes sparkled with greed, perceiving not a mere mech before him, but a fortune in cash. By this time, numerous customers had gathered, eager to inquire about the mech's specifications and armament. Ahem, may I have your attention, everyone? Silence, please. Xia Xingchen spoke, interrupting the chattering crowd. This Dragonite mech was the labor of love of Mr. Xia Xingchen, our technical director, a senior mech maintenance engineer and designer at the 1524 Mech Club. As a master mech engineer himself, Mr. Xia understood precisely what this mech required. Moreover, the exterior of the mech was meticulously designed by our most artistically gifted designer, Ms. Li Qiurui. The crowd erupted into excitement. Over the past 3 months, the reputation of the 1524 Mech Club had soared, and Mr. Xia's name had become synonymous with excellence on this street. Many complex mech issues that were difficult to resolve elsewhere had been effortlessly addressed here. Ms. Li Qiurui had designed and modified a total of 8 mechs, each an exquisite work of art, with her goddess series particularly favored by many female mech engineers. Furthermore, she was a striking beauty, one of the campus queens at the Imperial Military Command Academy. The collaboration between these two talents had left countless mech enthusiasts salivating with anticipation. Silence, please. Hans called out to restore order amidst the chaos. He continued, due to Mr. Xia's participation in the mech combat and design competitions at the Tianyuan Star Military Academy next month, we must keep the parameters and weaponry of the mech confidential for the time being. This Dragonite mech will undergo rigorous evaluation and practical testing by experts from the Tang Dynasty Group, and we shall announce its specifications after the competition. I don't care. I want to place an order. Full payment, shouted Xiao Tang amidst the tumultuous crowd. A deposit of 500 million star coins, with delivery in 2 months. Those interested, please come inside for further discussion. Hans exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy. Chapter 116. The competition begins. Tianyuan Star, Royal Holiday Manor Hotel. This was the most luxurious 7-star hotel on Tianyuan Star. President Li Zhonglong of the Tang Dynasty Group checked in with his wife, Ms. Hu Qiushui. They had come to participate in the mech competition jointly organized by the Tang Dynasty Group and the Imperial Military. Though the event was held annually, this year the Tang Dynasty Group had heightened its emphasis. The president's personal attendance was a rare occurrence. Little did outsiders know that the competition was merely a pretext. They had come to visit their son and daughter. In the first 4 days after arriving at Tianyuan Star, the couple was extremely busy meeting with Emperor Qinzhong, Grand Marshal von Bismarck of the Imperial Military, along with the Minister of Industry, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Culture, and the Tang Dynasty Group's local representatives in the Tianyuan sector. They also attended several social banquets that were difficult to decline. It was only after 4 days, as the weekend approached, that they found a moment to breathe. On that day, the 4 friends received an invitation to a dinner hosted by the Li Xiumin family. The dinner took place in the luxurious dining room of the Royal Holiday Manor Hotel. The feast was lavish, featuring hundreds of signature dishes from various planets, all meticulously prepared by the finest chefs of the Galactic Empire, tantalizing the taste buds. After the dinner concluded, Xia Xingchen and his companions joined President Li Zhonglong in the hotel ST room, where conversation flowed freely, while Li Qiurui was discreetly pulled aside by her mother for a private chat. As the night deepened, a few individuals, including Xia Xingchen, were settled in the opulent hotel rooms, while Li Zhonglong and his wife commenced a clandestine conversation. How did your discussion with Qiurui go? What is her stance? Li Zhonglong inquired. Despite her reluctance to admit anything, she could not conceal her admiration, appreciation, and even infatuation for Xia Xingchen, who Qiushui lamented. Just like I was in my youth. Alas, a daughter grows up too fast. Li Zhonglong sighed. How is our son faring? What about his roommates? It was only then that Li Qiushui remembered to express concern for their son. He has matured significantly. Moreover, his understanding of mecha design has deepened considerably. He continues to pursue mecha design, and perhaps this is indeed the path best suited for him. I do not wish to impose upon him. He should venture forth on his own. As for his roommates, they are not to be underestimated. Oh, do elaborate. Hu Qiushui became intrigued. Recognizing her husband's discerning eye for character, He often remarked that those who appeared unremarkable often possessed extraordinary qualities. Let's begin with this Hans Granta. Given his surname, you can surmise his background. The boy possesses a masterful acumen for business, an innate sensitivity to opportunities, and remarkable proficiency in commercial operations. The only thing he lacks is a modicum of experience. Otherwise, he could easily helm a large interstellar corporate conglomerate. Li Zhenglong pondered how such an exceptional young man could have emerged from the Granta family and deemed it prudent to learn more in the future. Next, we have Dai Ren. This young man is rather formidable, exhibiting considerable depth of character, and his words are meticulously chosen. Furthermore, his analyses of current affairs are profoundly insightful. What manner of family has raised such a prodigy to elicit your praise? Hu Qiushui queried. Are you foolish? His surname is Dai, coupled with such a demeanor. Need I say more? He undoubtedly hails from the intelligence-oriented Dai family. Only seasoned foxes could nurture such a cunning young fox, Li Zhenglong jested. I see. You are quite astute. Please, continue, Hu Qiushui playfully urged. That concludes my observations. What more is there to say? Let us retire for the night. Hu Qiushui's eyes widened, her delicate fingers pinching the soft flesh at Li Zhenglong's waist, twisting it with a playful tug. Are you feigning ignorance? Have you become more mischievous? Ouch. Please stop. I concede. Li Zhenglong's face flushed as he pleaded for mercy, knowing well that his wife's tactics were his greatest fear. As for Xia Xingchen, this child is remarkably forthright. He has stated he will not discuss matters of the heart until he has avenged his comrades and girlfriend. His experiences are quite extensive. I truly do not know whether it is wise for him to pursue a relationship with our daughter. Alas, our children must find their own fortunes. Hu Qiushui sighed. The annual Tianyuan Star Military Academy Mecha competition was about to commence. During this time of year, both military academies would observe a 2-week holiday, and nearly all students would attend to witness the events. The competition began with a Mecha maintenance contest, followed by the Mecha design competition, culminating in the grand finale of Mecha combat. The Mecha maintenance contest was hosted at the Mecha maintenance practical base of the Imperial Military Command Academy. Each student may participate in the competition only once during their time at the academy. The preliminary round serves as an additional examination for the rank of Mech Repair Specialist, providing students with an extra opportunity beyond the annual assessments. Only those who pass the Advanced Mech Repair Specialist examination are eligible to advance to the finals. Students who already possess the Advanced Repair qualification may directly enter the finals. However, such occurrences have been rare in previous years, as most students in the Mech Repair Design program either choose to graduate or pursue intermediate courses, given the considerable tuition fees associated with the program. In this competition, siblings Li Xiaomin and Li Churui spent 3 days diligently working and, despite numerous challenges, ultimately secured their intermediate Mech Repair Specialist qualifications. This achievement delighted Hans, as an increase in the number of advanced technicians in the shop showcased its prowess. Ultimately, 4 students distinguished themselves in the preliminary round, earning Advanced Mech Repair Specialist qualifications and joining Xia Xingchen in the finals. However, their fortunate streak was about to end. The finals took place in the Academy's largest repair training facility, where each participant occupied a dedicated mech repair workstation. A conveyor belt continuously delivered 10 mechs to each contestant, all presenting intricate malfunctions crafted by the mech experts of the Tang Dynasty Group. Among these, 3 mechs appeared flawless during instrument checks, yet suffered minor issues due to design flaws, necessitating slight modifications during repairs. Remarkably, Xia Xingchen completed repairs on all mechs in just 20 hours, claiming the championship title in the mech repair competition. Following his victory, he was awarded a cash prize of 20 million star coins from the Tang Dynasty Group. Numerous corporations, including the Tang Dynasty Group, sought to recruit him, but he graciously declined their offers. In an interview with Campus Skynet, he expressed that as a newcomer to the academy, his primary focus was on completing his studies. Moreover, he currently served as the technical director of the 1524 Mech Club, a fact that brought immense joy to Hans, who reveled in this free publicity. Chapter 117. Pre-competition preparations. The Mech Design Competition attracted submissions from over 50,000 students. Any current junior student, regardless of their participation history or grade level, was eligible to enter, though each could submit only one mech design proposal. Unfortunately, the initial screening process eliminated 80 of these submissions. The design materials were first uploaded to the Academy's main control computer, which conducted the initial selection. Designs containing glaring inconsistencies, overly imaginative concepts, or instances of plagiarism were promptly identified and discarded. Those proposals that passed the first round of scrutiny would undergo a second evaluation by the advanced Mech simulation optical brain provided by the Tang Dynasty Group. This state-of-the-art optical brain, directly linked to the company's database, would analyze parameters such as feasibility, rationality, and applicability of the designs. If any proposals exhibited excessive flaws, they would be further eliminated, leaving only a little over 500 mech design proposals remaining. At this juncture, 50 experts dispatched by the Tang Dynasty Group, alongside 450 instructors from the Imperial Military Command Academy, specializing in mecha maintenance and design, formed 50 expert panels to evaluate the remaining 500 design proposals. Ultimately, the top 20 designs would be awarded first, second, and third prizes, each with distinct rewards. Li Xiaoming's non-humanoid heavy fire support armor earned a second prize. Meanwhile, the Dragon Knight Mecha, designed by Xia Xingchen, along with Li Qirui's Ice Goddess Mecha, and a design from a northern student known as the Serious Mecha, collectively secured the first prize. The victors of the first prize received a monetary reward of 20 million star coins and opportunities for recruitment from various factions. Additionally, Xia Xingchen sold the patent for his mecha design to the Tang Dynasty Group for 1 billion star coins. Although this price could have been higher, Xia Xingchen applied for a license to produce a custom model of the Dragon Knight for the 1524 Mecha Club. Naturally, Li Qirui's design belonged to the Tang Dynasty Group, which subsequently launched the Goddess series of high-end custom mechas after the Qirui series. The Goddess series emerged after Li Qirui and Xia Xingchen had collaborated for a time, showcasing a more sophisticated line of products that combine mecha performance with aesthetic appeal. The student from the north sold his design to Northern Heavy Industries and was subsequently recruited to join their ranks. With this, both the mecha maintenance competition and the mecha design competition came to a close. Within the mecha design competition, the 3 designers from the 1524 Mecha Club achieved remarkable results, garnering 2 first prizes and 1 second prize, once again astonishing both schools. Their fame had spread far and wide. However, these 2 competitions were merely the beginning, attracting limited attention, primarily from students in the mecha maintenance and design program who sought to glean insights from the contests. The broader audience was fixated on the forthcoming grand event, the Mecha Combat Competition. The structure of the Mecha Combat Competition was particularly intriguing, requiring teams of 3 to participate. Each team consisted of 1 mecha pilot, 2 maintenance technicians, and a single mecha. Throughout the competition, no substitutions of mechas were permitted. All maintenance and upkeep had to be conducted by the technicians within the team. Should a mecha sustain irreparable damage, or if the pilot were incapacitated, the team would be disqualified. This setup closely mirrored real combat scenarios, as the technicians' technical support capabilities were integral to their combat effectiveness. Moreover, it significantly limited the number of participants, as the practical nature of the competition posed logistical challenges for the organizers with an excessive number of competitors. Ultimately, over 4,000 teams of mecha pilots from both schools registered to compete in the practical mecha battles. Daily matches would be held in a single elimination format. To claim victory, each team would need to compete in over 8 matches. This was undoubtedly a test of endurance, meaning that in the early stages of the competition, any misstep could lead to elimination. Hundreds of colossal military spacecraft transported thousands of mechas contained within transport containers to the venue of the Mecha Combat Competition. The military fortress satellite Tianwei-13. After all, Tianyuan Star serves as the political epicenter, and hosting the Mecha Combat Tournament here carries grave consequences should anything go awry. Originally, Tianyuan Star was accompanied by 12 satellites, designated for various purposes such as industrial zones, commercial centers, military bases, and food production hubs. However, due to the populous nature and bustling industries of Tianyuan Star, these satellites proved insufficient. Consequently, the Galactic Empire initiated a stellar construction project, which spanned several decades. They selected 3 suitably sized asteroids from the asteroid belt, employing hundreds of thousands of large thrusters. After multiple gravitational assists, These asteroids were ultimately placed into orbit around Tianyuan star, serving as the foundation for the establishment of three fortress military satellites, Tianwei 13, Tianwei 14, and Tianwei 15. Tianwei 13 acts as the Mecha training center for the troops stationed in the Tianyuan domain. Tianwei 14 serves as the military's Mecha weapon testing facility, while Tianwei 15 is designated as the examination center for the Mecha divisions of Tianyuan star. After more than 7 hours of flight, the cargo ship finally descended upon Tianwei 13, where a flurry of transport vehicles and engineering mechas busily unloaded Mecha transport containers from a vessel, delivering them to the competition site. The competition area boasts over 200 Mecha arenas, each spanning several square kilometers. Beneath these arenas lie countless Mecha storage facilities, each equipped with maintenance workstations and charging devices for the mechas. Upon registering, Xia Xingchen and his companions receive a number plate, fortuitously designated as number 1524. Disembarking from the cargo ship, they follow the guidance of their personal terminals to board a shuttle to the designated Mecha storage facility. At this moment, the Dragon Knight Mecha had already been transported here. They opened the container, and Xia Xingchen placed the Mecha on the maintenance workstation, conducting a final inspection and charging the Mecha to ensure it remains in optimal condition. Tomorrow, they would venture onto the arena to prove their worth. That evening, Xia Xingchen received a communication request from Dairen. Xingchen, the northern faction has issued a kill order. They will stop at nothing to seize the championship. If they identify any promising military Mecha masters, they will resort to foul play to eliminate them. My intelligence network intercepted their communications and uncovered this plot. If the top spots in the competition are claimed by the North, we will be left in a precarious position. Therefore, Xingchen, you must strive to defeat them. If circumstances become dire, prioritize your personal safety above all else. Rest assured, I shall not allow Nikolai's schemes to come to fruition. Chapter 118, Mecha Combat Tournament, Part 1. The annual Mecha Combat Tournament at Tianyuan Star's Military Academy is a momentous tradition for the residents of the capital star domain. Witnessing the thrilling, real-life confrontations of various new mecha designs is undeniably exhilarating. Major television networks throughout the capital star domain broadcast the event live around the clock. Additionally, the Tianwang network streams the event online, allowing viewers to select any arena to watch their favorite competitors. Even regions beyond the capital star domain can enjoy highlights of the competition. As the competition commences, classrooms within the two military academies are filled to capacity, with dedicated student groups meticulously analyzing combat data and mecha performance. Of course, the most exhilarated are the gamblers, who at last find a reason to either amass wealth overnight or face ruin. Greetings to all our esteemed viewers. This is Tianyuan Entertainment Channel. I am Jinkik, and I welcome you to the 66th Tianyuan Military Academy Mecha Combat Tournament. This event is exclusively sponsored by the Tang Dynasty Group, with live broadcasting supported by the Tang Dynasty Group, Tianyuan Soy Milk, and Tianyuan Mineral Water. Jinkik, in his early 60s, is a renowned commentator for mecha combat tournaments on Tianyuan Star. Formerly a soldier and a mecha master, he left the military after inadvertently falling into a trap set by space bandits during a battle, suffering a severe mental blow from multiple psychic bombs that reduced his psychic level to below 20. Disheartened, he departed from the army. However, possessing a silver tongue and extensive knowledge of mechas and combat, he joined Tianyuan Entertainment Channel as a commentator. A total of 4,096 competitors are participating in this tournament, including 4 mecha masters and 462 mecha specialists. Our broadcast will primarily focus on their matches. Notably, among the contestants, the Imperial Military Command Academy boasts 1860 teams, while the remainder consists of Royal Military Academy students. The sheer number of participants does not necessarily indicate higher skill levels at the Royal Military Academy. Rather, it reflects their greater financial resources, Jinkik muttered, perhaps unintentionally leaving his microphone on. Although the matchups are generated randomly by computer, the organizers have taken care to arrange the mecha masters who have passed their qualifications to avoid early confrontations. The first 3 rounds of competition proceeded without any major upsets, generating considerable excitement. Xia Xingchen advanced through 3 rounds, dispatching his opponents with just a shot or 2 that obliterated their mechas' heads. Following the 3 elimination rounds, only 512 competitors remained. As the 4th day's matches began, Xia Xingchen sat in the cockpit of the Dragon Rider battleship, with a conveyor belt delivering mechas to the arena. Unbeknownst to him, he had no idea who his opponent was, as the draw for the final 128 competitors would occur after each elimination round. Adhering to the principle of preventing higher-ranked mecha masters from facing each other too soon, the arena gates slowly opened, and upon seeing the mecha across from him, he couldn't help but chuckle. Hans, watching the live broadcast on the large screen, burst into laughter as well. To his astonishment, his opponent was a vibrantly painted mecha, the flamboyant fortune piloted by Xia Xingchen. At that moment, Xia Xingchen sat inside the flamboyant fortune, despondent, fully aware of the formidable strength of his adversary. His own mecha skills could only be described as mediocre, yet he had managed to eliminate 3 opponents, advancing to the 4th round solely due to the superior performance of his mecha. He initially fantasized about making it into the top 64, hoping to bring some pride to his father and spare him from the embarrassment of saying he was just idling away his time. However, the formidable Dragon Knight, Mech, struck him like a thunderbolt. The public communication channel of Master Xia's Mech was wide open, allowing the Mech operators to converse freely. Naturally, these exchanges were also audible to the viewers on television and the net. "Ah, Tangjin, it's you. But I'm afraid I must apologize. This championship is mine," Xia Xingchen proclaimed confidently. "Please take it easy. If you break it, I'll have to trouble you for repairs," Tang Jin replied helplessly. At that moment, the audience watching the live broadcast nearly lost their minds upon hearing their exchange. The reason this match was chosen was that the Huahua Taisui Mech had been flaunting its superior performance in previous rounds, dominating its opponents with ease. And Xia Xingchen was a top-tier mech operator. This encounter was expected to be evenly matched. Who would have thought he would face such a spineless adversary? The audience's scathing comments flooded the screen. Old Tang Jin had gathered a few friends to watch the live stream, and upon hearing his son's words, he was nearly struck with a heart attack from anger. "All right, seeing as you're a long-standing client of our 1524 club, I shall grant you 3 shots to start with," Xia Xingchen said. Little Tang Jin was overjoyed. In mech combat, those 3 shots were of paramount importance. It was not merely a matter of gaining an advantage, but could decisively influence the outcome of the battle for the mech operator. As the countdown chimed, the instant the green light illuminated, the Huahua Taisui Mech roared to life, executing several serpentine maneuvers, and unleashed all its weapons, firing multiple laser beams simultaneously at the Dragon Knight Mech. Xia Xingchen maneuvered his mech with utmost simplicity to evade the onslaught. The laser beams seemed to shy away from him, as if afraid. Dear viewers, do observe, Tang Jin's assault is quite threatening. Though it lacks finesse, its power rivals that of skill techniques. His mech's performance is exceptional, capable of simultaneous fire while maneuvering at such high speeds, indicating it must be equipped with an advanced targeting assist system, which is no small expense. However, the competitor Xia Xingchen is undoubtedly a master. Each of his evasive actions is executed with precision and ease. Regrettably, we cannot witness the rare Dragon Knight mech's capabilities as the opponent is simply too weak. Commentator Jean Chieka elaborated. Xia Xingchen afforded little Tang Jin several seconds to showcase his abilities, only to realize that this fellow was akin to a stubborn clay unable to be molded. His tactics were repetitive and limited. Having granted him ample face, it was time to reel him in. While dodging the attacks, Xia Xingchen raised his mech's laser rifle and executed a double shot. 2 purple laser beams surged forth, the first striking the left knee joint of the Huahua Taisui Mech, where a seam lay uncovered by armor. With a resounding explosion, the left leg of the Huahua Taisui Mech was severed into 2 pieces. The mechanized warrior, with a severed leg, lost its balance while sprinting at high speed. Its head emerged from behind a shield, and Xia Xingchen swiftly fired a second shot, striking the head of the Huahua Taisui Mech with precision. The integrated sensors there were obliterated, and the mech's screen promptly dimmed. Behold, what an exhilarating display. With continuous, accurate shots during rapid movement, not a single bullet missed. And every action of the opponent was meticulously calculated. Although Xia Xingchen is merely a junior mech pilot, his skills have already reached the level of a senior mech pilot. Should he participate in the upcoming grading examination, the likelihood of his success is exceedingly high. He is indeed a contender worthy of our attention. Victory. In the guest lounge of the 1524 Mech Club, Hans and the staff exchanged congratulatory high fives. Xia Xingchen, your days are numbered. I shall personally ensure your demise. Pan Caifu, inside a waiting ice-field magic wolf mech, spat through clenched teeth. Xia Xingchen, a formidable rival indeed. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Angelica, inside a crimson mech, mused silently. Brother Xingchen, you are exceptional. I never anticipated your growth to this extent. Princess Xing silently offered her blessings. Chapter 119, Mech Combat Tournament, Part 2. Having entered the top 128, the remaining contenders are predominantly senior and elite mech pilots. At this stage of the competition, the disparity in levels creates a chasm in strength that cannot be bridged by the mere performance of the mechs. After the conclusion of all competitions for the day, the remaining 128 contestants will undergo a final random draw for their opponents. From this moment onward, participants will be acutely aware of who their future opponents will be before the matches. The drawing commenced, and Xia Xingchen drew an opponent named Rouhani. Upon seeing the mech he utilized, Xia Xingchen recognized him as a contender from the north, for he piloted the Icefield Magic Wolf mech, the very same that Andre had driven during the senior mech pilot examination. Upon returning to his residence, Dairen sent a communication request along with Rouhani's profile. Rouhani, 25 years old, holds the rank of second lieutenant. He hails from the Irkutsk Star of the Northern Administrative Region and is affiliated with the 3rd Division of the Northern Fleet, classified as a senior mech pilot. From the previous matches, it is evident that this individual possesses solid foundational skills, characterized by a calm and cunning combat style. He tends to eschew immediate aggression, preferring instead to observe and seek out his opponent's weaknesses before delivering a lethal strike. Furthermore, he exhibits a ruthless streak. After vanquishing his opponents, he often orchestrates unforeseen incidents, such as causing a mech to inadvertently collapse onto the cockpit of his adversary or forcing them into self-inflicted injuries while attempting to block an attack. In earlier matches, his opponents suffered 1 fatality and 3 severe injuries, yet the organizers could not find grounds to penalize him, as these incidents appeared too much like accidents. Xingchen, over 40 officers from the Northern Administrative Region have made it into the top 128. Moreover, they are all piloting the Icefield Magic Wolf mech, suggesting that this model has supplanted the Icefield Wolf as the primary combat equipment of the North. Rouhani is nearing the level of an elite mech pilot. You must exercise caution. I suspect he has been conserving his strength. Dairen expressed his concerns anxiously. Rest assured, before my eyes, no living wolf shall appear. The gaze of Xia Xingchen burns with the flames of vengeance. Esteemed viewers, welcome to the 66th Tianyuan Star Military Academy Mecha Combat Tournament. Today, we witnessed the match from 128 to 64, and I am your host, Xia Xingchen. What you are about to behold is an internal clash within the Imperial Military Command Academy, featuring second-year student Rouhani against his junior, Xia Xingchen. At this moment, the screen reveals a close-up of 2 mechas being transported via conveyor belt to the center of the arena. We see that contestant Rouhani, alongside his Icefield Demon Wolf, is being delivered to the battleground. Throughout this competition, we have witnessed the exceptional performance of the Icefield Demon Wolf mecha, which has surpassed the capabilities of most mass-produced general-purpose mechas. Meanwhile, let me check the details of Xia Xingchen's mecha. The Dragon Knight Battle Mecha. This is a mecha equipped with a Dragon Knight system. However, the Dragon Knight system, though a double-edged sword, has proven more detrimental than beneficial and has been phased out. What performance can this newly designed Dragon Knight mecha exhibit? We hope that contestant Rouhani can compel his opponent to reveal their true prowess. At this juncture, Xia Xingchen paused, glancing at the monitor before continuing. Now, let us address a question from an online viewer. A user named Alone for 10,000 years inquires about the key points for victory in this match. This is a profound question, and I shall respond. While Rouhani's Icefield Demon Wolf mecha boasts significantly enhanced ranged attack capabilities compared to its predecessor, it remains an exceptionally proficient close combat mecha. Conversely, as I understand, all mechas equipped with the Dragon Knight system possess rather subpar close combat abilities, if any at all. Thus, the primary theme of this battle will revolve around the struggle for distance. The Dragon Knight must find ways to maintain range and leverage its firepower to annihilate the opponent, while the Icefield Demon Wolf stands to gain an increasing advantage the closer the distance becomes. As the gates of the arena slowly opened, Rouhani regarded his adversary with a cruel smile, contemplating how to eliminate Xia Xingchen amidst unforeseen circumstances. as the countdown concluded and the green light illuminated. Both mechas simultaneously activated their engines. The Icefield Demon Wolf's dual laser cannons fired relentlessly, while the Dragon Knight Battle Mecha continuously shifted positions, retaliating with its laser gun. For 3 to 4 minutes, the two contenders exchanged fire, seemingly patient and unwilling to initiate an attack. Alas, Xia Xingchen should have seized this opportunity to launch a more vigorous offensive. His current approach appears somewhat conservative. Rohani, inwardly gleeful, mused, "Since you choose not to attack, I shall take the initiative." With this thought, his mecha executed several serpentine maneuvers before surging forth with full engine power. As the Icefield Demon Wolf lunged toward the Dragon Knight, extending 6 red energy claws from its forearms, Xia Xingchen continued to shoot with unwavering calmness, while the Icefield Demon Wolf nimbly evaded the strikes. The distance between the two narrowed rapidly. Suddenly, the Icefield Demon Wolf unleashed its full power, leaping with its mech and creating an afterimage in an instant, its electric claws lunging toward the Dragon Knight. Xia Xingchen raised his left shield to block 3 electric claws. But immediately afterward, the other 3 claws from the Icefield Demon Wolf's hand aimed directly at the cockpit of the Dragon Knight. "It's over for the Dragon Knight," Jin Chica exclaimed. Chapter 120, Mech Combat Tournament, Part 3. Faced with the incoming alloy claws, Xia Xingchen remained utterly composed. He swiftly positioned his mech's laser rifle upright, presenting it to the oncoming claws. This movement was executed with such speed that few could discern it. Most spectators merely witnessed the Dragon Knight being captured and an explosion ensuing. Yet, in the next moment, the two mechs passed through the smoke of the explosion, with the Dragon Knight remarkably unscathed. Mere seconds later, the Icefield Demon Wolf erupted in a violent explosion, disintegrating into a pile of parts, while the cockpit was shattered beyond recognition, leaving Rugani without a trace. "Oh my goodness, contestant Xia Xingchen has turned the tide. Contestant Rugani has been obliterated," Jin Chica exclaimed, nearly biting his own tongue as the audience erupted in astonishment. Let's examine what transpired under the high-speed camera. Observe. Contestant Rugani executed a serpentine maneuver to evade long-range attacks while swiftly closing the distance, an exemplary display of technique. Look, he has reached the attack position, where the laser rifle and shield intersect, a theoretical blind spot for attacks. Behold, the Icefield Demon Wolf lunges forward. This mech's instantaneous output power is astounding. Watch as the first claw is intercepted by the shield. Despite the considerable weight and momentum of the Icefield Demon Wolf, which would typically topple an ordinary mech, the Dragon Knight successfully withstood the impact. This indicates the exceptional strength of this mech. Jin Chica continued, although the attack was blocked. The Icefield Demon Wolf cleverly utilized its momentum. Look, another claw targets the cockpit. The director is slowing down the footage. What did Xia Xingchen do? He raised the mech's laser rifle, and the Icefield Demon Wolf's claws struck the energy cell of the rifle, triggering an explosion. Quick look, contestant Xia Xingchen is in motion. Director, please employ technical means to clear the smoke. The Dragon Knight extended its right forearm, and to everyone's astonishment, an electric sword shot out, piercing the engine of the opposing mech and causing a catastrophic chain reaction. The audience was left in stunned silence. Moments later, the screen was inundated with comments, with netizens vehemently denouncing Jin Chica as a fraud. Jin Chica awkwardly rubbed his nose, retracting his earlier statement about the Dragon Knight mech's ineptitude in close combat. The designer of this mech is truly a genius. Let me check the official records for the name of the mech's creator. Ah, here it is. The designer of the Dragon Knight mech is Xia Xingchen, the technical director of the 1524 Mech Club. Oh my goodness. This mech artisan is also the designer of the very mech itself. No wonder it possesses such incredible capabilities. Only the mech artisans truly understand what they desire in their creations. The audience erupted in a cacophony of disbelief, as Jin Chica's commentary significantly elevated the reputation of the 1524 Mecha Club. A netizen inquired whether Xia Xingchen's actions had been a foul that led to Rugani's demise. Such claims are utterly ludicrous. The player targeted the engine compartment, not the cockpit. However, it is indeed a grave oversight that the Frostwolf Mecha lacked an engine explosion-proof device, reflecting a lack of responsibility in its design. Jin Chica was infuriated. Yet, we have yet to witness the true prowess of the Dragon Knight. This mecha demonstrates commendable agility and a degree of close combat capability. But regrettably, the opponent was insufficiently formidable, prompting Xia Xingchen to withhold his full strength. What a pity. Once the mecha was transported back to the hangar, the Li siblings diligently conducted inspections, recharging and equipping the mecha with new laser rifles and energy swords. Both the rifles and swords are consumables, permitted for replenishment and replacement. A few hours later, the top 64 contenders were finalized. Xia Xingchen discovered that his next opponent was a fellow named Luo Wei, a seasoned level mecha master. In the evening, his roommates inundated him with video calls. "Xingchen, you are absolutely remarkable. Our fame has skyrocketed. Business at the store has been thriving these past few days. I just invested 800 million star coins to acquire the 2 shops adjacent to ours, aiming to expand our establishment 4 to 5 times its current size. However, many customers are eager to witness the true strength of the Dragon Knight. We have already received 7 mecha orders." Hans appeared exhilarated on the video call. "Hans, convey to them that good things come to those who wait. The surprises lie ahead," Xia Xingchen replied. Colonel Belisi and Mr. Qinrenhe had both advised him that, whether as a mecha master or a warrior, one should always prepare a few trump cards and refrain from revealing all at once. In critical moments, these hidden advantages could turn the tide or even save one's life. As the upcoming opponents would only grow stronger, Xia Xingchen was reluctant to expose his capabilities too early. At that moment, Dairen also connected via video call and sent over information regarding Xia Xingchen's opponent for tomorrow, Luo Wei. "Xingchen, well done. According to the latest news, Rugani was the second in command lurking within the northern faction at our school and their chief strategist. His death will significantly impact their plans. However, you have now become a thorn in their side, so exercise caution and be wary of any underhanded tactics from your opponents," Dairen advised. "Thank you, I understand." Xia Xingchen nodded. "Additionally, regarding your opponent tomorrow, Luo Wei, he has been a level mecha master for several years, acclaimed as the foremost among junior students from 2 military academies. Given his caliber, he should have long since ascended to the ranks of intermediate students. It is said he remained among the juniors to pursue Princess Qinfanger at the Royal Military Academy. Exercise utmost caution." Xia Xingchen furrowed his brow as he reviewed the information before him. Luo Wei's grandfather, Luo Tong, is one of the 4 national knights of the Galactic Empire. These knights are 4 distinguished level mecha masters, revered within the Empire and anywhere in the cosmos. Level mecha masters represent a formidable strategic deterrent. Even with a formidable fleet at one's disposal, a single master mech pilot can infiltrate the ranks of a vast army and eliminate the opposing leader. The Luo family has a long-standing tradition in martial arts, having followed the Qin family since the ancient era of Earth thousands of years ago. Knight Luo Tong, despite his exceptional personal prowess, faced the misfortune of a dwindling lineage, with his son and grandson being the sole heirs. Luo Tong's father, frail and ailing from a young age, was unable to inherit his father's legacy as a mech pilot, thus placing all hopes upon Luo Wei. Fortunately, Luo Wei exhibited considerable talent, and under the diligent guidance of his grandfather, supplemented by abundant resources, he became a master mech pilot by the age of 21. The Emperor of the Galactic Empire, Qin Zheng, has 2 daughters. The elder, Princess Qinfanger, who is 20 years old, and the younger, Princess Qin Yin'er, who is 17. On one occasion, Luo Wei fortuitously encountered Princess Qinfanger and was utterly captivated, thereafter declaring himself her guardian knight. Possessing good looks, a prestigious lineage, and commendable abilities, Luo Wei garnered much admiration from the female students at the Imperial Military Academy. However, he maintained a facade of virtue, aspiring to boldly confess his feelings to Princess Fanger after winning the upcoming competition. He regarded his opponent with contempt, not considering them a threat. Chapter 121, The Mech Combat Competition, Part 4. Greetings to all viewers. Welcome to the 66th Tianyuan Star Military Academy Mech Combat Competition. I am Jin Xieka. Today's match is a highlight of the round of 64, featuring Luo Wei, known as the top contender from the Royal Military Academy, against the enigmatic player Xia Xingchen. Luo Wei is a master mech pilot who has advanced effortlessly through the competition, with no opponent lasting beyond 3 rounds. Xia Xingchen's abilities are believed to have reached the level of a master mech pilot, and coupled with his mysterious mech, dear audience, are you not eager to witness this match? In a luxurious double dormitory room at the Royal Military Academy, Princess Qin Feng'er and Princess Qin Yin'er sit in the living room, watching the live broadcast. Sister, I hear your guardian knight is competing in this match, Qin Yin'er teased, her eyes sparkling. I never claimed that, Qin Feng'er replied, exuding a sense of exasperation. Luo Wei has been vocally professing his affection for Princess Feng'er. She is acutely aware that royal daughters have little say in their marital affairs. If Luo Tong were to directly propose to His Majesty the Emperor, there would be little reason for the Emperor to decline, as securing a master mech pilot is far more significant than a princess's personal happiness. Let us hope that Xia Xingchen can give him a taste of defeat to temper his arrogance and dissuade him from pursuing you, sister, Qin Yin'er remarked. One can only hope. A flicker of hope danced in Princess Feng'er's gaze. Xia Xingchen, would you be willing to become my guardian knight? Qin Yin'er silently mused. As the gates of the arena swung open, Xia Xingchen gazed upon the white mech before him, recollecting the data he had reviewed the previous night. The Lightning Knight mech stands at a towering height of 52 meters. Its specifications include strength at 20, agility at 25, armor at 25, and speed at 30. This mech is the swiftest that Xia Xingchen has ever encountered. Currently, it is known that the Lightning Knight is equipped with an alloy shield, a photon night rifle, and 2 alloy rams mounted on its shoulders. Moreover, Xia Xingchen deduces that the mech's feet are likely outfitted with retractable photon blades, while additional weaponry may be concealed beneath the armor on its shoulders and back. However, Luo Wei's prowess is formidable. In the earlier matches, he relied solely on the night rifle, defeating his opponents within 3 moves. Kid, I offer you the chance to concede automatically. You must understand, I am a master mech engineer, and your mech's advantages cannot compensate for the disparity in our skills. Furthermore, your mech is merely a prop, Luo Wei arrogantly proclaimed over the public channel. Words are futile, Xia Xingchen replied succinctly, then severed the communication. It appears that contestant Luo Wei possesses significant confidence. Let us witness his performance as the match commences. Xia exclaimed. Luo Wei pressed down on the power pedal, unleashing the full might of his engine. The Lightning Knight boasts 6 medium-sized white propulsion units at its rear, complemented by a lightweight chassis, making speed his greatest asset. Often, he reaches his opponents before they are fully prepared. Against such a rapid mech, long-range attacks are ineffective for locking onto the target. Every movement of Luo Wei fell within Xia Xingchen's perceptive grasp. As he charged forward, Xia hurled his laser rifle, using it as concealed weapon. Luo Wei's charge faltered momentarily as he assessed the incoming object, deeming it a non-threat. He resumed his assault, thrusting the night rifle, which cleaved through the laser rifle, igniting an explosion. Yet his mech's speed remained uncompromised as the night rifle continued its advance toward the Dragon Knight warrior. After discarding the laser rifle, Xia Xingchen pressed the power pedal fiercely. All propulsion units of the Dragon Knight warrior ignited, enveloped in a flash of white light, allowing it to soar into the air, evading what seemed to be an inevitable strike. Simultaneously, a photon sword manifested in the right hand of the Dragon Knight warrior. Look, contestant Luo Wei has accelerated again. Here comes another thunderous strike. My goodness, what is this? Contestant Xia Xingchen has thrown his gun again. It appears he has a penchant for using the laser rifle as a decoy. Oh, he's taken to the skies. The Dragon Knight warrior is airborne. What incredible speed! Xia shouted. Witnessing this spectacle, those on the other side of the screen, who had already placed deposits for their mechs, were left in awe. Luo Wei's initial strike missed its mark, prompting him to swiftly adjust his stance for a second attack. Suddenly sensing imminent danger, he instinctively maneuvered his radar, rolling to evade 2 incoming lasers. Yet, as 2 more lasers approached, he could not evade in time and raised a shield in defense. The recoil pushed the mech back several meters, nearly causing it to lose balance. Just then, 2 additional lasers were fired. Sweat trickled down Luo Wei's brow as he exerted every ounce of effort, executing high-speed evasive maneuvers, diving and employing serpentine motions, ultimately escaping Xia Xingchen's relentless barrage. Originally, Xia Xingchen capitalized on the advantage of his mech's smaller turning radius to swiftly execute a turn, alternating fire from the dual-mounted laser cannons on his mech's shoulders, leaving Luo Wei in a fluster. The maneuver was executed with remarkable finesse. The Dragon Knight mech, equipped with multiple thrusters, boasted a reduced turning radius, allowing Xia Xingchen to seize the initiative in an instant by leveraging his superior turning speed. Furthermore, his alternating shots from the laser cannons were remarkably precise. He had already anticipated 3 to 4 steps ahead by the time he fired his initial shot. Had it not been for the extraordinary performance of Luo Wei's lightning knight mech, coupled with his extensive experience, he might have already faced defeat. Luo Wei adjusted his mech's stance, now facing the Dragon Knight with a newfound seriousness, prepared to exert his full prowess. With unwavering focus, he launched repeated assaults against his opponent, while Xia Xingchen calmly defended, occasionally retaliating with his shoulder-mounted laser cannons. Xia Xingchen continued to provide commentary. From the matches of the past few days, it is evident that even if Luo Wei's opponents manage to block his initial strike, they are unable to evade his relentless follow-up attacks. However, at this moment, after each of Luo Wei's strikes, he must engage in high-speed maneuvers to evade Xia Xingchen's shoulder-mounted laser fire. This competitor exhibits remarkable accuracy, consistently targeting vital points, forcing his adversary into a defensive position and rendering consecutive attack techniques ineffective. Yet, it is apparent that with Xia Xingchen's current level of performance, even if the opponent were to employ a combination attack, it would be of little consequence. Chapter 122, Mech Combat Tournament, Part 5. The two competitors exchanged blows for over 20 minutes. The audience was enthralled, while the onlooking trainees from the Northern Administrative District wore grave expressions, acutely aware that neither combatant on stage was someone they could easily contend with. This 20 minutes of intense confrontation showcased a battle of wits and strength, devoid of any superfluous movements, with both mechs exhibiting formidable capabilities. Meanwhile, at the Royal Knight's base, a group gathered around a large screen. One elderly gentleman in his 60s sighed deeply. This man was Luo Wei's grandfather, Sir Luo Tong. It seems that Weier may be on the verge of defeat, he remarked. This child has seldom encountered adversity. Opponents of his caliber pose no threat to him. And you lot have always gone easy on him during training. Don't think I haven't noticed. Perhaps a taste of hardship will serve him well, to prevent him from becoming arrogant in the future. The elderly gentleman, appearing like a middle-aged man, wore a look of resignation. As Luo Wei became increasingly anxious, thoughts of Princess Xing and his grandfather, Sir Luo Tong, alongside his peers from the Royal Military Academy and the elders of the Royal Guard, flooded his mind. They were all watching this match, and should he lose, everything he'd strived for, the promising future, the beautiful Moon Princess, and the esteemed position as the top student at the Royal Military Academy, would be in jeopardy. Resolute, he gritted his teeth, determined to deploy his secret weapon. At that moment, as the two mechs passed each other again, Luo Wei activated his weapon system. The armor on the shoulder of the Lightning Knight mech erupted, revealing 6 half-meter-long devices that sprang forth. The devices, swift as lightning, shot towards the Dragon Knight commander, each pair linked by an alloy cable. The commander was swiftly ensnared by 3 cables, which began to discharge a formidable current. This was none other than the legendary Binding Immortals weapon, a prized artifact of the Imperial Knight, Roten. It was astonishing that the elder had entrusted this weapon to his grandson, and even more so that we were witnessing such a legendary armament in this competition. The excitement of Xia Xingchen erupted into a jubilant shout. In an era where mechs serve as the primary force on the battlefield, weapons are classified into various tiers, primarily divided into 5 grades. For instance, the laser rifles and energy blades equipped on the mech of Xia Xingchen belong to the advanced tier, while shotguns and alloy swords fall under the intermediate tier. Moreover, many designers in this age focus solely on creating weapons for mechs rather than the mechs themselves, with numerous individuals gaining fame surpassing that of renowned mech designers. After all, even a mech of modest caliber can exponentially enhance its combat potential with a remarkable weapon. The advanced mech weapon wielded by Luo Wei is known as the Binding Immortals. It is the brainchild of the late genius weapon designer, Deity. The weapon's principle is not overly complex. It suddenly launches 6 magnetic devices when the mech approaches, with each pair connected by an alloy cable. As the magnetic devices near the opposing mech, they swiftly converge and tighten the cable. Subsequently, the devices release a substantial amount of high-voltage electricity, penetrating the mech's exterior, leading to a short circuit in the battery, subsequently causing the engine and computer to burn out, thus immobilizing the mech. Though seemingly simple in design, the creation of this weapon is fraught with challenges, the most significant of which is the sourcing of materials. To ensure the alloy cable can ensnare the mech effectively, it must possess extraordinary strength. Furthermore, the magnetic devices must store a significant amount of energy to unleash the instantaneous current that can incapacitate a mech. Dr. Deity invested considerable resources into crafting this set of binding immortals, only to find himself unable to acquire sufficient materials to produce another. Eventually, this set of devices came into the possession of Knight Roten. With it, he narrowly escaped numerous life-threatening situations and vanquished many formidable foes. He later gifted this weapon to his grandson, Luo Wei, intending it as a means of self-preservation. However, in a fit of fervor, Luo Wei chose to employ it in the competition. Inside the cockpit of the Dragon Knight Commander, red alarms blared as the mech's engine power surged, threatening to exceed its limits. The mech's limbs were bound, rendering it immobile. In a moment of desperation, Xia Xingchen concentrated all his mental energy on the mech's surface, resisting the onslaught of the electricity. The engine power finally stabilized around 90, but his mental energy was depleting at an alarming rate. At that moment, the Lightning Knight had adjusted his stance, leveling his mech rider's gun at the Dragon Knight Commander. Luo Wei exhaled deeply, declaring, "Prepare to meet your end." At this moment, Xia Xingchen's mind entered a state of serene clarity as the crystalline pyramid within his consciousness began to spin rapidly. He pressed a button on the control panel, and the Dragon Knight system was instantly activated. Although two of the floating cannons were immobilized, the other four surged forth from different directions, their barrels trained on the Lightning Knight. In that moment, Luo Wei's gaze was fixated solely on the cockpit of the Dragon Knight warrior. He resolved that, despite the severe disciplinary repercussions he might face, he must eliminate the boy who nearly jeopardized his future. Moreover, with his grandfather interceding on his behalf, the event organizers could hardly take drastic measures against him. He paid no heed to the floating cannons that had detached from a mecha, for beams of green laser swept across, striking the cockpit and thrusters of the Lightning Knight mecha. In an instant, the screen before Luo Wei went dark, and the mecha, which had been merely a dozen meters away from the Dragon Knight warrior, plummeted from a height of over 20 meters. The four floating cannons continued to adjust their angles, unleashing another volley that struck the magnetic device tethered to Xia Xingchen's mecha. After a series of resounding explosions, the magnetic device was shattered, and 3 alloy cables fell to the ground. The Dragon Knight warrior was finally liberated from its constraints, hovering in midair as the floating cannons returned to their mounts after completing their mission. Victory! Victory! Xia Xingchen had miraculously escaped from the grasp of formidable mecha weaponry and turned the tide against his adversary. Behold, this is the Dragon Knight, a paragon of strength. It can be said that this match was the most thrilling battle since the commencement of this mecha combat tournament. The commentator, Jean Xieka, spoke with a voice tinged with hoarseness. Triumph! The staff of the 1524 Mecha Club were moved to tears. Just moments ago, they had feared that Xia Xingchen was doomed. What a remarkable victory! In the palace, the two princesses embraced joyfully. Sister, your great trouble has been temporarily resolved, Qin Yenner teased, winking playfully at her sister. Chapter 123, Mecha Combat Tournament, Part 6, the top 32 competitors have finally emerged. Xia Xingchen's next opponent was yet another mecha pilot from the Northern Administrative Region, who also piloted an Icefield Demon Wolf mecha of considerable skill, though somewhat inferior to Rouhani. In the previous round, this mecha pilot faced an opponent from the same region, who voluntarily forfeited to minimize internal conflict. The students from the Northern Administrative Region had reached a consensus. Should their own members encounter one another, the weaker party would concede and withdraw from the contest. If both were of similar prowess, the highest-ranking official, Angelica, would designate who advances. After his match with Luo Wei, Xia Xingchen meticulously examined his mecha and discovered significant damage. The powerful electrical surge had severely compromised the mecha's engine, battery, and control computer. Particularly, the battery was now incapable of being recharged. It needed to be dismantled, drained of all energy, and have a large section of its circuitry replaced before it could be recharged. This recharging process would require an uninterrupted 20 hours, meaning that the battery would be unusable for the next day's competition. Helpless, Summer Xingchen could only substitute with a set of ordinary batteries, which reduced the mecha's endurance capacity by more than 2/3. He replaced the mecha's control computer with a brand new one and rewrote the operating system. With the assistance of the Li Xiaomin siblings, the damage to the Mecha's engine was also repaired. By this time, it was already midnight. In a luxurious estate on Tianyuan Star, a bandaged Ro Wei sat in the courtyard, clutching a bottle of strong liquor, staring blankly ahead. It's over. Everything is over. Farewell, my princess, he mumbled incessantly. A cacophony of footsteps shattered the stillness of a night as several figures entered through the main gate, led by Ro Tong, one of the Imperial Royal Guardian Knights. Upon seeing Ro Wei's state, Ro Tong was consumed by rage, raising his hand. Slap, slap, slap. Ro Wei was left dazed by the barrage of slaps. His once handsome face swelled rapidly, and blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. The bottle slipped from his grasp, shattering upon impact with the ground. Do you know why I struck you? Ro Tong's expression was one of fury, as if he wished to devour him whole. I lost the competition, Ro Wei replied. Slap. Another resounding hit followed. No, rephrase that. Ro Tong roared. I should not have casually used the binding immortal rope during the match. Slap. Another heavy blow sent Ro Wei crashing to the ground, blood oozing from his left ear. You beast, you don't even realize where you went wrong. It seems I was mistaken. I have spoiled you. Ro Tong lamented with a heavy heart. I strike you first because you are a coward, lacking even the courage to face failure. Look at yourself now. Like a stray dog. Is it not just a lost match? Which Mecha master has not endured countless failures, persevering through hardship to grow silently? You falter at the slightest setback. Are you not worthless? Ro Wei stood there, hands covering his swollen face, rendered speechless. The second reason I strike you is your arrogance. Your utter disregard for others. Look at your behavior at the academy. You claim to be the top of the Royal Military Academy, the Princess' Guardian Knight. Look at yourself in the mirror. You are unworthy of the princess. Without your family's protection, you are nothing. The third reason is that you have lost your sense of reverence. You wielded advanced weaponry in the competition without regard for the consequences. You targeted the cockpit, disregarding the harm it could inflict on others and the rules of the match. Do you think my support grants you immunity from fear? I have witnessed many without a sense of reverence, and without exception, they have all met their demise. The fourth reason I strike you is that you have forgotten your responsibilities. Our family has been loyal to the Qin family and the Galactic Empire for generations. Whenever the Empire and the royal family find themselves in peril, we Ro family members are always at the forefront. The Empire is undoubtedly on the brink of conflict with the North. Yet you seem more preoccupied with frivolities and courting attention rather than contemplating how to alleviate the burdens of your nation. At the age of 23, what beneficial contributions have you made for your country? Are you aware that the young man you faced, having joined the Imperial Army at the tender age of 15, has already achieved remarkable feats in battle? In comparison to him, what do you amount to now? Ro Tong was filled with indignation as he struck a nearby tree. Its trunk, as thick as a bowl, splintering in two with a resounding crack. His words struck Ro Wei like a clarion call, awakening him to the stark reality of his own shortcomings over the past 2 decades. Had it not been for today's failure and the severe reprimand from his grandfather, he might have soon succumbed to his own arrogance, potentially bringing ruin upon his family. In light of these reflections, he knelt before his grandfather, offering several respectful bows, and then crawled before Ro Tong, tears streaming down his face. Grandfather, I have erred. I no longer wish to continue in this manner. I implore you, guide me on the path I must take. With a heavy sigh, Ro Tong replied, Alas, while the landscape may change, one's inherent nature is a far more formidable challenge to alter. If you truly desire transformation, there exists but one path. From this moment forth, you must sever ties with your family and depart from Tianyuan Star, heading to the front lines, to the battlefield, and strive for redemption through your own efforts. Henceforth, you shall not bear your former name or identity, nor will you receive any assistance from your family. Only in this way might you navigate towards the righteous path. After a prolonged silence, Ro Wei clenched his teeth and resolutely bowed his head to his grandfather 3 times, blood seeping from the bandage on his forehead. Grandfather, I have made my decision. I shall leave the family to transform myself. I am unfilial. Please take care of yourself. Ro Tong turned away, tears streaming down his cheeks. Go then, go. Chapter 124. The Mecha Combat Tournament, Part 7. At 9 o'clock the following morning, the Mecha Combat Tournament at the Tianyuan Star Military Academy commenced punctually, featuring the matches to determine the top 16 from 32 competitors. Due to the recent repairs of the battery pack, which was still under maintenance, Xia Xingchen intended to conclude matters swiftly using the backup power source. Today, he was not equipped with a shield, but wielded 2 mecha laser rifles. As the contest began, the engine of the opposing Icefield Demon Wolf roared to life, charging forward. Xia Xingchen's mecha maneuvered swiftly, unleashing a barrage of fire from both laser rifles and the dual-mounted laser cannons on his shoulder, leaving the Icefield Demon Wolf scrambling for survival. Ultimately, during a leap to evade, it sustained a hit to its hind leg, followed by several more shots, particularly to the engine compartment in its abdomen, where 3 laser beams struck simultaneously, melting through the armor and causing a catastrophic engine explosion, resulting in the demise of the mecha pilot. Oh, dear audience, we have witnessed 2 Icefield Demon Wolves succumb to engine explosions in the past few days. Such a glaring oversight raises questions about the considerations of Northern heavy industries. Have they not contemplated the need for explosion-proof mechanisms for their engines? Jean Sheka expressed his dissatisfaction with the design flaw of the Icefield Demon Wolf mecha. In truth, Northern heavy industries found themselves in a difficult position, as the Icefield Demon Wolf was a close combat model, primarily designed for melee confrontations. The design of the engine must take into account various factors, such as power output and the center of gravity of the mech, leaving no surplus space for the installation of explosion-proof devices. Moreover, Prince Nicholas has stated that the warriors of the Northern Administrative Region are unafraid of sacrifice. Since they do not fear death, the absence of explosion-proof devices becomes irrelevant, especially as it is the Northern Army that serves as the primary force operating this mech. Xia Xingchen has decisively advanced to the top 16, with his next opponent being the familiar Lieutenant Pandev. Notably, Pandev is piloting a beast-type mech, the Flying Wolf, which has notably won first prize alongside Xia Xingchen's Dragon Knight mech in the recent mech design competition. This upcoming match will feature a comprehensive showdown between these 2 newly designed mechs. The battery pack of the Dragon Knight mech has finally been serviced, and Xia Xingchen worked tirelessly until midnight to replace it and conduct a meticulous inspection, ultimately confirming that everything was in order before he contentedly returned to rest. Meanwhile, Pandev is engulfed in a tumult of complex emotions, making sleep elusive, due to Xia Xingchen's formidable performance in the competition, which included the elimination of 2 mech pilots from the Northern Administrative Region. His photo and name have been transmitted back north. Coincidentally, the responsibility for nurturing young elite mech pilots in the Northern Fleet falls under the purview of Andre. Upon viewing Xia Xingchen's photograph, Andre smashed the screen before him in frustration. Subsequently, he issued a lethal order to the mech pilots at the military academy, mandating them to eliminate Xia Xingchen during the competition. However, after careful deliberation, he arrived at a rational decision to inform his subordinates that this was the individual who had bested him in the mech pilot qualification assessment. Pandev was taken aback by this news. Though he had once fallen to Xia Xingchen, he believed it impossible for Xia to surpass him in mech combat. Despite his desire to kill Xia to redeem his own humiliation, Andre's revelation compelled him to reassess his opponent. Now, a flicker of fear has crept into his heart. The night passed in silence. A new day dawned, and the mech combat competition finally entered its most thrilling and intense final stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the Tianyuan Star Military Academy's mech combat tournament is nearing its conclusion. Today marks the commencement of the top 16 battles. The mech pilots who have reached this point have endured nearly 10 fierce contests, and it is clear that luck alone cannot carry one this far. Factors such as strength, mech performance, logistical support, and the willpower of the pilots are all indispensable. The 2 mech pilots competing today are both freshmen from the Imperial Military Command Academy, Xia Xingchen and Pandev. While both are classified as level pilots, I can responsibly assert that they have achieved or even surpassed the standard of ordinary level pilots. Another point of interest in today's competition is the mechs themselves. Xia Xingchen's enigmatic and formidable Dragon Knight mech and Pandev's agile and swift beast-type mech, the Flying Wolf. Both of these unconventional and non-mainstream mechs are the recent winners of the first prize in the Tianyuan Star Military Academy's mech design competition. Today, they shall engage in a fateful confrontation, a battle predetermined by destiny. Both parties have now taken the stage. The commentator, Jinchik, exhibits an exuberant enthusiasm. The Flying Wolf mech stands poised on the conveyor belt, and Panchiv's body trembles with excitement as a tempest of rage ignites within him. He yearns to unleash this fury upon his adversary. Earlier this morning, Panchief summoned his courage to confess his feelings to Angelica. He had harbored a secret affection for her for quite some time, having fallen for her even before entering school. Angelica, will you be my girlfriend? I am one of the finest mech engineers of the Northern Fleet, and my family possesses significant influence. I promise to bring you happiness, Panchief implored eagerly. You? I must inform you, you are unworthy. Angelica's words dripped with icy derision. I am destined to marry the most powerful man of the North and to become his woman. You are far from that. A flame of indignation ignited within Panchief. Is it Andre? That worthless fool again? Just you wait. The very person who will defeat Andre stands before you. I want you to witness how I will tear him apart, to see just how formidable I truly am. What does Andre have to do with this? He is as much a fool as you are. Stop deluding yourself. The man I adore is His Majesty Nicholas. I aspire to be his princess. Angelica retorted, turning away, leaving Panchief thunderstruck. His heart was flooded with bitterness. Indeed, before Lord Nicholas. Both he and Andre had no grounds to refute being called worthless, for the disparity between them was insurmountable. Subsequently, he channeled this anguish into rage. The intelligence team, led by Xia Xingchen and Dai Run, has been diligently monitoring Panchief and the Flying Wolf mech. The specifications of the Flying Wolf mech are as follows: height 32 meters, power 21, agility 28, armor 26, speed 28. Its arsenal includes a heavy laser cannon housed within the wolf's maw on its head, 2 quad-mounted medium laser cannons on each shoulder and back, and 2 small dual-barreled rapid-fire laser cannons on each hind leg. Additionally, the mech's back is equipped with 2 pairs of foldable, adjustable-angle alloy wings, which can serve as energy swords. Each foreclaw is fitted with 2 retractable energy blades. This mech excels in both close quarters and range combat. Although its armor is not particularly thick and lacks a dedicated shield, in the hands of skilled mech engineers, it is undoubtedly a formidable weapon. The countdown commenced, and at the instant the green light illuminated, both mechs soared into the sky. Chapter 125, Mech Combat Tournament, Part 8, from an observational standpoint. The 2 mechs appeared evenly matched. The Dragon Knight circled at low altitude, with the laser cannons on its shoulders firing in tandem with the 2 mech laser rifles in its grasp, while the Flying Wolf executed a series of unpredictable jumps on the ground, making it challenging for its opponent to anticipate its movements. The 8 laser cannons from its shoulders and back created a dense network of fire in the air. The battlefield is currently evenly matched, with both mechs unleashing formidable firepower. The 2 mech pilots are intensely focused. A moment's lapse in concentration could lead to their demise. The maneuverability and speed of these 2 mechs are truly remarkable, particularly that of the Dragon Knight, whose agility starkly contrasts with its imposing appearance. Jean Sheka eloquently articulates this observation. Now, let us address a question posed by a netizen named Luguan Lapopi, who inquires why Xia Xingchen does not utilize the Dragon Knight system. This question is quite profound, and I shall provide an answer. From the perspective of the battle, although the firepower of both mechs appears comparable, their control over that firepower differs significantly. Xia Xingchen's shooting is entirely under the direct control of the pilot. Many of his laser shots do not target the mech's current positions, but rather anticipate and restrict the opponent's escape routes. In contrast, Pan Saifu employs a targeting assistance system. His rapid fire is characterized by a multitude of shots, predominantly aimed at the locations the opposing mech has recently occupied. As I previously mentioned, Xia Xingchen relies on manual aiming, requiring him to simultaneously manage 4 sets of weapons while also maneuvering to evade the opponent's laser attacks. It is implausible that he could also devote energy to controlling the Dragon Knight system. Should he delegate this task to the computer, the performance of the Flying Wolf mech would merely squander energy. I would like to take this opportunity to remind the aforementioned netizen to take care of their health, for moderation is key. The audience before the television erupted in laughter. The battle raged on for 7 or 8 minutes, with both mechs exhausting nearly half of their energy, as they continuously evaded at full speed while maintaining relentless fire. The high-speed cameras in the arena struggled to keep pace with the mech's movements, resulting in many viewers experiencing dizziness and nausea from the dazzling, rapid transitions. At this juncture, Pan Saifu began to feel the strain, both mentally and physically. The mech's display indicated that it had 45 energy remaining. If the stalemate continued, he would undoubtedly be the one at a disadvantage. For the flying wolf size limits its energy reserves. With this realization, Pan Saifu altered his strategy. The energy blades on the edges of his wings illuminated. And with full thrust from the boosters, he surged toward the Dragon Knight under the cover of laser fire. Meanwhile, Xia Xingchen's 2 laser rifles had depleted their energy, prompting him to discard them. Emerging from his forearms were 2 energy swords, which he wielded as he advanced toward the flying wolf, leading both mechs in a close combat. However, Xia Xingchen soon detected an anomaly through his insight skill. The flying wolf was tightly ensnaring him, attempting to confine their movements to a very limited area. Simultaneously, the flying wolf mech seemed to emit a mysterious, high-energy particle. He heightened his vigilance, realizing that this was a new weapon designed by its creator, Carrick, known as the lethal reflection system. Recent scientific discoveries in the cosmos revealed a mineral that, when subjected to energy pulses of specific frequencies, releases special charge particles capable of interfering with the mech's detection systems. Remarkably, the mech employs a specialized wavelength of light to stimulate particles, creating an illusionary reflection of the mech itself. This mirage can deceive various detection devices, appearing as a genuine mech in the eyes of the detection systems. Conversely, utilizing a different spectrum to illuminate these high-energy particles allows the mech enveloped by them to attain invisibility, evading all detection. Carrick has spent over 4 years in the mech maintenance and design department at the Imperial Military Command Academy. His father is a renowned mech designer at Northern Heavy Industries, where he spent years crafting the Flying Wolf mech and its accompanying weapon systems. Aspiring to one day gain the favor of Northern Heavy Industries and become a celebrated mech designer like his father. Now, he has achieved that ambition. However, the lethal mirroring system was intended as a secret weapon for the Flying Wolf and was not included in the design schematics for the mech design competition. In terms of weapon classification, this armament is rated at a high level. The Flying Wolf relentlessly charged at the Dragon Knight, with Xia Xingchen striving to withstand the assault. As the 2 mechs crossed paths once more, Xia Xingchen pivoted to confront his adversary's impending strike. At that moment, the audience watching the screen gasped. To their astonishment, 2 flying wolf mechs appeared on screen, flanking Xia Xingchen. This was the deceptive effect of the specialized particles on the camera. The mech directly in front of the Dragon Knight was merely a projection. The true mech lurked behind. The physical flying wolf mech opened its jaws. The ominous maw of its heavy laser cannon began to charge, while the thrusters of the Dragon Knight mech illuminated brilliantly. It seemed poised to charge at the phantom before it. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, at the instant the Dragon Knight's thrusters erupted with flames, a floating artillery platform, previously aligned with the flying wheel, suddenly sprang up, becoming vertical. The 8 cannons atop it were aimed directly at the flying wolf behind. The heavy laser cannon had finished charging, and Pavlov's finger hovered over the launch button. However, at that precise moment, he noticed 8 brilliant green lights illuminating behind the opposing mech. This was the last image he would ever see. All 8 floating cannons fired simultaneously. 2 struck the front legs, 2 hit the head of the flying wolf mech, while the remaining 4 targeted its back. The recently charged heavy laser cannon was triggered into a catastrophic explosion, obliterating the front half of the flying wolf mech. The illusion of the flying wolf mech in front of the Dragon Knight flickered several times before vanishing entirely. We witnessed 2 flying wolf mechs on the field. This must be some novel mirage system. However, I suspect the one behind is real. Look, its cannon is charging. Contestant Xia Xingchen must accelerate towards the front illusion. He is in peril. Oh my, what have I just seen? The Dragon Knight's system fired backward. The flying wolf mech has been destroyed. The illusion has also dissipated. The victor of this match is contestant Xia Xingchen. Jean Kikula raised his voice in disbelief. This is impossible. Having conducted numerous tests, it is inconceivable that he could be discerned. In a luxurious hotel room on Tianyuan Star, Carrick, the designer of the wolf mech, overturned a table in frustration. He was awaiting the arrival of a lavish spacecraft dispatched by the Northern Administrative District to take him to his new position at Northern Heavy Industries, only to witness his most prized creation reduced to mere scrap metal. Humph. A waste will always remain a waste, Angelica scoffed, turning to leave. Chapter 126, Mech Combat Tournament, Part 9. Hans Gerontius exhaled deeply. At this moment, the communication system of Club 1524 had collapsed. Within a short span, They had received numerous orders for Dragon Rider matches, alongside countless inquiries flooding in regarding the Dragon Knight matches. The designer of the Flying Wolf was not the only one troubled. Even the seasoned Xia found himself at a loss. Video replays revealed that initially, Xia Xingchen had been deceived, facing a mere reflection with his mech. As for how he eventually discerned the truth, Xia attributed it to the exceptional detection system of the Dragon Knight mech. Yet, the truth remained obscured to all but Xia Xingchen. It had little to do with mech capabilities, for Pan Saifu was engaging in covert maneuvers within the range of his insight skill, all of which Xia Xingchen observed keenly. He decided to play along, utilizing the intense jet flames of his thrusters merely as a diversion, while his true intention was to prepare his floating cannon. Upon disembarking from his mech, good news arrived in abundance. His next opponent, a cadet from a military command academy, had barely triumphed in a fierce battle against another contender from the Northern Administrative District, yet his mech was left in ruins, with scarcely any intact parts apart from the cockpit, rendering it completely inoperable. The mech pilot himself had sustained severe injuries and was compelled to withdraw from the competition. Consequently, Xia Xingchen was granted a direct advancement to the semifinals. His subsequent adversary would be Angelica. He meticulously scrutinized each of Angelica's matches. Her Blood Fox mech was a highly agile and swift close combat model. Every opponent she faced had fallen within 30 seconds. Moreover, Angelica possessed a repertoire of combat techniques that far surpassed the level of a typical mech master. However, he soon received an even more shocking revelation. The remaining 4 mech masters from the Northern Administrative District, led by Angelica, had collectively withdrawn from the competition. Thus, Xia Xingchen advanced directly to the finals. Several hours prior, in Angelica's chamber, she was engaged in communication with Andre via a portable encrypted device. Andre, what do you mean by suggesting we withdraw from the competition? We have made immense sacrifices, with many lives lost, and we are on the verge of claiming victory. How can you ask me to back down at this juncture? Angelica was visibly agitated. This is an order from above. We have no choice but to comply, Andre replied, his expression concealed behind an icy mask, revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation. If we cannot secure the championship, how will we proceed with our talent recruitment plan? We have been preparing for this for 3 years. At this stage, the championship is the most crucial element. It will directly influence the success or failure of our entire initiative. Angelica erupted in a fit of rage. A group of individuals, motivated solely by personal gain, pales in comparison to the significance of our own valiant soldiers. Ender spoke with an impassive expression, adding, "These are the exact words of His Majesty, Nicholas." Upon hearing this, Angelica fell silent, and the two exchanged a quiet understanding through their communication devices. Angelica, we have already suffered considerable losses of elite personnel in this competition. Rugani and Panchev, we truly cannot afford to lose you as well. The cultivation of an exceptional mech pilot requires immense resources. While the Empire can endure such losses, we cannot. We must not lose you again. Your life must be devoted to endeavors of greater significance, Ender continued. I understand. I will obey the orders, Angelica replied. The collective withdrawal of the contestants from the Northern Administrative Region did not cause much of a stir. It had become a rather commonplace occurrence. By this point, many mechs had suffered severe damage. In a previous competition, after the top 8 were determined, 7 mechs were rendered completely inoperable, unable to continue fighting. As a result, the sole mech that could still barely move was awarded the championship without having to engage in battle. 2 days later, Summer Star's opponent for the finals was revealed, a mech pilot named Ho Chung, a newcomer to the Imperial Military Command Academy this year. Summer Star had observed his matches. He piloted a rather unassuming, pure melee-type mech, relying primarily on close combat. The mech wielded a 5-meter-long alloy staff, showcasing considerable power and the pilot's proficiency in martial skills. With the competition set for the following day, Summer Star conducted final maintenance and care for his mech, ensuring it was in optimal condition. Soon after, he welcomed Hans and Darren into his room. The two had personally come to Tianwei 13 to offer their encouragement. Star, your opponent tomorrow is quite formidable. You must exercise caution. He is affiliated with the Sanctum, Darren stated with a serious expression. Sanctum? What is that? I have not heard of it, Summer Star replied. What I am about to share with you, although not a secret among the Empire's elite, I still urge you to keep it confidential and refrain from discussing it with the general populace, Darren warned, to which both Summerstar and Hans nodded in agreement. Darren then proceeded to introduce them to this organization known as the Sanctum and the opponent Summerstar would soon face. Thousands of years ago, humanity entered the cosmic age, embarking on the comprehensive exploration of the galaxy. At that time, the Galactic Empire was not yet unified. Various powerful factions were preoccupied with the search for habitable planets and mineral-rich worlds, incessantly expanding their territories and encroaching upon one another. Many planets were claimed by humans, leading to extensive development and transformation efforts. However, humanity was not the sole inhabitant of this universe. Soon enough, they encountered hostile alien species, such as the Zerg. Over the course of nearly a millennium, hundreds of human planets fell victim to the retaliatory assaults and massacres by these extraterrestrial beings, resulting in the loss of nearly 10 billion human lives. More than 500 years ago, during the era of the Galactic Warring States, prior to the establishment of the Galactic Empire, conflicts among the various factions were relentless. At this moment, a wandering swarm of insectoid creatures unexpectedly descended upon the cosmos, transforming numerous human planets into a banquet for these monstrous beings. During this tumultuous period, the various national governments were preoccupied with civil strife and showed little inclination to confront the alien menace, deeming it a thankless and arduous endeavor. This apathy incited the ire of several enlightened individuals. Consequently, 10 elite mech divisions from across the cosmos banded together to form the Sanctuary Organization. They refrained from intervening in human conflicts, focusing exclusively on battling extraterrestrial entities and the insidious insects. Under their formidable onslaught, the insect horde was nearly eradicated by humanity. The Sanctuary Organization's display of overwhelming might instilled trepidation among the major political factions. Subsequently, a powerful nation, emboldened by its strength, attempted to manipulate the Sanctuary, only to provoke the wrath of the organization, which dispatched 10 elite mech warriors to annihilate the royal family, military hierarchy, and government officials of that nation. From that point forward, the Sanctuary secured its transcendent status within the galaxy. Chapter 127, Mech Combat Tournament, Part 10, as the Galactic Empire achieved unification. The Sanctuary continued its relentless battle against extraterrestrial beings, silently safeguarding humanity. The Sanctuary operates without a singular supreme leader. For many years, it has been governed by 10 elite mech warriors. Its members primarily consist of orphans from planets ravaged by alien threats. The Sanctuary subjects them to rigorous, often brutal training, and those who excel are admitted into the Sanctuary as warriors, while others become peripheral members. Following the unification of the Galactic Empire, such a cohesive and potent force could not be allowed to operate without oversight. After years of negotiations, the Galactic Empire and the Sanctuary reached an accord. One elder from the Sanctuary's 10 elite mech warriors would join the royal court, and another would integrate into the military, serving both entities. In return, the Empire granted the Sanctuary a degree of independence and the right to bear arms, alleviating the Empire's suspicions. The individual poised for selection is a practitioner, one of the Sanctuary's elite, and the esteemed disciple of Elder Bell, who ranks as the foremost among the royal guardians. Elder Bell is not only an elite mech warrior, but also a master of martial arts, surpassing even the famed Qin brothers in skill. Currently, the candidate is a practitioner, yet to maximize his potential in forthcoming battles. The Sanctuary has dispatched him to the Imperial Military Command Academy for further education and training. Each year, the Sanctuary selects numerous practitioners to attend various military academies throughout the galaxy, maintaining excellent relations with major arms manufacturers. The candidate's mech is a unique creation, proportionate to the human form, with slightly elongated arms, exuding an air of simplicity and modesty. It possesses scant long-range offensive capabilities, relying solely on a singular alloy staff as its weapon. The alloy staff measures an impressive 46 meters in length, crafted from a unique cosmic alloy. Within it lies a special material that allows it to sense the psychic energy emitted by mech pilots. This energy is directed through the magnetic substance within the staff, channeling a formidable energy field to strike at adversaries, marking it as an exceptional weapon of mech warfare, a gift bestowed upon him by his mentor during his apprenticeship under the esteemed Night Bell. The personal mech of Ho Chung is a prize earned through his valiant exploits. Chosen by the Sanctum, children, even from a tender age, are compelled to engage in battle. At the age of 21, Ho Chung took up arms against the monstrous foes when he was merely 15. He accumulated honors over the years, ultimately exchanging them for the mighty Qi Tian de Sheng mech. The Qi Tian de Sheng mech towers at 53 meters, with specifications of strength 30, agility 28, armor 30, and speed 25. Its appearance mimics that of a human, yet its head is fashioned in the likeness of a monkey. The armor is remarkably sturdy, constructed from high-strength alloys. The primary weapon of the Qi Tian de Sheng mech is the alloy staff. Additionally, its head, shoulders, elbows, knees, and feet have been reinforced, enabling it to collide with opposing mechs. Furthermore, 3 retractable alloy claws are concealed within its forearms. As Xia Xingchen perused the data on the opposing mech and listened to Dai Ren's narration, he fell into a deep contemplation. How substantial is the advantage? The adversary possesses formidable strength, having concealed their true capabilities throughout the match recordings. Yet, I too have my secrets. Regardless, I shall fight with all my might. The outcome remains uncertain, Xia Xingchen replied, a glimmer of desire illuminating his eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, after days of anticipation, we have arrived at the final moment of the 66th Tian Yuan Star Military Academy Mech Combat Tournament. The 2 strongest young warriors shall engage in a decisive battle. Representing the Imperial Military Command Academy, we have Xia Xingchen, and from the same institution, Ho Chung. Historically, this competition has favored the Royal Military Academy, with more participants reaching the finals, but this year, the tides have turned. Behold, the conveyor belt is bringing the mechs and their pilots to the center of the arena. The gray mech belongs to contestant Xia Xingchen, known as the Dragon Rider, while the earthy-colored mech is Ho Cheng's Qi Tian de Sheng, though their appearances may be understated. Beneath this modest facade lies immense power, which will prove superior. The Dragon Rider's advanced cavalry system or the Qi Tian de Sheng's formidable alloy staff. Let's await the outcome. The match is once again hosted by the esteemed former mech master and renowned commentator, Jin Xieka, who has prepared himself to deliver his best performance today. As the countdown concludes and the green light illuminates the arena, neither mech moves. Both engines hum with energy as they carefully observe, seeking flaws in their opponent's defenses. Xia Xingchen initiates the assault, unleashing a barrage from his mech's laser rifle in his right hand and dual shoulder-mounted laser cannons, targeting the head and legs of the opposing mech with 5 precise beams of energy. Amidst the fray, the mech of the great sage, Qi Tian de Sheng, brandished its alloy staff with fervor, the shadows cast by its movements coalescing into a singular force field. Xia Xingchen could sense the energy emanating along the trajectory of the staff's dance. 5 laser beams struck the force field, only to be deflected. The Qi Tian de Sheng mech then launched into a sprint, swinging the alloy staff down upon Xia Xingchen. The Dragon Rider mech activated its thrusters to full throttle, maneuvering while unleashing a barrage of fire upon its adversary. The Qi Tian de Sheng mech nimbly evaded with a variety of agile movements, resorting to blocking with its staff when evasion proved impossible. Within a mere minute, Xia Xingchen recognized the formidable nature of his opponent. The current mode of attack made it exceedingly difficult to inflict any damage, and prolonged engagement would inevitably deplete his mech's energy reserves first. Without hesitation, he activated the Dragon Rider system, and 3 floating cannons soared into the sky, swiftly repositioning to launch an offensive from behind the Qi Tian de Sheng mech. Despite its best efforts to evade, some lasers still struck the mech, leaving only faint marks upon its armor. Every 2 minutes, the Dragon Rider mech automatically exchanged its 3 floating cannons for a fresh set, allowing the previous trio to recharge. The battlefield had reached a stalemate. The defenses of the Qi Tian de Sheng mech were remarkably effective, rendering laser fire ineffective against its armor. Conversely, the ability of Xia Xingchen to maintain such an impressive output of firepower while seamlessly operating the Dragon Rider system was indeed a rarity. Each floating cannon exhibited a unique trajectory, frequency, and rhythm of attack, indicating that they were not merely computer-controlled, but rather personally maneuvered by the mech pilot. This extraordinary level of control was astonishing, something most elite mech pilots would struggle to achieve. Imagine a scenario where one simultaneously paints with the left hand, writes with the right, watches a film, plays a harmonica, and juggles a football with their feet. This was the essence of his prowess. However, despite Xia Xingchen's apparent advantage on the field, the energy consumption of his mech was alarmingly high, putting him at a significant disadvantage if he continued in such a manner. Xia provided a keen analysis, and Xia Xingchen's friends felt a twinge of concern. This could not continue. The energy reserves were dwindling. By this point, 15 minutes had elapsed since the match commenced. The batteries of the Dragon Rider system were nearly depleted, and the energy for the mech's laser rifle had been exhausted. Reluctantly, Xia Xingchen set aside the mech rifle, and the 6 floating cannons descended to the ground a few hundred meters away. Confronting the Qi Tian de Sheng mech, the Dragon Rider summoned its energy sword, pointing the blade at its opponent. The commentator, Xia, erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Look, Xia Xingchen's Dragon Rider system and laser rifle are out of energy. It seems he is abandoning ranged attacks in favor of close combat." The dynamics of the battlefield had shifted dramatically. While Xia Xingchen's close combat skills were formidable, his mech was somewhat cumbersome. The outcome of this confrontation remained uncertain, and we awaited the unfolding of events. Observing Xia Xingchen's actions, Ho Cheng maintained a stoic expression. From a young age, he endured rigorous training, learning that on the battlefield, emotions must never sway one's judgment. Any display of joy, anger, sorrow, or fear could lead only to demise. He adjusted the posture of his mech and charged headlong at Xia Xingchen. At that moment, Xia Xingchen had entered a state of insight. Through analyzing his opponent's movements and the mech's exterior, he discerned that the formidable power of the staff was insurmountable. The energy sword would be utterly ineffective against it, and attempting to block with an alloy shield was a foolhardy notion. Setting aside the question of whether the shield could withstand such an assault, even if it could, his mech's arms and other components would inevitably sustain damage. With this realization, he pressed the power pedal with force, propelling the mech into the air and retreating several meters. The Qi Tian de Sheng mech pursued him relentlessly, the staff slicing through the air with ferocity. Xia Xingchen dared not confront it directly, skillfully evading while attempting to counter with his energy sword, only to find the opponent's staff impenetrable. He was rendered entirely reactive, devoid of any means to retaliate. At this rate, his defeat was merely a matter of time. Lamented Xia. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Xia Xingchen. He had previously commanded 6 floating artillery units to descend to the ground, each with roughly a minute of energy reserves remaining. In this contest, they had nearly fulfilled their historical purpose. Now, he could harness their residual value. With that thought, he mentally ordered the 2 nearest floating artillery units into action. Ho Cheng's mech continued its relentless advance, granting Xia Xingchen no opportunity to recalibrate. Abruptly, a sense of impending danger washed over him, accompanied by a piercing alarm within the cockpit. Missiles? Ho Cheng pondered, perplexed, as the alarm indicated a lock by the fire control system. A quick glance revealed 2 objects racing towards him from his left and behind. He immediately understood. They were the floating artillery units. While a collision would not be fatal, it would undoubtedly inflict damage on his mech and impair its offensive capabilities. With no time for contemplation, he had no choice but to abandon his attack on Xia Xingchen. He veered sharply to the right, simultaneously sweeping the alloy staff. With 2 resounding explosions, Ho Cheng barely managed to regain control of his mech, while Xia Xingchen had already retreated over 100 meters. What a clever maneuver! Xia Xingchen had not exhausted all the energy of his Dragon Knight system, but had preserved some reserves. Just moments away from defeat, a few more rounds could have spelled his doom. Yet, he masterfully utilized the Dragon Knight system, allowing the floating artillery to fulfill their final historical mission. If Ho Cheng did not evade, he would incur significant damage. Now, Xia Xingchen had regained a moment to breathe. Oh heavens, what is this? Xia was taken aback by the unfolding scene. Xia Xingchen discarded his left-hand alloy shield and drew forth a luminous energy sword. Then, the thrusters on the flywheel disc behind the Dragon Knight mech suddenly roared to life, as billions of eyes watched in awe as the flywheel disc detached from the mech's core, gently descending to the ground. Oh heavens, what is this? It was my first encounter with a Dragon Knight system capable of disassembling freely from its mother body. Xia Xingchen's genius in design is nothing short of extraordinary. This innovation has reduced the weight of the Dragon Knight mech by nearly 40, significantly enhancing its mobility and endurance, as Jean Xieka elaborated. Previously, due to the considerable space occupied by the Dragon Knight system, designers relied heavily on integrated designs, which resulted in the Dragon Knight system being an inseparable entity from the mech's mother body. Xia Xingchen's design has once again shattered conventional wisdom. Ho Cheng chuckled, and so did Xia Xingchen. For Ho Cheng, Xia Xingchen represented a formidable and respected adversary. Only by battling such a worthy opponent could he hope to achieve further advancement. Meanwhile, Xia Xingchen was liberated from all constraints, ready to engage in a fierce contest. Ho Cheng accelerated his mech, wielding his staff with the swiftness of the wind. The staff technique he employed was taught to him by his mentor. This unnamed staff technique, whose origins remain a mystery to all, not only possesses immense power, but has also proven exceptionally effective when applied to mechs. Generally, many human martial arts lose potency when utilized in mechs. However, this unnamed technique sees its efficacy amplified. Even those lacking any martial arts background can unleash astonishing power once they master this technique. At the age of 16, Ho Cheng had single-handedly slain a 3-meter-long alien creature using this very staff technique. As Xia Xingchen evaded Ho Cheng's onslaught, he felt an odd familiarity with the staff technique. It seemed reminiscent of something he had encountered before. He was certain that this technique was not taught to him by Colonel Belisi or the elder Qin Renha. Aside from learning from these two individuals, he had not engaged with any other martial arts. As Ho Cheng unleashed more and more moves, his speed intensified, and Xia Xingchen's focus sharpened. Suddenly, the crystal pyramid in his mind began to spin at an astonishing pace, drawing his thoughts into that realm. Beneath the immense crystal pyramid, a group of simian soldiers, led by a general-like figure among them, practiced their martial arts, each wielding a long staff. The technique they practiced mirrored the one being employed by the current Chitian, the Shang mech. As his thoughts drifted further, the simian mechs clashed violently with those of the celestial beings. A resplendent golden simian mech swung a golden staff, utilizing the same technique. As his thoughts gradually converged with reality, Xia Xingchen's eyes cleared, and he discerned his opponent's next move, recognizing the flaws in each of their strikes. At that moment, the arena was filled with the shadows of staffs and the swiftness of dual swords, rendering it impossible for the audience to discern the movements of the two combatants. Chapter 129, Mech Combat Tournament, Part 12. Ho Cheng grew increasingly alarmed as he realized he had been completely read by his opponent. Every move he made was countered, and he felt as though traps were being laid for him at every turn. This realization was disconcerting, yet it ignited his ferocity, presenting a prime opportunity for self-breakthrough and personal growth. His speed escalated further. Even if you can see through my techniques, what does it matter? I am swifter than you, rendering your efforts futile. In his heart, Ho Cheng mused. Half an hour passed, and simultaneously, alarms blared from both cockpits. The crimson warning lights flashed rapidly, accompanied by the piercing wail of sirens. Their energy reserves had dangerously dwindled, nearing the critical threshold of 5. The two mechas passed each other, standing mere 50 centimeters apart. Xia Xingchen activated the public communication channel. I'm nearly out of energy. I presume you are as well. Shall we settle this with one final move? With this intent in mind, Ho Cheng agreed. Both mechas retreated several meters, adjusting their stances to prepare for the ultimate assault. Their dialogue resonated through the live broadcast, leaving the audience breathless in anticipation of the climactic moment. Ho Cheng accelerated the flow of his vitality and mental energy, causing his body temperature to surge within the cockpit, casting him in a crimson hue. He intended to unleash the mightiest strike from his unnamed staff technique, a blow that would require the support of his sect's secret methods, sacrificing all his physical strength and mental fortitude. He had executed this move only once before, when he had obliterated a colossal mother insect over 500 meters long with a single strike from his mecha. Faced with such a formidable adversary today, he could not restrain his desire for victory. Similarly, Xia Xingchen within the Dragon Knight mecha was drained. His mental energy had been depleted, and the power within the crystalline pyramid surged forth incessantly. This mental force coalesced around his mecha and energy swords. Ho Cheng lifted his alloy staff, preparing to charge, while Xia Xingchen crossed his dual swords before him, pressing the power pedals to the floor. The competitors readied themselves for their final clash. Look, they surged forward, so swift that they left afterimages in their wake. What was happening? At the moment of collision, all cameras in the arena lost signal. After several seconds, the video feed resumed, revealing a shocking sight. The alloy floor of the arena had vanished, leaving a colossal crater approximately 2 kilometers in diameter and 1 meter deep at the point of their impact. All facilities within the arena, including dozens of high-speed cameras, lay in ruins, obliterated by the tremendous shockwave generated by the collision. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the explosion, the two competitors' mechas lay incapacitated, visibly damaged. Hovering not far above them were two mechas, suspended in the air. What was happening? Xia Xingchen was momentarily stunned. At that moment, the director transmitted images from a camera located several kilometers away. Just as the Dragon Knight and the Monkey King mechas began to accelerate, preparing for their decisive confrontation, two beams of red light surged from the distance into the center of the arena. The camera's image slowed even further and magnified several times, allowing the audience to discern that they were indeed two mechas. One of the mechas gleamed in gold, wielding a golden alloy staff, its appearance strikingly reminiscent of the Monkey King mecha. A formidable mech, draped in an obsidian hue, emanated an aura of lethal intent. Its weapon, a sleek black alloy longsword, glimmered ominously. In a slow-motion sequence, just as the mech piloted by Xia Xingchen and Ho Cheng were on the brink of collision, the golden mech raised its staff, delivering a precise blow to Ho Cheng's weapon. Simultaneously, the black mech's alloy blade clashed against Xia Xingchen's dual energy swords. The unexpected intervention of external force caused their combined strikes to collide with the ground, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that obliterated everything within a 2-kilometer radius. The outer armor of the Qi Tianda, Shang Mech, and the Longqi War, General Mech, suffered severe damage. In contrast, the subsequent mechs were shielded by energy barriers that emerged instantaneously, leaving them unscathed. Alas, the match was marred by deliberate interference, a phenomenon unprecedented in the 66-year history of the Tianyuan Star Military Academy's Mech Combat Tournament. Who could possess such audacity? Roared Xia Xingchen. At that moment, several backup cameras moved into position, capturing close-ups of the two mechs. The nature of this disruptive act was utterly reprehensible, necessitating stringent punishment. Enraged by the footage, Xia Xingchen bit down on his tongue. Howl, the Fighting Buddha, and Heavenly Kill. By the heavens, it is Night Bell and General Von Riedel. As a former soldier and esteemed mech master, he was all too familiar with these legendary mech pilots of the Galactic Empire. Minutes later, dozens of mechs converge upon the arena's center to render aid to the two unconscious pilots. The Fighting Buddha mech and the Heavenly Kill mech ascended to the command control center of Tianwei 13, where the two elite pilots engaged in urgent discussions with representatives from the tournament organizers and the military. Half an hour later, the Tianyuan Star Military Academy Mech Combat Tournament organizers issued a statement. In consideration of nurturing talent, the organizers had discreetly assigned two elite mech pilots to protect the finalists. The two mech masters unanimously determined that the final blows of the competitors would have resulted in mutual destruction of these promising young pilots. Such an outcome contradicted the tournament's fundamental purpose of talent selection and the cultivation of exceptional mech pilots. Consequently, the elite pilots intervened decisively in the match. As for the result, both Xia Xingchen and Ho Cheng were declared co-champions of this mech combat tournament. Chapter 130. Post-match, Xia Xingchen gradually regained consciousness from his stupor, only to find himself ensconced within a biotherapy chamber. A wry smile crossed his lips. It seemed that losing consciousness in battle was not an infrequent occurrence for him. His mental landscape felt barren, indicating that recovery would require considerable time. Pain coursed through various parts of his body, suggesting the presence of fractures. Resigned, he submitted to the restorative procedures of the biotherapy chamber. Embracing tranquility, Xia Xingchen entered a meditative state. Days later, he was extracted from the canister-like biotherapy chamber and transferred to a standard single-patient room. A week having elapsed since the conclusion of the Tianyuan Star Military Academy Mech Combat Tournament, Xia Xingchen sat on the bed, immersed in meditation. Every time he emerged from life-and-death battles, or after exhausting his mental energy, he experienced an explosive growth in his overall mental capacity. He intended to seize this opportunity to solidify his gains and explore the possibility of new revelations. Little did he know, visitors began to arrive in quick succession. The door to the ward swung open, and from a distance, the boisterous voice of Han's Grandtail echoed. Xingchen, we have come to see you. This outburst drew the displeasure of several doctors and nurses in the corridor, who cast disapproving glances in his direction. Hans sheepishly stuck out his tongue. Xingchen, interrupted from his meditation, looked up to find it was indeed Hans, along with the siblings Dai Run and Li Xiaomin. How do you feel, Xingchen? Li Xiaomin inquired. Not very well at all. I don't even know what has happened. Where am I right now? Xia Xingchen responded in confusion. I was just pulled out of the big canister a few hours ago. I have some good news for you. First, our 1524 Mecha Club has won the overall championship in this Tianyuan Star Mecha Maintenance Design Combat Competition. As a reward, the three of you will receive a cash prize totaling 100 million star coins. Second, Xia Xingchen, you have been crowned champion of this Tianyuan Star Military Academy Mecha Combat Competition, although it is a tie. Following this, there will be a series of unexpected rewards for you. Third, our 1524 Mecha Club has already received orders for 124 customized Dragon Knight mechas. It seems we are on the verge of a significant fortune. Han's Grandtail's eyes gleamed with delight. At this moment, Li Xiaomin added, in light of the exceptional performance of the Dragon Knight mecha in this competition, the Tang Dynasty Group has decided to begin mass production of this mecha in 3 months. The preliminary price for the lower-tier version is set at 600 million star coins per unit, according to the patent transfer agreement. For every Dragon Knight mecha sold by the Tang Dynasty Group, you will receive 5, amounting to a minimum of 30 million star coins in royalties. Hans reflected, there's an old saying in our family, technology is money. I didn't understand it before, but now I profoundly grasp its meaning. May I ask, did you just say, I am a champion of the mecha combat competition? And what is this about a tie? I can't seem to recall what happened at all. I only remember charging at my opponent with all my might, and then everything went blank. When I awoke again, I found myself in the treatment chamber. Xia Xingchen expressed his bewilderment. Let me explain, Dai Ren interjected. At the final moments of the match, when you and contestant Ho Cheng were about to clash fiercely, 2 elite mecha masters, the Royal Guardian Knight Bell and General von Riedel from the Imperial Army, suddenly intervened in your battle. Both your mecha weapons were attacked, causing your full force strikes to hit the ground instead. Otherwise, we would not be seeing you now. The official statement claims it was to protect talent, fearing an accident might occur. However, from what I know, this was a personal decision made by those 2 gentlemen. Even the Tang Dynasty Group wouldn't have enough clout to summon 2 elite mecha masters to safeguard you 2 unknowns. How is Ho Cheng doing? Asked Xia Xingchen with concern. Much better than you, Dai Ren replied with a hint of exasperation. He suffered a concussion, 2 fractures, and was unconscious for a day before waking up. On the other hand, you have severely depleted your mental energy, experienced a severe concussion, and have multiple fractures. At that moment, the intercom in the hospital room chimed, announcing a visitor. The door opened to reveal a short, bronze-skinned individual entering the room. He had black hair and eyes that, though not large, sparkled with vitality. His physique was well-defined, with smooth muscle lines. Approaching Xia Xingchen's bedside, he extended his right hand for a handshake. Xia Xingchen noticed the calluses on his palm. Hello, Xia Xingchen. I am Ho Cheng. I couldn't control myself during the match, which led to your injury, and I deeply regret it. I came specifically to see you and offer my apologies. Ho Cheng's cheeks flushed slightly as he spoke, his demeanor shy, which endeared him to everyone in the room. There's no need for that. It was just a competition. Everyone desires to win. Besides, I accepted this reality the day I decided to become a mecha master. You needn't feel guilty, Xia Xingchen reassured him. After exchanging a few polite remarks, Ho Cheng appeared hesitant, seemingly holding back words he wished to express. Ho Cheng, do you have something on your mind? Please, don't hesitate to ask for assistance with anything you might need. We will certainly do our best to help, Xia Xingchen encouraged. Nodding in agreement with the others present. In a hushed tone, Ho Cheng revealed, you see, my Qi Tian de Sheng Mecha was severely damaged during the competition. I visited every repair shop on Commercial Street, but they all said they couldn't fix it. I also went to your 1524 Mecha Club. Your repair technician, Bali, said he couldn't help either and suggested I ask for your assistance. Oh, what kind of damage could deter so many repair shops? The maintenance standards on Commercial Street are renowned throughout the entire Tianyuan Star region. Xia Xingchen pondered, perplexed. Allow me to interject, Li Xiaomin interrupted. The Qi Tian de Sheng Mecha is based on a martial monk model produced by our Tang Dynasty group decades ago. This type of mecha, also known as a combat mecha, possesses a remarkably high degree of anthropomorphism, with its skeletal support, external armor, and control systems specially reinforced. It excels in strength, agility, and maneuverability. However, its weaponry is rather simplistic, and its design is rather plain. Most critically, the base model costs a staggering 1 billion star coins. When it was first released decades ago, it saw dismal sales. However, the Holy Hall later recognized its potential, as it could unleash tremendous power when combined with their martial techniques. Consequently, the mecha was withdrawn from the market, and both it and its upgraded versions became exclusive to the Holy Hall. Indeed, I am surprised by the prowess of your 1524 Mecha Club. You are aware of such clandestine matters, Ho Chung expressed, astonished. Rest assured, I have the blueprint for this mecha in my study, Li Xiaomin assured him. Chapter 131. The visitors there remains a troubling issue. I estimate that my mech has sustained significant damage, and the repair costs will be exorbitant. Yet, with the prize money from his competition, I possess only 5 billion star coins. I fear it may not suffice. Could you possibly assist me in repairing my mech first? I shall undertake bounty missions during my holiday to repay the remaining repair expenses. Ho Chang's face flushed a deep crimson. This subject was undoubtedly awkward and difficult to broach. That is not a problem. I agree to your request. However, I have a more advantageous proposal. Would you care to hear it? Hans Grana's eyes sparkled with excitement. He recognized yet another opportunity for profit. Please do tell, Boss Hans. Ho Chung replied, his curiosity piqued. Where's your mech typically stored? Hans inquired. There is a personal mech storage facility adjacent to the training ground of the military academy on Tianyuan Star. The annual rental fee is 2 million star coins, and it contains only a basic mech repair workstation. Here's what I propose. We will charge you 200 million star coins for the repairs, although the actual cost will far exceed that, perhaps even doubling. Our sole condition is that, for 1 year following the repair, I would like you to park your mech in our newly established showroom when it is not in use. I will prepare 2 display slots specifically for the Qi Tian, the Shang mech, and the Star Dragon Knight mech, allowing customers who visit our store to admire them. What do you think? Hans understood that featuring the strongest mech from the mech combat competition as a promotional gimmick was well worth the additional millions in repair costs. After much contemplation, Ho Chung finally nodded in agreement. On one hand, he was reluctant to owe anyone money. On the other, he had his own plans for the holiday and needed to expedite the mech's repairs. Having bid farewell to his roommates and Ho Chung, Xia Xingchen was about to resume his meditation when another knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find Vice Admiral von Klaus, commander of the Third Fleet of the Galactic Empire, standing before him. Xia Xingchen instinctively moved to salute, but the general gestured for him to remain seated. General, what brings you here? Xia Xingchen asked, filled with curiosity. It's regarding last month's incident involving Nicholas, von Klaus replied, his expression one of displeasure. It transpired that the assassination of Nicholas had left the imperial military and intelligence agencies in a precarious position. The emperor, Qin Zheng, was incensed by the attack on his old comrade. He ordered the military and intelligence departments to cease all operations targeting Nicholas and to redirect their efforts towards capturing the Galactic Freedom Army and other independent minor organizations. Consequently, the seasoned strategists in the military and intelligence departments resumed their activities, reconfiguring operations. Many initiatives previously aimed at Nicholas were repurposed under the guise of suppressing the miners. Moreover, the Third Fleet was placed on alert due to unrest caused by extraterrestrials on border planets, and would soon be dispatched to the border region primarily for training purposes. Von Klaus had been summoned back, partly to participate in the military's reorganization. The old Marshal, von Bismarck, was quite pleased with his son's capabilities. Additionally, he had previously served as the acting commander of the Third Fleet, and this return was also an opportunity for him to formalize his position. General, I was rescued by 2 esteemed mecha masters in the finals. This must have been your arrangement, Xia Xingchen inquired. I hardly possess such influence to summon 2 mecha masters at once, the general replied. However, indeed, General von Riedel was invited by me. He is my uncle. As for Knight Bell, I believe he was merely concerned for his student and fortuitously arrived at the scene. Nonetheless, despite the tremendous power of your final strike, either of these 2 masters could have easily separated you both. This illustrates the disparity in strength. Understood. I am grateful for your timely intervention, General. I request a return to duty immediately upon recovery. To join the Third Fleet at the front lines, Xia Xingchen earnestly stated. There is no need for that. The Third Fleet's current mission to the border planets primarily involves logistical training and collaboration of large forces, with little concern for the mecha units. It would be best for you to remain at the Academy. I have noticed your significant progress over these past months, especially under the guidance of Qin Run and the Old Master. Your martial skills have improved swiftly. Complete your studies first, General von Klaus advised. Yes, General. Furthermore, your roommates are quite remarkable. The mecha repair shop you established together has gained considerable influence. They will be formidable allies in your future endeavors. So ensure you nurture that partnership. Remember, we require a seasoned leader with experience, not merely a powerful mecha master. This is the purpose of your studies here. General von Klaus reminded him. I understand what is required of me. As General von Klaus was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to Xia Xingchen, saying, additionally, your performance in this mecha competition has significantly undermined the arrogance of the Northern Administrative Region. You successfully eliminated Rugani and Pansev, completely dismantling their scheme to recruit talent from the Academy. The military has decided to commend you with a generous reward. There will be a surprise awaiting you once you recover. After General von Klaus departed, an unexpected visitor arrived, one whose presence took Xia Xingchen by surprise. Hello, Xia Xingchen. I am Luo Wei, here to offer my apologies and gratitude, Luo Wei said, bowing deeply to Xia Xingchen. Xia Xingchen gazed at the bruised face of the young man, momentarily bewildered. I sincerely apologize for using a class mecha weapon against you during the competition, especially aiming at your cockpit. I was utterly reckless and lost control. Thank you for bringing me back to my senses. Had I succeeded, my life would have been irrevocably altered. Now I realize my mistakes and wish to express my regret. Luo Wei earnestly conveyed. It's quite all right. Everyone makes mistakes. It takes courage to acknowledge them and strive for change. Besides, you didn't actually harm me, did you? I forgive you. Xia Xingchen responded generously. Thank you, Xia Xingchen. I recognize that my flaws stem from being pampered by my family, which is why I must leave this place to refine myself at the front lines. Perhaps one day, if fate allows, we shall fight side by side, Luo Wei said, nodding in agreement. The two clasped hands tightly, sealing their newfound understanding. Chapter 132. Competition prizes 5 days later. Xia Xingchen was finally granted permission to leave the hospital and return to school. Good news followed in rapid succession. First, the prize money from the competition had arrived. Xia Xingchen had triumphed in both the mecha design contest and the mecha maintenance contest, amassing a total of 40 million star coins. Furthermore, the sale of her mecha design blueprints to the Tang Dynasty Group yielded an additional 1 billion star coins. Lastly, in the mecha fighting competition, where the mechas were subject to wear and tear, participants from the top 128 onwards were rewarded with substantial winnings, and even those who did not win received cash compensation. Xia Xingchen and Ho Cheng fought their way to the finals and emerged as champions, each accumulating a remarkable prize of 1 billion star coins. Additionally, the trio secured the team championship, earning another 100 million star coins, of which Xia Xingchen received 40 million. However, after deducting over 800 million star coins for constructing the mecha and the imminent repair costs, very little remained. Xia Xingchen sighed, realizing that she would need to continue striving to earn more. Although Hans had mentioned that the expenses for manufacturing the mechas would be covered by the store, Xia Xingchen felt it was inappropriate to rely on that support. Subsequently, Xia Xingchen and Ho Cheng arrived at the principal's office, where they were warmly received by key school leaders and military officials responsible for the military academy system. In recognition of their outstanding performance, both were promoted. Xia Xingchen rose from the rank of lieutenant to captain, while Ho Cheng advanced from private to sergeant. Another piece of delightful news came when the Mecha Master Level Assessment Committee, after reviewing the competition footage, unanimously determined that both Xia Xingchen and Ho Cheng had far surpassed the entry level for Mecha Masters. Consequently, the committee granted them the qualifications of Mecha Masters, an exhilarating development given their plans to participate in the Mecha Master assessments in the near future. However, the level assessment would be significantly more challenging, lasting over half a month and requiring a considerable examination fee. Thus, the news was indeed a pleasant surprise. The following day, the two took a maglev aircraft to another continent on Tianyuan Star. This continent served as the commercial and financial hub of Tianyuan Star, housing the headquarters and offices of renowned interstellar conglomerates from across the universe, facilitating the swift relay of information regarding the Galactic Empire's policies back to their headquarters. Upon arriving at a towering skyscraper, one of the highest buildings in the commercial district and the office of the Tang Dynasty Group on Tianyuan Star, they were greeted by a man in his 40s who had been waiting for them. "Greetings, I am Tang Jing, the representative of the Tang Dynasty Group on Tianyuan Star and the military liaison. I am here to guide you in selecting the prizes from this Mecha competition. Please follow me." Xia Xingchen and Ho Cheng accompanied Tang Jing to a high-speed elevator, which took them directly to an office on the top floor. There, a large holographic terminal awaited them. Tang Jing operated the terminal and then handed each of them a reading device. "I have connected to the group's database, which contains thousands of mecha weapons. You may choose any one of them as the prize for your victory in the Tianyuan Star Mecha fighting competition. This reader contains detailed information and demonstration videos for various weapons. Once you have made your selection, please click Submit, and we will transport the chosen mech weapons from the Chang'an Star domain within a month," Tang Jing explained. The two sat on the sofa, engrossed in their selections. Unbeknownst to them, in previous years, the champions of the Tianyuan Star Military Academy's mech combat competition had merely chosen from the standard mech weaponry vault. However, this year presented a different scenario. These two young contenders not only exhibited tremendous potential, but also thwarted Nicholas's plans. Consequently, after discussions between the military and the Tang Dynasty Group, it was decided to allow them to select from the advanced mech weaponry vault. The siblings, Li Xiaomin and Li Qiurui, persistently pleaded with their parents. Members of the Li family possessed a profound passion for mechs, and their weaponry vault boasted a number of private treasures. Within Xia Xingchen's reader lay secrets. The weaponry vault contained a far greater selection than that available to Ho Cheng. Xia Xingchen meticulously examined each weapon, noting their unique characteristics, for only those weapons deemed advanced possessed remarkable qualities. His primary consideration in selecting a weapon was its destructive power. After his match with Ho Cheng, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Confronted with the impenetrable defense of the Qi Tian de Sheng mech, Xia Xingchen found himself unable to breach the opponent's defenses, ultimately resorting to a protracted melee. He shortlisted 7 or 8 commendable weapons, intending to review them all before making a final selection. At that moment, a uniquely designed weapon caught his eye. In the accompanying description, a handwritten note read, "This is my second brother's collection, a sub-advanced weapon, special attention required." Recognizing the handwriting, Xia Xingchen realized it was a message from Li Xiaomin. At the end of the description, he spotted a floral mark, prominently highlighted, which he knew was Li Qiurui's signature. She always left such distinctive marks on her creations. This weapon was a red long-range attack device, named the Liuhua mech rifle, measuring 36 meters in length. It was considerably longer than the standard mech laser rifle and had been widened and thickened. Its scientific designation was the multi-purpose portable intelligent plasma cannon. The plasma cannon is a subtype of the neutral particle cannon, also known as a plasma gun. The energy block releases a significant amount of plasma through a specialized energy medium, which is then propelled in a straight line via technical means. Plasma represents the fourth state of matter, following solid, liquid, and gas. With temperatures soaring to millions of degrees, any material in its presence would be instantaneously vaporized, rendering its destructive capability astonishing. Currently, the most powerful laser weapon pales in comparison, possessing less than 1/5 of the plasma cannon's potency. However, the manufacturing process of a plasma cannon is exceedingly complex, particularly in miniaturization, with stringent requirements for materials and energy media, making the application of plasma cannons in mechs quite rare. Presently, plasma cannons are typically found in the main artillery of large starships, which have ample space to accommodate the extensive equipment, thereby alleviating the material demands of the plasma cannon. Aside from the plasma cannon itself, this flowing fire is an exceptionally high-performance mech laser rifle. It emits an orange-yellow laser, characterized by an immensely powerful wavelength. Additionally, it offers a variety of shooting modes, including sniper and rapid-fire options, and can even launch 4 lasers simultaneously. The rifle's body is constructed from a rare natural alloy found in the cosmos, renowned for its high-temperature resistance and unparalleled strength. Even direct hits from lasers and plasma cannons fail to inflict damage upon it. Its energy storage system consists of 2 super batteries, each the size of a water barrel, with a storage capacity exceeding that of an entire Dragon Knight battle mech. At its core lies a fire nucleus, purportedly an energy crystal derived from a colossal non-carbon-based organism. The entire flowing fire mech rifle channels energy through this fire nucleus to unleash plasma and laser attacks. Remarkably, this mech rifle is equipped with a psychic sensing system and several miniature thrusters, allowing it to operate independently from its mech chassis, launching surprise assaults akin to the Dragon Knight system. It can also autonomously maneuver to a safe position during close combat, preventing damage. In Chapter 133, The Princess and the Knight, I observed a demonstration video featuring a crimson mech engaging in battle, alternating between long-range sniping and unleashing a dense barrage of fire. Most thrilling was its plasma cannon striking a heavy space cruiser from several kilometers away, the searing plasma penetrating the cruiser's armor and hitting its power core, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that engulfed the vessel in flames. This was the one. Summerstar decisively pressed the confirm button. Later, Summerstar learned that the flowing fire mech rifle had sparked intense debate among over 100 experts during its initial rating. Some believed it had achieved the standards of a Class A weapon in terms of power and versatility, while others contended that its design was overly simplistic and fell slightly short of the power of other Class A mech weapons. Consequently, it was rated as a Class B mech weapon, though it was noted that it was a quasi-Class A mech weapon. Ho-Ching opted for a mech flight assistance device, measuring 4 meters in length, 18 meters in height, and 35 meters in width. Its design resembles an oversized surfboard, featuring 4 pairs of foldable wings and several white propulsion thrusters, along with 4 mech laser cannons. The mech can utilize this device to aid in flight. What sets this flight assistance device apart is its incorporation of a remote psychic control module. Under the guidance of the mech operator, it can maneuver freely within a kilometer of the mech to engage in flight and attack. Furthermore, with pre-programmed assistance, the flight device can autonomously return to the base and mothership for recharging. Ho-Ching initially sought a weapon capable of long-range attacks, as the Monkey King mech is not particularly adept at flying and lacks range defensive capabilities, often leaving it at a disadvantage against distant foes. However, while many long-range weapons exist, the limitations of the Monkey King mech rendered it incompatible with such armaments due to the absence of requisite interfaces and space for installation, which greatly frustrated Ho-Ching. The emergence of this flight assistance device, however, brightened his outlook significantly. The Chi de Sheng mech is not particularly adept at flight. However, with the use of this device, it can reach a maximum velocity of 35 when stationed atop it. Moreover, the laser cannons mounted on the mech are of limited utility. After much deliberation, Ho-Ching made a decision and named this flight assistance device Jindo Yin. The Chi de Sheng mech derives its name from an ancient myth of Earth, featuring a monkey capable of traversing the heavens and the earth, endowed with extraordinary powers. This monkey possesses a magical cloud that allows it to soar vast distances with a mere somersault. Thus, naming the flight assistance device in such a manner is indeed fitting. Once the two departed from the Tang Dynasty Group's office and returned to their school, all prizes for the mech competition had been duly distributed. Shortly thereafter, a small ceremony would be held, marking the conclusion of this year's mech competition. A few days later, Xia Xingchen and Ho-Ching received notification that they had both qualified to become the royal guardians of a princess. Soon, they would have an audience with the princess and the opportunity to pledge their loyalty to her. This ancient tradition dates back several centuries to a princess named Qin Ning from the royal family. During a tumultuous period in the galaxy, several princes from the Qin family fell in battle. Princess Qin Ning personally visited military academies to select and recruit a group of young mech engineers, securing their allegiance. She promised that one among them would be chosen as her knight and companion in the future. In times of peril for the Qin family, Princess Qin Ning led her guardians into battle, vanquishing numerous foes and significantly contributing to the eventual unification of the Galactic Empire. True to her word, she married one of her guardians. This tale became legendary within the Galactic Empire and evolved into a cherished tradition. Each year, the princesses of the Qin family would personally meet the outstanding victors of various military academy competitions, sharing a meal with them. Although many princesses later failed to fulfill their promises due to political marriages, dozens still wed their guardians. This tradition is a significant reason why Luo Wei yearns to win the Mech Combat Championship, as it would allow him to rightfully pledge his loyalty to Princess Qin Feng'er and even propose to her. As the weekend arrived, A luxurious maglev sedan arrived early at Xia Xingchen's dormitory, ready to transport him to the palace. Today, he donned a brand new officer's uniform, his mind wandering as he contemplated what the princess might be like. Though the royal princesses occasionally appeared in televised reports, Xia Xingchen had never paid much attention to such matters. Navigating through multiple checkpoints, the vehicle finally entered the expansive palace grounds, covering hundreds of square kilometers. The palace area was teeming with guards and patrolling mechs. After several minutes of travel, the car halted before an elegant villa, where a striking white mech was parked in the yard. Xia Xingchen felt a sense of familiarity, as though he had seen this mech before, and he could ascertain that it was indeed the creation of Li Chirue. The hovering sedan came to a gentle halt, and as Xia Xingchen stepped out, another vehicle followed suit, revealing the figure of Ho Cheng, who alighted wearing a simple trainee military uniform. At that moment, the grand entrance of the villa swung open, and two radiant silhouettes emerged before them. These were none other than the Empire's Star Princess and Moon Princess, the dream figures of countless young admirers. Upon beholding the Star Princess, Xia Xingchen could no longer maintain his composure, for the enchanting figure before him was none other than Qin Ruer, who had commissioned a private mech at the 1524 Club just a month prior. Lieutenant Xia, Sergeant Ho, greetings. I am Qin Fenger, pleased to meet you, the Moon Princess announced, executing a graceful, courtly gesture. I am Qin Ruer, she continued, winking at Xia Xingchen and offering him a respectful nod. The two men hastily returned the princess's salutation with a military salute. Chapter 134. The two princesses, the so-called banquet within the palace, left much to be desired. Although the dishes were exquisitely crafted, their portions were woefully scant, accompanied by a plethora of ceremonial expectations. In short, the two were far from satisfied. Xia Xingchen fared somewhat better. Prior to his arrival, Dai Ren had provided him with a crash course in court etiquette and imparted several crucial pointers, including dining protocols. Consequently, he had filled his stomach before venturing out. In stark contrast, Ho Cheng suffered greatly. A martial artist by nature, he had a hearty appetite, and having dedicated his youth to rigorous training, he was entirely unaware of the palace's customs. After an intensive morning practice session, he hastily prepared and journeyed to the palace. Enduring several hours of travel, now left ravenous. The sight of the dining table nearly caused him to faint. Each dish was a delicate work of art, and the portions were so minuscule that he could consume them in a single bite. The palace attendants began to serve over 20 small dishes, and initially, Ho Cheng assumed they were merely appetizers. However, as he observed the two princesses and Xia Xingchen take only a few bites before pausing, he found himself bewildered, unsure of what transpired, and thus ceased eating as well. Noticing this, the Star Princess clapped her hands, prompting servants to swiftly remove all remaining dishes. At that moment, Ho Cheng was utterly dumbfounded, feeling as though he might weep with frustration. Being in the palace, he had no means to request a refill, leaving him to endure his hunger in silence. Xia Xingchen seemed to perceive his plight and seized the opportunity to discreetly offer Ho Cheng a couple of military high-energy compressed rations as he excused himself to the restroom. Hurry and eat. It's your first time at the palace, and you must be famished, he urged. Ho Cheng nodded gratefully, nearly moved to tears. The two were then escorted to the reception room, where the princesses awaited. A variety of beverages had been prepared on the table, and the four began to engage in conversation. Their topics revolved around amusing anecdotes from school, mech combat competitions, and the like, though both Xia Xingchen and Ho Cheng were somewhat reticent. Fortunately, Moon Princess Qin Fenger adeptly guided the conversation, bolstered by the lively presence of Qin Ruer, ensuring that the atmosphere remained vibrant. As an hour passed, it seemed they had exhausted all conversational topics. It was now time for the princesses to broach the matter of allegiance with the knights, gauging their willingness to pledge their loyalty. As the elder sister, Princess Yu always accommodates her younger sister, signaling for Qin Ruer to select first. Princess Xing rises and states, Sister, I have known Lieutenant Xia Xingchen for quite some time. I have some personal matters to discuss with him privately. Princess Yu gracefully gestures for them to proceed. Qin Ruer and Xia Xingchen depart, leaving behind only Ho Cheng and Princess Qin Feng. At this moment, Ho Cheng feels exceedingly awkward in his 21 years of life. This is the first instance he finds himself alone with a girl of similar age. He would rather confront a ferocious alien insect with bare hands than engage with such a beautiful woman. Noticing his demeanor, Qin Feng bursts into laughter, finding him amusing. As a princess, she has encountered many young men who, seeking to impress her, strive to portray confidence, strength, or charm. Yet, the man before her displays nervousness, anxiety, and even hesitates to meet her gaze, which piques Princess Yu's interest. Sergeant Ho Chung, would you be willing to be my nightly protector? Princess Yu inquires. I am unsure. What does a nightly protector do? Ho Chung asks, somewhat foolishly. To put it simply, it means to pledge your loyalty to me and the royal family, to protect me in times of danger, and to assist in vanquishing our enemies. In return, I shall bestow various honors and support upon the knights. Moreover, it is quite possible that my future husband will be chosen from among my knights, Qin Feng explains. I apologize, Your Highness, but I cannot pledge my loyalty to you. I belong to the sanctum, and our mission is to protect all humanity. We cannot involve ourselves in the conflicts among human factions. I cannot be your knight, as it contradicts my beliefs. Then, are you truly going to deny a princess's request? Qin Feng feigns a look of great grievance, having never encountered such a situation. Ho Chung is taken aback by the sight of the princess on the verge of tears, which causes him to panic. Well, in that case, while I cannot pledge my loyalty, I can help you when you need it, as a friend. Ho Chung earnestly states, gazing into his pure eyes. Princess Yu appears momentarily stunned. Friends? Very well. From this day forth, we shall be good friends. The small villa comprises 3 stories, with the topmost level featuring a small platform. Standing on the platform, one can feel the breeze and behold the picturesque scenery of the estate. Qin Ruer leans against the railing, admiring the distant landscape, while Xia Xingchen stands beside her, resting his hands on the railing. Xingchen, you hail from Manastar, correct? Princess Xing inquires. Xia Xingchen nods in affirmation. What impression do you have of it? A nightmare. It was nothing short of a nightmare. Your Highness, before I turned 15, I was a miner, struggling for survival alongside my father. My father was a miner who became disabled after an accident. To support our family, I had to work in the mines. Beneath Manastar, there were collapses, man-eating beasts, and in outer space, ruthless space pirates. On the surface, there were tyrannical rulers. It was akin to hell. I am profoundly grateful to have escaped from there. Xia Xingchen recounted that it was not a particularly pleasant memory. Do you know what Manastar looks like in my recollection? Xia Xingchen shook his head. The Star Princess continued, in my memory of Manastar, there was only one person, a friend, a companion through life and death. In my childhood, I was confined within this manor, immersed in lessons of etiquette, arts, and literature. I had no playmates, and at school I was constantly shadowed by guards. During that time, I cherished the moments spent in solitude, watching the birds soar freely. Later, my father intended to arrange a marriage for me with a man significantly older than myself. Reluctant to comply, I secretly escaped the palace and fled from Tianyu Star, embarking on a journey of wandering through the Milky Way. Eventually, the passenger ship I boarded was hijacked by space pirates while passing Manastar. Fortunately, I possessed the most advanced disguise device of the time, which spared me from their clutches. Subsequently, I was imprisoned in a secret base alongside many others of my age. I felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, for the disguise device was not infallible, and its energy was rapidly depleting. Just as despair began to engulf me, I encountered a boy with psychic abilities. Together, we stole a key and a mech, managing to escape. You are Arii. Xia Xingchen was taken aback. Chapter 135. After the competition, Xia Xingchen could hardly fathom that the frail, quirky child who had once fled the grasp of the Black Fox base with him was now the delicate star princess of the Galactic Empire before him. You are Arii? Xia Xingchen inquired. Qin Yina nodded. Where did you go afterward? After I awoke, I searched for you everywhere, but found no trace. We were rescued by the Manastar fleet. Had it not been for my identity, we would have been destroyed. Then the royal guard arrived at Manastar and forcibly took me away. I returned to Tianyu Star. When my father was deeply concerned for my well-being, he immediately decreed that I would no longer be compelled to marry against my will, granting me the right to choose my future partner. That is truly wonderful, Xia Xingchen said sincerely, feeling joy for her. Xia Xingchen, would you be willing to be my knight, to pledge your loyalty to me and protect me? She then blushed and whispered, I can make you my only knight. Xia Xingchen fell silent. He fully comprehended the implications of her words, yet he replied, I am sorry, Princess Yenner, but I cannot be your knight. Not because I do not wish to, but because I cannot, at least not now. Why? Do you despise me, Xingchen? The corners of the princess's eyes glistened with tears. On the brink of breaking down. Princess Yin'er, allow me to tell you a story, a tale of a queen and her knight. Xia Xingchen began to narrate how he had departed from Manastar and the moments shared with Freya. Upon hearing Xia Xingchen's account, Qin Yin'er wept profusely, deeply moved by the love story of the two. Sister Freya is so pitiable, yet she was also fortunate to have been loved by someone, Qin Yin'er sobbed, speaking through her tears. Thus, Princess Qin Yin'er, I must seek vengeance for my fallen comrades, including Freya, and therefore, I cannot serve as your guardian knight, at least. Not at this moment. I understand, Xia Xingchen. I shall not impede your progress. Proceed with your endeavors. Should you require assistance, consider me a willing ally. If one day you fulfill your quest for retribution, do remember to seek me out, for the singular position of my guardian knight is reserved for you. The Star Princess gazed at Xia Xingchen with profound affection. I comprehend your sentiments, Princess Qin Yin'er. Thank you. Do not address me as princess, simply call me Yin'er. Although you are not my guardian knight at present, we are indeed good friends who have shared trials together, remarked the Star Princess. Very well, Yin'er. The two princesses personally escorted Xia Xingchen and Sergeant Ho Chung from the estate, watching as they boarded an elegant maglev vehicle. Sister, has Sergeant Ho Chung agreed to become your guardian knight? Qin Yin'er inquired with curiosity. Not at all, he declined. However, he possesses a valid reason for his refusal. He is quite an intriguing individual, Qin Feng'er replied, a hint of exasperation in her eyes. Oh, that truly is his loss. It is rather surprising that someone would turn down my sister. Throughout the annals of the Galactic Empire, knights who refuse the princesses are exceedingly rare. It matters not. Though I have lost a knight, I have gained a valued friend. How are you faring, sister? Qin Feng'er asked. Sister, I am much the same as you. I am friends with Xingchen, replied the younger sister. The two siblings exchanged knowing glances, their smiles reflecting a shared understanding. The Tianyuan Star Mecha Combat Competition has concluded, marking a significant milestone for the students of the two military academies, as they are about to face the final examinations for the latter half of the year. For those students with commendable grades, it is a festive occasion, a chance to conclude numerous courses and allocate time for other pursuits. Conversely, for those who have not dedicated themselves to their studies, it heralds a day of reckoning, signifying yet another opportunity to pass examinations slipping away before graduation. During this period, the Mecha repair shop has seen a slight decline in business, as most students are investing all their efforts into preparing for the impending exams. The Li siblings have also been scarce at the shop lately, fully engaged in their studies, while only Xia Xingchen and Feng Zhelong remain busy as ever. Soon, over 100 components for the Dragon Knight mechas are set to arrive. Xia Xingchen must assemble the mechas, as well as repair the Qi Tianda Shang Mecha and his own Dragon Knight mecha. Meanwhile, Zhelong is occupied with the renovation and integration of several adjacent shops he has recently acquired, aspiring to establish a brand new 1524 Mecha Club. As for academics, Feng Zhelong firmly believes in the principle that time equates to currency. Even if academic credentials may become irrelevant in the future, one must not miss the golden opportunities for wealth and development. In the face of power and riches, the Zhelong family unequivocally opts for the latter. Following the Mecha combat competition, the custom orders for mechas at the 1524 Mecha Club surged dramatically, prompting Feng Zhelong to require clients to pay in full upfront. This stipulation did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of mecha enthusiasts. Hans Grontai held a substantial amount of capital, which he utilized to acquire an extensive array of advanced maintenance equipment, including a materials factory system valued at over 100 billion star coins. With this system, numerous materials and components no longer required custom ordering from manufacturers, thereby saving a considerable amount of money and time. The bustling exam season had finally arrived, and Xia Xingchen successfully passed 60 subjects in his graduation examinations all at once. This achievement afforded him the luxury of time to engage in other pursuits. Every 2 weeks, the two princesses would invite Xia Xingchen and Ho Chung to dine together, not at the royal palace, but in the commercial district. It was permissible within the empire for princesses to treat their knight guardians to meals. However, whether the two had pledged their loyalty was a matter of little interest to anyone. Ho Chung was particularly delighted, as he could finally disregard the absurdities of court etiquette. With only 1 week remaining until the final examinations of various courses concluded, Xia Xingchen had completed his exams and returned to the store. At that moment, the components for the Dragon Knight mechs, the Qi Tianda Sheng mechs, and custom orders were all in place. He plunged back into a state of intense activity. To enhance efficiency, Hans Grontai temporarily recruited 10 intermediate mech maintenance students to assist with the assembly of the mechs. He divided the maintenance technicians into small groups to work on a mini assembly line, assigning the most complex and time-consuming tasks to Xia Xingchen. This arrangement ensured they could achieve a daily output of 10 to 15 units. After more than 10 days of relentless work, all orders were finally completed. Hans calculated the figures, with each mech selling for an average of 20 billion star coins, and after deducting costs and taxes, each unit would yield approximately 600 million star coins in profit. A total of 150 orders would thus generate an income of 900 billion star coins. Over the past few months, the 1524 Mech Club had undergone significant expansion, acquiring numerous stores and equipment, while also spending nearly 30 billion on competitions, resulting in a surplus of 60 billion star coins. Including additional income from the stores, Xia Xingchen received a dividend of 20 billion star coins in just the past half year. Chapter 136. Holiday arrangements referring to the blueprints of the monk mech. Xia Xingchen disassembled Ho Cheng's Qi Tian de Sheng mech into a collection of parts, which left Ho Cheng feeling quite anxious. He briefly suspected that Xia Xingchen was engaging in deliberate revenge. With a furrowed brow, Xia Xingchen finally completed his previous tasks, and with the components arrived, he began the repairs on 2 mechs. Following the mech combat competition, the relationship between Xia Xingchen and Ho Cheng had rapidly blossomed. The two frequently practiced martial arts together and often attended the princess's banquets. In his spare time, Ho Cheng would often visit the mech repair shop to lend a hand and learn about mech maintenance and upkeep. Ho Cheng, how often do you service your mech? Xia Xingchen inquired. Ordinary mechs typically required maintenance checks approximately every 200 operating hours. However, this varied depending on the type of mech. Many affluent individuals would service their mechs every few dozen hours. Ho Cheng's face flushed again. It had been roughly 800 hours since his last maintenance. He felt quite embarrassed. Stars, you are aware that we practitioners possess little wealth. Currently, as I am enrolled in school, I lack the time to undertake bounty tasks. My Qi Tian de Sheng mech cannot be repaired at ordinary mech maintenance shops. Those capable of the task charge exorbitant fees, demanding a staggering 10 million star coins for a single servicing. Ho Cheng felt utterly helpless, realizing that even a penny can stifle a hero's ambitions. The damage to your mech is significant. However, nearly 10% of the components could have been preserved with proper maintenance. If neglected, your mech may suffer from internal failures after merely 1 or 200 operational hours without any external attack, Xia Xingchen stated with grave seriousness. For a mech technician, the upkeep of a mech is a matter of life and death, and one must not be negligent. I understand, Xingchen. Thank you. However, this cannot be a sustainable solution. Ho Cheng replied. How about this? Since your mech is showcased in the shop this year, I shall take care of the maintenance and servicing free of charge. In the meantime, you shall accompany me to learn the most fundamental maintenance techniques, as these skills may prove invaluable on the battlefield. Additionally, I will modify the easily damaged components of your mech and provide you with a new maintenance blueprint. In the future, you can follow this design when servicing at other shops. Xia Xingchen proposed a plan, and Ho Cheng was immensely grateful. Another fortnight passed, and both the Qi Tian de Sheng mech and the Dragon Knight mech were restored. At this juncture, their rewards, 2 high-grade mech weapons, also arrived. To complement the striking new weapons, Li Qiru meticulously crafted a fresh paint scheme for the 2 mechs. The Qi Tian de Sheng mech was adorned in a resplendent golden hue, while the Dragon Knight mech was painted white, with the Dragon Cavalry system behind it highlighted in crimson. When both mechs debuted simultaneously in the newly established 1524 Mech Club's exhibition hall, the venue was overwhelmed with visitors. Hans received orders for several Dragon Knight mechs, and even 5 Qi Tian de Sheng mechs. From that point onward, the number of visitors eager to admire these 2 mechs surged daily. Finally, the long-awaited holiday arrived, a much-anticipated time for countless students. The military academies on Tianyuan Star had an academic calendar distinct from other institutions, lacking traditional winter and summer breaks. The vastness of the galaxy necessitated this arrangement. as many students hailed from different administrative regions, requiring almost 2 months for round trips. Consequently, the Imperial Military Command Academy designated a single lengthy holiday each year, spanning over 4 months at the beginning of the year. Many students utilized this time to return home and visit family, while others sought employment to earn money. However, a greater number of students engaged in practical training, joining various adventure groups and bounty hunter teams, where they could apply their skills and earn substantial rewards. In the opulent private room of the finest hotel in the commercial district of Tianyuan Star, the 5 shareholders of the 1524 Met Club convened for their final gathering before the holiday. Initially, there were only 4 shareholders, but following the successful sale of the Mechs designed by Li Chirui, Hans voluntarily proposed an adjustment in the equity distribution, willingly reducing his own share. Currently, Hans holds a 30 share, Xia Xingchen also possesses 30, while the siblings Li Xiaomin each hold 15, and Dai Run commands a 10 stake. Hans meticulously transfers the dividends into everyone's accounts, resulting in each individual reaping substantial profits. Reflecting on the past half year, we had meticulously negotiated with Boss who over a few tens of millions for the acquisition fee. Yet in just 6 months, we have all become affluent. I express my gratitude for everyone's hard work. I propose a toast to our success. Hans raises glass. Cheers. As the holiday approaches, what are everyone's plans? Dai Ren inquired. As for me, I have completely distanced myself from that household. I intend to spend the holiday at the store, contemplating expansion. Hans replied immediately. Our parents recently visited, and during the holiday, my sibling and I will not return home. We plan to assist at the store to further enhance our practical skills. Li Xiaomin remarked. I aim to continue refining the internal intelligence network at school over the holiday. This semester, our intelligence efforts proved fruitful, and we must strive harder next term. The day Nicholas instigates a rebellion is not far off, Dairen expressed with some concern. Xingchen, what about you? What are your plans? I wish to venture out with Ho Chung, perhaps join an adventuring group or become a bounty hunter. However, I am somewhat apprehensive about the affairs at the store, Xia Xingchen replied. No worries, Xingchen, you can feel free to go. You have contributed immensely to the store. It's time for a well-deserved break. Now that we have wealth, I plan to hire 4 senior mecha repair specialists and 8 intermediate mecha repair specialists, and open 2 branches on Tianyuan Star. You will remain the technical director. In the future, you will only need to step in when they encounter situations beyond their capabilities. Hans' words reassured Xia Xingchen. So, Xingchen, do you intend to collaborate with others, or do you plan to establish your own adventuring group? Dairen asked. Initially, I intended to join someone else's team, but that would limit my freedom. Additionally, in an untrustworthy team, one could be betrayed without even realizing it. Now that we have money, I plan to purchase a small spacecraft and assemble my own mercenary team. However, I am uncertain about where to recruit members or how to buy a spaceship, and I will need your assistance, Xia Xingchen stated. Purchasing a spacecraft is no problem. Our Tang Dynasty group has a variety of spacecraft. How about the Voyager V model? It is perfect for small groups traveling through space. I can offer it to you at cost. 60 billion star coins will suffice, Li Xiaomin expressed with enthusiasm upon mentioning the spacecraft. Dairen shook his head. I have a better suggestion. If you buy a small civilian spacecraft directly, it will require modifications, which can be quite costly, along with the various procedures and registrations that are time-consuming and cumbersome. There are many second-generation heirs on Tianyuan Star, and a number of them are into flying spaceships. These individuals frequently sell their newly modified ships at a bargain price, and the ships are often in excellent condition with all paperwork in order. I suggest you purchase such a spacecraft. It is both economical and time-saving. That sounds fantastic. Let us proceed with that plan. Xia Xingchen made her decision. Chapter 137. The Black Hole Mercenary Corps. 2 days later, after assisting Hans in interviewing the newly recruited mecha maintenance technicians, Xia Xingchen accompanied Ho Chung to the administrative service area of Tianyuan Star to register at the Mercenary Management Center. In an effort to streamline the management of interstellar adventurers and bounty hunters, the Galactic Empire has instituted a registration system, necessitating that these groups become officially recognized mercenary corps before they can undertake missions and receive corresponding rewards. Mercenary corps are classified into 6 distinct ranks, with the lowest tier being the D level. The basic requirements for establishing a mercenary group at this level include a minimum of 2 members, 1 mecha, and a deposit of 5 million star coins. Soon after submitting their personal and Mecha information, along with the requisite deposit, their mercenary group was formed. The name was chosen by Ho Chang, as Xia Xingchen was least inclined to engage in the task of naming. Thus, the mercenary group was designated as the Black Hole Mercenary Corps. In Ho Chang's simplistic view, a black hole represents the most formidable celestial entity in the universe. Naturally, Xia Xingchen was appointed as the captain of the mercenary group, while Ho Chang humbly stated that he was better suited to charge into battle as a mecha technician, leaving other matters to Xia Xingchen. The next step involved acquiring a spacecraft. To facilitate this purchase, Hans and Dai Ren reached out to Xia Xingchen, the son of the deputy finance minister, who possessed considerable influence among the second-generation elites of Tianyuan Star. Upon hearing of Xia Xingchen's intention to buy a spacecraft, Xia Xingchen confidently assured them that he would handle matter. A day later, news arrived that Xiao Maoqi, the son of the minister of the Galactic Empire's equipment department, was offering a small, high-speed spacecraft for sale at an astonishing price of 12 billion star coins, representing exceptional value. Aboard the private space shuttle of the Tangjin family, Xia Xingchen, Ho Chang, Dai Run, and Li Xiaomin flew together with Xiao Tangjin to the Canal Space Station, where they were to meet Xiao Maoqi and inspect the spacecraft in person. After several hours, the shuttle landed at a private space dock, where a small vessel awaited, adorned in vibrant colors reminiscent of Xiao Tangjin's style. Beneath the cockpit, the vessel was emblazoned with the grand title Invincible Maoqi Admiral. The group could not suppress their laughter. Xiao Maoqi, an ardent admirer of Xia Xingchen and a senior member of the 1524 Mecha Club, was overjoyed at the arrival of his idol, eagerly engaging in handshakes and photo opportunities. He promptly declared that if Xia Xingchen were to purchase the ship, he would only charge 10 billion star coins and offer payment in installments. Under Xiao Maoqi's enthusiastic guidance, the group boarded the Invincible Maoqi Admiral. This impressive spacecraft measured 96 meters in length, 20 meters in width, and 18 meters in height, resembling a cigar bound at one end by 4 smaller cylinders. The fuselage featured 3 pairs of retractable wings, enabling the vessel to navigate within the atmosphere. At its rear, 4 large white propulsion engines and 4 significant particle thrusters powered it, allowing it to reach speeds double that of the standard Voyager V-class ship. Furthermore, this spacecraft was equipped for interstellar jump travel. In terms of the spacecraft's armament, it is equipped with military-grade detection radar, thermal sensors, optical imaging detectors, and fire control radar. The rear of the vessel features 4 thrusters, each equipped with a laser cannon, while 8 quad-mounted rapid-fire laser cannons are strategically placed throughout the hull. The primary weaponry consists of 2 heavy laser cannons and an electromagnetic railgun. The spacecraft accommodates 6 mech bays, capable of housing a squad of mechs along with an engineering mech. Additionally, it boasts a substantial cargo hold, allowing for the storage of a significant amount of supplies, thereby enhancing its endurance. The maximum passenger capacity of the vessel is 16 individuals, with a cockpit designed to accommodate 5. The propulsion system is powered by a large controllable nuclear fusion engine, and the armor has been upgraded, featuring a solar energy shield system on the hull. Maoqi proudly introduced to Master Xia. This small spacecraft is a modified version of the currently operational Liuguang-class high-speed reconnaissance vessel. The modifications include enhancements to the thrusters, resulting in a 20 increase in mech speed. The armor has been replaced with stronger, lighter materials, increasing strength by 80 while reducing the total weight of the hull by 15. The original 8 standard rapid-fire laser cannons have been upgraded to quad-mounted versions, quadrupling the close-range anti-aircraft firepower, and a powerful electromagnetic railgun has been added. Furthermore, the central computer of the hull has been replaced with the most advanced onboard optical brain, allowing a single individual to operate the spacecraft. Xia Xingchen felt immense satisfaction with Maoqi's presentation. Having reviewed some data on small spacecraft the previous day, he noted that the factory price of this Liuguang-class high-speed reconnaissance vessel was a staggering 20 billion star coins, and with the modification costs, it would not be attainable for less than 30 billion star coins. More importantly, such military-grade vessels are not readily available for purchase. Their incredible speed makes them difficult for current military ships to intercept if they fall into the hands of space pirates. Thus, their circulation in the civilian market is strictly regulated. Thanks to his father's connections, Maoqi was able to acquire this vessel without any procedural complications. Xia Xingchen expressed his satisfaction on the spot and paid the full amount. The group then proceeded to the civilian spacecraft management office located in the space station to complete the transfer procedures for the vessel. Given their considerable influence, the transfer was completed in under an hour. Subsequently, the spacecraft was directed to the private dock of the Tang Dynasty Group, where ample docking spaces were available. The staff of the Tang Dynasty Group would conduct a thorough inspection and maintenance of the spacecraft. This new vessel was designated as Black Hole Number 1. At this moment, Zhang Yingying found herself engulfed in frustration and anxiety. Approaching her 18th birthday, she yearned to indulge in a thrilling escapade before her coming-of-age ceremony. Fearing that without this burst of excitement, she would succumb to the mundanity of adulthood. This prodigious young woman, the little princess of the First Fleet, had always been perceived as obedient, studious, and ambitious since birth. However, like all individuals, she harbored a rebellious spirit. Over the years, she had suppressed these feelings, but now she longed to unleash them. The holiday season presented an opportune moment for her to venture out and seek her own experiences. She possessed a small spacecraft of her own, accompanied by attendants, yet she found little joy in their company. Therefore, she searched for mercenary recruitment information on the celestial network of Tianyuan Star. However, finding a suitable team proved to be quite a challenge. The larger mercenary groups only recruited long-term members, while the smaller ones were either plagued by decrepit vessels or dubious personnel. As a young and attractive woman, her presence among them would be akin to a lamb entering a den of wolves. After all, in the vastness of space, committing murder and disposing of a body was a commonplace affair. Chapter 138. The Black Hole Mercenary Corps. At that moment, a piece of information caught her eye. The Black Hole Mercenary Corps boasted 2 skilled mech engineers and a commendable spacecraft, with members who were students from a military academy. This seemed promising and worthy of consideration. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yingying promptly sent an application email. The Black Hole Mercenary Corps primarily sought personnel for piloting and engineering roles. Typically, a standard space vessel requires a crew of 5. The captain, who issues commands, leads combat, and manages the crew. The primary pilot, responsible for navigating the ship. The co-pilot, who assists the primary pilot in monitoring the ship's status and doubles as a navigator. The fire control and radar operator, and the communications and mech coordination personnel. Naturally, on smaller vessels, one individual may assume multiple roles, whereas larger ships require a far more extensive crew. The chief engineer assists in the maintenance and upkeep of the spacecraft, along with damage control. However, recruitment for the Black Hole Mercenary Corps faced significant challenges. Being a newly established team with only 2 members and a task completion rate of 0, they lacked experience and cohesion, resulting in an exceedingly high mortality rate for newcomers, which made seasoned veterans wary of joining. 3 days had passed since the announcement, yielding only 2 responses. Xia Xingchen and the 2 applicants convened in a private room at the library. The first applicant was a striking red-haired beauty named Vivian, age 22, a student in the intermediate pilot program at the Empire Military Command Academy. Coming from a lineage of navigators, Vivian had traversed the galaxy with her father since childhood, with the cockpit being her favorite sanctuary. The holidays provided an excellent opportunity to earn tuition, but like Zhang Yingying, she harbored reservations. As a beautiful single girl, joining an unfamiliar team posed significant risks. Xia Xingchen and Ho Cheng were well-known figures at the academy, trustworthy in their capabilities. Recently, Xia Xingchen had diligently studied warship piloting and maintenance. He posed several questions to Vivian, who answered with fluency, leaving him thoroughly impressed. He promptly signed a contract with her, agreeing to a remuneration of 30,000 star coins per day. Should the mercenary corps generate additional profits, Vivian would also receive a share. The second applicant left Xia Xingchen utterly speechless. Observing his reaction, Ho Cheng inquired, "What's wrong?" Zhang Yingying, "How could it be you?" "Oh, have you heard of me? One of the 7 illustrious beauties of the Imperial Military Command Academy, the little princess of the First Fleet. Who could possibly be unaware of her?" Xia Xingchen remarked. And Ho Cheng finally came to a realization. "I wish to join your mercenary group and undertake missions alongside you. I wonder if I may have the honor. I am quite proficient in tactical command, of course. I'm also skilled in piloting spacecraft, having even commanded a heavy space aircraft carrier," Zhang Yingying stated with an even tone. At that moment, 1,000 cosmic beasts named Grass Mud Horse surged within Xia Xingchen's heart. This was a blatant yet subtly veiled display of wealth. Zhang Yingying, our journey may be fraught with danger, and we are not a formidable fleet. Perhaps you should reconsider, Xia Xingchen expressed with some hesitation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yingying's eyes brimmed with tears. I'm just a girl. If I were to join another mercenary group, what if I were mistreated and discarded in space? I merely seek an opportunity to hone my skills. Why must it be so difficult? Is it because I am a girl? Seeing her distress, Xia Xingchen panicked. That is not my intention. I do not disdain you. Oh, please don't cry. I promise you can join. Wonderful. You said it. So you cannot go back on your word. The young beauty instantly brightened with joy. Xia Xingchen began to sense that he might have been tricked. Having recruited 2 pilots, Xia Xingchen decided to embark on their journey. As for the chief engineer, after a few days of study, he chose to assume the position himself. After bidding farewell to several roommates and 2 princesses, Xia Xingchen and the 4, including Ho Cheng, boarded the space shuttle bound for the Canal Space Station's dock. The sight of the blue-painted spacecraft thrilled the 2 girls. They even took it for a test drive and expressed their delight at its superb performance. Naturally, they did not retain the previous ludicrous name. It was rebranded as Black Hole No. 1. Once aboard the ship, they allocated their cabins. Black Hole No. 1 boasted 4 cabins, each accommodating 4 crew members, along with a luxurious captain's room, a kitchen, a dining area, a living room, an entertainment room, a medical facility, and a small gym. The amenities were quite comprehensive, even bordering on opulence. In the living room, Xia Xingchen convened the inaugural meeting of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps. First, they delineated each member's responsibilities. Xia Xingchen served as captain, chief engineer, mecha technician, and mecha maintenance specialist. Ho Cheng took on roles as mecha technician and chef, as his culinary skills were exceptional. Vivian was designated as the primary pilot and navigator, and Zhang Yingying was appointed as the co-pilot and tactical commander. They then discussed the destination of their voyage. The Black Hole No. 1 spacecraft would traverse a rather obscure route, heading directly towards the northern region of the Western Administrative Zone, close to the border of the Northern Administrative Zone, where they would rendezvous with 2 new members. Not long ago, he had received a clandestine message from Xia, indicating that a surprise awaited him. In the following 2 days, Black Hole No. 1 underwent its final preparations prior to launch. Supply materials, refuel with fusion energy, and most importantly, transport the Dragon Knight Mecha and the Monkey King Mecha to Black Hole 1. At last, everything is in readiness. The hatch of Black Hole 1 closes, and the airtight inspection is complete. The engine ignites, operating at 20 power, with all systems functioning normally. The securing devices are disengaged. The engine power surges to 50. With the detection system operational, fire control system functioning properly, the ship's optical brain in good condition, and the communication system intact, Black Hole 1, set sail. Xia Xingchen issued the command for departure. Chapter 139. The first encounter with space pirates. The first day of the voyage proceeded smoothly. The Tianyuan Star region boasts a highly developed space traffic network. Here, even obscure routes are bustling with activity, and one might even encounter congestion in space. Xia Xingchen occupied the co-pilot seat while Vivian configured the autopilot system, subsequently instructing him on how to operate the spacecraft. He had committed the manual operational guidelines and space traffic regulations to memory, yet practical experience was the only element lacking. The Galactic Empire's space traffic regulations stipulate that individuals piloting a spacecraft must possess at least a basic space pilot's license. However, this law is typically enforced only in the main star regions of various administrative zones. After all, the military is preoccupied, and they cannot oversee every space pirate, leaving unlicensed drivers largely unmonitored. The crew divided their responsibilities, rotating every 8 hours. Xia Xingchen, Vivian, and Zhang Yingying took turns piloting the ship, with the autopilot in place. Their primary duty was to remain in the cockpit to manage any unforeseen events. Meanwhile, Ho Cheng was tasked with overseeing the galley. Having battled across various planets and endured unpalatable meals, he had honed the skill of transforming even the most unappetizing fare into delicious dishes. 3 days later, their vessel had exited the Tianyuan Star region, and the number of ships visible along the route had significantly diminished. Spotting a single craft every few hours was considered fortunate. Military cruisers were also a rare sight. After enjoying a delightful breakfast, Xia Xingchen and Ho Cheng completed their routine physical training in the gym. They then proceeded to the cockpit, where the entire crew had gathered. Over the past few days, Zhang Yingying and Vivian had become inseparable, clearly having forged a strong friendship. Xia Xingchen retrieved the device and connected it to the ship's main computer. In no time, the screen displayed numerous bounty and mission notifications from surrounding planets. These missions were posted by various mercenary management agencies on different planets. Through this specialized device, mercenary groups could connect to the local sky net and access nearby task information. The missions included eliminating space pirates, locating individuals, establishing special routes, mineral exploration, venturing into unknown star regions, exterminating extraterrestrial beings, and escorting duties, among others. Each task came with varying rewards and requirements, with strict stipulations concerning the size, level, and number of spacecraft within a mercenary group. These missions were issued by individuals, military forces, and large corporations alike. They first entrusted the task rewards to the Mercenary Management Agency, which would issue a device to each mercenary group. The Mercenary Corps could upload their mission videos to the agency via satellite, and upon verification, they could collect their bonuses and point from the nearest management office. The agency would deduct 15 as a management fee. The points earned by the mercenary group could not only be used to upgrade their team, but also exchanged at the agency for various intelligence, supplies, and mechs. Along this journey, the only suitable task for us seemed to be the eradication of space pirates. There are dozens of pirate factions, large and small, along this route. Ho Chung, glancing at the tasks, sighed in resignation. He was utterly averse to dealing with space pirates, as the Chi Tian de Sheng mech lacked long-range attack capabilities and was not adept at flight. Each time he managed to destroy one or two enemy mechs, he would invariably discover that the adversaries had vanished without a trace. At least the bugs were straightforward, fighting to the bitter end without fleeing. He merely had to swing his alloy staff at them without concern. I'm curious about the space pirates here, particularly the Tian Zhao killing God and Black Fox. The name Black Fox sounds rather familiar. I wonder if it's someone I know, murmured Xia Xingchen. The Black Hole No. 1 spacecraft continued its journey, approaching a region where two planets converged, surrounded by numerous asteroids, rarely traversed by human beings. Suddenly, a series of urgent alarms blared from the dashboard. Zhang Yingying glanced at the screen and reported, at coordinates 37, 89, 64, a medium-sized high-speed space cruiser has been detected approximately 10,000 kilometers away, expected to make contact in 800 seconds. Their destination lies along our route. There's a strong possibility they are pirates. Ho Chung and I will stand by in the mech bay. Yingying, you have full command of Black Hole No. 1. Ordered Xia Xingchen. Understood, Captain. Engine power raised to 80. Detection systems fully activated. Fire control systems engaged. And weapon systems online. Energy shield charging. Zhang Yingying calmly issued commands, her demeanor composed as she efficiently operated the controls. Distance, 5,000. Optical imaging system activated. It is an old Fukushima-class medium high-speed cruiser. This type of warship has not been produced for over a century. The thermal pattern analysis reveals this is the flagship of the local pirate organization, Tian Zhao, known for their brutality and leaving no survivors. This ship can carry 30 mechs at full capacity. 30 mechs. Leave it to me, Xia Xingchen replied confidently. Distance, 3,000. The enemy has sent a message via the public channel, demanding we halt for inspection, or they will kill all crew members. Distance, 1,000. Entering maximum cannon range. The enemy's main cannon is not charged, and their mech launchers are activated. Distance, 800. The enemy vessel is decelerating. They are deploying 20 mechs of various models, mostly makeshift types. Captain, do you intend to engage in mech combat or resolve this with ship cannons? Zhang Yingying inquired. I will go out with Ho Chung. I'll initiate the engagement and deal with the mechs. You can open fire when their ship attempts to flee. In any case, the warship is under your command. Xia Xingchen commanded. Understood. The hatch of the first and second mecha compartments opened, and the mechas were prepared for deployment. Zhang Yingying responded. Xia Xingchen, Dragon Knight Battle Mecha. Engage, Xia Xingchen shouted, as the mecha's thrusters emitted a brilliant white light, propelling the Dragon Knight Battle Mecha, armed with the Firestorm Mecha rifle, out of the vessel. Ho Chung, Chi Tian de Sheng Mecha, Nimbus Flight Assistance System, launch. The Chi Tian de Sheng and Nimbus systems soared forth in succession. The two mechas ascended to the top of the spaceship, where the Dragon Knight Battle Mecha descended gently. mechanical arms extended from the vessel's crown, securely grasping the legs of the mecha. At that moment, a robust cable emerged from below the mechanical arm, directly connecting to the Firestorm mecha rifle. Xia Xingchen adjusted the rifle to sniper mode, aiming it at the approaching enemy ship. Meanwhile, the Qitianda Shang mecha maintained a steady flight in front of the spaceship. On board the opposing Amaterasu-class cruiser, the ruthless star pirate leader Takeda Ichiro laughed heartily. A swarm of ants dares to resist. Mecha Squad, charge forth and crush those two mechas. Capture the vessel alive. Chapter 140, Bountiful Harvest. At a distance of 400, we're within secondary cannon range, Zhang Yingying advised. At that moment, Xia Xingchen's scope locked onto a star pirate mecha, setting the energy output of the Firestorm mecha rifle to 80. He pulled the trigger, and an orange-yellow laser struck the enemy mecha, annihilating it in an instant. Hit! One enemy mecha down. Zhang Yingying exclaimed excitedly. Scatter! There's a sniper. The star pirate mecha commander grumbled. How can they shoot from so far away? Generally, in space, the energy intensity of laser beams diminishes by half for every 200 kilometers. Typically, large laser cannons mounted on spaceships have a range of 500 kilometers, beyond which it becomes exceedingly difficult to penetrate the armor of an adversary's vessel. The energy output of mecha laser cannons is comparatively lower, with the most common mecha laser rifles having a maximum range of about 100 kilometers. Xia Xingchen smirked slightly. The energy of the Firestorm rifle was replenished in just 3 seconds. He aimed at another mecha and fired again, destroying another enemy unit. For the Star Pirates, the mere few hundred kilometers was a torment. By the time they reached 100 kilometers, 9 Star Pirate mechas had already been obliterated. At this distance, they too entered the range of the Star Pirates, who began firing at Black Hole 1. I'm heading to the front, Brother Ho Chang. Keep an eye out for any stragglers. I'll take care of these, Xia Xingchen declared, as he pressed the power pedal. The Dragon Knight battle mecha surged forth like a streak of white light towards the enemy mecha cluster. Following recent repairs, Xia Xingchen had replaced all 8 small blue light engines on the Dragon Knight with white light engines, enhancing the mecha's power by 15. The 11 opposing mechas aimed their weapons at Xia Xingchen, who deftly evaded their lasers, firing a shot every few seconds. By the time he destroyed the last star pirate mecha, that of the captain, he had yet to utilize the Dragon Knight system. Distance to enemy ship, 200. Electromagnetic catapult. Fire. Yingying, with determination, pressed the launch button for the main cannon. A projectile, forged from an ultra-durable cosmic alloy, soared at high velocity towards the enemy warship, propelled by the formidable magnetic field generated by the electromagnetic coil. The bow of the Amaterasu-class medium cruiser resembled 2 colossal horns, a design choice made centuries ago when laser weaponry was still limited in power. Many spacecraft were equipped with thick armor and even energy shielding systems, prompting some designers to incorporate ramming horns at the prow. In close quarters or melee combat, ships fitted with such horns could potentially split their adversaries in two. Main cannon charging, prepare to fire. Takeda Ichiro seethed with fury. Having witnessed the annihilation of his mech squad, he abandoned any thoughts of capturing the enemy and was solely focused on revenge. However, just as his words fell, the ship trembled violently, followed by a cataclysmic explosion at the bow. Takeda was thrown from his command seat, his head colliding with the instruments, blood gushing forth. Damn it, what happened? Takeda bellowed. Report, we have been hit. The enemy has struck our main cannon, which has been destroyed. All weaponry at the front of the ship is now incapacitated. The cruiser's co-pilot reported, detailing the extent of the damage. Charge ahead. Full power to the engines. Ram them. I want to turn them into mincemeat, Takeda commanded, disregarding the consequences. Generally, warship engines rarely operated at full capacity, as doing so for over a minute could inflict permanent damage, severely reducing the ship's maximum output. Operating at full power for over 3 minutes could lead to catastrophic engine failure. Yet at this moment, Takeda could think of nothing else. Main cannon, fire at will. Dive right at 50, Yingying commanded, her grip tightening on the control stick. 2 intense lasers and a single electromagnetic projectile struck the bow of the Amaterasu, resulting in a tremendous explosion that misaligned one of the horns. Yet, the ship's speed showed no signs of diminishing. Takeda lifted his head from the chaos, positioned in the bridge at the center of the ship. At that moment, he noticed an orange glow outside the starboard window. Turning his gaze, he was met with a blinding flash of orange light, which cleaved the bridge in two with a searing wave of energy, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction in the engine room. The entire Amaterasu-class cruiser erupted into a massive fireball. Pull up at a 45-degree angle, full throttle. Maximize the energy shield, Ying shouted. Vivian swiftly and accurately executed the commands as the black hole 1's nose tilted upward. The shockwave from the Amaterasu-S explosion surged towards them. The energy shield of the black hole 1 automatically activated, pushing the ship apart from the blast trajectory. At that moment, the Dragon Knight mechs also retreated to safety. As the smoke cleared, the medium cruiser lay in ruins, scattered like scrap metal. Xingchen, proceed with caution towards the target and confirm the results, Ying instructed. Understood. Xia Xingchen responded, carefully maneuvering the mech closer to the wreckage, activating all detection capabilities. Report from Black Hole. No signs of life detected. The enemy is completely annihilated. Hurrah! We've won, Vivian exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. She initially felt somewhat disheartened, sensing that fortune had not favored her. Just a few days into her journey, she encountered a vast group of space pirates. Nevertheless, she remained confident in her piloting skills and the performance of her spacecraft, believing she could evade the marauders. What she did not anticipate was that her audacious companions would charge ahead at the slightest provocation, achieving a resounding victory. Let's return, my friends. The great sage has turned back. The Dragon Knight also returns. Vivian adjusted the battleship's flight posture, aligning it with the predetermined course. As the two mechas descended into the hangar and the hatch sealed shut, Xia Xingchen and Ho Chung exited the cockpit, inspected the mechas, recharged them, and returned to the cockpit. Welcome back, brave warriors. Zhang, Ying exclaimed. Absolutely splendid, Commander. I adore you. I want to bear your children, Vivian said enthusiastically, nearly leaping forward, causing Xia Xingchen to blush. Xingchen, how could you be so inconsiderate? You didn't leave one for me, Ho Chung remarked, somewhat glumly. All right, I promise to save one for you next time, but you must ensure the safety of our ship. I do not wish to drift through space in a mecha. Xia Xingchen replied. Commander, shall we assess our gains? Ying prompted. Xia Xingchen uploaded the combat footage from the mechas and the spacecraft to the Mercenary Guild S management system via a specialized device utilizing the Skynet system. An hour later, a response was received at Black Hole Number 1. The Black Hole Mercenary Corps had destroyed a total of 20 enemy mechas in this battle, with a reward of 10 million star coins for each, summing to 200 million star coins. They also annihilated a medium-sized pirate cruiser, earning an additional billion star coins, and eliminated the pirate leader, Takeda Ichiro, which granted them another billion star coins, totaling 2 billion star coins. As this mission was commissioned by the military, the Mercenary Management Organization only deducted a 10 management fee, resulting in a net gain of 98 billion star coins. Furthermore, they amassed a significant number of points, elevating the Mercenary Corps to a higher rank. I have decided. Each of you shall receive a bonus of 500 million star coins, Commander Xia Xingchen declared. Commander, I want to marry you, Vivian shouted, causing Xia Xingchen to tumble from his chair. In the following 4 to 5 days, the journey was remarkably tranquil. Vivian spent her days fixated on the radar screen, hoping for an unsuspecting pirate to unwittingly cross their path, yet not a single shadow appeared. Ying, why haven't we encountered any pirates? I am eagerly awaiting my bonus. Tuition fees are exorbitant, Vivian pouted. Sister Vivian, that 500 million star coin bonus would suffice for a lifetime at the military academy. Ying replied with exasperation, as it seemed Vivian was rather money-minded. Oh, that is my dowry, Vivian retorted. Aren't you planning to marry the commander? Let him take care of you. Do you still need a dowry? Ying teased. Indeed. However, that is also my private savings, Vivian insisted, prompting Xia Xingchen to fall from his chair once more. The Kruger family is a vast industrial dynasty that has existed since the Earth era. For thousands of years, they have remained at the forefront of the global industries of mining, metallurgy, and armaments. For millennia, this family has accumulated wealth to such an extent that even their current patriarch, Eisen Kruger, cannot quantify it. Eisen, now in his 50s, is in the prime of his life and has 3 sons. The eldest, John Kruger, shows no interest in commerce, having devoted himself to artistic endeavors since childhood. He is now a painter of modest renown. The second son, William Kruper, aged 22, is a student at the Imperial Business Academy. Yet he has already begun to engage with the management of the family enterprise. Eisen has remarked that his second son possesses a commercial acumen far surpassing his own. The youngest, Mario Kruper, is also quite capable, although his talents do not match those of his second brother. Nonetheless, he harbors considerable ambition. The Kruper Group controls nearly 40 of the galaxy's mineral resource production, thus holding the lifeblood of the Galactic Empire. Prince Nicholas has long sought to win over Eisen Kruper. However, Eisen is a fervent patriot who has regarded Nicholas with disdain for some time. The Kruper Company's mineral products allocate a mere 15 to the Northern Administrative Region each year. And strategic weaponry, such as fortress cannons and star-shattering bombs, are not supplied to the North. Eisen has publicly declared that their family are staunch supporters of the Galactic Empire and will not export weapons to any ambitious usurper. Thus, Eisen Kruper has become one of the targets of the Northern Paralysis operation on the Siberian Star, within a concealed chamber of the prince's palace. Prince Nicholas was communicating through a secret channel with Yuri. "My dear Yuri, it seems you have gained some weight. How is the paralysis operation coming along?" Nicholas inquired. "Your Majesty, we are ready to proceed. The scapegoat has been prepared," Yuri replied. Nicholas's close associates have begun to address him as Your Majesty rather than Your Highness. "The Kruper family must be eradicated. This is crucial to my significant plans. Do you understand?" "Yes, Your Majesty. And Yuri, you ought to consider losing some weight." Prince Nicholas severed the video communication and connected with his subordinate, Minister of Internal Affairs, Chekhov. "Chekhov, are you prepared?" "Yuri is ready to initiate the operation," Nicholas asked. "Your Majesty, we have firmly secured Mario Kruper. He has promised that if we assist him in obtaining the position of head of the family, the Kruper Group will henceforth be entirely loyal to you. Moreover, he will immediately help us manufacture strategic weapons. Can this Mario manage the other members of the group?" "Your Majesty, Eisen Kruper holds 60 of the Kruper Group. According to their family rules, only male heirs are entitled to inherit. Furthermore, we have made significant efforts to gain the support of the other 5 shareholders," Chekhov explained, referring to the coercive and enticing measures they had employed. "Very well. This operation must succeed. Failure is not an option," Nicholas declared solemnly. In the Western Administrative Region, within the Roar Star system, the artist John Karitbo is currently hosting a personal art exhibition at the Commercial Center of Rule Star. To support his beloved son's endeavor, the patriarch of the Karitbo family, Eisen Karitbo, has graced the event with his presence, participating in the unveiling ceremony of his son's artworks. A grand canvas measuring 10 meters by 10 meters is draped in anticipation on the exterior wall of the Rule District Cultural Arts Center. 2 colossal construction mechas extend their long mechanical arms, poised to unveil the masterpiece. At the adjacent podium, the Chief Executive Officer of Rule Star delivers an impassioned speech. "Today, we are privileged to partake in the exhibition of the most talented artist of Rule Star, Mr. John Karitbo, as well as the unveiling of his new work. Present at this momentous occasion is Mr. Eisen Karitbo, chairman of the Karitbo Industrial Group. Now, let us behold the true visage of this magnificent artwork." Applause resonates through the crowd. The engines of the construction mechas roar to life as their mechanical arms grip the edges of the canvas, forcefully pulling downwards. Suddenly, a sense of unease ripples through the crowd. Something is amiss. The mechas do not seem to be unveiling the curtain, but are instead violently dismantling the artwork. Confusion swiftly transforms into terror as the massive 10-meter canvas is ripped from the wall, crashing down upon the podium and the distinguished guests seated behind it. John Karitbo represents a new wave of artists, his creations characterized by the use of mechas wielding several meter-long paintbrushes, applying waterproof pigments on alloy canvases. This monumental artwork, weighing several tons, crushes the podium and much of the guests seating beneath it. In a sudden frenzy, the 2 construction mechas surge onto the collapsed canvas, trampling and pulverizing it, reducing the individuals beneath the alloy sheet to mere remnants. Subsequently, the mechas plunge into the chaos of the crowd, trampling, crushing, and striking with their mechanical arms, all the while proclaiming slogans of equality and freedom for miners. When military and police mechas arrive moments later to subdue the rampaging construction mechas, the scene has already transformed into a veritable hell. At this juncture, William Karitbo is aboard his private spacecraft, en route to the Lulan star domain, where a substantial mineral resource has been discovered, boasting vast reserves. William has come specifically for an inspection, tasked with determining whether the Kuritbo group should engage in the development of this mineral-rich star. This was originally Aizen Kuritbo's responsibility. However, due to his attendance at his second son's exhibition, he delegated the duty to him, intending to provide the younger son with valuable experience. As William peruses the news on his holographic device, a flurry of urgent breaking news alerts floods his screen, compelling him to click on the links. Chapter 142. Under attack, these urgent news reports are profoundly shocking. Rule Star has suffered a terrorist attack. As two construction mechas unleashed carnage amidst the unveiling ceremony of artist John Kuritbo's exhibition. Among the 385 casualties, including the chief executive of the Rule District, Aizen Kuritbo, and the artist himself, 560 individuals were injured, with 315 sustaining severe injuries. The military and police swiftly neutralized two assailants on the spot. Authorities promptly secured and searched the two engineering mechs belonging to the Ruhr Municipal Group and conducted a raid on the residences of the two mech operators, only to discover they had been brutally slain within their own homes, with the true attackers remaining unidentified. According to footage released online, the assailants shouted slogans advocating for the freedom of miners. Subsequently, media outlets received a statement from the Galactic Freedom Army's Ruhr District branch, claiming responsibility for the incident. Medical experts reported that most victims were trapped beneath alloy panels and subsequently crushed by mechs, leaving them unrecognizable, beyond the reach of any medical intervention. With bodies rendered into mere pulp, the Galactic Freedom Army issued a declaration asserting that they do not possess a branch on Ruhr Star and would never engage in such inhumane acts of terror, alleging that someone was impersonating them with malicious intent. However, the Galactic Freedom Army seemed to have forgotten the assassination of Prince Nicholas a few months prior, highlighting the perilous nature of the organization. The Ministry of Internal Affairs announced a thorough investigation to uncover the puppeteers behind the scenes and promised severe punishment for the perpetrators. The military indicated it would conduct a widespread manhunt for suspects, albeit expressing skepticism regarding the possibility that the Galactic Freedom Army orchestrated the attack. In a tragic turn of events, the chairman of the Woma Food Group, a major supplier of military space provisions, fell victim to a suicide attack, with the Galactic Freedom Army's branch in the South Pole claiming responsibility for this incident. Meanwhile, the Minister of Education for the Galactic Empire was assaulted by two miners while on a business trip, now teetering on the brink of death. The stock price of Krupp Industries plummeted by 12, prompting the board to convene an emergency meeting in a month to determine a new president. "Oh," William Krupp exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. The horrific deaths of his family members and the impending turmoil facing his lineage struck him with profound sorrow. "Galactic Freedom Army, I shall not let you escape unscathed." He gritted his teeth in fury. After a moment of contemplation, he regained his composure, sensing that the situation might be far more intricate, concealing a vast conspiracy. "Whoever you are, I shall ensure your utter destruction." He made his way to the captain's quarters, inquiring whether they could first assess Lulan Star and return to the Krupp Industries headquarters on Ruhr Star in time for the emergency board meeting. He received an affirmative response. They were aboard Krupp Industries' latest model of medium-speed cruiser, just launched the previous year, capable of making the return journey before the meeting convened. Thus, William resolved to continue his journey. Suddenly, a piercing red alarm echoed throughout the ship. Captain Weavy detected a significant number of warships 8,000 kilometers away, over 30 medium cruisers and more than 50 small fast vessels. "It appears to be a coalition of space pirates," reported the co-pilot. "Young Master William, it would be prudent for you to take refuge in your mech. These pirates are particularly ruthless. It seems all the marauders in this sector have mobilized against us. Your mech's capabilities may allow for an escape, while we shall fight to the bitter end." The captain, seasoned and astute, quickly assessed the precarious situation at hand. William was deeply moved. He embraced the captain tightly before turning towards the mecha bay. He settled into his own mecha. As a qualified mecha master, he had passed the assessment, yet he felt his rank was somewhat inflated, as his personal mecha's capabilities were exceedingly advanced, allowing him to dominate his peers effortlessly. His mecha, the Hell Raven, was a fusion of Krupp Industries' technological marvels. The Hell Raven stood at a towering height of 52 meters, boasting parameters of strength 22, agility 23, armor 35, and speed 35. Its power system was equipped with the latest Type 2 controllable nuclear fusion engine developed by the Krupp Industries Mecha laboratory. This engine's overall performance had now surpassed that of the Tang Dynasty Group's Dragon Core 5 nuclear-powered mecha engine, which was already in small-scale production. However, its cost was more than double that of the latter, preventing mass production. Only 3 units were fabricated, 2 of which remained in the laboratory, while the third was gifted by Eisenkrupp to his second son as a birthday present. The weaponry system of the Hell Raven was formidable, featuring 2 small plasma cannons on its shoulders, 2 versatile laser rifles, and 2 energy blades. The entire mecha was equipped with 3 energy shield systems, capable of simultaneously deflecting 3 laser attacks. The mecha's body was constructed from the most advanced energy-absorbing alloy, which released substantial energy to neutralize incoming attacks when struck by lasers. For laser cannons on its back could target enemies behind it. Additionally, the tips of the 6 pairs of retractable wings on the back could extend 6 retractable energy blades. In terms of propulsion, the mecha's back housed a medium-sized red light thruster, while the rest of the body featured the latest white light thrusters. Given Krupp's financial capacity, it could have replaced all thrusters with red light ones. However, the acceleration generated would be beyond what William could currently endure due to his physical strength and mental fortitude. For his safety, therefore, not all thrusters were red light. Chapter 143. Call for help. All mechas. Deploy at 800 meters. Fire main cannons. The captain issued the command, and the medium cruiser launched all its mechas. As the enemy entered range, the 2 main cannons unleashed dual laser beams, instantly destroying 2 small vessels. Scatter and fire at will commanded the pirate warship, and the pirate ships dispersed chaotically. The sky was illuminated by a barrage of lasers. Yet, despite their efforts, the cruiser was struck by several lasers from a distance of 200 kilometers, resulting in a devastating explosion. Tears welled in the corners of William's eyes. Over the years, he had forged a close bond with these guardians, and now they were perishing for his sake, leaving him in deep sorrow. Meanwhile, the enemy pirate vessels and warships released a plethora of mechas, numbering over 500, charging towards William and his comrades. Young Master William, your mecha is fast. Please retreat to the nearby asteroid belt. We can no longer escape. Avenge us. William understood that they spoke the truth, steeling himself as he turned to depart. His guardians, piloting their mechs, bravely charged toward the space pirates. Soon thereafter, their mechs, along with a multitude of pirate mechs, were reduced to cosmic dust. The mechs soared through the cosmos for over half an hour, approaching the asteroid belt ahead. Suddenly, alarms blared as an Icefield-class heavy cruiser surged toward them at high speed. Shortly thereafter, the mech launch bays of the cruiser opened, and 50 mechs streamed forth in succession. Upon witnessing the blockade ahead, William realized escape was impossible. Faced with the advancing adversary, the Hell Raven hovered in the void of space, its shoulder-mounted plasma cannons beginning to charge. At this moment, the Icefield-class cruiser was 80 kilometers away, while the enemy mechs were less than 50 kilometers from him. The Icefield-class heavy cruiser sounded urgent alarms as the co-pilot of the high-energy reaction battleship shouted warnings. However, before he could finish, 2 beams of purple plasma sliced through the bridge, cleaving it in half. Although the cockpit was destroyed, preventing a catastrophic explosion, the entire battleship was rendered motionless in space. Moreover, over a dozen pirate mechs connected to the plasma lines were turned to ashes. This infuriates me. Fire at will, barked the leader, a specially modified black mech, retrofitted from a Black Duke model, equipped with large thrusters and wielding a massive laser rifle. The pilot of this mech was none other than Black Fox, the leader of these pirates. Black Fox was quite the familiar figure to Xia Xingchen. Previously, he conspired with Major Edward of the local military on Manastar, engaging in robbery, arms smuggling, and human trafficking, flourishing in his nefarious enterprises. However, in a grave miscalculation, he kidnapped the Star Princess of the Galactic Empire. To curry favor with the royal family and General von Klaus, Edward sought to eliminate this business partner, aiming to claim his life as a trophy. Yet Black Fox, ever cunning, sensed the impending danger and abandoned his lair, fleeing with his elite forces to the Lulon Star region in search of new opportunities. With a formidable force at his command and a reputation as a shrewd warrior, He quickly established a foothold in this region, absorbing numerous local pirate factions, ultimately emerging as the preeminent pirate of the Lulan Star region. Given the significance of the Western Star region as the Galactic Empire's primary mineral and heavy industry base, Nicholas would undoubtedly target it for rebellion. The Lulan Star region, being the closest to the Northern Star region, was merely separated by a narrow asteroid belt, with a jump corridor also present, making it a location of great strategic importance to Nicholas. He amassed a substantial number of pirates here, offering them high ranks and lavish rewards, while supplying them with numerous decommissioned warships and mechs, including an Icefield-class heavy cruiser, which had once been a mainstay of the Galactic Empire's fleet 70 to 80 years prior. This solitary heavy cruiser was, of course, commandeered by Black Fox. All pirates in the Lulan Star region received orders to intercept William Kirk, with the entire operation under Black Fox's command. Though the Star Pirates were reluctant, they were compelled to comply under the oppressive influence of Black Fox and Nicholas. According to intelligence gathered from within the Krupp Group, the Star Pirates possessed intricate knowledge of the specifications, firepower, number of mechas, routes, and thermal parameters of William Krupp's flagship. Black Fox, ever cunning, utilized half of the reward promised by Nicholas's bait, informing the other Star Pirates that whoever was the first to slay William Krupp would reap this reward. His motivation was not generosity. Rather, he understood that this formidable cruiser could inflict devastating losses on those who dared to take the lead. Moreover, he surmised that William was likely to escape to the asteroid belt using his superior mecha, prompting him to lay an ambush in anticipation of achieving maximum results at minimal cost. However, he could not foresee the Hell Raven mecha's ferocity, which severely damaged his warship and destroyed over 10 mechas. After exhausting the plasma cannons, William pressed a button on the control panel, causing 2 plasma cannons to detach from the shoulders of his mecha. He accelerated, retreating while returning fire. The concentrated barrage from the Star Pirates began to overwhelm him. Despite his mecha being equipped with an energy shield system for protection, the relentless onslaught exceeded its threshold, especially from the specially designed Black Duke mecha, which struck with remarkable precision. Frequently, it fired just as the Hell Raven mecha's energy shield was weakened by another laser strike. Notably, one shot severed the left leg of the Hell Raven, significantly hampering its speed. The situation grew increasingly dire. William noticed a vessel in the distance. It appeared to be a small, high-speed military reconnaissance ship. He hastily issued a distress signal over the public communication channel. The ship was indeed the Black Hole No. 1, whose sensors had detected the mechas early on and raised the alarm. Everyone rushed to the cockpit and took their battle stations. Coordinates 89, 76, 24, distance 6,000. One mecha is emitting a distress signal, and 36 mechas are firing upon it at a distance of 6,200, reported the crew. I, along with Ho Chung, prepared for engagement, adjusting our course towards the mecha bay. At 5,500, all ship cannons charged and fire control radar locked onto the target. At 5,000, optical imaging detectors activated, revealing that the target was a private mecha, while the pursuing mechas varied widely in type, indicating they were indeed Star Pirates. The communication line was established, and Zhang Yingying spoke up. At that moment, William's figure appeared on the screen. I am William. I am under attack by Star Pirates. My ship has been destroyed, and they seek to kill me. Please assist me. Just then, another communication request illuminated the screen, and Zhang Yingying accepted it, revealing a menacing figure. We, the Black Fox Star Pirate Group, are in the midst of our operations. If you wish to live, you should stay far away. The voice belonged to Black Fox, who aimed to avoid unnecessary casualties among his crew by intimidating Xia Xingchen and the others into retreat. Chapter 144. Devastating blow. As Xia Xingchen beheld the familiar figure on the public channel, a smile graced his lips. He commanded, Yingying, save them and strike with fervor. The man before him was Heihu, who had traversed from Manastar. Their enmity was profound, and he still owed Xia a bullet. It seemed he had come to court death. Understood, Zhang Yingying affirmed. Distance at 1,000, thrust power at 50, deploy the mecha. Main lasers 1 and 2, alternating power at 70, aim and fire. Unlock the close defense cannons. At this moment, the primary cannons of the mecha commenced their alternating fire. Although the distance was considerable and the lasers not at full power, it sufficed for targeting the mecha. Suddenly, several armor plates on the hull of the Black Hole No. 1 rose, revealing 8 rapid-fire laser cannons capable of rotating in a semicircular arc. Xia Xingchen, Dragon Knight Battle Mech, engage. Ho Cheng, the Great Sage, the Cloud of Transformation System, engage. The two mechas surged forth from the spacecraft, one following the other. The usual protocol: you protect the ship, and I will handle the sniping, Xia Xingchen commanded. Just leave me a few targets, Ho Cheng muttered. That depends on the proficiency of those space marauders, Xia Xingchen replied. As the Dragon Knight battle mech landed atop the mecha, its mechanical arms secured the Dragon Knight, and the Liuhua mecha rifle was adjusted to sniper mode. Xiao began his hunt for easy prey. At a distance of 300 kilometers, 10 shots resulted in the destruction of 10 enemy mechas. Meanwhile, the ship's main cannon had already obliterated 7 or 8 mechas. Heihu sensed impending doom, particularly from the mecha stationed atop the ship, where the orange-yellow lasers seemed to reap the lives of his subordinates like the scythe of death. Enraged, he stealthily hovered in space, aiming his mecha's laser sniper rifle at Xia Xingchen. At that moment, Xia also recognized the familiar modified Black Knight mecha, locking onto it with precision. Both adversaries simultaneously pulled their triggers, unleashing orange and purple lasers that collided in space, erupting in a brilliant display of light. Both rifles were charging. Heihu's mecha rifle was a top-tier weapon, while Xia Xingchen's Liuhua mecha rifle was a near-elite armament, directly charged from a ship, granting him a 1-second advantage in completion. It was this fleeting second that led to Heihu's cockpit being shattered. The remaining 17 mechas, sensing the tide turning, fled in haste. They had now entered the range of the close defense cannons, and a barrage of concentrated laser fire illuminated the void, annihilating over 10 more marauder mechas. The few that remained were methodically picked off by Xia Xingchen's sniper rifle. Ying, open the hatch of Mecha number 3 and prepare the landing interception net. Do not open the internal hatch until we identify the newcomers, Xia Xingchen instructed with caution. Instances of space marauders masquerading as victims to infiltrate spacecraft for robbery and sabotage were not uncommon. Understood, Ying nodded. She opened the public channel. Mr. William, please land in Mecha number 3. The door with the flashing green light is yours. Thank you, madam. However, I must caution you that approximately 36,000 kilometers from my approach, there are about 80 marauder warships and vessels, along with 400 to 500 marauder mechas. Please take care to avoid them, William responded. Zhang Ying nodded in understanding. Sister Vivian, are there alternative routes available? We could traverse through the asteroid belt, which would save us 3 days' time. Albeit with certain risks of potential collisions with asteroids and debris, Vivian remarked after consulting the nearby star map. Let us proceed with that plan. It is preferable to encountering a horde of over 100 mecha pirates, commanded Zhang Ying decisively. Understood, came the collective response. The Hell Raven mecha lay incapacitated in the mecha docking restraint. William Kirkbride struggled to extricate himself from a mecha, his physical and mental faculties pushed to their limits. At that moment, the door to the third mecha chamber swung open, and Ho Cheng along with Xia Xingchen entered. Spotting the two, William managed a faint smile. Thinking to himself, I wish to sleep, and then he succumbed to unconsciousness. The duo hurriedly transported him to the medical bay, where Ho Cheng conducted an assessment. Having battled extraterrestrial entities for an extended period, he possessed considerable knowledge in medicine and battlefield first aid. No serious issues, merely exhaustion of physical and mental energy. A good rest will suffice, Ho Cheng reported. Xia Xingchen tasked Ho Cheng with monitoring William while she swiftly returned to the cockpit to ascertain the situation. At that juncture, the Black Hole 1 had already entered the asteroid belt, with engine output reduced to a mere 40. Navigating at higher speeds here would be tantamount to suicidal folly. Lady Vivian grasped the control stick, and Black Hole 1 transformed into a magnetic levitation racing vehicle, dipping and rolling with agility, while the main cannon and point defense guns intermittently illuminated to obliterate incoming debris. As Zhang Ying and Xia Xingchen observed the various-sized rocks skimming perilously close to the ship's hull on the screen, their hearts raced with trepidation. After 5 arduous hours, Vivian's stamina reached its zenith, prompting her to decelerate, reducing the engine to a mere 10, allowing the ship to glide at a significantly slower pace. At this point, Xia Xingchen arrived for the next watch, and several hours later, Zhang Ying took over the controls. At a speed of 10, they found it manageable. Once Lady Vivian had replenished her strength and rested adequately, they were once again enveloped by the exhilarating sensation of flight. The vessel traversed the asteroid belt for 4 days and nights, finally emerging on the other side. According to the star chart, they were merely 2 days away from reaching Lulan Star. Meanwhile, in the ship's lounge, William Kirkbride, Xia Xingchen, Zhang Yingying, and Ho Chung gathered around the table. Vivian remained on duty in the cockpit. Clearing his throat, William began, "I am William Kirkbride, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance in saving me. As for the events that transpired, it is a lengthy tale. Feel free to inquire about anything you wish to know, for I shall speak candidly." Through their days of camaraderie, William discerned that these individuals were indeed military academy students, and rather commendable ones at that. Most notably, he was utterly astounded by the battle that day. Nearly 40 mechas, many of them of considerable rank, were annihilated within mere minutes, while they emerged unscathed. Zhang Yingying inquired, "William, the surname Kirkbride is rather uncommon. May I ask what your relation is to Mr. Eisen Kirkbride of Kirkbride Industries?" "He is my father. I am his second son. How did you come to know of this?" William responded curiously. "My name is Zhang Yingying. My father is the Minister of the Imperial General Equipment Department, and he is a close friend of Uncle Eisen. This is Captain Xia Xingchen, a skilled mecha master and an advanced mecha maintenance technician. This is Ho Chung, also a mecha master, who serves as both the ship's doctor and chef. And that beautiful sister in the cockpit is Vivian, our chief pilot and navigator. It is a pleasure to meet you, William," who stood up to greet everyone once again. "Now, William, could you enlighten us as to why you have arrived here and are being pursued by space pirates?" Zhang Yingying inquired. William remained silent for a moment, then rose to retrieve a reading device from his bag, handing it to Zhang Yingying. "Once you see this, everything will become clear," he said. Chapter 145 Analysis. Xia Xingchen and the others took turns viewing the reading device. The information displayed was shocking. Acquiring news during interstellar travel is a challenging endeavor, typically only possible when the ship approaches certain planets and connects to the celestial network for updates. After reading, they all fell into a contemplative silence. "William, what is your perspective on this matter?" Zhang Yingying asked. "I find it hard to believe some of the claims made in the report. This cannot be the work of the miners. There must be a conspiracy behind it. Yet, there are many aspects that perplex me," William replied. "Please share your doubts. We will assist in analyzing them," Zhang Yingying encouraged. William nodded and began his analysis. "First, let us assume, based on the report, that the Galactic Freedom Army is responsible for this incident. Several points arise. First out, if the Miners' Liberation Organization, the Galactic Freedom Army, is indeed behind this, why do they both claim responsibility while simultaneously denying it? Is this not redundant, even counterproductive? Second out, the Galactic Freedom Army's use of such violent tactics would invite severe retaliation from the Empire, and miners would be repelled by such a brutally aggressive organization. Is their leader a madman willing to undertake such thankless endeavors? Third doubt, I firmly believe that the deaths of my father and brother are connected to my own attack. Clearly, it was space pirates who assaulted me, not miners. Miners and space pirates are sworn enemies. If the Empire exploits and oppresses the miners, the pirates are even more merciless, making collusion between them impossible. Moreover, to my knowledge, the miners do not possess sufficient funds to hire such a considerable number of pirates. Furthermore, if both my father and brother were to perish, the primary beneficiary would be my ambitious younger brother, Mario, who would inherit 60 of the Kluber Industries shares. Such a maneuver is well within his capabilities. My journey has been conducted in utmost secrecy, known only to a select few senior executives of the Kluber Group. Yet, the pirates seem to be intimately familiar with my route, ship performance, and security forces. Additionally, my brother has the financial means to employ such a large contingent of pirates. However, I am perplexed by the fact that numerous imperial officials and heads of major enterprises have also fallen victim to attacks. If this chaos is orchestrated by my brother to obscure the truth, he seemingly lacks the power to pull off such a grand deception. Moreover, such actions have exponentially increased the risks involved. Therefore, synthesizing the aforementioned information, I can reasonably deduce that my third brother is undoubtedly implicated in this matter. However, he is likely backed by a formidable mastermind. What a brilliant analysis, Zhang Yingying remarked. She then turned to ask Xia Xingchen, "What is your perspective?" "A familiar conspiracy, a familiar scent, manipulating puppets, hiring space pirates, muddying the waters, and employing others to do the dirty work. I believe I know who is behind this." Xia Xingchen stated as he retrieved a data storage device and connected it to the screen in the living room. He navigated the virtual interface, bringing forth a plethora of data. While you were unconscious, I examined your mech. Aside from the optical brain and the nuclear engine, the other components were severely damaged. I extracted the combat data from your mech. Given that your mech can exchange battlefield data with the mothership via a data link, I obtained the thermal signature data and optical images of the warships and mechs that besieged you, Xia Xingchen elucidated. The thermal signature data and optical images revealed that there was one Icefield-class heavy cruiser, 16 Orca-class medium high-speed cruisers, and 28 Snowhare-class small high-speed space reconnaissance ships involved in the assault against you. As the young heir of the Krupp Group, you should be familiar with the products of your old rival, Northern Heavy Industries, Xia Xingchen continued. Indeed, these classes of warships and spaceships possess exceptional performance, with their most significant advantage being their durability. They have served in the Northern Administrative Region for over 50 years. 20 years ago, the Imperial military approved the fleet replacement request from a Northern Administrative Region and allocated a substantial sum. With over 100,000 warships sent to the Kabaris star system for dismantling, Krupp remarked. However, ISNT, there's something you have overlooked. Over the past 2 decades, aside from a few Snowhare-class vessels that can still be seen, the Orca-class medium high-speed cruisers and Icefield-class heavy space cruisers have been virtually unseen. This is quite unusual. Generally, when military equipment is retired, the military seeks to recoup funds by dismantling some weapons and modifying the vessels for the civilian market, where these refitted military ships are very popular. Yet, over 10,000 Icefield-class heavy cruisers and over 50,000 Orca-class medium cruisers have seemingly vanished for 20 years, only to reappear now, which raises significant suspicions. Zhang Yingying continued her analysis. Could it be that a large second-hand spaceship dealer is hoarding them? Ho Ching posed a rather naive question. Ho Gu, please, you must understand that even our black hole number 1, if left idle, incurs annual maintenance costs nearing 200 million star coins, while the upkeep for heavy and medium cruisers reaches tens of billions annually. What scale of second-hand dealer could possibly sustain such a fleet of warships? Moreover, every year, more advanced warships are decommissioned, and these ships depreciate in value annually. Xia Xingchen replied. Then what purpose does their action serve? Is it not akin to throwing money away? Ho Chung queried, perplexed. Hoda Gu, consider this. If a war breaks out between 2 factions that are evenly matched, and suddenly one side possesses an additional 50,000 warships, such an unexpected advantage could decisively alter the course of the conflict, Zhang Yingying concluded. She furrowed her brows, mentally simulating how to confront such a situation. The room fell silent, each individual lost in profound contemplation. Yingying, what is the situation in the Khabarovsk star region? Asked Xia Xingchen. Khabarovsk is a star region located in the far northern administrative area. It is the largest space junkyard in the north, where all decommissioned mechs and warships are sent for disassembly and recycling. The area of the Khabarovsk star region is 3 times that of the Lulan star region. To this day, it remains under military control, prohibiting any civilian vessels from entering. The Northern Administrative Council claims it is to prevent star pirates from stealing warships and causing chaos. However, I suspect they have not dismantled these decommissioned warships, but rather modified and concealed them within the space debris of the Khabarovsk star region. This implies that the North does not merely possess the Northern Fleet, but rather 2 fleets, perhaps even more, Zhang Yingying stated. Xia Xingchen added, William, you should broaden your perspective. Look at these news reports. The attacks did not only target the Kluber family. Key figures from over a dozen large interstellar conglomerates closely tied to the empire and military have also been murdered, alongside high-ranking officials from crucial imperial departments. Their deaths will plunge these enterprises into turmoil and stagnation, an impact that could last for many years. This will severely affect the empire's military power and overall strength. Buying time for Nicholas. Even more alarming is that if Nicholas seizes the opportunity to intervene in these enterprises' boards or their heirs, these companies could transform into Nicholas' allies. Chapter 146. Formulating a strategy, the group remained in the lounge of Black Hole Number 1, analyzing recent events. William was now able to confirm that the mastermind behind this incident was none other than Prince Nicholas. Firstly, only Nicholas possesses the capability to orchestrate such a large-scale attack across the Galactic Empire. Moreover, Only he has the resources to procure such a substantial number of military warships and vessels to bribe star pirates. Secondly, the primary beneficiary of these events is Nicholas, who stands to gain the most without incurring any losses. Thirdly, the specifications of the warships and other details point directly to Nicholas. Is Nicholas about to initiate war? William Kluber murmured. You are mistaken. Nicholas has been plotting for over a decade. The war began back then, and everything unfolding now is merely part of his plan. He is merely biding his time, Xia Xingchen replied, subsequently recounting his own experiences in detail, including the discovery of the mech training base established by the North on the Watcher Star, the rescue operation for Yuri, the deployment of Scorpions across dozens of planets, such as the Fury Star, the recruitment of mechs at the Mech Assessment Center, and the subversion of officers at the Military Command Academy. I understand now. This matter has become exceedingly clear. This is the scheme orchestrated by Nicholas and his subordinates. If I am not mistaken, should I perish at the hands of the space pirates, the interim board of the Krupp Group will undoubtedly pass a resolution to liberalize the quotas on mineral resources in the North and to sell strategic weapons to that region. William remarked, Nicholas is a grave threat to the Empire, our mutual adversary. We must unite to confront him in all spheres. Brother Ho Chung, if your identity renders you unable to intervene in this matter, you may retire to the cockpit. Xia Xingchen considered this thoughtfully, recognizing that the Sanctum does not engage in human conflicts, and he wished to spare Ho Chung any undue difficulty. Regarding the Fury Star incident, the Sanctum has also intervened. According to my master, the higher echelons of the Sanctum are deeply dissatisfied with Nicholas's employment of extraterrestrial entities to assault humanity, as it poses a tremendous disaster for our kind. He has already been blacklisted, and should such incidents recur, he will face repercussions from the Sanctum. Furthermore, our analysis of Nicholas's character reveals that he is unscrupulous in his pursuits. He will undoubtedly resort to such tactics again. Thus, our strategies against Nicholas are not at odds with our principles, Ho Chung explained. Our family maintains close ties with the military. Should war be declared, we shall be at the forefront. Therefore, count me in the fight against Nicholas, Zhang Yingying declared. I now harbor a profound enmity towards Nicholas, and from this moment forth, the Krupp family stands as a sworn enemy. I shall lend my unwavering support to your cause, William Krupp asserted. We are not alone. My roommate Dairen can provide us with intelligent support. Additionally, we have a contingent of individuals whose lives have been shattered by Nicholas's actions. We should consolidate our strength. The group nodded in agreement. At that moment, a formidable organization to counter the North began to take shape. As Ho Chung listened to their discourse, he perused the news on his reader. They were now nearing Lulan Star, and signals from the Sky Network were becoming detectable. Suddenly, a news bulletin caught his eye. According to Ruhr News, the Krupp Group has issued a statement regarding the disappearance of family heir William Krupp, who was exploring mineral planets on Lulan Star. The Krupp Group suspects he has fallen victim to space pirates and may now be in peril. An emergency board meeting is scheduled to convene in 10 days. Following the demise of Eisen Krupp and John Krupp, both William and Mario Krupp are set to inherit 30 of the Krupp Industrial Group. With William's current whereabouts unknown, it is anticipated that Mario Krupp will ascend to the position of chairman of Krupp Industries without contest. Look at this, Ho Chung exclaimed, passing the reader around for all to see. I must return before the board meeting. It would be ideal to have a few days to prepare. I am determined to reclaim control of the Krupp Group. At that time, I shall present Nicholas with some rather significant gifts. If Nicholas gains control of the Krupp Group, it would spell disaster. Xingchen, can you transport me to Luban Star? Can our ship reach there within 10 days? William inquired. Xia Xingchen activated the communications device in the cockpit. Vivian, how long until we reach Lulan Star? And how long will it take to travel from Lulan Star to Ruler Star? If we adopt the fastest speed and the most efficient route, how much time will it require? I need an accurate response. This is of utmost importance, he stated solemnly. Please hold on. Let me calculate, Vivian replied. After a brief moment of operation on the quantum computer, she continued, currently, our engine output is at 65. At this velocity, we will arrive at the Lulan Star Space Station by tomorrow evening. From there to Ruler Star will take a full 7 days. However, if we increase the engine output to between 90 and 95, we can reach the Lulan Star Space Station by tomorrow morning. And the journey from Lulan Star to Ruler Star will only take 5 days. Can we complete preparations in 3 days? asked Xia Xingchen, addressing William. 2 days will suffice. Very well, Vivian, proceed at full speed as you suggested. We must arrive at Lulan Star by tomorrow morning. Then take several hours to ready the spacecraft before departing the same day. We must reach Ruler Star within 7 days, Xia Xingchen commanded. Understood, Captain, Vivian acknowledged. Deactivating autopilot as the engine power gradually increased. The Black Hole 1 surged forward at high velocity into the depths of space. At a docking berth in the Lulan Star Space Station, the Black Hole 1 gently approached, its massive mechanical arms securing the vessel in place, while various conduits connected to the spacecraft. Sealed passages for passenger and cargo transport linked to the ship's respective compartments. Upon shutting down the engines, several engineering mechas and maintenance robots swiftly moved in to conduct upkeep and resupply operations. To maintain a low profile, Xia Xingchen disembarked alone, leaving the others aboard, particularly William, as it remained perilous for him until they reached Ruler Star. If his brother Mario were to learn of his survival, he would not hesitate to pursue him. This would complicate a timely return to Ruler Star. Master Xingchen. 2 figures rushed into the passenger passageway, and the 3 embraced tightly. The newcomers were none other than Xia Xingchen's comrade, Pirlo, and his Teremian servant, Hugo, whom he had rescued on Fury Star. Hugo appeared as he always did, towering over 2 meters, clad in a fitted combat suit, with a metallic dagger sheathed at his waist. He always carried the dagger, claiming it provided him with a sense of security. At this moment, Pirlo seemed transformed. The once carefree, golden-haired heartthrob now sported a crew cut, exuding an air of professionalism. A pair of red-tinted, headband-style glasses adorned his face, adding a touch of flair. Welcome aboard the Black Hole 1, Xia Xingchen greeted, introducing Pirlo and Hugo to the crew, who were intrigued by the blue-skinned Teremian and the suave individual with the stylish eyewear. However, there was little time for reminiscing, as the two required their mechas, which had been transported to the dock and stored in the cargo hold, to be removed and placed within the mecha bay. The mech transport container belonging to Hugo has been opened, and he exuberantly climbed into the cockpit. The blue indicator light on the mech's head illuminated, and the mech stood upright, proceeding towards a number 4 mech hangar as indicated by the spaceship's cockpit. This mech, named the Teremi Warrior, was custom crafted by Old Man Fry specifically for Hugo, making it the sole mech of its kind designed for the Teremi people in the world. The Teremi Warrior mech stands at an impressive height of 66 meters, with parameters including strength 25, agility 25, armor 25, and speed 28. Its blue exterior and limb proportions closely resemble those of a Teremi individual. As a combat mech, it is capable of fully harnessing the martial prowess of the Teremi people. The mech is equipped with a laser rifle resembling a hand crossbow, which can simultaneously discharge 3 beams of laser energy. Traditionally, the Teremi people's ranged weapons include javelins and throwing darts. However, after their contact with humans, they began exchanging materials for human weaponry, such as crossbows and arrows. The Teremi hold a profound appreciation for the crossbow, exhibiting remarkable aptitude in its use. Hence, Old Man Fry equipped the mech with this weaponry. On the left arm of the mech rests a circular shield, while 4 energy javelins are affixed to its back, which can be combined to form an energy spear. Furthermore, the joints of the mech have been reinforced with armor, allowing them to be utilized for direct assaults against opposing mechs. What distinguishes the Teremi Warrior mech is its operational system. Given that the mental capacity of the Teremi people, when measured by human standards, barely reaches level 10, and their thought processes are fundamentally different from those of humans, it is nearly impossible for them to operate a mech directly through mental prowess. In a stroke of ingenuity, Old Man Fry adopted a prevalent form of mech control known as body-simulated control. This system resembles a human-shaped coffin, wherein the mech pilot lies inside. Connected by countless mechanical arms and sensors, the pilot can perform various movements within this enclosure, prompting the mech to mirror those actions. Additionally, based on the varying output of force from the mech's limbs, the pilot can gauge the mech's operational status through the feedback received from the mechanical arms. For combat mechs, this method of operation is the most rational and effectively maximizes the pilot's martial capabilities. However, one drawback of this control method is its significant physical toll on the pilot, leading to its replacement by mental control systems centuries ago. Nonetheless, for the Teremi, physical endurance is never an issue. Naturally, Old Man Fry also designed a mental headband to replace the control panels on the dashboard and to assist in aiming. Hugo has grown to adore this mech. And after several months of acclimatization, he is even capable of engaging in fierce battles with Li Pai's modified Storm mech. In Li Pai's words, no mech pilot below a certain level stands a chance against Hugo. Shortly thereafter, Pirlo's mech transport container was also opened, revealing a black mech and an oversized mech laser sniper rifle within. Pirlo proudly embraced Xia Xingchen's shoulders and declared, "This is my wife. Impressive, isn't she?" The mech, though clad in black, bore a distinctive name, the White Grim Reaper. This moniker was inspired by a legendary sniper from Earth, prior to humanity's foray into the cosmos. Hailing from a diminutive nation, he single-handedly eliminated over 500 enemy combatants within a mere 4 months during a valiant struggle against an overpowering neighbor. An exceptional special operations expert, he was often seen donning a white cloak, stealthily navigating through snow-covered forests, reaping the lives of invaders. The populace bestowed upon him the resounding epithet of the White Grim Reaper, symbolizing the despair and terror instilled in the hearts of his foes. The White Grim Reaper mech stands at a towering height of 5 meters, with parameters indicating a strength of 15, agility of 15, armor of 18, and a speed of 33. It is a high-speed sniper-specific mech. In terms of weaponry, its primary armament is a colossal mech laser rifle, meeting the stringent standards for mech weaponry. Capable of delivering a 5-round sniper burst, it requires a charge of 25 seconds to unleash a single shot. The left arm of the mech is equipped with a shield, while 2 rapid-fire laser cannons are mounted on both the front and back of the mech's torso. Additionally, 2 energy blades are affixed to its waist. The mech's most remarkable feature lies in its specially designed systems tailored for sniping. The first is the Chameleon Super Mirage system, which allows the mech's exterior to adapt to its environmental backdrop. Once activated, the system bends light around the mech, achieving complete invisibility. This system also proves highly effective at jamming radar waves. The second system is the Life Support System, which operates at an exceptionally low energy consumption rate, enabling the pilot to remain concealed within the mech for an entire week, facilitating ambushes against adversaries and engaging in clandestine operations. The third system incorporates specialized thrusters. 4 thrusters expel low-energy particles, nearly devoid of heat and energy, allowing the mech to move stealthily while the Chameleon system is active. Once the mission is accomplished or the mech is detected, the hidden white thrusters concealed beneath the armor panels provide a powerful thrust, ensuring a swift escape. Now, the secret base of the ZZ faction has been preliminarily established, with personnel training and small-scale weapon production underway. Grandpa Fry's mech laboratory has also commenced operations. Pirlo felt that he could not fully realize his potential at the base and sought permission from Grandpa Fry to venture outside. Meanwhile, Hugo insisted on accompanying Xia Xingchen. Grandpa, unable to endure their persistent bickering, consented to their excursion to find Xia Xingchen. However, it was a great disappointment that Xia Xingchen's new mech was still incomplete. Grandpa Fry tirelessly revised his design plans, striving to create the most formidable personal mech for Xia Xingchen, yet constrained by financial limitations. He had only managed to complete half of the mech, leaving the project at a standstill. Pirlo, what has happened to your eyes? Xia Xingchen gazed into his eyes and suddenly inquired. Pirlo removed his headband-style glasses, revealing a pair of eyes indistinguishable from those of an ordinary person. Suddenly, the surface of his irises inverted, transforming into a striking red, emanating an unsettling crimson glow. Though he suffered immensely at that moment, nearly succumbing on the operating table, the experience was undeniably worthwhile. This electronic eye was equipped with a telescope, microscope, light penetration, infrared vision, data reception, and photographic recording capabilities. It could emit dazzling light akin to a flashbang and project laser for weapon guidance. Even more astonishingly, it possessed the ability to emit a specific frequency of electromagnetic waves, rendering all surveillance systems ineffective, thus facilitating my stealth. This headband-style glasses also functioned as a wireless charging device and battery, serving a dual purpose of camouflage. Had I known of its immense power, I would have insisted on having a pair, even in my blindness, Pirlo mused. Chapter 148. The emergency shareholders meeting, the resupply operation for the spacecraft, were progressing with intense urgency. The system was undergoing diagnostics, fuel was being replenished, and a substantial amount of supplies were being transported onto the vessel. Originally, these tasks would take an entire day. But thanks to Xia Xingchen's notification the previous day and the incentivization of star coins, the spaceport had dispatched additional personnel, completing the resupply in merely 10 hours. Seizing this opportunity, Xia Xingchen urgently contacted Dai Run and General von Klaus through a secure communication channel, relaying William's plight and their speculations. General Klaus immediately relayed this information to Grand Marshal von Bismarck, while Dai Run swiftly reached out to his grandfather. From Dai Run, he learned that Li Xiaoming's parents and elder brother had also been attacked. However, the security forces of the Tang dynasty group were exceptionally robust. Aside from Li Xiaoming's elder brother sustaining minor injuries, the others were largely unharmed. The Black Hole No. 1 embarked on its journey once more, racing towards Roarstar. The Western administrative region of the Galactic Empire holds significant importance within the industrial framework of the entire empire. Here lies the shipbuilding base of Roarstar, as well as the Mecha Research and Technology Center of Chang'an Star. Roarstar serves as the mineral hub and center for weapon production and research. The headquarters of Krupp Industries is situated here. The production facilities of Krupp Industries have given rise to numerous large cities, each housing populations in the millions. In the largest of these cities, several shareholders of the Krupp Group convened for a meeting. Mr. von Hevs, the vice president of the group, was delivering a speech, presiding over this emergency board meeting of Krupp Industries. This gentleman, in his early 60s, is a distant cousin of General Klaus. The old marshal's family is among the principal shareholders of Krupp Industries, holding a 10 stake. After retiring, Mr. von Hevs represented his family in Krupp Industries, demonstrating considerable acumen in business, which led to his appointment as vice president, earning him considerable respect within the group. We express our heartfelt condolences and profound regret regarding President Eisen, John, and William's misfortunes. Here, I solemnly warn the masterminds behind this tragedy. We shall not let you escape. Mr. von Hevs, we have more pressing matters to discuss. Krupp Industries must transform its previous environment of formalism, inefficiency, and redundancy. Mario abruptly interrupted him. Mr. Mario, you hold no position within the group. These matters are not for you to comment upon, Hevides retorted, visibly displeased. I am now the largest shareholder and the legally appointed chairman, a right bestowed upon me by law, Mario arrogantly proclaimed. This must await confirmation from the board meeting and the completion of necessary procedures. What are we doing now? Is this not a board meeting in progress? You insist on complicating a matter that could be resolved in one sitting. Please, our time is precious. Look at our group's dismally low growth rate. Does anyone here care? Mario thundered from the podium, while the shareholders below sat in stony silence, none daring to speak. For the future development of our group, and to ensure that each of you profits, I have decided to lift the restrictions on mineral quotas from the Northern Administrative District. They are willing to purchase various mineral resources from us at a price 50 above the current market rate. And they're prepared to pay double for weapons, such as planetary fortress cannons. This could elevate our group's profits by 30 annually, Mario said, swelling with self-satisfaction. A murmur of dissent arose among the shareholders. Nonsense. You are courting disaster. Nicholas's money is not so easily acquired. To earn a single penny from him, you risk your entire fortune and life. This is the end for Krupp. It is utterly finished. Hevides stammered, pointing at him in indignation. Mario slammed his hand on the table. If you are unwilling to cooperate, I will not force you. Simply transfer your shares to me, and I will acquire them at 20 above market value. In truth, it was Nicholas who sought to acquire shares in Krupp Industries, offering double the market price. Mario intended to profit from this as well. You have no right to do this. We will not transfer our shares to you. The shareholders exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. You can either leave or remain silent and patiently await your dividends. In any case, from now on, I am in charge of Krupp Industries. I am the chairman. Nonsense. You think you can be the chairman? A voice rang out. Suddenly, the heavy wooden door of the conference room, over 3 meters high and several centimeters thick, was kicked open, revealing a squad of fully armed men. Upon seeing them, Mario's eyes widened in shock, and he stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts while pointing at the newcomers. The leader was none other than William Krupp, flanked by soldiers in specialized uniforms. Who are you? And why are you impersonating William? Seize him. William is dead. Mario screamed hysterically. I was ambushed by space pirates, but how did you know I would certainly die? William taunted, gazing at him with amusement. He is doomed without question. Mario, flustered, was about to retort, but suddenly realized the inappropriateness of his words and quickly fell silent. Let me speak on your behalf. It is because you informed the space pirates of my itinerary and security arrangements and even instructed them to leave no survivors, correct? As Mario was about to voice his rebuttal, he was interrupted once again. You are likely unaware that the marauding pirates have dispatched a heavy cruiser of the Icefield class, 16 high-speed medium cruisers of the Orca class, and over 30 high-speed vessels of the Snow Air class. These warships, which had seemingly vanished overnight 2 decades ago. Who else but the esteemed Prince Nicholas could possibly command them? William asserted with righteous indignation. This is slander, pure and unadulterated slander, Mario exclaimed, his voice rising in desperation. At that moment, 3 venerable elders emerged from behind William, their dignified countenances causing the shareholders to collectively gasp in astonishment. The Council of Elders. The Council, known in certain families as the Council of Elders or the Clan Assembly, had been established within those ancient families that had persisted for millennia, often embroiled in fratricidal strife over the chieftainship. To deter such unworthy progeny and safeguard the family's interests and lineage, these illustrious families, including the Royal Qin clan, had formed councils of elders. Composed of the most respected elders within the family, they wielded substantial authority and even formidable military power. In the event of an unforeseen calamity befalling the patriarch or heir, they would step forth to administer justice. Chapter 149. The Chosen Path. The Grand Elder of the Council commenced a presentation on the large screen at the venue, showcasing a series of combat videos, including the encounter between William Kluge and the Marauders, followed by his rescue. As the assembly witnessed the dense formation of warships, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd, affirming the veracity of William's earlier claims. The footage ultimately froze on a specially designed Black Duke mech. Mario, our investigation has revealed that half a month ago, you sent an encrypted message from your personal terminal, detailing William's itinerary, the specifications of his vessel, and the number of guards. This message underwent thousands of transmissions in a futile attempt to evade detection. Yet, you underestimated the technological prowess of the Kluge family. Ultimately, we traced it to a notorious pirate known as Black Fox. He is the pilot of this mech, the most notorious pirate leader in the Lulon Star domain, and the orchestrator of this operation, the Grand Elder proclaimed. Whispers of disbelief coursed through the crowd, as the shareholders regarded Mario's fratricidal ambition to seize the family fortune with disdain. A person capable of betraying and murdering his own brother is hardly a suitable partner for collaboration. Did you think matters were so simple? Our investigation has uncovered evidence of your collusion with Northern forces. For months, you have been sending the secret itinerary of Eisen and John to a clandestine email address. We followed the trail to apprehend that secret contact. He attempted to take his own life, but was subdued, and through memory extraction technology, we unveiled the truth. You, Mario, conspired with forces from the north, orchestrating the massacre on Rule Star and the ambush in the Lulon Star domain. The Grand Elder's words resonated profoundly, leaving all present in stunned silence. Furthermore, for those contemplating divesting their shares, Nicholas intends to acquire your stakes at double the market price. Yet my avaricious brother seeks to exploit even that modest sum, William jested. Additionally, 5 shareholders present have reached a clandestine agreement with Nicholas. We possess irrefutable evidence. Now, you 5 have 2 choices. First, we will acquire your shares at market price, allowing you to withdraw entirely from Krupp Industries. Second, I shall deliver you to the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs and Intelligence, leading to the confiscation of your assets and the annihilation of your lineage. The choice is yours, the Elder proclaimed, as 5 soldiers approached, presenting 5 copies of the share transfer agreement. The faces of the 5 shareholders turned ashen. One of them cried out in despair. I am wronged. They forced my hand. William's expression hardened as he stated, you have profited immensely from Krupp Industries each year. The Krupp family has never wronged you. Yet you conspire with outsiders to usurp us. When one errs, one must bear the consequences. The path you tread is of your own choosing. Sign, and we shall be mere strangers. I shall hold no grudge. However, should you refuse to sign, you will become my mortal enemies, and I will make you experience the full extent of my wrath. His tone bore an icy chill that enveloped the entire assembly. Reluctantly, several shareholders inscribed their signatures on the transfer agreement. Thus, the 10 stake in Krupp Industries was transferred to William Krupp. The elder then announced that Mario Krupp had conspired with northern forces, committing patricide and fratricide. The evidence is irrefutable, and after deliberation, the council unanimously resolved to strip Mario Krupp of his rights as heir and all shares, confiscate his entire estate, expel him from the family, and refer the case to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. "No, you cannot treat me this way. I am a legitimate heir," Mario protested. But his struggles were in vain as 4 fully armed family guards dragged him from the hall. The 5 shareholders who had signed the transfer agreement departed in a state of profound despair. The doors of the conference room closed slowly. The shareholders' meeting continued, and William Krupp was unsurprisingly elected as the new chairman and president of Krupp Industries. During this meeting, William Krupp made the following decisions. First, the Krupp family and the council will continue investigating the truth behind the Long Roar Star incident and will disclose the findings to the media and the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Second, all business dealings with the Northern Administrative District will be entirely terminated. In William's words, the North shall no longer receive a single alloy from the Krupp Group. Third, the Krupp Group will accelerate the production of warships and mechs in preparation for the impending conflict. Fourth, certain production facilities near the Northern Administrative District will be relocated to the south. The entire group must brace itself for the preparations of war. These 4 measures will undoubtedly inflict significant economic losses on the Krupp Group. However, the shareholders present understood that the moment had arrived, one that determined the very survival of the Krupp Group. For a vast arms conglomerate like Krupp Industries to flourish, it relies heavily on the support of those in power. Moreover, the impending large-scale warfare will determine the fate of a dynasty. Each outbreak of such magnitude has historically led to the downfall of numerous established arms enterprises, while simultaneously allowing new firms to ascend, treading upon the ruins of their predecessors. To choose the wrong side in such tumultuous times equates to certain annihilation. Chapter 150. The conclusion of events. The emergency board meeting of the Krupp Group was ongoing, with an array of pressing matters requiring the personal attention of William Krupp. Numerous affairs within the conglomerate necessitated a comprehensive restructuring. Concurrently, a convoy of 3 maglev vehicles was en route to the headquarters of the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs on the planet Ruhr. In the rear seat of one such vehicle sat a dejected Mario Krupp, handcuffed, beside him an agent of the ministry, as his detention cell awaited him. The ministry intended to interrogate him thoroughly, with countless individuals eagerly anticipating the outcome of this inquiry, seeking a definitive explanation. As the vehicle traversed a dedicated high-speed maglev highway through the city, a construction mech unexpectedly plummeted from a nearby high-rise building under construction. The colossal mech, falling from a height of several hundred meters, crashed onto the maglev vehicle carrying Mario, generating such immense force that it shattered a 20-meter-wide elevated roadway, causing several trailing vehicles to plunge helplessly from a bridge. By the time military police cordoned off the area, the mech and a maglev vehicle had become a singular mass of twisted metal. Authorities retrieved Mario Krupp from the wreckage, revealing that he had met a fate akin to that of his forebears. Speculations arose regarding whether this incident was an act of retribution from William Krupp and the Council of Elders, or a premeditated murder orchestrated by Nicholas's subordinates to eliminate witnesses. Investigators detected significant levels of alcohol from the remains of the mech pilot, and footage from the construction site indicated that he had been operating the mech under the influence, staggering around before ultimately colliding with a stone pillar, leading to the mech's catastrophic descent through a wall. The pilot's lifestyle showed no signs of irregularity, and incidents of drunk driving were not uncommon for him. Thus, the police could only classify the case as an unfortunate accident. Shortly thereafter, Krupp Industries held a press conference announcing William Krupp as the new president and chairman of the board. Given William's capabilities were already acknowledged within the industry, the news precipitated a significant surge in Krupp Group's stock price. Simultaneously, Krupp Industries released their findings on the Ruhr incident, along with footage of William's ambush in the Lulan Star region, condemning the Northern Administrative District government for its involvement and support of terrorist activities. They proposed sanctions against the Northern Administrative District and reserved the right to pursue further legal action, filing a lawsuit with the Supreme Court of the Galactic Empire. The evidence presented by Krupp Industries sent shockwaves throughout the Galactic Empire, prompting the families of victims from other attacked enterprises to rally in support of Krupp Industries. Some matters are akin to a thin membrane. Once pierced, the truth becomes evident to all. In a swift response, over a dozen large interstellar conglomerates that had also been attacked put forth plans to sanction the Northern Administrative District, including the Tang Dynasty Group and the Worma Group, among others. The proposal to impose sanctions on Nicholas and to arrest him, which was brought forth within society and the cabinet, was ultimately vetoed by Emperor Qinzheng of the Empire. Nonetheless, the evidence presented by the corrupt group was undeniably compelling. Deep down, this ruler of the Galactic Empire remained skeptical about Nicholas's involvement in such deeds. He was more inclined to believe that this was a scheme orchestrated by rebellious miners aimed at framing Nicholas. However, he dared not openly contradict the prevailing narrative, for inciting public ire could strip him of his crown, and he risked impeachment by the parliament. He was acutely aware that the elder council of the royal family possessed the power to depose the emperor. In response to these allegations, the Northern Administrative Region's government convened a press conference, vehemently denying the accusations and asserting that the evidence from the corrupt industrial group was fabricated and defamatory. Concurrently, Nicholas dispatched several covert units to stealthily infiltrate the Lulan Star domain, where the local pirate factions vanished overnight. This was made possible because Nicholas had embedded backdoors within the warships sent to support the pirates, allowing him to monitor their every move with precision. At this juncture, Black Hole 1 had once again set sail toward Watcher Star. Before departing from Ruhr Star, Xia Xingchen and William Krupp engaged in a clandestine discussion, after which William joined the Grudge organization, spurred by his own deep-seated enmity with Nicholas. Ostensibly, William continued to serve as the president of the Krupp Industrial Group, refraining from direct involvement in the Grudge's retaliatory operations, yet he would discreetly provide financial and logistical support in terms of weaponry. As a token of gratitude towards Xia Xingchen, he prepared a substantial gift, although time was insufficient for it to be delivered until Xia returned to Ruhr Star months later. William also entrusted his Hell Raven Mecha to Xia Xingchen as the president of the Krupp Industrial Group. He was burdened with immense responsibilities and would rarely have the leisure to engage with mechas again. Despite the Hell Raven being significantly damaged, it still housed an intact, medium-sized red propulsion system and a Type 3 controllable nuclear fusion mecha engine, precisely what Xia Xingchen required. Meanwhile, in the secret conference room beneath the Siberian Star Palace of the Northern Administrative Region, the estranged brothers Chekhov and Yuri found themselves mirroring one another's actions. Heads bowed and silent, hardly daring to breathe. Before them stood the furious Prince Nicholas, who had shattered the solid wood conference table and the large screen with his formidable mecha prowess. Splinters occasionally struck their faces, drawing lines of blood. Yet, neither dared to move. Useless. You two are utterly useless. How could I have raised such incompetence? Yuri, did you not assert that it was foolproof? Did you not claim that band of pirates was formidable? Over 80 ships laying in ambush, and yet one managed to escape. And you, Chekhov, did you not consider the council's concerns? What of your imbecilic intelligence officer? Could he not teach Mario a more secure method of communication? And why did he not self-destruct when captured? Ah, you infuriate me. Nicholas's hands trembled with rage. Initially, he had resolutely decided to execute a meticulously orchestrated paralysis plan, anticipated to inflict substantial damage upon the Galactic Empire. He intended to seize this opportunity to meddle in several prominent interstellar conglomerates, thereby establishing favorable conditions for future preparations in the North. However, William's escape and the intervention of the Council of Elders turned the situation on its head. Not only did he fail to capture his primary target, the Kluga Industrial Group, but the other victims united in indignation, directing their ire towards the North. The collaborative sanctions imposed by these enterprises severed vital channels for essential resources, weaponry, mechs, and warship components crucial to the North's military endeavors. This exacerbated the already overwhelming production burdens on Northern heavy industries, significantly hampering Nicholas's preparation progress and diminishing the quality of military products. Even more intolerable was the growing discontent and wariness among the populace towards Nicholas's actions. He now resembled a rat scurrying across the street. Should the miners indeed launch a terror attack, the blame would inevitably fall upon him. This posed considerable obstacles to his future schemes and machinations. After venting his frustrations for a while, he finally regained his composure. He regarded his two subordinates with a steely gaze. Yet he understood that they had committed no grave error. Indeed, had he taken matters into his own hands, the outcome would not have been more favorable. This was a consequence of his own impatience. Let's pause the paralysis operations for a time. Utilize this interval to reorganize. The rapid expansion has led to a significant decline in personnel quality and insufficient ideological work. Remember, recruiting numerous inept individuals is futile. I seek elites, not incompetence. Yes, Your Majesty, the two replied cautiously. Let Northern Heavy Industries strive harder. Nicholas turned to depart, leaving the two men exchanging glances of uncertainty. Chapter 151. Return to Watchtower Star. The journey from Lubon Star to Watchtower Star was remarkably tranquil, with only a small band of space pirates dealt with along the way, yielding a reward of several 100 million star coins. Lady Vivian was quite displeased, deeming the spoils too meager. She then shifted her focus to Perlo. Despite her usual carefree demeanor and occasional bouts of infatuation, Vivian possessed discerning taste. However, following the tragic events at Watchtower Star, Perlo, once a master of romance, had become disinterested in women, for avenging his fallen comrades took precedence. This led Vivian to mistakenly suspect that Perlo's close association with the charming Xia Xingchen hinted at a deeper bond. Black Hole 1 gradually approached the Watchtower space station, and as they beheld the familiar yellow-green planet, Xia Xingchen and Perlo were filled with nostalgia. Upon docking at the pier, a dozen fully armed Imperial soldiers arrived to conduct inspections. Currently, the Watchtower space station enforced stringent scrutiny of incoming individuals, executing immediate justice upon the discovery of pirates, particularly for those hailing from the Northern Administrative Region, who faced especially rigorous questioning. They meticulously examined each person's identification. Upon reviewing Xia Xingchen's information, the officer displayed a look of incredulity. "Are you certain you belong to the Watchtower Star Garrison?" the sergeant questioned, somewhat incredulously. "Indeed," replied Xia Xingchen. "However, the base identification code system you provided is incorrect. There is no such base on Guardian Star. I suspect your credentials might be forged." No sooner had he finished speaking than the soldiers behind him raised their weapons in unison. "This is the identification code for the Sand Dune base on Guardian Star. Have you truly forgotten in just 6 months?" Xia Xingchen's spirits sank slightly. Upon hearing this, the soldiers lowered their weapons and saluted him solemnly. "My apologies, Commander. I have only been here for a month, and it seems I'm misunderstood. I will never forget the heroes of the Sand Dune base." The tale of Colonel Nickel detonating a nuclear bomb and perishing alongside the space marauders has become widely known, and the soldiers of Guardian Star hold him in high esteem. Xia Xingchen perused the current missions of Guardian Star and discovered that there were hardly any space marauders left. The sandworms and sting scorpions had been nearly eradicated, with only a few remaining, lurking deep underground in fear. However, recent reports indicated a surge of small-scale marauder activities along the route from Guardian Star to the Death Star region. Thus, Xia Xingchen resolved that their ship would not land on Guardian Star, opting instead to venture to the outskirts of the Death Star region in a week's time, hoping for fortune. Before that, he intended to take a landing craft to pay homage at the site of the Sand Dune base. Xia Xingchen's first stop was the Medical Cryogenic Center at the Guardian Star space station, where he visited Colonel Belisi, who lay frozen within. Despite the advanced medical technology of this era, many acute illnesses and severe injuries remain insurmountable. Colonel Belisi, now in a vegetative state, has a glimmer of hope for awakening, but may take decades. Lacking any family, the military cannot afford to provide for him indefinitely, and euthanasia, while a viable option, is deemed inhumane and is prohibited by the Galactic Empire's military laws. Fortunately, contemporary medical cryogenic technology is remarkably advanced. After undergoing cryogenic preservation, the human body exhibits minimal difference upon thawing. This technology was initially developed for interstellar travel, as the spacecraft of the time were insufficiently equipped, traveling at slow speeds and lacking the ability to traverse wormholes. Astronauts would enter space, set their navigational routes, and activate the autopilot. As they approached their destination, the onboard computer would automatically thaw the astronauts. Fortunately, during that era, space marauders were non-existent, and barring spacecraft malfunctions or unfortunate collisions with space debris, the risks were minimal. Through the glass of the cryogenic chamber, Xia Xingchen beheld Colonel Belisi encased in a massive block of ice and rendered a solemn salute. Currently training in martial arts under the tutelage of the Qin people and the Old Master, he was making remarkable progress. If the colonel could witness this, he would surely feel a sense of pride. The group proceeded to the landing center at the spaceport, where the military had specifically arranged a passenger landing craft for them. Xia Xingchen had initially intended to go only with Perlo, but Zhang Yingying and Yugo expressed their desire to accompany him to the places where he had fought. Thus, he had no choice but to bring them all along. Xia Xingchen had landed on Watchstar twice. The first time was aboard a tumultuous passenger landing craft, while the second time, he descended directly via the landing pod of a space cruiser piloting a desert night mech. Despite being a passenger vessel, the violent shaking was quite discomforting. After more than 40 minutes, the landing craft reached the base. The vast lake remained beside the base, with several space warships docked within its waters. The original launch pad had been obliterated, replaced by a newly established launch system adjacent to the lake. As several individuals disembarked from the landing craft, Zhang Yingying and Vivian struggled to adapt to the gravitational pull, their steps unsteady. Xia Xingchen led the group to the lake's edge, where he retrieved a bouquet of roses from his insulated container and silently placed them by the water, tears welling in his eyes. Behind him, Pirlo quietly recounted the poignant love story between Xia Xingchen and Freya, prompting the two girls to weep openly, while Hugo knelt by the lake, paying homage. Subsequently, the group boarded a new model of magnetic levitation transport vehicle, specially designed by the military for the high-gravity environment of Watchstar, capable of reaching speeds of up to 500 kilometers per hour. With a capacity for 7 members, they traveled without a guide. Xia Xingchen drove the vehicle directly to the site of the old quicksand base. Before nightfall, they reached the supply base. But it was a place transformed. No one Xia Xingchen knew remained. Early the next morning, Xia Xingchen set out again, finally arriving at the site of the Watchstar base by noon. The remnants of the base were now marked by a colossal crater, 2 kilometers in diameter. Colonel Nickel had detonated a substantial nuclear bomb buried beneath the base, obliterating all facilities in the explosion. At the edge of the crater stood a 5-meter-tall, 3-meter-wide, and over 1-meter-thick alloy monument, forged from the damaged mechs during the assault on the reptilian gang's base. It bore the names of all who perished in that catastrophe, along with the deeds of Colonel Nickel. Clad in radiation suits, the group gazed at the monument's inscription through their visors, profoundly moved by the brutal battle that had transpired. Xia Xingchen once more presented a bouquet of flowers at the monument, and he and Pirlo solemnly saluted it. In that moment, the visages of Colonel Nickel, Lieutenant Tori, and their comrades appeared vividly in their minds, as they were enveloped in a blend of memory and sorrow. Ultimately, the time for farewell arrived. Xia Xingchen turned away and walked towards the magnetic levitation transport vehicle, when he fancied he heard Colonel Nickel's voice behind him, teasingly bidding him to do well and wishing luck to that old fellow Fry. Chapter 152. Journey to the Death Star region 2 days later. The group returned to the Watchstar space station, where the Black Hole No. 1 spacecraft had completed its repairs and resupply. The 6 individuals gathered in the living room, each holding a reader, except for Hugo. The devices displayed information on the major pirate factions surrounding Watchstar and the periphery of the Death Star region. Currently, the realm of the Watchful Star and the Death Star is plagued by 2 primary types of space marauders. The first category consists of those who act on a sudden impulse. Here, many space adventurers, having suffered significant losses or returned empty-handed from the Death Star, are driven to desperate measures, engaging in reckless endeavors to mitigate their losses. Surprisingly, incidents of such opportunistic piracy constitute the majority within the Death Star region. Most of these marauders execute their schemes and swiftly retreat, for they lack any roots in the area. Traversing the shadowy paths of the night inevitably leads one to encounter misfortune. Should they one day fall prey to a treacherous betrayal, it would spell disaster for them. However, the military and mercenary management agencies are often powerless to deter such impulsive crimes, relying solely on video recordings. If a mercenary group encounters such individuals and uploads footage confirming their acts of robbery, the rewards are substantial. 500,000 star coins for eliminating a marauder's mech, 5 million for a small spacecraft, 20 million for a medium vessel, and 50 million for a large ship, such as a heavy cruiser. This system discourages individuals from attempting to impersonate pirates for the sake of rewards, as the bounty is insufficient even to cover the repair costs of mechs and spacecraft. The second category encompasses organized networks with established bases, specifically dedicated to the art of robbery. Along the fringes of the Death Star, There exist approximately 70 to 80 factions of such professional pirates, operating from bases that may be derelict resource satellites, abandoned space outposts, or even larger asteroids. Over the past few centuries, the Galactic Empire has expended vast resources to conquer the Death Star, resulting in the creation of numerous facilities, all of which now lie abandoned, transformed into havens for these marauders. The bounties for these seasoned pirates are significantly higher. 10 million star coins for eliminating a marauder's mech, 100 million for a small vessel, 1 billion for a medium ship, and 5 billion for a large one. Among these factions, the most formidable is an organization known as the Free Sanctuary, boasting 5 large ships, over 20 medium vessels, and more than 100 small, swift spacecraft. This band of pirates has operated in the region for decades, maintaining a low profile until a few months ago when they abruptly expanded their power, dismantling several rival pirate factions in the process. Distinct from other marauders, the Free Sanctuary typically refrains from taking lives. As long as their victims do not resist, they confiscate valuables and vessels, detaining the individuals temporarily until they gather enough to fill a ship, at which point they return them aboard a dilapidated craft. Conversely, they exhibit extreme ruthlessness towards fellow pirates, refusing to recruit or take prisoners, often stripping defeated adversaries and casting them into the void of space. Consequently, the military is generally reluctant to challenge them. The second notable pirate faction is the Star Brothers, led by siblings Alfonso and Alonso. They command an antiquated heavy space cruiser, 12 medium cruisers, and over 80 small spacecraft. Both brothers are adept mech masters with formidable strength, and their pirate group exhibits impressive individual combat prowess and a tightly knit organization, making them a formidable adversary. The third significant pirate faction is led by a notorious figure known as Aquino V, who commands a formidable heavy cruiser, 2 medium cruisers, and over 500 small spacecraft. The pirates under Aquino V are the most ruthless and numerous of their kind. The remaining factions consist of inconsequential, poorly organized minions, hardly worthy of mention. Zhang Yingying proposed a tactical plan. The Black Hole One would navigate along its designated route, using its exceptional speed to evade large groups of pirates, while engaging and eliminating smaller ones. The overarching goal is to inflict maximum damage on the pirates while preserving their own strength, with a time frame of 1 month to return before the onset of the new academic term. Several hours after departing from the Watchtower space station, a yellow alert blared aboard the spacecraft. Xia Xingchen, Pai Erluo, and Zhang Yingying made their way to the cockpit, while Ho Chung and Yugo remained in rest, as it was unnecessary to summon the entire crew for every emergency in the perilous Death Star region. "What is the situation?" Xia Xingchen inquired. At a distance of 10,000, bearing 89, 54, 23, 2 small high-speed vessels are approaching, continuously adjusting their course. They are expected to intersect our trajectory in approximately 980 seconds, Zhang Yingying reported, her gaze fixed on the screen. "Everyone, take your positions and continue monitoring. Vivian, attempt to adjust our course and observe their reactions," Xia Xingchen commanded. Distance 5,000. "We have altered our course, but they have mirrored our adjustments. They're definitely coming for us," Zhang Yingying stated, promptly issuing orders. "Activate the detection systems and charge all ship weaponry." At a distance of 3,000, optical imaging systems activated, thermal pattern comparison initiated. Target identified. 2 small high-speed vessels of the Voyager 8 class. Mech pilots, stand by. The Voyager 8 is a remarkable small high-speed ship, larger and possessing greater endurance than the Voyager 5, equipped with 6 laser cannons and capable of deploying for mechs. As Xia Xingchen prepared to head to the mech bay, Pai Erluo rose from his position at the fire control systems to intercept him. "I'll handle this. These minor ruffians are hardly a challenge." Trusting in his teammates' abilities, Xia Xingchen nodded in agreement. Distance 2,000. The enemy mechs are deploying, a total of 6 spacebat mechs. They're transmitting a communication demanding that we halt our vessel and desist from resistance, Yingying reported. With the mechs activated, Yingying conducted a database comparison. Xia Xingchen issued the command, "Pai Erluo deploy the White Reaper mech." The hatch of the 5th mech bay opened, and the White Reaper mech, wielding an enormous mech laser rifle, ascended to the top of the ship. Mechanical arms extended to secure the mech, and the laser rifle was connected to the spacecraft via a fiber optic cable. Distance 1,000. The enemy demands we stop, or they will open fire. Main cannons ready. If they fire, we will retaliate immediately. With the enemy mechs at a distance of 500, they entered firing range. At that moment, the opposing vessel suddenly unleashed several laser beams. Although they were not aimed directly, it served as a warning. The adversary has opened fire. We're now able to launch our counterattack. Chapter 153, The Death Star Sea Hotel. The spaceship Black Hole Number 1 unleashed 5 beams of laser from its apex, pausing for 2 seconds before emitting an additional beam, resulting in 6 bursts of fire in the cosmos. All 6 enemy mechas were obliterated. With the enemy ship now at a distance of 500, fire the main laser cannons, Xia Xingchen commanded. As her words echoed, the 2 main laser cannons of Black Hole Number 1 discharged 2 thick beams of green laser, striking one of the Voyager Number 8 vessels. One beam pierced its cockpit, causing the ship to explode in a magnificent firework display against the backdrop of space. Observing the dire turn of events, another vessel executed an exceptionally challenging lateral roll in the void and swiftly turned to flee. The enemy ship was now at a distance of 480, attempting to escape. At this moment, 5 additional laser beams erupted from the mechas, and the optical imaging system captured the destruction of the enemy ship's rear thrusters, drastically reducing its speed, leaving its crew engulfed in profound despair. They were intrepid space explorers from afar, hoping to uncover rare minerals and extraterrestrial relics in the Death Star region. Yet their fortunes had soured, falling prey to space pirates. Though they had narrowly escaped, they had lost 2 mechas, and their ship bore numerous scars. Consequently, the captain devised a nefarious plan to seize a bounty before departing, hoping to at least recoup their travel expenses, only to encounter an impenetrable wall of resistance. Another 2 beams of laser streaked through space as the main cannons of Black Hole Number 1 fired again, obliterating the opposing ship. Those who engage in such endeavors must ultimately pay the price. Why choose the path of wrongdoing? Sighed Xia Xingchen. Many among them had sold their entire fortunes, including their homes and all possessions, and had incurred significant debts. Some were fortunate, becoming instant millionaires after a couple of space transport ventures, while others lost everything, returning either to despair or a life of toil as miners. I believe this is the reason behind their actions, explained Vivian. Her father was also a space explorer, though he now enjoys a peaceful retirement, a fact that comforts her greatly. The battle results have been transmitted to the Mercenary Management Agency. We have successfully destroyed 6 pirate mechas, earning a total of 3 million star coins and an additional 10 million for the destruction of 2 small ships, culminating in a total profit of 13 million from this engagement, relayed Xia Xingchen. This is far too little, lamented Lady Vivian, visibly disheartened. 2 days later, the Black Hole Number 1 finally approached the Death Star region. Looking inward from the periphery, the entire Death Star domain resembled a vibrant wall, with the mysteries within remaining unknown. The entire area was shrouded in a unique particle composition that significantly affected light and radio waves, reducing the detection range of the spacecraft's sensors and radars by nearly 2/3, while the effective range of laser beams diminished to 1/10 of their original capacity. These particles absorbed and refracted laser beams. Moreover, the celestial environment within the Death Star region was exceedingly complex, populated by numerous celestial bodies such as neutron stars, white dwarfs, red giants, and even black holes. The spatial stability was precarious, rife with stellar windstorms, meteor showers, magnetic storms, and various other astronomical calamities. The luminescence of various celestial bodies refracts and scatters within the particles, forming a formidable wall of light. Even more daunting are the numerous wormholes scattered throughout the Death Star region. These wormholes are densely packed and appear unpredictably, with no one knowing their destinations. The vast majority of vessels that enter them never return. The diminishing detection range of spacecraft has rendered space travelers nearly incapable of reacting upon encountering danger. Coupled with the abundance of space pirates in this area, by the time one becomes aware of their presence, escape is often impossible. Amidst the stars, your long-range sniping efforts here are likely futile. The effective range of laser sniper rifles barely reaches 50 kilometers. And prior testing is essential to calculate the refraction index of the laser before any long-range firing. Xia Xingchen furrowed her brow, visibly troubled. Ahead lies the renowned Death Sea Hotel, said Ming. We can rest there, savor the local delicacies, and explore the markets of the Death Star region, while also gathering some intelligence. However, the costs here are exorbitant. Captain, the decision rests with you. Through the cockpit windows, they beheld a spindle-shaped medium-sized space station. Its size less than a quarter of that of the Watcher Star Station. Above the spindle-shaped disk, there were 30 or so docking bays, while below, over 40 vessels were berthed. The upper docking bays, reserved for high-class vessels, charged a staggering daily fee of 5 million star coins for Armada spacecraft, while the lower bays, which accommodated ordinary ships, charged 2 million star coins per day. This is nothing short of extortion, Zhang Yingying exclaimed. What distinguishes these two types of docking bays? The upper-tier bays are manned by dedicated security personnel, ensuring absolute safety for the vessels docked there. In contrast, the lower tiers lack such guardians. It is worth noting that a significant number of space pirates frequent this locale, while overt robbery is uncommon. Petty theft and sabotage aboard vessels are nearly inevitable, explained Vivian. Are there really space pirates here? How does that happen? Doesn't the military intervene? Xia Xingchen inquired, intrigued. Vivian then provided a detailed account of the Death Sea Hotel's origins. Currently, the Galactic Empire's hotel industry is dominated by the Cosmic Hotel Group, which boasts millions of hotels and resorts across the galaxy. 3 centuries ago, a fervor for exploring the Death Star region gripped humanity, with hundreds of spacecraft venturing into the area daily. Seizing this opportunity, the Cosmic Hotel Group invested heavily and spent decades establishing the Death Sea Hotel on the periphery of the Death Star region. However, the gruesome fates of those early explorers extinguished the enthusiasm for such ventures, with only a few exploratory vessels now daring to approach this treacherous domain each day. However, the Star Pirates gradually became regular patrons of this hotel. The Death Star Sea Hotel not only offers services such as docking, supply replenishment, loot liquidation, and leisure for ordinary space adventurers, but also provides money laundering, fencing, arms black market, and hostage redemption intermediary services for those Star Pirates. To maintain a stable operational order, the Death Star Sea Hotel and its surrounding 50-kilometer radius strictly prohibit any form of violence. Otherwise, they would face devastating retaliation from the hotel. The hotel boasts an escort fleet consisting of 2 heavy cruisers and 50 medium cruisers, as well as thousands of Mecha units. While military warships regularly traverse between the hotel and the Watchtower space station, the Star Pirates are notably compliant with the established order. Should they find themselves on the hotel's blacklist, their ability to fence stolen goods and replenish supplies would be severely compromised, especially given the harsh space environment that renders them unable to remain on their pirate vessels indefinitely. Furthermore, docking in the premium berth area and all expenditures within the hotel, including auction item fees, enjoy a generous 20% discount, as Vivian added. Now, let us proceed to the premium docking area. Here, safety is paramount, so everyone should take the opportunity to relax and explore. After all, we aim to eliminate a few Star Pirates later, said Xia Xingchen. With over 10 billion star coins in his account, a sum derived from his dividends after deducting the cost of purchasing a spaceship, he had no financial worries, especially since their current mission had already vanquished numerous Star Pirates, yielding substantial rewards. Chapter 154. Ambush. The spaceship settled in the premium docking area, whereupon space engineering mechas promptly arrived to assist with securing the vessel. The group disembarked, and Xia Xingchen prepaid 5 days of docking fees, which would be refundable if unused. They boarded a shuttle vehicle, departing the dock for the core area of the space station. Xia Xingchen directly reserved a luxurious suite, costing 500,000 star coins per day. This opulent suite featured 4 independent bedrooms, a conference room, a dining area, and an expansive observation deck. After settling their luggage, the group exited their accommodation and stepped onto the bustling streets of the space station. The atmosphere was lively, with a myriad of individuals in various attire jostling against one another, many of whom bore fierce expressions and wielded an array of weapons, unmistakably indicating their identities as Star Pirates. The group consisted of striking young men and women, around 20 years of age, alongside a notably tall blue-skinned alien, who attracted considerable attention. Not far behind them, a menacing gaze fixated on Xia Xingchen. Unbeknownst to this individual, his scrutiny had already been detected by Xia Xingchen. This man was a towering African-American figure, his physique well-muscled. He was none other than Hollier, the elite Mecha master who had been thoroughly beaten by Xia Xingchen and Freya over a year ago on Watchtower Star. Back then, in the Desert Goddess Bar at the Sandstorm base, Hollier and a few of his underlings had attempted to provoke Freya, only to have her deliver a devastating kick to his groin, leaving him in excruciating pain. The medical expenses had drained years of his savings, and one of his subordinates had been shot dead by Li Pai while attempting to ambush Xia Xingchen from behind. He had left Watchtower Star in disgrace. For over a year, he had been consumed by thoughts of vengeance. However, Summer Xingchen was an active duty soldier, rendering him unable to act against him under the watchful eyes of the Star of Vigilance. Yet, upon encountering him in this lawless realm of the Death Star, a fierce desire to eliminate Summer Xingchen surged within him. Nevertheless, Summer remained utterly unconcerned about his retribution. A year prior, he had barely triumphed over Hollier using his insight skills, but after extensive training under Colonel Belisi and Master Qin, his abilities had evolved to a level far beyond that of Hollier. Furthermore, he was accompanied by Ho Chung, a martial artist of even greater prowess. Having sparred multiple times with Ho Chung, Summer was acutely aware that his skills paled in comparison to Ho S, who had trained since childhood and endured the crucible of life and death. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, the group continued their leisurely stroll, heading toward the nearby park. Following a prolonged journey through the cosmos, the chance to breathe fresh air and bask in the greenery was indeed a delightful reprieve. However, the park was nearly deserted. At that moment, both Ho Chung and Perlo sensed danger as a dozen individuals began to encircle them from all directions. Xingchen, we are in peril. We may be ambushed. Perlo cautioned. 20 in total. The leader is someone with whom I've had a conflict, Summer replied. Ho Chung, eager for action, declared, Xingchen, you cannot take him from me. I've been itching for a fight for over a month. Summer nodded. Leave the leader to me. You can handle the remaining 19. You go. Ensure the safety of our two lovely ladies. Perlo, record everything for evidence. Understood, Master Yugo responded. I began recording the moment I sensed trouble, Perlo added, his electronic eye capable of capturing footage at a mere thought. As the assailants drew nearer, most wielded weapons such as daggers, iron rods, and chains. Observing this, Ho Chung pressed his fingers together and struck the nearby railing with two swift hand chops, severing a 2-meter length of the thick alloy pipe. With the iron rod in hand, he felt a sense of reassurance, knowing that even if 20 more foes approached, he would remain unafraid. Soon, the two groups converged, closing the distance to less than 5 meters. Stop right there, brat. Hollier shouted. Is it you? What do you want and why block our path? Have you forgotten what you did on the Star of Vigilance? U1T escaped today. I will make you wish you were never born. Hollier seethed through gritted teeth. That was merely a misunderstanding. Name your terms. What must we do for you to let us go? Summer teased. Seeing Summer seemingly capitulate, Hollier felt a surge of triumph. As he raised his gaze to behold the alluring Vivian and the petite, charming Zhang Yingying behind Summer, his desires spiraled out of control. Letting you off is simple. The three of you kneel and lick my shoes. Then allow the two enchanting ladies behind you to entertain me and my brothers for a few days, and lastly, compensate me with 500 million star coins. Only then will I consider sparing you. Hollier brazenly articulated his outrageous demands. Chapter 155. Judgment. Hollier proposed that Xia Xingchen and his companions kneel and lick his shoes, demanding Vivian and Zhang Yingying accompany him and his subordinates to bed, while also insisting that Xia Xingchen compensate him with 500 million star coins. A cruel smile spread across Xia Xingchen's face, suggesting that once was not enough for Hollier, who seemed eager to suffer again. Hollier, having been struck where it hurt, was filled with rage. The last time his manhood had been crushed, his subordinates had ridiculed him behind his back. Now this incident was being raised again for mockery, and he could no longer endure it. You're doomed, kid, Hollier shouted, abruptly springing to his feet and launching a flying kick aimed at Xia Xingchen's head. His attack was executed with lethal intent, as he clearly sought to end Xia Xingchen's life. However, in Xia Xingchen's eyes, Hollier's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion, revealing numerous flaws. He ducked to evade the flying kick and executed a sideways strike, landing a precise blow to Hollier's waist. Ah! Hollier cried out in agony as he was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily against the garden's railing, unable to rise again. Xia Xingchen showed no mercy. He had been taught by Qin Ren and Colonel Belisi that mercy towards an enemy is cruelty to oneself. Witnessing their leader falter, his subordinates rushed in, brandishing their weapons towards Xia Xingchen and his companions. Yet, before they could close the distance, Ho Chang charged forward with a wild scream. Wielding a nearly 2-meter-long alloy steel pipe, he met their daggers and iron rods with devastating force, sending them flying. Those struck by the pipe found themselves with broken limbs. And within a minute, none of Hollier's subordinates remained standing. The ground was littered with groaning bodies, some with arms and legs violently torn away. Victims of Ho Chang's ferocious strikes, sharp as blades. Xia Xingchen disregarded the fallen thugs and approached the struggling Hollier directly. He delivered a powerful kick to Hollier's chest, sending him sprawling over 5 meters to the ground. Severely injured, Hollier broke 4 ribs and sustained damage to his lumbar vertebrae, leaving him unable to rise. At that moment, Miss Vivian charged in, raising her elegant leg clad in high-heeled military boots, and stomped down mercilessly between Hollier's legs, producing a sound of shattering. As she stomped, she shouted, "If you dare to ask me to accompany you, I shall indeed do so." With each declaration, she delivered another stomp, rendering Hollier unconscious from the pain. The presence of all male witnesses instinctively led them to clutch their legs tightly. Suddenly, the shrill sound of sirens pierced the air as a fully armed security team, comprised of dozens of personnel, rushed in, weapons drawn and aimed at the group, accompanied by a police mech. The lead officer announced, "You have employed force at the Death Star Sea Hotel, a severe violation of this establishment's regulations. I demand you immediately lower your weapons and submit to judgment and punishment. Should you dare to resist, you will be executed on the spot." Xia Xingchen stepped forward, asserting, "We are well aware of your regulations. In the face of violent aggression, one is entitled to justifiable self-defense. This group of individuals resorted to extortion and harassment, attempting to seize our companions, and it was they who initiated the violence. As you have witnessed, over 20 of them assaulted our mere 6. We were merely acting in self-defense." The soldier who approached could not help but frown at the sight of the dismembered limbs before him. "Regardless of who the true victims are, you must accompany us to the courthouse for judgment. The presiding judge will determine your guilt based on the circumstances at hand. It is worth noting that this establishment is equipped with surveillance cameras. No innocent soul shall be wronged, nor shall any wrongdoer escape justice." Xia Xingchen nodded, acknowledging the soldier's assertion regarding the pervasive surveillance. The reason Hollier chose this location was due to his underlings' belief that there were no cameras present. However, Xia Xingchen, utilizing his insight skill, discerned numerous surveillance devices cleverly concealed within the grass, atop the lampposts, and even hidden in the skies above. He gestured towards Ho Chang, who then skillfully twirled a metal rod before casually tossing it into a flower bed, where it embedded itself over a meter deep into the ground. "Lead the way," Xia Xingchen instructed. The soldier at the forefront, observing the formidable demeanor of the group amidst the tragic scene, recognized their exceptional combat abilities and the potential for danger. Given their willingness to cooperate, he felt reluctant to insist on handcuffing them. Meanwhile, those on the ground were dragged like stray dogs by the soldiers to the hospital within the Death Star Sea Hotel for emergency treatment, the costs of which were undoubtedly exorbitant. What if they can't afford the fees? Well, there were always mechas and spaceships to be auctioned off on the spot to cover medical expenses. There would be plenty of space pirates willing to pay. The 6 were loaded onto an armored magnetic levitation transport vehicle, and after half an hour, they arrived at a building resembling the size of a sports arena. The entrance was adorned with an emblem depicting a sword and a scale. Upon entering, they discovered a courtroom-like structure with over 50 spectator seats. Precisely as described by the soldier, a hall of judgment. Seated at the judge's dais was a dignified elder, nearing 70, with a stern expression as he scrutinized the individuals before him. Flanking the courtroom were dozens of fully armed soldiers. The figure occupying the judge's seat was named Merc. He was a high-ranking mech officer and the supreme authority of the Cosmic Hotel Group within the Death Star region, as well as the commander of the armed forces of the Cosmic Star Sea Hotel, tasked with maintaining order within the establishment. Merc scrutinized the group and inquired of the soldiers who had brought them why they had not been handcuffed and what of the opposing party. "Report to you, Judge Merc." One soldier began. "This Mr. Xia Xingchen claims they were attacked and were merely defending themselves. Furthermore, Mr. Xia has been quite cooperative. We wish to avoid escalating misunderstandings or causing further damage. Hence we brought him and his companions directly to the courtroom." His eloquent words subtly implied that this group was formidable and that they preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Judge Merck nodded, immediately grasping the soldier's implication. He then called up the footage from the incident, and the surveillance video began to play on the large screen. From the footage, it is evident that two factions encountered each other, exchanged a few words, and, upon a disagreement, commenced fighting. However, the two individuals seemed to be slaughtering the 20 others. Chief Judge Merkel furrowed his brow, observing from the video that this was a brawl, not a case of justifiable self-defense, and deemed the evidence insufficient. Please hold on. Your Honor, Pirlo stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the large screen. As the electronic eye automatically transmitted a segment of video from the playback device. This recording, made by Pirlo, captured the entire sequence from the moment they discovered the assailants, including all dialogues. After viewing it, Merkel nodded. The footage clearly documented the entire event. He officially declared that based on the video evidence, Xia Xingchen and the others were indeed acting in self-defense, and thus, this court finds you not guilty. However, this individual has damaged the park facilities and is to be fined 1 million star coins. He gestured towards Ho Chung, whose expression immediately turned sour. Thank you, Your Honor, for your keen insight. We shall remit the fine forthwith. Xia Xingchen replied with a smile. Your Honor, the ships we docked in the high-end area are subject to an 80% discount as per regulations, exclaimed the financially minded Lady Vivian, causing Chief Judge Merkel to nearly bite his own tongue. It appeared that no one had ever dared to haggle with the chief judge. Yet such a stipulation indeed seemed to exist. 80%, then the fine shall be 800,000, he concluded. Court is adjourned. Chapter 156. Accepting the mission as the group exited the courtroom, they were all intrigued by the experience. However, the situation was dire for Holier and his companions. The exorbitant medical expenses for over 20 people loomed over them, compounded by the fact that they had violated the use of force at the Death Star Sea Hotel, which would result in the confiscation of their spacecraft and all their possessions. Consequently, they would be sold into servitude on other mining planets. The commercial district of the Death Star Sea Hotel was arguably the most attractive aspect of the area, featuring established shops, an auction center, street vendors, and even a mission release center. Notably, this mission release center was not managed by mercenary organizations, but was instead established under the auspices of the Death Star Sea Hotel. Here, even space pirates could post and complete missions to earn rewards. Xia Xingchen instructed Ho Chung and Pirlo to take the two young ladies on an enjoyable excursion through the commercial district, while he accompanied Hugo to explore the missions available. By purchasing a dedicated mission reading terminal and registering an account, one could readily inquire about and accept missions through the Hotel's local network. Of course, a management fee of 15 was also applicable. Xia Xingchen acquired one himself, perusing the available missions, the majority of which involved locating specific materials, such as rare ores, found only in the depths of the Death Star region. The second most common requests were for various weapons. The sources of armament for space pirates were limited. Aside from theft, purchasing and exchanging weapons here was a prevalent practice. The third most frequent missions involved seeking vengeance. Daily, there were dramatic confrontations unfolding between space pirates and adventurers, as well as among the pirates themselves and between the military and pirates, where the cycle of kill or be killed perpetuated. Additionally, individuals would issue bounties on each other, and one could never know when a certain interstellar hero might rise to eliminate the villain, or at the very least, cause considerable annoyance to their adversaries. However, a notable characteristic of these tasks is that there is no need to pre-accept any particular assignment, as long as one can achieve the task's objective. Rewards can be claimed at any time. Xia Xingchen had a general understanding of the tasks posted here when a specific assignment suddenly caught his eye: recruiting advanced mech repair specialists for the assembly of a mech, located in the premium docking area of the Death Star Sea Hotel. If the assembly were unsuccessful, a reward of 50 million star coins would still be granted, while a successful assembly would yield 500 million star coins. Xia Xingchen felt intrigued, not merely for the sake of the reward, but because he had not assembled a mech in quite some time and was eager to engage in the craft, a sentiment easily understood by many in technical fields who often harbor such professional afflictions. He accepted the task and scanned his advanced mech repair technician identification card with a reader. 3 minutes later, several individuals appeared before him. They were clad in rather ordinary space vessel work attire, with a young girl at the forefront, wearing a mask that obscured the upper half of her face. It was evident that she was exceptionally beautiful. One of the individuals behind her approached, holding a reader, and regarded Xia Xingchen with a hint of skepticism. The young man appeared too youthful to be a mid-level mech repair technician, let alone an advanced one. As for the tall alien beside him, it was even more improbable, as he had never heard of a Talaran being capable of repairing mechs. After a moment, realizing there were no other individuals around, they returned to Xia Xingchen. The girl inquired, "Are you Xia Xingchen, the mech repair technician?" "Indeed, that is I," he replied. "You are an advanced mech repair technician?" she asked hesitantly. Xia Xingchen produced his advanced mech repair technician identification card and handed it to her. She scrutinized it carefully before bowing deeply. "Mr. Xia, I apologize for our oversight. It's quite all right. My youth may have led to your disbelief, which is understandable. I have grown accustomed to it. Shall we proceed to view the mech? May I ask how I should address you?" Xia Xingchen remarked. "You may call me Chen Xinger," the girl responded. "Right this way, Mr. Xia," she gestured invitingly. "Just Xia Xingchen or Xingchen will suffice. Please do not refer to me as Mr. I'm not that old yet," he replied, boarding a luxurious shuttle with her as they made their way to the premium docking area. Along the way, he notified Zhang Yingying and the others through his personal terminal, allowing them to explore freely without concern. Moreover, the Death Star Sea Hotel provided assurance services for such recruitment tasks. Should any ill-intentioned individual attempt to abduct a mech repair technician, the hotel would not remain passive. The shuttle arrived before Chen Xinger's docking area, which housed an old-style CES-class heavy space mech cruiser. This cruiser was notably large among heavy cruisers, capable of accommodating 80 mechs. Instead of boarding the cruiser, the group proceeded to a warehouse situated beneath the docking area. This warehouse was also available for the use of the ship's owner, allowing for the temporary storage of various supplies. At this moment, the warehouse was filled to the brim with various supplies. And a dedicated area had been established featuring 5 mecha maintenance workstations, surrounded by a plethora of mecha components. A group of technicians was engaged in a heated debate around a large screen. Chen Xinger ushered Xia Xingchen to a nearby lounge, personally pouring him a cup of coffee and presenting him with electronic blueprints. Upon seeing the mecha before him, Xia Xingchen's heart raced, for the design that appeared was none other than the private mecha, Bloody Queen, meticulously crafted by the venerable old fry for Freya at the Star-Watching Desert Base many years ago. "Ms. Chensinger, might I inquire as to the source of this design blueprint?" Xia Xingchen asked. "Please do not misunderstand. It resembles a private mecha belonging to a dear friend of mine. This was procured at a premium from the black market, costing over 10 billion star coins," Chen Xinger responded. "Oh, I see." Xia Xingchen's spirits dipped slightly. Nevertheless, he compelled himself to continue examining the blueprint. As he scrutinized the designs, his brow furrowed deeply, and he remained silent for an extended period. After more than an hour, Xia Xingchen set the blueprint aside and rubbed his eyes. "So, Master Xia, what seems to be the issue?" Chen Xinger inquired eagerly. Meanwhile, the technicians outside, having heard of the arrival of a senior mecha maintenance expert, were filled with curiosity. However, upon realizing that this so-called expert was a remarkably young individual, some were taken aback, while others regarded him with skepticism and disdain. Upon hearing Chen Xinger's question, they fell silent, awaiting Xia Xingchen's response. Chapter 157. The issues with the mecha confronted by Chen Xinger's inquiry and the skeptical gazes of the other mecha technicians, Xia Xingchen delivered his verdict. "This design is utterly worthless. How could such a mecha ever engage in battle?" He stated bluntly from a professional standpoint. "Preposterous. Who does this arrogant child think he is? A mere charlatan." The reception to Xia Xingchen's assessment was akin to tossing a lit match into a powder keg, igniting the atmosphere with outrage. The mid-level mecha technicians were incensed, as the blueprints were the result of their collective efforts, and they prided themselves on being the finest technicians in the Death Star Sea Hotel region. Naturally, they could not tolerate such disparagement. "You young brat, I do not know where you hail from, but if you deem our designs to be worthless, then you must substantiate your claims, or we shall not let this matter rest," one of the elder technicians proclaimed. Presently, there were no senior mecha maintenance experts within the entire Death Star Sea Hotel, as they were unwilling to venture into such a perilous and desolate locale. This elder technician was among the most skilled in the vicinity of the Death Star region. Xia Xingchen cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent as he retrieved an electronic writing pen and began to amend the electronic blueprints. The changes were projected on a large screen. Gradually, the group fell silent as Xia Xingchen deleted all the modifications they had made to the mech, restoring it to its original form. After more than an hour, the blueprint of the mech prominently displayed the true appearance of the Bloody Queen mech. The seasoned technician stood astounded. "This is the true visage of the mech you altered, Ms. Chun Xing'er. If I am not mistaken, what you have acquired is merely the maintenance blueprint of the mech, rather than the comprehensive design schematics," Xia Xingchen inquired. Chun Xing'er nodded in disbelief, and the faces of the technicians reflected a similar incredulity. Generally, mech blueprints are categorized into two types. One being the complete design schematic, which meticulously details the dimensions, materials, assembly sequence, and other design parameters for each component of the mech. The maintenance blueprint, in contrast, is rather rudimentary, with many aspects and parameters only vaguely indicated. Some critical specifications and diagrams pertaining to core components are even omitted. Typically, newly manufactured mechs or those owned privately present this maintenance blueprint for repairs. Indeed, what Chun Xing'er possessed was the maintenance blueprint for the Bloody Queen mech, and based on this, the half-baked technicians had attempted modifications according to the mech designer's specifications, resulting in a disjointed abomination that couldn't even initiate properly. "If I am not mistaken, your mech designer is a psychic with an ice attribute. I can discern this from their modification designs," Xia Xingchen continued. Upon hearing this, all the other mech technicians present were left speechless. If Xia Xingchen's earlier restoration of the mech design had already captivated many, now, with mere blueprints, he had accurately identified the mech designer's identity and requirements, leaving them in awe. "You are absolutely correct, Master Xia Xingchen. How do you propose we resolve this matter?" Chun Xing'er asked eagerly. "The design philosophies of this mech are in direct conflict with the requirements set forth by the mech designer, rendering your modification design utterly nonsensical. Even the operating system cannot be compatible, and the mech cannot be activated. Therefore, a redesign is the only solution," Xia Xingchen expressed his opinion. The other mech designers, upon hearing this, hung their heads in shame. The eldest among them bowed deeply to Xia Xingchen in apology. "Let's proceed this way, Master. In addition to the 500 million star coins, I shall offer an extra 1.5 billion star coins for your assistance in redesigning this mech. I implore you," Chun Xing'er stated urgently. The expressions of the other mech designers were complex, filled with envy and resentment. However, they were powerless. In this industry, skill reigns supreme. The ability to earn such a sum is a testament to one's expertise. If your skills do not measure up, acquiring such wealth, even when it lies before you, is no simple feat. Xia Xingchen pondered for a moment and said, "Ms. Xing'er, how about this? Please return and provide me with a mech designer's profile, including their physical data, combat habits, and information regarding their abilities. I shall complete the design of the modified mech within 5 days. Subsequently, over the course of the next month, my companions and I will venture to the periphery of the Death Star domain. During this time, I entrust you to customize the mech's components, and I will reach out to you after a month to assist in assembling the mech." After pondering for a moment, Chun Xing'er replied, "That is indeed feasible. However, the Death Star domain is rife with space pirates, and its celestial conditions are exceedingly perilous, rendering it unsuitable for interstellar navigation. Master, it would be prudent for you to remain here, where I shall cover all your expenses. My apologies, Miss Xing, but my companions and I have come here for the purpose of undertaking missions and honing our skills. Remaining here would be akin to a flower sheltered in a greenhouse. As for my safety, there is no need for concern. My companions and I are all skilled mech engineers." The crowd was once again astonished by Xia Xingchen's revelation. A skilled mech engineer, particularly one proficient in advanced repairs, is indeed a rarity. Such individuals are not commonplace, for human energy is limited and expertise is often specialized. To excel in two distinct fields is a testament to extraordinary talent, far surpassing the mere label of genius. After much contemplation, Chun Xing'er finally resolved herself. She pulled Xia Xingchen aside and said, "Master Xia Xingchen, let me be frank. We are the largest armed organization at the edge of the Death Star domain, known as the Free Sanctuary. However, we are not akin to ordinary space pirates. While we do engage in certain acts of robbery, we never harm the lives of travelers. In fact, we are sworn enemies of the space pirates. When we encounter them, we leave no survivors, and, on average, we eliminate dozens of pirate factions each year. I had already surmised that. The Sela-class heavy cruiser docked nearby must be your flagship, the Liberty Goddess, Xia Xingchen replied, having long since committed the information about surrounding pirates to memory. Yet, several questions lingered in his mind. Why do you spare the lives of travelers while ruthlessly dealing with other pirates? I find this perplexing. Is there a particular reason behind this? Chun Xing fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, she cautiously inquired, Xingchen, what is your perspective on the relationship between miners and free citizens? She gazed at him anxiously, eager for his response. Chapter 158. Agreement to collaborate. Chun Xing was exceedingly anxious to ascertain Xia Xingchen's views on the relationship between miners and free citizens. She wished to leverage the influence of the Free Sanctuary to safeguard him as he prepared to enter the Death Star domain. However, if Xia Xingchen held animosity towards miners, their collaboration would be untenable, and even the design work for the mech would be jeopardized. Thus, she awaited his answer with bated breath. I believe that categorizing individuals based on their origins into hierarchies is profoundly unreasonable and cruel. It is fundamentally unjust and inhumane, for a person's origin is beyond their control. Do not inquire as to why I hold this belief. 3 years ago, my father and I were both miners struggling to survive in the mines of Manastar. If it were not for my fortunate encounters and the assistance of noble benefactors, I would have long since become the excrement of a monstrous beast. Summer Xingchen recalled that harrowing chapter of his past. Had it not been for the peculiar pyramid, he could scarcely imagine what fate awaited him. How splendid! Chun Xing exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy, only to subsequently feel a pang of embarrassment at her own exuberance. I did not mean to suggest that being a miner is a good thing. Rather, I find myself at a loss for words. Oh dear, let me clarify. We are not star pirates, but rather a resistance organization for miners. A faction of the Galactic Freedom Army. Our plundering activities here are born of necessity. We strive merely to sustain ourselves while continuing the fight against the Galactic Empire, working tirelessly for the freedom of miners. In contrast, the Star Pirates regard miners as less than human, treating them with a cruelty surpassing that of animals. Hence, we spare no pirate in our quest for justice. Chun Xing, in her urgency, revealed their true identity. You are the Galactic Freedom Army? Then allow me to pose a question, Miss Chun Xing, and I hope you will answer me truthfully as it pertains to the potential for our continued collaboration. Summer Xingchen gazed intently into her eyes, his demeanor serious. Chun Xing nodded in response. In recent months, the Galactic Empire has experienced numerous terrorist attacks, targeting major corporations and high-ranking officials. Were these acts perpetrated by your Galactic Freedom Army? I seek the genuine answer. Chun Xing's gaze dimmed. After a long pause, she replied, Xingchen, I am uncertain how I can earn your trust. I can only offer the truth. Several months ago, the assassination attempt on Prince Nicholas at the Tianyuan Star Canal Space Station was indeed orchestrated by our Galactic Freedom Army. At that time, our organization was divided. A faction of radicals planned the attack, ostensibly to prevent war. Not long before, Prince Nicholas had bombarded a mining planet to quell a miners' uprising, resulting in the deaths of over 80 million miners. This very incident sparked a rift within the Galactic Freedom Army regarding the use of terrorist tactics for assassination. I, along with a group of rational individuals within the army, retreated to remote star systems to develop our strength in silence, all the while evading retribution from the Empire and Prince Nicholas. I can assert with confidence that apart from this incident, all other attacks have been perpetrated under the guise of the Galactic Freedom Army by that cunning old fox, Nicholas. We had no motivation to engage in such actions, and the repercussions have been dire, leading to the destruction of nearly 80% of our forces and causing many miners to distance themselves from us. Summer Xingchen continued. Chun Xing, I pose one final question. If one day a civil war were to erupt between the current Galactic Empire and Prince Nicholas, could your Galactic Freedom Army set aside its grudges and join forces with the government to combat Nicholas together? Chun Xing nodded vigorously, expressing a consensus among the various factions within the Galactic Free Army and other mining resistance organizations regarding Prince Nicholas. He is the foremost enemy of all miners. Should Nicholas ascend as the ruler of the Empire, it would spell disaster for the entire mining community, as he would seek to annihilate them all. We have conducted a character analysis of him, and anyone who obstructs his ambitions will be mercilessly eliminated. Here, I dare to assure you that if civil war were to erupt, we would not hinder the government forces. As long as they do not seize the opportunity to target us, we might even contemplate cooperating to some extent. Upon hearing Chen Xing'er's response, Xia Xingchen felt a sense of relief. Based on her analysis and the intelligence he had gathered, he believed that Chen Xing'er was being sincere. They exchanged personal contact numbers, and she promised to transmit the Mecha unit's information to him shortly. Subsequently, Chen Xing'er personally escorted Xia Xingchen back to his residence. Later that day, she returned to her flagship, the heavy cruiser Liberty Goddess. Chen Xing'er was merely a pseudonym. Her real name was Chen Tingting, the daughter of the leader of the Galactic Free Army. Since the assassination attempt on Nicholas at Tianyuan Star, the two major factions of the Galactic Free Army had diverged. To preserve their strength, Chen Tingting scattered her father's followers across various remote star systems to evade the Galactic Empire's crackdown. She herself ventured into the Death Star region, adopting the alias Chen Xing'er, where she expanded her ranks through piracy while simultaneously training her troops and eliminating space bandits. Entering her quarters on the ship, which she shared with her close friend Natalia, she exclaimed, "Sister Natalia, your new mecha has hope." Today we contacted a skilled mecha technician. He may be young, but his expertise is remarkable. He immediately identified the issues with your mecha. He has agreed to help us redesign it, and in just a month, you shall have your new mecha. Thank you, Tingting. You are so kind, Natalia replied gratefully. Sister, do not say that. Rescuing you is a mere trifle, and you have saved me twice since then. We are even now. We are sisters, and we shall no longer speak of debts between us. I heard that the skilled mecha technician is very young. Just how young is he? Natalia asked curiously. Look, here he is, Chen Tingting said, projecting a photo she had secretly taken of him onto the wall's display. ISN, he handsome? Chapter 159. The Revived Queen curious about the young mecha technician. Natalia scrutinized the image projected on the wall. Upon seeing the youthful and striking face, she felt an unsettling sense of familiarity, as though she had encountered him before. She strained to recall where she might have seen him. Xia Xingchen? Where had she come across him? Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through her head. Sister Natalia, what is the matter? With a sudden onset of pain, Chen Tingting rushed over to support her. I am fine, Natalia said, taking a deep breath, as her thoughts drifted into the past. A year ago, Chen Tingting had arrived at Watchstar, accompanied by dozens of guards, under the pretense of exterminating insects as adventurers. They landed in a small spacecraft, which was remarkably advanced, capable of taking off and landing directly in the gravity and atmospheric conditions of Watchstar. Their ship was docked in a vast lake adjacent to the landing base. However, the very next day after their arrival, Yuri and Andre launched a retaliatory assault on the Sand Thief base and executed a cunning escape. At that moment, the Star Pirate Mechs struck the docked vessel on the lake's surface without hesitation. Chen Tingting, acting decisively, commanded the ship to plunge urgently, submerging it to the lake's depths, thus averting destruction at the hands of the Sand Pirate Mechs. They concealed themselves at the bottom, cautiously observing the unfolding battle through a periscope. Soon after, Colonel Belisi and Freya hurried to the scene, engaging fiercely with both the Sand Pirates and Andre's subordinates. Amidst the chaos, Andre's vengeful wolf mech ambushed Freya's wrench too, striking it with 4 laser beams, resulting in its immediate disintegration above the lake's surface. The massive explosion tore apart the cockpit, severely injuring Freya's head from the shockwave, rendering her unconscious. In that critical moment, Freya's latent psychic power suddenly erupted. Not long before, after sharing an intimate moment with Xia Xingchen, both had experienced a breakthrough to level 20 in their mental prowess. While Xia Xingchen acquired the new skill of psychic projection, Freya remained unchanged. As the awakening of such powers was exceedingly rare, and not everyone displayed their abilities immediately upon reaching level 20, often it required a catalyst. At that perilous juncture, Freya encountered the pivotal moment for her psychic awakening. Although she fell into unconsciousness, her body's instinct to confront danger triggered an explosive release of psychic energy. A wave of frigid air emanated from her, instantly crystallizing the surrounding moisture into a colossal ice block, remarkably sturdy. This block withstood the violent shock waves from the explosion, preserving her life. However, its immense density caused it to slowly sink to the lake's bottom, eventually resting beside Chen Tingting's spacecraft. Without delay, Xia Xingchen commanded the mechanical arms to retrieve the ice block into the ship. It took 3 full days for the ice to gradually melt away, revealing the battered form of Freya. Xia Xingchen ordered her to be placed in a biological treatment chamber to avoid drawing the military's attention and to conceal their identities. Xia Xingchen and her companions discreetly departed from Watchstar. 5 days later, Freya slowly awakened from her slumber. However, her brain had sustained severe damage. She could not recall who she was or where she was, her intellect seemingly diminished to that of 5-year-old. Xia Xingchen took Freya under her wing, caring for her tenderly, and bestowed upon her a new name, Natalia. In ancient Earth language, Natalia means the goddess of resurrection. By giving her this name, Xia Xingchen aimed to inspire her to embrace a new beginning. In the year that followed, Freya was frequently plagued by headaches, although their occurrence gradually diminished. Each time she experienced a headache, she would reminisce about certain past events. However, she remained unable to recall her identity or origins. Meanwhile, Xia Xingchen was tirelessly reaching out to local representatives of miners across the Galactic Empire, encountering numerous perils along the way, including assaults by space pirates and sieges orchestrated by the Empire. The most perilous incident occurred when she found herself surrounded, only to be rescued by Natalia, who had commandeered a mech for the purpose. Such rescues transpired on several occasions, forging a bond between the two akin to that of sisters. In order to enhance Natalia's combat capabilities, Xia Xingchen resolved to construct a personal mech for her. When they rescued Freya, they discovered she was in possession of a data storage device containing schematics for the Bloody Queen and Wrench No. 2's maintenance and repair. Xia Xingchen subsequently arranged for her mech technicians to modify the Bloody Queen. However, these rather mediocre technicians failed to comprehend the design philosophy of Old Fry, and their presumptuous alterations were destined to become a source of ridicule. Following Xia Xingchen's instructions, Xia Xingchen collected Freya's mech piloting data. Upon receiving it, Xia Xingchen immersed himself in his work within his quarters. The endeavor proved to be quite lucrative, and he directed his crew to continue their leisurely shopping while he devoted himself to the design of a psychic mech. Xia Xingchen extensively researched materials in the Academy's library regarding psychic mechs. The principal challenge in designing such a mech lay in accurately capturing its attributes. For instance, Freya's Bloody Queen leaned towards a fire attribute, while the current task aimed to manifest an ice-based psychic ability, which presented considerable difficulties. Gazing upon the mech before him, Xia Xingchen resolved to execute the project with utmost diligence. Due to material constraints, Freya's Bloody Queen had not been restored in the past, and Xia Xingchen determined to use this mech as a means to compensate for that bygone regret. Chapter 160. The threat of the Brotherhood of Space Pirates. Xia Xingchen settled into a focused mindset, commencing his mech design with the dedication befitting a creator crafting for Freya. 3 days swiftly passed, culminating in the emergence of a brand new mech before him. Xia Xingchen contacted Xia Xingchen, who dispatched an associate to escort him to the high docking bay area. Upon arrival, Xia Xingchen inserted the data storage device into the holographic display, activating the holographic laser apparatus, which unveiled a 3-dimensional image of a silver and blue mech. The other mech technicians in the warehouse gathered around in awe. Upon seeing the design blueprints, they were filled with admiration. Master Xia Xingchen, please bestow a name upon this mech, Xia Xingchen requested. This was a long-standing tradition within the Galactic Empire, granting designers the privilege of naming their creations, as each mech represented their pride and artistry. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Xingchen replied, "If I am not mistaken, Miss Chen Xinger, the mech's designer, is likely to be a female, correct?" Xia Xingchen nodded. "Then it shall be decided. This mech will be named the Frost Goddess Mech." Xia Xingchen contemplated for a moment before speaking. "A splendid name, Frost Goddess. Sister Natalia will undoubtedly appreciate it. I shall take my leave for now. You may proceed to customize the mech's components. I shall return in a month, and we can commence the assembly of the mech. I am not entirely familiar with your industrial foundation and technical prowess here. Thus, the blueprints for the mech include both high and low configurations for most components, allowing you to mix and match according to your actual circumstances." Xia Xingchen's considerations were remarkably thorough. Xia Xingchen nodded in gratitude. She then handed Xia Xingchen a data storage device. "Master Xia Xingchen, I strongly advise against venturing into the Death Star domain. It is exceedingly perilous. I sincerely hope you reconsider. However, should you insist on proceeding, please take this communication identifier. It can recognize our free sanctuary's vessels, and by integrating it into the communication system, our ships will not engage you. Should you require assistance, you may also seek aid from the free sanctuary. Additionally, too, 5 billion star coins have been transferred to your account. In truth, Chun Tingting could have easily paid half upfront, deferring the remainder until Xia Xingchen returned after assembling the mech. After all, Xia Xingchen was embarking on an adventure into the Death Star domain, should any misfortune befall him. Chun Tingting and her companions could save over 1 billion star coins. Yet, Chun Tingting insisted on settling the full amount in advance to convey her sincerity. Xia Xingchen tidied his belongings and returned to his lodgings, commencing his research on the itinerary for his departure the following day. He learned that every 5 days, several explorer ships would set off in a convoy towards the Death Star domain, dispersing upon reaching the safety corridor's terminus. This arrangement offered the advantage of avoiding pirate attacks before entering the perilous zones of the Death Star domain. Xia Xingchen intended to join such a convoy. Suddenly, the hotel front desk sent word that someone requested to meet him. Xia Xingchen welcomed the visitor into the parlor. An impeccably dressed, elderly gentleman with an air of nobility entered. However, his demeanor bore a condescending expression that Xia Xingchen found unappealing. "Greetings, Mr. Xia Xingchen. I am Luke. We have learned of your exceptional skills as a senior mech maintenance technician. My esteemed masters, Lords Alfonso and Alonso, wish to engage your services for the design and modification of several mechs." Although Luke spoke courteously, a hint of disdain was evident in his demeanor. Xia Xingchen furrowed his brow. His identity as a senior mech maintenance technician was well guarded, known only to the free sanctuary. And it was improbable that the Death Star Sea Hotel would disclose the privacy of task issuers or takers. Thus, Luke's identity could only point to one conclusion: a space pirate. They had been monitoring Xia Xingchen and the free sanctuary's every move, deducing his identity. "My apologies, but we already have a schedule in place and are about to depart. We truly lack the time to assist you." "I can only express my regrets," Xia Xingchen declined. "Young man, why not inquire about the price? Rest assured, whatever sum the Temple of Freedom offers, we are willing to double it." Luke smirked inwardly, having resolved that he would initially acquiesce to whatever price Xia Xingchen demanded. Once Xia completed his task, he would either eliminate or detain him, subsequently reclaiming the funds. The Death Star Sea Hotel was equipped solely with a local network, devoid of any celestial connectivity. Thus, finances could only be stored on financial data cards. Incapable of direct transfers, Luke was confident that Xia would not survive to return to the Watcher Star. "Sir, I have already stated that this is not a matter of money, but rather one of time. I suggest you seek more capable assistance." Xia Xingchen responded, somewhat helplessly. He was exceedingly reluctant to engage in transactions with space pirates, his assistance to Chun Tingting stemming solely from his empathy for the Miners' Liberation Organization. However, the demeanor of the elder before him was clearly not to his liking. The elderly man, known as Luke, was incensed. He served as the chief steward of the Brotherhood of Space Pirates, overseeing all affairs apart from combat. His standing within the Brotherhood was only second to the 2 young masters, and in the entirety of the Death Star Sea Hotel, only the Temple of Freedom, Aquino V. And Judge Merc dared to disregard him. The attitude of this seemingly insignificant high-grade mech technician was profoundly irksome to him. "Youth, do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Understand that in this deadly star domain, many perish each year, irrespective of status. Here, might reign supreme. It appears that no one here dares to disregard the Brotherhood of Space Pirates. Offending us will leave you beyond the aid of the Mech Repair Association or the military." Luke's face fell instantly as he threatened. "And so what? You are naught but a band of inconsequential space pirates, cowering like turtles in the corners of this deadly star domain, destined to meet a grim fate in the void. I advise you not to overreach, for there are many whom you cannot afford to provoke. The Grim Reaper does not spare you simply because of your age. It would be wise for you to tread carefully." Xia Xingchen's expression was like stone, his sharp retort nearly choking Luke. You are insufferable and too arrogant." Luke trembled with rage, yet he realized that his frail frame was no match for Xia Xingchen. Furthermore, the regulations of the Death Star Sea Hotel forbade his bodyguards from attacking Xia. "Enough, it's time for you to leave. I wish you a safe journey." Xia Xingchen regarded him coldly. "Ah, you infuriate me. Shall I call an ambulance for you?" Xia Xingchen taunted. Fuming, Luke stormed out, declaring, "Do not expect to leave the Death Star domain alive. Await your demise, boy. Chapter 161. Entering the Death Star domain as evening descended. The crew returned to their quarters. In recent days, they had engaged in considerable shopping, particularly the two ladies, whose expenditures exceeded 100 million star coins. Fortunately, Xia Xingchen, the generous benefactor, had bestowed several 100 million star coins as bonuses, allowing them to indulge their shopping whims fully. Perlo and Ho Chung made numerous trips to transport the spoils of their companions' purchases back to Black Hole 1. Xia Xingchen summoned them all to the living room to convene a meeting. I have two announcements to make, one good news and one bad news. I seek your counsel. The good news is that I have recently taken on a job designing mechs, and I've already completed the majority of it. The employer is quite generous, offering a reward of 5 billion star coins. I intend to distribute an additional 200 million star coins as bonuses to each of you, said Xia Xingchen. That's fantastic. I absolutely adore you, Xingchen, exclaimed Lady Vivian, jumping for joy. Xingchen, you're truly a wealthy benefactor, Perlo marveled. I haven't done much. My days have been spent accompanying two ladies on shopping excursions. It hardly seems fair to earn such a sum, Ho Chung replied, feeling somewhat bashful. There's no need to feel that way. We are partners, and I cannot let you go unrewarded, Xia Xingchen reassured him. Zhang Yingying, remaining composed, inquired of Xia Xingchen. What is the bad news you mentioned? We have drawn the attention of the brothers' Star Pirate Gang. This afternoon, one of their minor leaders approached me, requesting that I design modified mechs for their leader. I refused, unwilling to collaborate with pirates. As a result, he issued threats. If we continue to navigate the Death Star domain, we may very well face an assault from the brothers' Star Pirate Gang. I do not wish to place everyone in jeopardy, so I seek your counsel. Should we proceed with our original plan, or wait here for a month until the mechs are delivered and then return directly? Xia Xingchen laid out the situation they were confronting. Captain, I fear that even if you acquiesce to the pirates' demands, we may not escape unscathed. Moreover, we are already under their scrutiny. It's likely that the brothers' Star Pirate Gang has fortified their positions along our route back to Watchtower Star. Perhaps we should do the opposite of what they expect and venture deeper into the Death Star domain, striking back at the pirates to create chaos, which might facilitate our escape. Zhang Yingying offered her suggestion. We cannot simply retreat in disgrace. I have been out for nearly 2 months and have only engaged in one skirmish. Let's not forget, we embarked on this journey for experience. I propose we adhere to our original plan. If they seek us out, we shall no longer worry about finding the pirates. Ho Cheng's eyes sparkled with a fierce determination. I am indifferent, Perlo replied nonchalantly. Wherever the master goes, I shall follow. No. If we leave now, we risk losing a substantial bonus, Lady Vivian interjected. To her, the star coins seemed to outweigh life itself. Encountering such a generous employer as Xia Xingchen was a rare opportunity. A bit more effort could secure her financial security for life. She continued, besides, Captain, have you not noticed? The former owner of our ship, Black Hole No. 1, was quite eccentric. Our vessel possesses numerous features that he himself was unaware of and never disclosed to you. I assure you, with our ship's capabilities and my unparalleled piloting skills, the pirates would stand no chance of capturing us. Lady Vivian exuded confidence. Since everyone is in agreement, we shall depart first thing tomorrow morning. On the public platform of the local network at the Death Star Sea Hotel, 24 ships had already made contact, converging in the space outside the hotel. Together, they would enter the Death Star domain, traversing a relatively safe route, thereby effectively minimizing the risk of pirate disturbances. All the spacecraft have gathered, arranged in an orderly formation, their thrusters emitting flames as they gradually ascend into the cosmos. A day later, the vessels entered the realm of the Death Star. In half a day's time, they would reach the final safe zone, at which point each ship would depart towards its respective target area. Vivian stated, please provide a status report on the spacecraft. Currently, all systems are functioning normally, with engine power at 40. The detection range is limited to 3,000 kilometers, and under the current concentration of mysterious particles. The maximum effective range of the laser is only 50 kilometers, Zhang Yingying reported, her gaze fixed on the screen. Why is our speed so sluggish? Xia Xingchen inquired, perplexed. Captain, our Black Hole No. 1 exceeds the speed of ordinary vessels by more than double. If we were to accelerate further, how would others survive? Vivian explained. The engine power of the other ships in the fleet is currently above 85. Xingchen, I suggest we separate from the fleet now. The closer we approach the end of the safe zone, the greater the danger. If I were a space pirate, I would certainly lurk near the safe zone in search of prey, Zhang Yingying asserted. Very well. Let us now detach from the fleet, chart our own course, and commence our mission. Understood. Both Zhang Yingying and Vivian replied in unison as they began their operations. Zhang Yingying swiftly transmitted a request to depart the fleet and established a new course, alerting the other spacecraft to navigate clear of their path. Shortly thereafter, a response was received. The course has been cleared, Zhang Yingying reported. Vivian, the next steps are yours. Understood, Captain, Vivian acknowledged. Disengaging the autopilot and gripping the control, stick firmly. Position 2635, 42. Engine power at 70. Black hole number 1 has detached from the fleet, 1,000 kilometers away. No anomalies detected. At 1,200 kilometers, 3 additional vessels have requested to depart. At 1,500 kilometers, the 3 ships have left the fleet, heading in our direction. Zhang Yingying exclaimed urgently. 3 warships are accelerating towards us. Thermal signatures indicate one is a Hentei-class high-speed medium cruiser, accompanied by 2 Manhattan-class small high-speed vessels. Their intentions appear hostile. We must evade them swiftly, Xia Xingchen commanded. Engine power at 85, weapon systems charging. At 1,500 kilometers, they have sent a communication demanding we halt our vessel, threatening to eliminate us otherwise. It seems they're space pirates. Only a brotherhood of space marauders would be so audacious, Vivian noted. This is your responsibility now, Vivian, Xia Xingchen instructed. Rest assured, everyone, follow my lead. In an instant, the engine power of Black Hole number 1 surged to 95, creating some distance from the pursuing vessels. Although the Hentei-class cruiser was a high-speed warship, it was nearly a century old and thus limited in speed. The 2 smaller ships seemed hesitant to draw too close to the medium cruiser. The main thrusters were deactivated, and the spacecraft entered inertial flight, activating the Mirage system. Chapter 162. Engagement trailing closely behind Black Hole number 1. A subordinate from the Brotherhood of Space Pirates shouted fiercely from the Hentei-class cruiser. Accelerate. Increase engine power to 98. We must not allow them to escape. For Lord Luke shall exact his wrath upon us. What are those 2 Manhattan-class ships doing? Accelerate and pursue. Captain, the enemy has vanished at a distance of 1,600, reported the helmsman. What? Surely you jest. Our ship's detection range is 2,000. It was at 1,500 just moments ago. How could they have disappeared in an instant? Sir, it is either that they have achieved instantaneous acceleration, or the concentration of mysterious particles here has interfered with our sensors. Continue to accelerate. Let us ascertain their position. Charge the weapon systems. You 2 Manhattan-class ships pursue at full speed. Should we lose them, you shall face Lord Luke's fury. At that moment, the Black Hole 1, having activated its Mirage system, had stealthily deviated from its course, quietly anchoring in space. The radar system was deactivated, and the optical imaging system was engaged. Distance 1,000. Optical imaging confirms target, Gent class, quantity 1, Manhattan class, quantity 2. Distance 500. Distance 150. The enemy shows no signs of slowing. Electromagnetic railgun charging. Distance 20. The enemy has surged past our ship. Fire the main cannons. Alternate fire with the secondary cannons. Target the Gent class. After firing, initiate engines at 50 speed. Xia Xingchen issued the attack command. The Black Hole 1, concealed by its Mirage system, lay in ambush in the unsuspecting Gent class cruiser, along with the 2 high-speed Manhattan-class vessels, unwittingly raced ahead of it. Xia Xingchen would not let this opportunity slip by. The Black Hole 1 unleashed its firepower. An alloy armor-piercing projectile from the electromagnetic railgun, along with 2 heavy lasers, struck the Gent-class cruiser S thrusters, its most vulnerable point devoid of armor. Following this, for medium lasers hit the cruiser S rear. A tremendous explosion threw the pirates aboard the Gent class into disarray. With the thrusters destroyed, the Gent class lost all propulsion, drifting helplessly in the void of space. Its hull rocked by the shockwave of the explosion. Fire the main cannons again, commanded Zhang Yingying. At the fire control position aboard the Black Hole 1 was Perlo, whose exceptional marksmanship proved even more adept aboard a warship. The initial barrage had left the Gent class's pirate lieutenant in a state of panic. Now, as the Gent class lay sideways, he finally spotted the Black Hole 1. Lost from their tracking, approximately 15 kilometers away. Then, a series of thick lasers pierced the bridge. This was the last image you would see. The explosion of the bridge triggered a catastrophic chain reaction aboard the ship. After a violent eruption, not a soul remained alive aboard the cruiser. I see their insignia. It belongs to the Brotherhood of Pirates. We've struck gold, Captain, Vivian exclaimed. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. 2 small vessels remain. We cannot leave any survivors. That would spell trouble. Distance 30. Engine power at 90. Main cannon continues to charge. At a distance of 20, the target is a Manhattan-class vessel. Laser main cannon 1 and 2 fire. Secondary cannons commence firing. A barrage of firepower rained down upon the hull of the Manhattan-class ship. The Manhattan-class, being a small and swift spacecraft, was exceedingly fragile and was obliterated instantly. Target Manhattan-class, distance 23, main laser cannon, fire. Once again, 2 beams of laser flashed through space. The last remaining pirate ship was also destroyed. Confirm the target's status and retreat swiftly from the battlefield. Commanded Xia Xingchen. A medium cruiser and 2 small ships were confirmed to belong to the Brothers Pirate Guild. There were no life signs detected. A bounty of 2 billion star coins was secured. Vivian was exceedingly exhilarated. We must not let our guard down. The pirates are not likely to relent so easily. Zhang Ying expressed her concerns. I believe the situation is not as dire as it seems. In the Death Star region, communication is severely hindered, and the pirates are each fighting their own battles. This presents us with an opportunity. As long as we proceed with caution and strike them down one by one, we shall prevail, Xia Xingchen replied. Indeed, the pirates are not to be feared. It is the sudden and catastrophic astronomical phenomena of the Death Star region that poses the greatest challenge, Vivian added. 3 days later, within a derelict resource satellite in the Death Star region, Luke, Alfonso, and Alonso were convening at the headquarters of the Brothers Pirate Guild. Old Luke, how is your search for a high-level mech engineer progressing? The chief leader Alfonso inquired. The Alfonso brothers hailed from a noble family within the Galactic Empire. However, after a family member incurred the wrath of the royal court, the entire clan was put under a bounty. The then patriarch led his family into the Death Star region, where they became pirates. Luke's family had served as stewards for the Alfonso family for generations. The brothers' father perished early in conflicts among pirates, and it was Luke who raised them. They regarded him as a father figure and affectionately referred to him as Old Dad. Reporting back to you, young master. The progress has not been smooth. We have offered an annual salary of 5 billion star coins on other planets. Yet no one is willing to come to the Death Star region. Only 2 high-level mech repair engineers have arrived in 3 years. One of them serves in the military and is rarely off his warship, leaving me with no opportunity to approach him. The other is Xia Xingchen, but to my dismay, he is designing and modifying mechs for our greatest rival, the Free Temple, and has rudely rejected my overtures, Luke lamented. Did you not inform him of the consequences of refusing us? The hot-tempered Alonso slammed the table. Young master, therein lies the issue. They are utterly unconcerned by our threats of death. Instead, they boldly set off the next day with a large group of explorers into the depths of the Death Star region. However, they deviated from the group midway. I dispatched a Hente-class cruiser along with 2 Manhattan-class high-speed ships to intercept them, but there has been no word since. I fear our men may have met with misfortune. Alfonso nodded, recognizing that his counterpart was no ordinary individual. This was understandable. Not everyone could afford a high-ranking mech technician. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. It would lead to our underestimation, Alfonso asserted. Thus, inform all ships of this intelligence. Upon encountering them, engage without hesitation and offer double the reward. Understood, young master. Chapter 163. Eradication of the Bu Star Pirate Gang. Vivian, what is the current status? Asked Xia Xingchen as he entered the cockpit. Engine power is at 50, and the detectors are fully operational. The concentration of mysterious particles is normal, with a maximum detection range of 3,000. The area is densely populated with asteroids. Hence, there are no large gravitational bodies nearby. However, those seemingly clean and safe routes are often rife with peril. Additionally, I've instructed Ying to closely monitor the fluctuations in the density of asteroids and mysterious particles. Something may be concealed there, perhaps a black hole or a temporary wormhole. Vivian had visited this area with her father in her teenage years, and the wealth of navigational experience she inherited commanded the respect of the entire crew. Suddenly, The detector of Black Hole 1 began to emit alarms. Report to the captain. A fixed detector has been located at a distance of 2,300. The enemy's detection range is 1,500, and they have yet to spot us. Engage the Mirage system. Shut down the main thrusters and activate the low-energy particle jet engine. Commanded Xia Xingchen as the ship veered away from the main route. Having taken some courses on warship command this semester and supplemented his knowledge at the library, coupled with his humble inquiries to Zhang Yingying throughout the journey, he had significantly elevated his command skills. Captain, another detector has been found at a distance of 2,850. Initiate a Level 2 combat alert. All personnel, prepare for action. Understood. In under a minute, everyone except Hugo had gathered in the cockpit, while Hugo remained in the lounge. On standby, Xia Xingchen briefed Vivian on the discovery of the fixed detector and transferred command to Zhang Yingying. Zhang Yingying accessed the positions of the two already detected fixed detectors, which were positioned on two fragments of asteroids. After some calculations, Zhang Yingying issued commands to Vivian, maintain the Mirage system, and proceed towards 621758. These two are outdated fixed early warning detectors. I suspect there is a pirate base nearby. Let us stealthily approach and assess the situation. If we can engage, we shall. If not, we will retreat. Zhang Yingying made her decision swiftly. An hour later, Black Hole 1, under the propulsion of the low-energy particle jet engine, slowly approached the enemy base. The optical imaging system activated, revealing an abandoned space outpost at coordinates 741,232, with 8 small ships docked nearby at a distance of 899. The insignia on the vessels identified them as belonging to the Bu Star pirate gang. The ship's cannons are beginning to charge, Zhang Yingying announced. Xia Xingchen retrieved the mission data from the Mercenary Management Agency, which indicated that the Bu Star pirate gang was a recently emerged group, having gained notoriety in recent years. Initially a small band of interstellar adventurers, they boasted over a dozen elite mech technicians, a formidable force indeed. Subsequently, during a transport mission, they succumbed to greed, murdering the cargo owner and becoming the targets of a mercenary management agency. In their desperation, they fled to the Death Star region, where they took up the mantle of space pirates. The current stronghold was seized after they vanquished a local minor pirate faction. At a distance of 500, the Mecha pilots stood by. Xia Xingchen and the others, including Hugo, boarded the Mecha, preparing for deployment. At a distance of 100, targets were organized into groups, with enemy ships assigned numbers 1 through 8, completing the data transmission. In the midst of a large-scale aerial battle, before the two sides engaged in substantial conflict, it is customary to categorize enemy fleets for efficient command, with smaller numbers indicating greater significance within the enemy ranks. At a distance of 50, the main and secondary cannons would alternate in firing according to the grouping order. After the main cannon fired, the mechas would launch their assault, with Xingchen overseeing the remaining vessels, Pirlo managing the mechas, and Hugo and Ho Chang engaging freely, albeit without obstructing the ship's firing line. Zhang Yingying rapidly devised the attack plan. At a distance of 50, the engines roared to life, with the main cannon powered to 20, targeting the number 1 warship. Fire at will, Zhang Yingying commanded, and the 2 main cannons of the Black Hole 1 unleashed a torrent of furious lasers. In a mere 10 seconds, the dual barrage from the main and secondary cannons obliterated 4 small ships. At this moment, 4 mechas launched from the hangar of Black Hole 1, each seeking optimal positions for attack. Targets 5 and 6 were also destroyed, while targets 7 and 8 were obscured by an outpost. Xingchen, provide cover. The main and secondary cannons took turns assaulting the defensive weapons of the outpost, closing in at a distance of 45. Chaos reigned in the headquarters of the Bu pirate group, with piercing alarms ringing out. Enemy attack, someone shouted. Most of the pirates remained in a deep slumber. Of the 8 ships docked outside, only 2 were on combat readiness duty. However, these 2 vessels were swiftly eliminated, lacking the discipline of a formal military. The pirates instinctively sought escape, rather than rushing to their combat posts when faced with an emergency. The pirate leader, wielding a firearm, shot several panicked pirates to restore order. It was only then that the pirates remembered the defensive weaponry at the outpost, over a dozen defense turrets. Yet, as they scrambled to their positions, the lasers from Black Hole 1 had already arrived, sending pirates and turrets alike soaring into the sky. To the warships, deploy the mechas. The pirate leader bellowed. At a distance of 35, targets 7 and 8 exhibited heat signatures, indicating imminent activation of their ships. Main cannon, lock onto target 7. Leave 8 for Xingchen. Ying shouted. At that moment, Xia Xingchen landed on a chunk of space debris the size of a mecha, setting up his flow-fire mecha rifle and switching it to plasma cannon mode, adjusting the power output to 30, deeming it unnecessary to exert full force against a small ship. Mere seconds later, the silhouette of a small vessel emerged from the shadow of the outpost. Without hesitation, Xia Xingchen locked onto it, unleashing a stream of orange-yellow plasma that sliced the small craft in half. As he swept the cannon downward, the residual plasma grazed the surface of the outpost, igniting a series of colossal explosions. Simultaneously, another small ship fell victim to 2 laser strikes, exploding in the vastness of space. The enemy's small spacecraft were completely annihilated, and the enemy mechas were deployed, numbering 22 at a distance of 25. A total of 21-20, with the main and secondary cannons undergoing cooldown. The close defense cannons were activated. At this moment, Xia Xingchen and Perlo each occupied a chunk of asteroid, commencing their shooting game. Streams of purple and orange lasers reaped the lives of the space marauders. You two shameless rascals, leave me a few. As the targets dwindled, Ho Chang was nearly brought to tears. Yugo's Tarimi warriors closely followed him, incessantly firing their tri-shot mecha laser rifles. Ahead lay 5 marauder mechas. As the Chi Tian de Sheng mecha charged forward, wielding an alloy staff, the marauders' lasers were deflected by the alloy staff. And even when they struck the Chi Tian de Sheng mecha, it remained unscathed. Observing this, the marauders hastily abandoned their ranged weapons, drawing out alloy swords and thermal axes for close combat. Ho Chang, invigorated by the hunt, unleashed the full power of his cloud system, wielding the alloy staff with dazzling flare. Suddenly, the thrusters of his Chi Tian de Sheng mecha roared to life, propelling the mecha to leap from the cloud system just as the weapons of the 5 marauder mechas descended, narrowly evading their attacks. With perfect timing, he swung the staff, creating a yellow arc in space. Upon being struck by this yellow arc, the 5 marauder mechas exploded as if sliced by energy blades. Haha, exhilarating. The Chi Tian de Sheng mecha executed a splendid staff flourish. Ho Chang praised the modifications made to the mecha by Xia Xingchen, expressing his satisfaction with the cloud flight assistance system. However, when he adjusted the mecha's posture and turned to look, his nose crinkled in dismay. It turned out that the remaining dozen mechas had been sniped down by the 2 sharpshooters, with even Yugo, a novice in space mecha combat, having destroyed 2. How can you be so shameless? Ho Chang felt tears welling up. Chapter 164. Scavenging the spoils, Ho Chang grumbled about Xia Xingchen and the others being too greedy, failing to leave him a few marauders. Enough complaining, it's time to go in and scavenge the spoils. Ho Chang teamed up with Yugo, while Xingchen ventured alone. Perlo was tasked with providing cover for the mothership. Stay safe. Everyone must return in 20 minutes. That's an order. Zhang Ying issued the command, as the black hole know. One ship hovered 20 kilometers from the outpost, its engines still running, with the ship's cannons aimed at the outpost. Ho Chang and Yugo entered through the mecha launch channel above the outpost, encountering several recently activated mechas, which were swiftly destroyed by the alloy staff and Yugo's lasers. Their coordination seamless. They fought their way to the hangar, commencing widespread destruction. Meanwhile, Xia Xingchen entered through the cargo passage at the bottom of the outpost. Most space stations and resource satellites feature large cargo passages at their bases to facilitate the docking of massive cargo ships for loading and unloading. During wartime, these passages also serve as secret launch channels for mechas. As Xia Xingchen entered the cargo passage, the 3 floating cannons on the mecha activated, utilizing the Dragon Knight system to navigate through this complex space, proving to be a wise choice. A continuous stream of star pirate mechs emerged from the cargo passage. Yet they were often obliterated the moment they revealed themselves, the cockpit shattered by precise fire. In such a confined space, the Dragon Knight system, combined with the insight skill, felt akin to cheating. Ascending steadily, he arrived at the star pirate's storeroom, a chaotic array of spoils, primarily pilfered by the nefarious brigands. Utilizing his insight skill, Xia Xingchen scanned the warehouse in search of valuable items. Suddenly, a sealed alloy door caught his attention. Behind it lay treasures, filled with excitement. Xia Xingchen positioned his Dragon Knight mech before the door, setting aside his blazing rifle, and retrieved his energy sword, commencing the methodical cutting of the alloy barrier. Minutes later, the door collapsed with a resounding crash, revealing two small containers. Employing his insight skill to survey the surroundings, he confirmed the absence of other individuals or operational cameras. Swiftly enveloping the containers in his mental grasp and transporting them into his personal mech space. After securing the containers, Xia Xingchen exhaled deeply and resumed his search. Not long after, he encountered 8 cylindrical objects, each measuring 25 meters in length and 15 meters in diameter, at the far end of the warehouse. A smile crept onto his face. These were indeed valuable finds. Universal spaceship engine fusion fuel rods, 2 of which were fully stocked with fuel. Donning his spacesuit, he leapt from his mech and floated toward the fusion fuel rods, carefully dismantling the explosive devices attached to 6 of the fully stocked rods. Subsequently, he retrieved a half-meter diameter timed explosive device from his personal mech space, placing it on one of the fusion fuel rods and setting the countdown. With this task completed, Xia Xingchen returned to the Dragon Knight mech, each hand grasping a fuel-filled fusion rod, and soared back to Black Hole 1. As he exited the outpost, communications were restored. Xingchen, why have you been gone so long? We were quite worried. Casting a glance at the time, Xia Xingchen chuckled ruefully. Over 30 minutes had elapsed since they entered the outpost. He had been so engrossed in scavenging the spoils that he lost track of time. I sincerely apologize for the delay. Certain matters held me up and caused you concern. Xia Xingchen expressed his regrets. It shall not happen again. Dragon Knight, return to base. He first descended into the cargo hold of Black Hole 1, carefully placing the 2 fuel rods before heading back to the cockpit. Leaping down from the mech, he swiftly approached the control panel. Vivian, set course 455113, engine power at 30, and depart. Halt at a distance of 500 units, keeping the optical imaging system continuously active. Aimed at the target outpost, and commence recording. Aye, Captain, she replied. Minutes drifted by, and the headquarters of the Boo Star Pirate Gang was reduced to cosmic dust amidst the smoke of nuclear explosions, the 6 detonated fuel rods comparable to 6 hydrogen bombs. Witnessing this momentous event, Black Hole 1 ventured into the distance. Several hours later, Black Hole 1 landed on a flat rock slightly larger than its hull, the engine silenced, and the Mirage system activated. Following the battle, Xia Xingchen and his crew conducted routine checks and maintenance on their mechs and spacecraft. In the realm of the Death Star, it is imperative to ensure that the spacecraft remains in optimal condition at all times to effectively confront any potential dangers. Ho Chang showcased his culinary skills, preparing a sumptuous dinner for everyone. After the meal, several individuals gathered in the living room to recount the day's battles. Zhang Yingying sternly reprimanded Xia Xingchen for his tardiness, emphasizing that punctuality during combat is a fundamental requirement and that such disregard for scheduled actions could jeopardize the lives of his comrades. Xia Xingchen offered a sincere reflection and heartfelt apology. How do we fare in this battle, Captain? Miss Vivian inquired, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. We are currently unable to connect to the network, and thus cannot relay feedback to the mission system. However, thus far, we have successfully eliminated 8 small spacecraft and dismantled a space pirate headquarters. I estimate that our earnings from this engagement will not be less than 3 billion star coins. Zhang Yingying calculated. Wow, we've struck gold. Truly, the sound of cannon fire equates to a fortune in star coins, exclaimed Miss Vivian, her pupils momentarily transforming into the symbol of currency. Ah, but the spoils do not end there. We have also salvaged numerous valuable items from the pirates, Xia Xingchen added. Indeed, Yugo and I have acquired some spoils as well, Ho Chung remarked, with Yugo nodding in agreement. The group made their way to the cargo hold of the Black Hole No. 1, eager to discover the nature of their treasures. Chapter 165. Return to the Death Star Sea Hotel. The cargo hold of the Black Hole No. 1 gradually opened, revealing 2 cylindrical objects securely fastened within. At the sight of these items, all but Yugo felt a surge of joy. These are the fusion fuel rods for the spacecraft, Vivian exclaimed. Indeed, Vivian. These 2 fusion fuel rods are fully charged, Xia Xingchen confirmed. My goodness, a fully charged fusion fuel rod is worth over 20 billion star coins. The 2 combined are worth more than 40 billion. The savings on fuel can allow you, Captain, to award us larger bonuses. Vivian shouted with exuberance. A fully charged fusion fuel rod can sustain a small spacecraft's continuous flight for an entire year, and typically, most mercenary and adventure groups account for fuel costs in their budgets. The two rods brought back by Xia Xingchen are valued at over 40 billion star coins, and everyone would benefit from a share. Oh, I recall that Yugo and Ho Chung each dragged back a container. Let us open them and see. Miss Vivian suddenly remembered. Ho Chung eagerly approached his container, operating the ship's mechanical arm to unveil its contents. 5 laser rifles from mechs arranged side by side, along with a disassembled mech laser rifle laid horizontally. Huh, I shall never fear them stealing my prey again. My marksmanship is second to none. Ho Chung laughed heartily. At that moment, Yugo approached, mimicking Ho Chung's actions as he used the mechanical arm to open his own container, revealing a stunning array of 30 alloy daggers designed for mechs. Xia Xingchen gazed in disbelief, his mind a whirl of confusion at the Terimian's fervent obsession with cold weapons, a phenomenon incomprehensible to Earthlings. At that moment, the temperature within the cargo hold seemed to plummet by several degrees. Just as Ho Chung was basking in his triumph, he suddenly turned to find Lady Vivian's murderous gaze fixed upon him. Her fervor for star coins rivaled the Terimian's obsession with weaponry. What followed was a dramatic scene aboard Black Hole Number 1, where Lady Vivian brandished a wrench, pursuing Ho Chung and Hugo throughout the ship. However, Xia Xingchen possessed a prize hidden within his personal mech space, a treasure too sensitive to reveal to his comrades. Within the 2 small containers lay 2 miniature controllable nuclear fusion engines of the Longshin 5 model, each valued at approximately 10 billion star coins. Such items were classified as strategic resources, not readily available for purchase. It was the allure of these engines that had led the Boo Star mercenary corps astray, ultimately transforming them into the Boo Star pirate gang. Xia Xingchen planned to use these engines to upgrade the mechs of Perlo and Ho Chung. In the ensuing weeks, they vanquished 5 pirate crews, destroying 2 medium-sized space cruisers, 19 small ships, and over 90 mechs. Yet, they found themselves with only 5 rounds of alloy armor-piercing shells left for the ship's electromagnetic railgun, necessitating their return. Their ability to triumph over adversaries far outnumbering them in the Death Star domain was largely attributed to the effectiveness of the railgun. Due to the presence of mysterious particles that severely affected light and electromagnetic wave propagation within this realm, the effective lethal range of laser weapons was limited to 50 kilometers, while the railgun maintained an effective range of 400 kilometers. However, due to the high cost of the railgun and the ease with which its projectiles could be evaded at longer distances, it had largely fallen out of favor. Little did they know that the former owner of Black Hole Number 1, with wealth to spare, had equipped it with such a weapon system, greatly aiding Xia Xingchen and his companions. Days later, Black Hole Number 1 docked in a premium berth. A few hours afterward, Chen Tingting paid a visit. Elated by Xia Xingchen's safe return, the components for the Ice Queen mech had been fabricated and only assembly remained. They agreed to commence the assembly the following morning. At dawn, Chen Tingting arrived to escort Xia Xingchen back to the berth of the Statue of Liberty. The warehouse was now brimming with components. Xia Xingchen feigned inspection. Concealing his use of the insight skill, he furrowed his brow, noting that nearly all the components were the lowest configuration, with some parameters failing to meet specifications. Observing his expression, Chen Tingting discerned his thoughts. Blushing, she explained, "This is our situation. The entire hotel only has one set of material manufacturing systems. Due to a lack of resources and limited technology, this is the best we can manage. Perhaps, if we get the chance to venture outside in the future, we can strive to reproduce the components and replace them." After Xia Xingchen concluded his words, he donned the versatile mechanical repair arm and commenced the assembly of the mech. 2 days later, the mech was finally completed. Xia Xingchen suggested that Chen Tingting invite the mech technician to personally test the machine and adjust its operational parameters. However, fate intervened as Natalia's headache returned, confining her to the battleship. Consequently, Chen Tingting granted Xia Xingchen full authority over the mech's calibration. Seated in the cockpit of the mech, Xia Xingchen instinctively configured the operational parameters according to Freya's piloting style. Upon system reboot, the blue indicator light on the mech's head illuminated, signifying the completion of the Ice and Snow Goddess mech's assembly. The Ice and Snow Goddess mech stands at a height of 51 meters, with parameters indicating strength at 18, agility at 28, defense at 25, and speed at 31, classifying it as a humanoid psychic mech. Its weaponry includes 6 medium mech rapid-fire cannons, 2 psychic energy swords, and retractable electro blades at the knees, elbows, and feet. Additionally, it boasts 2 pairs of foldable wings arranged on its back. The 6 medium thrusters provide excellent propulsion. The support components and framework of the mech have been reinforced, constructed to the standards of combat mechs. Even without additional weaponry, it remains an exceptional combat mech. Initially, Xia Xingchen had designed 4 types of weaponry for the Ice and Snow Goddess mech. However, due to material and craftsmanship limitations, only 2 could be installed. One is the Psychic Energy Sword, which, when activated, releases a 3-meter-long blade, capable of extending to 6 meters when the psychic energy is engaged. The other psychic equipment consists of 2 psychic shields mounted on the mech's arms, which deploy ice shields instantaneously upon attack, albeit at a significant energy cost to the mech. Moreover, 2 powerful psychic devices remain unproduced due to material and equipment constraints, yet Xia Xingchen has retained their design blueprints. He has also left behind a modification blueprint for potentially equipping the Ice and Snow Goddess with a nuclear engine in the future. Chapter 166. The challenge from the Star Pirate Brotherhood. Upon returning to his residence, Xia Xingchen was unexpectedly visited again. He welcomed the guests into the living room. This time, 3 individuals arrived, 2 men in their 30s and Luke. Esteemed young lords, this is the mech technician, Xia Xingchen, Luke announced. Xia Xingchen, these are my young masters, Lord Alfonso and Lord Alonso. Do not delay in paying your respects. Luke remained as arrogant as ever. What kind of custom is this? I, a distinguished officer of the Galactic Empire, must pay homage to a star pirate. Xia Xingchen retorted with righteous indignation. Our young masters hail from an ancient noble family with a history spanning a millennium. Luke fumed, his mustache bristling with anger. Nobility also engages in piracy? I am truly enlightened, Xia Xingchen quipped sarcastically. Repeat that. How dare you insult my family? I challenge you to a duel. The hot-tempered second son, Alonso, rose from his seat, drawing his decorative sword. The eldest son, Alfonso, stood up and raised his hand to stop his younger brother. Second brother, I believe that those who possess true capability often exhibit certain characteristics and temperaments. Yet, I am equally convinced that genuinely competent individuals are attuned to the currents of the times. Mr. Xia Xingchen, I extend to you an earnest invitation to assist us. We are prepared to offer substantial compensation in hopes of your cooperation. You are undoubtedly aware of the prowess of our brotherhood of star pirates. Should we desire to detain you, even the deployment of a large military fleet may not guarantee your escape. Moreover, the military would hardly mobilize such a fleet for a mere mech technician. Mr. Alfonso, I am an imperial soldier. I cannot assist you. This is a matter of principle. You would do well to seek assistance elsewhere. Then why do you choose to aid the Temple of Freedom? Be advised, every action within this Death Star Sea Hotel is under our vigilant scrutiny. Alonso interjected, unable to contain himself. The Temple of Freedom is unlike you. They do not slaughter the innocent indiscriminately. Rather, they have eradicated numerous star pirates, a stance I greatly admire. I'm more than willing to assist them. Xia Xingchen replied with unwavering resolve. Alfonso restrained his agitated brother, stating, Very well, let us set aside the matter of the Temple of Freedom. I generously dispatched 3 vessels to protect you, and now they have gone missing. Should you not bear some responsibility for this? Xia Xingchen erupted in laughter, as if he had just heard the most absurd jest in the world. Firstly, I never requested anyone as protection. Secondly, whether your intent was to safeguard me, surveil me, or even eliminate me, you are well aware of the truth. Most importantly, I have not encountered your subordinates. As for their fate, whether they were dispatched by the military, the Temple of Freedom, or met with a black hole or a spatial rift, who can say? It is well known that frequent travels in the dark may lead one to encounter phantoms. In any case, their lives or deaths bear no consequence for me. Xia Xingchen's gaze pierced through the 3 men, exuding an indomitable spirit. Alfonso, suppressing the fury within, replied, Mr. Xia Xingchen, regardless of the circumstances, enmity has been established between us. Over the decades, those who have dared to speak to me as you have been reduced to space debris. What do you propose? Xia inquired. I have a suggestion that could resolve our grievances once and for all. I wonder if you might be interested. Alfonso's face suddenly bore a hint of a smile. Oh, pray tell, Xia urged. There's a long-standing rule at this Death Star Sea Hotel. No violence may transpire within its walls. However, there exists another regulation. Should two parties find themselves unable to resolve a sharp conflict without bloodshed, they may petition the esteemed judge of the hotel for a duel. Upon approval, both sides may engage in a life-or-death battle, with the judge serving as both referee and witness. Thus, since you have safely returned from the periphery of the Death Star Sea, you must possess considerable strength. We, the brothers, challenge you to a fight to the death, and you may also send forth 2 mech technicians to join the fray. If you emerge victorious, our past grievances will be forgotten, and you may depart the Death Star region with your companions unimpeded by my brotherhood of space pirates. What say you? Xia Xingchen pondered for a moment before responding. Your proposition is indeed intriguing. However, I cannot provide an immediate answer. I must confer with my comrades first. Very well, I shall await your response. Alfonso replied as he and his brother, Alonso, rose to leave. Before departing, Luke provided a personal terminal number. Xia Xingchen first reached out to Chun Tingting to verify the authenticity of the duel while also inquiring about the Alfonso and Alonso brothers. On the other end of the communicator, Chun Tingting furrowed her brow. Xingchen, I must inform you that the duel event at the Death Star Sea Hotel is indeed real. Even a formidable entity like the Cosmic Hotel Group cannot fully prohibit all forms of conflict. Hatred is a boundless force that necessitates an outlet. Hence the emergence of this dueling format. The duels may involve hand-to-hand combat or mech battles, both conducted in a life-or-death manner. Each time a duel is proposed, the entire Death Star Sea Hotel transforms into a festival, broadcasting the duel live throughout the premises, while betting odds are established on the periphery. As for the brothers Alfonso and Alonso, they are both 32 years old and are identical twins. They became elite mech engineers 5 years ago and are arguably the 2 most formidable individuals aside from Lord Judge Merc. Furthermore, they seem to possess a form of telepathic connection. Their combat prowess when fighting side by side exceeds that of 2 separate individuals. My intention in crafting the Ice Queen mech for Natalia was precisely because these brothers excel at cornering others into dueling them. Over the past few years, they have engaged in over a dozen duels, emerging unscathed each time, reaping significant rewards at minimal cost. Xingchen, I implore you, do not agree to their challenge. Our free sanctuary will exert every effort to ensure your safe departure from here, Chun Tingting pleaded. Xing, I appreciate your counsel, but I must accept this challenge. Xia Xingchen declared. Why? Can you elucidate your reasoning for seeking such peril? Chun Xing exclaimed, visibly agitated. Xing, our primary purpose in coming to the Death Star region is to hone our skills. This opportunity must not be squandered. I am resolute in accepting this challenge. It is of utmost importance to me. Are you not a mech repair technician? Indeed, but I'm also an elite mech engineer, as is my companion. We are both champions of the mech competition at the Tianyuan Military Academy. Moreover, I sense that a person like Alfonso is not one to honor his word. Even if I were to defeat him, he would not release us unscathed. Thus, I intend to seize this opportunity to eliminate both brothers with their demise. Their space pirate faction will naturally disintegrate. You can then capitalize on this chance to secure the entirety of the Death Star region. Chun Tingting fell silent, acutely aware that certain ambitions necessitate sacrifices. Then, please be exceedingly careful. Chapter 167. Before the duel, after exchanging intelligence with Chun Tingting, Xia Xingchen convened his companions to deliberate on whether to participate in the duel. Xingchen, I believe your perspective is astute. Capturing the leader before the followers is indeed prudent. They remain unaware of your true strength, which plays to our advantage. In the vastness of space, we are significantly outnumbered. This one-on-one opportunity is fortuitous. Should we lose our leader, the Brotherhood of Star Pirates would descend into chaos, and who would come to our aid? Zhang Yingying remarked. Wugo is eager to assist the master in dealing with those 2. You can stay behind. Such matters are best handled by Xingchen and me. Ho Chang exclaimed excitedly, his eagerness palpable. Then it is settled. My brother Ho Chang and I shall participate in the mech duel. However, we must be prepared, even if we emerge victorious. The Star Pirates may retaliate, and we must be ready to make our escape at any moment. Xia Xingchen resolved to accept the challenge. He sent a message to the personal terminal number he had left for Luke. Shortly thereafter, a response arrived. Luke had submitted the duel application to the presiding judge, which had been approved. The duel was scheduled to take place 2 days later at the Death Star Sea Hotel's arena. Later that day, News of the duel spread rapidly through the local area network of the Death Star Sea Hotel, igniting excitement among the populace. For the past 3 years, no one had dared to challenge the Alonso brothers, and now there was an opportunity to witness a fierce battle. The hotel's casino opened betting lines, enveloping the entire establishment in a fervent atmosphere. On the eve of the competition, the hotel dispatched 2 large transport vehicles to convey the competitors' matches. Xia Xingchen and Ho Cheng followed the hotel vehicles to the arena, while the others remained aboard the Black Hole No. 1, preparing for battle. Zhang Yingying expressed concern that the Brotherhood of Star Pirates might seize this opportunity for sabotage, noting that they could still view the local network broadcast from the ship. Beneath the Death Star Sea Hotel lay a metallic sphere several dozen kilometers in diameter, designated as the competition venue. Originally intended for local mech pilots training, the arena was outfitted with energy-absorbing materials that rendered it impervious to damage from laser strikes. For safety reasons, the arena was devoid of spectators, replaced instead by hundreds of high-speed cameras. The mech duel was finally about to commence. Xia Xingchen and Ho Cheng remained within their mech, as a conveyor belt gently transported them to the center of the arena. Brother Ho Cheng, do not hold back. This is a battle of life and death. The adversaries are not virtuous. Eliminating them serves the greater good, Xia urged. Ho Cheng nodded in agreement. At that moment, the gates of the duel arena swung open, revealing 2 identical silver mechs, modified Royal Knight mechs. Standing at a height of 53 meters, these humanoid, close combat mechs boasted impressive specifications: strength 28, agility 28, armor 26, speed 30. Their weaponry included an alloy shield, a photon energy rifle, a photon energy sword at the waist, and 2 photon energy blades at the feet. A large white propulsion unit adorned the back of the mech. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live broadcast of the 8th Mech Duel of the Year, presented by the Death Star Sea Television. Today, we witness a thrilling confrontation between the mech warriors Xia Xingchen and Ho Cheng against the formidable Alfonso and Alonso brothers. It has been 2 to 3 years since we last observed these champions, who once dominated the mech dueling arena with an astonishing 18 consecutive victories. Many may have forgotten the terror these siblings instilled in the competition. At the center of the arena stands the brown lava warlord mech, belonging to our esteemed judge, Lord Merc, who has taken on the role of referee for this match. Rumor has it that our judge is preparing to participate in the advanced mech pilot assessments. Look over there on the left side of the arena. Those 2 mechs belong to the Alfonso and Alonso brothers, known as the Royal Knights. These machines are exceptionally crafted, boasting remarkable speed. To the right, we find their opponents, the Chi Tianda Shang mech piloted by Ho Cheng and the Dragon Knight mech controlled by Xia Xingchen. I have only a fleeting knowledge of Xia Xingchen, who is a skilled advanced mech repair technician. Behold the Chi Tianda Shang mech, a striking resemblance to a colossal monkey. Quite amusing indeed. And what is that imposing figure next to it? The Dragon Knight? It is quite ludicrous that such ostentatious designs are still in use. The commentator's scathing remarks about Xia Xingchen's mech are utterly uncalled for. They are oblivious to the true prowess of Xingchen and Ho Cheng. Displeased by the commentator's biased commentary, Vivian expresses her concerns. This is advantageous, Sister Vivian. The more the adversaries underestimate Xingchen and his companions, the better it is for us. Look, even the betting odds are against them, offering 10 to 1. Indeed, Yingying, which is why I placed a wager of 200 million on Xingchen's victory. Vivian cunningly replies, I have bet 500 million. I have faith in our captain. Yingying's bold statement leaves Vivian momentarily startled. You are the daughter of a wealthy family. Losing it all does not faze you. I must reserve some for my dowry. The 2 young women playfully banter. Meanwhile, atop the Royal Knight mech, Alfonso converses with his brother. Brother, do not let your guard down. I sense something unsettling about these 2. Indeed, brother, I share your unease. Alonso responds. 4 seasoned mech pilots. An instinctive awareness of impending danger is often present, and the duo before them certainly evokes such a feeling. Leave the one with the stick to you. I will handle the Dragon Knight, Alfonso instructs. Perfectly agreeable, my dear brother, Alonso grins as he charges toward Ho Cheng, while Alfonso intercepts Xia Xingchen. Boy, I offer you one last chance. Submit to me, or face your demise. Without hesitation, Xia Xingchen raises his mech's laser rifle and fires at Alfonso's mech head. Notably, Xia Xingchen refrains from using the Liuhua mech rifle in this match. as the arena prohibits the use of advanced long-range mech weaponry, which could cause significant damage to the venue. After a few brief exchanges, Alfonso, having made several simple charges, quickly realized that his opponent was remarkably formidable. The Dragon Knight Mecha was not as cumbersome as it appeared, and its speed was nearly on par with his own. He began to take the situation more seriously. Chapter 168. Mecha Duel. To the average observer, the battle between Xia Xingchen and Alfonso seemed rather mundane. Both fighters were excessively cautious, constantly probing one another. In contrast, Alonso and Ho Chang engaged in a life-or-death struggle. Alonso leveled his Mecha Knight's lance. The immense white energy blade aimed at Ho Chang's Monkey King Mecha, and with full thrust engaged in a rapid charge. The Mecha surged forward under the propulsion, the lance's energy blade slicing through the air, targeting the Monkey King Mecha. It resembled a heavily armored knight from humanity's pre-space age, charging forth with relentless determination. The Monkey King Mecha remained stationary, exuding the stability of an unyielding mountain. As Alonso's lance approached, the Monkey King Mecha suddenly swung its alloy staff, causing Ho Chang's internal energy to surge. The staff radiated a golden light as it descended upon Alonso with tremendous force. Alonso was taken aback. Known for his dauntless combat style, he now found his opponent more reckless. Even if his lance pierced the enemy's mecha, the staff would undoubtedly crush him to smithereens. This madman was clearly intent on mutual destruction. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily raised the lance, leading to a violent clash between the lance and the alloy staff. A powerful shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sending Ho Chang's mecha staggering back 3 or 4 steps, while Alonso's Royal Knight Mecha was knocked back several dozen meters, nearly landing on the ground. Exhilarated, Ho Chang let out a fierce cry, brandishing his alloy staff as he charged forward, his unorthodox technique causing a tempest of energy. Alonso, now bloodied with battle fervor, raised his lance to engage Ho Chang in close combat. Meanwhile, Alfonso and Xia Xingchen were locked in a fiercely contested aerial duel. Although the Royal Knight Mecha had a slight speed advantage, the Dragon Knight Mecha boasted an array of thrusters that allowed for remarkable agility. The two mechas exchanged fire with their ranged weapons, neither gaining the upper hand. However, the brothers Alonso and Alfonso found themselves increasingly frustrated, as the Dragon Knight Mecha's floating cannons intermittently fired, targeting either Alfonso or Alonso, adding to Alonso's woes. He relied on his thick armor to withstand the barrage, but another hit could spell disaster. At this moment, the spectators in front of the television, along with the commentator, were left utterly astonished. The infamous reputation of the Alfonso and Alonso brothers was well known throughout the Death Star region and its surroundings. Just a mention of their names could silence a child's cries. Particularly notorious was the younger brother Alonso, whose fierce combat style had left a trail of destruction. Having witnessed him tear enemy mechas to shreds and even extract the lifeless bodies of fallen pilots, reducing them to mere pulp. In this moment, such a formidable character found himself cornered and beleaguered by an obscure mech engineer. Ho Chang excelled in close combat. Once ensnared by him, he would engage in relentless grappling. Particularly in such intimate skirmishes, the Royal Knight Mech's lance was at a distinct disadvantage. The proximity rendered the lance's thrust and electric blades slashes ineffective, while Ho Chang's alloy staff could transform in myriad ways, combined with his own martial techniques, making it exceedingly difficult for Alonso to withstand. Witnessing his brother in such dire straits, Alfonso felt a surge of anxiety. His brother was now his sole kin, and he could not permit him to be harmed. However, the mech engineer before him was exceedingly tenacious, necessitating a swift resolution. With this thought, he switched the lance to melee mode, fully activating the engine power at the back of the mech. His mental energy surged forth, coalescing at the tip of the lance to form a golden conical shield that enveloped the front of the Royal Knight Mech. Behold, the fearless charge technique, Alfonso's signature move, intended to teach his opponent a lesson. Concentrating his mental energy at the lance's tip, he created a formidable protective barrier at the mech's forefront, capable of obliterating any adversaries. It seemed that the evasive lad was in grave peril. Upon observing the opponent's maneuver, Xia Xingchen gained a clear understanding of the technique at play. He pressed a button on the control panel, activating the Dragon Cavalry system, which summoned 6 floating cannons into the sky. In the previous finals against Ho Chang, Xia Xingchen had exhausted all his mental energy, yet he later discovered that his mental level, which had stagnated for over half a year, had remarkably advanced. He was now at level 26. This breakthrough also granted him the ability to manifest 6 mental avatars instead of the previous 4, allowing him to deploy 6 floating cannons simultaneously. Witness this. Faced with Alfonso's lethal technique, what was Xia Xingchen's intention? Utilizing the dragon cavalry system, the floating cannon's assault seemed trivial, akin to tickling the opponent. Moreover, such a tactic would likely divert attention, leading to a swifter demise. Meanwhile, the commentator flaunted his expertise. While Zhang Yingying and Vivian clasped each other's hands tightly, their palms sweating with tension, and Shen Tingting silently prayed before the screen. Many believed Xia Xingchen would maneuver the floating cannons behind the Royal Knight mech to launch an attack. However, his approach astonished everyone. The 6 floating cannons hovered behind the Dragon Knight mech, aligned on the same plane, resembling a colossal 6-pointed star. At that moment, all 6 cannons fired simultaneously, unleashing 6 beams of green laser that converged at a single point, precisely along the trajectory of the Royal Knight mech. The collision of 6 beams of laser light triggered a tremendous explosion and shockwave, forcefully striking against the shield of the Royal Knight mech. Astonishingly, the impact was mitigated, causing the shield to dim slightly. Following this, another dual barrage erupted, resulting in 2 resounding explosions that interrupted Alfonso's charge, completely depleting his shield. At that moment, the floating cannons unleashed another simultaneous strike, leaving Alonso with no choice but to defend himself with his shield. Another violent explosion ensued, and Alfonso's mech was violently overturned. It was at this juncture that Xia Xingchen discarded his laser rifle and drew forth an electric sword, plunging it directly into the cockpit of the Royal Knight mech. Oh my heavens, my money! Everyone watching on television was left in shock. The leader of the brothers' star pirates, the cunning and formidable Alfonso, had fallen at the hands of this advanced mech technician. Chapter 169. A bountiful harvest. Xia Xingchen had shattered the cockpit of Alfonso's Royal Knight mech, leaving him utterly lifeless. However, at that moment, Alfonso's brother had no time to mourn his sibling's demise, as he was entirely consumed by the overwhelming onslaught from Ho Chang. The knight's gun finally succumbed to the relentless pressure, snapping in 2. Following this, a strike infused with all of Ho Chang's strength descended upon him. The alloy iron rod resembled a golden sword, cleaving through the Royal Knight mech with a tremendous edge, tearing it asunder, while Alonso's body was reduced to a torrential rain of blood. "We've won!" Zhang Yingying and Vivian joyously embraced one another. Meanwhile, tears of happiness welled up in Shen Tingting's eyes. Beside her, Natalia remarked, "These 2 individuals are extraordinarily powerful, far exceeding the level of a qualified mech engineer. I am no match for them, even if I were to pilot the complete Ice Queen mech. By the way, Sister Natalia, how did your test drive of the mech go yesterday? Do the operational parameters still need adjustment?" Shen Tingting inquired. It turned out that Freya, having just recovered from a headache, had accompanied a medium cruiser outside the sphere of the hotel to test the Ice Queen mech. She was thoroughly satisfied with the mech's performance, particularly the engineer's familiarity with her driving habits and the settings of the mech's parameters. If only he hadn't left. Shen Tingting murmured. Xia Xingchen and Ho Chang slowly maneuvered the mech into the storage bay, placing it into a transport container. The staff would ensure its return to Black Hole Number 1. As they exited the mech bay, they encountered the chief judge of Death Star C, Merc. "Congratulations to both of you," Merc promptly expressed. "And thank you for helping us eliminate a significant threat to the Death Star C Hotel." His gratitude was sincere, as the rapid rise of the Alfonso brothers had become worrisome over the past 2 years, especially with intelligence suggesting their collusion with Prince Nicholas's faction, which could pose a substantial disruption to the order of the Death Star C Hotel in the near future. "You're too kind," Xia Xingchen replied modestly. "To be honest, your performance warrants a proper reward. However, you are indeed exceptional mech mechanics, possessing far more valuable items than I. I find myself at a loss as to how to reward you," remarked Merc courteously. "Esteemed sir, might I propose a rather audacious request? Would you consider granting me permission to eliminate 1 individual within the confines of the hotel?" Xia Xingchen suddenly recalled something. Merc, intrigued, inquired. "That is not out of the question, but whom do you wish to eliminate?" "Luke, we must eradicate the roots of the problem. Having dispatched his 2 sons, his mental fortitude shall wane, and I fear this old lunatic may act irrationally, Xia Xingchen stated with grave seriousness. Merc pondered for a moment before responding, "You must understand. This hotel has existed for quite some time, and it often experiences lapses in surveillance." "Ah, I see," Xia Xingchen replied with a knowing smile. "May I be so bold as to inquire about your ages and ranks as mech mechanics?" Merc asked with curiosity. "I am 21 years old, a rank mech master," replied Ho Chung. "I am 17, and I shall soon turn 18. Also a rank mech master," he added. "Alas, it appears I have truly aged," Merc lamented. "I wish you both good fortune, young gentlemen. By the way, I suggest you visit the Mission Release Center. The bounty for eliminating those two brothers has accumulated to an astronomical sum over the years." He patted the shoulders of the two and turned to leave. "What is the matter with him?" Ho Chung questioned. "This is the melancholy of a hero in decline. I sense that his fighting spirit has suddenly diminished." Xia Xingchen expressed his confusion. He was not mistaken. Merc, the judge, had indeed been profoundly affected by these two young men. At the age of 35, he had become a rank mech master, and he had felt exceptionally accomplished. After years of relentless effort, he had aspired to challenge the ranks of higher mech masters. But witnessing the vigor of these youths had severely undermined his self-confidence. One could never predict the monstrous challenges that awaited during assessments. And participation in the higher mech master competitions carried a considerable mortality rate. Even in a one-on-one confrontation with these two, he could prevail. Yet, facing them together posed a perilous threat to his life. Thus, he abandoned his aspirations of reaching the rank of higher mech master. For age had brought with it a multitude of responsibilities. His status, wealth, and family were all too significant to forsake. My mentor once told me that if a mech master loses their thirst for power, their abilities will diminish significantly. I did not believe it first, but seeing Mr. Merc, I find myself inclined to agree, Ho Chung reflected with deep sentiment. The two then made their way to the Mission Release Center at the Death Star Sea Hotel, where they secured a bounty of 120 billion. Over the years, the duo had offended far too many individuals, some of whom would go to great lengths, even risking their fortunes to eliminate them. Half of the bounty belonged to Ho Chung, but he adamantly refused, insisting on sharing the reward with everyone. He felt that he had done little to warrant such a substantial sum. As they exited the mission release hall, a luxurious car suddenly halted before them. From within emerged a diminutive elderly man, in his 50s, with a mouth full of gold teeth, bedecked in an array of jewels. Approaching the pair, he opened his glimmering mouth and exclaimed, "Gentlemen, please do not leave. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Aquino V, the most formidable power within the Death Star domain, commanding a fleet of over 1,000 ships. I perceive great potential in both of you and wish to extend an invitation for you to join my ranks. I am curious to know your thoughts on this matter. Rest assured, you may stipulate any terms you desire." A sly grin adorned Aquino's face. "Mr. Aquino, you may be unaware of our true identities. We are bounty hunters, as well as officers of the Empire. Your presence before us is akin to that of a mere star coin. I fear that one day I might succumb to the temptation of exchanging your head for such currency," replied Xia Xingchen, his tone laced with mockery. Yet beneath it lay a chilling undercurrent. A cold sweat broke out on Aquino V. Recently, Prince Nicholas had dispatched envoys to recruit him, and with his formidable adversary slain in a duel, he had grown somewhat overconfident, seeking to allure Xia Xingchen. However, Xia's words jolted him back to reality. Chief Justice Merc was undoubtedly the one most eager for his demise. "Mr. Xia, I have overstepped my bounds. I bid you farewell." With that, Aquino V hastily retreated into his vehicle, fleeing in disarray. Chapter 170. Departure from the Death Star domain. Xia Xingchen's remarks had successfully frightened off Aquino V, who sought to recruit him. While he harbored little fondness for the old man, Aquino's demeanor and offered terms were infinitely superior to those of that wretched Luke. At this moment, Xia Xingchen fervently wished for Luke to confront them, as it would provide him the opportunity to send both him and his two young masters to the depths of hell for a reunion. What he remained oblivious to was that at the instant Alfonso was slain, Luke had spewed forth a copious amount of blood. Mere moments later, when Alonso met his end, Luke again expelled a significant volume of blood, collapsing into unconsciousness. The space pirates were ill-equipped with medical facilities, and, at that juncture, the Brotherhood of Pirates had descended into chaos. Some were preoccupied with fleeing from the clutches of danger. Others sought to rally fellow pirates for power, while still others aimed to ally with Aquino V. In summary, none cared for the fate of that old man. Over an hour later, Luke succumbed to excessive blood loss, resulting in a catastrophic cardiovascular rupture. Upon returning to their ship, Xia Xingchen and Ho Chung entered the lounge, only for the lights to abruptly extinguish. As they stood bewildered, flames suddenly flickered atop a grand birthday cake positioned on the table. Behind them, the jubilant strains of a birthday song erupted as Zhang Yingying, Vivian, and Pirlo, alongside Hugo, emerged, clapping and singing in celebration. Zhang Yingying, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "First and foremost, congratulations to both of you for your resounding victory in today's Mecha duel, ridding the Empire of a menace. Furthermore, let us together wish our dear Xingchen a joyous 18th birthday." In that moment, Xia Xingchen realized that today marked his 18th birthday, a revelation that brought tears of joy to his eyes. After 18 long years, this was the first time anyone had celebrated his birthday, making it a momentous occasion indeed. 3 years ago, Xia Xingchen and his father were merely miners, toiling desperately each day for a morsel of food. At that time, Xia Xingchen was even unaware of the significance of a birthday. Later, upon arriving at the Sandstorm base, he remained preoccupied with the pursuit of strength, neglecting such thoughts. Moreover, in the Sandstorm base, where the populace lived in constant peril, there was no tradition of celebrating birthdays. They superstitiously believed that completing a birthday on the watchstar foretold imminent death. Today, it was by chance that Pirlo recalled having seen Xia Xingchen's file, realizing that this marked his 18th birthday. While the Galactic Empire recognized 15 as the age of adulthood, the tradition of human society over millennia deemed the 18th birthday as the most significant. Pirlo, ignoring the ongoing match, searched tirelessly for a place to order a birthday cake, ultimately succeeding in arranging one. His thoughts wandered to his mother, Old Man Fry, Colonel Belisi, and Freya. How he wished Freya were by his side at this moment. Unbeknownst to him, Freya had not perished that year. She had been rescued by Chun Ting and was now named Natalia, currently preparing for battle aboard the Liberty ship. Not far from him, the deaths of the Alfonso brothers had led to the disintegration of the entire brotherhood of space pirates, significantly altering the power dynamics within the Death Star domain. Aquino V sought to expand his influence amidst this chaos, while the Temple of Liberty would undoubtedly oppose his ambitions, foreshadowing an imminent large-scale conflict. As Xia Xingchen made a wish before extinguishing the candles, he experienced an unforgettable night. Ultimately, the affairs of the Death Star domain reached a conclusion, and it was time to return. School was set to commence in less than a month. Chun Ting longed to see Xia Xingchen off in person, but the current tumultuous circumstances prevented her from doing so. The space pirates within the Death Star domain were embroiled in fierce conflict over the division of the Brotherhood's power, and every movement of Chun Ting was under scrutiny. To avoid causing Xia Xingchen any trouble, she could only bid farewell through video communication. "Xingchen, I heard you were leaving. I truly wish you weren't. I had intended to see you off in person, but you know the current situation, and I cannot bring you any trouble. Thank you, Xing. It has been a joy to know you. I believe we will meet again. Oh, by the way, Xingchen, Sister Natalia asked me to extend her gratitude to you. She is very pleased with the mech design you created for her. It is a pity you could not meet this time. I hope you can see each other next time." "It is my honor, Miss Xinger," Xia Xingchen replied, though he did not realize he had once again missed a chance to be with his beloved. Xingchen, my real name is Chun Ting. You're the only one who knows this. My identity is rather sensitive, so it must remain confidential. Please do not hold it against me. I hope you understand." "I understand, Ting. I hope we can meet again in the future. Goodbye." "Goodbye, Xingchen." An orderly mixed fleet departed from the Death Star Sea Hotel. Today, 2 medium-sized military space cruisers and 4 small, high-speed reconnaissance vessels successfully completed their routine patrol from Watchstar to the Death Star Sea Hotel and are now en route back to the Watchstar space station. A dozen civilian spacecraft have chosen to accompany the military ships to avert the risk of being plundered by space pirates. Among this formidable convoy is Black Hole 1. In truth, Xia Xingchen and his companions would have faced no difficulties embarking on their journey alone. Their reputation soared after the battle between Xia Xingchen and Ho Chung, deterring smaller space pirates from targeting them. Furthermore, the 5th Aquino, beleaguered by the Free Sanctuary, is reluctant to establish such a formidable adversary. 3 days later, The spacecraft arrived at the Watchstar space station, where the crew busily conducted final repairs and resupplies. Xia Xingchen proceeded to the Mercenary Guild to submit their completed tasks. As the signal from the sky, net does not reach the Death Star Sea, the task can only be settled upon their return to the Watchstar. For their bounty tasks completed in the Death Star region, after deducting fees, they garnered a reward of 56 billion star coins. The task points they accumulated are sufficient for them to ascend to an elite mercenary group. However, such advancement requires at least 5 small ships or 1 medium vessel. Mere points will not suffice for an upgrade, thus they remain stagnant at the elite mercenary level for the time being. Upon returning to the ship, Xia Xingchen distributed a bonus of 10 billion star coins to each crew member, excluding himself and Yugo, who expressed immense gratitude. Their expedition yielded nearly 200 billion star coins in profit. After expenses and bonuses, approximately 110 billion star coins remained. While this sum appears substantial, the Mercenary Group's future development necessitates at least 80 billion star coins for the procurement of a minimally equipped old military medium battleship. Coupled with the costs of refitting and maintaining the vessel, this amount is far from adequate. Xia Xingchen had initially fretted over finances, but upon reflection, he realized that just 6 months prior, he was a mere commoner unable to afford even an alloy dagger for his mech. Now, with a personal mech and a fortune exceeding 1,000 billion, he found himself overly concerned. Chapter 171. William's gift. The next destination for Black Hole 1 is Rule Star. 2 months prior, when they departed from Rule, William Kluge mentioned he had prepared a gift for them. However, time constraints at that moment necessitated a delay in its preparation. Upon learning of Black Hole 1's return, William Kluge personally welcomed Xia Xingchen and his crew at the spaceport dock. During a grand welcome banquet, William listened with great interest as Vivian recounted the thrilling tales of their journey. Zhang Yingying even presented a video of the mech duel featuring Xia Xingchen and Ho Chong, which captivated William, who lamented not being able to join them on their adventure in the Death Star region. After several rounds of drinks and a sumptuous feast, William Kluge arranged accommodations for everyone at Rule Star's most opulent 7-star hotel. He then personally escorted Xia Xingchen and Pirlo to the Kluge family's private space dock. Within a fully enclosed space dock, a group of individuals entered, only to be greeted by 11 young men clad in identical uniforms, who saluted the trio in unison. William Krupp gestured towards the interior of the dock, and the lights illuminated, revealing a colossal warship. "Stellar, this is the gift I present to you," he proclaimed. The Rhine-class medium high-speed mech cruiser. Originally, it was a high-speed battlecruiser, but such a vessel would attract too much attention. The Empire would never permit a warship of such formidable firepower to roam freely. So I had to dismantle part of its armament and refit it into a high-speed mech cruiser. Additionally, I expanded the cargo hold for enhanced utility. William then proceeded to elaborate on the Rhine-class cruiser. The Rhine-class high-speed cruiser is the most advanced medium cruiser recently launched by Krupp Industries 3 years prior. This particular vessel, named Westphalia, measures 366 meters in length, 54 meters in width, and 38 meters in height. The bridge is designed to be retractable and concealed. It can normally accommodate 20 mechs, but with minor modifications to the cargo hold, it can support up to 30. Its power system consists of a super-large controllable nuclear fusion engine, along with 6 large controllable nuclear fusion engines. The rear of the ship is equipped with 16 super-large quantum thrusters, enabling exceptional speed. The modified Westphalia boasts an impressive array of weaponry: a heavy positron cannon with a maximum range of 1,000 kilometers, 2 large electromagnetic railguns with a range of 800 kilometers, 16 heavy dual-mounted laser cannons, 24 quad-mounted laser rapid-fire defense turrets, and 2 octuple missile launch systems, truly armed to the teeth. Unbeknownst to Xia Xingchen, this armament still resulted in the removal of 2 internal turrets and 2 external turrets. Among the Westphalia's weaponry, the positron cannon stands out as the most powerful armament. This weapon employs the annihilation reaction of matter and antimatter to achieve its destructive purpose. In the subatomic realm, typical electrons carry a negative charge, while the energy emitted by the positron cannon is a positron, also known as an anti-electron. When a positron encounters a negatively charged electron, annihilation occurs, releasing an immense amount of energy comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. The cost of a positron cannon is exorbitantly high, predominantly utilized as the main artillery on heavy space carriers. Among the mere 10 Rhine-class vessels, only the Westphalia and William Krupp's current flagship, the Dortmund, are equipped with the positron cannon. Furthermore, the Rhine-class possesses exceptionally robust armor, constructed from the most advanced alloy materials. The hull is fortified with 8 energy shield generators. The Rhine-class excels in performance, standing as the most advanced medium cruiser of the present day. However, its price is prohibitively steep. Even a Rhine-class vessel without the positron cannon is valued at 600 billion star coins, a cost far beyond the means of the imperial military. Consequently, only 10 vessels of the Rhine class were produced, primarily designated for the interstellar journeys of the Krupp family and the senior executives of the Krupp Group. The personal Rhine-class ship of Wilhelm Krupp was destroyed by space pirates during an ambush in the Lowland Star domain. He now travels aboard the Dortmund, which was previously used by his father, Eisen Krupp, while the Westphalia serves as the flagship of his younger brother, Mario Krupp. The deceased require no spacecraft. Thus, Wilhelm intends to modify it for Starry and present it as a gift. This warship necessitates a minimum of 10 crew members to operate. These 10 young men have been meticulously trained by our family, each bearing the loss of their forebears and relatives during my prior abduction, and they harbor a deep-seated vendetta against Nicholas. Hence, I entrust them to you. With their assistance, you shall command this vessel with ease. Wilhelm's thoughtful consideration deeply moved Starry. He introduced Starry to the 10 crew members, and together they entered the ship's interior. Wilhelm led Starry directly to the Mecha Bay, where the sight before them left both Starry and Pirlu in awe. The Mecha Bay of the Westphalia was brimming with personal mechas and various components. "This too is a gift for you," he declared. "My brothers and I have amassed quite a collection of high-end personal mechas. With their passing, I no longer have the time to indulge in mecha pursuits. This collection, crafted from the finest materials and components, most equipped with nuclear engines and red light thrusters, is yours now. In the storeroom, you will also find mecha weaponry and rare materials, all for you. Starry, I have heard of your exceptional skills in mecha maintenance and design alongside Old Man Fry. I trust these items will prove invaluable in your hands." Starry expressed his profound gratitude to Wilhelm and selected numerous mecha components, which Wilhelm arranged to be delivered to the Black Hole One. Starry and Pirlu returned to their presidential suite, convening once more for a meeting, their final one during this journey. Here, they prepared to part ways temporarily. Pirlu would guide the Westphalia to the secret base of the Vendetta organization and deliver the mechas and components to Old Man Fry, while the remaining crew would return to the Tianyuan Star aboard the Black Hole One. However, challenges awaited them with Hugo, as Tianyuan Star enforces stringent regulations on aliens and minors, with minors being entirely ineligible for entry. Aliens must endure rigorous scrutiny and navigate complex procedures to land on Tianyuan Star. Starry contemplated enlisting the assistance of Dyer and even Princess Xing. On the eve of their departure, Wilhelm Krupp hosted a lavish farewell banquet. The following morning, the Black Hole One and the Westphalia embarked on their respective journeys home. Chapter 172. The journey home. Gazing at the star map and calculating the return journey's duration, Starry suddenly spotted a planet on the map, Luban Star. It lay directly along their return route. "Vivian, if we linger on Luban Star for 3 days, will we still have time to make our return?" Starry inquired. "No issues at all. Our engine's output power currently stands at 70, and we could easily spend 4 days at full speed without any concerns. Thus, we shall linger on Luban Star for 2 or 3 days. I wish to visit my father, whom I have not seen for nearly 3 years." "No problem, Captain," Vivian replied. The spaceship's autopilot system was activated, and with the engine output at 90, we would reach Luban Star in just 1 more day. At this moment, Vivian and Zhang Yingying were on duty in the cockpit, while Ho Cheng busied himself with cooking, and Xia Xingchen toiled in the mecha and cargo bay. He was inventorying the mecha parts brought back, discreetly stowing away usable components into his personal mecha space. Transporting these items to Tianyuan Star could be quite troublesome, as many were contraband, and even mingling them with Tang Dynasty Group's parts would pose significant complications. Zhang Yingying noticed that Vivian was behaving unusually today. The usually vivacious and playful Vivian seemed transformed, often staring blankly at the large screen, her cheeks flushing at times and breaking into silly grins. "Sister Vivian, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Zhang Yingying inquired with concern. "Oh, it's nothing," Vivian replied, her cheeks reddening as she feigned composure to mask her anxiety. "By the way, this morning when I went to your room looking for you, you were absent. I must have been in the shower and didn't hear you," Vivian explained. "But why did I see you and Pirlo emerge from his room together later? You were in your pajamas, sneaking back into your own room. I was sitting on the sofa in the living room and saw everything." "Oh, I see. You must be sneaking a taste of something forbidden," Zhang Yingying teased. "I knew it. You often gaze at Pirlo with those suggestive eyes." "Oh, you little rascal. How dare you spy on me? And what about you? Don't you look at Xingchen with the same kind of eyes?" With that, the two engaged in playful banter. Indeed, during the long interstellar journey, humans often experienced profound loneliness. In such a confined space, the prolonged interaction between men and women frequently led to mutual attraction, culminating in numerous romantic entanglements. There were also many temporary partnerships formed to address physical needs and alleviate solitude. Pirlo, a year older than Vivian and undeniably handsome, had been working alongside her since boarding the ship, fostering a budding affection between them. However, Pirlo had been suppressing his feelings, hesitant to embrace this emotional connection. At the banquet last night, both had indulged a bit too much in spirits, and Vivian had bravely knocked on Pirlo's door. Here, an expansive narrative has been omitted. A day later, the spaceship descended directly onto Luban Star, where Ho Chung and Yugo tended to the vessel while Xia Xingchen set off to visit his father. Zhang Yingying insisted on accompanying him, and with a touch of reluctance, he acquiesced. Xia Xingchen, transporting Zhang Yingying, rented a small magnetic levitation vehicle and sped towards Ecological Zone 00168. Along the way, he regaled her with tales from his childhood on Manastar, captivating her with his stories. Following the address provided by his father, Xia Xingchen arrived at the family quarters of a military base on planet 00168, locating a splendid apartment building. "Room 3006 should be here." Xia Xingchen rang the doorbell. Shortly after, the door opened, revealing a woman in her early 40s, impeccably maintained, exuding a serene aura. "Whom are you looking for?" she inquired, observing the young man in military attire adorned with the rank of captain and a young girl with the insignia of a second lieutenant. "Hello, you must be Aunt Zhang. My father has spoken of you, and I am grateful for the care you have shown him," Xia Xingchen said, bowing deeply. Over the past year, he had sent nearly 5 million star coins to his father, Xiaoyu. After discussions with Li Quan, the two families moved out of their previous dormitory and together rented a spacious duplex apartment. Xiaoyu, living alone, found his existence quite solitary, and thus the Li couple could provide him with companionship. Eventually, Aunt Li introduced one of her colleagues to Xiaoyu, who was none other than Aunt Zhang. She had lost her husband years ago, had no children, and was also alone. The two found a deep connection and later decided to cohabitate. "Ah, Xingchen has arrived. Cool. Sit inside. Such a beautiful girl. She must be your girlfriend," Aunt Li exclaimed as she emerged from the house, warmly ushering them in. Upon hearing Aunt Li's misunderstanding, Zhang Yingying blushed but refrained from correcting her, instead feeling a delightful sweetness within. In the evening, Li Quan and Xiaoyu returned from work. Witnessing his son's remarkable success brought tears to Xiaoyu's eyes. Aunt Zhang and Aunt Li prepared a lavish dinner, and the two families gathered to share a reunion meal. Despite Xia Xingchen's repeated clarifications, Xiaoyu continued to treat Zhang Yingying as if she were his future daughter-in-law. This caused Xia Xingchen considerable embarrassment, while Zhang Yingying found joy in the situation. That night, Zhang Yingying stayed in the guest room, while Aunt Zhang returned to her own residence. Xia Xingchen shared a room with his father. They conversed until the late hours. Xia Xingchen informed his father that war was imminent and urged him not to go to the front lines, to which Xiaoyu agreed. The following day, Xia Xingchen bid farewell to his father, leaving him 10 million star coins, explaining that it was his prize money for winning the Mecha combat competition at Tianyuan Star Military Academy. Subsequently, he and Yingying returned to the Black Hole No. 1. Vivian disabled the autopilot, and the ship's engines reached an output power of 95. After 10 days, they finally arrived at the Canal Space Station of Tianyuan Star. Black Hole No. 1 docked at the exclusive berth of the Tang Dynasty Group. The Dragon Knight and the Chi Tianda Sheng mechas were loaded into transport containers, destined for the Landing Management Bureau for inspections, re-registration, issuance of identification codes, and installation of positioning devices. The entry and exit of mechas to and from Tianyuan Star required various checks for security reasons. Meanwhile, He accompanied Hugo to the immigration office to fill out paperwork and undergo identity verification. Although Xia Xingchen had leveraged some connections through Dairun, it still took them a full 2 days to obtain their entry permits. Vivian and Zhang Yingying bid farewell to Xia Xingchen at the space station, promising to team up again for their next training expedition during the holiday. Zhang Yingying felt a lingering attachment to Xia Xingchen and, under Vivian's teasing, reluctantly departed. The space shuttle landed at the airport, and after boarding a maglev passenger ship, Xia Xingchen, Ho Cheng, and Hugo finally arrived at the military zone of Tianyuan Star. Chapter 173. A brand new Mecha Club, 2 luxurious maglev cars parked in front of the passenger center of the military zone. Familiar faces greeted them. Hey Hans, you've gained a few pounds, it's time to lose some weight, or else those instructors will have a field day with your fitness test after school. Siu Min, I see those dark circles under your eyes. You've been burning the midnight oil again, haven't you? And lovely Chiu Rue seems to have grown even more beautiful. Dairun, thank you. Otherwise, I would have been stuck at the airport for another half-month. Seeing his roommates filled Xia Xingchen with warmth. He introduced Hugo to everyone, and they all took a liking to the somewhat shy alien. The first destination for their journey was the commercial street in the military zone. From a distance, Xia Xingchen was taken aback by the sight before him. A colossal building stretching over 600 meters in length, 200 meters in width, and 30 meters in height. A massive screen, towering over 20 meters high, displayed battle footage of Xia Xingchen and Ho Cheng. Bold red letters adorned the rooftop, 1524 Mecha Club, visible from several kilometers away. Upon entering the building, the astonishment only deepened. The structure boasted 3 floors and a basement. Inside, there were 50 mecha maintenance stations and 20 mecha display stands. The basement served as a warehouse for mechas and their components, having been developed into the largest comprehensive mecha service complex on Tianyuan Star, encompassing sales, maintenance, upgrades, and mecha storage. Additionally, they had secured the mecha franchise rights from the Tang Dynasty Group in the military zone, along with authorizations for several mecha modification brands from the same group. Moreover, the 1524 Mecha Club offered a variety of services, including dining, entertainment, accommodation, and mecha simulation games. Hans Granta led Xia Xingchen and Hugo to the employee dormitory area on the top floor, arranging a private room for Hugo. It was already quite a challenge for Hugo to gain entry into Tianyuan Star, and entering the Imperial Military Command Academy was strictly forbidden. Even the words of the President or the Emperor could not change that. Military academies are critical military facilities, and it would be unthinkable to allow an alien inside. Therefore, Xia Xingchen had previously communicated with Hans Granta to arrange for Hugo to stay in the employee dormitory. Hugo was listed under the security department, free to engage in any activity, with meals provided at the staff canteen and a monthly salary. Assigning Hugo to the security department was Hans Granta's idea. Unsurprisingly, many customers were intrigued by the tall, Terimian security personnel, often visiting to maintain their mechas just to chat with Hugo. Hugo relished this lifestyle, diligently patrolling each day, conversing with guests, and assisting Xia Xingchen whenever he visited. Life was fulfilling and vibrant. The evening reception banquet took place in the dining hall of the 1524 Mecha Club. Xia Xingchen distributed gifts to everyone, while Galani reported on the operational status of the 1524 Mecha Club. Over the past 3 months, the club has generated profits exceeding 500 billion star coins. Although the majority of these funds have been reinvested by Galani into expanding the business scope and constructing facilities. Consequently, dividends cannot be distributed at this moment, a situation that Xia Xingchen readily comprehended. Up to this point, the 1524 Mecha Club has recruited 5 senior mecha maintenance engineers, 40 intermediate engineers, and over 100 apprentices. Hans is currently occupied with site selection and personnel training, as he plans to open a new branch. Xia Xingchen finds it astonishing that a mere serendipitous idea from half a year ago has burgeoned into such a colossal enterprise. While he acknowledges his own contributions, he recognizes the indispensable efforts of others, particularly Hans and Galani, whose commercial acumen is truly remarkable. After dinner, Hans discreetly beckons Xia Xingchen aside. Xingchen, come with me. I have a surprise for you. Oh, is it the private mecha storage facility I asked you to prepare? Due to Xia Xingchen acquiring numerous forbidden mecha components, including nuclear mecha engines, he had contacted Hans for assistance in locating a hidden storage facility before departing from Roarstar. The two arrived at elevator No. 8 and ascended within. Galanti scanned his personal terminal on the elevator control panel, causing the elevator to descend slowly. Upon reaching the first underground level, it did not stop but continued downward for over 20 meters before halting. Xia Xingchen was perplexed, as the control panel only displayed button for the first underground level and the third ground level, yet the screen now prominently indicated two. What's going on? How deep have we dug? What an enormous undertaking this must be. Xia Xingchen mused in confusion. Galanti, brimming with pride, explained the circumstances. During the expansion of the premises and excavation of the basement, he had unexpectedly discovered a sizable natural underground cavern located 30 meters below ground. Since Xia Xingchen required a discrete personal mecha storage facility, Hans arranged for the cavern to be renovated into a secret mecha laboratory. Access to this area is limited to this elevator and the number 6 mecha lift, requiring personal terminal authentication. Fortunately, I have already granted you access. Presently, only the two of us can enter. As they stepped into the secret mecha laboratory, they found an expansive underground space, approximately 400 square meters in area and 8 meters high. There were 2 multi-functional mecha maintenance workstations, various testing equipment, and even a set of materials processing machinery. Xia Xingchen was immensely satisfied and planned to install the nuclear engine onto the Dragon Knight mecha as soon as possible. Chapter 174. Discussion on intelligence upon returning to their quarters. Dai Ren approached Xia Xingchen, and the two exchanged the intelligence they had gathered. When Dai Ren learned that it was Xia Xingchen and his companions who had rescued William Kerber, he erupted into joyous laughter. Xingchen, do you realize that your actions have once again saved the Empire, delaying the progression of the war by at least 2 years? Originally, Nicholas's plan for paralysis nearly devastated the Enterprise's vital to the Empire's lifeblood. The productivity levels of the entire Empire regressed by nearly 1 to 2 years. Moreover, this calamity was unfairly attributed to the Galactic Liberation Army, which would undoubtedly compel our Emperor to mobilize the national military to suppress them, potentially inciting greater social upheaval. However, William Kerber's recent revelations have unveiled Nicholas's true nature, uniting the victims in shared outrage and severing all economic ties with the North, thereby inflicting severe damage on its economy and significantly hindering its military preparations. It appears you are Nicholas's natural nemesis, and Darren is quite pleased. How is the situation at school? My intelligence network is nearly fully established, encompassing several gossip clubs within the institution and a few computer experts whom I have recruited. A new development has emerged. Nearly 80% of students from the North and those connected to it have withdrawn, leaving only those who have been enrolled for less than 2 years. It has come to my attention that Nicholas's extensive recruitment over the years has resulted in a bloated and disorganized personnel structure under his command, leading to inefficiency. He is compelled to slow his expansion and begin restructuring his forces, which requires a substantial influx of talent. Furthermore, following this incident, he has almost completely severed ties with the Empire, making it exceedingly difficult for him to incite student dissent. In other matters, what actions is Nicholas undertaking? The same old tactics, supporting puppets and seeking scapegoats. Recently, there have been significant disturbances caused by space pirates in some remote areas, and the intelligence department suspects that Nicholas has extended his reach there. Darren provided an analysis of the situation to Xia Xingchen. Are there any new developments now? Indeed, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Intelligence Department, and the security forces have all become frantically busy, initiating a purge of infiltrators in key sectors and the military. I believe we are still somewhat reactive. We ought to launch a counteroffensive, suggested Xia Xingchen. Our intelligence network and underground operations in the North have suffered a heavy blow, resulting in substantial losses, and many individuals have already been targeted. Additionally, they have more pressing assignments, making significant actions difficult for the time being, Darren expressed with some difficulty. William Kerber and I have discussed many matters. We will discreetly contact a group of individuals. William will finance efforts to undermine Nicholas. I hope you can provide some intelligence support, Xia Xingchen stated, opting to invoke William Kerber's name to conceal the identity of the Yazi organization. Darren contemplated for a moment and replied, "This is entirely feasible. We can even offer financial support, personnel assistance, and technical training." "No, that is not acceptable. We do not require funding, nor do we need personnel or training," Xia Xingchen replied earnestly. "We will not interfere with any of your operations. All actions will be dictated by you." Darren assumed Xia Xingchen was concerned about losing command of the operation. "No, you misunderstand. This is not a matter of leadership. Dairen, I inquire of you, what is the primary reason for the significant losses our intelligence personnel have suffered in the North? After a moment of contemplation, Dai Ren replied, in truth, this is a scandal. Several of our senior intelligence officers have been compromised by Nicholas, resulting in the near-total dismantling of our espionage network in the North. You are right to worry about double agents. Indeed, treachery is prevalent in our line of work. Xia Xingchen then added, this is merely one aspect. As an outsider, I would like to share my perspective. I sense that our empire's intelligence system has become overly rigid, adhering to fixed protocols that are easily recognizable as the handiwork of your agents. Take you, for instance. You exude an aura of conspiracy. Such intelligence operations can be discerned without the need for betrayal. Over the course of the past 3 months, Xia Xingchen had delved into numerous relevant texts and engaged in extensive discussions with Zhang Yingying regarding the domestic and foreign affairs of the Galactic Empire. Prompting a great deal of reflection, Dai Ren fell silent, profoundly impacted by Xia Xingchen's words. The Galactic Empire indeed faced severe internal and external challenges. Their family had exerted tremendous effort to address these issues, and the insights of an outsider brought him a sudden clarity akin to enlightenment. Xia Xingchen continued, moreover, we may resort to some rather ruthless methods, should matters come to light. If any personnel from the intelligence department are implicated, you will face immense public scrutiny. Based on these 3 reasons, I have resolved to act independently. How can you ensure the safety of your operatives? Dai Ren inquired. Each individual involved in this operation has lost a close relative at the hands of Nicholas. They possess a fervent desire for vengeance, making them impervious to bribery. I understand. Rest assured, we will provide the utmost intelligence support. That night, in the office of the Minister of Internal Affairs, Minister Dai Yunfei's eyes lit up upon hearing his grandson's account. Xia Xingchen is entirely correct. Our rigid thinking and adherence to outdated practices are our Achilles heel. We must initiate reform, lest we be rendered obsolete by the tides of time, a backwardness that directly threatens the survival of the Empire. Renner, what are your thoughts? I wish to hear your perspective. After a moment of deliberation, Dai Ren responded, Grandfather, reform is fundamentally about breaking the old to establish the new. One cannot create without dismantling. This implies a complete overhaul of the existing intelligence system in favor of a novel framework. My proposition is to refrain from altering the current system for the time being and instead build a new intelligence network under a fresh operational paradigm. This is based on several considerations. First, the establishment of an intelligence network requires time, years, even decades. Until the new network reaches a certain scale, we must allow the old system to continue functioning. Second, with the impending war, any reforms to the existing intelligence structure are bound to disrupt its operations. Thirdly, in the wake of the imminent civil war, our existing intelligence apparatus is bound to suffer significant blows. At this juncture, the establishment of a new intelligence framework will compensate for these losses, gradually superseding the original system while effectively averting direct confrontation between the two structures. Well said. Minister Dai Yunfei applauded. Renner, this matter is entrusted to you. I shall offer no guidance. Proceed with unbridled determination. Will this not arouse the Emperor's suspicion and unease? Dai Ren inquired. In this critical moment of our nation's survival, even if my family faces annihilation, the safety of the Empire must be preserved. Understand that if Nicholas ascends to power, our family will be the first to face extermination. Yes, grandfather, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Moreover, your classmate Xia Xingchen is exceptional, truly remarkable. His endeavors have nearly incapacitated half of Nicholas's fleet. You must provide him with utmost support and a grander platform. I eagerly anticipate what further surprises he may bestow upon us. Chapter 175. Mecha Upgrade and Modification Dai Ren departed from Minister Dai Yunfei's office. A few days later, the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Galactic Empire officially established the Strategic Intelligence Department of the Galactic Empire, abbreviated as SID. It became the 4th major intelligence agency of the Galactic Empire. Given the clandestine nature of its operations, all critical information, including the department head, is classified. Dai Ren now embarked on the task of seeking and training intelligence personnel within the military academy. Previously, the Galactic Empire had 3 primary intelligence agencies. The Imperial Military Intelligence Office, primarily responsible for military matters and intelligence concerning adversarial forces. The Imperial Security Bureau, tasked with domestic security affairs and combating domestic mining resistance organizations, and the Imperial Inspection Bureau, focused on gathering intelligence on officials and military leaders within the Galactic Empire, striving to uncover evidence of their illegal activities. The newly established Strategic Intelligence Department will gather all intelligence, both domestic and foreign, that may impact the development and security situation of the Galactic Empire, formulating corresponding countermeasures. The next day, Xia Xingchen, early in the morning, visited Qin Ren and the elderly gentleman, bringing some local specialties purchased in the Death Star region, while Ho Cheng went to see Night Bell. In the evening, they both accepted invitations from the two princesses for a welcoming feast at a luxurious hotel in the commercial district. Soon, the day of the new semester arrived. Xia Xingchen, alongside Dai Run, resumed martial arts training with Qin Run and the elder. As the semester commenced, all students were subjected to rigorous physical fitness examinations. Those who failed to meet the standards would be compelled to endure a month of intensive physical training, reputed to be a hellish ordeal, implemented to prevent students from indulging during the lengthy holiday. Consequently, Hans Glanz and Li Xiaoming regrettably failed the examination and were dragged out by their instructor for a day of torment. Ultimately, it was Li Chirui who sought out Xia Xingchen and Ho Cheng to carry the two back to their dormitory. Shortly thereafter, a new shipment of components and mechs from the Tang Dynasty group arrived. Hans and Li Xiaoming were undergoing mandatory physical training. Thus, the responsibility of receiving the shipment fell entirely upon Xia Xingchen. Accompanying the shipment were Xia Xingchen's Dragon Knight battle mech and Ho Cheng's Qi Tian de Sheng mech. Xia Xingchen promptly transported these two mechs to a clandestine mech laboratory. As for the display mechs, the cunning Gerontius had replaced the genuine articles with another Dragon Knight battle mech and a modified monk mech, while Xia Xingchen and Ho Cheng were away 3 months prior. Xia Xingchen retrieved 3 miniaturized controllable nuclear fusion mech engines along with various other components from his personal mech space and began his industrious work. The first to be modified was Ho Cheng's Qi Tian de Sheng mech, as its structure was relatively simpler. The replacement of the mech engine was no trivial task. Although referred to as engines, standard mech engines merely function as energy distributors, channeling energy provided by the mech's battery to various components, such as weapon systems and thrusters, as required. In contrast, a true controllable nuclear fusion engine is a legitimate engine capable of releasing substantial energy through nuclear fusion reactions. Transforming to a nuclear energy engine entails considerable work, akin to redesigning an entire mech. Firstly, most of the batteries must be removed, retaining only a small portion, as mech technicians cannot activate the nuclear fusion engine during every test, maneuver, or maintenance session. Secondly, the nuclear fusion engine itself is quite voluminous. Although most batteries are removed, the space saved is minimal. The internal structure of the mech must undergo significant alterations to accommodate the nuclear fusion engine. Thirdly, as the energy output of the engine increases, all related components within the mech must be reinforced to prevent potential destruction. Finally, the installation and adaptation of numerous specialized equipment designed for nuclear energy engines is necessary. After 3 days of diligent work, Xia Xingchen completed the redesign of the Qi Tian de Sheng mech. The core technology of this combat mech is the mental force oscillation system, which allows the mech to monitor the pilot's mental energy fluctuations and adjust its energy output accordingly during combat maneuvers. With the installation of the nuclear energy engine, the mech's attack power was nearly doubled, necessitating reinforcement of its supportive structures. Additionally, the shock absorption systems required substantial adjustments to prevent Ho Cheng from being overwhelmed by his own strength in battle. Another modification involved replacing the main thruster with a red light thruster, significantly enhancing the mech's speed. However, the availability of suitable red light thrusters was limited, prompting Xia Xingchen to replace only the main thruster of the Qi Tian de Sheng mech. Moreover, with the nuclear energy engine installed, a light energy shield system was imperative. Xia Xingchen equipped the mech with 2 light energy shield generators, one at the front and one at the rear, allowing it to automatically release energy to mitigate damage when under attack. Additionally, 2 mental force shield systems were installed on the forearms of the mech. Under the influence of the mech pilot's mental prowess, an immense surge of energy is instantaneously channeled to the shield generator, forming a tangible shield composed of pure energy. This shield boasts formidable defensive capabilities, capable of deflecting even the most ferocious melee assaults from adversaries. The final step involves rewriting the mech's operating system, as the original was designed for non-nuclear engines, necessitating a complete overhaul. Xia Xingchen dedicated a full 10 days to meticulously assemble the newly revamped Qi Tian mech. To facilitate inspections and maintenance without revealing the nuclear engine, Xia Xingchen camouflaged many internal structures of the mech as battery units and redesigned the maintenance schematics. Only a highly skilled mech technician could discern that it was a nuclear-powered mech. Upon witnessing his new Qi Tian mech, Ho Chung was filled with exhilaration. The parameters of the nuclear-powered Qi Tian mech are as follows: strength 45, agility 33, armor 40, speed 36, marking a significant enhancement over its predecessor. Next was the modification of his own Longqi battle mech. Given the considerable weight of the Dragon Knight system and the mech itself, the battery pack occupied a substantial volume. The nuclear-powered configuration allowed for a considerable reduction in space. This newly available space enabled Xia Xingchen to install additional thrusters, equipping the back of the Longqi battle mech with 4 medium-sized red light thrusters. Subsequently, he reinforced the mech structure, integrated an energy shield system, and added a mental shield. In terms of weaponry, the floating cannons underwent a redesign, increasing their laser output power by 30 while reducing the charging time to 30 seconds. Additionally, hidden charging cables were installed in the mech's arms, allowing the nuclear engine to power the mech's laser rifle at any moment. Thus, theoretically, if the rifle remains undamaged and the mech retains energy, it could continue firing indefinitely. As the Longqi battle mech has now been mass-produced and released by the Tang Dynasty Group, Xia Xingchen rebranded his mech as the Longqi Flying General. After over 10 days of diligent work, the Longqi Flying General mech, outfitted with a nuclear engine, was finally completed, boasting the following parameters: strength 36, agility 28, armor 40, speed 36. The Longqi Flying General utilizes a Type 3 microcontrolled nuclear fusion engine salvaged from the Hellraven mech of the Krupp Industries. In contrast, Ho Chang's Qi Tian mech is equipped with a Longqi No. 5 engine seized from the headquarters of the Bu Star Pirate Group. The Krupp Industries engine provides greater output power, while the Longqi No. 5 from the Tang Dynasty Group offers superior stability. Thus, Xia Xingchen made this judicious choice. Both mechs are securely stored in the mech laboratory's warehouse, ensuring their safety. Additionally, a Longqi No. 5 nuclear engine was preserved for later installation in the White Reaper upon Pirlo's return. As for Hugo and his Tarimi warriors, Xia Xingchen has opted not to equip them with a nuclear engine at this time, as their operation relies on a simulation system. Excessive power output from a nuclear engine could potentially overwhelm the mech pilot. Xia Xingchen intends to devise a more reliable plan when time permits. In recent days, the 2 princesses of the Galactic Empire have been beset by anxiety as the 18th birthday of Princess Qin Yin'er approaches. According to royal tradition, a grand coming-of-age ceremony will be held in her honor on that day. This should be a moment of joy and celebration. However, the princesses are fraught with worry due to a troubling piece of news. The Empire's Vice Prime Minister, Gao Wanzhong, intends to propose to Emperor Qinzheng during the festivities. Gao Wanzhong holds a favored position before Emperor Qinzheng, despite his mediocre capabilities. He excels in sycophancy and forming alliances, often using his subtle flattery to leave the emperor oblivious to his own identity. Most detestable, he stands as the only official in the empire who supports Prince Nicholas. He consistently opposes any proposals directed against Nicholas, shielding him from criticism, which endears him to the emperor. Consequently, Qinzheng has promoted him to serve as a pawn against the court's opposition regarding the prince. Moreover, like a Trax-like, Gao Wanzhong has gathered a considerable faction of sycophantic courtiers who prioritize their own advancement over the empire's welfare or royal dignity. Their loyalty can be bought, and should Prince Nicholas offer them higher positions, they would readily conspire to overthrow the emperor. Each year, substantial funds flow into their secret accounts from Nicholas as a reward for their support in the court. As the venerable chancellor in Kai ages and becomes less able to manage affairs personally, calls for a change in chancellorship have echoed through the court. Gao Wanzhong is seen as a likely successor, eliciting support from many. He has 2 sons. The elder, Gao Manxiang, 25, serves as captain of a medium cruiser in the Empire's 4th Fleet, while the younger, Gao Yingxiang, 20, is a student at the Royal Military Academy. Though they appear impressive with numerous titles, Those within their circle recognize that their accolades are mere FA-aids, acquired through familial connections rather than genuine merit. Moreover, both have a reputation for mistreating commoners and engaging in misconduct. The two princesses are acutely aware that, given the emperor's trust and favoritism towards Gao Wanzhong, should he propose to both of them during the coming-of-age ceremony, the emperor is likely to consent to at least one of the unions, either to maintain his image or to encourage his subordinates. Although he has promised Princess Yenner that she may choose her own spouse, he might still acquiesce to a marriage between Princess Yu and Gao Manxiang. Both princesses were acutely aware of the true nature of the two brothers, and Qin Yenner was equally reluctant to see her sister wed to Gao Manxiang. "Sister, what shall we do? If father truly loses his senses and agrees, it would be akin to pushing you into a furnace," she lamented. "However, if I were to refuse in front of him, it would severely undermine his dignity, as well as that of the royal family." Qin Fenger fretted. "If we had a legitimate reason, could we not reject father without causing him great embarrassment?" Princess Xing inquired. Qin Fenger nodded in agreement. Qin Yenner continued, "I have made my decision. We shall invoke the princess and knight clause. This way, even if father wishes to consent to the Gao family, he will find himself powerless. Subsequently, we can gather evidence of the brothers' misdeeds and present them to the elders, who will relay them to father. I believe that upon witnessing the Gao brothers' notorious transgressions, father will comprehend our actions. Moreover, the council will never permit a princess of the empire to marry such scoundrels." After contemplating, Qin Fenger remarked, "The princess and knight clause is a vow of the princess. Xinger, you must be certain, once this vow is made, we can only seek our partners among our knights. So what? I would willingly wed a genuine knight rather than a pampered scion." Qin Yannia asserted resolutely. "But we do not have any knights yet," Qin Fenger countered. "Do not worry, sister. We can simply pretend those two are knights. Who could possibly challenge that? Moreover, it is the princess herself who decides who shall be deemed a knight. I shall ponder it further." Princess Yu expressed her hesitation. "Sister, the one in your heart is indeed worthy of becoming your knight. Are you not moved?" Qin Yenner teased. As the weekend dawned, Xia Xingchen and Ho Cheng received invitations from the two princesses to attend a banquet at the palace. Ho Cheng wore a pained expression, while Xia Xingchen furrowed his brow, sensing that something significant might transpire, especially since they had been meeting frequently in the commercial district. After the meal, the two accompanied the princesses into the study, the heavy wooden door closing behind them, as the four began a clandestine conference. Qin Yenner elaborately outlined their predicament and expressed her hope that Xia Xingchen and Ho Cheng would temporarily pose as their knights during the coming-of-age ceremony. Without hesitation, both Xia Xingchen and Ho Cheng affirmed that it was their duty, willing to go to great lengths for the sake of friendship. Chapter 177. The princess's coming-of-age ceremony. It was a bright and breezy morning, and the square in front of the palace was abuzz with tension and activity. As the princess's knights, Ho Cheng and Xia Xingchen had arrived at the palace the previous day in their mechs. They were to join the royal guard during the ceremony. Before them, the grand observation platform was teeming with guests. Emperor Qinzheng, alongside the empress, the two princesses' cabinet ministers, and key military leaders had gathered together. Representatives from various sectors across the galaxy and major interstellar conglomerates also sent their delegates. All esteemed guests were attired in their finest garments. Princess Qin Fenger donned a resplendent white gown, crowned with a delicate tiara adorned with a crescent moon, while the day's focal point, Princess Qin Yenner, radiated in a splendid yellow evening dress, akin to the brightest star within the galaxy, shimmering with an irresistible brilliance. The proceedings commenced with a series of rituals, including a parade by the royal guard and a grand performance of song and dance. Following the performances, Emperor Qinzheng addressed the assembly. "Today, in this esteemed gathering, my beloved daughter Qin Yenner has finally reached adulthood, and I am greatly reassured. Here, I shall personally place the princess crown upon her head, wishing her boundless happiness." The audience erupted in thunderous applause as a palace official approached with a tray bearing a golden tiara, topped with a dazzling star. Emperor Qinzheng elevated the crown and placed it atop the head of Princess Xinger, eliciting another round of applause, accompanied by the flashes of cameras from distant media outlets. With a hint of nostalgia, Emperor Qinzheng remarked, "I wonder which fortunate young man will be lucky enough to marry my precious daughter." The grand banquet soon commenced, presented in a buffet style, with the two princesses surrounded by a throng of young suitors, rendering their escape nearly impossible. Fortunately, two valiant knights remained steadfastly at their sides, warding off numerous unwelcome advances. Ho Cheng and Xia Xingchen were clad in specially tailored red knightly attire, exuding an air of gallantry. However, it wasn't long before they became the targets of envious glares from many onlookers. Emperor Qin Zheng and the Empress found themselves encircled by a group of ministers, each vying to toast the emperor according to their rank. Naturally, the emperor merely sipped lightly from his cup. It was then the turn of the imperial vice-chancellor, Gao Wanzhong, to raise a toast. He clinked his glass with the emperor and, tilting his head back, downed a glass of Antares red wine in one swift motion, while Emperor Qin Zheng took a modest sip in return as a gesture of respect. Seizing the moment, Gao Wanzhong ventured, "Your Majesty, your pair of daughters is indeed the envy of many. With the Star Princess and the Moon Princess now of age, may I inquire about your plans?" He continued, "A graceful maiden deserves a worthy suitor. Any young man of ambition, capability, and commendable character is eligible to pursue the princesses. Might you have any candidates in mind?" My esteemed Gao Wanzhong. Upon sensing an opportunity, Gao Wanzhong eagerly responded, "Your Majesty, I dare to recommend my two sons. My eldest, Gao Manxiang, is of similar age to the Moon Princess and currently serves in the military, boasting commendable achievements. My younger son, Gao Yingxiang, is a year older than the Star Princess and excels at the Royal Military Academy, receiving numerous accolades each year. Both have long admired the princesses. I humbly beseech you to consider arranging their unions with my sons." His words plunged the hall into a heavy silence, as the gaze of the ministers turned lethal, casting daggers towards him. Had looks been lethal weapons, Gao Wanzhong would have been reduced to ashes by now. Emperor Qin Zheng hesitated, for while he held Gao Wanzhong in high regard, he knew little of his sons. Moreover, the marriage of the Star Princess was beyond his authority, and, as a father, he was reluctant to hastily marry off his daughter. Even in the case of a mutually beneficial arrangement, a father naturally wishes for his daughter's happiness. However, Gao Wanzhong had already made his stance clear, seemingly alienating all the ministers. If Emperor Qin Zheng were to refuse him at this juncture, it would be a blatant affront. He could sense the disapproving gazes of the courtiers. Should he fail to support Gao Wanzhong now, how could he rely on him to balance the power among the officials in the future? Qin Zheng found himself in a dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "You all know that I promised Xinger that her marriage would be her own decision. Similarly, I wish to extend the same consideration to Fenger. I shall provide these two young men with an opportunity. I will introduce them to Xinger and Yuer. But whether or not it comes to fruition will depend on my two precious daughters' sentiments." "Thank you, Your Majesty. These two are my sons." Gao Manxiang and Gao Yingxiang bowed before the emperor. Like their father, both were remarkably handsome and made a splendid first impression. Upon seeing the two young men, Emperor Qin Zheng was quite taken with their refined appearances. "Splendid, excellent young men," he commended, which only swelled their pride further. However, the other young nobles present in the palace hall were not pleased. They were well aware of the true nature of the two newcomers. The tempestuous second prince, Qin Yuan, even felt compelled to draw his sword and confront the trio, only to be restrained firmly by his elder brother, Qin Wei. Nearby companions rushed to placate him. Emperor Qin summoned the two princesses and introduced them to the Gao family, outlining their intentions. He inquired about his daughter's thoughts. At that moment, all eyes in the hall were fixed upon the two princesses. The music ceased, and the audience held their breath in anticipation of their response. Several reporters also turned their cameras toward the princesses. Princess Yu, Qin Fenger, adjusted her crown and bowed to everyone present, declaring, "I, Princess Qin Fenger of the Galactic Empire, hereby state that I shall uphold the will of our ancestors and dedicate my life to safeguarding the oath between princess and knight, unwavering until death." As soon as she finished, Princess Qin Yenner stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "I, Princess Qin Yenner of the Empire, also declare that I will follow the will of our forebears and devote my life to protecting the sacred vow between princess and knight, steadfast until death." The grand hall erupted into a cacophony of discussion. Suddenly, someone began to applaud, and it turned out to be the two princes leading the ovation. Qin Wei and Qin Yuan were deeply fond of their sisters, and they rejoiced at their choices. Yet, the emperor's expression darkened considerably. He had anticipated that his elder daughter, being obedient and understanding, would grasp his intentions and comply, only to be met with this unexpected outcome. Chapter 178. Refusal. Gao Wanzhong's face flushed like a monkey's backside. This was nothing short of a blatant slap in the face, and it resonated powerfully. His two sons appeared utterly despondent. Meanwhile, the other ministers reveled in their delight. The tale of the princess and the knight's vow is widely known throughout the Galactic Empire. In the past, there existed a princess, Qin Miaoyue, who was deeply in love with her devoted knight. However, the old emperor held little regard for the knight's role as the princess's protector. In his eyes, it was merely a trivial game, and the happiness of the princess paled in comparison to political interests. Seizing the opportunity, the emperor dispatched the knight to the battlefield and compelled his daughter to wed the son of a powerful minister. During the wedding ceremony, before thousands of guests, Princess Qin Miaoyue took her own life. In her final moments, she declared, "I, Princess Qin Miaoyue of the Empire, hereby proclaim my unwavering commitment to uphold the vow between princess and knight, dedicating my life to this cause." The princess's tragic demise sent shockwaves throughout the Galactic Empire. The populace condemned the emperor's selfish actions and lauded the princess's fidelity to love and her vows. Deeply affected, the emperor abdicated in sorrow. Months later, the knight returned from the battlefield and, in front of the princess's grave, took his own life in a poignant act of devotion. The actions of the princess and knight moved everyone in the Galactic Empire. To prevent such tragedies from recurring and in memory of his sister, the newly ascended emperor instituted a decree. Whenever a princess publicly proclaims the vow of the princess and knight, no one shall interfere with their union, and her spouse must be chosen from among her protectors. This vow is safeguarded by the laws of the Galactic Empire, impervious even to the emperor's influence. The two princesses presented their vow to manifest their resolution, shattering the ulterior motives of certain individuals. While the citizens watching the live broadcast of the princess's coming-of-age ceremony cheered in approval. "High Minister, the two princesses have made their choices. I am truly powerless to intervene. It seems that the two gentlemen must strive diligently to become the princess's protectors. I refuse to accept this. I challenge you." Standing aside, Gao Manxiang removed his white gloves and tossed them at Ho Cheng's feet, believing that it was Ho Cheng's presence that deterred the princess from acknowledging him. Feeling that Ho Cheng was insignificant, he decided to vent his frustrations upon him. Ho Cheng, not one for words, glared at the provocation with fury. "What's the matter? Coward? Are you afraid? Withdraw and give up your place as the princess's knight." Gao Manxiang boasted, oblivious to how his own so-called achievements had been secured. Ho Cheng glanced at the moon princess, whose face had turned pale with indignation. "Ho Cheng, he is insulting the dignity of the imperial princess. The honor of a protector is not something such a person can tarnish. I authorize you to punish him and restore my dignity." "As you wish, my princess," Ho Cheng replied, turning to Gao Manxiang. "How shall we compete? In mecha combat or hand-to-hand?" "Of course, mecha combat," Gao Manxiang declared, unaware that his fleet, the Fourth Fleet of the Galactic Empire, was renowned for its lackluster combat capabilities. Due to the overwhelming presence of influential connections within the management of this fleet, the Fourth Fleet has become the most ideal venue for their gilded ambitions. Gao Manxiang boasts a record of downing enemy mechs on numerous occasions. However, the legitimacy of these achievements is highly questionable. Upon enlisting, Gao Wanzhong spent nearly 100 billion to customize a personal mech for him, outfitted with a nuclear engine and a crimson thruster, among other formidable enhancements. Since then, Gao Manxiang has grown excessively arrogant, seemingly oblivious to his own identity. Today, he audaciously seeks to challenge Ho Cheng. Meanwhile, Gao Yingxiang and Gao Wanzhong stand by, their faces pale with fear, fully aware of the prowess exhibited by Ho Cheng, the newly crowned champion of the Tianyuan Star Mech Combat Championship. Yet, once spoken, words cannot be retracted. "I accept your challenge. Will it be a mech battle or a hand-to-hand combat?" Ho Cheng inquired. "It shall be a mech battle," came the reply. "A mech battle is permissible, but I demand a fight to the death," Ho Cheng declared with simmering resentment. At that moment, Gao Wanzhong stepped forward, stating, "My son is lacking in judgment. I apologize on his behalf to Princess Yu and Sir Ho Cheng." With that, he performed a deep bow. "Father, what are you doing?" Gao Manxiang protested, unyielding. In response, Gao Wanzhong delivered a sharp slap, drawing blood from the corner of his son's mouth. "Silence, you disgraceful fool. Come home with me," he commanded, pulling Gao Manxiang away. The choice made by the two princesses quickly spread throughout the Galactic Empire, instilling a sense of pride among the populace. A sudden surge of enthusiasm for military service and enrollment in military academies erupted, with countless youthful talents striving to capture the princess's attention, aspiring to become their valiant protectors, and hoping to one day win the hand of beauty. That night, in the imperial vice-chancellor's residence on Tianyuan Star, Gao Manxiang knelt on the ground, facing his father, Gao Wanzhong, who sat in an imposing chair, while his brother, Gao Yingxiang, stood quietly to the side, lost in thought. Gao Manxiang's face was swollen, resembling that of a pig, and his expression was one of palpable grievance. "Do you understand why I struck you?" Gao Wanzhong reprimanded his son. "I was too impulsive," Gao Manxiang admitted. "Nonsense. Is it merely impulsiveness? Have you forgotten everything I taught you? First, I instructed you to know both yourself and your opponent. For only then can you secure victory. Only by understanding the disparities between you and your adversary can you devise the appropriate strategy to defeat them. Do you even comprehend who your opponent is? Engaging in a duel with him is tantamount to courting death. That young man is the champion of this year's Tianyuan Star Mech Combat Championship, a direct disciple of Master Bell, a knight of the Empire. His mech proficiency far exceeds that of an average mech master. You dare to challenge him? Secondly, you have become overly complacent. Are you unaware of how you acquired your military honors and titles? Have you taken them for granted? Do you seek to endanger your life? Your mech may be impressive, sufficient to intimidate a few space pirates, but Ho Chang's mech capabilities are on par with yours. Thirdly, I have taught you that a true man must possess both flexibility and resilience. Yet, in your case, you're driven by primal instincts, recklessly challenging fate in front of so many, oblivious to the consequences. My political adversaries are secretly amused, eagerly wishing for your demise in this duel." Gao Manxiang was deeply disheartened. Over the years, the lavish adulation of his family had fostered an arrogant disposition within him. Consequently, he had become a laughingstock across the entire galactic empire in just a single day. His thoughts were now a chaotic jumble. No matter what Gao Wanzhong said, he was incapable of absorbing the words. 2 days later, Gao Manxiang requested an extended medical leave. His face had swollen, but it had now returned to normal. He began frequenting the bars of Tianyuan Star, indulging in a life of debauchery. One evening, he arrived at a nightclub, ordering several bottles of strong liquor, and sat alone at a table. At that moment, a tall, blonde woman approached him, her captivating blue eyes radiating allure. Gao Manxiang was instantly enchanted. The two engaged in lively conversation, and before long, they were passionately kissing, subsequently retreating to a private room together. Chapter 179, Preparations for Action. Angelica awoke, stepping into the shower to scrub her body vigorously, yearning to cleanse herself. She was reluctant to engage in such acts, yet to be with Prince Nicholas, she felt compelled to comply. A smile crept onto her lips at the thought of him. She reminisced about the days spent with Nicholas 2 months prior. During her holiday in Siberia, Prince Nicholas had welcomed her. At a banquet, she had confessed her affection for him. Nicholas had showered her with attention, and they enjoyed over a month of blissful companionship, transforming Angelica from a girl into a woman. She longed for such days to last forever. However, Nicholas had told her that his grand ambitions were yet unfinished, and they could not be together until he unified the Galactic Empire. To expedite this goal, he required Angelica's assistance. At times, he might even need her to sacrifice her own body for the cause. As long as she aided Nicholas in achieving his aspirations, he would not disdain her. Under Nicholas's persuasion, Angelica resolutely returned to Tianyuan Star, seeking opportunities. Upon her return, however, she discovered a dire situation. The northern faction within her school had been nearly eradicated, and the remaining individuals were closely monitored by a certain organization. Thus, she endeavored to find opportunities outside the Imperial Military Academy. One day, while watching the television broadcast of the Star Princess's coming-of-age ceremony, she became intrigued by Gao Manxiang, learning of the events that transpired at the subsequent banquet. Firstly, Gao Manxiang is a proud individual, and at this moment, he is experiencing a profound psychological blow, rendering him particularly susceptible to manipulation. Secondly, his father, a vice minister of the Empire, has been bribed by Nicholas, which makes it difficult for him to remain vigilant regarding this matter. Otherwise, for those high-ranking officials of the Empire, it would be exceedingly perilous for their children to associate with the beauties of the North during such times, and they would undoubtedly take every measure to obstruct such interactions. Thirdly, she requires formidable mechs on Tianyuan Star, which cannot be realistically obtained through smuggling or similar channels. The only way forward is to acquire high-performance, personal mechs by deceit, to utilize these mechs for assassination tasks, and subsequently place the blame on these privileged second-generation individuals, thereby inciting further turmoil within the empire. Gao Manxiang fits these criteria perfectly, thus making him Angelica's target. At this point, Gao Manxiang has regained consciousness and, upon seeing the enchanting figure in the bathing area, rushes in with a startled cry. Half a month has passed, and Perlo has returned, piloting a cargo ship all the way to Tianyuan Star. Xiangchun goes to the Canal Space Station to welcome Perlo. His ship's cargo hold contains 2 mechs, a Black Duke mech and a White Reaper mech. To facilitate his movements on Tianyuan Star, Xiangchun has enlisted Dai Ren to secure a work visa, claiming that as a technician for the 1524 Mech Club, he must travel weekly to the Tang Dynasty Company-S parts factory to collect supplies. With the visa, he can traverse Tianyuan Star freely without undergoing inspections each time. Xiangchun carries the 2 mechs to a secret mech laboratory in 2 trips for modifications. The White Reaper mech is equipped with a Longxi No. 5 nuclear engine, a red light propulsion system, energy shield systems, and a psychic shield system, as well as a more powerful mech laser sniper rifle, significantly enhancing its endurance. The Black Duke mech is fitted with a red light engine, a mech laser sniper rifle, and a mirage system. Xiangchun stores the Black Duke in his personal mech space. Perlo's visit serves 2 purposes. First, to modify the mechs, and second, to train Xiangchun in assassination and sniping techniques. Perlo also brings along 2 of the latest appearance disguisers developed by Old Man Fry, handing one to Xiangchun. In the living room of Black Hole No. 1, Perlo conducts a lesson for Xiangchun. Xingchen, you have grasped the knowledge from the books quite well. I find little else to impart. What remains is practice. Do you require my accompaniment? There's no need for that. We have not collaborated before, and acting together impulsively could be hazardous. I shall handle it alone. I believe, at the very least, escaping will pose no issue. He speaks the truth, for if Perlo were present, he would be unable to utilize his personal mech space. Here is the target information for the Pastoral Star region and several surrounding star regions. You may peruse it. Among these individuals are military personnel, prominent businessmen, major miners, slave traders, and numerous media figures. These individuals comprise both benefactors of Nicholas and his mouthpieces, along with those he has covertly embedded as spies. Xia Xingchen examined the list, furrowing his brow. It contained thousands of names, categorized into 5 tiers based on difficulty and significance. Why are there so many? The sheer number of individuals conspiring with the Northern Territories left Xia Xingchen feeling quite perturbed. And this is merely a fraction. This list primarily overlaps with our own records and those provided by the Imperial Intelligence Department. Combined, the total number of names is 3 to 4 times that of this list, and we are still in the process of verifying each one. You have work to do, Perlo remarked. And what do you intend to do? The same as you, but my objectives are broader. I mainly aim to eliminate the scum in the border regions. Just you alone? No, after I hand over to you, I will head north to meet a navigator. My spacecraft has been specially modified, equipped with 4 laser cannons and a mirage system, with a propulsion unit identical to that of Black Hole 1, granting it exceptional speed. I plan to employ it for guerrilla tactics, Perlo stated. Best of luck, Perlo. Likewise, Xingchen. Chapter 180. Assassination. Tianwei Star is a planet blessed with a remarkably favorable natural environment, belonging to the Tianyuan Star domain, adorned with countless luxury hotels and resorts. The first target selected by Xia Xingchen is a slave trader, notorious for abducting vast numbers of individuals across the Galactic Empire each year and selling them into slavery in the north, a practice that Nicholas greatly favors due to the cheap labor it provides. Xia Xingchen harbors a profound disdain for such individuals, as many miners who once stood by his side were victims of these traffickers. At this moment, the trader is celebrating his birthday at a renowned resort hotel on Tianwei Star. Xia Xingchen activated his cloaking device and stealthily infiltrated the gathering. The main course for the evening's feast features a rare bluefin shark, a species unique to Tianwei Star, which only grows to a maximum length of 2 meters and is exceedingly scarce. The most valuable part of the bluefin shark is its roe, with a fully mature specimen yielding only a walnut-sized portion. This roe is exceptionally delectable, but due to its rarity, only the most esteemed guests are privileged to partake in it. Meanwhile, The kitchen of the hotel bustled with activity as the dishes were nearing completion. Xia Xingchen maneuvered his way into the kitchen. His latest cloaking device, akin to a pair of glasses, possessed formidable capabilities, allowing it to swiftly scan and store the physical data of those nearby, with the ability to morph into their likeness at will. He incapacitated a cleaner, stowing him away in a trash bin, before confidently striding into the kitchen. He then transformed into a chef, seamlessly blending in as he made his way into the culinary area. At this juncture, the bluefin shark had been transformed into a dish, one of which was named Two Dragons Playing with Pearls, consisting of thinly sliced shark meat arranged in the shape of two dragons, with a walnut-sized, reddish-brown pearl positioned at the head of each. The bead in question is a small cluster of blue shark roe, prepared specifically for the guest of honor at today's birthday banquet. At this moment, the servers began to present the dishes, and Xia Xingchen feigned a casual brush past one of them. With a swift motion, he patted the server's shoulder with his left hand, and, as the server turned around, Xia Xingchen quickly extended his right hand, discreetly spraying a miniature aerosol onto the fish roe. "Oh, my apologies. I mistook you for Andy," he explained. The server, visibly displeased, retorted, "Do you have any idea how much this roe costs? If it's ruined, I can't possibly cover the loss." Xia Xingchen retracted the aerosol into his personal mech space and made a hasty exit. The atmosphere in the banquet hall had reached a fever pitch. Suddenly, the music ceased, and the slave trader delivered an impassioned speech. At that moment, the doors of the banquet hall swung open, and the servers wheeled in a dish containing two dragons playing with pearls, presenting it before the slave trader. He scooped up a spoonful of the roe and consumed it, eliciting applause from the audience. However, his expression was not one of rapture typical of one savoring such delicacies. Instead, he contorted in agony, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to a gruesome death, bleeding from all orifices. The hall erupted into screams, and the guests scattered in chaos. Medical personnel arrived, examined the body, and shook their heads in dismay. The police swiftly cordoned off the hotel, while Xia Xingchen had already piloted his maglev car, previously stored in his personal mech space, towards the next city. Sali Island is the premier tourist destination on Tianwei Star. On a private beach here, a corpulent and oily magnate basked in the sun, attended by two beautiful masseuses. Scattered across the beach were hundreds of guards and four mechs, manned by elite mech operators, creating an impenetrable fortress. The scorching sunlight warmed the face of the rotund businessman, who reveled in his comfort. This individual was engaged in the flesh trade, boasting high-end entertainment venues across densely populated planets. He was also one of Nicholas's financial backers. For merchants, war can be fatal. However, for those with ambition, it presents an opportunity to reshuffle the deck and seize market dominance. He pondered how to extract greater profits from Nicholas, aware that this collaborator was no Navi child, and that profiting without incurring loss would be a formidable challenge. Suddenly, a flash of purple caught his eye. Intrigued, he barely had a moment to react before a searing purple laser sliced through his body, reducing him to ash. In an instant, four more lasers struck their targets, incapacitating the four mechs assigned to beach security. Xia Xingchen activated his thrusters to full power, soaring into the air before accelerating towards the land while engaging the Mirage system. The Black Duke mech vanished from the surveillance network of Tianwei Star in an instant. He cautiously landed in a secluded grove, employing his insight skill to ensure the vicinity was clear of others before retracting the mech into his personal space and driving away in a maglev car. In the span of a mere weekend, over the course of 2 days, Xia Xingchen executed 8 assassination missions on Tianwei Star, eliminating a high-value target along with 7 others of lesser significance. He adhered strictly to Pirlo's counsel, ensuring that no method was repeated across the various incidents. For Xia Xingchen, who possessed both insight skills and a portable mech space, this was an effortless endeavor. The individuals he dispatched were predominantly those who had made countless enemies. There was no connection among them, and their collusion with Nicholas was conducted in utmost secrecy. The police regarded this as a series of isolated cases, driven by vendettas. However, the intelligence department of the Galactic Empire was acutely aware that this was a calculated strike against the North, yet they welcomed such actions targeting that region. Upon returning to Tianyuan Star, Xia Xingchen dutifully attended his classes. Recently, his courses predominantly revolved around military strategy and the command of spacecraft. These subjects could not be mastered solely through rote memorization of textbooks and historical battles. Despite being adequately prepared for examinations, Xia Xingchen chose to engage in the classroom experience. The instructors at the Imperial Military Command Academy were seasoned veterans and captains with extensive frontline combat experience. They could elucidate ordinary case studies from textbooks by adapting them to various battlefield scenarios, also pointing out outdated or erroneous information. Xia Xingchen found this to be immensely beneficial. However, each time he attended class, Zhang Yingying would invariably join him, and they would study and discuss the material together afterward. This drew the ire of all the male students towards him, yet he remained blissfully unaware. When he visited the shop to repair his mech in the evening, no matter what he did, Li Qiruwei closely followed him, never leaving his side. Chapter 181. General Zhang Yuan upon returning to his room that evening. Several of his roommates were present, engaged in conversation in the living room. Xingchen, you are quite the celebrity now, Dairen remarked as he fiddled with his reader, browsing the news on the campus network. Indeed, Xingchen has become the public enemy of all the boys in the academy. Han chimed in, having just escaped a grueling physical training regimen and having lost over 30 pounds in a month. Yes, my sister Qiruwei is extremely displeased, taking out her frustrations on me. Li Xiaomin added, joining the banter. What does this have to do with me? Xia Xingchen, somewhat perplexed, responded. Dairen then projected the contents of his reader onto the large screen on the wall, revealing various posts. The little princess of the First Fleet competes with a star princess for her knight and public enemy Xia Xingchen. Xia Xingchen, you have sullied the title of knight. I demand a duel. Read one exclusive report, followed by Xia Xingchen and Zhang Yingying spotted traveling together. Xia Xingchen, feeling exasperated, insisted. Zhang Yingying and I are merely ordinary friends. We went on a training excursion together during the break, and Ho Chung was also with us. Nothing occurred between us. You can ask Ho Chung if you don't believe me. Oh, just ordinary friends, is it? Sounds like a classic case of not here to hide the truth. Several mischievous friends exchanged knowing glances, smirking. You lot are unbearable, Xia Xingchen retorted, utterly speechless. Oh, by the way, Dairen, have there been any updates regarding the North? Xia Xingchen recalled the pressing matter and inquired. The northern forces within our school have largely been eradicated. However, according to credible sources, some girls from the north have been associating with the scions of the Royal Military Academy. This situation warrants our utmost attention. Dairen responded, I will devise a means to infiltrate that circle. Xia Xingchen furrowed his brow. Those young masters possess considerable influence. Should they fall under northern control or hostage, the repercussions could be severe. It is essential to remind those esteemed gentlemen to properly discipline their offspring. Indeed, I'm already addressing this issue. The triannual Imperial Military Conference is approaching, where military leaders and heads of various fleets will gather at Tianyuan Star. The security arrangements pose a significant challenge. Alas, what a burden, Dairen mused. Days later, a space shuttle adorned with the insignia of the First Fleet landed at the military base in the Tianyuan Star region. A general in his 50s emerged, none other than General Zhang Yuan, commander of the First Fleet and father of Zhang Yingying. His office is located at the First Fleet base on Tianwei 6. The First Fleet had recently completed its routine strategic patrol mission and returned to Tianyuan Star. Strategic patrols refer to the periodic patrols conducted by the fleets of the Galactic Empire within their respective jurisdictions. Most combat units participate, covering a wide array of remote routes. The objectives are threefold: to assess the training outcomes of the troops, to enhance the coordination skills among various departments, and to familiarize oneself with the navigation and celestial changes within their defense zones. Furthermore, when passing through areas frequented by space pirates, they can also utilize the encounter for training purposes. This time, the First Fleet Strategic Patrol almost circled the entire Northern Administrative District's border. Such displays of might left Nicholas feeling quite helpless. Now, with the triannual Imperial Military Conference imminent, General Zhang had returned from the Strategic Patrol to attend the meeting. As General Zhang stepped out of the cabin, he spotted his daughter and wife coming to greet him. He had one son and one daughter. His son, Zhang Lingwu, was an elite mecha pilot, exceptionally brave, and just over 20. However, he had little interest in the fleet or tactical command, merely aspiring to be an outstanding mecha pilot. The combat command genes of the Zhang family had been wholly inherited by his daughter, Zhang Yingying. To cultivate his son, General Zhang had refrained from keeping him under his command instead assigning him to the Mecha landing assault team of the 7th Fleet, a unit perpetually in a state of readiness for war. In General Zhang's words, only through the crucible of actual combat can the finest soldiers be forged. Dad! Zhang Yingying exclaimed as she rushed towards him. The father and daughter embraced. Let me see our little princess. You've become even more beautiful. I heard you went on a training expedition during the break. What have you gained? And do you have a boyfriend yet? General Zhang bombarded her with a flurry of questions, leaving her momentarily speechless. Father, how long can you stay this time? Perhaps a month. At least until after the Imperial Military Conference. This time, it may take longer, as we should begin addressing Nicholas's military deployments. Let us return home and converse at our leisure. The trio took the maglev train back to their residence. After dinner, the father and daughter retreated to the study, where Zhang Yingying recounted her experiences during her holiday adventure. When General Zhang Yuan learned that they had rescued the William Kirkup, he was rendered speechless with astonishment. As Zhang Yingying narrated the details of her journey, she primarily focused on a young man named Xia Xingchen. General Zhang detected hints of affection in his daughter's tone. It appeared she had likely developed feelings for this young man, which piqued his interest in Xia Xingchen. He contacted his aide, requesting that Xia Xingchen's information be forwarded to him. Shortly thereafter, the documents arrived, but General Zhang furrowed his brow upon realizing that much of Xia Xingchen's information was inaccessible to his aide. He had to log in using his own credentials to view the complete profile. This young man is a prodigy, he mused, having risen from a minor to the rank of captain in the Empire within 3 years. Not to mention his positions as a mech squad leader and an advanced mech technician. Your brother might feel rather inadequate in his presence. Furthermore, this lad seems to be the nemesis of Nicholas himself. Even dispatching the 4th Fleet could not inflict such damage. General Zhang sighed. Only an exceptional young man like him could captivate my daughter. Delighted by her father's praise, Zhang Yingying beamed. Oh, by the way, my dear daughter, how goes your task of recruiting at the Imperial Military Command Academy? General Zhang inquired. This year's cohort has a considerable number of freshmen. There are quite a few promising candidates, but only Xia Xingchen and Ho Chung stand out as top-tier talents. I have established an organization called the 1st Fleet Staff Department, attracting over 500 outstanding students, and we frequently conduct war simulations and tabletop exercises. If all goes as planned, they will all become members of our 1st Fleet. You should know that your daughter possesses quite the charm. Do these individuals include Xia Xingchen and Ho Chung? General Zhang's words fell like a bucket of cold water on Zhang Yingying's spirits. Not all. Xingchen and I are merely friends, and the 3rd Fleet would never let such talent slip away. Moreover, even if he were to leave the 3rd Fleet, he would likely join the Royal Guard, as he is the sole protector of Princess Qin Yen'er. Just the other day, the princess publicly proclaimed her vow to her knight. As for Ho Chung, he is a member of the Sanctum and serves as the guardian of Princess Yu. Zhang Yingying said, pouting slightly and appearing somewhat dejected. What the princess? My little princess is no less than Princess Xing Yingying. You must strive to win him over with your allure. Oh, father, you are incorrigible. Chapter 182. Another conspiracy. The flagship of the Galactic Empire's 3rd Fleet, the heavy space carrier Mjolnir, docked at the Canal Space Station. Vice Admiral von Krauss of the 3rd Fleet gracefully descended upon Tianyuan Star Military District aboard shuttle. Awaiting him were military vehicles ready to transport him to the Imperial Grand Marshal's residence, where he intended to reunite with his father, Grand Marshal von Bismarck of the Galactic Empire, as it had been quite some time since their family was together. As soon as von Krauss settled into the military vehicle, his personal terminal buzzed with an incoming communication. Upon answering, he was greeted by the distinguished voice of General Zhang Yuan. Greetings, Commander. Von Krauss initiated the conversation, adhering to protocol as he held the rank of Vice Admiral and was obliged to acknowledge those of higher standing first. Brother, there's no need for such formality between us. Our ranks are equivalent, and you will soon be promoted to general as well. Just call me elder brother, Zhang Yuan responded, reflecting their cordial relationship. Nothing of great importance. But my aide informed me that the battleship Thor's Hammer has arrived. I suspect you are nearing your destination as well. It has been many years since we last met. I would like to invite you to my home for a visit, where we can share a drink and discuss matters concerning the North. Zhang Yuan extended his invitation. Absolutely. I shall make it a point to visit. By the way, do you have any other matters to address? Von Krauss sensed that the call was not merely to extend a social invitation. Indeed, my beloved daughter has begun dating a young officer from your fleet. I wish to transfer him to my command to prevent any potential separation upon their graduation. You know how unreliable long-distance relationships can be. Distance does not cultivate affection. Zhang Yuan revealed his true intent. Instantly, von Krauss grew wary. If Zhang Yuan was referring to an ordinary talent, it would be exceedingly difficult for any student to resist the allure of the First Fleet's offerings once they graduated. There must be a deeper reason behind this request. Brother Zhang, it is indeed a tremendous honor to be recognized by your esteemed First Fleet. Pray tell, which fortunate young man from our fleet has caught your daughter's fancy? It is none other than Captain Xia Xingchen from the Watcher Star Garrison of your Third Fleet. Zhang Yuan disclosed. Ah, Xia Xingchen, this presents a rather inconvenient situation. Von Krauss expressed his displeasure. I have diligently discovered and nurtured this talent, and just as he begins to emerge, others wish to claim him. Brother, Xia Xingchen holds no significant position in your fleet. If he comes to my command, I assure you he will soar to great heights, Zhang Yuan insisted. Brother Zhang, I truly cannot acquiesce to this, von Krauss firmly replied. Even if it is for my daughter's sake, I implore you to assist, Zhang Yuan pressed. After a moment of contemplation, von Krauss responded, Xingchen is a young man I personally brought from Anastar. As far as I know, his girlfriend perished at the hands of Nicholas. And until he avenges her, he will not entertain personal matters. It is likely that your daughter has misconstrued his feelings. Unbeknownst to General Zhang, there were numerous underlying circumstances at play. His attempt to leverage his daughter's situation for favor inadvertently backfired. Brother, I must be candid with you. I am grooming Xia Xingchen as my successor. My father also holds him in high regard. Von Krauss finally resolved to firmly reject Zhang Yuan's request. Very well, I understand, came Zhang Yuan's resigned reply. The son of the Vice Prime Minister of the Empire, Gao Wanzhong, Gao Manxiang, has recently been basking in the glow of success. Utterly captivated by a northern girl named Angelica. Not only has she enchanted him, but Angelica has also brought along another northern girl named Jessica, and the two of them have taken to serving Gao Manxiang together. In a surprising turn of events, these two women even managed to entice his younger brother, Gao Yingxiang, into their fold. They frequently gather a group of northern blonde beauties to partake in uninhibited revelries with the two brothers. In his quest to please Angelica, Gao Manxiang goes to great lengths to fulfill her every whim. Particularly enamored with mechas, he entrusted his personal mecha to her, while his brother's mecha found its way into the hands of the enchanting Jessica, to ensure that the two women could enjoy the mechas at their leisure. They rented 2 mecha garages in a commercial district of the military zone, facilitating their access to the machines whenever they desired. This, as it turns out, was Angelica's true intention. The 2 mechas belonging to the Gao brothers are outfitted with prohibited weaponry, including nuclear engines, red light thrusters, and plasma cannons. Acquiring such technology in the Northern Territories is exceedingly challenging. With an imperial military conference on the horizon, Angelica devised a plan to ambush the venue, aiming to inflict casualties on the Empire's high-ranking military officials, thereby crippling the Imperial forces' combat capabilities. This would buy more time for Nicholas. Jessica, equally willing to sacrifice for the North, is a striking beauty, rivaling Angelica in allure. Their primary objective is to ensnare the 2 prodigal Gao brothers, deceive them into relinquishing their mechas, and subsequently shift the blame onto them following their attack. Chapter 183. Secret meeting in the secret chamber of the Grand Marshal's residence on Tianyuan Star within the Galactic Empire. Several individuals convene for a meeting. Among them are Grand Marshal von Bismarck of the Galactic Empire, Prime Minister Kai, Minister of Internal Affairs Dai Yunfei, Minister of Finance Yao Qingchen, Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Fleet General Qin Mingwei, and the commanders of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 7th Fleets, General Zhang Yuan, Pei Xiaoyuan, Feng Klaus, and Gu Yu, respectively. This assembly represents the military's backbone, firmly positioned against Nicholas's faction. The meeting is presided over by the nearly 90-year-old Prime Minister Kai. As he surveys the room, a spark of vitality ignites in his eyes, dispelling the usual air of lethargy, replaced instead by a commanding presence. It is a rare occasion for all to gather here. Our time is limited. We cannot predict how many of us will remain by our next meeting. Little Dai, please present the current situation to everyone, and let us discuss your preparations, and Kai remarks. Only he possesses the authority to address Dai Yunfei as Little Dai. having served as the empire's prime minister for nearly 40 years and being nearly 20 years his senior. Originally, war was poised to erupt within a year. But an unforeseen event a few months prior has postponed the timeline by an additional 2 years. Nicholas's plan of paralysis has dealt a severe blow to the empire. However, William Kluger's escape has thrust them into a reactive stance. Dozens of interstellar factions have completely severed ties with the North, and their economic sanctions and blockades have inflicted significant damage on the northern economy and military-industrial sector. Based on intelligence inferred from the recent attack on Kluger, we have deduced that the North currently possesses at least 4 fleets. The Northern Fleet, the severely overstaffed local garrison fleets, the Northern Second Fleet, which Nicholas is clandestinely constructing, and a fleet of second-hand warships that Nicholas had previously retired but not scrapped. A collective gasp echoed among those present. They had initially believed that Nicholas could muster no more than 2 fleets. It now seems they had underestimated this formidable adversary. Had the incident of Kluger's rescue not transpired, once the Northern Second Fleet was completed, Nicholas would likely have launched an offensive. Dyron continued. This is not the end. Nicholas is currently enlisting space pirates across the Galactic Empire and its border regions. The combined strength of these factions rivals that of a fleet. When the great conflict erupts, their treachery will certainly pose a significant threat to us. How substantial is the challenge posed to the North by the Kluger incident? Marshal von Bismarck inquired. According to intelligence from our new channels, the North is constructing and has already deployed 4 heavy space carriers, which serves as the basis for our estimation of their 4 fleets. Among these, the North Wind has entered active service and is undergoing rigorous trials. Our intelligence operatives have reported frequent personnel movements aboard the North Wind, suggesting that trained individuals are being reassigned to the newly constructed warships. The second space vessel, nearly of the same class, has just been completed but has yet to achieve combat readiness. Meanwhile, construction of a Northern Second Fleet is only 1/3 complete and has come to a standstill. Additionally, 2 similar space carriers at the secret dock in Khabarovsk have also been halted. The ongoing production of these warships has slowed significantly due to a lack of many critical component supplies, compelling them to manufacture the parts themselves, which has drastically hampered progress and diminished performance. In other developments, Nicholas has initiated a significant personnel restructuring, recalling numerous cadets from military academies and reorganizing his forces, which bodes ill for us as their combat effectiveness is poised to improve considerably. Conversely, their domestic assassination and sabotage operations have been suspended, likely due to public pressure. We are all aware that such tranquility is merely fleeting. Now, let us discuss our preparations for war, proclaimed the venerable Marshal von Bismarck. The First Fleet has just completed its initial phase of strategic reconnaissance. Should the war be postponed, we intend to undertake another mission, this time closer to actual combat, while also training a cadre of reserve personnel, stated Zhang Yuan. The Second Fleet is conducting strategic reconnaissance in batches, focusing on personnel training and familiarization with the routes near the Tianyuan star domain. We pledge to defend the Tianyuan star domain at all costs, declared Admiral Pei Xiaoyuan. The Third Fleet has just concluded its strategic reconnaissance in the western region. We are currently engaged in a practical exercise. To be frank, the defenses of the western administrative region are of greater significance than those of the Tianyuan star domain. Should we lose the western star domain, there will be no need to protect Tianyuan star. The Seventh Fleet has been in constant combat, and we remain ever vigilant, remarked General Gu Yukuli. General Qin Mingwei added, our Royal Fleet is intensifying its training, swearing to protect the safety of the Tianyuan star domain at all costs. Our intelligence department has uncovered significant vulnerabilities in the previous intelligence system. Consequently, we have resolved to reconstruct a new intelligence network and establish the Galactic Empire Strategic Intelligence Bureau, which has provided much of the intelligence in this operation. Additionally, our partners have commenced covert assassination missions targeting the North, as detailed by Dai Yunfei from the Intelligence Department. The final speaker was the Minister of Finance, Yao Yuanqing, who sighed, the Empire has been in deficit for 2 consecutive years, and this year is bound to be even more severe. In any case, I will exhaust myself to secure funding. You gentlemen need only to ensure victory. Old Chancellor and Kai interjected, leave the matters of the court to me. You can rest assured that I will not allow anyone to hinder our efforts. Regrettably, our emperor places too much trust in Nicholas. The authorities are often blinded by their position. Mingwei, please relay this intelligence promptly to the Royal Elder Council. Yes, Prime Minister. The Elder Council is well aware, Qin Mingwei replied. The Council has reached a consensus that should Emperor Qin remain obstinate, they would not rule out initiating the process to depose him. The old Prime Minister rose and declared, in any case, the safety of the Empire and the honor of the royal family rest in your hands. He bowed deeply and turned to leave. As they watched the old Prime Minister's hunched back and forlorn silhouette, a heavy silence enveloped the room. After a long pause, General Gu Yu broke the silence. I have heard that a young man named Xia Xingchen was responsible for rescuing William Kruger. I believe I have encountered his name on numerous occasions. Is he indeed the same individual? Dai Yunfei nodded. Yes, he is merely 18 years old, a student at the military academy. It is astonishing to reflect on what we were doing at that age. General Gu Yu continued, Marshal, let us discuss a matter. Such a promising talent should not be squandered. He ought to be sent to our 7th Fleet for proper training. Dream on. That lad is my daughter's boyfriend and must naturally join my 1st Fleet. General Zhang Yuan interjected vehemently. Do not even think about it. The Star Princess's guardian knight must be part of the royal fleet. Qin Mingwei also protested, rising excitedly. To the 1st Fleet, to the 7th Fleet, to the royal fleet. The three engaged in a heated argument, their faces flushed with fervor. Marshal, please adjudicate this matter. Zhang Yuan appealed to Marshal von Bismarck. The Grand Marshal found himself at a loss for words, observing his generals bickering like children vying for a beloved toy. Perhaps you should seek the opinion of Xia Xingchen superior, he suggested. Only then did they recall this crucial point and turn their gazes towards von Clausewitz. I do not concur. However, if someone were to offer a heavy space aircraft carrier in exchange, I might consider it, he responded, causing an immediate hush to fall over the group. The stars are the treasures of our 3rd Fleet. Attempting to seize them without due sacrifice is utterly futile. As the weekend approached, Xia Xingchen returned to his dormitory early, retrieving the latest intelligence from Yaji, keen to ascertain any targets surrounding the Tianyuan star. He intended to utilize his weekend to eliminate a few more adversaries. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he discovered Hans Gelantai standing outside. What brings you here, Hans? Hans Gelantai presented him with an exquisitely crafted envelope containing an invitation. While most invitations in this era are merely sent as verification codes to personal terminals, some affluent families still prefer this nostalgic tradition. What is this? Xia Xingchen inquired with curiosity. It's an invitation to the coming-of-age ceremony of a good friend of mine, and he has invited everyone from our dormitory. Each attendee must bring a female companion. Is it possible to decline? Absolutely not. He specifically requested your presence. Moreover, this friend holds significant importance to me. Hans replied with utmost seriousness. Xia Xingchen forced a smile, scratching his head in distress. Where am I supposed to find a female companion? Is Qiu Rui attending? Indeed. I could ask Qiu Rui. Apologies, but I've already informed Li Xiumin, and Qiu Rui will accompany him. You'll need to find another partner. Hans Gelantai departed with a mischievous grin. Xia Xingchen, troubled, pondered for a while before finally recalling someone. He promptly contacted Zhang Yingying through his personal terminal. Soon, the communication connected, revealing Zhang Yingying's lovely visage on the screen. What is it, Xingchen? I was just about to reach out to you regarding something, she said. Well, Yingying, a friend of one of my roommates is hosting a coming-of-age ceremony the day after tomorrow, inviting our entire dormitory. But each of us is required to bring a female companion. Huh. I too received an invitation for a coming-of-age ceremony that requires a male companion. I was just thinking of asking you. I wonder if it's the same event, Zhang Yingying remarked. Indeed. Yingying, hold on a moment, Xia Xingchen exclaimed, suddenly realizing he was yet to ascertain the details of whose coming-of-age ceremony it was. He hastily retrieved the envelope and opened the invitation. It's Ms. Yao Yi. ISNT it, if I recall correctly. She is the daughter of the Minister of Finance. Yes, indeed. Please come and pick me up, Zhang Yingying invited. Certainly. As Xia Xingchen ended the communication, he suddenly recalled that he did not possess a maglev vehicle. For over a year, he had been relying on others for transportation. The vehicle in his personal mech space was an old second-hand car he had carelessly purchased on Tianwei Star, and it had become a tool for illicit activities, rendering it unusable. He descended the stairs and found Hans Gelantai sitting in the living room. Hans, where can I find a brand new maglev car? I'll need one for the day after tomorrow. Hans contemplated for a moment before responding. You should check the commercial district. Our military academy's commercial street only has one second-hand maglev car shop. I've been there. The selection is dismal, mostly severely damaged vehicles. Remnants from those reckless scions who mishandle scrap cars. Seated beside him, Li Xiaoming remarked, our Tang Dynasty group boasts several high-end, bespoke brands of maglev vehicles. Simply place your order, and we shall deliver it directly to your doorstep next week. That's not feasible. I need it the day after tomorrow. There is no time to wait. I shall visit the commercial district tomorrow, came the reply. I'll drive you there. Additionally, I am considering acquiring a new vehicle. Primarily, I wish to assess the market there, as I intend to establish our first branch in the commercial district and seek a suitable location, Hans Grana declared. Among their group, only Hans and Li Xiaoming owned maglev vehicles, while Dai Ren possessed a military model. Hans planned to allocate his current vehicle for store use and purchase another. The following day, Hans drove Xia Xingchen and Li Xiaoming to the commercial district. The maglev vehicle soared along the highway at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour, and after 3 hours, they arrived at the bustling shopping street. This street was dedicated to car sales. Xia Xingchen alighted and began to wander leisurely, while Hans and Li Xiaoming proceeded to scout locations for their new store. With hundreds of car dealerships lining the street, Xia Xingchen strolled through, eventually stopping in front of a dealership representing the prestigious brand Mercedes-Benz. Over a century prior to humanity's venture into space, a man named Carl Benz pioneered the invention of the automobile powered by an internal combustion engine, eventually founding a company dedicated to its production. In honor of his daughter, Mercedes, he established the brand Mercedes-Benz. Throughout the era of Earth, Mercedes-Benz remained one of the foremost automobile manufacturers. However, as humanity transitioned into the space age, the automobile market dwindled. During this period, Mercedes-Benz faced significant challenges, diversifying into aircraft and even mecha production, with a few models gaining modest acclaim, but remaining largely lukewarm in popularity. Eventually, the technicians at Mercedes-Benz successfully developed the first practical maglev vehicle, allowing the brand to regain its footing. Drawing upon millennia of automotive manufacturing experience, Mercedes-Benz emerged as the leading name in the maglev automobile sector. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the sales staff, Xia Xingchen purchased 3 maglev vehicles. The first was a luxurious black S6800 model, featuring 3 rows and 6 seats, with exquisite interior and exterior designs, intended for personal transport. The second was a striking red 2-seater sports car, the EX8800, capable of reaching a top speed of 800 kilometers per hour. With a reprogramming of its systems, it could potentially achieve 1,000 kilometers per hour. However, the laws of the Galactic Empire stipulate that maglev vehicles on public roads must not exceed 600 kilometers per hour, as any misstep at such speeds could lead to catastrophic consequences. Speeds nearing 1,000 kilometers per hour are unimaginable, approaching the sound barrier, while exceeding 224 kilometers per hour would result in supersonic travel, causing the vehicle to disintegrate in a sonic boom. The third model is a 6000 series multipurpose off-road maglev vehicle, capable of reaching a maximum speed of 800 kilometers per hour. Its most remarkable feature is its adaptability to various terrains, enabling it to traverse not only land but also the surface of the sea and even underwater. Among the 3 vehicles, Xia Xingchen only registered the 6800 model, while he instructed his staff to drive the other 2 to the parking lot. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, he discreetly transported the 2 vehicles into his personal mecha space, discarding the dilapidated second-hand car. Chapter 185. The Zhang family. Xia Xingchen acquired 3 maglev cars, one for his personal use, while the other off-road vehicle and sports car were stored away in his personal mecha space. Following the elevation of his mental power level to 26, he discovered that the volume of his personal mecha space had also expanded, increasing from a sphere with a diameter of 10 meters to one of 11 meters. With such progress, he mused whether he might one day fit the black hole number 1 into it. However, upon considering the immense mental energy required to access the black hole number 1, he resolutely abandoned the thought. As Xia Xingchen drove around the city, Hans Granta and Li Xiaoming returned after a few hours. Hans, in a display of extravagance, purchased the latest top-tier Mercedes-Benz luxury sedan, model 9880. The 3 of them settled into Hans's opulent maglev car, while the other 2 vehicles, equipped with wireless control and autonomous driving systems followed closely behind. In this space age, autonomous driving technology has matured significantly. Drivers are no longer required to sit in the cockpit, as even spacecraft can operate autonomously via personal terminals, let alone maglev vehicles. As long as the driver remains within a 200-meter radius, they can control the vehicle using their personal terminal. Sitting in Hans's new car, Xia Xingchen and Li Xiaomin activated the autonomous driving system via their respective personal terminals, ensuring a smooth follow. Hans, how was your day? Did you find a suitable location for the store? Xia Xingchen inquired. Hans shook his head. At that moment, the vehicle had set its autonomous driving system and confirmed its destination, allowing the three of them to relax in the back seat with coffee in hand. The cost of opening a store here is exorbitant, simply unimaginable. All shops are for rent only, with sky-high rental prices. For a space comparable to our original 1524 Mecha Club shop, the annual rent amounts to a staggering 5 billion star coins. Furthermore, competition is fierce, with tens of thousands of mecha repair shops near the training grounds and numerous exclusive stores from mecha manufacturers in the vicinity. Additionally, taxes and wages are high. Even with our exceptional technical prowess, we would barely be left with any profit after a year of exhausting work. What do you propose we do? Xia Xingchen asked. Let it go. If there is no profit, we should decisively abandon it. This is the guiding principle of the Grana family. Opening a store is meant to be profitable. Many merchants are obsessed with reckless expansion, marking territory and falsely calling it market acquisition. In truth, that is the most foolish behavior. A multitude of individuals, driven by ephemeral profits, engage in fierce battles, incurring tremendous costs, with a striking imbalance between investment and return. Yet, Monsieur Grellet remains unfazed. Will the branch still open? Indeed, I plan to wander about. The vast expanse of Tianyuan Star does not necessitate a singular focus on the commercial district. Naturally, I must also keep an eye on this area. Should anyone wish to sell their shop, I could acquire it at a reasonable price, generating a substantial annual income through leasing. I have finally grasped why the elder members of the Grellet family are so fervently devoted to land ownership. Throughout the ages, being a landlord or property owner has undeniably been one of the most leisurely and worry-free professions. Hans Grellet feels a profound sense of reflection. The night passed without incident. The following morning, after concluding their martial arts training, Xia Xingchen and Dai Rin tidily prepared themselves, driving their newly purchased maglev car to the residence of Zhang Yingying. Guided by the location information she had sent, Zhang Yingying awaited their arrival at the door, dressed in a striking pink outfit that exuded both grace and vigor, leaving Xia Xingchen momentarily spellbound. At that moment, General Zhang Yuan emerged from the villa, heading towards his maglev car to attend a meeting at the Imperial Military Department. Although he had received an invitation from the Minister of Finance, he politely declined. It was not only he. Nearly all senior commanders stationed on Tianyuan Star had received such invitations, yet none attended. The minister's invitation was merely a gesture of courtesy. The actual attendance would be deemed inappropriate, as it could breed suspicion and gossip for high-ranking military officers to conspire with a powerful minister wielding financial authority, an implication that few could bear. Noticing Xia Xingchen from a distance, he approached to greet him. Xia Xingchen saluted, and General Zhang returned the gesture. Soldier Xia Xingchen, I have heard of you. Do not be formal in my presence. Simply call me Uncle Zhang. General Zhang, impressed by Xia Xingchen's demeanor, felt a fondness for the young man. Yes, Uncle Zhang. Xingchen, which department are you in within the 3rd Fleet? I serve in the Guardian Star Garrison, within the 06 Mecha Squadron at the lineage base of the 3rd Fleet. Kid, I have high hopes for you. Come join my 1st Fleet. I will make you the captain of a Mecha Squadron. Moreover, wherever Yingying goes, you shall accompany her. I entrust my daughter to you. General Zhang's gaze was filled with affection as he endeavored to recruit this remarkable young man. Zhang Yingying, listening nearby, felt her cheeks flush with anticipation. I apologize, Uncle Zhang, but I cannot join the 1st Fleet at this time. General von Klaus has saved my life, and I harbor deep-seated enmity with Nicholas, so I cannot leave the 3rd Fleet just yet. Yingying and I share a profound friendship, yet I must prioritize vengeance before considering matters of the heart. I hope for your understanding. Xia Xingchen spoke earnestly. Well done, young man. You possess both loyalty and honor. I have not misjudged you. The doors of the 1st Fleet are always open for you. Come find me once you have made your decision. Thank you, General. May you have a delightful time. General Zhang Yuan remarked before turning to enter his vehicle and depart. Zhang Yingying took her seat in the front passenger side, fastening her seatbelt as the car was about to start. At that moment, a military maglev vehicle approached from the opposite direction. A soldier in his early 20s disembarked. He was of similar stature to Ho Chung, yet exuded a palpable strength, his gaze resolute, and emanated an air of formidable intensity. Xia Xingchen detected a familiar scent, the scent of lethal intent. Clad in a military training uniform that appeared somewhat disheveled, he bore the insignia of a captain on his shoulder. Zhang Yingying hurriedly exited the vehicle, with Xia Xingchen closely following. "Brother, you're back," Zhang Yingying exclaimed, flinging herself into her brother's embrace like a joyful little bird. "My dear sister, it's wonderful to see you again. You've grown into a young lady," the man replied. At this juncture, Xia Xingchen approached as well. Zhang Yingying introduced them. "Brother, this is my dear friend Xia Xingchen. Xingchen, this is my brother, Zhang Lingwu, who is currently serving in the 7th Fleet." Chapter 186. The companions Zhang Yingying presented her brother, Zhang Lingwu, to Xia Xingchen. Zhang Lingwu scrutinized the man before him. Aside from his handsome appearance, he found nothing particularly remarkable and regarded him with disdain. A man who valued martial prowess above all else, he held a low opinion of those whom he deemed effete. The fact that Xia Xingchen bore the same rank of captain only intensified his irritation. "I toiled relentlessly on the front lines to achieve my rank, while you, a pampered scion, amassed your title through familial connections. What right do you have to pursue my sister?" He regarded Xia Xingchen as a mere second-generation heir. With this thought in mind, Zhang Lingwu resolved to assert his dominance over Xia Xingchen. He stepped forward, forcing a smile, and grasped Xia Xingchen's right hand firmly, exerting pressure. However, Xia Xingchen's grip felt as unyielding as iron. No matter how hard he tried, Zhang Lingwu could not budge him. Xia Xingchen maintained a cheerful expression throughout. Growing impatient, Zhang Lingwu clenched his teeth, and it was as though a shackle had been released from his body, unleashing a wave of lethal intent. Most individuals would be paralyzed by such a presence, while those with heart conditions might even succumb to fright. Yet, as they shook hands, Xia Xingchen smiled, radiating his own aura of lethal intent. The two forces clashed in the air, creating immense pressure that caused Zhang Yingying to stagger backward several paces. At that moment, Zhang Lingwu was not faring well. He had exerted all his strength, yet could not make any impression on Xia Xingchen. His lethal aura had no effect on Xia Xingchen, who exuded a presence on par with his own, indicating that he too had claimed many lives on the battlefield. "Stop! What are you two doing? Brother, are you trying to bully someone again?" Yingying exclaimed anxiously. Throughout their childhood, Zhang Lingwu had frequently employed his strength to drive away those who pursued his sister. Hearing her words, Xia Xingchen eased his grip, and Zhang Lingwu relinquished his hold. Rubbing the back of his head, he said somewhat sheepishly, "My apologies, sister." Upon encountering such a heroic figure as Xingchen, I couldn't resist the urge to spar. "My apologies, Xingchen." Zhang Lingwu clasped his fists in a gesture of apology, saying, "Brother Zhang, you flatter me. Where are you two headed, and where is your father?" "I have a 12-day family visit leave. Today marks the first day," Zhang Lingwu inquired. "How unfortunate. My father just left about half a minute ago. He is attending a meeting at the Imperial Military Headquarters. Today is the coming-of-age ceremony of Miss Yao Yi, the daughter of Chancellor Yao Qingchen. She extended invitations to both of us, so we're going together. Brother, why not join us?" "No, I shall return home directly. First to see my mother, and then enjoy a good rest. I wasn't invited, and I have no dance partner. Besides, I cannot abide the many pompous young lords who will surely be there. It would likely lead to a confrontation. You two go ahead, and I wish you both a delightful time." After their farewells, Xia Xingchen drove towards the Yao family estate. This estate, belonging to the Yao family, spanned half the size of a palace, featuring beaches, rivers, forests, and pastures, dozens of breathtaking natural landscapes alongside several luxurious villas. The annual maintenance and security costs were exorbitant. Upon arriving at the entrance to the Yao estate, the security personnel scanned the QR code on Xia Xingchen's invitation and meticulously verified their identities before granting them access. The venue for the coming-of-age ceremony was still quite a distance away by car. What a grand estate, rivaling a palace. Xia Xingchen marveled. This is the result of the hard work of the Yao family's many talented ancestors over a millennium. One misstep could have altered the fate of the Yao family. It is truly remarkable. I heard from Hans that the Yao family holds shares in over 100 interstellar conglomerates. What industry does their family primarily operate in? Xia Xingchen pondered with curiosity. What is the most crucial strategic resource we discussed in class? Zhang Yingying queried. Certainly, it is energy. Are you suggesting that the Yao family is involved in the energy sector? Indeed, the Yao family controls 85 of the energy companies in the Galactic Empire. Energy is the lifeblood of a nation. Historically, most wars have been fought over energy resources. This is also the true reason why their family has maintained the position of chancellor for so many years. However, the Yao family does indeed have an abundance of talent in economic matters. It is a reflection of a prominent family's heritage. The vehicle came to a halt in a spacious plaza, where servants promptly assisted them with parking. Adjacent to the plaza lay a vast lawn, approximately the size of 5 football fields. The lawn was adorned with chairs, tables, a grand podium, and various tents. The coming-of-age ceremony and the subsequent banquet were to be held here. At that moment, a considerable number of people had already gathered on the grass, predominantly young individuals, including Yao Ye's classmates, friends, and other talented youths invited by Chancellor Yao Qingchen from various imperial ministerial families. The Chancellor harbored hopes of finding a suitable match for his daughter. Observing couples strolling hand in hand, Zhang Yingying instinctively linked her arm with Xia Xingchen's. Xia Xingchen. Over here. Upon hearing his name called, Xia Xingchen turned to locate the source of the voice, discovering it was Dai Ren. Several of their dormitory mates were situated on the western side of the lawn. He then led Zhang Yingying in that direction. Hans Glanstai approached with a striking young lady by his side, clad in a pristine white gown. Her fair complexion left a lasting impression on all who beheld her. After a month of rigorous training to shed pounds, Glanstai stood tall and imposing in his elegant black attire. Xingchen, allow me to introduce my friend, Yao Yi, he said. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. This is Zhang Yingying, my companion, and this is Hans Glanstai, my roommate. Xia Xingchen facilitated their introductions. Yao Yi, you look stunning today, but when did you get a boyfriend? Such a surprise. Zhang Yingying teased. As one of the 7 fairies of the Imperial Military Command Academy, they were all well acquainted and shared a close friendship. Zhang Yingying, being a few months younger, affectionately referred to Yao Yi as sister. Sister, you're not any different. Having even captured the princess's guardian knight. Yao Yi playfully ribbed Zhang Yingying. Please don't say such things. Xingchen and I are merely very good friends. Zhang Yingying said, her cheeks flushing. I used to be good friends with Hans too, remarked Dai Ren, who had just approached with a tall, graceful, and elegantly composed intellectual beauty by his side. She smiled slightly, revealing a pair of delightful dimples. Hello everyone, I am Ji Yinju, a friend of Dai Ren. The group greeted her warmly. Hans leaned in quietly to Xia Xingchen and whispered, this young lady is Dai Ren's childhood sweetheart. At that moment, Xia Xingchen's understanding dawned. Meanwhile, Li Qiurue, standing beside Li Xiaomin, gazed at Xia Xingchen with a troubled heart. Observing his sister's distress, Li Xiaomin felt at a loss for how to console her. Matters of the heart were perplexing, and only those ensnared in such emotions truly understood their intricacies. Chapter 187. Boyfriend Sister Yao Yi. I'm here. A youthful voice captured everyone's attention. From the eastern side of the square came a petite girl in a princess dress, her playful pigtails bouncing as she moved. She was an exceptionally adorable little girl. Qing'er, over here. Yao Yi waved, and the little girl skipped joyfully toward them. Today, I'm officially an adult. But I still have to wait 3 years. How long that seems. When will I grow up? Grandpa says I can only find a boyfriend once I'm an adult. Yao Yi smiled and introduced the young lady to the group. It turned out her name was Zhuo Qing, just 15 years old and a special recruit in the Mecha Maintenance and Design Department at the Imperial Military Command Academy. Her grandfather, Mr. Zhuo Lihong, was a titan in the field of mecha design within the Galactic Empire. As Yao Yi introduced everyone, the little girl kept her gaze fixed on Hans Glanstai. She sidled up to Yao Yi and whispered, Sister, this big oaf doesn't seem remarkable at all, nor is he handsome. How did you manage to catch him? A mischievous grin spread across her face. Oh, I know. He must be quite impressive in bed. Zhuo Qing was known as the little sorceress at the academy, relishing in pranks and mischief. Alas, you insolent girl, what are you saying? Just watch how I deal with you. Yao Yi grasped the braids of the large lowly, who repeatedly pleaded for mercy. Yao Yi continued her introduction, and when she reached Xia Xingchen, The large lowly fixed her gaze upon him, exclaiming, "You! This time I'm not at school, allowing you to take advantage of me. Otherwise, the championship of the Mecha design competition would undoubtedly be mine." It turned out that the Mecha design competition coincided with Master Zhuo Liheng's birthday, and the little lowly had taken an extended leave to visit Chang'an Star to celebrate her grandfather's birthday, thereby missing the competition. Their team, composed of strikingly handsome individuals, attracted everyone's attention, including many envious glances from male observers. Jealousy, envy, and disdain filled the air. Xiao Tangjin, recognizing them, hurried over to greet them. His father, the Deputy Minister of Finance, had also received an invitation. The other privileged offspring, noticing Xiao Tangjin's respectful demeanor toward the group, quickly extinguished any thoughts of confrontation, realizing the formidable nature of these individuals. As the lively conversations unfolded, the time reached 10:30 in the morning. Imperial Minister of Finance Yao Qingchen, holding his daughter's hand, approached the podium. At the commencement of the ceremony, the minister expressed a plethora of gratitude to the esteemed guests in attendance, as well as his pride as a father for his daughter. He then announced that his daughter would take the stage to speak. Xia Xingchen, standing to the side, found the proceedings exceedingly dull. Aside from the host's speech and the banquet, this so-called coming-of-age ceremony held little significance. Xia Xingchen could not fathom the fervor surrounding such celebrations. Even a princess's coming-of-age ceremony seemed no different. Yet, within the circles of nobility, this was a vital social occasion, a means to forge connections and facilitate interactions. Yao Yi expressed her gratitude to her parents, guests, and friends for attending her coming-of-age ceremony. Following this, she pulled Han's grand eye forward and publicly declared him to be her boyfriend. This announcement sent ripples of shock throughout the gathering. For a family as prominent as the Yao family, although their lineage traditionally favored male heirs, a daughter-s marriage would come with an enviable dowry. Moreover, the Yao family wielded significant power over the empire's taxation and commerce. Any business family that allied with the Yao family could expect a prosperous path ahead. Furthermore, the only daughter of the Minister of Finance was undeniably a great beauty, and many suitors had their eyes on this blossoming flower. Who would have guessed that? At that moment, a plump boy with freckles would emerge as the luckiest individual? Apart from Hans's few roommates, no one, including Yao Qingchen and his wife, was aware of their daughter's relationship. Yao Ye's sudden announcement caught them entirely off guard. She and Hans Grantai had met in their elective courses, both treating the Imperial Military Command Academy as a business school. They had chosen a plethora of economics and management courses. The academy invited renowned experts in the field of economics to teach, fostering an open classroom environment that frequently presented real-world issues for students to discuss. At such times, the plump boy becomes remarkably animated, his insights refreshing even to the professors lecturing before him. Yao Yi finds herself captivated by Hans Grantai's brilliance, and the two frequently attend classes together, visit the library, and engage in thoughtful discussions. At the tender age of 17 or 18, when love begins to bloom, their camaraderie blossoms into affection, particularly during the past 3 months of vacation. After Hans attended to his shop's affairs, he spent nearly every day in Yao Ye's company. Ultimately, the two secretly indulged in the forbidden fruit of romance. After introducing Hans Grantai to everyone, Yao Yi announced the commencement of the banquet, and together they bowed to the guests as they descended from the stage. At that moment, the majority of the audience busied themselves with one task, inquiring about or assigning aides to investigate the origins of this chubby boy. Soon, news surfaced that he was an illegitimate son of the Grantai family, devoid of any claim to the family inheritance. Some were indignant, believing that this boy must have bewitched the young lady of the Yao family with sorcery. Yao Qingchen and his wife approached Yao Yi and Hans. Her mother pulled her aside for a private conversation. Hans, with a demeanor that was both respectful and confident, stepped forward, extending his hand and stating, "Uncle, it is an honor to meet you." Yao Yuanqing, in a gesture of politeness, shook his hand and inquired, "What is your relation to Benjamin Grantai?" "He is my father," Grantai replied. "Isn't it true that the Grantai family avoids alliances with the powerful? Does your father approve of your pursuit of my daughter?" Yao Yuanqing remarked. He and Han's father, Benjamin Grantai, were classmates at the Imperial Business University, and Yao Yuanqing held a favorable impression of him. He admired the Grantai family's perspectives on commerce, their philosophies, and even their legacy. One of the core tenets of the Grantai family is to eschew sycophancy towards the elite and to avoid marital alliances with the powerful, limiting their interactions with dignitaries to the bare minimum necessary to protect family interests, such as sending gifts or engaging in minimal shareholding partnerships. Marrying into influential families is strictly forbidden. The ancestors of the Grantai family had long perceived that while such liaisons might yield immediate gains, they would simultaneously surrender autonomy, becoming subject to the whims of their powerful counterparts. Moreover, should the patron they relied upon fall from grace, any advantages previously gained would have to be relinquished, potentially endangering the entire family estate. Additionally, alliances with the elite often lead to entanglements. The world of politics is exceedingly ruthless, with the threat of family ruin frequently looming due to the reckless actions of foolish relatives. Furthermore, it is often observed that many commercial families, after marrying into the aristocracy, find themselves worse off, having been stripped of all resources. Thus, the Grantai family adheres to this ancestral decree. In his school days, Xia Xingchen had once contemplated that if a member of the Grantai family could become a son-in-law to the Yao family, it would surely elevate their status to unprecedented heights. He once shared this idea with Benjamin, wishing to establish a familial alliance through the union of their children, only to be rebuffed by Benjamin, who cited the family's ancestral teachings.